Chapter 1 Wei Wufeng. Reborn 100 years ago. Wei Wufeng, let's terminate the contract.
You're already a junior, and you're still an ordinary beastmaster.
Do you think you're worthy of me?
I am informing you of my decision now, not discussing it with you.
Don't try to persuade me. And don't bother me with a fuss. It will only make me despise you even more. Let's part ways amicably. This is my way of giving you some respect, considering our contract.
Lian Mengli held her head high and chest puffed out, with a proud look on her pretty face.
To be honest,
looking at the very handsome guy in front of me, he could be ranked among the top 3 handsome guys in the university.
She was still a little reluctant. Wei Wufeng is not only handsome, gentle and good-tempered. He is also a good cook.
The point is, he's good at his job.
But being handsome is useless and can't make a living.
Being gentle is useless and worthless.
Good work? It's only of little use. So, handsome, gentle, good at cooking, good at work. None of this matters.
Strength is the foundation for gaining a foothold in this world.
Anyway, Wei Wufeng is no longer worthy of me.
The contract with him must be terminated today.
Only.
She still wanted to see Wei Wufeng groveling and begging to save himself. Didn't she just say, don't try to persuade me?
And don't bother me and make trouble. It will only make me look down on you even more. Why do I want to see Wei Wufeng begging to stay again? Hello.
What the little fairy thinks in her heart is different from what she says.
Is there a problem?
Lian Mengli not only wanted to watch it herself, she also wanted her 3 best friends who were not far away to watch it. She wants to let her 3 best friends see how charming she is.
Vanity? What's wrong with vanity? It's normal and reasonable for a pretty fairy like me to be a little vain, right? Where is the person involved, Wei Wufeng? His very handsome, extraordinarily handsome face was dull and blank. First look left. Look back to the right. Then Daimu looked at Lian Mengli in front of him in surprise. Lian Mengli? How did you? That's not right. Didn't she betray the human race and be sentenced to death and executed immediately?
I saw her being executed on the news.
How are you still alive? Am I dreaming? Dreaming back to the event that changed your life? No. No. This feeling. And the surrounding environment. Adding to what Lian Mengli said just now. This scene looks so familiar. It's definitely not a dream. Suddenly, an idea popped up in my mind. I am reborn?
Wei Wufeng fumbled around his body and took out a cell phone. It is indeed an antique point-and-shoot phone from 100 years ago. Nowadays it is called a smartphone.
Look at the time again. January 31st, 3024. Not 3124? It's really the year 3024. Am I really reborn? A moment. Wei Wufeng's breathing became rapid and heavy. As for hitting yourself or biting yourself to confirm whether it is a dream? He's not that stupid. No matter what, he wouldn't be so confused as to not be able to distinguish between dreams and reality. Sudden. Bite. Free system activated. At your service, Master.
The newbie gift pack has been stored in the system space, please use it.
Wei Wufeng's excited expression froze. What the hell? What is the free system? It's free. Need I say more?
From time to time, the system will give the owner some good things for free, that's it.
Wei Wufeng asked, System, is it really free? Without any cost? Yes, Master, all for free, without any price. Wow, there is such a good thing? This system. How to say it? I was reborn 100 years ago. Isn't that outrageous?
It's not surprising that a system suddenly pops up.
That's right. There is also a newbie gift pack.
As soon as he thought about it, he saw what was included in the newbie gift pack. Talent's 100 million times critical hit technique. When the talent takes effect, there is a certain chance of a 100 million times critical hit, increasing the effectiveness of the talent by 100 million times. Green Feather Tea Classic, a lost ancient book. Written by the tea master Green Feather. This book records Green Feather's insights into the tea ceremony.
Substitute doll necklace. After bleeding, it binds to the person who bleeds. If fatally wounded, the doll bears all the damage.
Thousand Faces Movie King mask. After wearing it, you can change your appearance freely.
Block all sensory tracking abilities. Wei Wufeng was already very excited. The result is even more exciting now. How can this be called a newbie gift pack? It is clearly the ultimate gift pack. 4 things in total. Each one is priceless. How could Wei Wufeng not be excited about this? Lian Mengli looked at Wei Wufeng, whose face was red and whose breathing was heavy.
He stared with eyes wide open, but said nothing.
Lian Mengli felt a little nervous. He won't do anything, right? I immediately realized no, should I be afraid of him taking action?
Lian Mengli frowned and warned coldly, Wei Wufeng, I advise you not to do anything stupid.
Wei Wufeng smiled. The toothy smile.
His teeth are very neat and white, and toothpaste sellers would definitely be happy to have him advertise.
Lian Mengli felt uncomfortable when she saw Wei Wufeng smile and asked, What are you laughing at? Wei Wufeng's smile remained unchanged as he said, Nothing. I just thought of something happy. After that, he said, You want to terminate the contract, right? Okay. Come on, terminate it.
This world is a world where monsters and beasts have been wreaking havoc for tens of millions of years. In order to fight against monsters, ancient sages created the beast-taming civilization. Men and women work together, establish links, and make contracts, and they can summon beasts and unleash infinite power. Human beings were able to reproduce and survive. Among them, men are main beast tamers and women are cooperative beast tamers. The summoned beasts usually follow the cooperating beast master. However, the control of the beasts during combat, as well as the evolution and strengthening of the beasts during non-combat, lies in the hands of the main beast master. Therefore, the main male beast master and the auxiliary female beast master are inseparable.
But since the contract can be signed, it can naturally be terminated.
What Wei Wufeng was facing at this moment was that the beast master who cooperated with him wanted to terminate the contract. Even though 100 years have passed, what happened today is still vivid in my mind. In the previous life, I had been servile and persistent in trying to keep someone, but was met with cold stares and ridicule. After suffering a blow, I was unable to recover for several years and wasted many precious years.
This life. Get out of here. Lian Mengli was stunned. What's going on? He didn't even try to keep me? This is different from what I expected. How outrageous. Lian Mengli suddenly became angry.
I didn't get to show off in front of my bestie, and my vanity wasn't satisfied.
I'm so angry. She snorted and said, Solve it. This was said as if Wei Wufeng was proposing to terminate the contract. Immediately,
a mysterious magic circle appeared between the eyebrows of each of them. In the very center of the 2 mysterious magic circles, there is a blue light rope connecting the 2 people.
The next second, the blue light rope broke. The cooperative beast taming contract is officially terminated. Lian Mengli smiled again and said, The contract was also fate. Now that it's dissolved, won't you bless me? Okay.
Wei Wufeng's face was full of smiles.
Then I wish your mother to find you a stepfather as soon as possible. Lian Mengli was furious when she heard this. Chapter 2, The stunning campus belle was Xian Yin. Jumped into the lake. Lian Mengli comes from a single-parent family.
Her father ran off with a vixen, leaving her and her mother Xue Jinsheng behind. What she least wants is for her mother to find her a stepfather. As a result, Wei Wufeng brought up something that was not relevant. How could she not get angry? Besides, I asked you to bless me, not my mother. Lian Mengli angrily said, Wei Wufeng, what do you mean? Wei Wufeng shrugged, turned around, started walking, and walked away gracefully. He wants to be quiet. Rebirth. And get the free system. All of them need to be sorted out and organized quietly. At this time, the 3 best friends who were watching the excitement not far away all ran up. Lu Ringjia looked very concerned and asked, What happened to Mengli? Lian Mengli laughed in anger and waved her hands. Nothing. Just a weakling's counterattack. Ha! How ridiculous and pathetic. Xiao Bingyi asked, Didn't he try to keep her? Why did he terminate the contract so soon? Lian Mengli sneered. She was very unhappy with Wei Wufeng's servile pleading to keep her. But on the surface he had an expression of arrogance and disdain. Remain?
I warned him in advance not to stay. He's quite obedient, otherwise, humph. Since we've decided to terminate the contract, the sooner the better. Are we going to keep it until the new year? Bang bang bang. Congratulations.
The third best friend, Long Taoxin, applauded. Mengli, you finally got rid of a useless man who was destined to have no future. With your level of 2-star spirit beast, you deserve a better beast master. Generally speaking, the summoned beast tamers will follow the female co-beast tamer. Mengli, if you become rich and powerful, please don't forget us sisters. When you become rich and powerful in the future, please don't forget us sisters.
Beast taming levels are divided into Cruel Beast, Ordinary Beast, Ferocious Beast, Spiritual Beast, King Beast, Royal Beast, Fairy Beast, Divine Beast, Sacred Beast. Each level is divided into 9 stars. 1 star is the lowest. 9 stars are the strongest. Lian Mangli and Wei Wufeng worked together to summon a 2-star spirit beast. Spiritual beasts belong to the 4th level of the beast taming system. So her future achievements will definitely not be low.
Lian Mangli was so ecstatic after hearing what Long Taoxin said.
Vanity is greatly satisfied. I can forget everyone but you. If it weren't for your encouragement, I really wouldn't have made up my mind. No more talking. Come on, I'll treat you tonight to celebrate my freedom.
With a wave of her jade hand, she strode away in a carefree manner.
She didn't notice.
The 3 girls, Lu Renjia, Xiaobingyi and Long Taoxin, secretly made a yeah gesture.
Ahahaha. The dismantling operation was a great success. Finally separated them.
It turned out that these 3 girls had long been unhappy with Lian Mangli and Wei Wufeng.
Showing affection every day and feeding them dog food is so annoying. So the 3 girls discussed it privately and made a decision to separate the 2 of them.
After half a month of repeated instigation from the 3 people, Lian Mangli finally made up her mind to terminate the contract.
Well, tonight is indeed worth celebrating to celebrate their great achievements.
Lian Mangli had no idea that she was being tricked by her 3 best friends.
Wei Wufeng sat down on a lounge chair by the Wulio Lake. Wulio Lake is emerald green and clear, and the wind stirs up waves.
The green leaves of the willow trees on the bank hang down like silk ribbons. Wei Wufeng stretched out his arms, closed his eyes, and breathed in the wind blowing from the lake.
I feel refreshed. Reborn. Life has the opportunity to start over again. There is nothing in the world more exciting and enjoyable than this.
I will never make the same mistakes again in my life that I made when I was young.
The regrets caused by weakness in the past must be made up in this life. Reborn. There's a free system again. You must live a wonderful and enjoyable life in this life. This era 100 years ago was called the Golden Age by later generations. This is because countless brilliant and talented people have emerged in this era.
When talking about this era, people will describe it in one sentence: when the stars of humanity shine.
Even.
This era is compared with the era of sages in ancient times when 100 schools of thought contended with each other.
Previous life.
Living in this era, I can only envy those geniuses, look up to them, and lament my own ordinariness.
This life.
If I can't compete with those geniuses for the spotlight, it would be a waste of my rebirth and my system.
After completely calming down the excitement,
Wei Wufeng took out the newbie gift pack and used them one by one. First of all, there is the talented 100 million times critical hit technique.
Just think about it and master it instantly.
Every beast master will awaken a beast taming talent.
Beast taming talent is divided into levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 X. Wei Wufeng's beast taming talent is critical hit. Talent, critical hit. Grade, B. Talent effect: all actions in existence have a certain chance to double the effect.
Why can the flaming chicken summoned by Wei Wufeng and Lian Mangli grow from the original 5-star ordinary beast to a 2-star spiritual beast?
And it only took 2.5 years? Isn't it because of Wei Wufeng's B-level talent critical hit?
Now he has mastered the talented 100 million times critical hit technique.
Once the talent takes effect, after a billion-fold crit, I wonder what the effect will be. Next is Green Feather T Classic.
The value of this is also immeasurable.
With it, you can become a T Master. Becoming a T Master means having fame, wealth, status, and even power. The previous similar profession was alchemist. Then there is the stand-in doll necklace. This is a necklace with a small doll hanging on it. Having it is like having a second life. Return the things, quickly drip some blood and then put it on. Finally, there is the Thousand Faces movie Emperor mask. Another good thing. Not only can it change appearance, but it can also block perception and tracking skills. Finished reviewing the newbie gift pack. Wei Wufeng began to plan how to live his life. Just thinking about it. Wei Wufeng suddenly saw a tall and slender figure with long, straight black hair appear by the lake. Take a closer look. Ha! That is Hua Xianyan. You can't be wrong. Even though he only saw her profile, Wei Wufeng recognized her. In an instant, the memory of Hua Xianyan came to mind. Relying on her beautiful face and cool temperament to become the school beauty. But because he couldn't become a cooperative beast master, he was ridiculed and mocked. Born into a large family, if it weren't for her mother's protection, she would have been kicked out of the house long ago. Because there was no beast tamer to sign a cooperation contract with her, she was almost expelled from the university. The miserable and desperate situation once forced her to commit suicide. Above. Wei Wu learned about this from watching a documentary about her in his previous life. The most important thing is, she, Hua Xianyan, was a monstrous genius ranked 9th on the Holy Beast list in her previous life. That's why someone made a personal documentary specifically for her. Wei Wufeng was thinking about. Crash. Hua Xianyan actually jumped into the lake? Wei Wufeng suddenly shuddered. Hua Xianyan committed suicide by jumping into the lake. It actually happened today, at this very moment? Without thinking, he rushed over like a cheetah and jumped into the water to save people. At this moment, Wei Wufeng has made a decision. He wants to cooperate with Hua Xianyan in a contract. Chapter 3 Hua Xianyan, I do. Hua Xianyan doesn't want to die. But she doesn't want to live even more. What's the point of living as a waste? From the moment she was judged as waste by the authoritative testing agency of the Beast Tamer Association, her life changed completely. Over the years, she has been living in the midst of ridicule, mockery, cold stares, disdain, and contempt. Her father, who once doted on her, now looked at her like trash. Only her mother still loves and protects her unconditionally. But mother's love and protection cannot block the malice that seems to come from the whole world. Hua Xianyan could only protect herself with a cold expression and aloof personality. 3 years ago, she was humiliated by her fiancé and divorced. She could accept breaking off the engagement since there was no love between them in the first place, but she couldn't stand being humiliated. In a rage, she made a 3-year agreement with that guy. They agreed to have a showdown in 3 years. She wants to avenge her previous shame. The guy who broke off the engagement should kneel down and apologize to her in front of everyone. As a result, the 3-year period is about to end. But she is still trash. Not even any Beastmaster was willing to make a contract with her. How can she become stronger? Was he to be publicly humiliated again? Speaking of which, isn't there any Beastmaster who covets her angelic beauty, lusts after her body, and pretends to sign a contract with her? Really not. Firstly, the main and the cooperating Beastmaster must be sincere when establishing a contract. If there is any distraction, it will be impossible to connect and establish a contract. Secondly, no matter how useless or disliked Hua Xianyan was, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Hua family. Anyone who dares to touch her is tarnishing the reputation of the Hua family, and the Hua family will surely be furious. In the entire southern part of the Shenlong kingdom, few people or forces are confident that they can withstand the thundering wrath of the Hua family. The 3-year agreement was one of the factors that forced Hua Xianyan to not want to live. Another reason is that the school has given her an ultimatum. If there are no more Beastmasters, she will be fired. What will be your fate after being fired? Just marry someone randomly and live a mediocre life from then on? Don't want this kind of thing. Absolutely not. If that's the case, it would be better to die and be done with it. Then, Hua Xianyan put on her favorite bright red dress embroidered with gold flowers and went to Wulio Lake to end her life. She sought death by jumping into Wulio Lake and even inhaling water into her lungs. Then she felt a pain she had never felt before. This feeling is simply indescribable in words. She was in extreme pain and instinctively struggled and paddled frantically in the water. At this moment, she regretted. She doesn't want to die. She wants to live. But she can't swim at all. While paddling like a dog, she suddenly caught something and instinctively used all her strength to hold on tightly. Crash! Wei Wufeng emerged from the water, pedaled with his feet and paddled with his hands, and climbed up to the lakeshore with difficulty. He could swim, and was even quite good at it. But Hua Xianyan clung to him like an octopus, severely hampering his movements. Got ashore. Hua Xianyan, who was soaked all over, still held Wei Wufeng tightly and choked on the water and vomited violently. After a long while, Hua Xianyan recovered. She found herself holding Wei Wufeng tightly, her cheeks flushed immediately, and she hurriedly let go of her hands and feet. I'm sorry. I. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I owe you a life-saving favor. I will repay you. Hua Xianyan bowed sincerely in gratitude. She was soaked all over, and her skirt clung to her body, showing off her exaggerated curves to the fullest. Especially. It's so big. In my previous life, I could only watch her on the screen. In this life, she is right in front of him, a face as beautiful as a fairy, so close at hand. Even just now, she was hugging herself tightly. Thinking back on the feeling just now, it was really, really wonderful. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Hua Xianyan, I know you. I'll just say what I want to say. If you want to repay me, then cooperate with me. If you really want to repay me, this is your reward. Hua Xianyan was stunned. She straightened up in shock, causing a wave of excitement. What did you say? You want to make a contract with me? Why? Since you know me, you should know my situation. Why are you still? Wei Wufeng shrugged. I just terminated the contract with my collaborator. You don't have a main beast master, and I don't have a supporting beast master. We just happen to be a perfect match. Hua Xianyan said, but I'm a waste. Wei Wufeng laughed and said, I'm still an ordinary beastmaster. The levels of beastmasters are divided into ordinary product, low quality, medium quality, top quality, super product, the best, master, grandmaster, sage. Why is it that after 2.5 years, Wei Wu is still an ordinary beastmaster? It's because all his energy was spent on serving Lian Mengli and Yu Shou. In the end, he was kicked out and became a joke and a clown. This is why this incident in his previous life was such a huge blow to him. How many people can withstand such a blow when their sincerity is wasted? Wei Wufeng said again, however, we must carry out the soul contract. Hua Xianyan let out an ah. Soul contract? Wei Wufeng asked, why? Don't you want to? If she doesn't want to, not to mention the soul contract, even the general contract cannot be established. Hua Xianyan reacted with a start and quickly interrupted, no. I do. Do I have any other choice? Regardless of whether it is due to considerations of one's current situation, or repay the other party for saving my life, you should agree to him. Wei Wufeng said, okay. Let's go. Hua Xianyan asked, where are we going? Wei Wufeng said, hotel. Do you want to stay outside? That's fine too. Hua Xianyan's eyes widened, right now? Wei Wufeng said, yes, now. Hua Xianyan pursed her red lips and gritted her teeth, saying, okay. Half an hour later. Jiuhu University Hospitality Hotel. Room 404. Wei Wufeng asked, are you ready? Hua Xianyan took a deep breath, and her red lips trembled as she spoke, I'm ready. Then. The light that erupted from the soul contract instantly filled the entire room. Chapter 4, School Beauty Wei, I will follow you for the rest of my life. At some point. Byte. Free system function is effective. Give the master 500 points of vitality and beast control power for free. Wei Wufeng was even more confused, huh? Is it really given away for free? Time passes. The sun sets and the moon rises. What Wei Wufeng didn't know was things about him have spread in various chat groups and online communities in the school. Hey guys, I just heard a piece of gossip. Wei Wufeng was dumped by Lian Mengli. Ha ha. What did I say? This couple will break up sooner or later. No wonder. After 2.5 years, Wei Wufeng is still a rubbish mortal.
The fact that they can't tell the difference is news. Lian Mangli doesn't have a main beast master now, so it will definitely attract a wave of competition.
We can summon spirit beasts with her. Wei Wufeng and Lian Mangli don't have a soul contract?
He's at a huge loss then.
What a waste. It's just a rubbish. If there's any loss, it should be Lian Mangli. It seems there is no soul contract. Otherwise, they might not have split up. Lian Mangli is not stupid. Wow. Folks, big news is coming. Someone saw Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan enter the hotel. What? What did you say? Pictures speak louder than words. Look. Hua Xianyan is still wearing Wei Wufeng's clothes. Ahaha, interesting. One is a rubbish mortal and the other is a famous loser.
They are a match made in heaven.
Alas. In the end, it was taken away by someone else. What's the matter? Are you feeling regretful, brother upstairs? Why didn't you do that earlier?
If you had gone to contract her, maybe she would have agreed.
No, she promised me but I don't. It's useless except to be a vase.
Lian Mangli, who was celebrating in KTV, also heard that Wei Wufeng and the school beauty vase Hua Xianyan entered the hotel together.
To this, her reaction was, tisk. And then nothing happened.
Then sing and dance. Having gotten rid of a useless beast master, her bright and beautiful future is about to begin.
Tonight, we must party all night long. The moon sets and the sun rises again.
Time passed quickly, and soon the next day came.
In room 404.
Wei Wufeng, who had woken up, released a mysterious magic circle. On the magic circle, mysterious patterns formed words and numbers.
Beastmaster, Wei Wufeng. Health, 649. Beast taming strength, 640.
Beastmaster level, low grade.
This magic circle is equivalent to the attribute interface of the Beastmaster.
Looking at the information above, Wei Wufeng smiled.
Smiling very happily.
It took him 2.5 years, but he was still just an ordinary Beastmaster.
And now, after only a day and a half, he's already a low-grade Beastmaster. That's great. So fun.
At this time, the soul contract has been established.
Wei Wufeng smiled, called Hua Xianyan over, and said, "Come, let's try to summon the beast together. If you're lucky."
Who knows, the talented 100 million times critical hit technique might have already taken effect. According to the free system, you can also critically hit when summoning a beast. Therefore, even if you summon the lowest level beast, as long as you get 100 million times critical hit, the level of the summoned beast will be greatly improved.
Hua Xianyan nodded and said, It was her first time summoning a beast, and she was nervous, excited, and even more, scared.
According to the test conducted by the authoritative organization Beast Tamer Association, she is just a loser who cannot summon a beast.
What if Wei Wufeng and I fail in summoning the beast for the first time? What to do?
Wei Wufeng said, "Don't be nervous.
Relax. Calm down. Don't worry, you will succeed." Hua Xianyan nodded vigorously, yes.
2 mysterious magic arrays bloomed.
Then combine into a larger magic circle.
Colorful light lingered and then exploded, filling the entire room.
Final. A beast-shaped phantom appeared. Hua Xianyan's heart was pounding. Here it comes. Bear. Sudden. A raging flame erupted. The blazing red was very bright.
The twisting and jumping are very agile.
It also emits a unique, indescribable, intoxicating fragrance. Miraculously, the blazing fire did not ignite anything around it.
In the blink of an eye, the flames condensed into the shape of a fox.
There are 9 tails.
Then the flames receded like the tide, revealing soft, fiery red hair.
Final.
A red fox, about 2 meters tall and with 9 tails like a peacock spreading its tail, came into Wei Wufeng's sight.
The tail twists and wags gently, it is furry and very agile. There is a burning flame at the end of each tail. There is also a flame pattern burning between the eyebrows. There are also bright and lively flames on the ankles of the 4 fox legs. The color of the flames is brighter than the color of the fur. Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan watched without blinking. This is? Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan looked at each other and immediately summoned a magic circle to check the information on it. Beast Tamer, 9-tailed immortal firefox. Vitality, 10,000. Beast Taming Level, 9-star Divine Beast LV1.
There is also information about beast taming skills at the end. But Hua Xianyan was so shocked that she forgot to look down. She stared with wide eyes and even rubbed her eyes hard before looking again.
Stayed for a while longer. Suddenly there was a loud ah. Divine Beast. 9-star Divine Beast.
We summoned the 9-star Divine Beast.
I'm not dreaming, am I? She was so excited.
My whole body was shaking.
Wei Wufeng smiled.
He followed the principle of a gentleman uses words rather than fists and bit her hand.
Then asked, does it hurt? Hua Xianyan looked at the red teeth marks on her snow-white skin and said bitterly, what do you think? He actually bit me. Wei Wufeng laughed and said, so, do you think this is a dream? Hua Xianyan was stunned again and murmured, it's not a dream. It's not a dream.
She grabbed Wei Wufeng excitedly and screamed loudly to vent her excitement and excitement.
Being aloof is her protective color.
Essentially, she is still a young and energetic girl who has just reached adulthood.
I'm not trash anymore?
I summoned the 9-star Divine Beast.
She held onto Wei Wufeng tightly and asked, did you do this?
Wei Wufeng smiled, appearing mysterious.
My talent is a little bit special.
After establishing a soul contract, the first time you summon a beast, you can significantly increase the level and quality of the summoned beast.
You're lucky to have triggered this effect, but if you want to cancel the contract, don't forget that we are a soul contract. After the soul contract, once the contract is terminated, you will no longer be able to summon the same beast. The ancient sages who created the beast taming system clearly considered everything very carefully. When Hua Xianyan heard this, she immediately became very angry, and the expression on her beautiful face became very ugly, as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Who do you take me, Hua Xianyan? I never thought about terminating the contract. Since I've promised you, no matter what happens, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Chapter 5 Principal Qin Zhaojun, I want to break up Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan. I hope so.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, come, let's take a look at its specific properties.
Hua Xianyan nodded vigorously, yes. Beast Tamer, 9-tailed immortal firefox. Vitality, 10,000. Beast Taming Level, 9-star Divine Beast LV1.
Beast Taming Divine Power, Essence of Fire LV1, immune to all fire damage, able to absorb essence from flames and be reborn from the fire.
Beast Taming Talent, Firefox Blood LV1, Fox Blood contains a strong essence of fairy fire. Drinking it can heal injuries and bring the dead back to life. Beast Taming Skills.
Skill 1, Fire of Annihilation LV1, fairy fire shoots out from the center of the eyebrows, burning for a long time. Skill 2, Bathing in Flame LV1, all 4 legs ignite with flames to burn the body and increase strength.
Skill 3, Hell's Flame LV1, the 9-tailed fox shoots out countless sparks, raining down fire.
Skill 4, Blaze of the Abyss LV1, flames erupt from the body, impacting the surroundings and burning away all life.
Ultimate Skill, Fiery Flame LV1, releases endless foxfire, burning the sky and the earth. At the same time,
the prompt of Free System sounded.
Give the master a copy of the ancient refining essence Qigong for free. Please accept it, master. Ancient hard Qigong? Will there be a qualitative improvement in physical fitness after practicing? Not only is he extremely resistant to beatings, but he also has endless energy?
Wei Wufeng thought about it and found only one word that fit him best, Dioberg.
Office of the President of Jiuhu University.
Principal Qin Zhaojun was discussing matters with her sister Qin Daochan.
Principal Qin is extremely handsome, mature and charming. Teacher Qin is beautiful and youthful. The two are about 70% similar. At first glance, wow, you would definitely think they are twins. But in fact, there is a 12-year age difference between the two. In other words, Qin Zhaojun's clothes and appearance are more mature. Qin Daochan frowned and said, isn't it too much to select students for this joint development action? Sudden. Qin Zhaojun waved his hand, don't talk.
Immediately she closed her eyes and released her perception.
Qin Daochan asked, what's wrong? Qin Zhaojun did not answer. It took her a while to open her eyes. Qin Zhaojun frowned and murmured, strange, why did it disappear? Qin Daochan asked again, sister, what's wrong? Qin Zhaojun said solemnly, I just sensed the aura of the divine beast. What? Qin Daochan was shocked. Where? Divine beast. That is incredible. Xin Zhaojun shook his head and said, when I carefully sensed it, that aura had already disappeared.
After she finished speaking, her delicate face showed bitterness, and she sighed, "You've become weaker. If your brother-in-law were still here, let's not talk about this."
Where were we just now? Well.
Seeing her sister like this, Qin Diaochan could only sigh inwardly. I don't dare mention my brother-in-law who died young, so let us get back to the topic.
Sister, why are you letting a group of students go to explore the wilderness? It's too dangerous.
Qin Zhaojun said, "This is a resolution jointly made by the Beastmaster Association and the League of Nations.
We can only implement it. Beastmaster Association.
The Commonwealth of Nations.
Both are behemoths. Let alone Zhouhu University. Universities around the world must obey." Qin Zhaojun said, "Don't worry too much. The areas we're sending students to explore have been explored by experts, so the risk factor is not high. This exploration mission is focused on training and testing." Qin Diaochan could only nod. All right. By the way, Wei Wufeng terminated his contract with Lian Mengli from my class.
His place needs to be cancelled.
Qin Zhaojun frowned slightly and said, "Terminated the contract? What happened?"
Qin Diaochan smiled helplessly and told the whole story.
Qin Zhaojun asked, "Doesn't she know that it was Wei Wufeng's critical hit talent that helped her level up?" Qin Diaochan was even more helpless and speechless. How could she not know?
But according to her, even without Wei Wufeng, she can still grow.
Qin Zhaojun also shook his head helplessly. Ignorance. Forget it. Since the contract has been terminated, it proves that they are not destined to be together. He immediately looked unhappy.
I said the Beastmaster Association's rating of the critical hit talent is too low.
Even if I can't get SS, I should at least get an S, but I only got a B. A bunch of stubborn, old-fashioned people.
Qin Zhaojun became more and more angry as he spoke.
The waxy universe formation shouldn't be in their hands. Fortunately, they can only use it, not monitor it, and certainly not modify it at will. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos. Waxy Qin Great Formation. The beast-controlling magic circle created by the ancient sages Nuwa and Shi.
The origin of all beastmasters and beast-taming arrays in the world similar to the root server of the global network.
Contains endless mysteries. Possessing infinite power. It has been in operation since ancient times.
It is no exaggeration to say that it is the core of human civilization.
Qin Diaochan smiled bitterly.
My sister, you never miss any opportunity to criticize the 10 great sages.
Qin Zhaojun spoke again immediately afterwards. Let's just break up.
Tell Lian Mengli to find a main beastmaster as soon as possible. I will also arrange for another beastmaster to assist Wei Wufeng.
Qin Diaochan coughed. About this point. Sister, probably not necessary.
Someone saw him go to the hotel with Hua Xianyan. It's very likely that the two have already signed a contract.
Qin Zhaojun looked angry. Nonsense. No, we must break them up. We can't let Hua Xianyan delay him. Achoo. Wei Wufeng sneezed. Hua Xianyan asked, "Do you have a cold?"
Her voice is hoarse. She asked Wei Wufeng if he had a cold. But just by listening to her voice, it was obvious that she was more like having a cold. Wei Wufeng sniffed and smiled. No, maybe someone is thinking of me.
At this time, the two had already checked out of the room and were heading to the cafeteria. My stomach was rumbling with hunger. Sudden. An unpleasant and harsh voice was heard. Hey! How come these two look so well matched? Ah!
So one is an ordinary beastmaster, and the other is a loser who can't be a collaborator.
Ha! They're a match made in heaven, don't you think? Chapter 6 Lian Mengli, Wei Wufeng, you are indeed a scumbag. Yes. Haha, who says it isn't? Mr. Li is right. They're a perfect match. They're such a perfect match. A burst of booing broke out. Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan booked a hotel room at the school. It's been spread a long time ago.
Those who were interested had already been waiting near the reception hotel. Li Muyun is a person with ulterior motives.
Who is this Li Muyun? He is the vice president of the student union. One of the influential figures of Zhouhu University. One of the top 10 rising stars officially selected by Dapeng City.
At just 20 years old, he was already a mid-level beastmaster and was known as a genius. The 8-star spiritual beast Sun and Moon two-headed dog he summoned also ranked 5th on the school's beast taming list excluding the genius class. Although the Li family he came from was not as good as the Hua family, it was also a large regional family.
You can say that.
In the small society of the school, he is a celebrity with his own popularity. When he walked on campus, no one could ignore his presence.
Wei Wufeng looked at Li Muyun. He actually burst out laughing. Li Muyun frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" He felt deeply offended by Wei Wufeng's poochy laughter. "I was already angry, and now I'm 3 times angrier." Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Some memories are so vivid that we cannot forget them even after 100 years.
Li Muyun joined the United Pioneer Group in his previous life, but he was the first to die at Johou University.
And the way he died was drowned by the monster's feces.
In his previous life, Wei Wufeng was disqualified from joining the Joint Development Group because of the termination of his contract with Lian Mangli.
This situation was announced by the school.
The reason for the announcement, according to the school, is to warn students not to be arrogant, self-righteous, or underestimate monsters. Li Muyun was self-righteous and looked down on the monsters. As a result, he fell into the monster's trap and drowned in a shit pit. A mid-level beastmaster with a vitality of over 1,000 would not be easily drowned under normal circumstances.
The reasonable guess is that there is poison in the shit. At this time, Wei Wufeng looked at Li Muyun in front of him.
I couldn't help but imagine him falling into a shit pit and drowning, and I couldn't help laughing.
It's quite miserable when you think about it. But I really couldn't help laughing. Really?
Li Muyun spoke with a twitch of his lips.
If you think of something happy, share it with everyone. Let everyone have some fun too. Could it be that he's collaborating with a loser?
As he spoke, he glanced at Hua Xianyan arrogantly, his eyes filled with hatred and anger.
He noticed that there was still a blush on Hua Xianyan's beautiful face. "Why is your face red?" He immediately thought of a possibility. "Bitch. You would rather find a rubbish than me. It's an insult to me." Of course he couldn't establish a contract with Hua Xianyan. Who wants to work with a loser? He just coveted Hua Xianyan's body.
Simply put, in his opinion, Hua Xianyan should just be his lover and let him control her.
But Hua Xianyan's repeated refusal had already angered him. Now I found a piece of garbage. He couldn't swallow this anger. Hua Xianyan angrily said, "Li Muyun, please respect yourself. Is your voice hoarse?" "And very hoarse. Could it be?"
Thinking of a possibility, Li Muyun laughed out loud.
The angrier he is, the louder he laughs.
The handsome young man's face looked a little ferocious because of his laughter.
Okay. Li Muyun said yes 6 times in a row. Wei Wufeng, right?
I have a suggestion: terminate your contract with her, and I'll give you a sum of money, enough for you to live comfortably for several years.
Except for the high-end ones, the rest of the entertainment clubs in Dapeng City are enough for you to have a whore night. How's that? Am I generous enough? Hua Xianyan became even angrier. "Li Muyun, you're going too far."
Li Muyun laughed and said, "Bitch, shut up."
There was no shouting, no roaring, just a faint smile as he spoke. Hua Xianyan was furious. "You."
Suddenly, her waist felt tight, and it was Wei Wufeng holding her waist. All of a sudden, she felt tingling and her heart was filled with emotion, and she didn't even care about her anger anymore.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "I also have a suggestion." Li Muyun said, "You are not qualified to make a proposal to me. You can only accept my proposal."
Wei Wufeng was too lazy to care about him.
"Let's go to the Colosseum and have a fight.
If I win, you apologize to my woman.
And how about losing me some money, 2.5 million? Ha ha ha."
Li Muyun and his followers all burst into laughter.
Especially those followers.
You and I were talking back and forth, mocking and ridiculing Wei Wufeng in all directions.
Wei Wufeng muttered, "School rules and regulations saved you. Fighting or private quarreling will result in punishment, or even expulsion. But fighting in the Colosseum is an exception." Okay, that's great."
Li Muyun finished laughing and wiped away the tears that came from laughing.
"If you lose, Hua Xianyan will be mine, and you'll give me another 2.5 million. Wei Wufeng shrugged. "No. My woman is not a stake. I don't have any money. Or you get out now. Or we can go to the Colosseum and have a fight this afternoon."
After hearing this, Hua Xianyan's eyes sparkled and her heart felt warm. Because there had been so many quarrels before, the little resentment that had been generated also disappeared.
On the contrary, it's a little sweet. He still loves me and respects me very much.
One of the followers got angry and pointed at Wei Wufeng. You fucking.
Li Muyun laughed and said, okay. I'll play with you. Now he just wanted to beat Wei Wufeng up. Humph. Then I won't even give you a chance to surrender. After Li Muyun and his group left, Hua Xianyan's face was filled with worry.
Wei, old husband, Li Muyun is a mid-level beastmaster after all. I've just become a cooperative beastmaster, so I'm still pretty new to it.
I'm worried. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, you are now a god-level cooperative beastmaster who can summon divine beasts. The moment the divine beast appears, we will win. Hua Xianyan opened her eyes and said, is it going to be exposed now?
Wei Wufeng said, keeping things secret isn't my style.
Are you ready to become a big star? Hua Xianyan said honestly, no. No.
Wei Wufeng licked his lips and said, but I can't wait. In this life, he doesn't want to be ordinary anymore, he wants to step onto a bigger stage.
Walk. Let's eat. Only when you have a full stomach can you have the strength to fight. Soon.
The brawl between Wei Wufeng and Li Muyun at the Colosseum spread throughout the school. Lian Mengli learned the news from her best friend Long Taoxin. After confirming again and again that it was not a joke, Lian Mengli smiled a sneer. I need to get to the Colosseum early to grab a good spot and watch him get beaten up close. Humph, I don't know where he got the courage to fight Li Muyun. You've been bewitched by that vixen named Hua, you've lost your mind and don't even know your own weight.
Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan got together. This made her very unhappy and angry. You should be depressed and frustrated. You should be sad and painful, or even give up on yourself. Wei Wufeng, you are indeed a scumbag, a complete scumbag. Chapter 7, Hua Xianyan, the man who protects her. Li Muyun, the confident one. Big news, big news.
Wei Wufeng provoked Li Muyun and challenged him to a beast fight.
What?
I'll immediately contact my uncle who works at Nanshan Mental Hospital and have him ready to receive patients.
That's not necessary. Just contact the crematorium directly.
Have them preheat the furnace and start burning right away when we get there.
Come on, let's go join in the fun. Grab a good seat. No, what's the point of joining in the fun?
A one-sided beast fight is pointless. I guess Wei Wufeng must have given up on himself and wanted to die because he was dumped by the Beastmaster.
Alas, poor kid. Through online and offline communication,
the news that Wei Wufeng is going to have a beast fight with Li Muyun spread like a gust of wind at Zhouhu University.
Li Muyun's contribution is all thanks to this.
He was the one who asked his followers to run errands and spread the news everywhere. He even arranged for someone to broadcast it live. Just use the popular apps like Kuaizu, Douyin, Shuiton, etc.
What is this for? He wished more people would watch him bully the weak. He wanted to completely destroy Wei Wufeng's personality and self-esteem, and ruin him completely. This is what happens when you mess with me.
If he could only control one beast for the time being,
he will definitely find Lian Mengli and establish a contract with her.
In this way, not only can Wei Wufeng's body be tortured, but also Wei Wufeng's heart can be destroyed. After this incident, Wei Wufeng's career as a beastmaster is definitely over.
A canteen.
Wei Wufeng sat at the dining table empty-handed.
There were already murmurings all around. What is overestimating one's own abilities? What is water in the brain? What about he is stupid and you still laugh at him? Do you have any sense of public morality?
Wei Wufeng pretended not to hear all this chattering.
Hua Xianyan ordered 2 full portions of rice. 1 copy was placed in front of Wei Wufeng. Place 1 in front of you.
Then he sat down next to Wei Wufeng and started eating with big mouthfuls. Consumed a lot of energy and water.
She was really hungry. He actually asked Hua Xianyan to cook for him?
When the boys around saw this scene, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
People are so contradictory.
It was obvious that none of those boys liked Hua Xianyan. But when he saw Hua Xianyan becoming someone else's auxiliary beastmaster and being inseparable from them, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, Hua Xianyan is just too beautiful. It is even beautiful enough to challenge secular concepts.
What secular concepts?
If Huo Xianyan's appearance was a little bit worse, the boys wouldn't be so concerned. If she were not a waste, she would attract countless beastmasters to pursue her crazily. Huo Xianyan could naturally feel the strange looks from those around her. But she no longer cares. Her heart is now completely focused on Wei Wufeng. This man who allowed her to summon the 9-star divine beast and change her fate. From now on, I will only live for him if he lives, I live if he dies, I die. What? We've only known each other for less than 2 days, and you're already in love so deeply? This is the relationship between the male and female protagonists and the co-beast tamers. Wei Wufeng devoured the food voraciously, finishing it in a few bites. He said, I'm not full yet. Give me another serving. What they eat is not ordinary rice or ordinary vegetables. They are all magical rice, exotic vegetables, and rare animals, rich in nutrition and energy. In the past, Wei Wufeng only needed to eat a small portion. But now that I've eaten a large portion, I still feel hungry. Well, I've become stronger and my appetite has grown. Huo Xianyan quickly put down her chopsticks and said, okay. One boy was unhappy and said sarcastically, some people, who have hands and feet, still have to ask others to get food. Huo Xianyan frowned and sneered back, some people, even though they have a partner, still have to go out to get their own food. She used to suppress and hide herself. Now, of course, it is to let yourself go. Someone sexually assaulted her man in front of her, but she refused. The intensity with which she protects her man is simply off the charts. The boy's face suddenly turned red. His co-beast master, a slightly plump girl, suddenly became angry. But her anger was not directed at Huo Xianyan, but at her main beast master. Hey, what do you mean? Are you jealous that other people's partners can get food? Are you dissatisfied that I don't get food for you? Okay. Then let's cancel the contract. Go find someone who can help you out. The boy hurriedly explained and apologized. Apologize? Useless. The girl threw her chopsticks and left. The boys quickly caught up. I could still hear the apology, Ting, let me explain, from far away. Wei Wufeng was very pleased and proud to see Huo Xianyan protecting him so much. After a hearty meal, the two looked at the time and headed to the Colosseum hand in hand. Along the way, both of them received all kinds of attention. Huo Xianyan was shy at first, but gradually she became more confident. Ignoring other people's gazes, he talked and laughed with Wei Wufeng. 1:50 p.m. The two came to the entrance of the majestic Colosseum. Fengzi. A handsome and sunny boy ran up. He glanced at Huo Xianyan, then looked anxious. Fengzi, you're crazy. V, you didn't reply, and you didn't answer the phone. Do you know how worried I am about you? You don't really want to fight Li Muyan Beast, do you? Who is he? Sun Longfei. He used to be Wei Wufeng's only best friend once. In his previous life, after Wei Wufeng and Lian Mengli terminated their contract, he was the one who took over. Counting the days, it was just these 2 days. If you say you haven't thought about it in your heart for a long time, anyone who believes it is a fool. After that, the two broke off all ties. Wei Wufeng smiled naturally, a sarcastic sneer. Why are you worried about me? I'm fine. Don't worry, a good horse never turns back. I won't bother with that bitch. Here's your chance. I have big feet, and I'm afraid my worn-out shoes might not fit you. Sun Longfei opened his mouth. After Wei Wufeng and Hua Hongyan entered the Colosseum, Sun Longfei's face instantly fell and became very gloomy. How did he know? When did you know? Hateful. Sun Longfei clenched his fists. Loose woman. Loose woman? Loose woman. Sun Longfei originally wanted to get rid of his current cooperative beastmaster and establish a cooperative contract with Lian Mengli. He thought he had a great chance. But now, whenever he thought of the word slut, he felt uncomfortable. Suddenly I don't want to confess to Lian Mengli anymore. Inside the Colosseum, there were still quite a few people in the audience. Wei Wufeng and Huo Xianyan signed their names on the beast fighting agreement. There are several articles in the laws of beast fighting. But it can be summed up in 8 words, don't kill me, everything else is up to you. Li Muyun had been waiting for a long time. Standing next to him was a thin and beautiful girl, who was obviously Li Muyun's co-beastmaster. Li Muyun smiled lightly, full of confidence. You're here? You shouldn't have come, but you came anyway. Now that you're here, don't leave. It's easy to come, but it's hard to leave.
Chapter 8, The Nine-Tailed Fox appears, attracting heated discussion and worldwide attention. This guy must have read too many novels by Jinhu, right? Full of the flavor of Jinhu wuxia. Wei Wufeng said, "You talk too much nonsense." Li Muyun smiled even more. This proves that he is even angrier. He smiled and said, "Wei Wufeng, I am a kind person. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will generously let you go." Wei Wufeng said nothing and gave him 2 middle fingers in return. Li Muyun uttered a ha and said, "Referee, let's begin. The Beast Fighting Association will arrange a referee. I declare the beast fight begins." Actually, the referee accepted some money from Li Muyun. Li Muyun spent a lot of time and money to deal with Wei Wufeng. He has no intention of killing Wei Wufeng now. He wants to keep Wei Wufeng. Slow. Play. As the referee's voice fell, Li Muyun shouted, "Summon." Lin Shi, Li Muyun's cooperative beastmaster, released the magic circle and summoned together. Roar. Howl. 2 deafening roars of ferocious beasts erupted. From the summoning circle, a summoned beast jumped out, a 2-headed dog, 1 red and 1 white. The head on the left is red, blazing like a blazing fire, with a sun pattern on the forehead. The head on the right is white, as cold as ice, with a moon pattern on the forehead. It is the 8-star spiritual beast, Sun and Moon 2-headed dog. The color of its fur is red and white, and it looks like a raging fire burning in the snow. The Sun and Moon 2-headed dog is nearly 3 meters tall, strong and muscular, with sharp teeth and claws. The low growl from his throat shook his heart and soul. 4 pairs of animal eyes stared at Wei Wufeng. Li Muyun and Lin Shi jumped up and rode on the back of the Sun and Moon 2-headed dog. "Ha ha! Wei Wufeng, quickly show us your beast. Just to cheer everyone up. I doubt you'll be able to summon anything good if you team up with a loser." The audience in the auditorium couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Someone is laughing. But some people couldn't laugh. For example, Principal Qin Zhaojun. Yes, the principal came to watch the game in person. However, she came very low-key and deliberately concealed her presence, so she was not discovered. She mainly wanted to protect Wei Wufeng. She still had high hopes for Wei Wufeng and didn't want him to sink into oblivion and become lost in the crowd. In his previous life, Qin Zhaojun also gave Wei Wufeng special care, but it was a pity that he was in a hopeless situation. Perhaps after this failure, he can grow. It will also make it easier for him to terminate his contract with Hua Xianyan. Principal Qin thought so. Obviously, he also believed that Wei Wufeng would lose. On the field, Wei Wufeng looked at Hua Xianyan and asked, "Are you ready?" Hua Xianyan felt her heart pounding like thunder in her chest. She said, "Get ready, hiss." She was so nervous that she bit her tongue. Her face turned red instantly, and she looked so charming and attractive. Wei Wufeng said, "Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. This is the first time. If there's bleeding, wipe it off first." When Li Muyun saw this, he became even more annoyed and laughed out loud. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The guys are here to watch you get beaten, not to watch you flirt. According to the rules of beast fighting, you must wait for the opponent to transform before attacking, otherwise he would have already taken action. After all, beast fights are not real fights." Hua Xianyan swallowed the blood on her tongue and said, "Omen yixik chut. Let's go beat him up together." The desire to fight arises and the mind moves. Call. The magic circle opens. A raging flame suddenly broke out. Bright red hair. Flames burning between the eyebrows, tail ends, and ankles. The slender and beautiful fox figure. As well as the 9 iconic and recognizable long furry fox tails sway gracefully. The 9-star divine beast 9-tailed fairy firefox has made its debut. In an instant, it became the focus of the whole audience. Anyone with eyes or watching the live broadcast on the app can see it clearly. The air suddenly became quiet. Then, what's going on? What's going on? What's that? What kind of summoning beast is this? Why does it have 9 tails? So beautiful. Oh shit. I know him. Yes, it's the 999-tailed fox recorded in the classic of Mountain and Sea Divine Beasts. Hey, what's going on? This turn of events is too sudden. It's fake, right? It must be an illusion. The nine-tailed fox is a divine beast. Huo Xianyan's collaborator is clearly a useless person. How could it be possible? The live broadcast of the beast fight at Johou University still attracted many netizens to watch. The next moment, when the 9-star divine beast nine-tailed fairy firefox appeared, the comments section was also flooded with comments. Some were shouting, "Oh shit." Some people questioned, "Is this fake? It must be a special effect." Someone else quickly posted the original text and pictures of Shan Haishan Shoujing and told everyone, look, this is it." Each live streaming app has its own algorithm. When the popularity of the live broadcast room reaches a certain standard, it will be automatically pushed to more people. No doubt. The point of the Divine Beast of Johou University appears in the world is absolutely explosive in popularity and has attracted a huge amount of traffic. Divine Beast. That's a divine beast. In a short period of time, this live broadcast was pushed to a large number of users. Hence, people in Dapeng City are paying attention to. People in Jiangnan Province are hotly discussing. People in Longnan District are paying close attention and discussing. I believe this trend will soon sweep across the country, and even the world. Is it an exaggeration? Not at all. The mythical beast has appeared in the world, attracting worldwide attention. Any less attention would be an insult to the mythical beast. A whoa! The nine-tailed immortal firefox howled towards the sky. The roar filled the entire Colosseum. It instantly drowned out all the noise. This sound seemed to have magical power, penetrating all obstacles and heading towards the farther sky and earth. It seems to be announcing its existence to the world. At this moment, those who were present and those who were watching the live broadcast were all witnessing its existence and were amazed and fascinated by its splendor. He looked at Li Muyun, who was stunned not far away, and the mannequin frightened sun and moon two-headed dog. Wei Wufeng and Huo Xianyan had an idea. Make a move directly. The flame between the eyebrows of the nine-tailed immortal firefox instantly spewed out a stream of fire. It is the first skill, Fire of Annihilation. Li Muyun and his companion Beastmaster also tried to hide, but failed. As soon as the Fire of Annihilation touched them, it instantly engulfed the two people and the beast, burning fiercely. Aha! Two people and a beast rolled on the ground. Screams of pain echoed throughout the Colosseum. Then, surrender! I surrender! Surrender, ah. Chapter 9 Lian Mingli, give Wei Wufeng back to me. Stop. The referee is quite professional. He accepted Li Muyun's money and tried his best to save Li Muyun's life. Wei Wufeng had an idea. The flame of annihilation dissipated into thin air. The rules of the beast fight: if one party surrenders, the other party must stop immediately. This is not a fight after all. School is not a battlefield. Before you have absolute strength. Wei Wufeng didn't intend to be the one who ignored and broke the rules. But even if he took back the flame of annihilation, Li Muyun and his companion Beastmaster had been burned black as charcoal and were smoking. Clothing? It was burned to ashes long ago. His beast was burned black as charcoal. The air was filled with the strange smell of barbecue. The referee angrily scolded Wei Wufeng. You should have stopped the moment he first yelled surrender. You want to commit open murder? Medic! Medic! Hurry up and save him. When he called out medical officer, 4 men and women in white uniforms rushed to the rescue. A man and a woman summoned a green toad. Under the control of the Beastmaster, a shiny, sticky liquid spurted out with a quack sound, covering the 2 wounded. Another man and woman summoned a colorful river clam, which spit out 2 colorful pearls. The male Beastmaster fed the 2 pearls to Li Muyun and the other man. After emergency treatment, the effect was significant. Li Muyun and Lin Shi turned from 2 pieces of smoking black charcoal into 2 people with burns all over their bodies. Then the first thing they did was to send the beast back to the beast taming space. Otherwise you will die. Beast tamers will not die once they return to the beast tamer space. However, their injuries will not heal immediately and require treatment. The 2 were then carried on stretchers and taken to the medical room for further treatment. Wei Wufeng. Li Muyun's voice, filled with hatred and resentment, resounded throughout the venue. Just wait. I, Li Muyun, will not be a human being until I have my revenge. Bang! A 9-tailed fox, its body blazing with fire, blocked the medical staff's way, its 9 tails twisting wildly.
The referee was furious and shouted loudly.
Wei Wufeng! What are you doing? The beast fight is over. Get out of the way immediately. If you delay treating the wounded, I have the right to punish you severely.
This time he spoke out not just because he accepted Li Muyun's money.
There are two motivations. 1. Wei Wufeng's behavior is a provocation to his authority as a referee. Second, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why do they have the right to summon divine beasts? Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan clearly sensed the referee's hostility and targeting. But will they care?
Li Muyun, your voice is so loud, you look so energetic. In that case, please abide by our previous agreement.
Apologize to my woman and transfer another 2.5 million to my card. Li Muyun laughed, ha ha ha.
She replied to Wei Wufeng with 3 words, her heart broken, you.
Don't. Even. Think about it. Yes. He is cheating. So what if I cheat? I have the right to cheat. I'm just cheating. What can you, Wei Wufeng, do to me?
The referee waved his hand. A middle-aged woman who was neither ugly nor beautiful jumped to his side, with a fighting spirit in her eyes.
This is obviously the referee's auxiliary beastmaster. Wei Wufeng. I'm warning you one last time, get out of the way. Otherwise I will punish you severely according to the rules. Wei Wufeng said, do you also want to taste the flame of the divine beast? Then come and try it. The referee was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Wei Wufeng would dare to confront him head-on. The middle-aged woman, who was neither ugly nor pretty, shouted, how arrogant of a brat. Brother Wang, let's teach him a lesson together. She longs to fight with the divine beast. The referee's expression changed from dark to bright, and finally he gritted his teeth and shouted, okay. Slow. A cold and majestic voice sounded. A tall, plump, and elegant woman appeared. The referee and his supporting beastmasters' expressions changed, and they quickly saluted, Principal. Even the principal was alarmed? That's true. That's a divine beast. How could it not alarm the principal?
Wei Yanhua jumped off the 9-tailed immortal firefox.
Wei Wufeng said, hello, principal. He was grateful to Qin Zhaojun.
In the previous life, after being dumped by Lian Mangli, she introduced him to a beastmaster to work with him.
But at that time, I was in a hopeless situation.
Alas, he is young and full of energy. He has no ability at all, but he has a strong self-esteem.
It's better not to say it, it's better not to say it. You don't have to give the referee face. We must not refuse to give Principal Qin face no matter what.
He felt both grateful and guilty towards Principal Qin.
That's right.
In her previous life, in order to protect Dapeng City, she fought alone against a group of demonic beasts without a main beastmaster or beastmaster, and died of exhaustion.
Although Principal Qin won't die for decades.
But Wei Wufeng decided that he must save her in this life. Qin Zhaojun looked at Wei Wufeng, then at the 9-tailed immortal firefox.
The mature and beautiful face showed an expression of surprise. Okay. Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, you are doing well. You guys really gave me a big surprise. A divine beast. Now, Zhouhu University will surely become famous all over the world.
Thinking of this, Qin Zhaojun felt his blood getting hot. After all, she is not a saint who is detached from the world.
Qin Zhaojun looked at the referee and said, Teacher Wang, the beast fight is over, and your duties are over too. The referee was annoyed, but said respectfully, yes, principal. He then took his co-beast tamer and wife away. Qin Zhaojun looked at Li Muyun.
Li Muyun, I also heard about the bet between you and Wei Wufeng.
Do you know what the biggest difference between us humans and monsters is? It's credit. How is a person who doesn't keep his word any different from a monster? How can he survive in the human world? The pleasant and gentle voice brought a huge pressure to Li Muyun. Then, he's scared. Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, I'm sorry, it's my fault. My phone burned up, I'll send you a check tomorrow. After apologizing. Promise to give money. He and Lin Shi were taken away by medical staff. As for what he was thinking, will Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan care? How does Hua Xianyan feel at this moment? Pride. Excited.
Thinking about how I was still panicking about being expelled from school yesterday, today the principal came to me in person. The changes in my destiny were all caused by my husband. Thinking of this, for some reason, Hua Xianyan suddenly wanted to. If it weren't for Principal Qin. If there weren't a large group of people around. She would really pounce on Wei Wufeng and vent all the excitement in her body and mind. But now, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. Qin Zhaojun said, "Come on, go sit in my office. I have something to talk to you about." Wei Wufeng said, "Okay." The person who created the topic and ignited the heat is gone. But the topic continues and the popularity continues to rise. A corner of the audience seats. Fake brother Sun Longfei angrily smashed the metal railing, cursed fuck, and left. Not far away. Lian Mengli stared blankly as she watched Wei Wufeng leave. Then he asked blankly, "Xinxin, what happened? Am I dreaming?" Long Taoxin opened her mouth, but really didn't know what to say. Sudden. Lian Mengli grabbed Long Taoxin's shoulders tightly and screamed with a distorted face. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Give Wei Wufeng back to me." At this moment, Lian Mengli regretted it so much. Chapter 10, Treatment Upgrade. Transfer to the genius class and even get a separate room. What are some couples most afraid of after breaking up? What I fear most is that after we break up, my ex is living a better life than me. The Beastmaster and boyfriend whom she had despised and kicked away unexpectedly became the Beastmaster of a divine beast. Isn't this a typical example of the ex is doing better than you after the breakup? Lian Mengli didn't think about why Hua Xianyan had made a comeback and summoned a divine beast directly from a piece of trash. Her mind is now full of one thing: Wei Wufeng is now the Beastmaster of a divine beast. Will Wei Wufeng, who is already a beast tamer of divine beasts, still be attached to me? No more. Never again. This was a complete mental blow to the proud Lian Mengli. There's nothing wrong with breaking up, she was the one who proposed it. But after the breakup, Wei Wufeng lived better than herself. This is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. Anger, regret, annoyance. All kinds of negative emotions broke out. Then she vented all the negative emotions that arose from this on Long Taoxin. Long Taoxin felt a little guilty. But more of it is anger. Are you sick? You were the one who wanted to break up. What does it have to do with me? Let me go. You're pinching me. Lian Mengli's pretty face became even more distorted. If it weren't for you guys instigating me and saying bad things about Wei Wufeng every day, how could I possibly break up with him? It's all because of you. You did it on purpose. You just can't stand seeing me doing well. When her conspiracy was exposed, Long Taoxin felt like her lungs were stabbed. She cursed, "You're crazy," and pushed Lian Mengli away, then walked away cursing. Lian Mengli was pushed to sit on the stool, dazed. There was a chaotic discussion around. Look, isn't that Lian Mengli? She looks so unhappy. Ha! She dumped Wei Wufeng yesterday, and today she's become a divine beast tamer. What a twist of fate. Who would have thought that Hua Xianyan, a worthless person, could suddenly summon a divine beast? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Wei Wufeng is rich now. We'll see. Wei's complacency won't last long. Is he worthy of being a tamer of a divine beast? That makes sense. Hua Xianyan is the daughter of the Hua family. Something must have happened. Let's wait and see. Principal's office. Qin Zhaojun poured a glass of water for Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan respectively. This beautiful young woman has a friendly and charming smile on her face. Student Wei, congratulations. I heard that you and Lian Mengli broke up, and I was thinking of introducing you to a suitable beastmaster to work with you. Ha, it seems that it is not necessary now. Wei Wufeng expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Principal. I am flattered. Qin Zhaojun looked at Hua Xianyan again, his face full of emotion. Xianyan, you really surprised me. Hua Xianyan said, Principal. Qin Zhaojun waved her hand. There are no outsiders here. Just call me Aunt Qin. Your mother and I were best friends during our school days. Hua Xianyan already knew about this. When Qin Zhaojun came to visit their home before, she was also there. So he changed his words and called her Aunt Qin, saying, to be honest, Aunt Qin, I feel like I'm dreaming right now, too. Qin Zhaojun laughed. That's normal. After all, it's really incredible. But Xianyan, how did you do it? You've been judged by the Beast Tamer Association as being unable to summon beasts, and therefore unable to become a cooperative beast tamer. There's no guarantee that someone from the Beast Tamer Association won't come to investigate. Even relevant state departments would come and ask questions. If they really come to investigate, there must be a reasonable reason. Hua Xianyan looked at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng naturally wouldn't reveal his secret, but he wouldn't say nothing either. Principal, this must be related to my talent. Xin Zhaojun said in confusion and looked at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng told the story slowly and leisurely. I got dumped yesterday. Then I met Yan Yan. She fell into the water and I saved her. I'm thinking that since I'm just a common beastmaster and she doesn't have any collaborators, we're a good match. We both didn't dislike each other, so we made a soul contract. Then Yan Yan and I summoned the divine beast together. Yan Yan and I are also puzzled and discussed the reasons together. After all this discussion, the only option left is my critical hit talent. If certain conditions are met, or if you're just lucky, it will take effect. Xin Zhaojun believed this reason. The reason why she paid special attention to Wei Wufeng was certainly not because he was very handsome. Well, that's partly the reason. Men pay attention to beautiful women, and women pay attention to handsome men. It makes sense, right? The main reason is Wei Wufeng's critical strike talent. Her intuition told her that Wei Wufeng's talent was definitely more than B-level. Xin Zhaojun nodded and said, okay. If anyone from the association or the government comes to ask, just answer like this. Afterwards, she talked to the two of them about something else. For example, transfer them to the genius class. For example, assign them the best teachers. For example, provide them with the best cultivation resources. For example, I hope they don't transfer schools. There is no place like home. In a word, in order to retain Wei Wufeng, Xin Zhaojun spent a lot of money. Don't worry, President. Jiuhu University will always be my second home. With Wei Wufeng's words, Xin Zhaojun felt relieved. That's all. Wei Wufeng and Xin Zhaojun stood up and said goodbye. Just as I reached the door, Xin Zhaojun's voice came again. Wait. I almost forgot. Xiao Zhang, take Athing and Xianyan to building A09 of Quizuyuan. Athing, Xianyan, that house was just vacated last month. From now on, it will be your little home. Quizuyuan. That's a villa area. Located on the left bank of Itsueju Lake, which has the best scenery in the whole school. Our little home? Hua Xianyan was both shy and happy, and said, thank you, Aunt Qin. Xiao Zhang, also known as Qin Zhajuan's secretary Zhang Ruyu, led Wei Wufeng and his wife to Quizuyuan. The blue waves are rippling. Ripples of green bamboo. Sueju Lake is worthy of being the most scenic place in Jiuhu University. The single-family villas dotted among the green bamboo forest are naturally extraordinary. Zhang Ruyu led the two into building A09. My dear classmates, this place has been cleaned and all the furniture and daily necessities have been replaced with new ones. You can move in directly. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can contact me directly. After saying a few brief words, Zhang Ruyu left. As soon as she left, Hua Xianyan's cheeks suddenly turned red and hot, and her breath became even hotter. So exciting. Too exciting. Everything that happened before had such a huge impact on her. Student Wei, I touched my forehead and it was so hot. Is this a fever? Wei Wufeng immediately performed physical cooling. At some point. Ring ring ring. Hua Xianyan's cell phone rang. The caller ID shows Dad. Busy. Busy. It's so noisy. A hand as white as jade picked up the phone and threw it away angrily. Poor phone, smashed to pieces. Chapter 11. Hello, Wei, I am Yan Yan's mother. After Wei Wufeng's emergency operation. A pleasant but weak voice echoed in the room. Phone, hubby, I'm going to the bathroom. Watching her walk with difficulty, holding onto the wall. Wei Wufeng smiled. Then pick up your phone and check the time. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Then he noticed there were a lot of missed calls. As well as unread text messages, V messages, and QQ messages. After a moment of doubt, Wei Wufeng immediately figured out what was going on. The news that he had become a beast tamer of divine beasts must have spread. Our mobile phones have never been so busy, right? Open it and take a look. Some calls were from people I knew, and some were from people I didn't know. The same goes for text messages. For example, Parents who have not been in contact for a long time. Such as other friends. For example, the beautiful boss and colleagues in the hotel where I work. Well, it's all about him becoming a beast tamer of divine beasts.
Someone asked whether it was true or not. Some people congratulated and blessed.
There are a lot of red dots 99 plus in WeChat and QQ. Wei Wufeng, who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, got goosebumps after watching this. The content is similar to text messages, basically asking about the authenticity and congratulations.
There are also many friend requests.
Wei Wufeng took a look.
The verification message for friend request is not so friendly. Some said, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of a divine beast? Are you worthy?"
Some said, "An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Your pride won't last long."
Some said, "You are unaware of the impending disaster. I am waiting to see your good show." Some even said, "Be careful when you walk next time." Full of negative energy.
There's a verification 4 waves from the north of the mainland that says, "Friend, bring your collaborators to the glass ball, and I'll give you 3 yuan.
3 yuan is a huge sum for you, you can buy a lot of tea eggs." What the hell? Wei Wufeng was filled with nerve. He glanced at it again and then stopped. "Aren't you angry? Don't be angry. On the contrary, I am very happy. As the saying goes, if you are not envied by others, you are mediocre. The fact that a large number of people are jealous and resentful of me now is the best proof that I am not mediocre." He had never been treated like this in his previous life. "Enjoying it in this life, my vanity has been greatly satisfied." He selectively replied to some people's messages. They are all people with whom I have a pretty good relationship in my memory. He is not so arrogant as to look down on others. When someone sends you congratulations or blessings, you should always reply. This is the most basic etiquette. For people I have no impression of or have an average relationship with, I will just send them a V circle or Q circle to express my courtesy. The general meaning is, there are too many messages. I'm sorry I can't reply to them one by one. I will reply as a whole, thank you for your concern and blessings, and I wish you all your wishes come true. At last. In the end, he didn't call his father and mother. Why? There is no emotion. If he had any feelings for her, he wouldn't have been so reborn and not taken the initiative to call her until now. They divorced a long time ago and each started a new family. It's been 15 years. What's interesting is, Dad found a rich local woman. Mom found a local big boss. Wei Wufeng's evaluation of this was consistent, you two are both damn talented. Your family is happy, harmonious, and you have both a son and a daughter. You haven't contacted me for more than 10 years, why are you contacting me now? Are you asking me for the child support for these 15 years? Okay, I'll settle the total bill later and pay it off in one go. Just in time. Hua Xianyan's voice came, hubby. The bath water is ready. Wow. I've changed my name to husband. Wei Wufeng threw his phone away and went into the bathroom naked. After they took a shower. Takeaway food was also delivered. The school cafeteria has a takeaway business. Because takeout does not enjoy student discount subsidies, the price is more expensive, but it is more convenient. This meal costs several thousand yuan. Wei Wufeng works part-time in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. He doesn't make a lot of money, but he's fine with small changes. But Hua Xianyan still rushed to pay. Well, I had another delicious meal, so delicious. There is nothing else to do. What else can I do after eating? Of course, I'll take a nap. Holding the warm and soft beauty in my arms, I sleep till dawn. Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell woke them both up. Wei Wufeng, who was half asleep and half awake, was too lazy to get dressed. He wrapped himself in a bath towel and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the person outside made Wei Wufeng's eyes light up. What a nice view. The beauty is indescribable, poetic and picturesque, and it seems to be created by nature. Anyone who sees this will exclaim, God is so kind to her. In addition to giving her a beautiful and flawless face, it also gave her icy skin and a devilish figure. The fruits are borne on thin limbs, with slender, white and straight legs, and transparent feet like pearls wearing high-heeled sandals. Shocked. Those jade feet. This made Wei Wufeng's eyes widen. The 10 jade toes are evenly arranged, round and smooth, crystal clear and exquisite.
From the toes to the ankles, the lines are as soft as flowing water, so poetic. Wei Wufeng just felt dry mouth and tongue.
Immediate results. This, which fairy has come down to earth? Etc. Why does her face look familiar? Where have you seen me?
A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and Wei Wufeng exclaimed, Huo Xianyan.
Right.
The willow-shaped eyebrows, the bright eyes, the beautiful nose, the red lips, the jade-like face and the snow-white cheeks. Putting these together, at first glance, isn't that Huo Xianyan?
No.
A closer look reveals that she is more mature than Huo Xianyan.
Wei Wufeng asked, Are you Xianyan's sister?
The person outside the door said, I am Yanyan's daughter.
Wei Wufeng stared blankly, Huh?
The person outside the door also exclaimed ah and his face turned red.
He quickly said, No, Yanyan is my mother, oh no. Wait for me to calm down. She took 2 deep breaths.
The 2 little lions hidden in his arms seemed ready to jump out at any time.
Cough. Well. Hello, Wei, I'm Yanyan's mother, Tuya. As soon as the words fell, Huo Xianyan's surprised voice came from behind Wei Wufeng, Mom. What's wrong with you?
Huo Xianyan, also wrapped in a bath towel, trotted over. As a result, he tripped over his own feet when he got close, fell forward with a scream, and instinctively grabbed with his hands.
She pulled the bath towel off Wei Wufeng.
Tuya's eyes widened instantly, and she felt a blackness before her eyes, her dark pupils trembling.
Chapter 12 Huo Xianyan, Mom, this is my husband. Wow. So handsome. This was Tuya's feeling when she saw Wei Wufeng for the first time. I saw the photos yesterday. But the real person is more handsome than the photo and has a stronger visual impact. Sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. As graceful as jade. Handsome face. High nose bridge. The deep black pupils sparkled with bright light. A rich, youthful, and masculine scent fills the air. It's like a perfect character straight out of a novel. Seeing such a super handsome guy, Tuya's heart beat faster and her heart was in turmoil. So, that's why she said I am Yanyan's daughter and Yanyan is my mother, which made her blush. But the accident happened again.
Huo Xianyan, who ran over in surprise, tripped herself and pulled off Wei Wufeng's bath towel. He fell to the ground. Tuya opened her eyes wide and was shocked.
I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Ouch.
Huo Xianyan cried out in pain. The sound was like a large basin of ice water poured on Wei Wufeng.
He immediately bent down and pulled up the bath towel.
Tuya was also startled and quickly helped Huo Xianyan up.
Ignore the slight time difference.
It can be said that Wei and Huo rose up together.
Huo Xianyan cried, My nose hurts, ouch. Tuya hurriedly used a scolding tone to cover up her panic. Look at you. You are such an adult, yet you are so reckless. You can even fall down on flat ground, you're a talent.
Huo Xianyan rubbed her nose, tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm so happy. Who knew I'd fall ouch? Ha? Mom, your face is so red, do you have a fever?
Tuya slapped away Huo Xianyan's hand that was reaching out to touch her forehead.
You have a fever. I'm angry at you. Your phone is turned off when I call you. You didn't even reply to my messages. And you tripped over yourself so early in the morning. You said you were still young, huh?
Huo Xianyan stuck out her tongue. Then he quickly changed the subject and pulled Wei Wufeng aside to introduce him.
Mom, let me introduce you. This is Wei Wufeng, my main beast master. He's also my husband.
Tuya poked her on the forehead with a finger.
You're capable. I haven't seen my husband for a few days. When was the wedding held? How come I, as a mother, don't know about it?
Huo Xianyan jumped to Tuya's side, pulled her hand and shook it, saying in a coquettish voice, Mom.
Tuya was speechless and helpless, and said, I just spoiled you too much. Then she looked at Wei Wufeng again. She couldn't just pretend that he didn't exist, right? Student Wei, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I'm so sorry Yanyan has caused you trouble. I apologize to you on her behalf.
Wei Wufeng said, Auntie, please don't say that.
I'm the one who should apologize. Huo Xianyan cried out, ouch. What's there to apologize for? One family can talk about 2 different things. Mom, why are you here? Tuya said angrily, guess. Wei Wufeng said, Yan Yan, you stay with Auntie. I'll go prepare breakfast. I ordered takeout last night and ordered some ingredients. Tuya quickly said, no need, Auntie has already eaten. Gurgle. Her belly betrayed her. Tuya was embarrassed. She came here early in the morning without even having breakfast. Hua Xianyan chuckled. Then he was glared at by his mother. Wei Wufeng returned to his room, quickly dressed, washed up, and went into the kitchen. Hua Xianyan brought Tuya back to the room. Tuya glanced around the room and asked, why is it so messy? When she saw the clothes scattered on the ground, she immediately reacted. Hua Xianyan blushed and said quickly, Mom, let's go outside. Tuya didn't leave, but poked her on the forehead. You still feel embarrassed. Look, the phone is smashed, no wonder it's always turned off. Did it disturb you? Was it him who smashed it? Hua Xianyan shook her head and said, No, it was me. Tuya suddenly felt the need to look at her daughter with a new eye. So wild? I really can't tell. Then he sighed, filled with emotion. She stroked her daughter's messy hair and said, My Yan Yan has really grown up. Hua Xianyan started to act coquettishly again, Mom. Tuya swept the room again. It looked like it had been looted. This is too. Hua Xianyan asked, Mom, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Tuya said, what do you think? Hurry up and get dressed, and come home with me later. Hua Xianyan pursed her red lips, somewhat reluctantly. Tuya sighed. Mom knows you don't want to, but that's your home after all. You have made a magnificent comeback and undergone an amazing transformation. Your situation at home will also change in the future. That's a good thing. Listen to Mom and go home with her. Hua Xianyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Snort. She also wanted to show it to those who used to look down on her, mock her, and even bully her. I, Hua Xianyan, am not the same anymore. Tuya blinked and said, Yan Yan, talk to Mom. She leaned over to Hua Xianyan's ear and whispered. I don't know what she said, but Hua Xianyan's cheeks turned red all the way to her ears. The mother and daughter began to talk to each other secretly. Wei Wufeng quickly prepared breakfast. As time was short, he didn't make anything too complicated, just 3 servings of tomato and egg noodles with a poached egg. Tuya took a bite of the noodles with chopsticks, and her eyes widened as soon as she put them in her mouth. Wow! This noodle is delicious. She was really amazed. Wei Wufeng asked, Auntie, does breakfast suit your taste? Tuya's eyes sparkled as she praised it endlessly, delicious, delicious. So delicious. Slurp puff. Cough cough cough. It was so delicious that I ate it too fast and choked. Suddenly, a mouthful of broken noodles came out and I couldn't stop coughing. Wei Wufeng, who was sitting opposite, was hit in the face. Wei Wufeng was filled with questions. Chapter 13 Wei Wufeng, you have to pay more. It's another sunny day. Just like Hua Xianyan's mood. A red Angry Bull sports car was driving on the busy main road of Dupeng City. Inside the car. Phew. Hua Xianyan, who was young, beautiful, and looked like a fairy, suddenly smiled. The mature, elegant, and beautiful Tuya glared at her and said, You're still laughing. Hua Xianyan pursed her lips to stifle a smile and said, Oh, Mom, I really can't help it. When I think of the scene where my mother slapped my husband's face. She wanted to laugh and couldn't help it. Tuya smiled faintly, very charmingly, and said, You like to laugh, right? She quickly stretched out her hand and pinched Hua Xianyan's waist. He said fiercely, If you like to laugh, then I'll let you laugh as much as you want, laugh as much as you want. Ah. Giggle. G-A-G-A-G-A. No. Hua Xianyan's abnormal laughter and pleas for mercy were immediately heard in the car. In the blink of an eye, Hua Xianyan laughed so hard that tears came out. It was noisy for quite a while. Tu Yukai retracted the clause of punishment. Hua Xianyan was tortured so badly by her mother that she looked like she was about to break down. Tuya didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Rosy cheeks. Bright eyes. She is really charming and beautiful beyond words. But when she thought about what her daughter was about to face, Tuya sighed. Yan Yan, Mom can help you temporarily, but I can't help you forever. You've grown up, and now you have to face the ups and downs on your own. Jiuhu University. The left bank of Tsuizhu Lake. Inside Villa A09. Ah. Wei Wufeng sniffed and muttered, "Who is scolding me?"
He continued to clean up the messy, ransacked room.
Think of the school beauty. Wei Wufeng couldn't help but think of Tuya. Ding dong. Ding dong.
There was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw two strangers standing outside, a man and a woman. The man looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a white suit. Although he was not as handsome as Wei Wufeng, he was still considered handsome. He was smiling and looked very kind. But if you have sharp eyes, you will definitely be able to see the arrogance and conceit in his eyes and expression. The woman is very young, around 20 years old, but she is a beauty so stunning that she can make fish sink to the bottom of their chests, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. A white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with jeans is a simple yet stylish outfit. The long, straight black hair is a plus. Such a beautiful woman, Wei Wufeng couldn't help but look at her for a second longer.
Wei Wufeng asked, "You two are?" The young man in the white suit smiled faintly and said, "Hero Hua. Xianyan's second brother." "Hello, classmate Wei. I'm sorry to bother you by coming uninvited." Was Xianyan's brother? Could he be Tuya's son? But it doesn't look alike at all. The person who called himself Huotingxiong said, "Do you think Xianyan and I don't look alike?" "Oh, Xianyan and I are half-siblings with the same father." "Oh. I see. It's normal for a wealthy family. When I become rich." "Hey," Wei Wufeng said, "words are not enough. Do you have any evidence?" Huotingxiong smiled proudly. "In Dapeng City, no one dares to pretend to be a member of the Hua family." "Wow. So confident." Wei Wufeng really wanted to roll his eyes. He invited people into the house. After Huotingxiong sat down, he glanced at the beautiful woman who came with him and said, "Do you think she is beautiful?" Wei Wufeng was immediately filled with, "Take another look at that beauty." She said sincerely, "Beautiful, very beautiful." Although she is not as good as Hua Xianyan, well, comparing her with Hua Xianyan is a bit bullying. But she is indeed a rare beauty in the world. Not only is she very beautiful, she also has a great figure. There is also a cold temperament that seems to emanate from the bones, keeping people at a distance. It's simply a human-shaped ice cave. Hua Xianyan's coldness is just a disguise. Her coldness is real and tangible. The ice beauty, that's what she is. Huotingxiong smiled. She has B-level qualifications. I summoned the 9-star spirit beast with another main beast master earlier. Besides, the body is clean. There were more? S above Wei Wufeng's head. He couldn't help but look at the beauty again. The beautiful woman had no expression on her face. Huotingxiong said again, "Give me your account number. I will transfer you some money, 20 million. In fact, his family gave him 40 million. He took half of the kickbacks himself. Wei Wufeng said, "I don't understand." Huotingxiong said, "Of course, there is a small prerequisite: you have to terminate the contract with my sister." Ha! Wei Wufeng smiled. It's true. He blinked and said, "Xianyan and I established a soul contract. If you cancel the contract with me, she will be reduced to her original form." Huotingxiong's expression changed slightly. But then he smiled and said, "Then let's change it. You will never meet my sister again, but you cannot cancel the contract, and you cannot object to the contract between my sister and the Beastmaster. As long as the conditions are met, the Beastmaster can contract multiple collaborators. There is one exception. The two parties who establish a soul contract have absolute priority. If both parties object, the other party will not be able to contract a new master, a cooperative Beastmaster, or summon a new Beastmaster." Wei Wufeng said, "Hua Xianyan and I summoned the 9-star divine beast." Huotingxiong was about to have a good talk with Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng gritted his teeth and said, "You have to pay more." Huotingxiong. I was stunned for 2 seconds. He then said, "Tell me a number." Laugh. The little people are the little people. Wei Wufeng raised his index finger, one price, a small goal. If it works, it works. If not, forget it. Huotingxiong smiled. There was a hint of coldness in his smile. Hold on. He got up and went out to discuss things with his family. Wei Wufeng felt a look of contempt, disdain, and coldness. It's that beauty. He smiled at her. She looked away, her face still expressionless. 5 minutes later. Hua Xiong came back and said, "Give me the account number." Wei Wufeng wrote down his account number. Very quickly, 5 transfers were made into Wei Wufeng's account, each for 20 million yuan. A small deposit goal achieved. Hua Xiong said to the beautiful woman, Mu Jianying, "You will be his from now on." Mu Jianying nodded without saying a word. Hua Xiong left without even looking at Wei Wufeng. He returned to his car and dialed a number. Hua family. The master's study. A handsome and dignified middle-aged man hung up the phone. Then he looked at Hua Xianyan across from him and said, "Did you hear everything? Now, you should completely give up." Hua Xianyan. Her expression was cold and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. It took a few seconds before she spoke. "I'm going to go find him. I want to ask him in person why. I won't give up until I get to the bottom of it." Hua Haotian, Hua Xianyan's father, thought for a moment and said, "Aya, make another trip." Tuya sighed, "Okay." Chapter 14. Hua Xianyan, I want my husband. I don't want my family. You can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. Ba. I'm so blind, he actually ba. Yan, I'm going to teach him a lesson later to vent your anger. Ba. On the way back to Jiuhu University, Tuya turned into a shrew who cursed in the streets. Cursed all the way. I cursed all the way. Hua Xianyan didn't say a word the entire time. Tuya stepped on the gas pedal in her sports car, speeding along at lightning speed. Returned to Jiuhu University as quickly as possible. Tuya pressed the doorbell so hard that it broke. "Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I will." She really wanted to kick the door to pieces. Soon the door opened. Tuya was about to go all out in anger. Hua Xianyan had already pounced on Wei Wufeng and hugged him tightly. Seeing her daughter so infatuated, Tuya felt both distressed and angry. "Wei Wufeng, you really deserve to die." Seeing her daughter like this, she couldn't get angry and could only bear it for the time being. But she said viciously in her heart, "Today I will break your dog legs." Wei Wufeng hugged Hua Xianyan's slender waist and said with a smile, "Are you back?" Hua Xianyan said, "Well, hubby, I'm back. Did you miss me?" In fact, the two were separated for less than 3 hours in total. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "I do." Hua Xianyan said, "I miss you so much too. I think about you every second. This is really full of sugar." Tuya was full of questions. What is going on? Hua Xianyan first kissed Wei Wufeng on the face. Then he turned and looked at Tuya. "Mom, I'm sorry, I actually hid something from you. My husband and I already discussed it last night. If the Hua family can accept my husband and I will return to the Hua family together. All the unpleasantness in the past is in the past. After all, we are family, and I don't want to be vindictive. Otherwise, I will leave the Hua family." Tuya's face changed drastically. "What? Yan, you." She never expected such a development. Wei Wufeng put his arm around Hua Xianyan's waist, shrugged, and said with a smile, "It seems that I am very foresight." It took Tuya 3 seconds to digest the divine unfolding before her. To put it simply, Hua Xianyan and Wei Wufeng teamed up to screw the Hua family? Tuya asked speechlessly, "Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this?" A cold smile appeared on Hua Xianyan's beautiful face. "Mom, why don't you ask my so-called dad what the consequences will be if he completely breaks off relations with us? I can now summon 9-star beasts." Speaking of this, Hua Xianyan's face was full of pride. "If I openly break with the Hua family, the whole world will extend an olive branch to me. If someone digs deeper into my situation in the Hua family, what kind of public relations crisis will the Hua family face?" Tuya was silent. My daughter's words make a lot of sense. If she publicly breaks with the Hua family. For the Hua family, this is definitely a huge shock. But the truth is the truth. Reality is reality. Tuya sighed. "But Yan, you are still too weak now and can't withstand the strong wind and waves. Even if you can summon a divine beast, you still need a safe and stable environment to develop. Don't be impulsive. If you have any questions, you can discuss them with your father. We can discuss everything after we become stronger." Hua Xianyan shook her head. "I gave the Hua family a chance. I'm going back with you." But what did the Hua family do? Spending money. Giving women away. What's that? It's an insult to my husband. I'm furious.
I can tolerate insults to me, but insults to my husband are unacceptable. If I'm forced into a corner, I'll just change my surname to Wei. In ancient times, people took their husband's surname anyway.
Tuya was silent. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say?
Yen, you have really grown up.
Mom doesn't know whether I should be relieved or.
Huo Xianyan said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mom. Tuya patted her daughter's head and said, you did nothing wrong.
You don't have to say sorry.
Then, she looked at Wei Wufeng with complicated eyes. Classmate Wei, I'll leave Yin to you. I only have one request: you can't let her down.
Otherwise. Wei Wufeng interrupted her directly and said, Auntie, there is no otherwise. How could I possibly let her down?
Huo Xianyan said sweetly, Hubby, why are you still calling me Auntie? Tuya's heart trembled, her face turned red, and she glared at her daughter.
Have you got the marriage certificate? Have you had the wedding banquet? It's too early to change your mind now.
Tuya said goodbye in a hurry without even entering the door.
Huo Xianyan walked in and looked at Mu Jianying.
The coldness on Mu Jianying's face melted a little, and she said, Miss. Huo Xianyan happily hugged her and said, Sister Mu, we can be together forever from now on.
Wow!
This pair of stunning and cold beauties seem to have a very good relationship.
Mu Jianying's expression was complicated.
She had just heard the conversation at the door. I didn't expect that I had misunderstood Wei Wufeng.
Wei Wufeng asked, doesn't she need to go back to the Huo family? Mu Jianying said coldly, I am just an item that was sent out. What am I going back for?
Huo Xianyan held her hand.
Sister Mu, please don't say that. You are not an object here, you are a living person. Hubby, if Sister Mu doesn't want to, can you not force the contract on her? Okay?
Looking at Huo Xianyan's pleading eyes, Wei Wufeng was a little proud and complacent, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person.
Inside a red supercar,
Tuya called Hua Haotian's number and told him the details.
Hua family. The master's study. I hung up the phone. Hua Haotian smashed his phone to pieces, furious. Angry roars exploded in the study. Treason. Evil beast. Slut. I've raised you for 18 years.
You're worse than pigs and dogs. He cursed for an hour. Hua Haotian calmed down a little, then took out another cell phone and dialed Tuya's number. I don't care what method you use, bring that little bitch back to the Hua family. If I don't bring her back, then you won't come back either.
Look at what you gave birth to. Hello? Hello? Tuya, how dare you hang up on me? A crisp sound. Another broken phone. Jiuhu University. Building A09, Quizuyuan. Tuya knocked on the door. It was Mu Jianying who opened the door.
Tuya rushed in directly. I was kicked out of the Hua family and have nowhere to live. She sat down on the sofa and looked at her daughter and Wei Wufeng, who looked confused.
Is it okay with me living in the same room with you guys from now on? Ah.
Huo Xianyan let out a cry of surprise, flew over, and hugged her mother, extremely happy. Looking at the mother and daughter hugging each other, Wei Wufeng's heart was filled with ripples.
All of a sudden, I'm living under the same roof with 3 beautiful women? Besides, what does Hua Haotian think?
My daughter followed me, so he kicked his wife out of the house, and as a result, his wife also came here to settle down.
Really? I don't know how to complain. Chapter 15, Summoning 2 Divine Beasts in 3 days. If I don't brag, who will? Miss Mu, I'm coming in. Wei Wufeng walked in. Soul contract begin. Yes.
Wei Wufeng and Mu Jianying established a soul contract right from the start. The prerequisite, of course, is that Mu Jianying himself is willing. Otherwise, even a general contract cannot be established.
Oh right. Huo Xianyan also agreed. Both parties to a soul contract have absolute priority. She actually agreed? Yes, agreed. Because she really thinks about her husband wholeheartedly. Right now, the most important thing for my husband is to grow stronger quickly. Even if it's just one more beast, it would be great. If a miracle happens.
Sister Mu, like herself, summoned a god-level beast with her husband.
With 2 divine beasts protecting you, who does your husband have to fear?
As a mother, Tuya was helpless and speechless about her daughter's choice.
She has been through this. I really don't want my daughter to share the same main beast tamer with other auxiliary beast tamers. Yen, it's not too late for you to regret now. Tuya still wanted to make a final rescue. I prayed in my heart that the contract would fail. Normally speaking, with Wei Wufeng's current strength, he is unable to contract a second collaborator and summon two beasts. Hua Xianyan was stunned at first. Then he smiled. Mom, I sense that the contract has been completed. Tuya said, so fast? Hua Xianyan said, Mom, don't worry, I don't regret it. Tuya was even more speechless now. She could only sigh, you've grown up now, just figure it out for yourself. Tuya asked her daughter to have a good rest and left. This bamboo villa has 3 floors. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen, etc. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. There is only one master bedroom on the third floor. The 3 women divided the 3 rooms on the second floor. Mu Jianying's room is at the end of the corridor. To the left of Tuya's room is Hua Xianyan's room. Originally, Hua Xianyan and Wei Wufeng shared a room, but the rooms were rearranged tonight. On the right are the stairs leading up and down. Tuya pushed open the door and entered her room. Looking at the unfamiliar room, she muttered, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. At the same time, Wei Wufeng heard a joyful sound from the heavens, the notification sound of the Freebie System. Yay! This time, the system gave you talent upgrade points and skill upgrade points for free. A total of 10 talent upgrade points and 20 skill upgrade points. Generally speaking, to upgrade your beast taming talents and skills, you need to hunt monsters and absorb their vitality. And hunting monsters is not a casual thing. Different beast tamers need to hunt different monsters to upgrade their talents and skills. For example, upgrading the talents and skills of fire-type beast tamers, but hunting and absorbing the vitality of water-type monsters, is obviously messing around. Wei Wufeng now has talent upgrade points and skill upgrade points. Don't think about anything, just add some. Okay. The contract between Wei Wufeng and Mu Jianying has been successfully established. Normally, a beast master of his level could only contract with one cooperative beast master. But somehow, this time he successfully contracted Mu Jianying. Wei Wufeng couldn't wait to say, let's summon it together and see what kind of beast we can summon. Mu Jianying was frugal with words and said, okay. Call. The magic circle opened, and a chill burst out in the room in an instant. Then, what caught Wei Wufeng's eye was big balls of fluffy white hair. 2 ears standing tall. 2 long, drooping front teeth. Blood red as water. Anyone who sees it will exclaim, wow! What a cute bunny! Yes. What was summoned this time was a big white rabbit. Wei Wufeng immediately summoned the magic circle to check its properties. Beast Tamer, Guanhan Moon Rabbit Spirit. Vitality, 13,649. Beast Taming Divine Power, Moon Chill LV1, immune to all ice damage and continuously releases biting cold. Beast Taming Talent, Moon Essence LV1, when bathed in moonlight, power is increased by 30% and damage is reduced by 30%. Beast Taming Skills. Skill 1, Moon Shadow LV1, distorts the light and shadow of the moon, making it dreamlike. Skill 2, Moonlight LV1, condenses the essence of the moon to heal injuries. Skill 3, Moonfrost LV1, releases the frost of the moon to lower the temperature. Skill 4, Moontide LV1, control the moon's gravity and create waves. Ultimate skill, Moonfall LV1, creates a moon entity that falls from the sky. Ha! Ha ha ha! Divine Beast. Another divine beast. Wei Wufeng couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. Dioberg. Control 2 divine beasts within 3 days. If I don't brag, who will? Who is awesome? Just when Wei Wufeng was excited. Freebie System is also here to join in the fun. A set of Beast Taming Soul Suit Infinite Armor is given for free. It turned out to be the most difficult soul equipment to obtain in beast taming? Okay. Double happiness. Good things come in pairs. Absolutely awesome. After Mu Jianying checked the information about summoning the beast, he lost his composure and exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? Divine Beast. I actually summoned a divine beast together with Wei Wufeng?
Chapter 16, Qin Diaochan, a terrifying boss in her previous life, a night watchman of the beast-taming civilization.
Dream. It must be a dream. Mu Jianying was in a daze. The impact is really too great.
Ha, I didn't expect it to be another divine beast.
Wei Wufeng changed the subject. But I'll say it first if it's not nice. We are soul contract. If you terminate the contract, you will return to your original state.
Mu Jianying came back to his senses instantly. She said coldly, tools will not terminate the contract. Wei Wufeng stared at her, look into my eyes.
Mu Jianying did as he was told.
Wei Wufeng said, to me, you are not an object, nor a tool.
Understand?
Huo Xianyan had already told him about Mu Jianying's situation.
To put it simply,
she is the tool adopted and shaped by the Huo family since childhood.
Use it when you need it, and throw it away when you're done.
Mu Jianying can be considered a high-level toolman.
It can also summon 9-star spirit beasts. The body is clean again. Obviously it will be of great use.
In the end, Wei Wufeng got it for free.
But whether from an emotional or practical point of view, Wei Wufeng doesn't want to be a tool.
The relationship between the main Beastmaster and the auxiliary Beastmaster is close and delicate. If Mu Jianying didn't devote himself wholeheartedly and sincerely to himself,
even with a soul link, the Beastmaster cannot unleash the full power of the Beastmaster. Mu Jianying said, okay.
Wei Wufeng also knew that there was no time to rush, okay, go to bed early.
Mu Jianying nodded. But she didn't move. After hesitating for a moment, she said, if you want, I can stay.
Wei Wufeng looked at her.
She also looked at Wei Wufeng. As I watched, my face turned red. How can she look like an icy beauty at all? The next day, he originally wanted to go outside for morning exercise and run a few laps. You can see the bulge in the quilt next to it.
A thought immediately occurred to me, I can do morning exercises here too.
Why should I go outside? He started his morning aerobics. Downstairs. Tuya's room.
Tuya, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes.
Come again? It never ends, right? Can't you just let me sleep peacefully? So annoying. Unable to sleep, she could only pick up her phone and read a novel. Upstairs.
Wei Wufeng did a fierce morning exercise like a tiger, sweating all over and feeling refreshed.
After taking a shower, I started preparing breakfast. When it was time for dinner, Huo Xianyan went to knock on Tuya's door. Here it comes. When the door opened, Huo Xianyan was startled and asked in confusion, Mom, did you not sleep well? You look so haggard. Tuya smiled gracefully and said, I'm a little attached to my bed. You can't just tell the truth and say that you couldn't sleep because of the annoying noise upstairs, right? Huo Xianyan asked, do you want to go to the Huo family and move the bed over? Tuya shook her head. Why run back after being kicked out?
I, Tuya, am not that despicable.
Mr. Hua, go to hell. Now I have a daughter to rely on, I don't care about you anymore.
The mother and daughter came to the restaurant.
Huo Xianyan said, Mom, my husband made cheese sandwich bread today. Try it, it's delicious.
Tuya sat down and looked at the sandwich on the table in front of her. Rye bread, green vegetables, snow white fried eggs, and golden cheese.
This combination of ingredients. This color combination. Just looking at it whets your appetite.
Tuya grabbed a piece of sandwich, took a bite, and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Tasty.
Even the chewing speed increased.
Gurgle.
After swallowing it in one gulp, Tuya took another bite and praised it endlessly.
Aha!
Delicious, delicious.
Student Wei, this bread is the best I've ever tasted.
It's on par with what a professional chef makes. I have to say that my daughter is lucky to have found a man with such good skills.
So delicious. I eat with big mouthfuls and can't stop. Result. Puff. Cough, cough, cough.
As a result, because it was so delicious, she ate too fast and spat out the food in her mouth.
Wei Wufeng's face was covered with debris. He was speechless. Auntie, next time I won't dare sit face to face with you. It's too risky. Tuya's face instantly turned red like a branding iron. This is the second time.
She was extremely embarrassed herself.
After breakfast,
Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan went out and followed the navigation to the genius class, the new place of study.
Hua Xianyan was smiling all the way.
Of course, it was her mother who was laughing.
Wei Wufeng didn't react much. If she wants to laugh, let her laugh. It won't hurt us. Look, it's Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan. I heard they've been transferred to the genius class. I'm so envious.
I also heard that they were allocated a villa.
It's Yi Yunfeng's idea. He was poached by Jinghua University. The vacant villa was given to them.
Oh, if I had known, I would have pursued her a long time ago.
That way I could have changed my fate. Well, we'll see how long they can keep their complacency. You can hear all kinds of gossip along the way. But Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan didn't care.
The classroom of the genius class is located on the island in the middle of Qianlong Lake, the largest lake on campus.
The two took a boat to the island.
The driver was an old man, plain-looking, just an ordinary guy.
After reaching the island, the two of them walked along the way to the classroom.
The principal was actually already waiting at the classroom door.
Wrong.
She just looks like the principal, but is younger than the principal.
Wei Wufeng already knew who it was. Qin Daochan.
A very beautiful, but also a very dangerous person.
How dangerous is it?
In her previous life, the beast-taming civilization was almost ended by her.
Known as the Night Watchman of beast-controlling civilization.
At this moment, the terrible boss in the previous life had a friendly and sweet face.
My two classmates, welcome to the genius class. I'm not the head teacher of the genius class, I'm just a counselor.
But if you encounter any problems in the genius class or have any needs, you can come to me first.
Wei Wufeng's heart moved. Aha! Any needs? Chapter 17 Wei Wufeng, I have the final say in this genius class from now on. Teacher Qin, this is what you said.
I've heard that you, Mr. Qin, are an expert in beast-taming theory, but I'll come to you for advice and help in solving my doubts in the future.
Please teach me and don't think I'm annoying. In a moment.
Wei Wufeng had already figured out how to use this big boss from his previous life.
How to use it? Of course, it's theoretical research.
Qin Daochan is an unrivaled genius in the field of beast-taming theory. It is no exaggeration to say that she will be the best in the history of beast-taming theory in the future.
Well, specifically referring to her in the future.
Now she is only a little famous in the theoretical community and has just begun to emerge.
But
after her main beast master cheated on her and betrayed her,
Qin Daochan's life trajectory was completely changed after she suffered a mental blow. Since then, her theoretical research direction is one and only one: to completely liberate women. What does it mean?
Allowing female assistant beastmasters to break away from the main beastmaster and summon beasts independently.
Once this research project is successful,
the entire beast-taming civilization will collapse. Male beastmasters, or main beastmasters, will no longer be necessary. After nearly 50 years of research, she was almost there.
Wei Wufeng knew all this. What he didn't know was, in fact, Qin Daochan succeeded.
But she broke a taboo and was strangled to death by the powerful people of the Beast Tamer Association.
The person died, and the research results were not disseminated. With such an invincible genius right in front of us, it would be a shameful waste not to use him. This woman. He's determined. Qin Daochan smiled slightly, very charming.
I don't dare to call myself a master, I just have a few small insights.
I'm so happy that you came to see me, how could I be annoyed? Don't treat me like a teacher.
Let's communicate like friends, learn from each other and make progress together.
That's strange. Why do Wei Wufeng's words and eyes feel a little weird? I must be overthinking it.
Qin Daochan thought silently in her heart.
She brought Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan into the classroom. As soon as you enter the classroom, Wei and Hua felt that all eyes were focused on them. There is doubt. There is disdain. There is pride. There is cold silence. Even more, hostile. Yo! A voice suddenly rang out. Look who's here. The school beauty with a divine beast and her beast master.
Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Let's all stand up and applaud to welcome you.
Bang bang bang. Applause broke out.
At the same time, a tall and handsome young man stood up. Standing up with him was a white, plump woman with a round face. She was obviously the Beastmaster who worked with the tall and handsome young man.
Then,
the whole classroom was filled with their applause. There was only applause from the two of them.
Hey, hey!
The tall and handsome young man shouted.
Clap! Why aren't you clapping? Are you not welcoming the school beauty and her main Beastmaster? Aren't you afraid that they'll get angry and turn into divine beasts and roast you in fire? Another fair-skinned, feminine and handsome young man quickly applauded, clapping and making sounds at the same time. Oh, that's horrible to think about.
I'm timid, so let's just applaud welcome, welcome.
A warm welcome.
With the addition of the divine beast, our genius class is truly a genius class. He clapped his hands, and his companion Beastmaster, a normal-looking girl with a round face like a ball, also clapped his hands. With him and his allied Beastmasters joining in, the applause became even louder.
Shee!
There was a pretty girl with a ponytail who didn't hide the disdain on her face at all. That disdainful chi was very loud. She clasped her arms across her chest, holding up her exaggeratedly large ambition, and crossed her legs, which were shaking.
This girl is dressed very richly and generously.
A black mole the size of a sesame seed is very eye-catching. Her desk mate was a young man who looked very upset, with his back hunched and shoulders hunched, and his head lowered and brows drooped.
Wow!
This combination is the queen and her dog. There are very few students in the genius class, only 9 pairs, 18 people.
That's normal. What a genius!
The so-called geniuses are definitely a minority among the minority.
Among them, only 2 pairs looked normal.
The other 7 pairs all expressed their dislike for Wei and Hua. It seems that in their opinion, Wei and Hua are not qualified to join the genius class at all.
Qin Diaochan's face turned pale.
She said, Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, you.
She could understand and even accept the genius's unruly nature.
But if someone doesn't even have the most basic manners and is looking for trouble, she has to step in.
Wei Wufeng rushed to the podium first. He was smiling broadly, looking friendly. Then, shit, you guys. Unhappy, huh? Feeling emotional, huh? Let's go to the Colosseum and show it off. Let's not pretend, let's show our true colors. Whoever wins is the brother, whoever triumphs is the master. You're all so sarcastic and nagging, aren't you all still breastfeeding?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Qin Diaochan also looked helpless and had the urge to touch her forehead.
Li Mufeng raised his head and looked at Wei Wufeng through his nose. Wow, a Beastmaster with a divine beast is awesome. So arrogant. So domineering. So arrogant. It's just. Kunzi, don't you think anyone really thinks they can do whatever they want with a divine beast?
The feminine and handsome Ji Shukuan smiled, hee, but said nothing. Wei Wufeng spread his hands.
I originally wanted to get along well with my new classmates. Now I change my mind. He coughed and cleared his throat. No more pretending. I'm going to reveal my cards. Look at me. I have an announcement. I have the final say in this genius class from now on. I've finished speaking. Who's in favor and who's against? Bang. I object.
The extremely wealthy, generous, and ambitious girl immediately slammed the table to express her opinion.
The reaction force sent waves of shock through her body. I, Xiong Juju, have the final say here. You're new here and you want to be the boss. Who the hell do you think you are? Divine beasts? Humph, believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that even your own mother won't recognize you. Wei Wufeng asked, really? I don't believe it. Xiong Juju was so angry.
She jumped up directly, causing 2 huge waves. He rolled up his sleeves again, revealing 2 arms as delicate as jade-carved lotus roots.
Go, go, go. Let's go to the arena and have a fight. Today, I will give you a good beating. Wei Wufeng shrugged and said, all right. You want to fight, right? I'll fight you. Xiong Juju. Another big celebrity.
In her previous life as Holy Beast list, she ranked 10th just behind Hua Xianyan.
The two of them are known as the Water and Fire Twins. It's the pride next to the character, rather than the Jiao next to the character. Obviously, people all agree that they are the chosen ones of heaven. Hua Xianyan has already taken care of it. If I could get another person on the Holy Beast list. What a beautiful thing. Chapter 18 Shui Yiling, Wei, I want to establish a servant contract with you. Going to the Colosseum to fight is a very domineering move.
A voice speaking very quickly sounded.
When the sound arrives, people arrive too.
A figure walked into the classroom hurriedly.
It's Xiong Tai Tai.
She is the head teacher of this class. He is also the teacher of the combat course.
She was slovenly and completely unkempt. Still wearing flip-flops?
He had a cigarette in his mouth and his hair was a mess.
There's even solidified eye mucus in the corners of my eyes.
She hadn't even washed her face, so it would be a bit false to talk about how beautiful she was. But even so, it is certain that her facial features are very delicate. In addition to her exquisite facial features, she also has a great figure.
Height. Long legs. And big.
Xiong Tai came between Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan, stretched out his arms, and put his arm around each of their shoulders. As soon as they exerted force, Wei and Hua got close to her.
Call. Xiong Tai exhaled a puff of thick smoke. If you want to play, play for real, the kind that plays for your life. What are you going to the Colosseum for? To be a circus monkey and entertain people?
The true meaning of beastmanship is a life or death struggle, a battle that determines both superiority and death.
Two new students, this is your first lesson with teacher Xiong. Remember? Hua Xianyan said, I'll remember that, teacher Xiong. Feeling the softness of the large area on my arm, I couldn't help but feel envious. Mine isn't small either. But
first, a classmate surpassed her. Then he was crushed by a bigger teacher.
Well. Depressed. Sister, if I kill them, there won't be any trouble, right? Xiong Juju was being lazy. That's a divine beast. If it died, how many people would be heartbroken? Big sister? Sister?
Wei Wufeng muttered to himself, they have the same characteristics. I can tell she's my biological sister at first glance.
Are this family's genes so strong?
But for this teacher Xiongde,
Wei Wufeng didn't have any impression of it.
I had never seen her in my previous life, and I had no idea what her future would be like. Xiong Tai shrugged, holding a cigarette in his mouth.
Just this one action caused ripples. Who knows? Anyway, if you were killed by him, I would definitely not bother him.
Xiong Juju said, Sister, you are really my sister.
The date for the joint pioneering operation has been set. It's in 10 days. Xiong Tai took out his cigarette and put it out in the ashtray. Leaving the human territory and entering the wild beast territory, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xiong Juju smiled proudly.
Li Mufeng smiled coldly. Ji Shukuan smiled faintly. The others also stared at Wei and Hua with hostility.
It's not hard to imagine that Wei, Hua, and their new classmates will definitely get along very happily. Xiong Tai looked at Qin Daochan and said, Why are you still here? Go away, I have to go to class. Don't get in the way. Qin Daochan didn't care about Xiong Tai's rude expulsion.
She nodded to Wei and Hua, made a gesture of call if you have anything, and left the classroom.
Good. Class begins. Today we are going to talk about. Listening to Xiong Tai's voice, Qin Daochan left the classroom.
After walking a little further away, she called her sister Qin Zhaojun. After she finished describing what had just happened, she looked worried.
It seems that a fight between them is inevitable. Alas, young people are full of energy.
They start shouting and killing at the slightest disagreement.
Principal's office.
Qin Zhaojun listened to his sister's words and smiled elegantly. It's good to be young and energetic.
If you're not energetic, are you still young?
After a few more simple words, she hung up the phone.
Then he looked at the person opposite him and asked, Old classmate, where were we just now? Opposite. A handsome uncle showed a charming smile. Excuse me, Taro Kuan. With the faculty and resources of Johou University, it is impossible to train a divine beast.
Letting her stay here will only ruin her future.
You can't be so selfish. Qin Zhaojun had a calm expression and a dim gaze. Yonan, you're making it very difficult for me.
Yi Yinfeng has already been poached by your Jinghua, and now you want to poach Hua Xianyan.
You guys from Jinghua are trying to rip me off from Johou. How about this? Why don't you just merge the 9 lakes? This way you don't have to come to me again and again. Zhang Yonan looked embarrassed and a little ashamed. This is indeed not a decent thing to do. But so what? The law of the jungle is the iron law. As for letting Tsinghua University merge with Zhouhu University? Oh. Zhouhu University is not qualified enough. Qin Zhaojun asked, so, this time you only want to poach with Xianyan and not Wei Wufeng? Zhang Younan said, he is not qualified yet. This is exactly what Qin Zhaojun wanted. Do you know why Xianyan was able to transform from a crippled beast into a divine beast? Because of Wei Wufeng's talent. His talent has a very small chance of summoning a high-level beast. Zhang Younan shook his head and said, I don't believe it. This is too outrageous. There's a third person in the office. A pure and lovely beautiful girl. Her pure, lovely, round and smooth face was full of gloom. In terms of appearance, she is definitely top-notch. And it's still a standard childlike giant. But the gloomy and depressed look on her face reduced her charm. She had her head lowered. But after hearing Qin Zhaojun's words, he raised his head, his eyes flickering. I don't know what he is thinking. Zhang Younan spoke a few more words to Qin Zhaojun and then left. Next, he will contact Hua Xianyan directly and recruit her to Tsinghua University. Humph. Qin Zhaojun sneered disdainfully. Then he looked at the pure and beautiful girl. Yuling, have you thought it through? Do you really want to drop out of school? This Shui Yuling is Yi Yunfeng's former beastmaster. Yi Yunfeng went to Tsinghua University and terminated his contract with her. Originally, Qin Zhaojun wanted to introduce Shui Yuling to Wei Wufeng. Both of them were abandoned, so they should be a good match. However, after Wei Wufeng got the divine beast, Principal Qin never mentioned it again. Shui Yuling pursed her lips and asked, Principal, can Wei Wufeng's talent really increase the level of the summoned beast? Qin Zhaojun said, When Shui Yuling heard this, her eyes stopped flickering and were replaced by a look of determination. Qin Zhaojun saw all of this and thought to himself, let me see what you will do. She obviously has something planned. A miracle has already happened once. I don't know if it can happen again. The day passed quickly. Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan left the island in the middle of the lake by boat. Just a few steps away from the pier. A petite but plump figure blocked Wei Wufeng's way. Shui Yuling looked at Wei Wufeng in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said, Student Wei, I want to sign a servant contract with you. After saying that, she knelt down. Please. Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Chapter 19, Tuya, want Wei Wufeng to become stronger quickly? I'll be his collaborator. Building A09, Quizuyuan. So? Wei Wufeng listened patiently to Shui Yuling's description. You want to avenge Yi Yunfeng for abandoning you? Shui Yuling's experience is exactly the same as mine. Yi Yunfeng, huh? This person will be very famous in the future. In this era, which was later praised by future generations as the golden age of humankind's shining stars, Yi Yunfeng is one of the shining stars. In the future, he, like Wei Wufeng now, will be able to summon god-level beasts with his partner, the Beastmaster. In addition, his beast-taming talent is SSS level. But what it is specifically is kept secret from the general public. In his previous life, Wei Wufeng's level was too low. All he knew was what was reported officially. As for Shui Yuling, she has no memory of him at all. Obviously. After being abandoned, she became just like her previous self, becoming an ordinary person. Shui Yuling's eyes flashed with fire and hatred. Yes. So, please. She looked at Wei Wufeng with a pleading look on her face. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, this girl is really cruel. He even sold himself out for revenge. You know. Once the servant contract is established, her life and death will be in her own hands. The key is, if the master refuses, there is no way for a servant to terminate the contract unilaterally. And also, servant contract was very popular in the old feudal era. But now is a new era. Talk about civilization, human rights, equality. To sign a servant contract, you must go to the Beast Tamer Association and sign the contract under the auspices of the teacher. Wei Wufeng asked, let me ask you something. What is Yi Yunfeng's talent? Shui Yuling sold Yi Yunfeng without thinking. It's the SSS class Vidra Indestructible.
Master, Assistant Beastmaster, and Beastmaster are immune to all damage.
Physical, energetic, and spiritual. Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Doesn't that mean he can't be killed?" Shui Yuling shook her head. No, Vajra Indestructible has a time limit. Currently, it lasts for 3 minutes. But as his strength grows, the time limit will also be extended. Wei Wufeng nodded. 3 minutes? Is it short? Not short. Never mind 3 minutes. Just 3 seconds. They can play an immeasurable role at critical moments. So,
Wei Wufeng stared at Shui Yuling.
What is it about you that makes me excited? Even if you want to be my servant, I won't refuse anyone. Shui Yuling took a breath. Work together with me and you can summon the 2-star King Beast, Meteor Pegasus. During combat, I can use skills like acceleration and collision. When not in combat, I can serve as a transportation mount. And, I'm still clean. Not to mention Wei Wufeng, even Hua Xianyan didn't believe it. You are so beautiful and so big. Yi Yunfeng actually didn't he eat her? Since you want to be my husband's servant, then tell the truth. Shui Yuling's face flushed. I'm telling the truth. Yi Yunfeng, he can't. I went to the doctor with him. Later I secretly asked the doctor, and he said it might be because he did it too much and it was useless. Wow. Wei Wufeng smiled. He believed it. There is absolutely no need for Shui Yuling to lie. Once she becomes his servant, he will be able to sense it immediately if she lies. I didn't expect that. Yi Yunfeng, who possesses the SSS level talent Vajra Indestructible, is actually a weakling. Wei Wufeng asked, one last question, why do you hate him so much? You're even willing to become his servant just to get revenge. Shui Yuling gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with deep hatred. I don't even dislike him. He actually betrayed me and abandoned me. He could have taken me to Jinghua University, but he terminated the contract with me. I can't swallow this anger. What happened these days has become a laughingstock. It further deepened her hatred for Yi Yunfeng. It can be said that the deeper the love was in the past, the stronger the hatred is now. Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan looked at each other. Hua Xianyan smiled and said, "Hubby, I'll listen to you. She has a big heart. If Mu Jianying can be accommodated, will there be any problem in accommodating Shui Yuling? In short, everything revolves around my husband." Her husband not only saved her life, but also saved her destiny. Her husband is her heaven. Shui Yuling immediately cast a grateful look towards Hua Xianyan. Wei Wufeng looked at Shui Yuling and said, "Don't regret it." Plop. Shui Yuling knelt again, bowed her head and raised her buttocks. Master, I will never regret it. Wei Wufeng said, tomorrow we will go to the Beastmaster Association to sign a fair contract. You can regret it before then. Shui Yuling said again, Master, I will never regret it. Wei Wufeng looked at the time and went to cook. Fresh ingredients have been delivered. He doesn't have to worry about anything in life. The school will arrange everything for him. Hua Xianyan kept Shui Yuling. Shui Yuling never thought that she could live in this villa. Before, she lived here with Yi Yunfeng. Although the two of them sleep in separate rooms. But in her eyes this is still her sweet home of love. But everything has changed now. Things have changed and people have changed. This place has become a sad place. Recalling the sweet times before, Shui Yuling gritted her teeth secretly. I must take revenge. Yi Yunfeng. I will make you regret it at any cost. A little after 6. Tuya and Mu Jianying are back. A lot of big and small bags. These are obviously the spoils of their day's shopping spree. Tuya spent more than 50 million from the guy surnamed Huahuahoutian today. I let out a little bit of anger. I was quite happy at first. As soon as he got home and saw Shui Yuling, a petite and beautiful girl with a baby face and great ambition, he immediately became unhappy after learning the details. There was even an inexplicable emotion in my heart. Another one. One more a day, right? I'm going to move Tara Cohen to a bigger house tomorrow. Of course, Hua Xianyan sided with her husband. My husband must become stronger quickly. One more beast tamer means one more point of strength. She lowered her voice. Now Sister Mu can also summon divine beasts. If another divine beast comes, it is no secret in this small family that Mu Jianying can summon divine beasts. Tuya's face became even more unhappy. Snort! What's so difficult about wanting him to become stronger quickly? Why don't I just become his co-beast tamer? I can summon immortal beasts, ah!
Suddenly I realized that I had said something super explosive.
Tuya's face suddenly turned red. It looks like it's about to come out of steam. She really wanted to slap herself in the face. You're such a bad mouth. You deserve a beating. Let you speak without thinking. I was just kidding. Well, let me put my things back in the house first. Mom bought you some clothes. Come down to my room and try them on.
After saying that, he hurried upstairs. Hua Xianyan looked at her back, her eyes flickering, not knowing what she was thinking. Soon, 4 dishes and 1 soup that were delicious and tasty were served on the table.
Let us eat. Wei Wufeng looked at Tuya, who was eating with her head down, and asked, Auntie, why are you eating with your head down? You might choke easily. Tuya lowered her head and said with an inexplicable resentment, I'm afraid of getting it on your face again, cough. Cough, cough.
The flying rice and vegetables stuck to Wei Wufeng's face again and again.
Chapter 20, Shu Wei Yuling is completely reconciled. Lian Mengli completely regrets it. The next day, after daily morning exercise, Wei Wufeng went into the kitchen to make breakfast. Shu Wei Yuling also gets up early.
She originally wanted to prepare breakfast for everyone, but was stopped by Wei Wufeng.
He loves to cook for himself. The food you cook yourself is most to your taste and you can eat it with peace of mind. He only lets Shu Wei Yuling help. It's 7 o'clock.
A rich and varied breakfast was placed on the table.
As soon as Hua Xianyan sat down, she said, Mom told us to eat first, no need to wait for her. Wei Wufeng asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hua Xianyan glanced at Wei Wufeng.
I thought to myself, I can't just tell you directly.
Mom might get it on your face by accident, right? She said, No. She just needs to put on some makeup. She has an appointment with the principal. Wei Wufeng nodded and said, I'm glad you're not feeling unwell. Let's eat then. After breakfast,
Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, and Shu Wei Yuling went out.
Mu Jianying stayed at home. Tuya walked out of the room only after hearing Mu Jianying say that Wei Wufeng and the others had left. Looking at the breakfast left for her on the table, she breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, Now I won't get it all over my face again. Ah. It's so embarrassing. Once, twice, 3 times. That's enough. She even thought, why don't I move out and find a place to live nearby? But she rejected this idea the next second. No. If I leave, Yan Yan will be alone and helpless. I must stay here to support Yan Yan. How does the old saying go? Brothers fight tigers together, and fathers and sons fight together in battle. The same goes for them. The other side. A fork in the road. Wei Wufeng, Shu Wei Yuling, and Hua Xianyan separated.
Hua Xianyan had to go to class, and she also had to ask for leave for Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng is going to take Shu Wei Yuling to the Beastmaster Association Dapeng branch to sign a servant contract.
Look, it's Wei Wufeng. He's really handsome. Even more handsome in person than in the video. Shall we go get an autograph? He's going to be a huge celebrity someday. Why later? Now is the time. Ha! The person next to him isn't Hua Xianyan. It's Shu Wei Yuling. Why is she walking with Wei Wufeng? After being abandoned by Yi Yunfeng, I thought she was too embarrassed to stay in school anymore. Is she hooking up with Wei Wufeng? TSK, how shameless. Nowadays, Wei Wufeng attracts attention and heated discussions wherever he goes. Normal. This is the treatment a divine beast tamer deserves. It is actually very abnormal that no one pays attention to it and no one talks about it.
Shu Wei Yuling's face turned red as she listened to the unfriendly discussions along the way.
In the eyes of others,
as a cooperative beastmaster abandoned by Yi Yunfeng, it is impossible for her to walk with the divine beast tamer. Since she was walking beside Wei Wufeng, something unspeakable and unbelievable must have happened for sure. She was a bit sensitive. After listening to the gossip along the way, you can imagine how he felt inside. Wei Wufeng noticed her abnormality and took her hand.
He comforted her, "It's okay. Let others talk, it won't hurt you." Feeling the warmth and strength of Wei Wufeng's hand,
Listen to his gentle, soothing words.
Shu Wei Yuling's irritated and angry heart immediately calmed down. She nodded vigorously and said, "Yeah." At this moment, the last bit of resentment in her heart disappeared without a trace. Tell the truth. She wasn't 100% willing to become Wei Wufeng's servant. That's normal. If a good person doesn't want to be a servant, who would be willing to be a servant? But she wants revenge. She has no choice.
But now Wei Wufeng's gentle care for her dispelled her inner reluctance.
At this moment, she was completely willing. Are you willing to do this? Right. Otherwise, why would there be the term take advantage of the opportunity?
When a woman is at her most helpless and vulnerable, a little care can easily help her get ahead.
You're not to mention.
Wei Wufeng took Shu Wei Yuling's hand, and there was no more gossip after that.
Holding hands means declaring sovereignty. At this time, Wei Wufeng was in the limelight. Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't say something about him to his face. Let's talk about it behind his back. Someone took out his phone and started typing to send a message to the group. Come and eat the new melon.
Divine Beast Tamer Wei Wufeng is holding hands with Shu Wei Yuling, who was abandoned by Yi Yunfeng.
Some people even made outrageous remarks. Divine Beast Tamer Wei Wufeng is holding hands with someone else.
He seems to be experiencing relationship issues with his collaborator Huo Xianyan. When these gossips reached Huo Xianyan's ears,
she sneered disdainfully.
Then he posted a circle of friends, adding a close-up photo of himself and Wei Wufeng.
And the text reads, "Some people are so boring. I like it. Is it your business? Mind your own business." This word spread.
Many excited boys immediately became dispirited. He thought Huo Xianyan and Wei Wufeng were having a conflict, and that his chance to poach her had come.
Result. Alas, it was all for nothing. So what is Wei Wufeng's basis? The most beautiful girl in the school. God-level collaborator, Beast Master. Why can he tolerate his contracted Beast Master holding hands with other girls? Some people are dispirited.
But there are always a few arrogant, self-righteous people who don't give up.
Action. Take action. There is no corner that cannot be dug, only a hole that is not hard enough. Where is Wei Wufeng? When I walked to the school gate, I happened to meet Lian Mengli, who was carrying breakfast. To be honest, if they hadn't met, Wei Wufeng would have almost forgotten her.
After all, to him, a reborn being, Lian Mengli was already a person from 100 years ago.
What's more, he has been so happy these days. There is no time to think about unhappy people and things.
When Lian Mengli saw Wei Wufeng, she was so shocked that she dropped the breakfast in her hand. She was used to the delicious meals made by Wei Wufeng, and she couldn't eat the food in the school cafeteria at all. I can only spend more money to buy food outside the school and can barely finish it. Just when she was confused and wondering how to greet Wei Wufeng, Wei Wufeng seemed to have not seen her at all. He walked past her holding Shu Wei Yuling's hand.
Lian Mengli stood there blankly. Was I ignored by him? I was ignored by him? No. Impossible. 2.5 years of close relationship. Don't you have any feelings for the past? I don't believe it. He's deliberately not looking at me.
This proves that he still has me in his heart.
Yes. It must be like this, it must be.
Lian Mengli has had a bad time these past 2 days.
Sun Longfei didn't look for her.
She had a complete falling out with her 3 roommates and even became enemies.
In a fierce quarrel, Lu Renjie directly exposed himself. Yes, we deliberately broke you up, so what? If you are unhappy, bite me. Xiao Bingyi added, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stupid. Now you know what is showing off your affection leads to a quick death, right?
Long Taoxin's words were the harshest. Humph, transfer to another school and get out.
You won't be able to contract a beast tamer at Jiuhu University. The circle of Jiuhu University is so small. Once others heard that Lian Mengli had abandoned Wei Wufeng, who would still sign a contract with her. To be honest, if there were no law, Lian Mengli would really want to kill them. Right now.
Lian Mengli felt an impulse and drive in her heart.
I must win him back. I must get back together with him. She regrets it so much now. But turn around.
I saw that Wei Wufeng was surrounded by reporters, self-media, and internet celebrities who were trying to get traffic.
Even in broad daylight. Amidst the flashes of Kakakaka, Wei Wufeng also became the brightest and most dazzling star. Chapter 21 Tuya, Poof. Mr. Wei, I'm a reporter for New Shocking. What does it feel like to control a divine beast?
Wei Wufeng, as far as I know, was originally incapable of becoming a cooperative beastmaster.
Why did she suddenly summon a divine beast with you?
Hello, Mr. Wei, I am the deputy manager of New Western Selection. We sincerely invite you to come to our company to live broadcast and sell products. Mr. Wei, we at Turbulent News would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you.
When do you think is a good time? Hello, Wei Sang. I am the vice president of Dongare Island University.
I sincerely invite you to study abroad at our school. We have 30,000 collaborators at your disposal.
Student Wei Wufeng, the person next to you doesn't seem to be Hua Xianyan. May I ask who she is? What is your relationship?
In his past and present lives, this was the first time that Wei Wufeng was besieged like this.
But it has to be said.
It's not a bad feeling to be the center of attention.
Facing what seemed like the whole world's attention for the first time.
He restrained himself from laughing triumphantly.
How to respond? There are too many people. There are so many fucking problems.
I can't even put it into words when I open my mouth.
Then he simply doesn't respond. Excuse me. Excuse me for borrowing it. There's nothing much to say. Please make way. Thank you. Fortunately.
At this time, the security of Jiuhu University was dispatched.
They have received an order from the principal's office. Make sure Wei Wufeng's trip is smooth and safe.
They even thoughtfully arranged a car for us.
Under security escort.
Wei and Shu Wei escaped from the encirclement and got into a black car.
This scene was seen by a group of people across the street.
Which group? Li Muyun, the guy who was burned to death after fighting with Wei Wufeng's beast. Li Muyun's brother, they have the same father as him but different mothers, but they have a very good relationship. Ji Shuku and he and Li Mufeng are so close that they are like the same old buddies.
And their respective supporting beast masters.
Pooh. Li Muyun spat on the ground and said harshly, the villain is getting ahead.
Lost money. Lost face. Suffered. I also got scolded by my family. Li Muyun wished he could cut Wei Wufeng into pieces. Then he looked at Li Mufeng and said, brother, you must avenge me.
Li Mufeng said coldly, hey, and said, don't worry, let him be proud for a few more days.
My younger brother is being bullied, how can I not stand up for him? What happened to the mythical beast?
He is not afraid. Ji Shukuan said, humph, wait until we get to the savage beast territory and see how he dies. In fact, he had no hatred or grudge against Wei Wufeng.
But he just didn't like Wei Wufeng.
Making young Master Koan unhappy is the reason why Wei Wufeng deserves to die, and it is the way to his death.
Divine Beast Tamer? He deserves it. Obviously. Young Master Koan would never admit that he envied Wei Wufeng. A mere Wei Wufeng was not worthy of being envied or jealous by Master Koan. Special car pickup.
This was the first time Wei Wufeng had enjoyed such treatment.
Fresh.
The driver was the deputy captain of the school security team, Liang Jinping, also known as the Black-Faced Evil King. Sitting in the passenger seat was his co-beast master, Zhu Chanshan. The beast they summoned was the King Beast Black-Faced Golden Ape.
At this time,
this black-faced evil king, who is notorious in the school, actually has a kind and friendly look and is very caring.
Wei Wufeng also received a call from the principal's secretary Zhang Ruyu. Zhang Ruyu told him that he was now a headline-grabbing figure nationwide.
It's okay at school because we have a security team and the disturbances outside can't get in. But once you leave school, the situation is out of control. Zhang Ruyu also said that if Wei Wufeng wants to go out next time, he can let her know and she will arrange everything.
Wei Wufeng hung up the phone. He smiled and said to Shu Wei Yuling, this is the trouble of being a celebrity.
Shu Wei Yuling said, because you are a divine beast tamer. There are only 22 people like you in this country, out of 2.1 billion people.
22? Recalling past lives and the future. He couldn't help but sigh. That's really all there is now.
But it won TB long before, not only in China, but also around the world, more and more fairy beasts, divine beasts, and even holy beasts will emerge. It's just the Dragon Kingdom. The number of divine beasts exceeded 300. He remembered it very clearly, a full 315.
Not counting the holy beasts. Otherwise, how can this era be called the golden age of humankind's shining stars? I now have 2 divine beasts.
Wei Wufeng was in high spirits.
On the stage of this golden age, there must be a place for me, Wei Wufeng. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling came to the Beastmaster Association Dapeng branch. He can now scan his face. The staff of the Dapeng branch recognized him and immediately gave him a warm welcome. Upon learning that Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling had come to sign a servant contract, the staff took them to the special office.
The office has 3 rooms. Psychological room. Contract room. Lounge.
Wei Wufeng was waiting in the lounge.
Shu Wei Yiling enters the psychology room.
The psychologist will provide her with some psychological counseling. Simply put, it's about asking her why she is so depressed and willing to be a slave to others, etc.
And persuade her from a professional perspective.
Shu Wei Yiling's attitude is firm and will not change. He successfully passed the psychological assessment.
At last.
In the contract room, under the witness of Teach, Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling established a servant contract. In fact, the contract can be signed without the Beastmaster Guild. The problem is that once the Beastmaster Guild finds out that it's not notarized, it will be a capital crime.
After the contract is established,
Shu Wei Yiling knelt down and prostrated herself, calling Master. Wei Wufeng helped her up. He could feel a unique connection between him and Shu Wei Yiling.
How to describe this feeling?
Shu Wei Yiling seemed like an ant in the palm of his hand. If he wanted to, he could easily crush her to death, and she would have no power to resist.
This servant contract is so overbearing. After, the vice president of the Dapeng branch personally invited Wei Wufeng to his office for tea. Wei Wufeng did not refuse and chatted while drinking tea. But the tea, it's really not good.
They also said that it was brewed by an 8th grade tea master.
Is this the level of an 8th grade tea master? We didn't talk about anything.
The vice president sighed that heroes emerge from young people and encouraged him to cultivate well and contribute to humanity in the future, and then ended the meeting.
Left the Dapeng branch. Wei Wufeng took Shu Wei Yiling to the largest shopping mall in Dapeng City, the Vantian Shopping Mall, for shopping. If you have money, of course you have to spend it. In order to avoid trouble, he wore a mask. Why not use the Thousand Faces movie Emperor mask? No need. After a lot of hard work, the results were fruitful. It was already 1 o'clock at this time. Wei Wufeng didn't want to go back to cook, so he found a restaurant in the mall that catered to Beastmasters. Unexpectedly, while looking for a seat, I heard a familiar voice. I say, smoldering girl, Wei Wufeng is so handsome, don't you have any bold ideas at all, huh? Ha? This is the voice of Principal Qin. But why is the tone so joking and playful? Wei Wufeng's heart moved, and he wanted to go over and say hello. When I got closer, I actually saw Tuya. Tuya said, if I say there is no such thing, you will definitely not believe me. In fact, At this point, she saw Wei Wufeng and immediately exclaimed poof. Chapter 22, One More Divine Beast. We have 3 divine beasts. Best friend. It's a very magical and special combination. As long as I'm with my bestie, you can do anything that you can't do. Everything that can and cannot be said can be said. Just like now. Qin Zhaojun directly made fun of Wei Wufeng and Tuya. She was not unaware of the close relationship between Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan. Or rather, it is precisely because I know the relationship between Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan that I say this. Why? So exciting. Qin Zhaojun is quite familiar with Tuya's personality, preferences, etc. Don't be fooled by her elegant appearance, she is actually a bit reserved. I especially like handsome guys. I've read too many messy novels, and my head is full of messy thoughts. But she never expected it. Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear Wei Wufeng is here. She never expected it. Tuya reacted greatly when she saw Wei Wufeng and she burst out laughing. A large amount of food debris splashed out. Most of it sprayed onto Qin Zhaojun's face. A small part of it sprayed onto Wei Wufeng's body, and some got on his face as well. Cough, cough, cough. Tuya coughed repeatedly, groaning in her heart, can this spray him? Wei Wufeng wiped his face, smiled bitterly and muttered, "What the hell, I'm getting scolded for doing this." Qin Zhaojun said in frustration and disgust, "What are you doing? You sprayed me all over the face." She was completely defenseless against Tuya. Otherwise, with her strength, she would never be criticized. Tuya blushed and apologized, I'm sorry, it was an accident, I choked." Because of the angle, Qin Zhaojun only noticed Wei Wufeng at this time. Okay. Talking about people behind their backs, now you have bumped into the real person. Even she felt a surge of embarrassment. She could only wipe the debris off her pretty face calmly, elegantly, and calmly. While smiling slightly, "Classmate Wei, classmate Shui, are you guys coming here to eat too?" Wei Wufeng said, "Yes. Principal Qin, and too, I really didn't expect to meet you here." Qin Zhaojun said, "It's better to meet by chance than to invite each other. Since we've met, let's sit down and eat together." As she spoke, she stood up and said, "You guys sit down first. I'm going to the bathroom." Tuya also stood up and said, "I'll go too." "You can order whatever you want." The two best friends left seemingly unhurriedly. Toilet. Tuya and Qin Zhaojun, the two peerless beauties, were talking while washing. Mainly, Tuya was complaining that Qin Zhaojun's jokes made her embarrassed. Qin Zhaojun also felt guilty and joined in the apology. Sudden. Her heart moved, and she couldn't help but say, "Hey. That's not right." Tuya subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Zhaojun looked at Tuya with burning eyes, examining her from head to toe. Tuya felt very uncomfortable being stared at by her and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Zhaojun chuckled wickedly. "There's a ghost. You must be up to something. Tell me the truth, what exactly happened between you and Wei Wufeng?" Tuya now felt guilty. She looked straight at Qin Zhaojun and said, "You're talking nonsense again. What could possibly happen between him and me? Look at you." Qin Zhaojun pointed at her. "After all these years, you still haven't changed your habit of staring into my eyes when you lie." Tuya had a cute expression on her face that said, "I'm innocent, please don't accuse me." "No. Isn't it normal for me to look into your eyes when I talk to you? Let's go, Wei Wufeng and the others are waiting for us to eat." Having said that, Tuya dragged Qin Zhaojun out of the bathroom. Principal Qin stopped talking, but his mind was active. No. Right? Is there really something? Thinking about it, it's so exciting. TSK. Otherwise, why do we say birds of a feather flock together? How could these two people become best friends if they didn't have something in common? After lunch, Wei Wufeng and Shui Yiling took Qin Zhaojun's car back to school. En route, Principal Qin chatted with Wei Wufeng and Shui Yiling separately. These are words that teachers teach their students. It is said to be nutritious and it is nutritious. It is said that it has no nutrition and it is not nutritious. Qin Zhaojun sent Wei Wufeng and the other two to the door of Building A09. Wei Wufeng invited Qin Zhaojun to sit in the house. Qin Zhaojun declined politely. Instead, he talked to Wei Wufeng about another thing. Central Television will arrange an exclusive interview for you in a couple of days. I've pushed all the other smaller stations and tabloids I could, but I really can't push the central station. It's also an opportunity to promote ourselves and the school. Student Hua, you and I should get ready and show your youthful energy. Wei Wufeng said, "I understand. Principal, we must perform well. The ways of the world." He understands. Besides, he himself is not opposed to being interviewed on Central TV. The Central Station. News King. It is such a rare opportunity to show your face in front of people across the country, or even the whole world. That night, Free System is giving out benefits again, giving away the results of 5 years of ordinary people's cultivation for free. What else can I say? Grateful. Beastmaster, Wei Wufeng. Vitality, 1693. Beast Taming Power, 1501. Beastmaster level, medium. Ha ha. This is a mid-level Beastmaster. Then he called Shui Yiling. "Come, let's see what kind of beast we can summon." Shui Yiling was also very excited and said, "Okay. I don't know what kind of beast will be summoned. Is it a new beast? Or is it the same as before?" Generally speaking, the Beastmaster follows the female co-Beastmaster. But it's not absolute.
Different combinations of beast tamers and co-beast tamers may summon different beast tamers.
The two of them work together to open a magic circle summoning. In an instant,
the whole room was filled with mist. The whole room is rendered like a paradise.
Wait for the clouds to disperse. A handsome horse, so white that it glowed, appeared in the room and in front of Wei Wufeng.
There is a pair of horns on the forehead, shaped like dragon horns. The horsetail is not a horsetail, but more like the legendary dragon tail. Wei Wufeng has already made up for his lack of knowledge by studying the classic of divine beasts of mountains and seas.
It is obvious at a glance that the beast in front of you is none other than the divine beast dragon horse. Ha ha. One more divine beast. If this gets out, I'll be accused of having 3 god-level beasts. Ha, the whole world is not in an uproar. Being happy. Free System is here to join in the fun again. Bite. Free Taoyuan Township Cave Mansion. Please accept it, Master. Chapter 23. I, Shu Wei Yiling, am Wei Wufeng's servant. I am proud. Beast Tamer, Dragon Horse. Vitality, 12,693. Beast Taming Level, 9-star Divine Beast LV1. Beast Taming Power, Dragon Horse Spirit LV1, Invigorated and Enduring. Reduces beast taming power consumption by 50%. Beast Taming Talent, Dragon and Horse Interplay LV1. When the beast tamer is controlling a beast, the power of the beast taming skills increases by 30%. Beast Taming Skills. Skill 1, Horse Like a Dragon LV1, speed up by 30%, slowdown is ineffective. Skill 2, Feng Mai Yunlong LV1, reduces damage by 30%, and control is invalid. Skill 3, Horse Roar and Dragon Shout LV1, inspire your own team and intimidate the enemy. Skill 4, Unconstrained Imagination LV1, break through barriers and travel through space. Ultimate Skill, Galloping Dragon and Horse LV1, thousands of horses and dragons gallop and collide. This is. She threw herself on Wei Wufeng, her small yet large body trembling and her voice shaking. I'm not dreaming, am I? I actually summoned a divine beast? Is this true? Wei Wufeng was very satisfied with her reaction and said with a smile, isn't it all worth it? Shu Wei Yiling was excited and moved, tears streaming down her face. Newborn. She felt like she was reborn. At this moment, she completely came out of the haze of being abandoned. She felt that seeking revenge on Yi Yunfeng was no longer important. Yi Yunfeng? Who does he think he is? From this moment on, the most important thing is to follow Wei Wufeng and fight for him. Too excited. Shu Wei Yiling didn't know what to say, and clung tightly to Wei Wufeng. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Tuya was absent for breakfast again. Hua Xianyan said she had insomnia and needed to sleep a little longer, so there was no need to wait for her. Wei Wufeng laughed secretly, is it possible that you couldn't sleep because of my noise? After breakfast, Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, and Shu Wei Yiling went to class. Come to a fork in the road. Shu Wei Yiling separated from Wei and Hua. She was originally in the genius class, but left after being abandoned by Yi Yunfeng. The teaching mode of the genius class is different from that of the ordinary class. The Beast Masters and Cooperative Beast Masters in the ordinary class attend classes separately. Shu Wei Yiling could originally summon king-level beasts. After leaving the genius class, she was assigned to class A1. Although you can summon divine beasts now. But she doesn't want to change shifts for the time being. She wants to keep it a secret. She wants to give Yi Yunfeng a big surprise. In addition, Wei Wufeng had no intention of making public the fact that he, Mu Jianying and Shu Wei Yiling were able to summon the divine beast by working together. He doesn't deliberately keep a low profile. But I won't be mindless and high profile either. Ha! Shu Wei Yiling seems different today. It seems more juicy. She can actually laugh. Could it be something good that happened? Don't be ridiculous, what good thing could happen to her? You're laughing so foolishly. Are you crazy? Shu Wei Yiling completely ignored these gossips. When approaching class A1, first I saw a group of girls gathered together, chattering. Immediately afterwards, I heard a girl shouting, Shu Wei Yiling is here. The girls who were talking in groups immediately separated. Among the girls stood a young man who was not very tall but looked handsome. White casual wear. with fair skin. You can really call him young Master Ruyu. It's just that the arrogance in him is too strong. It's Su Fan. This Su Fan is very extraordinary. President of the Johou University Student Union. Can summon 2-star king-level beasts. This school is recognized as the strongest. Dapeng City ranks second among the top 10 rising stars. He is clearly qualified to enter the genius class, but he refuses to do so. When Yi Yunfeng was still there. The two of them are known as the twin heroes of the Nine Lakes. In short, this is a person with a dazzling halo. However, recently his limelight has been overshadowed by Wei Wufeng. Su Fan smiled and walked in front of Shui Yiling. There was a glint of possessiveness in his eyes. Mr. Shui, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? Shui Yiling said, very good. Su Fan and Yi Yunfeng were competitors before. Shui Yiling was naturally no stranger to Su Fan. Su Fan sighed, his face full of disappointment. I heard everything. Yi Yunfeng went to Yujing, but left you behind. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. How despicable. It's a pity that I was on an exchange program at another school. Otherwise, I would have scolded him severely. Mr. Shui, we are destined to be together. Please be my assistant beast master. In the future, we will go to Yi Yunfeng together to ask for an explanation. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls around them became agitated. Pairs of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes fell on Shui Yiling. He could actually become Su Fan's co-beast master? What an honor! Why is Shui Yiling so lucky? That's right. I heard that she is also very close to Wei Wufeng, the beast tamer who is currently in the limelight. I don't know what's going on. Shui Yiling didn't even think twice and said directly and firmly, I refuse. Su Fan was stunned. I thought it was a done deal. I never thought I would be rejected. A girl was unhappy. Hey Shui Yiling, it's your honor that President Su wants to contract you. You actually refused? That's too ungrateful, isn't it? The other girls nodded in agreement. Who does she think she is? Are you crazy? If it were me, I would wake up laughing even in my sleep. I guess his brain is broken. Su Fan's eyes twitched, and he smiled and said, you don't have to answer so quickly, think it over carefully before. Shui Yiling said, don't even think about it, I refuse. After saying that, he was about to walk around Su Fan and leave. She already has an owner. Except her master, no one is worthy of her attention. Now Su Fan was completely embarrassed. Rejected for the first time. And I was rejected so decisively and decisively. Su Fan stretched out his hand to stop her and stared at Shui Yiling. Shui Yiling, I'll give you one last chance. Shui Yiling was annoyed and said coldly, I don't know you well, there is nothing to say, please move aside. Su Fan was furious. You know what? You missed the last chance to change your destiny. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Believe me, you will regret it in the future. Shui Yiling muttered boring. Just about to leave. Suddenly something occurred to him and he raised his voice. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I am Shui Yiling, Wei Wufeng's servant. This is my true honor and pride. There seemed to be a light on her face. She looked so proud. Su Fan was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 24, Sweet Host Wang Bingbing, Gorgeous Manager Xiaorina. No way? You're actually working as a servant for someone else? In what era are people still creating servant contracts? They're out of their minds. I think it's not a problem of the brain, it's a problem of the bones, it's just pure vileness. For these gossips, abuses and insults. Shui Yiling no longer cares about it at all. Why did she declare herself as Wei Wufeng's servant in such a high-profile manner? No reason. Because she is proud of it from the bottom of her heart. Su Fan looked at Shui Yiling in astonishment as she entered the classroom. Then he walked away with a gloomy face. He felt deeply insulted. Water. Young. Spirit. You would rather be so lowly as to be Wei Wufeng's servant than be my auxiliary beast master? It's like a beautiful woman would rather be a servant to a poor gigolo than marry a rich man. How much harm does this cause to Brother Fu? Yes. In Su Fan's eyes, Wei Wufeng is just a poor guy who lives off his wife. Divine Beast Tamer? Laugh. Without the Divine Beast was Xianyan. Who is he? What else could he be? Su Fan could already imagine that rumors would soon spread throughout the school. When I think of others saying things like, look, Shui Yuling would rather be a servant than sign a contract with Su Fan.
The anger in his heart could not be stopped from burning fiercely.
This moment. Su Fan completely hated Wei Wufeng. He left the girls' teaching area with a gloomy face.
Then he took out his phone and dialed a number.
Grandma, it's me, Xiao Fan. I have something I would like to trouble you with. Aren't you very familiar with Grandma Hua Xianyan? I want to fuck her. No, I want to fuck you, Hua Xianyan. Can you help me matchmake?
If Hua Xianyan and I succeed, both the Su and Hua families will be able to reach a higher level.
After chatting with Grandma for a while, Su Fan hung up the phone. Humph. He sneered. Divine Beast Tamer? Look, I've taken your Divine Beast. Su Fan is different from Yi Yunfeng.
Yi Yunfeng came from a grassroots background and relied entirely on God's talent to make a living.
Su Fan is a real rich kid.
He already had feelings for Hua Xianyan. After being rejected by Shui Yuling, this idea became even stronger.
Shui Yuling loudly declared herself Wei Wufeng's servant. It soon sparked a huge wave of attention and heated discussion at Zhouhu University. Some people even made various short videos and posted them on major short video platforms to attract traffic and attention. After all, Wei Wufeng now has his own traffic. There are all kinds of comments online. Some of them even say very ugly things. Those with a smaller vision would say that Shui Yuling is self-degrading, lowly, and shameless. Those with a broader vision strongly criticized the servant contract and believed that it should be abolished completely. Of course. This kind of thing is bound to be linked to gender conflict and women's rights. This is inevitable. It would be strange if it wasn't. At lunch, Wei Wufeng asked Shui Yuling why she wanted to make it public. Shui Yuling smiled and said, of course happy things should be shared. All right. What else can Wei Wufeng say? He even felt a little proud. Vanity. Male chauvinism. Got unprecedented satisfaction. This is something Wei Wufeng has never enjoyed in his past or present life. There is nothing worth describing in detail about the following days. Daily life. Study hard. Practice hard. Oh. That's right. Exclusive interview with Central TV. It was just a dull formality. Read the lines according to the script. In case he can't remember, there is a prompter. There was no room for him to express himself throughout the interview. It made his expectations in vain. The only person who made him happy was the host Wang Bingbing. Pretty. Very beautiful. The conservative business suit could only barely cover up her stunning figure. Not too tall, not too short. Very standard type. She looks especially sweet and pure. Round face and big eyes. The facial features are so delicate that they seem to have been carefully carved by the creator. Especially when she smiles, her 2 rows of shiny white eyes are exposed, which is very sweet. Wei Wufeng was no stranger to her. Wang Bingbing is not very popular now. But soon she'll be hot. From then on, his career went smoothly and soared. Whenever Wang Bingbing hosts a show, the comments section is dominated by the word wife. She has become the national wife. In my previous life, I could only watch her on TV. It is such a pleasure to be able to look at her slightly immature but very sweet smile up close in this life. Contact information? It's a must. Wei Wufeng fantasizes about having more interactions with her. Wang Bingbing naturally would not refuse. She still has a good impression of this very handsome beast tamer. The weekend has arrived. Wei Wufeng left school early in the morning and went straight to the 5-star hotel where he worked part-time. He had already spoken to the beautiful manager on the phone and told her that he would no longer work part-time. But the beautiful manager had taken good care of him before and helped him, so naturally he had to go there again in person. It was still the black-faced evil king Lu Jinping and his cooperative beastmaster Zhu Qianxian who drove them off. Shuyanjian Hotel. Wei Wufeng had already made an appointment and went straight to the office. Even though he had seen her many times, the beautiful manager still made Wei Wufeng's eyes light up. The first impression Xia Rina gives people is that she is beautiful, dignified, and elegant. The willow leaf eyebrows are thin and long. The phoenix eyes are bright and clear. She has a straight nose, soft and smooth lips, and smooth cheeks. All of these are perfectly combined on that stunningly beautiful face. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders, black and smooth. The waist is slender and the curves are soft. The plump figure is covered with a black suit, which makes the combination of tall and full figure and concave and slender figure breathtaking. The buttons of the white base shirt inside seem to be about to pop out at any time. The round and straight legs are wrapped in black stockings. Paired with black high heels, her already very slender legs look even more attractive. Xiaorina was standing by the window talking on the phone. Don't worry, I've hired a 7th grade tea master who will definitely satisfy you. Hang up the phone. Her plump, rosy lips formed a charming smile. Yo, look who's here. Isn't this our divine beast tamer? Welcome, welcome. With your arrival, the level of my place has instantly been raised a lot. Wei Wufeng said, Sister Nana, please stop making fun of me. Xiaorina walked up to Wei Wufeng with an intoxicating fragrance and patted him on the shoulder. There was a look of emotion on his face. There was a glint of relief in his eyes. I knew you were not an ordinary person. Sure enough, my judgment is never wrong. Congratulations, Afeng. Wei Wufeng said, Thank you, Sister Nana. The two sat down on the sofa and started chatting. Chatting and chatting. Xiaorina was saying, Make it for me one last time at noon. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to taste your cooking in the future. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. A man pushed the door open and walked in, looking panicked. Oh no, Manager Xia. Something happened. Tea Master Kai and Mr. Richuan got into an argument and almost came to blows. Xiaorina's face changed and she jumped up. What did you say? The buttons of the white shirt finally couldn't bear the weight and broke off. Chapter 25. Does Xiaozi look down on the tea ceremony of the Shenlong Kingdom? Wei Wufeng takes action. Wei Wufeng has quick eyes and quick hands. I grabbed the button right away. Xiaorina was completely unaware and asked the person who rushed in what was going on. The man took 2 breaths and then told the whole story. Kai Qiping made tea for Mr. Richuan, and after drinking it, Mr. Richuan said the tea tasted bad. Talking is just like piss, it's garbage. Kai Qiping argued with him, and the two started arguing and almost came to blows. Xiaorina frowned tightly. That's impossible. Tea Master Kai is a 7th grade tea master. No matter what, it won't be like this. 7th grade tea master. He is already one of the best tea masters in Dapeng City. In order to invite Kai Gumming out, she not only used up a favor, but also spent 10 million. I thought it was foolproof. Unexpectedly, Hikawa Nakaban actually gave the evaluation that it's just like urine. Xiaorina frowned and said, I'll go over and take a look. Afeng, wait for me for a while. Wei Wufeng laughed and said, It's so boring waiting here. Sister Nana, can I go and take a look too? Xiaorina didn't think much about it and said, All right. Let's go. Wei Wufeng quickly called her, then stretched out his hand, spread out his palm, and showed the button on his palm. Sister Nana, your buttons. Xiaorina was stunned. Then he realized where the button in Wei Wufeng's hand came from. A blush crept into her cheeks. She rolled her eyes at Wei Wufeng. That white style. 2 parts shyness and 7 parts charm. But there was no trace of shyness, and he was very graceful. This is the charm of a mature lady. It seems like it's meant to be with you. I'm giving it to you. After that, she went into the lounge. Wei Wufeng looked at the button in his hand. The button was small, but it created ripples in his heart. What happened to Xiaorina in her previous life? I have no idea at all. After I gave up on myself in my previous life, I quit my part-time job here. The contact with Xiaorina was also completely cut off. Wei Wufeng put away Xiaorina's buttons. Soon, Xiaorina walked out of the lounge, having changed into a new women's base shirt. Wei Wufeng followed Xiaorina to the Dongsang Pavilion on the 29th floor of the hotel. As soon as I entered the door, I heard poor Mandarin Tang sang, Oh, I've had enough wine. You can't mess with the tea ceremony photos of Shenlong country. Oh, I don't deny it. The origin of the tea ceremony is from the Shenlong kingdom of Naimen. In history, the one who truly revived the tea ceremony and developed it widely was our Qi Snake Kingdom. Although it was poorly understood, Wei Wufeng understood it. Because I understood it, I felt very unhappy. And he told the truth. The tea ceremony did indeed originate from the ancient Shenlong kingdom. But the level of tea ceremony in Shenlong country is really, for words to sum it up, it's hard to describe. The battle for the tea saint 50 years later. The Shenlong kingdom didn't even make it into the top 4. Final. The title of tea saint was won by Fujiwara no Rokaha, the first-class tea master of Chi Snake Country. After the tea ceremony of the Shenlong kingdom never recovered. You know, the tea ceremony is deeply bound to the Beastmaster's combat power. By drinking tea, Beastmasters absorb the essence of nature's natural treasures and improve their own strength. The poor tea ceremony directly affects the Beastmaster's ability to improve his combat power. Wei Wufeng is from the Shenlong country. Thinking about the future of the previous life, it makes me even more unhappy. He muttered to himself, I'd been reborn and even obtained the Green Feather Tea Classic. Would it be reasonable for me not to do something about it? Wei Wufeng didn't go too far forward, but just stood by the door, watching Xia Rina apologize to Richuan Jiban. Listening to Hikawa Nakamori's constant disparagement of the Dragon Kingdom's tea ceremony. The unhappiness in my heart became more and more intense. At this time, that lame voice came again. Sister Xia Xiao, just apologizing is useless. If an apology is useful, what's the point of the police? Are you going to tell me the story? How about this? None, make another pot of tea and satisfy me, and I won't bother with you. If I can't satisfy you, Sister Xia Xiao, I'm afraid we can no longer discuss our cooperation. The tea ceremony is a serious matter. You lack sincerity. Immediately, Hikawa Nakamori's expression and tone of voice changed suddenly. His small eyes also fell on Xiarina's full chest. Certainly. Sister Xia Xiao, if I can't satisfy you during the tea ceremony, if you satisfy me on other channels, we can continue our cooperation. Do you understand? Hold. Wei Wufeng was angry. This damn fat pig. How dare you dream of having Sister Nana sleep with you? Mr. Richuan, please rest assured. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Xia Rina left after saying that, with a gloomy and ugly look on her face. Also leaving was the 7th grade tea master Kai Gumming. Out of Dongsang Pavilion. Then I heard Kai Gumming complaining, humph. If I had known you were going to make tea for the Japanese, I wouldn't have come no matter how much water you poured in. Lu Shui is an elegant name for appearance fee. What is the identity of a tea master? Just saying money is so tacky. Xia Rina was angry, but she could only endure it and apologize to Kai Gumming. Kai Gumming pinched his mustache and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I have to show my true ability. It's just that, Ms. Xia, that little devil has a sharp tongue and is difficult to deal with. To satisfy him, I'm afraid I'll have to use the Jade Mountain Snow Lotus water that I've treasured for many years. What does it mean? 3 words: you have to pay more. Wei Wufeng sneered and said, you've already been scolded by someone, so why do you want to go and get scolded again? Kai Gumming's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and he stared at Wei Wufeng. Who are you? Wei Wufeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Sister Nana, if you trust me, let me make a pot for that guy. Xia Rina was stunned. Before she could speak, Kai Gumming sneered, you want to tease me? Do you understand? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, I understand a little bit, a little bit. Am I supposed to say that I learned the long-lost Green Feather Tea Classic written by the tea ceremony sage Green Feather? Xia Rina didn't want Kai Gumming to make tea anymore. This guy has skills, but not high. Or maybe he has the ability, but he doesn't do his job with all his heart. Otherwise, how could Hikawa Naoki find so many faults with him? She looked at Wei Wufeng and said, Afeng, do you really know how to make tea? Wei Wufeng nodded seriously. Xia Rina said, okay. Come on. Kai Gumming's face darkened and he said coldly, Manager Xia, what do you mean? Xia Rina said, thank you for your hard work, Master Kai. The remaining funds will be transferred to your account as soon as possible. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Kai Gumming sneered and said, okay. I want to see how you end up. Humph. He flicked his sleeves and left. He really didn't take it seriously before and just made a pot of tea to get it over with. But I didn't expect to meet an expert. But he will never admit it. He was particularly dissatisfied with Xia Rina's attitude. You actually want to replace me with a young boy? Who are you insulting? Humph, let me see how you make a fool of yourself. Professional tea brewing room. Wei Wufeng took a look and nodded. Very good, we have all the classical tea sets I want. Xia Rina said, if you need anything else, just tell me. Offing, Sister Nana is relying on you this time. Wei Wufeng smiled wickedly and said, I really need Sister Nana's help. Xia Rina said, what can I do for you? Wei Wufeng blinked and asked, Sister Nana, do you want to relieve yourself? Xia Rina, ah? Chapter 26 Xia Rina, little scoundrel, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Is it difficult to make tea? It's neither difficult nor hard to say. Just boil the water and then pour it into the tea leaves. It is difficult, very difficult. What kind of water to use? What kind of tea should I make? The temperature for boiling water. What kind of fire is used to boil water? An appliance for boiling water. Tea making utensils. In addition to the main ingredients, what other seasonings should be added? Even the weather and environment for brewing tea are very particular. There is a lot of knowledge here. It's a whole different skill. Throughout history, studying and seeking the truth have never been easy. Unless you are cheating. Just like Wei Wufeng. He has never systematically learned any knowledge related to the tea ceremony. But he has Green Feather Tea Classic. This is the result of Lu Yu, the ancient sage of tea ceremony, who spent his whole life studying the art of tea. Green Feather Tea Classic is a prop given by the system. There is no need for Wei Wufeng to study every word in page. Just think about it. All the contents of the book filled Wei Wufeng's mind. It was like an epiphany. It's no exaggeration to say. Wei Wufeng's theoretical knowledge of tea ceremony has reached max full level. What is lacking is mostly practice. If you have enough theoretical knowledge, will practice be difficult? So easy. Here you are. Xia Rina blushed. Hand a bottle to Wei Wufeng. The contents of the bottle were the fresh and hot samsara wine and yuan huan soup that Xia Rina had prepared. The young woman, who is already extremely charming and beautiful, becomes even more attractive when her face turns red. Wei Wufeng, who was arranging the tea-making utensils, saw it and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. That cheek, take a bite, that taste. Wei Wufeng quickly threw this thought out of his mind. What a sin! Sister Nana is so good to you, you can't have such wild thoughts. Wei Wufeng took the bottle and said, okay, that's it. Xia Rina said, Offing, is this really okay? But I was persuaded by him and actually drank a bottle of hot. Wei Wufeng said, Sister Nana, please trust me. I will definitely help you get rid of this anger. Didn't you, Richuan Jiban, say that Kai Chipin's tea tastes as bad as urine? Okay, then I'll make you a pot with the real stuff. You fat pig, you actually dare to set your sights on Sister Nana. If I don't deal with you, who else will I deal with? Immediately. Wei Wufeng began to make tea with great concentration. Xia Rina watched quietly from the side. Watch and watch. Her eyes changed and her expression became more serious. At this moment, in her eyes, every move of Wei Wufeng was full of artistic sense. It's all natural. Out of this world. It's like a pianist who is fully devoted to playing the piano. The tea-making utensils are like piano keys. Use this. Use that one. Together they played a beautiful piece of music. Beautiful. So beautiful. It's not like Xia Rina hasn't seen professional tea masters make tea before. She does have some knowledge. But it was the first time she saw such a beautiful tea-making process. Enjoy it. Plus, Wei Wufeng is a very handsome guy. Because of beauty, it is charming. Because it was so charming, Xia Rina was actually mesmerized by it. Inexplicably, she felt a sense of bitterness and loss in her heart. I was born before you, and you were born when I was already old. A line of poetry suddenly popped up in Xia Rina's mind. Then he secretly spat at himself. Xia Rina, what are you thinking about? Sudden. The cell phone rang. Xia Rina hurriedly left the tea room, fearing that she would disturb Wei Wufeng. Outside the tea room, Xia Rina looked at the caller ID husband. She sighed. I know it must be because of the Hikawa Nakamori incident. Really? As soon as the call was connected, angry shouts came from the other end. What's going on? What the hell is going on? You reassured me before. Is that how you reassure me? Do you know how important this reception is to me? You even pissed off Kai Chi-pin and drove him away. What do you want to do? Xiaorina waited until the person on the other end of the phone finished yelling before explaining what had happened. For example, Kai Gumming did things perfunctorily, messed up the job, and even raised the price at the last minute. For example, Naoki Haim actually made an impolite request. The person on the other end of the phone heard this and angrily said, "Then go and accompany him." When Xiaorina heard this, she was completely stunned. Wang Yuan Kai, what did you say? What do you take me for? Would you please listen to what you are saying? Wang Yuan Kai on the other end paused before speaking. I know exactly what I'm talking about. If this cooperation fails, I'll sell it myself, not to mention you. I shouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to you. I'm on my way now. That's all. Beep. The phone was hung up. Xiaorina was angry. Bastard Wang Yuan Kai. What do you take me, Xiaorina? It pissed me off. Snort. Wei Wufeng brewed the tea. Give it to that fat pig to try. I guarantee he'll be satisfied. Xiaorina was angry. So there is absolutely no intention of changing my mind. She brought the special tea brewed by Wei Wufeng and placed it in front of Rikawa Naokaban. Mr. Hikawa, please enjoy. Richuan Jiban stared at Xiaorina with his small, lustful eyes. If it's spicy, let someone else try it. He made up his mind. I'll definitely say this tea tastes bad. Compared to tasting tea, he now wants to taste the mature wife in front of him more. He had already thought about what to say next. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your husband's company, do you? The master's handmade finest purple clay teapot is slightly tilted. A line of water poured out from the spout of the kettle. The water line was straight and clear, and fell into the teacup. Ha! Hikawa Nakaban's nose twitched as he sniffed the tea. He quickly picked up the teacup and put it to his nose to smell it. Seeing this scene, Xiaorina's heart was pounding. Did he smell something foul? Just thinking about this. But I saw Richuan Jiban taking a sip of tea. Cool Eva. Hikawa Nakamori exclaimed with wide eyes. Then he held the cup in both hands with an extremely solemn expression. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and moved his mouth. It seems as if he is tasting some exquisite delicacy very attentively. Gurgle. He swallowed the tea in his mouth hard. He stared in amazement and exclaimed, "Wow! What a delicious jieshi! It's like sweet spring water from heaven." Native language. Xiaorina's mouth twitched. I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Hikawa Naoki looked at Xiaorina eagerly. Sister Xiaoxiao, which master created this masterpiece? Oh, I want to thank him in person for letting me taste such a sweet heavenly spring. I am so virtuous and capable that I feel unworthy of this. Xiaorina said, I'm sorry, Mr. Richuan, that master has passed away. Hikawa's face was filled with pain. Ah. That's a pity. Sister Xiaoxiao, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Could you please introduce me to someone? I would be extremely grateful and would definitely reward you handsomely. Oh Nigai Simas, please take care of me, please. As he said this, he actually bowed his head in a profound gesture. Xiaorina said, okay. I'll try my best. This is just her perfunctory words. Of course she would not involve Wei Wufeng. But in my heart I was muttering, little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Suddenly I realized that this statement is ambiguous. Her cheeks turned 3 shades redder, she was truly stunningly beautiful. Chapter 27, Lao Wang, you must be strong. Of course, you should forgive her. Xiaorina and her husband Wang Yuankai are here. Tal. Handsome features. Clothing research. He also had 2 mustaches on his lips. Wow, this is definitely the perfect uncle image in girls' hearts. However, if the girls saw how he behaved in front of Hikawa Nakamori, the image of the perfect uncle has absolutely collapsed. When you go up, just do a deep bow that is less than 90 degrees. He kept saying I'm so sorry. Just with this humble attitude, even the most perfect image will crumble. Xiaorina, who witnessed it with her own eyes, was extremely disgusted with Wang Yuankai. I actually married him. I was so blind. She couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Mr. Hikawa, I have something else to do. I'll take my leave now. Before Hikawa Nakamori could speak, Wang Yuankai spoke first. Where are you going? What could be more important than receiving Mr. Hikawa?
Apologize to Mr. Richuan at the dinner table later.
Wang Yuankai didn't want to do that either. But he had no choice. The group's funding chain is broken. Don't fill the hole. He will spend the rest of his life in a cell. Don't go to jail. He definitely doesn't want to go to jail. If I could exchange women for investment, for markets, for freedom. He is willing to change. Xiaorina sneered inwardly at the wine table. Are you going to send me to his bed? Hikawa Nakaban just waved his hand. Wang sang, Sister Xiaoxiao has something important to do, so let her take care of it. Then he looked at Xiaorina with a smile on his face. Sister Xiaoxiao, don't forget to introduce that master to me, get rid of him. He bowed solemnly. Nothing else to say. His love for the tea ceremony and his respect for tea ceremony masters are commendable. When Wang Yuankai saw the scene, his face was full of confusion. He bowed and apologized right away, not understanding the current situation at all. Xiaorina didn't want to stay for even a second, so she turned around and left after saying, okay, I'll do my best. As the saying goes, wider than the shoulders, like a god. The first half of this sentence is absolutely correct when applied to Xiaorina. When walking, the back view is not just charming, it is simply fascinating. But Hikawa Nakaban stared at the tea in front of him with sparkling eyes. Obviously, in his eyes, the tea in front of him was more attractive than the beautiful woman with broader shoulders. Xiaorina returned to the tea room. As soon as she entered the tea room, she took a deep breath, her face showing an intoxicated look, and said, "What a nice smell." The tea room is filled with the refreshing aroma of tea. As soon as Xiaorina smelled it, she felt that all her depression and irritability disappeared. Wei Wufeng was making and drinking tea. Certainly. It is soaked in water. The quality of the water in tea here is very good. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, Sister Nana, come and try my tea-making skills, don't worry, it's made with water. Xiaorina rolled her eyes and sat opposite Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng poured her a cup of tea. The tea soup is light green, crystal clear and flawless, with a fragrant aroma. Xiaorina held the jade cup in her delicate hands and sipped it gently with her head lowered. Beauty drinking tea. What a beautiful picture. Suddenly the beauty moaned softly. That's the sound coming from the nasal cavity. Such sounds are often made when one is particularly enjoying something. Obviously. Xiaorina was particularly enjoying herself at this moment. A blush quickly spread across her beautiful, rosy cheeks. The expression on his face relaxed and was full of intoxication. The body that was originally sitting upright and elegantly also collapsed. Wei Wufeng's heart beat faster when he saw this scene. Call. Xiaorina let out a breath. When I opened my eyes, they were moist and sparkling. This is the best tea I've ever had. Compared to what you drank before, it tasted like urine. No wonder that fat guy, Puff. When she thought of the expression on Hikawa Nakamori's face when he drank tea made with urine, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Wei Wufeng staring at him blankly. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her heartbeat accelerated like a wild horse running out of control. She tried hard to remain calm and rolled her eyes. Afeng, what are you daydreaming about? But I feel 3 parts shy, 3 parts happy, and 4 parts proud. It seems that I am still very attractive to him. Xiaorina feels a little inferior in front of Wei Wufeng. The young man is as beautiful as jade. Flawless. But alas, I only regret that we didn't meet before I got married. Therefore, seeing Wei Wufeng looking at her in a daze made Xiaorina secretly happy and proud. Cough. Wei Wufeng coughed and said with a smile, Sister Nana is so beautiful, I am stunned. Xiaorina said angrily, you only know how to say nice things to cheer me up. You're already an old woman in her 30s. Wei Wufeng said, Sister Nana, if you hadn't revealed yourself, I would have thought you had just turned 20. Xiaorina shook her head and said, you. Then he asked, are you busy this afternoon? If not, go shopping with me. Wei Wufeng kept saying he was not busy. Nonsense. Must not be busy. Drink a pot of tea. Xiaorina stood up. Let's go buy some groceries. The two left in the manager's elevator.
Wei Wufeng also called Liang Jinping and said that he had something to do and asked him not to worry about him.
There is nothing much to say about buying groceries. Wei Wufeng has to wear a mask. There's no way, he's a big celebrity now and can be easily recognized. Buy good food. Xia Rina took Wei Wufeng to her secret nest.
Even Wang Yuankai doesn't know here.
When Wei Wufeng was busy in the kitchen, Xia Rina was watching at the kitchen door.
As she watched, she became a little dazed. An idea emerged in my mind uncontrollably.
It seems like he and I are a perfect match. Xia Rina ate too much at lunch. After putting down the chopsticks, she burped and said, "I'm dying. How can I bear it if you cook for me every day? I'll definitely get fat to death." Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Then once every other day?" Xia Rina said, No. It's still too much. Twice a week is enough for me." Chat and laugh for a while. Xia Rina was too full and didn't take a nap. She took Wei Wufeng and rushed to the mall. After an afternoon of shopping, I gained a lot.
Mainly because Xia Rina bought a bunch of things for Wei Wufeng. Clothes, shoes, watches, that kind of thing.
Wei Wufeng couldn't push it away, so he could only endure it. After nightfall, Xia Rina took Wei Wufeng to the only 6-star hotel in Dapeng City, Yunmengxiang. Maybe I'm not happy today. Or maybe I'm just too happy today. Xia Rina drank one glass of wine after another and got drunk as expected. She has a private long room in Yunmengxiang.
Following her guidance, Wei Wufeng helped her into her private long room.
What a coincidence! It just so happened that one of Wang Yuankai's best friends saw Wei Wufeng supporting Xia Rina into the room. Click.
I immediately took a photo and sent it to Wang Yuankai, with a line of text, "Old Wang, be strong, of course you choose to forgive her." When encountering such a thing, as a close friend, of course I would gloat over it, huh? Wang Yuankai was accompanying Richuan Jiban to eat, drink and have fun. An hour had passed when I saw the photos and text.
At that moment, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Then he even ignored Hikawa Naoki.
He rushed into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards Yunmengxiang with red eyes.
Summer. Hot. Nah. Chapter 28. Wang Yuankai, where are they? Where are they? Get out.
Lao Wang has fallen into a twisted, deformed, and frantic rage.
In his opinion, I'll offer you to you, okay? You take the initiative. Absolutely. No. Wang Yuankai wished he could fly over with a rocket.
We are about to enter the White Tiger Tunnel, please slow down.
The sweet voice of the navigation sounded. This is the voice of Lin Zhifei, one of Wang Yuankai's favorite female stars.
It's sweet and sticky, crispy and charming, and it makes anyone who listens to it start to have wild thoughts.
You are speeding. You are exceeding the speed limit, please slow down immediately. How could Wang Yuankai listen? Keep pressing the accelerator to the bottom and it will be welded.
In front of him, a car was about to enter the tunnel. As a result, the car was about to enter the tunnel.
Wang Yuankai's car suddenly cut in and plunged into the tunnel.
The car that was cut in line honked its horn wildly.
The driver opened the window and yelled, "Fuck you. Go get Reborn."
As soon as he finished cursing, he couldn't even see the taillights of Wang Yuankai's car. After Wang Yuankai rushed out of the tunnel, he had to slow down. The sweet voice of Lin Zhifei in the navigation has reminded me very clearly.
We are about to enter a narrow road with too many bends. Be careful not to overturn. Of course Lao Wang didn't want to overturn the car, so he had to slow down. But even if he stepped on the brakes, his speed was still faster than other vehicles. He hurried through the winding road and was about to step on the accelerator to the bottom. As a result, two heavy trucks in front, commonly known as gateways to another world, were driving side by side. The two large trucks directly blocked the lane. Wang Yuankai cursed and honked his horn frantically. In the end it was useless.
Soon, his patience was completely exhausted.
I can't care less. He seized the opportunity and rushed between the two cars. Snap. Both side mirrors were knocked off. The driver of the heavy truck on the right leaned over and yelled, "Pull in the mud." That's all. Wang Yuankai rushed all the way. Snakeskin movement. Blade overtaking. Take advantage of every opportunity. Not to mention running a red light.
We were in a hurry and hurried, but it still took us more than 30 minutes to get to Yunmengxiang. That gloating friend no, a sworn enemy had been waiting at the door.
Ha! The show is about to begin, how can you miss it?
He saw Wang Yuankai and immediately waved.
Here, here. This is it. I was watching the whole time. He never came out after he went in. Wang Yuankai banged on the door. He yelled, "Open the door! Open the door! Zyrina, you bitch! Open the door!" After hitting it for a few seconds, he kicked it directly. As a result, the door was not kicked open, but he fell down due to the recoil. By the way, Wang Yuankai is not a beastmaster.
Zyrina is not a cooperative beastmaster.
This world. Not all men can become beastmasters.
Not all women can become cooperative beastmasters. For example, Hu Xianyan was previously judged to be unable to become a cooperative beastmaster and was a waste. Ordinary people still account for a large proportion. However, even if Wang Yuankai is an ordinary person, his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people.
It is easy for one person to defeat a dozen real ordinary people.
After all, he is rich and can afford the health supplements for ordinary people. But even so, he couldn't kick open the door of Yunmengxiang.
If even the most basic accommodation safety of guests cannot be guaranteed, 6-star is a joke. I'll help you.
The best friend who was looking for trouble yelled and kicked the door hard.
Still can't kick it open.
But neither of them gave up and continued to kick, kicking hard. The noise they made naturally attracted the room manager and security guard of Yunmengxiang.
The housekeeping manager asked Wang Yuankai to calm down. Wang Yuankai asked the room manager to open the door. Of course the housekeeping manager won't open the door. I will open the door just because you say so. Do you think this is your home? The situation got bigger and bigger, and finally even the police came. Wang Yuankai no longer cared about whether he was embarrassed or not. He exposed himself and asked the officers to open the door.
When the officers knocked on the door to no avail, they asked the room manager to open the door.
With the official's endorsement, the room manager finally opened the door with the internal key. People rushed into the room. As a result, I saw Zyrina coming out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe and a headscarf. Hot steam rolled out of the bathroom. Zyrina stared at the group of people in front of her and asked angrily, "What are you doing? Who told you to? Wang Yuankai? Why are you here?" Wang Yuankai roared, "Where are the people?" The officer already knew the whole story and was afraid that Wang Yuankai would get excited and take action, so he stopped him. Fortunately, the police stopped him, otherwise Wang Yuankai would have rushed up and grabbed Zyrina's hair. "I've already taken a shower, so that means I'm done, right? Ah! I'm going to explode." Zyrina looked puzzled and asked, "Who is it?" Wang Yuankai ignored her and roared angrily. "You son of a bitch, get out of here now. Look, I'm going to kill you." The following words were obviously shouted at the person Zyrina stole. Zyrina's face was already red from just getting out of the bath, and now it was even redder. She angrily said, "Wang Yuankai, you're crazy. You don't admit it, right? Good. I'll find it out. Let's see how you can argue." Wang Yuankai began to look around. His best friend is even more active and looking for it than he is. Under the bed. In the closet. Behind the curtains. On the balcony. Under the balcony. Well, people can hide under the balcony too. As a result, they searched the entire room and even removed the ceiling decorations to see if there were any Tibetans inside, but they didn't find anyone. The police officers always go out on patrol in pairs. An officer was responsible for keeping an eye on Wang Yuankai, fearing that he would do something wrong. Another officer also followed to look for someone. However, the professional search officers looked for him again but still couldn't find him. This is embarrassing. They say catching a thief is dirty, catching an adulterer is dirty too. We searched the room inside and out, but Zyrina was the only one there. Are you saying that she has an improper relationship with someone else? Where are the people? This place is more than 80 stories high. You can't just grow wings and fly, or just jump down, right? Zyrina was completely furious. Have you had enough of the commotion? If you've had enough of this trouble, get out, get out. Wang Yuankai, don't go too far. I, Zyrina, am not someone to be bullied. If you push me too far, you'll know the consequences. Wang Yuankai's face looked extremely ugly. But what can he do if he can't find anyone?
Even if my best friend took out the photos, it would be useless. Neither photos nor videos can be considered valid evidence in this day and age. It is too easy to fake something using AI programs. Seeing that things had developed to this point, the police hurried to clean up the mess. Even Wang Yuankai, with a gloomy face, was dragged away by the police. He made such a big fuss this time, he must go to the police station. Bang! Xia Rina closed the door angrily. The moment the door closed, she leaned against it. It's like all the strength in my body has been drained away. She took several deep breaths before she seemed to regain some strength.
Afine? Afine? Where are you?
She came to the living room, looked left and right, and called softly.
Sudden.
You guess.
Zyarina turned around abruptly and rolled her eyes. I was almost scared to death. Chapter 29 Tuya, Yen Yen, Mom is here to teach you palace fighting skills. It's full. Zyarina screamed. The bathtub is full. Wei Wufeng entered the bathroom and looked at Sister Nana who was combing her hair. He said, how about? Without waiting for him to finish. Xia Rina blurted out the word no. You want to kill me, little brother? Then he rolled his eyes at her, put down the comb and ran out of the bathroom. It looked like a little rabbit caught by a big bad wolf. Wei Wufeng smiled and touched his nose. Then he lay down in the bathtub filled with water. Crash! The bath water and bath bubbles overflowed from the bathtub and flowed all over the floor. Wei Wufeng hummed comfortably. It feels so comfortable to be wrapped and soaked in bath water of just the right temperature. Cough. Speak from the heart. He really didn't think much of it at first. But if they have a request, you can't just refuse, right? We can't do anything ungrateful. This time, the free system gives you a lifespan of 100 years. Then can I live to be 200 years old? Wei Wufeng soaked for more than half an hour. When I came out of the bathroom, I found that the person had fallen into a deep sleep. She seemed to be having a sweet dream, with a smile on her lips. Wei Wufeng sent a message to Hua Xianyan and went to bed. Jiuhu University. Building A09, Quizuyuan. I'm busy with something important. I won't be back tonight. Don't wait. Good night and sweet dreams. Hua Xianyan pouted her red lips as she looked at her husband's text message. He didn't even explain what he was busy with. He also did not return home at night. Hua Xianyan, wearing silk pajamas, lay on her side on the bed, her delicate hands caressing the place where Wei Wufeng slept. I have become accustomed to my husband's presence. Now that my husband is not around, and I know for sure he won't come back, I suddenly feel so empty and lonely. Hua Xianyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I simply got up, went downstairs and knocked on my mother's door. Tuya opened the door. She looked at her daughter standing outside the door and asked in surprise, "You haven't slept yet?" The daughter outside the door was wearing light yellow cartoon-style silk pajamas. The pajamas are skirt-style. The bottom is not long, just enough to cover the entire area. Those two white, straight and slender legs are absolutely amazing. Not to mention others, even Tuya's mother found it amazing and perfect. The visual impact is incredible. Tuya sighed in her heart with pride and satisfaction, as expected of my child. Hua Xianyan said, I can't sleep. My husband has something to do and won't be back tonight. Tuya was surprised and asked, he's not coming back tonight? Then he muttered, I wonder why it's so quiet tonight. Normally at this time, people would have already started making noise. Hua Xianyan looked at her mother and exclaimed in confusion. Tuya immediately realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Ahem. Nothing. I said the wild cats are quiet tonight. Meow. A cat's meow was heard. Tuya's face darkened, and she said with a fake smile, what a coincidence, the wild cat is back. Damn wild cat. Are you trying to pick a fight with me on purpose? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you tomorrow. Meow. A more shrill cat cry was heard. I don't know if it was sensing the murderous aura from Tuya, but the wild cat screamed and then fell silent. Hua Xianyan said, Mom, I'll sleep with you tonight. Of course Tuya wouldn't say no and she pulled her daughter into the house with a smile. Mother and daughter went to bed together. Hua Xianyan had just laid down when her head touched the pillow and she raised it up in surprise. Mom, what did you put under your pillow?
As she spoke, she reached out to take it.
Ah! Tuya screamed and acted quickly. Take the initiative and reach under the pillow. Lightning pulled it out and hid it under the quilt. The speed is too fast. Hua Xianyan didn't even see clearly what it was. Tuya's face was as red as burning charcoal. But he said calmly, nothing. The self-defense weapons that my mother prepared, weapons. Ah! That was a close call. Almost died. Tuya didn't give Hua Xianyan time to think and quickly changed the subject. What's your husband busy with? He didn't even come home at night. It's not a good sign when your husband doesn't come home at night. Especially Wei Wufeng is so handsome. Humph, maybe he is now in the arms of some vixen. Hua Xianyan's attention was indeed diverted, and she lay down again, facing Tuya. I don't know. He didn't say. Tuya said, could it be that she was seduced by some vixen? Hua Xianyan pouted her lips when she heard this, but said, that shouldn't be the case, right? There are always vixen families. Tuya began to talk about the principles of life in a serious and earnest manner. Yan, you don't understand this. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a secret lover, and a secret lover is not as good as not being able to steal. Oh, men. Every one of them has beautiful dreams, wishing to possess all the beauties in the world. Yan, if you find a man like Wei Wufeng, you must be mentally prepared and have a strong sense of crisis. If you don't come home tonight, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? And the rest of the world? Hua Xianyan panicked and asked anxiously, Mom, then, what should I do? Tuya chuckled complacently. Under the light of the bedside lamp, her face had the expression of a wise and sage. Yaha, you've asked the right person. Mom has the most say on this matter. Hua Xianyan asked, is it because of Dad? Tuya exclaimed in surprise, ah. Then he said ambiguously, almost. Almost shit. Your father's shameless appearance doesn't even qualify me to use the palace fighting skills I learned from novels. Of course, Tuya couldn't tell her daughter that she had learned many palace fighting skills from novels. Learn skills by reading novels? Also learning palace fighting skills? If you tell anyone, not only Hua Xianyan won't believe it, even Tuya herself won't believe it. But the image of wise mother must be established. Hua Xianyan immediately became eager to learn. Then Mom, what should I do? Tuya began to teach and impart knowledge with a serious face. That's the first point. You should behave like a lady, be broad-minded, and not be jealous. Especially low-level, superficial jealousy, which is silly and naive, and is what men dislike the most. Hua Xianyan nodded. She felt she could do it. No, she felt she had already done it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed my husband to contract Mu Jianying and Shu Wei Yuling as a servant. Tuya continued. That's second. You have to learn to fight. There are too many monks and too little meat. I'm wrong, there are too many wolves and too little meat. But how to fight specifically is a very complex subject. Chapter 30 Lian Mengli's mother, Afeng, it's me, your Aunt Shui. After Tuya finished explaining the art of how to fight. And one last point. As we always say, there's strength in numbers. Your strength alone is not enough. You have to consciously win over some people to become your allies and form a group. Any individual's power is insignificant in front of a group. But you can't expect everyone to be your friend or ally. You have to distinguish between friends and enemies. When you have allies and form a group, you are invincible. This mother really has a lot to say. Tuya nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Her big eyes are shining. Obviously, he took his mother's words as the truth. I just need to take out a small notebook to write down the key points. Then she looked worried. Mom, what if? What if we can't find an ally? Tuya said, how can we not find one? Isn't Mu Jianying one of them? Hua Xianyan said, is she, okay? I feel like she's completely indifferent to worldly matters. Tuya said, her non-confrontational nature will actually be of the greatest help to you. After saying that, she smiled and added, besides, you still have a most solid ally. Hua Xianyan asked, who is it? Tuya chuckled, looking complacent and confident, and said, it's far away in the horizon, yet it's right before our eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with what she said. It makes me feel like, Pa. Someone's heart was beating so wildly that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and quickly made amends, saying, "What I meant was that I will always support and help you from behind." Hua Xianyan didn't think that much. "Yeah, thank you, Mom. Mom, why is your face red?" Tuya subconsciously touched her face and asked, "Are you blushing?" Hua Xianyan said, "It's very, very red." Could it be a fever? She reached out to touch Tuya's forehead. Tuya blocked her hand and said, "What's the fever?" "Mom is full of energy. She looks so energetic that her face is red." Hua Xianyan believed it. After all, she is her biological mother. How could she not believe it unless she has the ability to read minds? Here, a mother is educating her daughter. Over there, another mother is also educating her daughter. Who? Shui Jinsheng. She has a daughter named Lian Mangli. Yes, the Lian Mangli who dumped Wei Wufeng. Lian Mangli has a top-notch figure and good looks. However, she inherited only 50% to 60% of her mother's appearance. Well, Shui Jinsheng is very beautiful and has a great figure. If we compare Shui Jinsheng with Tuya and Qin Zhaojun, hey, that would be interesting. Because both Tuya and Qin Zhaojun would feel provoked and deeply threatened. Women, when it comes to beauty. It's like men comparing their strength, the size of their wallets, and the length of their time. It's almost an instinct. Especially. Shui Jinsheng also has a temperament that mature women like Tuya and Qin Zhaojun don't possess. Ordinary. Ordinary? Yes, it's just ordinary. For a woman, the more graceful, elegant, and intellectual she is, the better and more elegant she is not necessarily. Sometimes, ordinary temperament can be very touching. To describe it in one word is a good family. At this time, Shui Jinsheng's fair and round face was filled with expressions of pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of resistance. You. What do you want me to say about you? Offing is such a good kid, he treats you well with all his heart, why do you? It was not until today, not long ago, that she found out that her daughter had terminated her contract with Wei Wufeng. Or it was my own daughter who took the initiative to break up with him. Only a good woman like Shui Jinsheng doesn't surf the internet or play with her mobile phone, and at most she watches TV. Otherwise, she would have known long ago that the divine beast tamer that has been making the rounds recently is Wei Wufeng. Lian Mangli was impatient to listen to her mother's nagging nonsense. In her opinion, her mother was tearing her scars by saying these things. So she interrupted impatiently. "Oh, that's enough. Mom, can you please stop talking? Are you annoying? Are you going to help me or not? If not, forget it." Faced with his daughter like this, Shui Jinsheng had no choice. Well. She sighed heavily. "Mom, do your best. How can I help you? Win back Wei Wufeng and let him sign a new contract with Lian Mangli." Lian Mangli regrets it now. Come on. No one had a contract with her. She is still in the key class. But if she couldn't contract a beast tamer, she would be sent to the ordinary class, so she was very anxious. Secondly, the reason why Hua Xianyan was able to transform from a useless beast into a divine beast also spread. Is it because of Wei Wufeng's talent? As long as you make a soul contract, there is a chance to summon a higher level beast. Lian Mangli heard these rumors. It's natural to think, if I had known this would happen, I would have established a soul contract with him. Of course. How could the little fairy be wrong? The one who is wrong must be Wei Wufeng. He should be more persistent with me, be nicer to me, make me more satisfied with him, and then establish a soul contract with me. But he didn't. Yes. It proves that he doesn't love himself enough and still has reservations about himself. I am unwilling to let go and give up my self-esteem completely, and treat myself well wholeheartedly. So, Lian Mangli decided to give him another chance. Then, she returned home, saw her mother, told her the truth, and asked her mother to talk to Wei Wufeng and ask him to sign a new contract with her. What can Shui Jinsheng, as a mother, do? Of course I can only agree to my daughter. Who made her his daughter? For the sake of his daughter's life and future, Shui Jinsheng must talk to Wei Wufeng. Lian Mangli pressed on further. Mom, please hurry up. Tomorrow is best. The school has an important extracurricular operation coming up in a few days. This operation is extremely important. I was disqualified because I don't have a beast tamer. Mom doesn't have much time left for me. Shui Jinsheng said, "Okay, I will call Offeng early tomorrow morning." With her mother's words, Lian Mangli felt relieved.
I immediately began to imagine a bright future. Hua Xian Yan, a useless crippled beast, can become a divine beast.
I am a spirit beast. Once I sign a soul contract with Wei Wufeng, maybe I can directly become the legendary holy beast.
Thinking of this, Lian Mengli was so excited that she couldn't sleep.
The next day, Lian Mengli slept in.
Shui Jinsheng prepared breakfast for Lian Mengli and called her to get up and eat, but she didn't get up and continued to have sweet dreams.
There's nothing a mother can do. I looked at the time and it was almost 9 o'clock. Shui Jinsheng picked up the phone and called Wei Wufeng. Beep. Beep. Beep.
After ringing for a while, the call was connected.
Shui Jinsheng hurriedly said, "Afeng, it's me, your Aunt Shui." Chapter 31, Being Dumped by the Daughter.
In the end, it was the mother who took it all. Afeng, you haven't been to Auntie's house for a while.
When are you coming to visit? Come to my aunt's house and I'll make you your favorite braised pork. Are you busy? Morning exercise? Morning exercise is good. Sticking to morning exercise will keep you in good shape.
It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you a lot.
Auntie is going to buy groceries now. You must come at noon. That's it for now. Continue your morning exercises. Don't overwork yourself. Combine work and rest. Auntie is hanging up.
After all, Shui Jinsheng is more mature and stable. He did not discuss business matters directly with Wei Wufeng on the phone.
Some things are best discussed face to face.
Putting aside all distractions, Shui Jinsheng came to his daughter's room.
Mengli, hurry up and get up. Mom just called Afeng.
Lian Mengli, who was still sleeping in bed, immediately opened her eyes and sat up when she heard this.
He agreed to get back together with me? Humph, he's sensible. How confident is the little fairy? In her opinion, Mom just needs to hint to Wei Wufeng that she wants to get back together. Wei Wufeng would immediately be eager to reconcile with her and sign a new contract. Shui Jinsheng said, Mom hasn't told him about getting back together yet. Lian Mengli's eyes widened. What? You didn't mention getting back together?
Then you said you talked to him on the phone. Shui Jinsheng felt helpless towards his impetuous daughter.
What are you in such a hurry for?
Of course, such an important matter should be discussed in person.
Mom asked him to come home for lunch.
Hurry up and have a good breakfast, then go shopping with me.
What? Come to my house for lunch? Lian Mengli said almost instinctively, I have a lunch date with friends at noon, so I won't be eating at home.
She didn't have any dinner plans with her friends. She lied simply because she didn't want to see Wei Wufeng at this time. She would only meet Wei Wufeng when she knew for sure that he was willing to get back together with her.
What else? Everything has not been finalized yet. What if Wei Wufeng asks her to apologize? She didn't think she had done anything wrong, so she didn't want to apologize. But if he doesn't apologize, Wei Wufeng won't reconcile with him. Should I humble myself and apologize humbly in front of Wei Wufeng? No. No. Shui Jinsheng blared and said, What? You're not eating at home? What should I do? Lian Mengli became impatient. Just do it as it should be. Anyway, you have to find a way to make him get back together with me no matter what. Mom, I'll leave this to you. Finished.
She no longer sleeps in or stays in bed.
He threw off the quilt, jumped out of bed and ran into the bathroom. Shui Jinsheng was dumbfounded and stunned. Well.
She sighed and had to go buy groceries by herself.
With my daughter like this, how can I convince Afeng to change his mind? It's too difficult. We can only take one step at a time and move forward with courage. After all, it is the mother who bears all the responsibility. 3 poles in the sun. Yun Mengxiang Hotel. In a private long room. Stinky brother, I'm so hungry.
A weak voice broke the silence. Another gentle voice with a smile responded, Look, I'll perform a magic trick for you. When Xia Rina saw her stinky brother conjure up a rich and tempting breakfast out of thin air, her eyes widened.
Wow! How did you do that? Gurgle gurgle.
Seeing the food, my stomach, which had been empty for a long time, immediately started to rumble.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, Keep it secret. Xia Rina rolled her eyes and then acted coquettishly, I don't want to move, feed me ah. Wei Wufeng was of course happy to meet such a small request.
He scooped a spoonful of mushroom and chicken porridge, blew it to cool it down a little, and then put the spoon into Xiaorina's red lips. While enjoying the benefits of having food served to her, Xiaorina said, "Little rascal, I have something to tell you."
Wei Wufeng said, "No. Unless you call me a bad guy." Xiaorina was stunned. Reacted immediately. He glared at Wei Wufeng in anger and said, "You big bad bastard. Are you satisfied?" Wei Wufeng nodded repeatedly and expressed his satisfaction. Virtue.
Xiaorina poked Wei Wufeng with her jade finger, and then talked about serious matters. Nothing before love was serious. Wang is asking for trouble. He used the group's money to gamble and lost everything. Now that the group's funding chain is broken, he wants to introduce new capital. That Hikawa Naoki is the son of a major shareholder of an investment company over there. If he invests, Mr. Wang will be able to raise some money and use it to get a bank loan to fill the hole. If this thing fails, he will not only go bankrupt, but also go to jail.
After all, there's a bond.
I'll talk to him, help him through this difficult time, and then we'll go our separate ways.
Wei Wufeng asked directly, "What can I do? Or what do you need me to do?" If he is needed for help, he will not refuse. First of all, he remembered Sister Nana's kindness. Secondly, Mr. Wang has no grudge against him, but the people and things he did, cough. Xiaorina looked at Wei Wufeng. Hikawa Nakaban is a tea addict.
Yesterday he drank the tea you made for him and asked me to introduce you to him.
Or maybe this is a breakthrough, if that's okay. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "No if. I promise."
Xiaorina's bright eyes showed gratitude, and she said, "Often, thank you."
Wei Wufeng asked, "What are you thanking me for? Who are we talking to?" Talking and laughing. Both of them had breakfast. After eating well, eating in every sense of the word, Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "I'll perform another magic trick for you." Xiaorina's eyes lit up and she said, "Okay." Wei Wufeng fiddled with it for a few times in a pretentious manner and used the magazine to cover his face. When he took the magazine off again, his face had completely changed. He turned into an old man with white eyebrows and beard who looked very tall. Xiaorina was shocked and asked, "You are changing your face? A beast master can do this?" Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "This is my unique skill. Even the voice has become older." Xiaorina understood and asked, "Are you going to use this face to meet Richuan Jiban?" Chapter 32 Wei Wufeng, "Auntie, you are making it very difficult for me.
I'm already popular enough as a divine beast tamer, so adding the identity of Tea Master is redundant.
Besides, I also want to make a small account to play with and open some side quests. It seems quite interesting. How is it? Do I look like a hermit? How could he have any special skills in changing his face?"
Just use the Thousand Faces movie Emperor mask.
Xiaorina laughed chi-chi. Similar, so similar. If I hadn't seen you change with my own eyes, I wouldn't have recognized you. So when will we have the party?
Wei Wufeng said, "Tonight.
I have something to do at noon."
As he said this, he took back the Thousand Faces movie Emperor mask.
Xiaorina stared at Wei Wufeng's handsome face.
Her bright and watery eyes flashed. Then he asked with a half smile, "Are we going to your Aunt Shue's house to eat braised pork?"
She had heard it all before. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "She was the mother of my previous beastmaster, and she was quite nice to me." Xiaorina frowned. Lian Mengli's mother? She already knew about Wei Wufeng and Lian Mengli. What does she want from you? Xiaorina originally supported Wei Wufeng. Today, their relationship is even closer.
Her heart is more towards the big bad stinky brother.
In addition, Xiaorina originally had a very bad impression of Lian Mengli. I firmly believe that this woman is not worthy of Wufeng.
She was pleased to see things develop to this point.
Wei Wufeng shrugged. Have no idea.
She didn't tell me, she just invited me to her house for dinner. We had a good relationship before, and she was very nice to me.
It's just a meal, so let's go. That's what I said. But what he actually thought, only he knows. Xiaorina asked, "Could it be that Lian Mengli regrets her decision and wants to get back together with you?" Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "A good horse never turns back."
There's no way I'll get back together with her.
Xiaorina said, "It's best if you think so." He didn't want to talk more about Lian Mengli at all.
The two changed the topic and chatted for a while, then got bored for a while.
I packed up and left the room. Underground garage. Wei Wufeng and Xia Rina got in the car. Little did they know that a pair of fiery eyes were staring at them. It's Wang Yuankai. Did you see that? See? I didn't lie to you. Wang Yuankai is not alone. His best friend Yang Qiong stayed with him and watched the whole night. After leaving the police station last night, they immediately returned to the hotel. Then I found Xia Rina's car in the underground garage and have been watching it until now. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Old Wang's teeth were chattering. Bitch, bitch. Yang Qiong muttered, this is strange. I looked very carefully last night. Where could he be hiding? Wang Yuankai has already started the car. There was a strong thought in his mind, killed him. Wang Yuankai drove his car, following Xia Rina's car, and drove into the main road. At this time, the streets are crowded with cars and pedestrians on both sides of the road. If a traffic accident really happens, I'm afraid many people will die. Just when Wang Yuankai was about to step on the accelerator to the bottom and hit it hard. Suddenly the phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Xia Rina calling. With a sneer, he answered the phone, "What's the matter?" Xia Rina didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, stating her conditions and requirements. To put it simply, after I help you through the difficulties, we will go our separate ways. Wang Yuankai calmed down all of a sudden. Yes. I am now facing the dilemma of bankruptcy and imprisonment. Killing Xia Rina felt good for a while, but what about the future? Is it worth it to sacrifice your life for her? As long as I have money. As long as I am free. What kind of woman doesn't have that? A moment. Lao Wang understood. Lao Wang suddenly understood. Good. After saying that, he hung up the phone and threw it away. Instead of accelerating, he turned the steering wheel and drove into another lane. Yang Qiong kept saying, "We took the wrong turn." Wang Yuankai smiled indifferently. The car went the wrong way, but my life didn't go the wrong way. Let's go. Let's go to heaven on earth. Invite a dozen people and I'll pay. Woohoo! Ha 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 ha. Yang Qiong was stunned. What's going on? Is Lao Wang crazy? Etc. Go to heaven on earth and invite a dozen people? He pays the money? Yang Qiong gave a thumbs up and praised, "Old Wang, you were so open-minded. Good brother." Xia Rina didn't know that she had just narrowly escaped death. Of course, even if something really happened, Wei Wufeng's ability would be more than enough to keep her safe. After the call, she felt much more relaxed. To be honest, it's not that she doesn't remember the old times at all. But, as the old saying goes, compare goods and you will throw them away, compare people and you will die. Comparing Wang Yuankai with the bad guy and stinky younger brother? Gotta throw it away. Xia Rina knew that this was not a good thing. Only a bad woman whom I once despised, disdained, and hated would do such a thing. But she couldn't care less. Besides, Wang Yuankai was disrespectful in the first place, and he actually wanted her to accompany Hikawa no Okaban? He's simply not a man. This made her feel much more at ease. Xia Rina took Wei Wufeng to buy a car. If you want to travel around, it is more convenient to have your own car. Wei Wufeng has no particular requirements for cars, as long as the four wheels can run. With his money, he could definitely afford a top-of-the-line luxury car, but he felt it was totally unnecessary. Finally, I bought a Dibia hybrid car for 500,000. Xia Rina rushed to pay the money. Wei Wufeng joked, "You bought me clothes and a watch yesterday, and a car today. Why do I feel like you've taken over my business? Being kept by me?" Xia Rina smiled charmingly. Isn't it, huh? Wei Wufeng understood immediately. This is the charm of a mature woman. I stayed with Xia Rina until 10:30. Wei Wufeng drove his newly bought car straight to Lian Mangli's house. Following my vague memories, I wandered around and finally found Lian Mangli's house. After all, it was 100 years ago. I pressed the doorbell and the door opened. Wei Wufeng's eyes lit up when he saw the mature woman in home clothes inside the door. He has a very deep memory of Shui Jinsheng. After all, she is a mature beauty. It's reasonable to say it's unforgettable for 100 years, right? But what it looks like exactly is actually vague. Seeing each other again at this time, Wei's heart was pounding.
Reborn into this life, repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. In the previous life, I sought help from Xue Jinsheng, hoping to win back Lian Mengli. Yes, the previous life. But what is the result? Of course there is no result.
Shouldn't we settle this account? That's right.
I remember in my previous life, after Lian Mengli became successful, Xue Jinsheng married a big shot in the province.
The grand wedding became hot news. Wow, how perfect is this life? Sorry, don't even think about it in this life. Xue Jinsheng warmly invited Wei Wufeng into the house and asked him to wash his hands and eat. Wei Wufeng didn't hesitate and started eating as soon as he sat down at the table. Well, Aunt Xue's cooking skills are pretty good.
Seeing that Wei Wufeng was eating with relish, Xue Jinsheng started talking about him and Lian Mengli. And she expressed her true intention. She hoped Wei Wufeng and Lian Mengli could get back together.
Wei Wufeng slowly swallowed the braised pork in his mouth and sighed. Auntie, you're making it difficult for me. Chapter 33. Wei Wufeng, Auntie, you don't want to. Aunt Xue's heart tightened. Difficult? What's the difficulty? How could it be difficult? It's just a matter of renewing the contract. A Beastmaster and an auxiliary Beastmaster are like a couple. Isn't it normal for them to break up and get back together? Aunt Xue asked, Why is it so difficult? Wei Wufeng stopped eating the fried sausage and large intestine, put down his chopsticks and looked at Aunt Xue. Auntie, do you know how much psychological harm Lian Mengli's behavior has caused me? In the past 2.5 years, I have certainly done nothing to let her down. On the contrary, Auntie, you have seen everything I have done. Am I right? Aunt Xue said hurriedly, Yes, Auntie knows, it was Mengli who let you down. Wei Wufeng shook his head. Without any fault of my own. After 2.5 years of giving my all to her, she terminated my contract in a way that insulted my character and trampled on my dignity. Aunt Xue said, Aunt Offing knows you've been wronged. Mengli is still a child. Wei Wufeng smiled. A kid in his 20s? Ha ha. Auntie, have you ever been a laughingstock? Have you ever been abandoned? Aunt Xue was silent. The hands on the legs unconsciously clenched. My heart seemed to be grasped by a hand. Does she have it? Of course she does. She once devoted herself wholeheartedly to this family and her husband. But what is the result? The man left the mother and daughter behind and ran away. She also became the target of ridicule, slander, abuse, and defamation by other people in the community. Some say she steals men. Some say she went out to sell. In short, there are all kinds of opinions. It can be as unpleasant as it can be. It can be as vicious as it wants. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to deserve such suffering. At that time, if it wasn't for Lian Mengli, she really wanted to leave. There was silence for a moment. Aunt Xue said solemnly, Auntie can understand your feelings. Really? Wei Wufeng said, Since you can understand, do you think Lian Mengli and I can get back together? Aunt Xue answered immediately. Okay. Affing, I've already told her, and she's deeply aware of her mistakes. She's still young and doesn't understand. You're a boy, so be more generous and tolerant of her and understand her, okay? Wei Wufeng smiled. He is firmly and unreasonably standing on his daughter's side. What else is there to talk about? It's true. Just like in the previous life. Although it is not the same situation, the essence is the same. That's right. Of course, people firmly support their daughter. Am I an outsider standing here? In that case, then don't blame me. I am speaking to you in a reasonable and humane way just to give you one last chance. I gave you the opportunity but you didn't use it. Then I will take revenge for my grievances and my grudges. Wei Wufeng picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth and chewed it. He chewed and savored the food while talking. Auntie, do you know what will happen if Lian Mengli can't be contracted as a Beastmaster? Aunt Xue said, I know. She is in a key class now. But if she can't find a suitable Beastmaster, she will be kicked back to the regular class. If she still can't contract a beast tamer, she will be expelled. When Aunt Xue heard this, she looked obviously panicked. Wei Wufeng continued. Or maybe she could just find a random Beastmaster and make do with him until graduation. It's nice to get a diploma. But that's it for her whole life. But the question is, who would contract her? She's betrayed me, the Beast Master. To contract her, you must first be able to withstand the pressure of others' ridicule. At the same time, he also has to withstand the pressure of being hated by me, a divine beast tamer. Who can withstand such pressure? Who is willing to withstand it? Anshua's face turned pale and she said, Afeng, what do you mean by these words? Wei Wufeng smiled. I don't mean anything else, I just want you to understand Lian Mengli's current situation. And then, let me make you understand that if you want Lian Mengli and I to get back together, the price you need to pay is huge. But he was just talking. Even if the sky falls. Even if I don't get back together with Lian Mengli, the world will be destroyed. He will never get back together with that bitch. After hearing Wei Wufeng's words, Anshua thought to herself, is he going to make some conditions with me? She is not stupid. It was at this moment that she realized. It is wishful thinking to rely on human emotions to help your daughter and Wei Wufeng get back together. She suddenly felt that the Wei Wufeng in front of her was very unfamiliar. He is completely different from the polite, gentle and considerate Wei Wufeng who used to have a sunny smile. Is it because of my daughter? Thinking of this, Xue Jinsheng felt a surge of guilt in his heart. What a good boy he was before. But he was hurt like this by his own daughter. Auntie, you don't want to. Wei Wufeng said slowly. Lian Mengli's life will go downhill from now on, and she will end up in complete failure, right? Anshui took a deep breath. Afeng, it's Mengli who is sorry for you. Just ask for whatever conditions you have. Although I don't have much money, I will do my best to compensate you. Talk to me about money? Oh. Wei Wufeng shook his head. I have money. Besides, no amount of money can heal my broken heart. Since I've been hurt emotionally, I naturally want emotional compensation. Isn't that too much? Xue Jinqing said, well, it's not too much. Tell me, what kind of spiritual compensation do you want? Wei Wufeng stood up and walked in front of Xue Jinsheng. Under her doubtful gaze, he pinched his fair chin. Almost at the same time. A high-end tea house. In the private room. What? Lian Mengli looked at Su Fan in front of her in surprise. You want to make a contract with me? Who is Su Fan? Lian Mengli certainly knows. Before Wei Wufeng became a beast tamer, he was the most dazzling person in Zhouhu University and a rising star. Naturally, he is also the idol of almost all the girls in Zhouhu University. Almost. This definitely excludes girls like Hua Xianyan, Xue Yuling, etc. This must include girls like Lian Mengli. So, she was surprised when Su Fan came to see her. So, when Su Fan said he wanted to contract her, she was even more shocked. Su Fan smiled proudly and nodded. Then he took out a card and pushed it to Lian Mengli. There's 10 million in the card. It's my pocket money for you. There will be more in the future. Also, you know that my talent is SS level, but you don't know what it is specifically. Now I can tell you it's dash and forge. Any beast summoned by working with me will grow 100 times faster than other beasts. Also, of course, I will take care of all your cultivation resources from now on. How about it? Lian Mengli's face showed signs of struggle. Chapter 34, Lian Mengli's mother was deceived so badly, she was deceived so thoroughly. Su Fan has never been a person who would suffer a loss. But he suffered a loss at the hands of Xue Yuling. I felt even more strongly insulted. Xue Yuling would rather be Wei Wufeng's servant than sign a contract with him. This is an insult. It must be made up. Otherwise his thoughts will not be clear. How can I make up for it? It's very simple. Take away everything from Wei Wufeng, trample him to the bottom, and make him completely penniless. How to do it? In 2 steps. Step 1, first, make a contract with Wei Wufeng's former beast master Lian Mengli. Step 2, find ways and use any means to take Hua Xianyan away. The first step is the appetizer. The second step is the real treat. He took this first step himself. As for the second step, we need to rely on the efforts of our family. Su Fan is full of confidence about this. He really couldn't think of any reason why Hua Xianyan would reject a beastmaster with SS level talent. Good. Let's take a step back. Hua Xianyan has deep feelings for Wei Wufeng and is unwilling to be with him. So what? Could she still refuse her family's arrangement? Su Fan had an idea in his mind. Wei Wufeng? What the hell? You're not even qualified to be my opponent. At this time,
Su Fan smiled slightly and poured a cup of tea for Lian Mengli. The fragrance of tea is refreshing.
Don't be impatient. Think about it slowly and carefully.
Come, try this cup of pure heart tea. It's the work of Master Kai Gumming.
Lian Mengli was shocked and asked, that Master Kai, the 7th rank master? Any tea master with a grade is very famous locally.
In Dupeng City, Kai Gumming, a 7th grade master, is a well-known master. Lian Mengli even forgot to think about whether to become Su Fan's auxiliary beast master for a moment, and held the teacup in her hand.
Took a sip. Both eyes widened instantly. Oh my god. It's delicious. It's so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious tea. I feel like my whole heart and soul have been purified. Su Fan said, follow me. I can't say every day, but it's no problem to drink Master Kai's works every now and then. Lian Mengli's eyes sparkled.
But he still looked like he was struggling.
What are you struggling with?
Because she was still fantasizing that after establishing a soul contract with Wei Wufeng, she would be able to summon a god-level beast, or even a saint-level one.
Su Fan looked at the struggle on Lian Mengli's face.
Although he was curious about what she was struggling with, he didn't ask.
He is not in a hurry. He didn't think Lian Mengli would reject him. What is the reality?
Lian Mengli did make a decision very quickly.
Okay. I'll be your co-beast master.
She weighed the options carefully. Even if he reunited with Wei Wufeng and established a soul contract, he might not be able to summon a god-level or saint-level beast.
Just think about it, the probability is very low.
Otherwise, Wei Wufeng's talent level would not be just B.
But what about the contract with Su Fan? You will definitely be able to gain huge benefits.
Only a fool would give up 100% of the benefits for a low probability event.
More importantly,
there is no need for her to compromise with Wei Wufeng or endure humiliation in order to get back together.
Admit you were wrong. Admit that I am blind.
It hurts her more than killing her.
And
by making a contract with Su Fan, she can vent her anger.
She wanted to tell everyone, including that scumbag Wei Wufeng. Someone wants me, Lian Mengli.
I won't feel wronged if I don't give in to Mengli.
I, Lian Mengli, deserve better.
Su Fan smiled and said, believe me, this will be the wisest choice you will ever make in your life.
Lian Mengli asked, what kind of contract are you establishing? A normal one? Or a spiritual one?
A hint of displeasure flashed in Su Fan's eyes.
Do you still want to establish a soul contract with me? Joke. You should be grateful that I didn't ask you to sign a servant contract with me.
Su Fan had thought about having Lian Mengli establish a servant contract with him.
But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it.
He keeps himself clean and cherishes his reputation.
It's not worth it to ruin my reputation for a Lian Mengli. Su Fan smiled and said, of course it's an ordinary contract. Lian Mengli forced a smile and said, okay then.
She now finally understood what Wei Wufeng felt when she refused to establish a soul contract with him.
TSK. What do I want him to do? Su Fan said, have some tea.
After we finish our tea, we'll find a quiet place to make a contract.
Lian Mengli said obediently. Drinking tea.
Her face suddenly turned red, and she said shyly, actually.
I'm still clean. Oh. The former tree-lined path is now bustling with traffic.
Lian Mengli was completely deceiving Su Fan and raising her own status.
After all, this kind of thing. Isn't it the woman who has the final say? It doesn't matter whether it's red or not, or whether it's bloody or not.
The question is, it was worn away while practicing. You don't even need to forge one. What's more, forgery will leave a record and will be exposed once checked.
Su Fan raised his eyebrows. Oh? He obviously didn't believe it. Of course he doesn't believe it. Lian Mengli said, everything I said is true. I can swear to heaven. Wei Wufeng actually can't do it.
This is a typical case of lying with open eyes.
But in reality,
Lian Mengli said Wei Wufeng can't do it, but what emerged in her mind was the scene of herself shouting, I can't do it, to Wei Wufeng. I have to say that the saying women are born actors does make sense.
Su Fan has good eyesight.
But he didn't realize that Lian Mengli was lying with her eyes open.
Oh? Su Fan smiled. This is truly remarkable information. He made a decision in an instant.
Let the Navy spread the private information that Wei Wufeng is not good in that aspect.
Did he believe Lian Mangli's words? In fact, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Su Fan only believed what was beneficial to him.
The secret that Wei Wufeng is not good in that aspect is obviously very beneficial to him. On the one hand, it can make a big news and make Wei Wufeng a laughingstock. On the other hand, Lian Mangli is still innocent, which makes Su Fan very happy.
What a man! Maybe not everyone has this sentiment.
But certainly no one would mind if their girl was innocent and clean.
Now, Su Fan's liking for Lian Mangli increased a lot.
Finished a pot of Jingxin Xiaoming.
Su Fan took Lian Mangli into a luxury sports car and drove straight to the villa in the suburbs.
Sitting in a super sports car that she had never ridden in before, Lian Mangli was overjoyed and her heart was pounding. What will happen next? She is looking forward to it.
Calm down. Calm down. You must act more realistically. We must not let Su Fan see anything unusual. She pulled out her phone, logged into Dioma, and asked, "This isn't my first time. I'm with a new boyfriend, how can I make it feel like the first time? Waiting online, urgent."
The phone has an anti-peeping film, so there is no need to worry about Su Fan seeing it.
At this time,
she suddenly remembered asking her mother for help in getting back together, so she was about to send a message.
But she changed her mind. "Don't tell me yet. When Wei Wufeng asks to get back together with me, he. Humph, Wei Wufeng's expression will definitely be interesting then, right? Wei Wufeng, oh Wei Wufeng, I want you to know that Lian Mangli doesn't need you." Even Mangli never dreamed of it.
It was this decision she made at this moment, the decision not to tell her mother immediately, even though she had found a new beastmaster to help her. She screwed her own mother so badly.
It's such a transparent scam. Chapter 35, The Hua family's first wife visits? Tuya embraces a bold idea. After Su Fan and Lian Mangli established a contract, they left in a hurry. It's not that he doesn't want to do something.
It was his genuine co-beastmaster, the collaborator who had established the soul contract, who called.
"I want to eat idiot melon seeds. Honey, can you buy them for me?" Su Fan and his genuine allied beastmaster, Dongfang Yayun, are real love.
He is her true emperor. She is his white moonlight.
Bai Yueguan wants to eat idiot melon seeds, so how can Su Fan have the time to care about Lian Mangli? Lian Mangli was left alone in Su Fan's suburban villa. Nothing happened, which is a bit regretful.
But more of a sigh of relief.
A used car pretending to be a new one will not be exposed as long as it is not actually driven on the road.
Immediately afterwards, Lian Mangli immersed herself in the joy of enjoying the high-end residence.
Wow. Villa. So big. So luxurious. Yeah. I am Su Fan's beast now. From now on, all of these belong to me, Lian Mangli.
She pounced onto the bed, which was as soft as a cloud, and rolled over and over.
Sunlight Happiness Community. This point.
The kindergarten children have already finished school.
They are laughing and having fun in the community. Middle-aged women gathered together.
Some were making woolen shoes, some were polishing ginger peels, and some were holding babies and feeding them.
Of course, their main and most important activity is exchanging information. Whose man got a promotion and a raise?
The woman in that family has a strange relationship with the neighbor next door.
Whose son is in jail? It seems like there is endless military information to communicate every day. Retired seniors have also started their recreational activities. A few old men and women got together. As the small swana was blown and the small golden gong was struck, the Peking opera and kunku opera were sung in a humming voice. A general in the army is majestic.
The white horse and white robe look like a god. This song tells the story of an ancient general who single-handedly rescued his lord.
Not far away.
A man and a woman, one big and one small, are arguing.
"How did you get your driver's license, sister? Hasn't your coach taught you that? The roads in the community are so narrow. My car is so big. If you don't know how to move, then don't move."
"I'll do it, but you insist on moving."
"Great, it's done. Now we have to argue. Let's wait for the traffic police."
Both of them were drivers, and the quarrel was caused by traffic friction. The novice female driver was so embarrassed that her face turned red, she was anxious and angry, and she had difficulty in retorting.
This is city life. This is the daily life of ordinary people. Room 1801, Unit B, Building 13. Smile. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Wei Wufeng drank several glasses of water in a row. God knows why he was so thirsty. He turned his head to look at Xue Jinxing and said with a smile, "Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I'm very full. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Xue Jinxing quickly propped himself up with his arms, sat up, and asked, "About you and Mengli getting back together?" Wei Wufeng said, "Oh, I'll consider it. Don't even think about it." Xue Jinxing's eyes widened with red, watery eyes. "Consider it? Didn't you already agree?" Wei Wufeng asked, "When did I agree?" Xue Jinxiang was immediately filled with grief and anger when he heard this. "You lied to me. If my wounded heart could be so easily soothed and healed, then I would be such a cheapskate." Wei Wufeng shook his head. "Do you think I'm such a bitch? Put on your shoes, open the door, and go." Bang! With a slight sound, the door closed. Xue Jinsheng collapsed weakly on the sofa, muttering to himself in confusion. "What should I do? What should I do? How should I tell Mengli?" She suddenly pursed her lips, so thirsty. Wei Wufeng whistled as he got into his new car and muttered, "My luck has increased by 4 points. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket now, but I don't know if I'll win one." Yes. Just now, the free system gave him 4 points of luck for free. Can luck be given for free? This was something Wei Wufeng had not expected. Although it's only 4 districts. But perhaps precisely because they are so rare, they seem to be of such high value. In the end, Wei Wufeng still didn't buy the lottery ticket. According to the IS system, the more you use your luck, the less you have, but people cannot control when to use their luck. If you really win the lottery and waste your luck, it would be a big waste. Wei Wufeng looked at the time and felt it was still early, so he decided to go back home. Just in time. Kwazuyuan09 welcomed a guest. A stunning guest. A woman who is even slightly better than Tuya in terms of appearance and figure. This woman looks like she is in her prime. But in fact, her mature temperament and charm are seriously inconsistent with her appearance age. Her features are delicate and poetic. The skin is like white jade in white snow. A pair of eyes were clear and bright, as if the stars in the universe were crushed and contained within them, continuously blooming with brilliant starlight. This appearance is truly beautiful and graceful, beyond words. She also has a cool and elegant temperament, pure and extraordinary beauty, and unparalleled brightness. She seemed like a goddess from heaven, detached from the mundane world. Although she was in the mortal world, her every frown, every glance, every gesture revealed the aura of a goddess. Who is this? The first wife of the Hua family. Tuya's big sister. Hua Xianyan's big mom. Yin Shueshan. This time she came to tell Tuya and Hua Xianyan that the old lady was ill and suddenly missed her children and grandchildren, so she asked Hua Xianyan to go home. After hearing this, Hua Xianyan sneered inwardly and did not give the other party any face at all. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I've only seen that grandma a few times since I was a child. Will she miss me? If you want to trick me into going home, find a better excuse. After hearing Hua Xianyan's merciless words, Yin Shueshan looked at Tuya coldly. Third sister, this is the daughter you taught. Don't tell me how to treat me like a big mother. You don't even have the most basic filial piety towards your elders? Without filial piety, what's the point of being a human being? Tuya was already very unhappy with Yin Shueshan. Now she has been kicked out by Hua Haotian, and Yin Shueshan still comes to her and acts like a mistress, scolding her precious daughter in front of her. And you told me in front of me that my daughter is not a human being? What if I have no temper? I am now the mother of a god-level beast tamer. Do I need to look at your face? Thinking back to what Yin Shueshan had done to him in the past, new and old grudges erupt. A super bold revenge idea. It just started in Tuya's heart. She smiled and said, "Big sister, please be patient. I'm going to give her a good scolding right now." Then he glared at Hua Xianyan and said fiercely, "Follow me." He dragged Hua Xianyan upstairs in a fierce manner. As she walked away, she scolded him, "What did your mother teach you? You're rebelling." Chapter 36 Tuya, let's work together as mother and daughter to kill her. Hua family. The Summer Palace.
Bursts of laughter and joy came from the house.
Everyone in the room was laughing. It was as if everyone had encountered something particularly happy and couldn't help laughing. What is the reality?
It is no exaggeration to say that even if someone's father has just died, he will still laugh.
Why? Because of Mrs. Hua.
There is an old saying, a smile makes you 10 years younger.
Mrs. Hua is old. Being happy every day is more important than anything else. The entire summer palace. Even the entire Hua family.
The most important thing is to make Mrs. Hua happy and smile every day.
Mrs. Hua was particularly happy today.
Because her best friend since childhood, the old lady of the Su family, came to see her.
The two had a conflict 20 years ago and had not met again until today. More importantly,
this time, it was the old lady of the Su family who took the initiative to come to the door, lowered her attitude, and apologized for what happened 20 years ago. Oh, this made Mrs. Hua very happy.
After a lifetime of fighting with my best friend, I finally admitted defeat at the age of old. It feels so good, so good. Now that Mrs. Hua is happy, things will be easier. What? My dear sister, do you want to become more closely related to my family? Good thing. Okay.
Old Madame Hua immediately called Hua Haotian over.
Tian'er, your daughter's name is Hua Hongyan, right? Marry her to my old sister's grandson. Our two families are even closer. She even called Hua Xianyan's name wrong.
It's not a discussion, it's an order.
Hua Hao is sick.
But on second thought, marrying into the Su family is also a good thing. The Su family has connections in Beijing.
The problem is how to get Hua Xianyan back.
He didn't dare tell his mother the truth for fear of making her angry.
My mother is old and her emotions cannot fluctuate drastically. Hua Haotian is very filial.
After thinking it over, he decided to trick Hua Xianyan into returning home by saying that the old lady is sick and misses her children and grandchildren.
Yes, it is indeed very filial, very flexible.
This time, he chose his first wife, Yin Shuishan, as the executor.
Last time I asked the second son to go, he messed things up. Let the second brother's mother go this time. It won't mess anything up, right? So, Yin Shuishan went to building A09 of Kuizuyuan.
Then, just as she finished explaining her purpose, she was confronted by Hua Xianyan.
What a rude wild girl. No wonder she wouldn't even go home for a strange man. Yin Shui was secretly annoyed.
If Tu Yaruo can't teach this wild girl a lesson.
As the big mom, I will teach you personally.
Listening to Tuya's angry and harsh reprimand for Hua Xianyan, Yin Shuishan muttered to himself.
Tuya angrily scolded all the way. He pulled Hua Xianyan up to the third floor and entered Wei Wufeng's room.
Hua Xianyan looked at her mother in confusion and said, "Mom, you." Tuya blinked at Hua Xianyan, pursed her lips, and continued to scold her loudly. While scolding, he picked up a pen and paper and started writing.
Don't talk. I'm just putting on an act for that bitch. We have pen and paper to communicate. Hua Xianyan glanced at the words on the paper, and immediately a thought popped up in her mind. Then he picked up a pen and wrote, "Mom, what are you going to do?"
Tuya wrote quickly, but she continued to scold Hua Hongyan in various ways.
Ha ha. So exciting. It's like underground workers are making contact. You're right. That bitch definitely has bad intentions. I've been pissed off with her for a long time. Today is the day to settle the score. Then, she wrote down her revenge plan on paper. Let us do this first. Then, finally, this and that.
After reading the revenge plan, Hua Xianyan's eyes widened and she exclaimed in horror, "Mom, you."
Tuya's eyes widened fiercely and she shouted, "How dare you talk back?"
A line of words had already been written on the paper at lightning speed.
How's that? Is it okay? Just think of it as helping Mom get revenge. You get revenge too. The whole family is obviously plotting against you. They want to trick you back and kill you. Hua Xianyan showed hesitation and wrote, "What if my husband doesn't agree?" Tuya wrote, "How could he refuse such a good thing? If he refuses, let's persuade him together." Then he added another sentence. "If we succeed, we'll have leverage over her. That'll be very beneficial to your husband. Think about it, if you control that bitch, the Hua family's treasure will belong to your husband. And if the Hua family plots something against your husband, that bitch will definitely know. If she knows, we will know too. Then we can take early action." Hua Xianyan is only concerned about her husband's interests.
Upon hearing this, she no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Then he raised his concerns, but she's very strong.
What if she fails?
Tuya showed a sinister and complacent smile on her face, and took out a small box like a magic trick. Then take out a small pill from the small box. The words written on it read, "This is a bone-softening pill." Later, pour her some tea to apologize.
Put the medicine in the tea. Hua Xianyan looked at her mother in astonishment. How could mom have such a thing?
Tuya noticed her daughter's surprise and confusion and smiled triumphantly. She wrote, "You forgot that your mother is from the Chili tribe. The Chili tribe inherited the art of Dangu. Your mother has learned it.
Although the alchemist has withdrawn from the stage of history. But it doesn't mean that the alchemist has completely disappeared."
Hua Xianyan took the softening bones and muscles pill from Tuya and nodded at her.
Tuya wrote, "All right. Let's work together, mother and daughter, to kill her." He kept yelling. "Walk.
Come down with me and apologize to your eldest mother."
Outrageous.
Tuya pulled Hua Xianyan downstairs. Return to the first floor living room.
Tuya glared at Hua Xianyan and said, "Go quickly. Pour tea for your grandmother and kneel down to apologize." Yin Shueshan said, "No need, it's getting late."
Tuyelian said, "Big sister, if you do something wrong, you should scold and punish her, and apologize.
Otherwise, she will dare to do it again next time." Hua Xianyan walked into the kitchen and made tea. Softening tendons and bones pill, put it in. After a while, Hua Xianyan came out holding a teacup and actually knelt in front of Yin Shueshan for her husband. "What's wrong with kneeling?" "Mom, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yin Shueshan didn't want to drink tea from outside. Trash, disgusting. Tuya obviously didn't take this into consideration. But seeing Hua Xianyan kneeling down, she couldn't refuse to drink. After taking the tea, his nose twitched and he muttered to himself, "What kind of crappy tea is this?
It has no smell at all." Fortunately, the soft tendon and bone softening pill is colorless and odorless. Yin Shueshan thought about just taking a sip, just for the sake of it. As a result, after just one sip, her eyes whitened and her body trembled.
This tea? Tuya and Hua Xianyan's hearts skipped a beat. Oops. Discovered? What to do? If poisoning doesn't work, then use force. Xin Zhaojun is at Jiuhu University. If I can't beat Yin Shueshan, call for reinforcements. Tuya was about to take action.
Then I saw Yin Shueshan gulp down the tea in one gulp.
Not a drop left.
Yin Shueshan licked his lips to savor the taste. This action was so tempting that even Tuya's heart was moved.
What kind of tea is this?
I've never tasted such a unique tea. There is clearly not a trace of tea fragrance, but the tea flavor seems to have a magical power that penetrates the soul.
Anything else? Another one. Tuya? Hua Xianyan? Chapter 37. Yin Shueshan, bitch. You're seeking death. This. Do you want a refill of poisonous tea? Naturally, the mother and daughter had no idea of the charm of that tea. Wei Wufeng learned the green feather tea classic and would practice on his own whenever he had time. Hua Xianyan casually found some tea leaves in the kitchen. It has undergone secondary processing by Wei Wufeng. The processing method is also simple. But the key lies in the ratio of spices. Only the most perfect ratio can fully stimulate the tea aroma and lock in the tea flavor. Why didn't Yin Shueshan smell any tea fragrance? It's because the tea aroma molecules are firmly locked.
This method and formula of processing tea is called locking spring color in green feather tea classic. Meaning, all the spring scenery in the garden is locked up, and no red apricots can cheat on the woman.
Hua Xianyan just brewed it casually. If only better water. Using a more sophisticated brewing technique. Oh, and there is no poison added. That cup of tea will be even more amazing. Also, the tea that Wei Wufeng used for practice was not top-notch. If I used better tea leaves. Wow. I wonder if this cup of tea can make Yin Shueshan's clothes explode directly. The highest level of locking the spring beauty is not being able to lock the spring beauty. Tuya and her daughter were unaware of this. But. You want a refill, right? Continue.
Tuya thought to herself, fortunately, I always make 2 pills each time I refine them.
But he said, Yan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make another cup for Grandma. I'll go with you. He went up and pulled Tuya towards the kitchen.
Yin Shueishan frowned on her beautiful face.
How strange.
I was so surprised to find such delicious tea here that even I lost my composure. And the characteristic of enjoying the tea flavor without smelling the tea fragrance reminded her of the locking in the spring colors processing method mentioned by a 6th grade tea master. According to the 6th grade tea master, this locking spring scenery was created by Lu Yu, the pioneer of tea ceremony and the most holy teacher.
But it has long been lost. It should be a similar method.
Yin Shueishan made a judgment secretly.
It certainly cannot be the lost locking spring scenery. But even if it is not locking the spring scenery,
it can achieve the same effect as locking spring, which is also amazing.
Let's ask them later where they got this tea.
She knew from the mother and daughter's reactions that they had no idea the value of this tea.
A country girl from a remote village gave birth to an ignorant daughter. She is blind and a waste of talent. Not long. Tuya and her daughter left the kitchen.
Huo Xianyan offered tea to Yin Shueishan again. This time, Yin Shueishan did not guzzle the wine, but savored it slowly. The more she savored it, the more intoxicated she became and the more she enjoyed it.
What a pity. Tea leaves in general. The water quality is average. The soak is more ordinary. Savor it and savor it.
Yin Shueishan's expression suddenly changed. The teacup slipped from his hand and the tea leaves spilled onto his legs, instantly soaking them.
The teacup also rolled to the ground and broke with a clang. Yin Shueishan is not stupid. She reacted in a second and shouted angrily, "How dare you poison me?" Ah ha 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 ha. Tuya laughed heartily, proudly, and excitedly. I laughed so hard that the big rabbit I kept with me jumped up and down. Yin Shueishan, you've fallen into my hands, right? Yin Shueishan wanted to transform immediately.
As a result, she was poisoned by double the soft tendon and bone-breaking poison and couldn't even transform. She could no longer maintain her elegant and proud sitting posture, and lay on the sofa like a pile of mud.
Her face flushed and she was furious. Bitch! Do you know what you are doing? You are courting death.
Tuya raised her hand to slap her. But he stopped halfway through. Then he touched her face with a very gentle touch.
TSK. Look at this face. With just a little makeup, she's as beautiful as a goddess from heaven. As a woman, I was so moved by it that I couldn't bear to break it. Yin Shueishan shouted angrily, "Take your dirty hands away." Suddenly, she looked at a person whom she had always ignored and treated as heir Mu Jianying. Mu Jianying had actually been standing in the living room the entire time. But Yin Shueishan treated her as heir from the moment he entered the door until the second before this moment. Only after being poisoned did she no longer treat Mu Jianying as heir. Mu Jianying. Send a message home quickly. She didn't expect Mu Jianying to save her. Mu Jianying definitely cannot beat Tuya. However, Mu Jianying didn't move at all, just standing there like a human-shaped figurine. Yin Shueishan shouted, "Mu Jianying. Are you deaf?" Tuya pinched Yin Shueishan's chin with a sneer on her face. From the moment the Hua family gave her to Wei Wufeng, she only listened to Wei Wufeng. This is all thanks to the good training of your Hua family. They are obedient and capable. Yin Shueishan cursed angrily, "Bitch." Tuya tilted her head and pricked up her ears, saying, "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." At the same time, Huo Xianyan was not idle either. She called Wei Wufeng and said that she had something important to do, and asked him to come back quickly. Yin Shueishan gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, well." Tuya pinched her cheeks hard, making her speechless. "You're still acting like the queen. I'm saying, are you stupid? Ha? You're already in my hands, what are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll make your hair cough. Be civilized, let's be civilized and not use vulgar words." Yin Shueishan asked, "Tuya, what on earth do you want to do?" Asking this question actually means giving in, no longer expressing emotions, but negotiating conditions. Tuya smiled and hooked her chin, saying, "Guess." Yin Shueishan was stunned. She didn't know what kind of retaliation she was about to face. The ancients were very wise. They concluded that there are 3 types of people you should never mess with when traveling around the world: the elderly, women, and children. All I can say is,
When a woman becomes cruel and crazy, men really have no chance of survival.
Wei Wufeng was already on his way back.
When he heard Hua Xianyan say there is something important to do, he rushed home as fast as he could. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a woman slumped on the sofa in the living room.
Hiss. So beautiful.
In terms of appearance, she is only one level lower than Hua Xianyan. But if you add in her unique and transcendent temperament, she is no worse than Hua Xianyan.
Even.
For some people who prefer a little more maturity, Hua Xianyan is not as charming as her.
Who is this person? When Tuya saw Wei Wufeng, her cheeks inexplicably turned red. I thought to myself, damn. Why am I blushing? He coughed twice and said to his daughter, Yan Yan, talk to him. Hua Xianyan came to Wei Wufeng and whispered in his ear. Wei Wufeng was halfway through when he exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? He subconsciously looked at Tuya. Tuya blushed and looked away. You, don't look at me. Yin Shueshan has very good hearing. Although Hua Xianyan spoke softly, she heard it clearly. She was shaking with anger. You. She was so angry that she couldn't speak clearly. Chapter 38 Hua Haotian, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering the phone? Wei Wufeng was speechless.
Seeing that her husband didn't say anything, Hua Xianyan felt a little guilty and started to act coquettishly.
Hubby, please agree, okay? Please? Just consider it revenge for me and my mother. Please. And once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back.
After hearing this, Yin Shueshan rushed to rescue him. If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened.
Of course, this is just talk. She will take revenge. She will definitely take revenge. She will definitely take revenge. Don't believe her. Tuya would not give Yin Shueshan any chance at all. Don't believe a word this woman says. By the way, she came here to trick Yan Yan into returning to the Hua family. She lied that Yan Yan's grandmother was sick and used filial piety to coerce her into returning home.
When Wei Wufeng heard this, his eyes narrowed.
Are you plotting against my woman? How can this be tolerated? Yin Shueshan said, I didn't lie. Okay. Then swear and I'll film it. Tuya interrupted immediately.
She said, if you lie to me, that old woman will get sores on her head and pus on her feet, and she will have no children or grandchildren, and she will be struck by lightning from heaven.
Yin Shueshan angrily said, Tuya. How could you be so vicious? She's your mother-in-law.
Tuya curled her lips and smiled with disdain. I thought she was my mother-in-law, but she didn't recognize me, a country girl, as her daughter-in-law.
Your Hua family is amazing. High and mighty, rich and powerful. Ha, do you think I'd care about you? If Hua Haotian hadn't been so persistent with me back then, would I have left my hometown with him? But after entering the Hua family, how did you treat me?
She seemed to be taking this opportunity to vent all her resentment and anger. She keeps calling me country girl and rustic girl, but once she steps into the Hua family's house, it's like a country chicken transformed into a phoenix. Because of our past relationship and my daughter's consideration, I don't want to argue with you.
But how is Hua Haotian treating me now? And how is he treating my daughter? I'm telling you I'm not going to serve you anymore.
She was also drunk.
Turning to look at Wei Wufeng, he was no longer shy and asked directly, Wei Wufeng, are you going to do it or not?
Wei Wufeng said without further ado, okay. The moment Tuya mentioned that Yin Shueshan used filial piety to trick Hua Xianyan into returning home, he made up his mind. You have calculated everything, I want to agree.
Tuya gave him a thumbs up. Good. That's straightforward. I like you like this.
Yin Shueshan said angrily, you dare. Her voice trembled with anger, as well as a bit of panic and anxiety.
Wei Wufeng walked over and carried the man up. Smells so good. The subtle fragrance instantly fills the nasal cavity, and the intoxicating aroma reaches the skull.
The body is as soft as boneless, and feels light and soft when held. Yin Shueshan glared with eyes filled with anger and resentment, gritted his teeth with all his might, and kept uttering harsh words and cursing.
Wei Wufeng smiled but said nothing. Tuya was not idle. She even ran back to her room first, got some things, and then ran to Wei Wufeng's room.
When Wei Wufeng came in carrying someone, she had already started fiddling with the equipment.
What device? Various filming equipment. Ha, I didn't expect my hobby would come in handy. Yin Shueshan has many hobbies. For example, reading various novels. For example, photography. These devices were all newly purchased by her. The original filming equipment was all at the Hua family, but she didn't want to enter the Hua family again. The last time she went shopping at the mall, she bought some photography equipment. All these things add up to more than 7 million. It is more than enough to shoot 8K in 240 frames of video. Wei Wufeng looked at the scene and thought to himself, what's the big deal? Are you filming a movie here? Tuya urged, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. Yin Shueishan started cursing again. Tuya did not argue with her. She pinched Yin Shueishan's face, smiled evilly, walked out of the door and closed it. She went downstairs and returned to her room, but her face was full of worry. Although Yen Yen has learned a little bit of photography from me, I'm not sure if it will work for me. I don't know if I can flexibly use the most basic push, pull, pan, and move operations in filmmaking. If I could give on-site instruction, no, I don't want to. Suddenly she thought of something. That's not right. I can see it when I'm editing later, is there any difference? I'm the director. This is a very serious, formal, elegant, sacred, and pure literary and artistic creation. Doing art. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just think of this. Tuya became more serious and upright. Then he walked out, went up the stairs, and knocked on Wei Wufeng's door. At the same time, Hua family. The old lady of the Hua family was still chatting happily with the old lady of the Su family. The two best friends haven't seen each other for more than 20 years, and it seems like they have endless things to talk about. Exquisite snacks were also served. The old lady of the Su family did not come alone, she also brought a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. The Su family's children were so bored that they played with snacks with chopsticks. When the old lady of the Su family saw this, she cried out, ouch. My little ancestor, please stop poking that jade butterfly snow lotus cake. This is the most delicious dessert from your grandmother Hua's house. If you poke it, it won't look good or taste good. Instead of listening, the Su family's child became even more outrageous and poked all the exquisite butterfly-shaped pastries with chopsticks. Of course, Mrs. Hua would not argue with the child and said a few words with a smile. Then he looked at a girl with good looks, temperament, and figure. Yuan Yang, go ask Tiana if he's brought the person back. How long has it been? The girl took the order and left. She went to Hua Haotian's study and conveyed Mrs. Hua's intention. Hua Haotian was busy with other things. Hearing this, he picked up his phone and called Yin Shueishan. Beep. 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 Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. Hua Haotian frowned and murmured in confusion, what are you doing? Why don't you answer the phone? Chapter 39 Yin Shueishan, I will go to Wei Wufeng's house again tomorrow. Wow. This time, the free system actually gave money? A full 30 billion. Okay. Money is a good thing. Throughout the ages. How many people work hard and endure humiliation just for a few taels of silver? From now on. How many people would work hard and endure humiliation for a few taels of silver? After all our hard work, we can easily become billionaires. How happy we are. Wei Wufeng has money to spend. But to say that he is not short of money and does not need money is also a lie. The results of your cultivation largely depend on the resources you have to cultivate. Generally speaking, there are two ways to obtain cultivation resources. First, get it. Second, spend money to buy it. Now that I have money, I can freely purchase various cultivation resources. In addition, Wei Wufeng asked the Yi system whether the money was safe and would it attract the attention of regulatory authorities? System tells him it's safe. Specifically speaking, the system does not create billions of dollars out of nothing. It is the magical power of the system. Launder all kinds of black money that are not allowed to be seen in the light in various banks. After traveling around the world, the money was transferred into a top private account of Duantu Bank. Although Duantu Bank has no branches in the country. But Duantu Bank is a member of the World Bank Consortium. Many banks in the country are members of the World Bank Group. Therefore, he can easily access this huge sum of nearly 30 billion. Value. But at this moment, Wei Wufeng was like a gambler who was addicted and had a rage for killing. I spent the whole night in the casino and lost everything. Before I knew it, the sun had set and it was dark. Tonight the moonlight is like mercury,
pouring all over the ground.
The stars are shining brightly, filling the night sky. It's so beautiful. Tuya drove in Schweshen to the Hua family. Inside the car, Tuya whistled happily and proudly.
In Shueshen slumped in the passenger seat.
Say it. Has the effect of softening bones and muscles powder not worn off yet? On the one hand, the medicine is still effective.
In Shueshen took almost 2 pills of softening bones and muscles powder.
The effect of poison is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
If it were an ordinary person, he would have been paralyzed for life.
On the other hand, she was forced to act in the first film directed by Tuya and was exhausted. No, not just tired, I even have internal injuries.
The combination of these two aspects has resulted in Shueshen still being in a mess. Although my body is as soft as mud.
But she is stubborn. Cursing all the way. Bitch. Bitch. Beast.
In Shueshen's vocabulary of swear words is quite limited, and he only uses a few words over and over again. Also, her voice was very hoarse.
If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it clearly. You'd better kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you. Tuya interrupted impatiently. Oh, that's enough. It's just the same few words over and over again. I'm tired of hearing them. What's the point of saying harsh words? I'm not going to lose a piece of flesh.
In Shueshen screamed loudly.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The voices are all broken.
At this point, she had nothing to do with words like elegance, dignity, grace, and nobility.
Tuya smiled and said, Okay, go ahead and scream. Keep going.
In Shueshen stopped shouting and closed his eyes.
Motionless, like a corpse.
Tuya curled her lips and muttered, How boring.
The sports car roared along. Finally, it stopped at the grand gate of the Hua family. We're here, get out of here. She was not polite at all. By the way, if Hua Haotian saw your performance today, how do you think he would rate you?
In Shueshen slowly opened his eyes and stared at Tuya.
Believe it or not, I will die with you. Tuya smiled and said, Believe it, I believe it. We'll die together, right? Okay, I'll accompany you.
After she finished speaking, her expression changed and she said coldly, You better know your place before you talk to me.
Get out. This face changes so quickly.
In Shui looked at Tuya deeply and got out of the car.
Woo boom boom.
The supercar is running at full horsepower, and its taillights are like flowing light, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye.
In Shueshen's eyes. I wish I could shoot 2 rockets and blow the car and the people in it to pieces. She staggered towards the door as if she were drunk. When Hua Haotian heard the report from his servant, he immediately summoned In Shueshen. As soon as he saw In Shueshen, he scolded him harshly without saying a word. What's wrong with you? Look at what time it is now. You didn't even answer my calls. Where is Hua Xianyan? Didn't I tell you to bring him back? Hua Haotian was scolded by Madame Hua before.
Hua Hongyan did not show up, and Mrs. Hua felt that she had lost face in front of her old friend.
Hua Haotian was filled with anger.
Now that he saw that In Shueshen had obviously messed up, he vented his anger on her.
In Shueshen was stunned by Hua Haotian's scolding and just stood there blankly.
In fact, she now has difficulty standing. She never expected that when she returned home, what she received was not Hua Haotian's concern, but a scolding. Seeing In Shueshen in a daze, Hua Haotian became even angrier. I'm asking you a question. Where are the people? Why don't you say something? In Shueshen felt as if his heart had fallen into an abyss, and it felt so cold. She was so angry. Hua Haotian, do you know what I have been through? Instead of comforting me, you scolded me? But people are sometimes so strange. Although they are extremely angry, some people are surprisingly calm. At this time, In Shueshen was very calm. Or maybe she is now exhausted both physically and mentally, and has lost all her energy and strength to be angry? Hua Xianyan is not in school. I've been looking for her since this afternoon, but I still can't find her. I don't know where my phone fell while I was looking for someone. Hua Haotian said angrily, You can't even do a small thing. If you had. He wanted to say, What's the use of you? But perhaps he felt that this was too much and did not say it out loud.
Yin Shueshan lowered his head and said, I'll go to Wei Wufeng again tomorrow. Hua Haotian responded without thinking. Okay. Go again. Let Aya cooperate with you.
Tell her that if she wants to return to the Hua family, she should bring her daughter back. Just say that I said that.
He felt that if he gave Tuya the chance to go home, Tuya would seize it. Go ahead, I have things to do. Yin Shueshan said nothing, nodded, and walked away silently. Hua Haotian looked at her back and thought to himself, why does it look weird?
Chapter 40. A certain beast master surnamed Wei is incompetent, and the happiness of a certain school beauty surnamed Hua is in jeopardy.
I have to think more about myself. Yin Shueshan thought so. It was simply because Hua Xianyan was not coaxed back.
He was severely reprimanded by Hua Haotian. This behavior completely chilled Yin Shueshan's heart.
She was forced to face a problem. Once he sees what happened before, will he understand and forgive himself? Won't. With Hua Haotian's temper and personality, how can we tolerate such a thing? If he doesn't forgive himself, how will you treat yourself? Kick yourself out of the Hua family? Still, let yourself die of illness? If Hua Haotian goes too far, what will happen to my son then? What will happen to my parents and relatives on my mother's side? These are all issues that Yin Shueshan has to consider.
Yin Shueshan returned to his room and lay down in the bathtub filled with natural hot spring water. The boiling hot spring water could not warm her cold heart.
Cluck, cluck, cluck.
I'm so angry that my teeth are itching.
Although hate.
But she made a decision that went against her will and was in line with her rationality.
We must confront Tuya and the others and negotiate. At least there is still a chance of survival if we negotiate with that room full of bastards. Confess to Hua Haotian or be discovered by him, and you will die. Jiuhu University. Building A09, Quizuyuan. Bedroom on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry, husband.
Hua Xianyan apologized with deep regret.
Faced with Hua Xianyan's sudden apology, Wei Wufeng was speechless. Speaking of which, I am obviously the beneficiary and I have enjoyed great benefits. You apologize. I don't know what to say. However, Wei Wufeng does not claim to be a gentleman. If you know you're wrong, shouldn't you be punished? But it's your mother who did something wrong. I can't punish her, right? Then I can only punish you. How do you think I should punish you? Hua Xianyan said, hubby, you can punish me however you want, but please don't be angry with me, okay? Ouch. This little demon, no, it's a big demon. So, how should I punish her?
Wei Wufeng thought about it again and again, and suddenly an idea came to him, so he leaned close to her ear. I don't know what he said, but when Hua Xianyan heard it, her cheeks suddenly turned red and her eyes became watery. But she said in a weak voice, I always listen to my husband. Be good. Wei Wufeng's heart was burning with passion. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Sister Nana who called. Wei Wufeng said to Hua Xianyan, I'll take a call, and answered the call in front of her. I'm done. Tomorrow night. Originally, I was going to dress up as a tea master and meet Naoki Himkawa with Sister Nana tonight. As a result, because of the incident with Yin Shueshan, he was busy from day to night. Wei Wufeng can only postpone the match with Richuan Zhiban. When Sister Nana called to ask, he said he was doing something very important and couldn't get away. Xia Rina didn't say anything either. I'm calling now just to show my concern and to hear the bad guy's voice. Wei Wufeng hugged Hua Xianyan while talking sweetly to Xia Rina. Hua Xianyan leaned on her husband, silent. An hour later, Wei Wufeng and Sister Nana said good night and sweet dreams to each other before hanging up the phone. He put down his phone and looked at Hua Xianyan, who was already asleep, and couldn't help feeling a sense of pity in his heart. Yes, Hua Xianyan fell asleep. How could you fall asleep while listening to your husband chatting on the phone with another woman? Either he is stupid or he has a broad mind. Wei Wufeng was still thinking about whether he should say something to Hua Xianyan after hanging up the phone. But they are all asleep, what else is there to say? Suck. He gently kissed Hua Xianyan's forehead, which was whiter than Baoyu's, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Maybe I was really tired and fell asleep almost immediately. Downstairs. Tuya's room. The lights in the entire room were turned off. The only light in the room was Tuya's laptop. She is sitting in front of her laptop. The light from the screen hit her face.
Good job. The face that was originally extremely beautiful and stunning now looked. How to say it? The word obscene is so inappropriate when used to describe a woman. Oh yes, Tuya's eyes are also very shining. What is she doing?
He is staying up late to edit his first directorial work.
Meow. The wild cat outside the window called again. When you are busy, time always flies by. Before we knew it, the sun rose in the east.
Tuya was busy all night, but she was not sleepy at all. Her face was flushed and she looked full of energy.
Knock knock knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Hua Xianyan came to call her for breakfast.
Tuya responded with "I'm coming," and then closed the computer.
The rough cut is done. I'll do the fine-tuning and editing today.
I quickly brushed my teeth and washed my face without putting on any makeup. I looked beautiful even without makeup.
Come to the restaurant downstairs.
Hua Xianyan, Shui Yuling, Mu Jianying and others have already sat at the table. Just then, Wei Wufeng came out of the kitchen carrying a big bowl of hot noodles.
Their eyes met in mid-air. Tuya smiled gracefully and said, "Good morning, classmate Wei." But in my heart I was cheering myself up. Don't be shy, I'm not shy. This is my artistic creation. Wei Wufeng replied, "Good morning." Tuya sat down. Everyone started to enjoy breakfast. Eat and eat. Bang. Suddenly there was a noise.
But Shui Yuling angrily slammed her phone on the table. She was browsing her phone while eating breakfast.
That's too much. Brother phone, someone spread rumors about you, saying that you. Seeing her so angry, Hua Xianyan asked curiously, "What did you say?"
Shui Yuling blushed with anger and said, You can see for yourself."
Hua Xianyan took the phone and looked at it.
The title read, "A certain beast tamer named Wei is incompetent, and the happiness of a certain school beauty named Hui is in jeopardy."
Well, the internet trolls hired by Su Fan started to spread rumors.
The rumor spread that Wei Wufeng, as a man, did not even have the most basic functions of a man.
A bunch of people came to watch the fun and eat melons.
Or make sarcastic remarks in the comments section.
Tuya also leaned over to take a look.
She couldn't bear to read it halfway through and curled her lips.
Will he be able to do it? Rumors. Ridiculous. I don't know if he can do it yet, but. Chapter 41 Lian Mongli, Wei Wufeng, do you think I will regret it? No. Wei Wufeng was sprayed in the face again.
It's not that he didn't learn his lesson.
This time he sat diagonally opposite Tuya.
Under normal circumstances.
Unless Tuya was deliberately aiming at him, she would definitely not be able to spray him. But.
Tuya sat on the chair, leaning sideways to look at the content on her phone.
Then he complained, "Rumors. I don't even know him."
As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately realized that she had said something extremely ambiguous again.
I spit it out subconsciously. What a coincidence.
She subconsciously sprayed it towards Wei Wufeng, who was sitting diagonally across from her.
I'm sorry. Tuya's face was red.
It seemed as if white steam was about to spew out of his head.
I'm really not, that. What are you doing? Am I cursed to spit in Wei Wufeng's face if I eat with him?
Wei Wufeng said, "It's okay.
I'm used to it." Tuya's face turned even redder.
Hua Xianyan and Shui Yuling quickly took out tissues to wipe his face.
Wei Wufeng went to wash his face.
When I washed my face and returned to the restaurant, Tuya was gone. Hua Xianyan said that her mother took breakfast and went back to her room to eat, saying that she had important work to do.
Wei Wufeng didn't say anything. Continue eating breakfast. They also didn't talk about the rumors on the internet. What else there to talk about? Whether Wei Wufeng is capable or not, others may not know, but his own family members may not know either. After breakfast, Wei Wufeng and the other two went to school.
Mu Jianying tidied and cleaned. The main area where rumors were spread was Jiuhu University.
So,
Wei Wufeng was walking on the campus, and the boys and girls along the way all looked at him with strange eyes.
Didn't he say anything? At least they didn't say anything. Even if you don't say it out loud, there are people talking about it online. I never thought that someone this handsome wouldn't be able to do this. God is indeed fair. Thank God. I feel mentally balanced now. So what if I'm a god-level beastmaster? I'm still not good enough. I'm not even a real man.
No wonder Lian Mengli terminated her contract with him.
Which girl wants to be a widow? What a pity for school beauty Hua.
She's as beautiful as a fairy, but she'll never experience the joy of being a woman.
Alas. If they don't separate within a month, I'm going to eat Hua Lai too and then spray upside down. Chat groups, campus forums and other places are quite lively. But I didn't expect it.
In reality, there were actually self-righteous people who came up and blocked his way.
Wei Wufeng, please terminate your contract with school beauty Hua. I think you should face up to your shortcomings.
If you really love her and care about her, you should terminate your contract with her.
Don't be too selfish. You can't let your selfishness ruin Hua's life. It doesn't matter if you can't be a man, but at least you have to be a good person, don't you think?
This boy spoke very fast, but his pronunciation was very clear.
Wei Wufeng was not allowed to speak.
Hua Xianyan shouted coldly, "Get out!"
What was she like before? So cool. Iceberg.
Only in front of her husband is she a sweet, well-behaved little girl.
To men other than your husband?
She doesn't even give face to her own father, and turns against him at will. The boy was startled by Hua Xianyan's shout of "Get lost!" He was stunned for 2 seconds before speaking.
Mr. Hua, Wei Wufeng is not good at that. He can't give you the happiness of a woman. I'm really doing this for your own good. Do you understand what I mean by that aspect?
Hua Xianyan narrowed her eyes, and a cold gleam of light shot out. I'm saying this one last time, get out. The boy felt a chill in his heart when he saw the cold gaze.
But he still didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng, why are you mute? Are you still a man? Humph, what's the matter? You're not good at that, so you don't even have any seeds?
Hua Xianyan said, "You are looking for death." She was so angry that she was about to hit him.
Wei Wufeng put his arm around her waist and looked at the boy with a smile. Who told you to do this? You're trying to piss me off so I can beat you up. Am I right?
The boy's expression changed slightly.
But he sneered and said, I don't know what you are talking about.
I'll pay you 10 million.
Tell me who it is. Wei Wufeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. Or,
I'll use this 10 million to buy the lives of your entire family. The boy's face changed drastically.
You dare? Now we live in a society ruled by law. Wei Wufeng waved his hand and said, I have to go to class. Don't waste my time. 5, 4, 3, 2.
The boy said, 20 million.
Wei Wufeng was also straightforward. He took out his phone and said, give me the payment code. Just a small follower. He has neither the time nor the energy to take care of it. If you want revenge, you have to find out the culprit behind the scenes. That way the revenge will be interesting and satisfying.
The boy really took out his mobile phone, opened the payment code, and his hands trembled slightly.
Scan the code. Transfer. With a ding sound, the debt is gone. The boy almost shouted with excitement. 20 million. 20 million. I have money. Wei Wufeng asked, can you tell me now? The boy said in a trembling voice, Ouyang Filong asked me to come to you. He wanted me to provoke you and make you hit me. Ouyang Filong? Who is it? Shui Yiling said, Ouyang Filong is Su Fan's #1 follower.
Then he said, Master, it is very likely Su Fan.
Wei Wufeng smiled and opened his payment code. Transfer 19.9 million to me.
Or I'll sue you for extortion 20 million, enough to put you in jail for life.
100,000 yuan is my alms for you. The boy's face turned pale and he said, how could you do this? Wei Wufeng smiled. You said, this is a society ruled by law. Are you going to sue me? I have plenty of money. I can hire the best lawyers to fight you to the end.
In the end, you'll have to pay back the money, plus spend at least 25 years in prison.
How is it? Can you afford it?
The boy gritted his teeth. He suddenly realized that in Wei Wufeng's eyes, he was just a small fry, a small ant.
Trash fish? Ants? Hateful. Just wait and see. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day. I am Guolud. I will definitely become a truly strong man and look down upon you, the chosen ones, from a superior position. Guolud decided to endure the humiliation and scan the code to transfer money. My money! Wolu's heart was bleeding, screaming, and roaring. After a short episode,
Wei Wufeng found out the mastermind behind spreading the rumors. Su Fan.
You paid some trolls to spread rumors about me, didn't you? You're rich, aren't you? Who doesn't have money yet? What a coincidence!
Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan arrived at the pier heading to the lake island. He happened to meet Su Fan and his cooperative beastmasters, one of whom was Lian Mengli. When Lian Mengli saw Wei Wufeng, she immediately held her head high and looked at him with the attitude of a victor.
Wei Wufeng, do you think I will regret it? No. Leaving you was the right thing to do. Why would I regret it later? If I hadn't kicked you out, how could I have signed a contract with Brother Fan? Chapter 42, Spreading rumors about my husband is not okay? How about letting you, a woman, experience it?
Lian Mengli said this in her heart. No one can hear it except herself.
Does she really not regret it? No regrets. No way.
After all, there were many opportunities to become a divine beast or even a holy beast.
2.5 years, 2.5 years. Just make a soul contract with Wei Wufeng. 2.5 years. Even if the chance of a talent taking effect is low, it will still take effect, right?
As long as it takes effect once, I can become a divine beast, or even a holy beast, and my life will take off completely.
Sadly, there is no hope now.
If God gave her another chance, she would never terminate her contract with Wei Wufeng.
Pity. She regretted it.
She was heartbroken. She was angry that Wei Wufeng didn't persist in pursuing her, didn't try to keep her. If you try harder and treat me better, maybe I'll soften my heart and get back together with you.
Lian Mengli thinks so. But she is stubborn. She is proud.
She has a strong sense of self-esteem.
She is even more vain. No matter how much regret I feel in my heart, I will never show it on my face. She even kept comforting herself in her heart, I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all.
It is this kind of contradictory, entangled and twisted mentality. That's why she decided to sign a contract with Su Fan.
But at the same time,
she still fantasized that Wei Wufeng would come to his senses, change his mind, regret it, and beg her to get back together.
The result is,
she didn't tell her biological mother that she now had a beastmaster and didn't have to worry about dropping out of school. If Xue Jinxing knew that she had a beastmaster, he would definitely not be threatened by Wei Wufeng again.
However, because of Lian Mengli's selfishness, she was completely unaware of it. To put it bluntly, Lian Mengli treated Su Fan and Wei Wufeng as backups. Yes, backups.
If Wei Wufeng asks for reconciliation, she will kick Su Fan out. If Wei Wufeng doesn't ask for reconciliation, she will continue to follow Su Fan.
In Lian Mengli's opinion, she is sure to win.
Moreover, she thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by two of the most influential figures on campus.
Wow! In her inner world, Wei Wufeng and Su Fan both began to admire her. Su Fan.
When Shui Yiling saw Su Fan, she was not polite at all.
Did you ask Ouyang Filong to spread rumors about the master?
After Shui Yiling revealed her identity as Wei Wufeng's servant beast, she was transferred to the genius class.
Shui Yiling of course gladly accepted this. It's so wonderful to be able to take classes and study with the master, right?
But I didn't expect to meet Su Fan on the first day of school with my master.
What a bummer.
Su Fan's expression remained unchanged. But I was already cursing in my heart.
That idiot. How do you do it? How come it got known so quickly? He was about to pretend to be confused and say, "What are you talking about? I don't understand."
But someone spoke before him.
Shut up. How dare you, a self-degraded, lowly servant beast like you, address Fan Fan by his name? Mr. Wei, is this how you discipline your servants? The one speaking is a beautiful woman.
Her long, shiny black hair is tied behind her head.
The girl's single ponytail exudes a youthful vibe. Clear eyes. Long eyelashes. There are also slender eyebrows like willow-shaped mountains in the distance. It looks elegant and beautiful. That straight nose and rosy lips.
This face and facial features are as delicate as the fairy in the legendary Moon Palace.
A well-proportioned figure. Long, straight legs. Outlining slender yet graceful curves. She is like a green lotus in the water and a white moon in the night sky, and her pure and alluring aura is even more captivating. Not only beautiful, There is also a kind of classical and elegant beauty that is difficult to describe in detail. Such a beauty can attract countless men's attention wherever she goes. Oh, right. There was still a fierce look between her brows at this moment. It also adds a touch of majesty and heroism to her. It gives people the feeling that she is an inviolable goddess. Only Wei Wufeng is a rough man. Although the woman next to Su Fan is very beautiful, she is still a little inferior to Hua Xianyan. I won't say anything else. At a glance. Small. Just average. Not Wei Wufeng's cup of tea. His hobby can be summed up in one word: big, big, big. Faced with her somewhat strong and sharp questioning, Wei Wufeng frowned slightly. He has no interest in arguing with a girl. Just in time. Hua Xianyan spoke. Student Su, is she your co-beast tamer? Yes, she is pretty. Aren't you spreading rumors about my husband? How about letting your co-beast master experience it for himself? Whether my husband is capable or not, the truth will be revealed. Su Fan as co-beast master spoke directly to her husband? Then she didn't hesitate and directly scolded Su Fan. Dongfang Yayun, Su Fan's co-beast master, looked extremely ugly when he heard this. You actually want me to try Wei Wufeng, is that okay? What are you talking about? She smiled coldly and said, what a shameless schoolgirl Hua. I've really seen it. Hua Xianyan smiled back. This smile really made Bai Hua pale in comparison, and even made the other three women present look dim. Especially Lian Mingli. Her figure was crushed by Shui Yuling. Her looks are far surpassed by Dongfang Yayun. Her figure and appearance were struck down by Hua Xianyan. At this moment, even Mengli herself felt like a pheasant falling into a flock of phoenixes. Su Fan was even more stunned. What a nice view. Damn it, why hadn't I noticed her before? But it doesn't matter. This woman will be his sooner or later. His grandmother has already promised him that he will marry Hua Xianyan. But he hasn't told Dongfang Yayun about this yet. He was going to act first and ask for permission later. I believe that Yayun will eventually understand, accept, and tolerate him. Hua Xianyan's pleasant voice rang out. You are indeed quite ignorant. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. I strongly recommend you try it yourself. Dongfang Yayun couldn't hold it in any longer, her face flushed with anger as she said, You. She wanted to say, you have no shame. But when the other party said this, it was clear that I just have no shame. Facing the shameless Hua Xianyan, Dongfang Yayun was helpless. Su Fan looked at Wei Wufeng with a cold look in his eyes and a smile on his face. Wei Wufeng smiled back. The two of them haven't had any direct communication until now. Before, Shui Yuling, Hua Xianyan and Dongfang Yayun, three women who protected men, were engaged in verbal battles. At this time, the old man driving the boat said, Hey! Do you guys want to go to class? If you do, get on the boat. This old man. I don't usually feel like I exist. Just a boat driver. But he has a bad temper. It's just that these chosen ones don't take him seriously at all. Wei Wufeng said to Hua Xianyan and Shui Yuling, let's go. Hua Xianyan said to Dongfang Yayun, if you want to experience it, feel free to contact me. Dongfang Yayun was so angry that she almost smoked. She was so angry that she was confused and said, no need. I have it. Hua Xianyan smiled and asked, how many hours? After saying that, he and Wei Wufeng boarded the ship hand in hand. Dongfang Yayun was stunned. By the hour? Aren't they all calculated by points? Su Fan sneered and thought to himself, humph, just keep bragging. Chapter 43, A dangerous light flashed in Shueshan's eyes. Island in the middle of the lake. Gifted classroom. We have a few new students in our class today. Su Fan, Dongfang Yayun, and Lian Mingli. The voice of Xiong Tai Tai, the bohemian and unrestrained class teacher, is lazy and casual. There was still a cigarette in his mouth. Please take your seats. Let the class begin. What we are going to learn today is. Let me see. As if she had forgotten, she flipped through her lesson plan book. How can a beastmaster supply beast power to the beast faster and more powerfully? Su Fan frowned. Is this the level of the genius class head teacher, special tutor, and gold medal professor? She looks so sloppy and lazy. How do you teach a gifted class? It can't be because she is so big, right? Never mind. Now that you are here, make the best of it. If this genius class is just a name, I'd better withdraw.
But this thought soon disappeared.
Because Xiong Tai Tai's class is so wonderful. Don't look at her as if she hasn't woken up yet. He was slovenly from head to toe and never put down his cigarette.
But the knowledge she shared was all practical and easy to understand. Even with just a casual remark, he solved the huge problem that had troubled Su Fan for several months. This time, Su Fan no longer slacked off. He listened attentively and absorbed the knowledge of taming beasts.
Even more. An idea popped up in Su Fan's mind. This knowledge is priceless.
If I had known, I would have transferred to the genius class a long time ago.
Damn it. Besides me, what right do other untouchables have to obtain this knowledge?
Such an excellent teacher should become my Su Fan's exclusive personal trainer.
It's decided. No matter what the cost, I must poach Xiong Tai Tai and make her my personal trainer. Sudden. A voice rang out. Teacher, can you supply a large amount of beast taming power to the beast tamer in an instant? It's Wei Wufeng. Yes. But there are 3 issues that must be considered. Xiong Tai Tai lit a cigarette for himself. First, does the beast master have a large amount of beast control power? Second, can the beast master withstand it? Third, how long exactly is the instant you mentioned? Li Mufan laughed. I'm afraid some people are not so good at it.
Even if the Beastmaster can handle it, it can't supply a large amount of Beastmaster power. Teacher also said that the connection between the beast tamers needs to be strong and lasting enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom was immediately filled with a happy atmosphere.
Someone laughed. Someone smiled. Someone chuckled. Obviously, everyone present knew who the some people Li Mufeng was talking about were. Wei Wufeng put forward a suggestion. Teacher, practice makes perfect. We've mastered the theory, how about a practical battle? Student Li, let's have a sparring match. Do you dare? Li Mufeng was stunned.
Then he saw everyone else looking at him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, come on.
Am I afraid of you? Good. Good. Building A09, Quizuyuan.
Yin Shueshan gritted his teeth and said a word.
Yes, she really came to Wei Wufeng's house again.
She and Tuya had a heated exchange of words and sharp confrontation. However, the word okay meant that she agreed to Tuya's request. First, give the Hua family's top-level training resources to Wei Wufeng.
Second, if the Hua family wants to deal with them, she will inform them immediately.
Third, when Tuya needed her to reshoot some scenes, she would cooperate obediently.
In exchange, Tuya will not leak what she filmed yesterday. First and second Yin Shueshan agreed readily. The key is third. Reshoot footage? Doesn't that mean I still have to act opposite that guy? How can this be possible? Some experiences once, no, 7 or 8 times are enough. Coming again? Do you really think I'm a forked bird?
But Tuya fought hard for her first work and refused to give in. In the end, Yin Shueshan compromised. Her loophole was in Tuya's hands. Unless she is willing to risk it all, she will inevitably be controlled by others. But if she had been willing to risk it all, she wouldn't have appeared in front of Tuya.
Oh my god. Hua asked me to trick your daughter back.
Yin Shueshan started to betray the person next to him. He couldn't even call him Brother Tian, so he used Mr. Hua instead. The old lady of the Su family came to see Mom, hoping for a marriage between the two families. Mom has said that she wants to marry your daughter to Su Fan from the Su family. If I don't bring your daughter back this time, I won't be able to explain myself.
Tuya sneered and said, what the hell is he going to do? Let him eat shit.
Vulgar. Yin Shueshan glanced at Tuya with disdain.
Mom already agreed. You know her temper.
She will never change her promise. Not to mention that this time she agreed to be with a good sister who has been with her since childhood. Mr. Hua is so filial, he won't give up easily. If I can't bring Hua Xianyan back, Hua will definitely come to the school in person.
Tuya frowned. This is a dead end. Sudden.
A cold light flashed in her eyes.
You old fool, you've got your sights set on my daughter. She took out a wax-sealed pill and threw it to Yin Shueshan. You, go and drug her. Yin Shueshan's beautiful face changed drastically, and she said, are you crazy? Tuya said calmly, why are you so excited? It's not poison. It's just to make her seriously ill. In Shueishan didn't move. Tuya said, you're not going to do it? Fine, then I'll go find Mr. Hua to appreciate my work. Wait. In Shueishan gritted his teeth. Is it really just to make her sick? Tuya nodded sincerely, looking at her with sincere eyes. Really, why would I lie to you? After all, I'm not a devil. Let her get sick for a while, and see if she still has the time to care about my daughter's marriage. Humph. You old bastard, you're after my daughter. If I don't kill you, who else will I kill? This wax-sealed pill was not made by her, but was the work of her late master. It is not safe to make it yourself. Let the master take action. In Shueishan put away the wax-sealed pill. Tuya laughed, hee. Don't play tricks on me. I dare to flip the table, what are you doing? Ha ha. Why are you so serious? I was just kidding. In Shueishan cursed inwardly, this viper. Tuya pulled In Shueishan upstairs. Enough of the trivial matters. Let's go and appreciate our works together. Of course In Shueishan didn't want to. But is it useful? I could only endure many negative emotions and watch the work directed by Tuya, in which I participated. Watching. Sudden. In Shueishan had a flash of inspiration. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he actually smiled slightly. Charming and seductive. Unparalleled beauty. Since you like creating art so much. Her voice seemed to carry magic. Then do you want to join in the performance? Tuya Xian responded casually. But the next second she realized what In Shueishan meant. Suddenly his face turned red and he was in a state of confusion. What are you talking about? I don't want to. There's something wrong with you. In Shueishan saw all her reactions. Those eyes, as deep as the universe and as bright as the starry sky, suddenly flashed with a dangerous light. Chapter 44, The Wife of Hikawa Nakami, Master Green, please taste it. Wei Wufeng did not start a competition with Lin Mufeng. Because the class teacher Xiong Tai Tai doesn't allow it. She still said the same thing, let's have a sparring match with Dio. Or let's have a fight to the death. This great teacher. It seemed as if he was eager for the students to fight to the death. Before I knew it, the morning class was over. Noon. Wei Wufeng was cooking. I received a call from Lian Mengli's mother, Aunt Chua Jinsheng. Why is she calling me? Hasn't Lian Mengli already been contracted to be a beastmaster? She probably won't want to look for me anymore. It can't be. Addicted, right? Cough. Or venture anger by saying a bunch of harsh words to me? Out of curiosity, Wei Wufeng answered the phone. Result. After some communication, Wei Wufeng came to a conclusion. Lian Mengli didn't tell her mother that she had been contracted to be a beastmaster. Shui Jinsheng and Wei Wufeng were still talking about getting back together with her daughter. She even invited Wei Wufeng to her house for dinner? This is interesting. Although I don't understand why Lian Mengli didn't tell her mother. But isn't this my chance? Why not? So I said, I'll come to your place for a midnight snack tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At lunch, Tuya did not come down and asked Hua Xianyan to deliver the food to her room. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, this way I don't have to worry about getting smeared on my face. After delivering the meal, Hua Xianyan came back with red cheeks. Wei Wufeng asked her why her face was red. She stammered and said shyly, nothing. Then, Hua Xianyan told her husband the results of the negotiation between her mother and In Shueishan. He said that there would be no shortage of top-quality cultivation resources in the future. In Shueishan would send some over from time to time. The finest tea. Top-quality medicinal materials. Top-quality water. Top-quality beast meat. Etc. The things that the Hua family takes out must not be too bad. Wei Wufeng looked at Hua Xianyan, who didn't consider himself a member of the Hua family at all, and even helped him to fleece the Hua family. I feel very happy. After finishing the afternoon classes, Wei Wufeng first sent Hua Xianyan home, and then he took Shui Yuling away from school. Shui Yuling is a must-bring. Bringing her along certainly doesn't mean asking her to help push my waist to hem. Shui Yuling is now the divine beast dragon horse.
Among them, the Pegasus Starry Sky skill can shuttle through the void, which is simply a life-saving skill of course.
This is the basic life-saving skill. I was in real danger. Why should Wei Wufeng be afraid of a battle? Shuyanjian Hotel. General Manager's office. Wei Wufeng brought Shui Yiling and took the elevator directly here. During working hours, Xia Rina still wears formal office attire. But this time she changed into a dazzling fiery red dress, which made her look as hot as fire. Although she is passionate as fire. Wei Wufeng has a deep understanding of this. When Shui Yiling saw Xia Rina, the first thing she saw was her chest. Let us take a look at hers first. Then look down at your own. You can't see your toes if you look down. It seems to be a little smaller. Shui Yiling was a little discouraged. But I immediately encouraged myself. It doesn't matter, I can still grow up. Wei Wufeng and Xia Rina had a few intimate and heated chats. Xia Rina started talking to Shui Yiling in a very familiar manner. He kept calling her sister, sister. That enthusiasm was like seeing my half-sister. Talking and chatting. Xia Rina's phone rang. After she answered the phone, she said to Wei Wufeng, Richuan Jiban is quite impatient.
Then he said, Often, I've done some private research, and I'm afraid that Hikawa Straight Spot has other intentions.
Wei Wufeng asked, What do you want from me?
According to the information I have now, he lost the TT contest.
I guess he wants you to help him get back his face. This is something I didn't know before.
It was my negligence.
Offing, if you don't want to, I can help you push it. Wei Wufeng waved his hand. No need. I promised you. You can only get rid of that man after you deal with Hikawa Nakami. Besides, even if he really wants me to get back at him, he has to pay something back. This is also a kind of experience for me. Although I lived for over 100 years in my previous life, my life experiences were so dull and uninteresting that they were not worth remembering. Reborn these days. I can't say that every day is wonderful. But it is much more exciting than the previous life. It makes me happier, freer, more comfortable, and more joyful. In this life, he wishes to experience more things and enjoy more happiness. He doesn't even mind experiencing danger. When Xia Rina heard Wei Wufeng say, I promised you, she felt warm inside and was deeply moved. Since Hikawa Naoki is here to urge us. Wei Wufeng then changed his appearance. Xia Rina prepared a set of clothes for him. Ancient costume robe. Pure white. Elegant and fairy-like style. After Wei Wufeng put it on, he really became a hermit who was detached from the mundane world. The meeting place is at Gulong Pavilion. The overall decoration and furnishings are in the style of the ancient Shenlong kingdom, which can be described as antique. When Hikawa Naokaban saw Wei Wufeng pretending to be a hermit, his eyes suddenly lit up. Taoist and immortal style. Old but not gray. Blushing face. Feeling refreshed. It perfectly fits his stereotype of a hermit. He walked forward quickly, bent down, and bowed, so smoothly. My humble name is Hikawa Naokaban, nice to meet you, master. Hikawa Naoki performed a standard bow as a greeting. It is a great honor for me to see the master's divine face. Wow! The Mandarin, which was not guaranteed to be accurate at first, has become much more standard and clear. There is still a little bit of lag. In order to be able to communicate smoothly with the master, he specially studied Mandarin hard. Wei Wufeng is very cold. He walked to the desk, flicked his sleeves, and sat down casually. Little fatty, Nana said you want to see me? His tone was also lazy and casual. I'm very busy and don't have time to deal with you. But Nana kept pestering me, and I was getting annoyed. And then you said you were sincere, so I took the time to come here. Tell me, what do you want from me? Xia Rina laughed in her heart and said to herself, this stinky brother. He then said to Hikawa Naoki, Mr. Hikawa, Senior Midori is very busy. If you have anything to say, please tell me directly. Hinakawa Naokihara had no complaints at all about Green Senior calling himself lousy and also calling him little fatty. Even the smile on his face became more sincere and humble. Bend down and bow again, it will be even smoother. I'm so sorry to bother you, Senior. The other day I was able to drink the immortal tea bestowed upon me by Senior. My heart is filled with gratitude, like a mighty river, flowing endlessly. I feel deeply ashamed to receive this gift without any merit.
Therefore, I have specially ordered someone to airlift a portion of tea and a set of tea sets from my motherland for you to taste and appreciate.
Bang bang. He clapped softly. Then,
a woman in a formal suit walked out from behind the screen.
Wow. Wei Wufeng's eyes lit up. Another great beauty.
The woman from the combined server came over with her head lowered and small steps,
holding a tray in his hands. The tray contained tea sets and a box of teaware. Hikowa Naokaban's face was all smiles. Master Midori, this is my wife, Kikohachi Hinakawa.
She will make a cup of tea for her senior.
What a shame. Kikubo, let's get started. Give it your all. Hinakawa Kikoha nodded slightly and began to make tea. 5 minutes later,
she held up the white bone china teacup with her fair hands and presented it to Master Green.
Master Green, please taste it. Chapter 45, Give your daily life a little bit of the tea Saint shock. This sounds good. Soft. Glutinous. There is an extreme tenderness in it.
He looked intently at the beautiful woman kneeling across from the table. It's hard to tell his exact age, he looks very young.
A pretty face that is round and chubby.
The facial features are as delicate as a finely crafted work of art.
The skin is white with a hint of red, and the red is pink. Very moist and tender. It seems like it will leak and burst if you poke it lightly.
A pair of big watery eyes seemed as if tears would drip out at any time. Her eyes seemed to be filled with extreme charm.
Just one look at her and you'll feel a tingling sensation in your bones.
The body is wrapped in a pink fitted suit, which is perfect for the figure. It is not completely covered, half open, and very spectacular.
There is a dimple on the collarbone. I wonder what it's like to use your clavicle as a teacup. A different idea came to someone's mind.
Although she is somewhat elegant and gentle. But more of her is charming, enchanting and full of charm. But when she raised her eyes, lowered her eyes, and lowered her head, she seemed to be very shy.
Especially.
This woman exudes a gentle and obedient temperament all over her body.
It gives people a feeling of being dependent, gentle, and obedient. Is her name Hikowa Kikuha? Nice name. Wei Wufeng actually only looked at Hinakawa Kikuha for 1 second.
He has gained a lot of knowledge and experience in this life.
No matter what, you won't be stupid or stunned by looking at a beautiful woman. Wei Wufeng did not claim to be a gentleman.
But I don't think I'm a humanoid tidy who wants to have in-depth contact and communication with beautiful women when I see them. What's more, her husband is staring at her from the side. He simply looked at Kikoha Hinakawa from the perspective of appreciating beauty really.
Watching Kikohachi Hinakawa the previous second. The next second he shook his sleeves and took the bone china teacup. Okay. Then I'll try it. Well, this teacup is nice. Hikowa Naokaban was just about to introduce the origin of the bone china teacup. Then I heard a puff sound. It turned out that Green Master spit out the tea. Hikowa Kikuha's face changed, and her round face, which was white with a hint of red and then red with a hint of pink, suddenly turned white, and it was a pale white. The fat on Richuan Jiban's face also shook 2 or 3 times. To be honest, he actually has ulterior motives. The tea he prepared was famous. It is the tea leaves left over from the previous tea competition. The jade bone porcelain cup he prepared also has a history. It is a masterpiece of a master from the motherland and a priceless treasure. On the one hand, he really wanted to offer his treasure and thank Master Green for letting him taste the fairy spring of heaven. On the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to test this Green Master and see how profound his attainments in the tea ceremony were. The result was totally unexpected. He actually spat out the tea after taking a sip. How so? Although the 3 flavors of chrysanthemum lost to its mortal enemy in the tea competition. But it is also genuine top-quality tea, produced by many famous tea masters. It can't be that hard to eat, right? Master Lu, what are you doing? Hikowa Naoki was very nervous. If he hadn't tasted Green Master's tea before, given his temper, he would have lost his temper on the spot. But now he didn't have the slightest intention to get angry. Is there something wrong with this tea? Master Green poured out the remaining tea in the bone china teacup with an ugly look on his face. Although I have never drunk urine. But pee definitely tastes better than this crap. Little fatty, you wanted to see me just to make me drink this tea that's worse than urine? Are you trying to make fun of me? Xia Rina on the side was trying to hold back her laughter. I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He also brought up the urine issue. This stinky little brother is so mean.
Hikawa Naokihara denied it repeatedly, bowed vigorously, and apologized loudly.
Then he said, Master Lu, my tea ceremony training is very limited. I would like to ask for your guidance. What is wrong with this tea? Wei Wufeng understood as soon as he heard it. This fat guy is taking the opportunity to test and explore himself. It's really a trivial skill. Snort. Then I will show you my skills and give you a little bit of the tea saint shock in your daily life. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he shook his sleeves and said, put out all the utensils. When Hikawa Nakamori heard this, he reacted instantly. He personally went forward and placed the stove, teaspoon, tea knife, tea tweezers and other utensils on the table. Wei Wufeng picked up the tea knife, cut a piece from the tea cake, and picked it up with tea tweezers. First, boil it in boiling water 3 times. Then he went up and down on the stove. After some smooth operations, a pot of boiling water is dropped into the teapot, submerging the processed tea leaves. Cover the teapot with the lid and shake it gently and vigorously for a while. Finally, pour the tea slowly. The air was filled with heat. The aroma of tea is everywhere. It was as if a magic trick was cast, and the room was instantly filled with the fragrance of chrysanthemums. Suck. Gurgle. Hinakawa Naoki took a deep breath, then licked his lips and swallowed hard. Smells so good. So fragrant. It's obviously the same tea and the same utensils. Why can Green Master make such fragrant tea? I really want to have a sip. Even a small bite will do. Wei Wufeng poured out 4 cups in a row. He took a cup for himself and said casually, try it. He took a sip himself, tasted it, nodded, then frowned and shook his head. Just barely. This tea is rotten to the core, it's hopeless. What a rubbish processing method, a waste of natural resources. Richuan Jiban grabbed a cup like a savage bandit, held it in his hand and took a sip. Oh my god. This. I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Clearly, how could this be? This is a miracle. He was completely incoherent. Hikawa Kikuha picked up the cup, took a sip, and suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, his face flushed red. It's so delicious. The fragrance of chrysanthemum and tea is like 2 tornadoes. Starting from the mouth, it sweeps wildly throughout the body, making the soul tremble and intoxicated. Clang! She was so intoxicated that the teacup fell to the ground and the tea spilled all over the floor. When Hikawa Naoki saw this, he became furious. Baka! Bitch! How dare you blaspheme the god of tea? How dare you disrespect Master Green? Several seppuku. Dropping the teacup and spilling tea on the floor is the biggest taboo in the tea ceremony. Hikawa Kikubo was frightened again and his face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground. She trembled and said, I'm so sorry. I'm guilty. Good job. She actually pulled out a dagger and pretended to stab herself. Wei Wufeng's eyelids twitched. Damn it. Are you serious? Knock knock. Wei Wufeng knocked on the table impatiently, attracting everyone's attention. Flowers may bloom again, but people never become young again. It's such a pity that such a beautiful girl has to die like this. Little fatty, you've seen me and I've drunk my tea, so that's it. Plop. Hikawa Nakaban knelt down, supported himself with his hands, put his forehead to the ground, and shouted, Master, please stay. Wow. What a great gift. Wei Wufeng said, TSK. What else? Hikawa Nakaban yelled loudly. I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, I'm willing to pay any price. Please, Master Green, no please. Chapter 46 Madam, this is my lifelong request, please. Let's talk later. Let's talk about it later. It depends on my mood. Green Master did not refuse, nor did he agree. After saying that, he swung his wide sleeves and walked away with a swagger. And he took the white jade bone china teacup with him. What a treasure. Xia Rina first sent away Master Green and then returned to Ancient Dragon Pavilion. Wei Wufeng is now a master of tea ceremony and can ignore Richuan Jiban. But she can't do that, she must maintain superficial politeness and etiquette. Miss Xia, is Master Lu angry with me? Hikawa Naoki no longer had the arrogance he had before in front of Zairina. His changes before and after. It is a perfect interpretation of what it means to be arrogant at first and respectful later. Zairina despised it in her heart and asked, "What do you think?" "Hi." Hikawa Nakaban called out. "I am guilty of neglecting Master Lu. Miss Xia, please speak well of me in front of Master Lu. Please." Another sudden bow. Zairina invited Richuan Jiban to take a seat. The mature, beautiful, moist and tender Kikohachi Hinakawa was kneeling to clean the table. Zairina asked, "Mr. Richuan, you said you had something to ask Master Lu, what is it?" "This matter, alas." He sighed. "It's really a shameful thing that shouldn't be made public, but when it comes to Miss Xia, there's nothing I can't tell her." It was obvious that what Richuan Jiban said was not directed at Zairina. In his opinion, Zairina is Master Lu's mouthpiece. Master Lu didn't refuse, so there is hope. The key lies in what kind of price you can offer to impress Master Green. Also, whether I can meet the price offered by Master Green. Hikawa Naoki said, "This is what happened." As he spoke, Zairina understood the truth. To put it simply, Hikawa Nakami has a lifelong enemy, Okesaba Hakuma. The two of them have been competing in various fields since they were young, winning and losing, and competing for superiority. The two of them had a tea competition before. Naoki Himkawa thought he would win, but ended up suffering a crushing defeat. He didn't lose any real material things. The battle between Naoki Hikawa and Hiroma Okegawa is the purest kind of battle. No adulteration of any substance. There is no material gain from winning, and no material loss from losing. Just win. Just to win. In order to win. Both of them invested a huge amount of time, energy and money, and it can be said that they spared no expense. After learning about these situations, Zairina muttered to herself, "How can this be called lifelong enemies? This is clearly a lifelong bond." After Hikawa Nakamori finished speaking, so I asked a question sincerely. "Miss Xia, excuse me for asking. Master Green, do you have any special preferences?" Zairina said, "Hobby, well." Hikawa Nakamori's eyes were eager and anxious. "Money? Rare tea varieties or tea sets? Or a beautiful woman? Aren't the three things men like: money, position, and girls?" He knew that he could not give the position that represented power. But there is plenty of money in girls. Beauty? Zairina frowned slightly when she heard this. Just then, Kikohachi Hinakawa had packed up everything and sat down next to her husband obediently. Zairina subconsciously glanced at Richuan Kikuwa. But just this one glance. This caught the eyes of Hikawa Nakamori, causing him to imagine a lot. Could it be that Master Green? Hinakawa Naoki looked at Hinakawa Kikohachi. A surge of anger rose up in my heart instinctively. But the anger dissipated the next second. Grit your teeth. A clenched fist. Tampa Bomo, losing to you in the tea fighting competition is the shame of my life. I must wash away this shame. No matter the cost. I must win it back. No. Thinking about it more carefully, I made a lot of money. If we can take this opportunity to absorb Master Lu's tea luck, maybe my tea ceremony practice will go more smoothly, and my understanding of tea ceremony will be greatly improved. This is such an opportunity and such an honor. Thinking of this, Hikawa Naoki became excited. Thank you very much for Miss Xia's guidance. Hikawa Kikohashi kowtowed to Zairina in an extremely serious, solemn and sincere manner. To thank Miss Xia for introducing Master Lu to me, I am willing to invest in your group. Zairina was full of questions? Advice? What did I point out? I didn't say anything. But never mind. Since he said he is willing to invest, my goal has been achieved. As for the rest, I don't care. Zairina stood up. Hikawa Naokaban respectfully saw him off. Now that he needs help from others, he is very humble. After Zairina left, Hinakawa Nakayama looked at Hinakawa Kikohashi with a serious face. Hinakawa Kikuha felt uneasy under his burning gaze. Dana, you look at me like that, Hikawa Nakamori took a deep breath. Plop. He actually knelt down? Hinakawa Kikohashi was startled and immediately became flustered. Madam, there is something. I want to ask you for help.
This is my lifelong request, please. His forehead hit the ground directly. A resounding voice echoed throughout the room.
Hikawa Kikohashi was confused?
Xia Rina returned to her general manager's office.
Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling were drinking tea and eating snacks. Seeing Xia Rina coming back, Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Sister Nana, how was my performance just now? Was it okay?" Xia Rina smiled widely and gave a thumbs up. "Great. Okaska owes you a big golden man."
Then she talked about what Hikawa Naoki had just told her.
After that, he said,
"Offling, I think you can take this opportunity to slaughter him." Wei Wufeng deeply agreed with this.
"Of course I'll kill him. But leave him alone for now.
I'm the Green Master, the outcast.
If you act rashly, you'll lose your reputation. The day after tomorrow I will be participating in the joint pioneering operation. It's not too late to kill him when I get back." After Wei Wufeng, Shu Wei Yiling, and Xia Rina had a simple dinner. After dinner, Xia Rina is busy. Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling went for a walk and then watched a movie. It's almost 10 o'clock.
He and Shu Wei Yiling came to the Riguang Happiness Community and rang the doorbell of Xue Jinxing's house. Soon the door opened.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Aunt Xue, is the midnight snack ready?" Xue Jinxing opened the door and whispered, "Okay, come in." She glanced at Shu Wei Yiling and thought to herself, "What a beautiful girl. Mengli can't compare to her at all." Shu Wei Yiling looked at Xue Jinxing and muttered in her heart, "So beautiful. As beautiful as Aunt too."
The midnight snack prepared by Xue Jinxing was nothing special, just fried rice cakes, but it tasted quite good. He also ordered a plate of peanuts and a bottle of wine. Xue Jinxing would drink a little to relieve her boredom from time to time, so there was wine at home. Without anyone to accompany her, she would drink alone. Wei Wufeng finished his fried rice cakes and peanuts with a huff, drank half a bottle of wine, and then put down his chopsticks.
"Aunt Xue, what's for breakfast tomorrow?"
He patted his belly and smiled with satisfaction.
"Since we're here, we might as well have breakfast here."
Xue Jinxing gritted his teeth and pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "I just knew it would be like this."
Chapter 47 In Shueshan, Wei Wufeng, I'm doing this for your own good. The next day,
the first thing Xue Jinxing did when he woke up was to take 2 white pills. "I took some medicine and coughed a few times. It seems like I have a cold.
I was going to eat it before,
but because I was so tired and sleepy, I fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes." After taking the medicine, she simply washed up, went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast.
Breakfast was very ordinary. Noodle soup with fried egg,
vegetable buns and flour rolls,
instant soy milk. It's gone. It's just an ordinary home-cooked breakfast. But Wei Wufeng ate with gusto.
There's nothing much to say about the vegetable buns, flour rolls, and instant soy milk.
The only thing that was delicious was the big bowl of noodles with fried egg.
The noodles were cooked just right.
If you take it out too early, it will not be cooked through. If you take it out later, it will be overcooked and rotten. The temperature of the fried eggs is controlled just right.
This is not a professional technique, but it takes a lot of time to accumulate experience, and practice makes perfect. Slurp, slurp, slurp.
Wei Wufeng quickly finished a large bowl of noodles and even drank the noodle soup, not leaving a drop. Call. He let out a breath. He patted his stomach and said, satisfied.
Then he looked at Xue Jinxing and said, "Aunt Xue, thank you for your hospitality last night and today."
He took out a toothpick to pick his teeth.
"Just now, when I was eating the vegetable bun, a leek got stuck in my teeth." As soon as Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yiling went out, Xue Jinxing called him.
"Offling, the matter of you and Mengli getting back together. She really has a cold. The voices are hoarse. No wonder I woke up early in the morning and took medicine." Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "About that, I'll think about it. But I think getting back together with her wouldn't be a bad idea." "Of course this is a lie." Xue Jinxing's eyes lit up a little, and he said, "Then do you have time today, tomorrow?" She saw hope. "My hard work has finally paid off. Calculating the time, the joint pioneering operation will be the day after tomorrow." She was very anxious and wanted to persuade Wei Wufeng to reconcile with her daughter immediately. But not today. She felt really unwell and needed to rest for a day. Wei Wufeng said, "I don't know. There should be. By the way." He went into nonsense mode, "I asked the principal for help. She won't be expelled from school for the time being. Bullshit. How could he possibly go to see Principal Chin for Lian Mengli? When Shui Jinqing heard this, his haggard face suddenly showed joy and he said, "Really? Thank you." After hearing this, Shu Wei Yuling looked at her with a strange look. "Thank you also, Brother Wei." If she knew the truth. Forget it, it's none of my business. Shu Wei Yuling had already heard from Brother Wei about the whole cause and effect. Hate the whole house and the whole dog. Shu Wei Yuling of course shared the same hatred with Brother Wei. Because she hated Lian Mengli, it was difficult for her to feel sympathy for Shui Jincheng. You were the ones who let Brother Wei down first. No matter what the price you pay, you deserve it. After Wei Wufeng and Shu Wei Yuling left, Shui Jincheng called his daughter. She wanted to tell her daughter the good news she could get back together with Wei Wufeng tomorrow. As a result, the other party did not answer the phone. This child, is he still sleeping in? So she edited a text message and sent it. Wei and Shu Wei left the Riguang happiness community. In the car, Wei Wufeng asked, "Linger, do you think I'm ridiculous and despicable?" Shu Wei Yuling gave the answer without thinking. Of course not. Brother Feng, they deserve all this. You did the right thing. Let's take a step back and say, even if Brother Feng is not a good person, I will still be a bad guy with you. Wei Wufeng laughed and said, "What you said. It's true, he loves to listen to it and feels very happy about it." After returning to school, Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan reunited and went to the Lake Island for class. After finishing a day's classes, the three returned home. But I found that Yin Shueishan came again. Today, Yin Shueishan is still elegant, stunning, and breathtakingly beautiful. All the light in the living room seemed to be focused on her. When Yin Shueishan saw Wei Wufeng, 2 blushes appeared on his face, which was rare in the world. Mostly out of anger. Anyone who is forced to participate in a band work will harbor resentment. Tuya is not here. I don't know where she went. Besides Yin Shueishan, there was also Mu Jianying in the living room. When Hua Xianyan saw Yin Shueishan, she became venomous again. Big Mom, what excuse are you trying to use to trick me into going back today? Is it a happy occasion or a sad occasion? I guess it's a white thing, right? A red event is a happy event. A funeral is a funeral. What this means is, did someone in your Hua family die? Hua Xianyan really doesn't consider herself a member of the Hua family anymore. Even the word mom just now had a bitter and sarcastic tone. She really takes after her mother in terms of temperament. He is especially patient when he needs to be patient. When you don't have to endure, just let yourself go. Yin Shueishan was too lazy to argue with Hua Xianyan. It's tiring enough to argue with her mother. If she fights with Hua Xianyan again, it will be like 1 against 2, and she will not have the advantage. Although she thought so, she was not soft-hearted in her words. Funeral. But it's not my funeral, it's yours. If I hadn't come here, you would have to hold a funeral. Hua Xianyan raised her eyebrows and asked, threatening us? Yin Shueishan looked at Wei Wufeng and said, let's find a quiet place without any strangers and talk. Hua Xianyan immediately became alert and asked, what are you going to do? Yin Shueishan smiled elegantly and said, what's wrong? Are you afraid of what I might do? Wei Wufeng said, there is a study in my room. Then he looked at Shu Wei Yuling and Hua Xianyan and said, go prepare dinner. Make an extra portion for 1 person. Then he smiled and said to Yin Shueishan, since you're here, just eat before you leave. Don't be polite, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Just treat this place as your own home. Treat this as your home? So who is she in this family? Hua Xianyan chuckled when she heard that. The charm of this smile even overshadowed Yin Shueishan's brilliance. Yin Shueishan was jealous. I really want to tear that young and beautiful face apart. She snorted, stood up and walked towards the stairs. Wei Wufeng's room. After Yin Shueishan entered the room, he couldn't help but glance towards the bedroom. Don't associate. Gritting her teeth, she followed Wei Wufeng into the study. The study is not big, but not small either, and is filled with various books. Among them are those related to tea ceremony. Green Feather Tea Classic is indeed a classic of the tea saint. But it is a very ancient thing after all. Wei Wufeng was interested in studying the art of tea, so he naturally wouldn't just read the Green Feather Tea Classic. It is still worth reading modern tea ceremony books.
Although there is not much useful information in the tea ceremony books that are published and circulated, the real useful information is the secret of each person and family.
But it is completely enough for Wei Wufeng.
Yin Shueishan scanned the shelf full of tea-themed books, and thought of the delicious tea he had drunk before.
An idea struck him. You know tea? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, I understand a little bit. Please sit down. Let's stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point.
Yin Shueishan sat down elegantly.
Grace. So elegant. Her every move and every word exudes elegance.
It seemed as if elegance was engraved into her bones, even into her soul.
You're going to participate in the joint pioneering operation the day after tomorrow, right? Wei Wufeng, listen to my advice. If you don't want to die, don't go. If you go, you will definitely die. Believe it or not, I'm doing this for your own good. Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows. Oh? Chapter 48. Wei Wufeng, I can't believe so many people want me dead.
Yin Shueishan wanted Wei Wufeng dead so badly.
If possible.
She really wanted to stab him to death right now, stab him 1,000 or 800 times.
To take revenge, you must give an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Only in this way can you experience the pleasure and satisfaction of revenge. But after meeting Tuya last time, she suddenly had some other ideas.
The person she wants revenge on is not just Wei Wufeng. There are also Tuya and Hua Xianyan, mother and daughter.
It is not enough to destroy them physically.
She would first destroy them mentally and then destroy them physically. To achieve these, Wei Wufeng cannot die.
Not to mention that the Hua family doesn't want him to die.
Do you know how many people are staring at you right now? Do you know how many of these people staring at you want you dead?
This joint pioneering operation is a good opportunity to kill you.
Your name is already on the kill list of the beautiful Holy Eagle Octagon.
Its own son, no, its own grandson, Kishiguo, will kill you as soon as possible.
They will not allow another young beast tamer to appear in the Shunlong kingdom. Paused.
Yin Shueishan narrowed his eyes, which were as bright as the starry sky.
Don't even mention overseas. Even in this country, there are several big families who want you dead. Wei Wufeng said, I can understand that the eagle and the snake want me dead. But why is there a big family in the country that wants to kill me?
Yin Shueishan smiled elegantly.
What do you think? The domestic market is only this big.
The rise of a divine beast tamer heralds the rise of a new family. The rise of a new family will inevitably take away the piece of the pie that originally belonged to them.
Wei Wufeng frowned slightly.
Yin Shueishan continued to maintain an elegant smile.
Are you wondering why they want to kill you when you've clearly received invitations from many family groups? That's because the family groups that invited you are not even up to par. The truly top families won't even invite you to join. They'll only think of killing you. Do you know why? Wei Wufeng smiled calmly and said, Are you worried that I'll backfire after I become stronger and take over the throne?
If he was really just a young man of 20, he might not be able to figure this out. But his soul is already 100 years old.
As people grow older, they become more shrewd and can figure out many things at a glance. Yin Shueishan's eyes showed some admiration, and he said, You are not too stupid. Wei Wufeng said, I can't believe so many people want me dead. How interesting.
Her eyes flashed, and she said, Now, only the Hua family can save your life and help you grow stronger.
Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes and said, After all this time, you're just here to act as a lobbyist. Yin Shueishan did not argue and continued to smile elegantly. Be rational. Those top families won't want you, and the government won't allow you to join them. The Hua family is not considered the top family group in the country. Your joining the Hua family is a strong alliance.
At the same time, it won't arouse the fear of the government. On the contrary, the government might even be happy to see it happen. This involves high-level political power struggles that can't be explained in a few words. Not to mention that if you join the Hua family, you will gain access to a large amount of resources, which will only benefit you.
Wei Wufeng nodded and said, Well, that makes sense, but I refuse. Yin Shueishan's elegant smile froze for a moment, and he asked, Why? Wei Wufeng shrugged. No reason, I don't like it. Gold alone cannot buy my happiness, and I fear neither life nor death. For me, life is a game, and I want to complete it as quickly as possible. Yin Shueishan was speechless and had a headache. People like Wei Wufeng who don't play by the rules and don't follow common sense are the most difficult to deal with. Anything else?
Yin Shueishan wanted to try to save the situation one last time, and said, I suggest you think about it carefully again. Wei Wufeng did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Okay, I will seriously consider it." Then he said, "I just found a fun PS online game."
It's still early for dinner, why don't we play it together? Yin Shueishan was stunned and said, "I don't play games." Wei Wufeng stood up and invited him warmly. "Trust me, it's fun. And it's easy. Once you get started, you'll find it's really fun and exciting. Go, go, go." Downstairs. Tuya's room.
She is immersed in studying and is studying with a book in her hand.
The title of the book is Diamond Editor, From Beginner to Mastery.
While reading, she also took notes. Suddenly her ears moved. After listening carefully, he shouted, "Oh shit," dropped the book in his hand, picked up his equipment and went out.
After. Have dinner. Practice. Sleep well. There's nothing much to say.
Yin Shueishan returned to the Hua family alone. Knowing that Hua Haotian was in the study, she did not go there directly. Instead, she went back to her room first, took a shower, changed her clothes, and sprayed some perfume before going to Hua Haotian's study. Today, Hua Haotian had a worried look on his face and a furrowed brow. He saw Yin Shueishan and asked, "Why are you back so late?" Yin Shueishan said, "Third sister insisted on dragging me shopping."
"How is mom?"
Hua Haotian sighed, shook his head, his face full of anxiety. "The best specialists in the province have come to see me, but they still can't diagnose what the illness is. I have contacted a doctor from abroad and he will be here tomorrow. Zhao Lupin has also been invited, but he doesn't have time and will come in 2 days."
By the way, Hua Haotian, didn't he find a medical beastmaster or beast tamer? Of course I did. How could I not find it? But it's no use.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought help from ordinary doctors and tea masters. After the alchemist withdrew from the stage of history, the tea master replaced the alchemist and worked part-time as a doctor for animal tamers and beast masters. Yin Shueishan comforted her, "Don't worry.
Mom is blessed, and everything will be fine." Hua Haotian nodded.
He never dreamed that his mother being bedridden and unconscious was the masterpiece of his wives. He asked, "Why is your voice hoarse again?" Yin Shueishan said without changing his expression, "I went shopping with my third sister in Xianyan, and had a super spicy hot pot.
I choked on my throat.
For the sake of what you asked me to do, I have to maintain a good relationship with them.
Xianyan is no longer so repulsive to me." Hua Haotian nodded and asked, "How was your conversation with Wei Wufeng?"
My mother is ill and in a coma, so the marriage with the Su family is naturally off the table.
My mother is seriously ill here. They are arranging a marriage over there. If this gets out, Hua Haotian will definitely be labeled as an extremely unfilial person. This is something Hua Haotian absolutely does not want to see.
So he simply changed his strategy, lower his posture and win over Wei Wufeng,
the head of the family. This is not lacking in rationality and brains.
Yin Shueishan said. He refused to join the Hua family.
Hua Haotian blared and said dissatisfiedly, "What? You didn't analyze the interests involved in this in depth with him?"
When Yin Shueishan heard this, he immediately felt angry.
"I have explained everything clearly and understandably. How can we further analyze this?"
He said, "No amount of money can buy my happiness."
It was completely unreasonable. He just didn't want to do it. Hua Haotian was furious and said, "Arrogant. Arrogant."
Yin Shueishan said, but he also said that he could maintain a superficially good relationship with the Hua family.
Hua Haotian snorted coldly, "Who does he think he is?"
Yin Shueishan said, besides, he also insisted on participating in the joint pioneering operation.
Hua Haotian sneered, "You are really looking for death."
Then he said stiffly with a cold face, "You arrange a few good people from the tribe to protect them in secret. The Hua family finally produced a god-level beastmaster, and they must do their best to protect it." Chapter 49, Xin Zhaojun, Diaochan, Wei Wufeng is very good, I really want to bring you together.
The next day.
The sky is clear and the air is fresh, and the breeze is gentle.
Counselor of the genius class. The end of Beastman civilization in the past and future.
A naturally beautiful lady,
Xin Diaochan, came to the genius class to find Wei Wufeng.
She was dressed in a white shirt, a black blazer, a baggy skirt, black stockings, and high heels.
TSK. Student Wei, the principal wants to see you. Come with me. The principal is looking for me? Wei Wufeng asked curiously, What does the principal want to see me about? Qin Diaochan smiled slightly, very charming. It's about tomorrow's pioneering operation. You'll know the details when you get there. Wei Wufeng followed Qin Diaochan.
Every breath you take can smell the intoxicating fragrance, which is intoxicating.
On the way, the two happily exchanged theoretical knowledge about beast taming. Although Wei Wufeng is not specialized in theoretical research,
but he has a huge advantage: he was reborn after 100 years.
Some of the theoretical research results of later generations will be made public.
Wei Wufeng didn't have a good life in his previous life, but he never stopped learning. Therefore, all the public research results on beast taming theory are in his mind.
Right now,
he casually mentioned 1 or 2 achievements, which shocked Qin Diaochan.
Of course, Wei Wufeng did it on purpose. Want a fish, but how can you do it without bait?
The research results of the beast taming theory in the past and future lives are Wei Wufeng's bait.
What's interesting is, one of the results was researched by Qin Diaochan from the past life and future. Ha ha. Now,
Qin Diaochan's eyes were sparkling and shining as she looked at Wei Wufeng. What he said seemed incredible at first. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to make a lot of sense and is worth further research.
If I'm not just guessing, could this Wei Wufeng really be a once-in-a-century genius? She looked like someone who loves jewelry very much and saw a top-notch piece of jewelry. It's decided. I must communicate with him more in the future. Dig out all the wonderful ideas in his mind. Qin Diaochan thought secretly. Wei Wufeng saw Qin Diaochan's reaction and knew that the big fish had taken the bait. Principal's office. Classmate Wei, nice to see you again.
Qin Jiajuan's friendly smile makes people feel good about her.
How's your study life recently?
Wei Wufeng said, thank you for your concern, Principal.
Everything is fine. There is just one bad thing. Principal, you are so beautiful, so moving, and such a test of human nature. Qin Jiajun smiled and nodded, then asked, have you encountered any difficulties recently? Wei Wufeng quickly said no. After some greetings, Principal Qin asked, are you planning to participate in tomorrow's pioneering activity? Wei Wufeng said, yes. Principal Qin smiled. Student Wei, you don't really need to participate in this little experience.
Your most urgent task right now is to calm down and practice with classmate Hua for a year or 2.
Wait until you become a mid-level beastmaster, and wait until classmate Hua's magical powers and talents are upgraded. It's not too late to go to the wilderness for training again, what do you think? This is. Don't want me to join the pioneering work? Wei Wufeng asked, Principal, are you suggesting that I not participate in the pioneering effort? Qin Jiaojun nodded.
She placed her hands on the table with her fingers intertwined.
I made some inquiries.
Actually, this pioneering operation is the selection ceremony for the World University Beast Taming Games.
If you want to participate in this year's sports meet, you can do so directly. If you don't want to participate, there's no need to explore the land. Concentrating on cultivation is the most important thing. Wei Wufeng certainly knew what Qin Jiaojun said. Who is he? Reborn. Although he doesn't remember many things from his past and future lives. But there are still many things I remember. There are 3 things about this World University Games that left a deep impression on Wei Wufeng.
First, this sports meeting was held in Dongrejing, the capital of Xisha Kingdom, and the overall result of Shunlong Kingdom was the worst in history. Second, Utsunami Yachubi, the 5th place on the Holy Beast list in the previous life, appeared in this sports meeting. Third, the Group 5 bride who sang at the closing ceremony were so beautiful it's a pity that they later went into filming.
It's decided.
You must go to this year's World University Beast Tamer Games.
If I could get the 5th place on the Holy Beast list, hee hee. And there is also the 5-class bride combination, hee hee hee. Oh, right.
The previous incident involving Himikawa Naoki-sama will most likely be dealt with in Tokyo, so you can have some fun at the same time.
A moment.
Wei Wufeng had a lot of things on his mind.
He asked, Principal, have you also heard some rumors that someone wants to take advantage of the opportunity to harm me? Qin Diaochan was surprised and asked, you know? Qin Jiaojun sighed. Yes, that's true. I told you, right?
The risks of this pioneering venture are too great for you, but the benefits are too small.
So there's absolutely no need for you to take any risks.
It's most important to calm down and practice, and get through the early stages of growth. Wei Wufeng said, "Thank you for your concern, Principal. I know what to do now. I've decided to participate in the pioneering operation."
Xin Zhaojun smiled faintly, looked at Wei Wufeng quietly, and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Xin Diaochan said, "You knew someone was against you, but you still went? Aren't you just asking for trouble?"
She almost said seeking death.
Wei Wufeng smiled and asked, "If I don't have the courage to knowingly go to the Tiger Mountain, what am I going to do as a Beastmaster?"
Xin Zhaojun nodded in appreciation and said, "Good. Young man, you have ambition and courage.
That's great."
If Wei Wufeng gave up when faced with difficulties, Xin Zhaojun would not be disappointed.
This is a rational choice.
But now Wei Wufeng still participated in the pioneering operation despite knowing the danger. But it made Xin Zhaojun appreciate him even more. Xin Zhaojun talked with Wei Wufeng for a while, then asked her secretary Zhang Ruyu to see him off.
Xin Diaochan said, "Sister, why don't you try to persuade him? If something unexpected happens?" Xin Zhaojun smiled. "How can we grow without going through hardships? I really appreciate his awareness. It proves I wasn't wrong about him. He's a good prospect. But you're right.
If something unexpected happens, I'll be heartbroken, so..." She looked at Xin Diaochan with a smile.
Xin Diaochan wondered, "So what?"
Xin Zhaojun said, "I will give you a task. Protect him secretly."
Xin Diaochan stared blankly.
Although she mainly conducts theoretical research on beast taming, it does not mean that her practical ability is poor.
Xin Diaochan's combat ability is not bad at all, but very strong.
In Xin Zhaojun's view, it was more than enough for her to secretly protect Wei Wufeng.
Xin Zhaojun asked, "Why, you don't want to?" Xin Diaochan said, "Not really, okay? Don't worry, sister. I will definitely protect him."
Xin Zhaojun said, "Then I'll leave this good seedling to you." After saying that, she sighed.
Xin Diaochan asked, "Sister, why are you sighing again?" Xin Zhaojun sighed. "What a shame, what a shame. Diaochan, Wei Wufeng is very good, just what I like. If he had been born 10 years earlier, I would really like to bring you two together."
Xin Diaochan blushed when she heard this and said angrily, "Hey, sister, why are you saying this all of a sudden?
Let Wei Wufeng be my Beastmaster?"
Thinking of his handsome appearance. Thinking of how he talked about the theory of beast control just now.
It seems not bad. Oops. TSK, TSK, TSK. Stop, stop. Xin Diaochan, what are you thinking about? You have a Beastmaster. After all, we've started talking about marriage. Xin Zhaojun smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm just talking." Thinking of Xin Diaochan's current Beastmaster.
Her eyes narrowed slightly.
Why am I saying this suddenly? Isn't it because there is something seriously wrong with your current Beastmaster? There are some things I can't say openly. You can't say that he has any improper thoughts about your sister, right?
People with such bad conduct and low morals will get into trouble sooner or later.
Oh, I hope my worries are unnecessary. Chapter 50 Inshueshan, Tuya, Tuya, you do the first day and I do the 15th. Please stop being obsessed with me.
Oh, I'm just a legend.
Wei Wufeng is preparing dinner for today. The cell phone suddenly rang.
This is his new cell phone ringtone, and he likes it very much.
Take out your phone and take a look. It's Aunt Shui calling again. Is she going to invite me to her house for dinner again? Are you really addicted to treating me to meals? Hello, Aunt Shui, is this happening again? Eat? Oh, what a coincidence, I don't have time today.
We're going to start the new frontier tomorrow, so we need to get ready. I'll go to your place and try your cooking when I come back.
Aunt Shui, I'm busy right here. That's it for now. I'm hanging up.
Okay, I will seriously consider getting back together with Lian Mengli.
Hang up the phone. Wei Wufeng muttered, what on earth is she thinking? She, of course, refers to Lian Mengli. She was clearly already together with Su Fan, but she didn't even tell her mother?
She was having a hot affair with Su Fan over there. In order to get back together, he and I have been having some back and forth.
I can't figure it out.
Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, it's none of my business.
Wei Wufeng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried.
Lian Mengli was treating him as a backup, waiting for him to propose a reconciliation. Lian Mengli was even still looking forward to it and struggling with it.
When Wei Wufeng proposed to get back together, should I agree or refuse? Oh, it's so hard to choose. I can only say.
A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. The heart of the little fairy is even more like a needle in the abyss.
Wei Wufeng was busy in the kitchen.
With the help of Shui Yuling and Mu Jianying, the meal was quickly prepared. They are all simple home-cooked dishes, but absolutely delicious.
Spicy beer duck. Stir-fried meat with sour beans. Fish head tofu soup.
Braised pork with preserved vegetables.
Scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
The colorful ones are placed in a circle on the table, and the aroma is fragrant.
Speaking of which, Wei Wufeng's cooking skills were taught by his grandfather.
In his grandfather's words, "If you learn my skills, you will be able to make a living and rely on yourself."
His grandfather is a top chef certified by the government.
Being a top chef can be said to be the ceiling of an ordinary person's chef career.
The higher levels are not something that ordinary people can pass.
It has nothing to do with cooking skills. Chefs of special grade and above will use beast taming in the cooking process. In Wei Wufeng's heart, when it comes to cooking skills, his grandfather is no worse than those top-notch masters or even grandmasters. It is precisely thanks to this skill that Wei Wufeng can support himself and send himself to college even though he has no parents.
Now,
Wei Wufeng's cooking skills have been honed over 100 years in his previous life.
It is no exaggeration to say that this skill is enough to satisfy most people's stomachs in seconds. It smells so good. Slurp. My saliva is watering. Shui Yuling wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. No exaggeration, she was really drooling.
Hua Xianyan was elegant and calm, but the gleam in her dark eyes was clearly visible.
Even Mu Jianying, who was as cold as a tool, swallowed. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "We have to leave early tomorrow morning. Have a good meal tonight." Then he noticed that there was another person missing from the table and said, "Xianyan, isn't Auntie coming down?" Hua Xianyan said, "Well, my mom asked me to bring food to her room. When I think about what she's been busy with these days."
The campus beauty whose cheeks turned red.
Just then. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Wei Wufeng was very puzzled.
Who would ring his doorbell at this time of night? Are you here for a free meal? But who will come to eat my food in this life? Shui Yuling put down the chopsticks she had just picked up and said, "I'll go open the door." Soon Shui Yuling's voice came, "Why are you here again?" Then, a very elegant voice came, "Why can't it be me? It's Yin Shuishan." Wei Wufeng was even more puzzled, "Why is she here again? It's better to come during mealtime. You can't be in love with my cooking skills, right?"
Yin Shuishan came in gracefully, wearing a black slim dress that showed off all her curves. She always makes people's eyes light up and attracts the attention of others, especially men, who can't look away even if they want to. Yin Shui took a deep breath, her face showing an intoxicated look, pursed her lips and smiled slightly, extremely elegant. She is wearing purple-black lipstick today. So much so that her elegance is filled with a strong sense of evil.
It's amazing that she can pull off that color of lipstick. In addition,
she must have encountered some happy event. Every word, every action, every gesture is full of joy.
Are we really going to have dinner? It smells so good. It seems I came at the right time today. I haven't had dinner yet. Do you mind adding another pair of chopsticks? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind."
Shui Yuling rushed over and said, "Brother phone, I'll get it." Soon, a pair of bowls and chopsticks were added to the table. Yin Shuishan thanked him, picked up his chopsticks and started eating.
"Wow, you really don't consider yourself an outsider." Wei Wufeng also started eating. He picked up his chopsticks, and then Hua Xianyan, Mu Jianying, and Shui Yuling started eating. It was obvious that they all regarded Wei Wufeng as their backbone. Hua Xianyan packed the food for her mother and stood up to take it upstairs. "Wait a moment."
Yin Shuishan suddenly spoke and put down his chopsticks.
"I'll go take food to my third sister. It just so happens that I have something to ask her." "Talk to her by the way." Hua Xianyan said, "No, why would I bother you, madam? It's only a few steps away." Yin Shuishan smiled elegantly and asked, "Why? Are you afraid that I'll poison her?"
Hua Xianyan said, "Of course not, Mama, you're overthinking it." Yin Shuishan had already stood up and walked in front of Hua Xianyan.
"Then I'll take it. You sit down and eat. Such delicious food should be eaten while it's hot. It won't taste as good if it's a little cooler."
She directly took the lunchbox from Hua Xianyan's hand, then twisted her graceful and seductive figure and went upstairs.
Wei Wufeng took one look and thought to himself, what a demon, a snake demon.
With Yin Shueishan's figure, there is no need for him to deliberately make any poses.
Normal management is like a snake that has become a spirit.
Yin Shueishan came upstairs and stood at the door of Tuya's room, then open the lunchbox lid, take out a bottle and pour out a liquid. The texture of the liquid was like oil, transparent, colorless, and odorless. The oily liquid was poured on the food and blended perfectly with the peanut oil on the food, without any abnormality being noticeable.
She didn't put the bottle away until there was not a drop of liquid left. Put the lid of the lunchbox back on. Yin Shui smiled deeply.
Combined with her purple-black lips, it is full of deadly and dangerous temptation.
Tuya, Tuya. You did it on the first day, so of course I have to do it on the 15th. That's only fair, isn't it?
Of course, these words were spoken in her heart.
Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, then turned the doorknob and walked in.
Listening to the sounds in the room, a hint of gloom and resentment, as well as a hint of coldness, flashed in Yin Shueishan's eyes. Tuya turned around in her chair and saw Yin Shueishan, and immediately a look of surprise appeared on her face.
Ha ha. You came just in time. I was just looking for you. There are a few scenes I need you to reshoot, is that okay?
Yin Shueishan handed over the lunchbox and said, let's finish our meal first. Tuya was in a hurry, so she immediately picked up the chopsticks, opened the lid, and started to pick at the food in a very ungraceful manner. While eating, he praised,
delicious. That kid's cooking skills have never disappointed me. Yin Shueishan looked at her wolfing down the food and smiled very elegantly, extremely elegantly. Chapter 51, Wei, can I lend you something?
Tuya swallowed the delicious food in her mouth with a big swallow.
Oh, my dear sister. What brings you here this time? Is there any new situation at the Tu family?
After saying that, she immediately stopped Yin Shueishan from speaking.
Don't say anything yet. Let me guess. Could it be that they want to take advantage of this pioneering operation to deal with Wei Wufeng? Well, am I right? Yin Shueishan said, you guessed wrong.
Hearing Tuya calling her my dear sister, she sneered inwardly.
Elder sister? Humph, yes, you called me right, I am your sister. In the Tu family, I am your sister. In this Wei family, I am still your sister. Tuya, Tuya. No matter where you are, you must be humble and obedient. Tuya was stunned, what? Guessed wrong? Yin Shueishan didn't keep anyone in suspense.
On the contrary, this time the Tu family wants to protect Wei Wufeng.
Heaven Hua Haotian even sent an elite family force to protect him.
Also, he asked me to send some supplies to Wei Wufeng.
After some shameful things happened, she was completely disappointed with Hua Haotian. Now he doesn't even want to call me Brother Tian. Tuya frowned. What the hell? What's the matter? If the hard way doesn't work, then try the soft way, right? Thinking you can get Wei Wufeng with just a little favor? Naive.
She raised her little finger in disdain and curled her red lips in disdain. Yin Shueishan smiled elegantly.
You can't write two Hua characters with one stroke. Xianyan's surname is Hua after all.
It will not benefit either side to continue the dispute.
Tuya sneered. Who said that?
I can write two characters Hua in one stroke.
Shall I write it to you? By the way, is the old fellow dead?
The old thing, of course, refers to the old lady of the Hua family. A hint of gloom flashed across Yin Shueishan's eyes, and there was also a hint of guilt.
Not a few days left.
The old lady of the Su family is here today.
Hua Haotian has clearly turned down the marriage. Are you satisfied? Tuya laughed sweetly and said, satisfied. Very satisfied. Great. Ha ha.
She felt so good after venting all the resentment and hatred accumulated over 20 years in one go. Tuya was in a good mood and her appetite also improved. She simply ignored her image and quickly ate the food, gobbling it up like a wolf. Yin Shueishan was in no hurry to leave. She sat with an elegant posture,
looking at the frozen image on the computer screen.
The light in his eyes sparkled as if he had rubbed into the brilliant starry sky.
I don't know what I'm thinking. Tuya ate and muttered, strange, why is it suddenly so hot?
I took a tissue to wipe the sweat off my face. After wiping the sweat off her face, she took another bottle of water, unscrewed the lid and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she finished the bottle of water without leaving a drop. But she still felt hot and thirsty. What? It's getting hotter. As she spoke, she opened the collar of her clothes, revealing a piece of snow-white jade. Beads of sweat have already seeped out of it. Suddenly, Tuya realized something and stared at Yin Shueishan, who was sitting in an extremely elegant posture. It's you! What the hell did you put in my food? You're so brave! The angry Tuya pounced on Yin Shueishan. As a result, he had just taken a step when his body went limp and he fell on Yin Shueishan like a boneless person. Yin Shueishan put his arms around her slender waist and put his red lips close to her ear. My dear sister. You can put drugs in my tea, so why can't I put something in your food? Tuya struggled to leave, gritting her teeth. What poison did you give me? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Otherwise. I've already uploaded the video to the network disk and set the time. If I don't reset the countdown, the film will be automatically posted online. This is her trump card to control Yin Shueishan. If not now, when? Yin Shueishan pinched her chin. My dear sister. How could my sister be willing to poison you? It's not poison, but a good thing that can make you happy. Blue Kuan sperm brain oil. Blue Kuan spermaceti oil. Tuya's face changed drastically. She is that alchemist. Of course I know what Blue Kuan whale brain oil does. You. Tuya looked shocked, angry, frightened and panicked. How dare you, how dare you? She was sweating more and more. His face was getting redder and redder. The whole person feels like being in a sauna. Yin Shueishan picked her up and threw her onto the bed, his expression elegant but mixed with pride and evil. My dear sister. What would happen if I threw you among the beggars and homeless? It should be exciting, right? Tuya instantly exploded and shouted angrily, how dare you? Yin Shueishan asked back, why wouldn't I dare? You filmed my movie, and I filmed yours. Isn't that fun? Tuya's whole body was shaking. I don't know whether he was angry or frightened. The scene was like a force 12 gale blowing across the sea, stirring up wave after wave of turbulence. It's not fun at all. Yin Shueishan asked himself questions and answered them himself. Then, the elegance completely disappeared from her face. Instead, it is replaced by the complete evil, hideousness, and madness after being completely blackened. Beggars and homeless people are disgusting just thinking about them, let alone taking pictures of them. You are my dear sister after all. To humiliate you is to humiliate myself. Tuya heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But why does Betchin's expression look so wrong? Yin Shueishan's smile deepened, almost reaching his ears. He licked his lips and said, I have a more interesting way to play. Tuya swallowed her saliva and said in a trembling voice, what on earth do you want to do? Yin Shueishan took out a red rope from her handbag. I've learned a new way of tying ropes to tie people up these days. Would you like to give it a try? Tuya shouted with all her might, don't come over here. 3 times 5 times 2. Yin Shueishan tied up Tuya and left her hanging in the air. She pinched Tuya's chin and said, don't worry. The show will start soon. Tuya's mouth was blocked and she could only make sounds. She was tied up in a strange way again. The rope was made of a special material, and she was poisoned, so she couldn't get free. I could only watch Yin Shueishan leave. What does she want to do? What on earth is she going to do? Help! Someone, please save me! Tuya shouted in her heart. Meow! Meow! The sound of wild cats fighting came from outside the window again. Downstairs. Yin Shueishan walked back to the restaurant with elegant steps. She had dinner with Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan and others as if nothing had happened. Finished dinner. Yin Shueishan put down his chopsticks and said, Student Wei, I'd like to ask you for a favor, is that okay? Hua Xianyan, who was cleaning up the dishes, looked at her puzzledly. Wei Wufeng asked, what's the matter? Yin Shueishan smiled and said, can I lend you something? Wei Wufeng was stunned. I immediately remembered an ancient story. Then he pointed to his head and asked with a smile, are you going to borrow my head? Based on the special relationship between the two parties. Wei Wufeng was not surprised at all that she wanted to borrow his head. Hua Xianyan immediately entered combat mode upon hearing this. The summoning circle opens instantly. Not just her. Shu Wei Yuling and Mu Jianying also opened the summoning circle.
As long as Wei Wufeng also opens the summoning circle,
you can combine the summoning arrays of any one of them into one, and summon the mythical beast to fight. Yin Shueshan, however, maintained an elegant sitting posture, not moving at all. She didn't even look at Hua Xianyan and the others, but instead looked at Wei Wufeng and said with an elegant smile, yes.
And no.
Wei Wufeng, who was also preparing to open the summoning circle, looked confused when he heard this.
What kind of plane is she on?
Chapter 52, Wei, you guys are in such a bad mood, there are even bloodshot eyes.
Wei Wufeng was not afraid of Yin Shueshan at all. Yes.
She is a higher-level cooperative beastmaster.
Even if Hua Haotian was not present, he could not summon the beast. With her physical strength alone, she is enough to crush the whole crowd. But don't I have the strength to fight? What's more, this is a school.
If things really start to get serious, Principal Qin and other strong people in the school will definitely not stand idly by.
Let's take a step back. Don't be afraid even if you are forced into a desperate situation.
He has the Taoyuan cave given to him for free by the Yi system. He took the 3 girls and hid in the Taoyuan cave.
What can Yin Shueshan do to himself? It is precisely because you have already reached the point of immortality. Only then could Wei Wufeng calmly say, you don't want to borrow my head, do you? Only.
Yin Shueshan's answer really confused him.
Just when Wei Wufeng wanted to ask, what do you mean?
Yin Shueshan moved.
And it moves fast, very fast.
In the blink of an eye, Shu Wei Yuling and Mu Jianying fainted and fell to the ground, and Hua Xianyan also fell into Yin Shueshan's hands.
Wei Wufeng's heart skipped a beat. It seems that I still underestimated Yin Shueshan's strength. Yin Shueshan grabbed Hua Xianyan's neck and said, Student Wei, you don't want her to die, do you? Hua Xianyan yelled, hubby, leave me alone ugh.
Yin Shueshan exerted force on his hands, and Hua Xianyan became speechless.
Wei Wufeng sighed and said, just tell me, what exactly do you want to do?
Yin Shueshan smiled lightly.
Elegance with a hint of evil charm. You're asking the wrong question. It's not about what I want to do, but what you want to do. You know what the best and fairest revenge is?
Here it comes, that completely dark expression and tone again.
It's a tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye. I advise you not to play tricks. Just be obedient and do as you are told. Flowers may bloom again, but people never become young again. A girl is as beautiful as a flower.
It would be a pity if the flower withered and the jade shattered.
Come with me.
It's amazing that she has the leisure time to recite a few lines of poetry at this time.
Yin Shueshan took Hua Xianyan hostage and went upstairs. Wei Wufeng looked at Yin Shueshan's curvy back and gave up the idea of attacking her from behind.
Since the other person dared to sell his back to me, it was obvious that he was not afraid of being attacked from behind.
Let us first see what she has in mind.
He followed Yin Shueshan to the second floor and entered the room next to the stairs.
As soon as I walked in, bang! The door closed instantly. The house was quiet. The night outside is charming.
The city farther away is brightly lit with neon lights. It is truly a prosperous era as we wish, with peace, harmony, civilization, happiness, health and joy.
Let's start filming. Attention all departments. Lighting team. Sound team. Extras. Take your positions. Volume 13, Game 8, Realm 10, Time 10 Action. Western suburbs of Dapeng City. A film set at Pengzhan Film and Television City. The crew of The Fragrance of Heaven Permeates Chang'an is filming a night scene. The assistant director's resounding voice filled the entire room. A rest area near the set. A group of handsome men and beautiful women gathered here. Hey! Today's show is interesting.
The person who spoke was none other than Li Mufeng.
This script says that the prince is a man who takes advantage of everyone, tsk tisk. It makes me want to kick the person playing the prince out of the way and do it myself. It's exciting just thinking about it. Ji Shukuan curled his lips on his feminine face. What a joy. I told you it was an act, it's fake. If you really want to play, play for real. Li Mufeng kept shaking his head and said tsk tisk tsk. You don't understand this. You can only play secretly. No one else will know. I can't show off. I don't feel any sense of participation or accomplishment at all. Even though acting in a movie is fake, everyone can watch it. can the feeling be the same?
After saying that, he threw the script in his hand. Besides, even if the movie roles are fake, they are all very beautiful, no matter how big or small they are. It's not that such a combination doesn't exist in reality, but it's also something you don't always find.
I also have my own aspirations. There are 4 things I don't touch about women. Ji Shukuan interrupted impatiently. Alright, I've said the 4 don'ts many times.
After saying that, she smiled femininely.
Do you think the mother of our school's most beautiful girl is pretty? The school beauty's mother?
Li Mufeng was stunned for a moment and then immediately reacted. At first he looked around nervously and vigilantly, then he became very annoyed.
Fuck. If you want to die, don't drag me down. This Pingjian film and television city is an industry under the Hua family.
If these words were to reach the ears of the Hua family, his father would definitely skin him alive.
At this time,
Li Muyun, the guy who wanted to slap Wei Wufeng in the face but was slapped in the face instead and almost got roasted. He walked over and said, "Brother, everything has been arranged. They will be waiting for you and Brother Cohen at the hotel after the filming."
Li Mufeng asked, "Did you tell them not to remove their makeup?" Li Muyun said, "I said it."
After saying that, he hesitated a little nervously. "Brother, we have to set out to explore the wasteland tomorrow morning.
Should we do it tonight?"
He was hoping that his half-brother would help him get revenge.
But we are leaving tomorrow, and Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan are still looking for celebrities tonight?
Li Mufeng smiled easily and carefreely.
I know what you're worried about.
Don't worry, I have made all the arrangements.
Wei Wufeng will definitely die.
Besides, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. We call it sharpening the spear before the battle. Ji Shukuan said, "I'm not interested in playing mother and daughter."
Ah Yun, can you handle the leading female role?
Li Muyun's face turned bitter, and he smiled awkwardly. "Brother Cohen, I really can't handle this."
He actually wanted to complain. Even the second son of the Hua family, Hua Yingxiong, doesn't dare to get this woman, and you want me to get her? Brother Cohen, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Who is the leading female character in The Fragrance of Heaven Permeates Chang'an? The current superstar Gudina is extremely popular.
She is praised by countless fans as a peerless beauty once in 2,000 years. She also has a series of beautiful names such as Modern Daji, Exiled Fairy, Dragon Girl, Fairy Sister, and so on. Rumor has it that the person behind her is the Crown Prince of the capital.
He is the real prince.
But he is not the fake prince in the drama.
Touch her? I he.
Ji Shukuan curled his lips and muttered, "How boring."
You can't handle it, right?
Wait for me to come back and take care of it myself. When it comes to women, Ji Shukuan also has his own pursuits. Li Mufeng has 4 don't touches.
He has 4 must touch.
For a woman like Gudina, to put it in an exaggerated way, he would have to give her a try even if it meant risking his life.
Life is precious, but desire is more precious. Ji Shukuan is a person who is loyal to his own desires.
They talked for another half hour.
The crew has gone off work. Li Mufeng stood up and laughed. Let's go and maintain our weapons. The next day, a little after 8 o'clock, at the gate of Jiuhu University, a group of young, beautiful and energetic young men and women gathered here and boarded the bus to the airport. Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, and their companion beast masters were among them. Li and Ji didn't seem to have slept well, their faces were haggard, and they yawned repeatedly. Wei Wufeng also came over yawning.
On the left is Hua Xianyan, and on the right is Shu Wei Yuling. Their arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention.
A beast tamer of divine beasts. You will be the focus of attention wherever you go.
Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan looked at each other, their bloodshot eyes flashing with coldness.
Xiong Juju looked at Wei Wufeng, clasped her hands across her chest, and snorted proudly. Wei Wufeng, you are mine.
Qin Diaochan is one of the teachers leading the team.
She greeted Wei Wufeng and was about to say some words of concern and encouragement when she exclaimed, "Ha? Student Wei, you look so down. There are still bloodshot eyes. Oh, you're not too nervous and haven't slept all night, right?" Chapter 53, Whether or not we can handle Qin Diaochan depends on you, Xiachangqing. Well, for the care for teacher Qin. Wei Wufeng smiled awkwardly. He replied, almost. Too nervous? Actually, there is no Zhang.
Hua and Shui saw Qin Diaochan looking at them. They all subconsciously avoided her sight.
Hua Xianyan's complexion remained basically normal. Xu Wei Yuling's small, round face was as red as an apple that was half ripe. Qin Diaochan smiled. It's normal to be nervous. After all, this is your first time entering a truly wild beast territory. But you don't have to worry too much. Given your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. Take a nap in the car later. Once you're on the plane, I'll see if I can find you a cabin to rest. Wei Wufeng said, Teacher Qin, how can this be so embarrassing? Qin Diaochan said, You are beast tamers of divine beasts. What's this special treatment? You guys are here? A pleasant and intellectual voice came. But it was Principal Qin Zhaojun. A white women's suit and red high heels. Obviously very formal attire. But when she wears it, she exudes charming grace and alluring charm. Why are you like this? Principal Qin also asked the same questions that Teacher Qin had asked. Didn't you get enough rest last night? She first glanced at Wei Wufeng. Then looked at Xu Wei Yuling, who seems a little shy and embarrassed. As someone who had been through it, she suddenly understood. Times have changed. The atmosphere is open. Young people nowadays are really playing like crazy without even considering the time. Are you trying to save your life by pioneering in such a bad state? Qin Zhaojun said, Diaochan, arrange 2 cabins for them to rest later. Qin Diaochan asked, 2? She could understand arranging a cabin for Wei Wufeng and the others to rest. But why 2 rooms? Qin Zhaojun said, yes. Wei will have 1 room. Hua and Xu Wei will have another. Ha? Hua, water? Hua Xianyan and Xu Wei Yuling are really 2 troublemakers. If you are not careful, you can drown. Qin Zhaojun asked, Xianyan, where's your mother? Isn't she coming to see you off? Ah. Hua Xianyan cried out in surprise. Then he stammered, Mom, my mom didn't sleep well last night and is catching up on some sleep. Qin Zhaojun asked, she didn't sleep well either? Could it be that he was disturbed? Humph, you deserve it. I asked you to move in with me but you refused. He insists on sharing a room with young people who are full of rage. There are thunder and artillery fire everywhere, it would be strange if it doesn't kill you. It's time to set off. Wei Wufeng and the other 2 got on the car. The moment he got on the car, Wei Wufeng felt a friendly gaze. Turn around and take a look. His eyes met Su Fan's. As for Lian Mengli beside him, she was directly filtered out by Wei Wufeng. His sole contractor Dongfang Yayun is not here. Obviously he got on the car first. Dongfang Yayun will definitely go, there is no doubt about it. Su Fan smiled and nodded at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng also smiled and nodded at him. Then again, the 2 of them haven't spoken a word to each other yet. But Wei Wufeng knew very well that he and Su Fan were mortal enemies among mortal enemies. Where is Su Fan? After the Hua family refused to marry into the Su family, he became more determined to kill Wei Wufeng. For words either him or me. Actually, Wei Wufeng replaced Yi Yunfeng's original position and was identified by Su Fan as his mortal rival. Of course, he himself would never admit it. Lian Mengli looked at Wei Wufeng getting on the car, but she was very confused. That's strange. Didn't Mom say he agreed to get back together with me? Why doesn't it look like anything? He didn't even look at me. Is it because of the contract between me and Su Fan? At this point, she still had a little bit of brains, although not much. But her next thought was, is it because Mom isn't working hard enough? Of course. If Mom works hard enough and pays enough attention. It reminded me of Wei Wufeng's true love and infatuation for me. Why would he care about the contract between me and Su Fan? If you truly love someone, of course you must accept everything about her. I just made a contract with a boy, what's the big deal? After I come back from this pioneering trip, I must talk to my mother about it. Ache. Shui Jinsheng, who was working in the supermarket, sneezed. The fat lady at the side asked, Xia Shui, do you have a cold? Shui Jinsheng said hurriedly, No, I just suddenly felt a little itchy, my nose is itchy. The auntie immediately used this topic to start matchmaking. This auntie is the matchmaker king in the supermarket. My favorite thing to do is to act as a matchmaker for people around me. Shui Jinsheng was impatient in his heart, but he dealt with it in a friendly manner on the surface. By the way, Shui Jinsheng put on makeup today. She wears makeup to work every day. But other people wear makeup to become more beautiful. But Shui Jinsheng put on a very ugly makeup. If we express it intuitively with numbers, it means that the appearance value that was originally over 90 points has been lowered to below 60. You can say that. A little bit of aesthetic pursuit. Seeing her now, I wouldn't be interested in her. Beautiful women must learn to protect themselves when making a living outside. Dealt with the overly enthusiastic matchmaker king. Shui Jinqing looked at the time. I thought to myself, Mingli and him should be leaving by now, right? I hope they can all return safely. Regarding what he did, she didn't want to worry about it too much. Thinking too much will make you feel tired. Just consider it as paying off Mengli's debt. The most important thing now is to do everything possible to facilitate the reconciliation between Mengli and him. When they get back together, I will have no regrets. A long line of buses shuttled through the steel jungle and headed straight for Dapeng Airport. In the third car, Su Fan sent a WeChat message to Lian Mengli, who was standing beside him. The content is, if I want to kill Wei Wufeng, you will help me, right? After reading the WeChat message, Lian Mengli replied, of course, brother Fan, I'm your co-beast master. Su Fan smiled slightly and said, very good. But in his heart, he had already made an evaluation of Lian Mengli. She is indeed a heartless and ungrateful bitch. If Lian Mengli refused, he would be unhappy, but he would admire her very much. Even if Lian Mengli showed hesitation, struggle, contradiction, etc., he would have a higher evaluation of her. But without even thinking about it or hesitating, she agreed to help him kill her ex. Despise. Strong contempt. Su Fan thought to himself, after getting rid of Wei Wufeng, this woman can't be left alive. He turned his head to look at Dongfang Yaiyun with a smile on his face. Give me my Yaha. No matter what happens, she will always be with me, through thick and thin. In the fifth car, Wei Wufeng had fallen asleep leaning on the chair. On the left, Hua Xianyan's head rested on his left shoulder. On the right, Shu Wei Yuling's head rested on his right shoulder. All three of them seemed very tired and sleepy. He fell asleep as soon as his butt touched the chair. Other boys and girls looked at them from time to time. Whether boys or girls, most of them showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. Girls think Da Shui is more handsome than Wei Wufeng. The boys looked at the beautiful women Hua and Shu Wei. Of course, there are also people who show expressions of disdain and contempt. Qin Diaochan was sitting in the back seat. She was communicating with her contractor via WeChat, urging him to meet up at the airport as soon as possible. An hour and a half later, arrived at Dapeng Airport. Wei Wufeng and the other two were woken up, got out of the car and headed to the boarding gate. When boarding the plane, Wei Wufeng saw Qin Diaochan talking to a tall, handsome young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The young man's appearance and temperament showed that he was very decent. The two seemed to have a close relationship. But Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, Xie Changqing, the creator of the beast-taming civilization Night Watchman. Yes. The young man with a tall figure, a handsome face, thick eyebrows and big eyes is Qin Diaochan's contractor, Xie Changqing. The future of the previous life. It was he who betrayed Qin Diaochan. It contributed to Qin Diaochan's ultimate evolution. Becoming the Night Watchman of the beast-taming civilization almost ended the beast-taming civilization. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, whether I can handle Qin Diaochan depends on you, Xie Changqing. Qin Diaochan possesses terrifying potential to subvert civilization. People like this must be eaten no matter what. Chapter 54 In Shueshan, if you come back, brat, I'll give you another surprise. Your students are starting to board the plane. Let's get on the plane too. As Xie Changqing said this, he was about to hold Qin Diaochan's hand. Qin Diaochan glared at him with a look that was 7 parts anger and shyness, and 3 parts fierce and coquettish. What are you doing? I've told you so many times, no touching you. We don't have a soul contract yet. Xie Changqing's face froze, and a thick haze flashed in his eyes. Qin Diaochan is a very traditional woman. I firmly believe that women should keep themselves clean, respect themselves, love themselves and be strong. So, even though she had been under contract with Xie Changqing for more than 10 years, the two of them had never even held hands. Not to mention further intimacy. This. Who would believe it if I told them? The main Beastmaster and the auxiliary Beastmaster haven't had any intimate relations for more than 10 years? Not even holding hands? Making trouble. But that's the truth.
Cooperative beast tamers generally regard the soul contract as a marriage and attach great importance to it. Before signing the contract, Qin Diaochan made it clear to Xie Changqing.
First, my ideas are very traditional. Second, refuse all intimate behaviors before the soul contract.
Third, I will set a standard, and only when the standard is reached will a soul contract be made.
Agree, it's a contract.
If you object, there will be no contract.
It's completely voluntary, no compulsion. Once you promise, you must abide by it. Well, this is very consistent with Qin Diaochan's character as a top-notch female researcher. Too rational. It's too rigid.
At that time, Xie Changqing agreed to Qin Diaochan's 3 rules. Because he was full of confidence and thought that he would be able to take down Qin Diaochan soon.
Result:
the long-distance love affair between the two of them has lasted for more than 10 years, and it continues to this day.
Do you want to ask whether Qin Diaochan loves Xie Changqing? That must be love.
And he loved her very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have completely turned evil in his previous life, even wanting to overthrow the beast civilization. Xie Changqing has basically achieved the soul contract standard she set back then. What is not achieved is irrelevant. Only the last item has not been met.
What is it? Patience of companionship. Qin Diaochan set a 12-year time limit in her mind.
Xie Changqing met the requirement by patiently accompanying her for 12 years without any soul contract or intimate behavior.
This year is exactly the 12th year.
Qin Diaochan has made her decision. By the end of this year, I will establish a soul contract with Xie Changqing and officially enter the marriage hall.
But the problem is,
Xie Changqing neither has the ability to read minds nor the god's perspective.
He had no idea what Qin Diaochan was thinking. His patience. His love for Qin Diaochan. Time has already worn away so much that there is little left.
He had also found other partners and co-contractors a long time ago.
There is more than one. Even once.
In his impulse, he even flirted with Qin Diaochan's sister Qin Zhaojun.
Damn, it was so fucking exciting. The reason why he didn't terminate the contract with Qin Diaochan was simply because he was unwilling to do so.
I've been under contract with you for so long, and I haven't even held your hand, let alone had sex with you.
I have to get on you. This is Xie Changqing's truest thought. Sudden. Xie Changqing's eyes sparkled. He saw was Xianyan and Xu Wei Yiling. So beautiful.
But then he saw Wei Wufeng, and a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in his eyes.
It's okay if he is more handsome than me. He even has 2 beautiful beast masters working together.
It would be fine if there were 2 beautiful beast masters working together.
It can actually be made public, and the 2 cooperating beast masters can live together in harmony?
What makes him envy, jealous and hate the most is
Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan can also summon divine beasts. God is so fucking unfair.
Qin Diaochan noticed Xie Changqing's gaze and whispered, "Our mission is to protect these 3 people."
Xie Changqing's eyes flashed, he smiled, and said, "Yeah. With us here, they will be fine." Protect?
Xie. If he didn't dislike the fact that Hua Xianyan and Xu Wei Yiling were not virgins,
he will definitely get them. Xie Changqing has a very serious virgin complex.
If it wasn't for Su, he wouldn't even look down on her even if she was a real fairy or goddess descending to earth. One of the important reasons why he has always maintained the contract with Qin Diaochan is that she is still a virgin. I have been guarding this place for more than 10 years, and I must have it in my mouth. Even if Hua Xianyan could summon a divine beast, he would still despise her. Xie Changqing would never think of snatching Hua Xianyan away just for the so-called divine beast.
So what if it's a mythical beast? The cooperative beast master is not a big deal. Even if it is a sacred beast, I don't want it. After boarding the plane,
Qin Diaochan arranged a VIP cabin for Wei Wufeng and the other 2 to rest.
Of course, this plane has been booked by Zhouhu University.
Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan, who also had bloodshot eyes and were yawning, immediately protested when they saw this.
Ji Shukuan spoke first. Teacher Qin, you are too biased. Other students are sitting in regular seats, so why do they have VIP cabins? Because they can summon divine beasts?
His voice was quite loud, and it was obvious that he wanted everyone to hear it. Li Mufeng immediately joined in the fun.
These 2 people are like the Hongha Erjiang.
There was some commotion among the crowd around.
People don't worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Everyone is sitting in an ordinary seat, so why are some people in a VIP cabin? Qin Diaochan was just about to say something nice. But Xia Changqing spoke first. Haven't you already told me the reason? If you can summon a divine beast, not only will I be able to stay in a VIP cabin, I'll even charter a private jet just for you. So, can you summon a divine beast? Faced with Xie Changqing's blunt words, Ji Shukuan and Li Mufeng were speechless. Everyone fell silent. The strong are respected. This is the unspoken rule that everyone tacitly accepts. Well, unspoken rule. After all, this is a civilized society now. Anyone who openly challenges this unspoken rule will suffer the consequences. Qin Diaochan quickly said a few nice words. After settling everyone down, she complained to Xie Changqing, they are all still students. Why did you say that just now? Xie Changqing shook his head. I'm doing this for their own good. Sooner or later they will enter a cruel society. If you don't have the right position and mindset, and don't recognize the cruelty of this world, you will suffer great losses. Qin Diaochan sighed. I know you mean well. But we must also pay attention to the methods and approaches of education. You're not a teacher after all. Let me take care of educating the students. Xie Changqing said, okay. After Wei Wufeng entered the VIP cabin, he fell asleep. Speaking of which, is he really so sleepy and tired? I really am so sleepy and tired. Thanks to his practice of refining essence and hardening Qigong, his energy lasts longer and recovers quickly. Otherwise, I might end up working myself to the bone, exhausted to the point of being unable to walk. The thing Yin Shuishan gave him to eat last night was too strong. Not to mention that he is a strong and energetic young man. Even an old man in his 80s or 90s, an ordinary person, would probably be able to hold up the sky and the earth, kill everyone, and could not stop. Yin Shuishan, you are so cruel and crazy. This was the murmur Wei Wufeng made before falling asleep. Aki. Yin Shuishan sneezed. Hua Haotian on the opposite side frowned. What's going on with you lately? Why is your health so poor? I catch a cold all the time. My throat still hasn't healed. Yin Shuishan wiped his mouth and nose elegantly with a handkerchief and cleared his throat. I'm exhausted these past 2 days, it's okay. I tried everything but couldn't stop Wei Wufeng. He should be on the plane by now. That brat's body is really made of iron and steel. After a whole night of fighting, he can still walk? It made her really lose her temper. Hua Haotian, unaware of the truth, waved his hands impatiently and said, forget it. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Where's Aya? Yin Shuishan was about to answer. A stunning and enchanting beauty pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she arrived, half of Yin Shuishan's glory was immediately taken away. Big sister is here too? The stunningly beautiful woman casually greeted Yin Shuishan and looked at Hua Haotian. Brother Tian, the time is almost up, don't drag it out. Big sister is so capable, just leave things to her. Let's go quickly. This voice is so charming, soft, delicate, and charming. Her name is Su Mei Yen. Ranked second. Yin Shuishan is the eldest sister, and Tuya is the third sister. Hua Haotian immediately stood up with a smile. He said to Yin Shuishan, I'm going to attend a very important party. I'll talk to you when I get back. By the way, please deal with that pile of documents as soon as possible. After saying this, he walked away hand in hand with the stunning and enchanting beauty. Yin Shuishan narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart was filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth secretly. She felt a sense of shame, of being despised and used as a tool. Su Mei Yen. Hua Haotian. Suddenly, a bolder idea popped into her mind. There was even more madness in his eyes. If you don't do it, you'll do it thoroughly. Stinky boy, if you come back alive, I'll give you another surprise. Thinking of this, she smiled. Very elegant. So elegant. Chapter 55 Xiong Juju, Wei Wufeng, either die or surrender. This world has 5 continents and 7 oceans. Billions of people survive and reproduce. This is the world of human civilization. And beyond the 5 continents and 7 oceans, it is the paradise of monsters and beasts, the wild beast domain. This joint pioneering work. It is to let the world's top schools select outstanding students. Then go to the place where the human world and the wild beast realm meet to gain experience. Of course, it's not that students from all over the world gather together. Each school was assigned an area. Because the area where the human world and the wild beast realm intersect is very large. This irregular circular area surrounds the entire human civilization area and is immeasurably large.
The pioneering area of Johor University is in the Arctic snowfield north of Beijing.
It's freezing cold here. It is really like thousands of miles of ice and billions of miles of white snow. Ordinary people absolutely cannot survive here. It's no exaggeration to say. I just wanted to pee, but before I could pee, the tool for peeing was frozen and broke with the slightest touch. The word bitter and cold place is not enough to describe the harsh environment here. This place is simply white purgatory. It took Wei Wufeng and others 4 days just to reach the training area. First fly north. Then take the train and continue north. Finally, the troop carrier enters the ice and snow world. Arrived at outpost N17111 and rested for a day. The next day, I received the BB machine and officially began my pioneering experience. Arctic snowfield. It was windy and snowy. The sky and the earth were covered in white. In the blizzard, a tall and slender figure with distinct curves was running wildly in the wind and snow. You can tell it's a woman at first glance. And she is a woman with a great figure. Sudden. She fell to the ground in the thick snow. When she got up again, the white snow on the ground had turned blood red. She is hurt. Judging from the amount of blood flowing, the injury is not light. She glanced back. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "It's not over yet. I can still run. Catch me if you dare." Then he ran into the snow again. After a while, 4 men and women wrapped in black cloaks appeared where the woman had fallen. One of the men grabbed a handful of blood-stained snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he said, "It's her blood." A woman gnashed her teeth in hatred. "This bitch. I've chased her across 4 continents and 6 oceans, but I still haven't caught up with her. Once I catch her, I'll chop off her legs and see how she can run away." She spoke the pure language of Shisha Kingdom. Another man said, "Let's go. If we let her escape from North Continent, we'll become a laughingstock." But this person used the language of beautiful holy eagle. Another woman said, "Becoming a laughingstock is nothing. What if she reveals that thing to the public?" This person used the language of the 3-elephant kingdom. 4 people, 4 languages, yet they can communicate freely. After a brief and quick exchange, the 4 of them rushed into the wind and snow. In a giant tree forest. Inside a big tree hole. Xu Wei Yuling played with the thing in her hand with great interest. Is this the beeper? At first glance, it looks like the latest version of the phone smartphone. I've heard about this a long time ago. This is the first time I've actually played with it. I don't know if it really has as many amazing features as they say online. Wei Wufeng was also playing with his BB machine. He smiled and said, "This thing is essentially a military-grade cell phone with a special magic array added to it." As a reborn person, he was playing with the antique BB machine and felt a little nostalgic and emotional. This BB machine integrates multiple functions. For example, communications. There is no signal in the Savage Beast territory, and civilian mobile phones cannot be used here at all. You can use a BB machine to achieve short-distance communication and even form a chat group. For example, detection records. It can detect the environment within a radius of 50 meters at any time and can be used as a radar. It can also record some information within a radius of 50 meters, including terrain, vegetation, organisms, etc. Among them, the recording function is the most important. The result of this training will be determined by how much information the pioneers have recorded and how many monsters they have hunted. It's still online. The recording function will definitely violate the privacy of participants. But it can be closed manually. But after it is closed, there will be no results during the closure period. It depends on personal choice. If you care so much about privacy, then give up your experience and achievements. Otherwise, just turn on the record function. Anyway, Wei Wufeng and the other 2 have temporarily turned off the recording function. At this time, Hua Xianyan handed over her BB machine, and with a stifling smile on her red lips, she said, "Honey, look at this." Colorful light shoots out from the center of the BB machine, forming a holographic display screen. What was displayed on the screen was the group chat content of the school chat group. This beeper is so fun. You can even play the holographic 3D Greedy Chicken King. I strongly recommend it for civilian use. Fuck. I'm freezing to death. I'm so cold I can't even feel the cold anymore. Everyone, stop chatting. Does anyone want to team up? Let's do it together. Holy crap! Guess what I just saw? A giant bear with 4 arms. So scary. What are you doing? I saw a toad bigger than a house. Guess where I am now? In its stomach. Ha ha. Who can save me? Crying face. I have some unfortunate news for you all. Lee Muyun is dead. He fell into a monster's shithole and drowned. What? What did you say? Lee Muyun was drowned in shit? Impossible. How long has the training just started? Voice, haha. Isn't this hilarious? I know I shouldn't laugh. But I really can't help it, ha 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 ha. +1. Laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying. Followed by a string of +1. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes first. Then I couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, Lee Muyun became the first person to die in Johor University, just like in his previous life. Even the way they died was exactly the same, dying in a monstrous shit pit. Could this be historical inertia? Sudden. A person named Lee Mufeng sent a voice message. Wei Wufeng. You killed my brother. I, Lee Mufeng, will never forgive you. I will avenge you. If you have the guts, tell me a place and let's fight it out. Oh, I forgot, you're a coward. I will definitely find you, just wait for me. Xu Wei Yiling said angrily, how shameless. They actually framed Brother Feng. Hua Xianyan said, hubby, the wind and snow seem to be weaker now than before. Should we? 2 flashes of light in her eyes were colder than the cold wind outside. Wei Wufeng smiled and stood up. Since someone is so anxious to go to the underworld and reunite with his brother, of course we have to satisfy him. Actually. After Wei Wufeng got rid of Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan, he followed them. It's just that the wind and snow were too strong before. Just to be on the safe side, I took a temporary rest in this tree hole. The wind and snow have died down a lot now. It's time to kill those 2 guys and their auxiliary beastmaster. In the civilized world, bound by the laws of order, he did not take action. Wei Wufeng is not afraid of breaking order and laws. But Li and Ji really don't deserve him to do this. But now we are in the wild beast territory. The only thing that prevented him from killing Li and Ji was his strength. What a coincidence! He is very confident in his abilities. Result. The 3 of them had just walked out of the big tree hole and had not gone far when 2 people, one tall and one short, came out from the wind and snow. Wei Wufeng, I found you. Xiong Juju grinned and folded his hands across his chest as usual. This habit was forced out of me because the 2 lumps on my chest are too heavy. Wei Wufeng and the other 2 all looked surprised. Okay. He was actually tracked down. Xiong Juju licked her lips, looking like a queen. I'll give you 2 choices. First, death. Second, submit to me, terminate your contracts with both of them, and become my auxiliary beastmaster. The cooperative beastmaster is a woman. Xiong Juju's attitude was very clear from what he said. She wants to reverse yin and yang, the crowing of hens, and the turning of the heavens upside down. In simple terms, she is an extreme feminist. Chapter 56 Wei Wufeng, Xiong Juju, I'll give you a Wei surrender. So direct? Very good. I like girls who are straightforward and direct. I like it. Of course, in a sense, girls with twists and turns are also very likable. Wei Wufeng said nothing and opened the summoning circle. Hua Xianyan and Xu Wei Yiling also instantly opened the magic circle and entered combat mode. His summoning array instantly merged with Hua Xianyan's, and flames exploded. The raging flames raged like a tornado. The 9-star mythical beast, the 9-tailed fairy firefox, has made its debut. A woo! It howled towards the sky, and its 9 tails spread out in a fan shape, moving rhythmically and gracefully. The rolling heat waves rolled, swept and impacted all around. Snowflakes flying in the air. The ground was covered with snow. Anyone who got close to the 9-tailed immortal firefox would melt in an instant. It's really hot. Almost at the same time. Xiong Juju and her bullied young main beastmaster also combined their magic circles to summon the beasts. It was actually a half-fish, half-human beast. From the neck down to the waist up it is humanoid. Why emphasize below the neck? Because above the neck is a fish head. The lower body below the waist is a fish tail. Mermaid? Wrong. If I have to say it, it's ugly mermaid. By human aesthetic standards, it is indeed ugly. But if we use the standards for evaluating animals, there is a special kind of beauty, and the ugliness is very distinctive. The whole body is covered with colorful scales. The difference is that the upper body is colorful red and the lower body is colorful black. In his left hand he held a large, rusty harpoon. The thick rust on it reminds you of tetanus at first glance. What's even more amazing is, this is clearly land, but the area around its tail is actually water? 2/3 of the fish's tail is in the water. Turn land into water? There's something. It's quite big. Shom Juju and the young man sat on its shoulders respectively, and both of them looked petite all of a sudden. Wei Wufeng saw Shom Juju's beast for the first time. There is a little bit of freshness. The genius class pays great attention to protecting privacy. The Beastmaster's talents, beast taming skills, and even the species and appearance of the beasts being tamed are all kept secret. At the same time, the genius class does not encourage animal fighting. Even in the usual practical sparring sessions, everyone conducts it in a closed and private environment. Both parties in the class will not leak information to others. If you leak others' information, others will leak yours. This is an unspoken rule that has been established by convention. Therefore, Wei Wufeng knew almost nothing about Shom Juju's beast taming. I only know that it is related to water. This is because he was reborn and knew some information from his previous life. The Holy Beast list in the previous life would not give any specific information, it was just a list with names written on it. Half man, half fish? If I make a contract with her, I wonder what I can summon. Wei Wufeng was thinking so. If you don't surrender, I will beat you until you surrender. Shom Juju let out a sweet cry. Watch this throw. She shouted. The half-merman beastmaster swung the tetanus harpoon in his hand and threw it angrily at the nine-tailed immortal firefox. In fact, the one who actually controls the mermaid beast is the young man who is full of bullying. After all, the control of the beast is in the hands of the main beastmaster. But it was obvious that this young man, who was full of resentment, was very obedient to Shom Juju's words. So in essence, it was Shom Juju who was controlling the half-merman beast. The tetanus harpoon threw a straight, sharp black light and pierced the nine-tailed immortal firefox. Wei Wufeng's mind moved. The nine-tailed immortal firefox jumped to avoid it and used Skill 1, Fire of Annihilation LV2. A rocket shot out from the center of the nine-tailed immortal firefox's eyebrows. The half-merman beast swung its tail, stirring up a splash of water, and then dodged very nimbly. The Fire of Annihilation flew at a very fast speed and arrived in front of us in the blink of an eye. But the mermaid beastman dodged it very nimbly and quickly. Unlike Li Muyun before, when a rocket was shot, both people and animals were burned and rolled on the ground, howling. After the nine-tailed immortal firefox cast the Fire of Annihilation, it cast the Skill 2, Bathing in Flame LV2. Bright flames ignited on all four legs, and the speed suddenly increased, rushing to the front of the half-merman beast in an instant. So fast. Shom Juju did not underestimate the enemy. After all, she was facing a divine beast, so she took it with all the seriousness of 12 people. But the charge of the nine-tailed immortal firefox still surprised her. Fox claws, angry claws. Although this attack is not a skill, how sharp are the claws of the beast? The claws cut through the seemingly solid scales on the half-merman beast, and blue blood splattered. Wei Wufeng was about to make another attack. Shui Yiling, who was also behind the fairy firefox, shouted, "Be careful." Wei Wufeng controlled the nine-tailed immortal firefox to dodge. A sharp streak of black light brushed past them and returned to the half-merman beastmaster's hands. It's the tetanus harpoon. The harpoon turned in its hand and stabbed angrily at the nine-tailed immortal firefox. In an instant, a black shadow of a harpoon like a surging wave appeared in front of Wei Wufeng. Almost at the same time, a huge wave arose from behind the mermaid beast and rushed towards it. This is obviously the skill of the half-merman beast tamer. Wei Wufeng controlled the fairy firefox to jump and dodge, and released Skill 4, Blaze of the Abyss LV2. In an instant, a violent and scorching flame erupted from the nine-tailed fox's body and rushed in all directions. Then, a wave of fire on the left. A wave of water on the right. When water and fire collided, a large amount of boiling steam erupted instantly, drowning both humans and animals in an instant. An ordinary person would be cooked instantly by the scorching hot steam. Ah! Screams broke out.
A shadow flew out from the steam and fell to the ground. It was the mermaid beastmaster and its two beastmasters. The one who screamed was the young man who was very angry. Half of his face and one arm were burned by the scalding steam, forming blisters. Xiong Juju cursed him as a trash and shouted angrily, "Use skill 4." The aggrieved boy reluctantly used his fourth skill. The half-merman beastmaster swung its tail, and with a gorgeous and graceful somersault, the two people and the beast sank into the ground.
It's like a fish taking to water. Then,
Wei Wufeng finally realized that Xiong Juju's reliance in fighting against the divine beast was stupid. It was this fourth skill.
The effect of the fourth skill is to make them treat the land as the ocean.
They can free swim in the ground, hide underground, and appear and disappear at will. Even though the nine-tailed immortal firefox is a divine beast, it can't do anything to them.
First, it's invisible. The second one can't be hit. Land is water to Xiong Juju and others. But for Wei Wufeng, it was real ground. Xiong Juju is equivalent to putting on a very, very thick layer of armor for himself using the earth as armor. Although they wanted to defeat or even kill the nine-tailed immortal firefox, it was not that easy. But it's really disgusting. In that case, change the beast. Come out, Ryoma.
The nine-tailed immortal firefox returns to the beast taming space.
Longma jumped out. You are disgusted by my skill 4, right? I also have your skill 4 that disgusts you. Skill 4, Unconstrained Imagination LV2. Use it. Wei Wufeng and his men went straight into the subspace. There is no distinction between land and ocean in the subspace. After entering the subspace, Wei Wufeng seemed to have the ability of clairvoyance and immediately discovered the enemy hiding in the ground. Hey, I found you. Now it's my turn. After a brief silence, the two men and the beast flew out of the ground and fell heavily to the ground. The mythical beast dragon horse also jumped out of space. A beast roar erupted. Like a dragon's roar. Like a horse neighing. The mythical beast, the dragon horse, raised its front hooves high and stomped down heavily. Ah!
The scream stopped abruptly. The head of the angry boy was stepped on and smashed to pieces.
Xiong Juju's main beast tamer is dead. Where's the merman beast tamer?
He was lying on the ground with only his last breath left, unable to move at all. Wei Wufeng sat on the tall dragon horse's back, looking down at Xiong Juju.
I'll give you a Wei surrender.
Xiong Juju was lying on the ground, still proud despite being lying, still proud despite being defeated. She smiled coldly.
You're dreaming. Kill me if you dare.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, then let's carry forward the spirit of research and have an in-depth exchange and communication.
Chapter 57. Xiong Juju, I convinced you, now it's your turn to convince me. Did you see it clearly? Look carefully.
It looks very much like the legendary beast Ryoma.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Well, it's absolutely impossible for me. Relax, it's just looking like Ryoma. That's right. How could a single beastmaster summon two divine beasts in a row?
Even if it's not the divine beast Ryoma, it's still pretty impressive.
Yeah. If I were to face that fierce girl, I'd have to resort to a war of attrition. The battle between Wei Wufeng and Xiong Juju.
Being seen by those who are protecting or assassinating in the dark. They saw the divine beast dragon horse, but were unwilling to believe that it was a divine beast.
A main beast master summoned two divine beasts? It's incredible. It's so shocking. I have never heard of it since the emergence of beast-taming civilization in history. Something that never happened. Something that subverts common sense. People will instinctively refuse to believe and refuse to admit it. Even if someone has a little doubt or belief in their heart, they will not say it out loud. What? Could it be that they couldn't sense the breath of the divine beast? But not everyone has the ability to sense the breath of a divine beast. In the entire Johou University, only Qin Zhaojun could sense the aura of the divine beast. Even she could only sense the aura of the divine beasts, but could not distinguish the auras of different divine beasts. Before, Wei Wufeng summoned the Guanhan Jade Rabbit Spirit and the Dragon Horse, and Qin Zhaojun also sensed the breath of the mythical beasts. But she couldn't tell the difference and still thought that it was Wei Wufeng who summoned the nine-tailed immortal firefox. This group of people came to protect and assassinate Wei Wufeng. They are indeed very strong, but not particularly strong.
After all, the Xinlong Kingdom is also one of the 5 major, 5 permanent countries in this world.
Even the top families in the country are fine. Be it a hostile country abroad. Do you dare to send a truly powerful beastmaster to assassinate Wei Wufeng? Do you think the government of my Xinlong Kingdom does not exist?
There is no one in my Xinlong Kingdom government office.
Never mind assassination. Even protection is not allowed. You say protection is protection? What if it is assassination in the name of protection?
But it is impossible for the government of Xinlong Kingdom to directly send strong men to protect Wei Wufeng.
A divine beast involves so many aspects. Actually,
this group of people, whether protecting or assassinating, actually all know of each other's existence.
A delicate balance has been formed between them. After all,
it is impossible for them to say openly, I am here to protect Wei Wufeng or I am here to kill him. Neither of them can tell who is the guardian and who is the assassin.
The only thing that is certain.
It was Qin Diaochan from Zhouhu University and her main beastmaster.
They must be protecting Wei Wufeng and the others.
Therefore, whether it is the guardian or the assassin, they are now keeping their troops in place and focusing on surveillance.
If you act rashly, you might end up dying without even knowing how.
So they monitored Wei Wufeng and the other 2 the whole time.
Watch them fight.
Then he watched Wei Wufeng carry Xiong Juju back to the big tree hole.
Wife, what do you think he's going to do? You look like a dead man. None of you men are good. Hee, it's a pity that I can't summon the beast, otherwise I could watch a live broadcast. What did you say? Say it again.
What a shame, I can't see the most exciting part.
Yeah, that's a shame. That woman's dick is fucking huge. I want to see every woman in the world. Isn't he forcing us to sign a servant contract? Hey. I wish so. This way we don't have to do anything. The association will kill him. Wei Wufeng, Wei Wufeng, please don't do anything wrong. This sentence was said by Qin Diaochan.
Xia Changqing next to him cursed inwardly, damn it. He developed a pair of sharp eyes. He can tell at a glance whether a woman's body is clean or not. That Xiong Juju was a clean and innocent girl.
It's his dish. But now he could only watch her being carried into the tree hole by Wei Wufeng. Do I need to elaborate on what will happen next?
If Qin Diaochan hadn't been right beside her. If there wasn't a group of people in the dark who were unknown whether they were enemies or not.
Xia Changqing really wanted to stop it.
A beautiful young lady who is as pretty as a flower and youthful and beautiful, and who suits my aesthetic taste. You will have to grow from a girl to a young woman against your will, and you can't do anything about it.
This feeling. Acid. Pain. Angry. What about Wei Wufeng and the others? After entering the tree hole, Wei Wufeng first turned off Xiong Juju's BB machine and threw it into the tree hole. All of them entered the Taoyuan Township Cave. The place is beautiful with clear water and green mountains, lush green grass and blooming peach blossoms, just like a fairyland. Hua and Xue had been here before, so they were not surprised. Xiong Juju was frightened. Where is this? How did I suddenly get here? Wei Wufeng threw Xiong Juju on the soft grass. How about it? Isn't the scenery here nice?
Once you enter here, you have no choice but to submit to me and sign a slave contract with me.
Xiong Juju smiled coldly when he heard this. Just give up on this idea. I will never surrender to a man. You can kill me, chop me up, force me, or do whatever you want, it's up to you.
Wei Wufeng suddenly realized and said, oh, I see, you are an extreme feminist.
Xiong Juju admitted it proudly. That's right. I am feminist. I am extreme. All that's missing is I'm proud. Is it not possible?
Why are you men the main beastmasters, while we women can only be auxiliary beastmasters?
Why should the power to control the beasts be in the hands of you men? Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say that the beastmaster followed you women?
A man works hard to train a beast, but if a woman cancels the contract and takes the beast away, the man will lose everything.
And reasonable? Is it fair? Xiong Juju's expression remained as cold and arrogant as ever. If the man treats the woman well, how can she terminate the contract so easily?
If the woman terminates the contract, it must be because the man did something wrong to her.
Ha!
After hearing this, Wei Wufeng felt that there was no need to continue discussing the issue of men and women with Xiong Juju.
It doesn't make sense. I have a question for you. Do you often feel that the world is particularly large and empty?
As a woman, you can only be a cooperative beastmaster.
You are using all your strength to prove that women are stronger than men. But people still can't see your efforts and can't hear your voice. It's like there's a huge mountain in front of you, and no matter how hard you try, you can't climb it, let alone move it. Isn't that right?
Upon hearing this, Xiong Juju's face immediately turned ugly. Wei Wufeng's words seemed to break her defense.
Because he was right. What do you want to say? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, let's not talk about the issue of men and women. Let's make a deal. Xiong Juju asked, what deal? Wei Wufeng said, you, submit to me. Xiong Juju smiled coldly again and was about to speak.
But Wei Wufeng continued, but I promise to make you superior to all men except me.
Xiong Juju was stunned.
We can sign a betting contract based on the servant contract. If I fail to fulfill my promise, the servant contract will be automatically terminated.
If you agree, okay, everything will be fine. If you don't agree, then you can stay here and be fertilizer for my peach tree, but are you willing to do that? Are you really willing to just pointlessly turn into a pile of rotten flesh and bones? Or do you lack confidence in yourself? Think you'll never be able to be superior to any man except me?
Wei Wufeng feels that it is quite low for a man to only use violence to force a woman. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to make her kneel down and blow, cough, sing, conquer. Be able to use non-violent means to make a woman submit willingly.
Wouldn't it be more fulfilling?
Try to break through her psychological defenses first. Once the psychological defenses are broken, the physical defenses will be even easier.
Xiong Juju's face indeed showed signs of struggle. 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 Struggle again. Final. She stared at Wei Wufeng and said, okay. Wei Wufeng smiled. The smile was a little naughty and evil. I convinced you, now it's your turn to convince me to make a contract with you. You don't think that any woman is qualified to make a contract with me, do you? You don't think that there's no price to pay for wanting to dominate all men except me, do you? Come.
Just use your mouth and try your best to convince me.
Xiong Juju's face looked extremely ugly.
She had never seen such a shameless person.
Chapter 58, Divine Beasts add one more. Xiong Juju is completely stunned. You better hurry up and get in. It's too small. It's hard to get in. Don't you have hands? Use force to pry it open. Shut up. I don't want to bleed. Stop pushing me. What's the point of pushing me? Are you a grown man afraid of bleeding? I won't move, okay? You come.
Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan were arguing.
Squeezed into a cave with difficulty.
Their respective allied beastmasters followed in shortly thereafter.
The narrow entrance of the cave is covered with tough thorns.
The thorns are very sharp. A slight touch will cause bleeding. Although Li Mufeng, who was leading the way, was extremely careful, he still bled.
After entering the cave,
the space immediately became much more spacious and open. Judging from the visual angle, the width and height of this cave are about 10 meters.
Ji Shukuan shook off the remaining snow on his body. Damn! It's finally warmer. I've never been this cold. He kept cursing.
Li Mufeng used a tactical flashlight to scan the situation inside the cave.
There are rock walls all around.
The shape of the rock wall is very strange, with stacks and waves.
It's like a bellows sewer? The cave is very deep. The beam of light from the tactical flashlight shot deep into the cave, but it couldn't reach the bottom?
You can tell at a glance that this cave was not formed naturally. 9 out of 10 times no, definitely and surely, it was dug out by some kind of monster. Li Mufeng looked at Ji Shukuan.
It's so deep.
It must have been dug out by a monster.
How about it? Do you want to continue?
What he wants to do most now is to kill Wei Wufeng. But he lost Wei Wufeng while following him and didn't know where to find him for a while.
The Arctic snowfield is too big. To them it is almost limitless. Looking for people on such a large map is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He can't just sit there and waste his time, right? The pioneering action is time limited. Only 10 days. Li Mufeng is also good. Ji Shukuan too. Everyone hopes to get a good ranking and become famous. It would be great to prove to everyone that you can still shine without a mythical beast. This time we discovered a cave, so of course we have to explore it thoroughly. Ji Shukuan is not a timid person either. Aren't you talking nonsense? Why would we bother squeezing in if we're not going to explore further? What? Are you scared? Ha! Li Mufeng laughed, waved his hand, and said, I'm not afraid of you. Go! The two of them, together with their auxiliary beast master, walked deeper into the cave. That's right. They also all wore gas masks. Be it a tactical flashlight or a gas mask. There are other equipment as well, all of which are top-notch equipment that they purchased at great expense. These are not issued by the school. In addition, tea bags, tea cakes and tea powder with various functions are also prepared. Enough to solve most problems. So, the children of rich people will definitely win at the starting line in this pioneering campaign. Gradually, the figures of the four people were swallowed up by the darkness in the wave cave. About the same time, Wei Wufeng retreated from a dark and deep place. Shon Juju stared at him with her big red, moist eyes. Gnashing of teeth. Extremely sad and angry. How about it? Have I convinced you yet? I gave my all, inside and out, and tried my best. If this can't convince Wei Wufeng. There are so many peach trees here anyway, I might as well just pick one and hang myself. Wei Wufeng glanced at the red peach blossoms on the green grass. He nodded with a satisfied smile. You did well. I was successfully persuaded by you. I have to say. Wei Wufeng's previous 100 years were not lived in vain. Live long and see a lot. The longer you live, the more you think. It was clearly Wei Wufeng who forced Shon Juju to sign a contract with him in the beginning. In the end, it was Shon Juju who begged Wei Wufeng to contract her. Awesome or not? Awesome. Sudden. Bite. Free system function is effective. I will give you 3 Supreme 9 Whip Divine Treasure Pills for free. Ha! The free system, that had been pretending to be dead and offline for many days, suddenly appeared again? Supreme 9 Whip Divine Treasure Pill? As long as you don't die, 1 pill will instantly fill you up with health and full status? Wei Wufeng sighed secretly. System, why didn't you give me such a good thing earlier? If you had given it to me earlier, I wouldn't have been so exhausted that night. System, let's make a deal. It's free anyway, so you can give me whatever I want from now on, okay? Master, this is not acceptable. Giving for free is different from asking for free. The system can be given for free, but you can't take it for free. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. Okay. Other people gave away the system for free. We can't be greedy and ask for more. At this time, Hua Xianyan and Shui Yiling walked over. Hand over the brewed tea with both hands. Watching them serve tea to themselves. The beautiful face is so charming. Charming and gentle. Serving tea with jade hands. The aroma of tea is everywhere. There is no more pleasing sight than this. Wei Wufeng sighed to himself, this is simply the enjoyment of a great master. So he made an even more outrageous request, use another teacup. Look at his naughty and meaningful smile. Huo and Shui suddenly understood, and their cheeks became more charming. Shui Yiling said, Sister Yan, you go first. Hua Xianyan didn't refuse. She took a sip of the fragrant tea first, then moved closer. Shon Juju looked at the scene before him and cursed inwardly, vile. Disgusting. It's a pity that each of them is as beautiful as a fairy and the most beautiful woman in the world. How could you treat yourself like this? It's really embarrassing for women. It is because there are too many women who allow themselves to fall into depravity that women are unable to truly stand up. If you don't become a pig, dog, cow, or horse, how can you become a god, Buddha, dragon, or elephant? I must change this situation where men are strong and women are weak. How many men have been cheated by women and suffered a lot, even to the point of living a life worse than death? But Shon Juju obviously couldn't see these situations. Even if she saw it, she would find all kinds of reasons to rationalize it. I will endure the humiliation. In the future, I will make sure that women truly stand up. Let all men bow down to women. Suddenly, Xiong Juju felt a sacred sense of mission weighing on his shoulders. She never wanted equality between men and women. What she really wants is for women to be respected and men to be slaves. Wei Wufeng took 2 sips of tea and immediately felt refreshed. This tea was made by him himself and is called Wangjing tea. It can sweep away mental fatigue and double the release of spiritual happiness. Wei Wufeng looked at Xiong Juju and asked with a smile, "Would you like to have a bite too?" Xiong Juju said, "No. I'm not thirsty." I said, "I'm not thirsty," but I subconsciously pursed my lips and swallowed. I was sweating all over. How can I not be thirsty? Wei Wufeng said, "What if I order you to take a bite? Come closer." Xiong Juju gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, and could only move closer. Wei Wufeng took a sip of tea, put his arm around her and leaned forward. Xiong Juju originally felt disgusted and humiliated. But as soon as she took a sip of the tea, her eyes widened instantly. This tea. Delicious. It smelled good just now. I didn't expect it to taste so good. She is also the daughter of a wealthy family. I have drunk at least 800 good teas since I was a child. But none of them can compare to this tea. What's going on? Why do I feel so happy? What poison is in this tea? She pushed Wei Wufeng away and asked, "What did you put in the tea?" Wei Wufeng didn't bother to answer and said, "Put on your clothes. Let's go outside to sign the contract." Xiong Juju was annoyed and helpless, and could only do as he was told. Several people left the Taoyuan cave. Next up is the contract. Slave contract with gambling contract attached sign. As for the fairness of the Beast Tamer Association, Wei Wufeng and Xiong Juju both sent their contract intentions to the association through the BB machine. Just go back and complete the notarization process. Wei Wufeng was not afraid that Xiong Juju would cause trouble with the notarization process. Unless she doesn't want to tan beasts anymore. Whether it is soul contract or slave contract, the summoned beasts cannot follow the cooperating beastmaster. After the contract, Wei Wufeng said, "Come on. Let's see what kind of beast we can summon together." Xiong Juju thought to himself, what other beast could it be? Of course it's my deep-sea mermaid. Result. After the 2 summoning circles merged into one. A burst of colorful rays of light. The colorful waves are surging. A colorful and dazzling figure appeared. What a nice view. The lower part of the fishtail is very beautiful. The woman in the upper part is more beautiful. If it was the ugly mermaid before, now she is a real mermaid. Xiong Juju's eyes almost popped out. This is. Her voice and her body trembled. Mermaid, mermaid? The classic of gods and beasts of mountains and seas records, mermaids have human bodies and fishtails, are very beautiful, have no scales and have colorful hair like horsetails, are good at singing, and shed tears. Eating them will make you live longer. I actually summoned a god. She was completely shocked. Chapter 59, What woman caused Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan to fall out? Divine Beast. The beast masters in the world, whether they are the main force or the supporting force. Who doesn't want to summon a divine beast? The sacred beast cannot be summoned, it can only be cultivated. There has never been any record of summoning a sacred beast in history. The divine beast is the highest level beast that a beastmaster can summon. But how many beast masters are there in the world? Everyone wants to summon the divine beast. But how many masters and beastmasters can actually summon the divine beasts? There are less than 100 in the whole world. Isn't Xiong Juju envious, jealous, and resentful of Huo Xianyan for summoning the divine beast? Of course I am envious and jealous. This envy, jealousy, and hatred became one of the reasons why she and Wei Wufeng initially fell out. Why can she summon the divine beast, but I can't? How am I inferior to her? But now, Xiong Juju suddenly realized that he had also summoned a divine beast? Is this a dream? Are you dizzy? Xiong Juju rubbed his eyes hard. He rubbed his eyes with such force that he wasn't afraid of blinding them. After rubbing her eyes, she opened them wide again and stared at the mermaid. Huo Xianyan and Xu Wei Yiling couldn't help laughing when they saw Xiong Juju's silly look. They looked at each other. I thought about what it looked like when I summoned the divine beast. Then they looked at Wei Wufeng together. It's him. It's him.
Her husband, her master, allowed them to summon divine beasts.
Wei Wufeng didn't bother to pay attention to the dazed Xiongjuju.
He immediately checked the attribute information of the beast.
Beast Tamer, Mermaid. Health, 8000. Beast Taming Level, 9-star Divine Beast LV1.
Beast Taming Divine Power, Water Depth LV1, wherever your body touches, it becomes water.
Continuously releases deep water pressure.
Beast Taming Talent, Hydra LV1, increases combat power in water by 30%.
Reduces damage taken by 30%. Beast Taming Skills.
Skill 1, Water Sound LV1, sing a beautiful song and spray a high-pressure water jet to make the enemy hallucinate.
Skill 2, Water Beads LV1, tears turn into water beads.
Restores 30% of your health and beast control power after consumption.
Skill 3, Water Bath LV1, warm and sweet springs gush out, and the person soaking in them will continuously recover their energy and vitality. Skill 4, Water Suction LV1, the tail stirs to create a terrifying vortex, sucking the enemy into it. Ultimate Skill, Water World LV1, transform your entire body into a water world 100 feet in size.
Allies swim freely while enemies are restricted. After checking the attributes of Divine Beast Mermaid, a thought popped up in Wei Wufeng's mind: there is so much water.
Cough cough cough, I got it wrong, it's God-level Auxiliary Beast Tamer.
Has the divine power of suppression.
Has interference skills.
Has reply skills.
The ultimate skill can also be controlled. Even if you can't kill the enemy, you can make him sick to death. Xiongjuju finally calmed down from her dreamlike state.
She stared at Wei Wufeng, still speaking incoherently.
How on earth did you do that? Summoning a divine beast can be considered luck. But you summoned another divine beast. I don't believe this is just luck. What on earth did you do? Could it be that you have mastered the secret of summoning divine beasts? Shui Yiling snorted, 2 divine beasts? Ha ha. Should I tell you that the beast I summoned is also a divine beast? Wei Wufeng shrugged. Why are you asking so many questions? Just be happy that you've summoned the beast. Considering your brain that's been influenced by extreme feminism. I have to remind you, if you regret notarizing the servant contract, Xiongjuju's face changed. Of course she knows. If the servant contract is terminated, the divine beast mermaid will also leave him. How is this possible? Mythical beast mermaid is mine. No one can take it away from me, including myself.
She gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break.
Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble.
But don't forget we signed a betting contract. If the goal of the gambling contract is not achieved, the servant contract will be changed to a normal contract.
Gambling contract, Wei Wufeng must ensure that Xiongjuju is superior to all men except Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng pinched her chin. Then he grabbed her fair, slender, and delicate neck. Xiongjuju struggled subconsciously. But the more she struggled, the stronger Wei Wufeng's fingers became. You're not wrong. But I don't like the tone of your voice. Don't forget that you are my servant now.
Also, the betting contract only allows you to be superior to men, but it doesn't say anything about allowing you to be superior to women.
Xianyan and Linger, in my eyes, their status and position are higher than yours. Understand? Xiongjuju's face turned red. Because of shame. Because of lack of oxygen.
She nodded vigorously to show that she understood. Only then did Wei Wufeng let go of her neck.
Xiongjuju breathed in big gulps of fresh air.
At this moment, she had been tormented by Wei Wufeng to the point that she had completely lost her queen-like demeanor.
Instead, she became a young wife who dared not resist when she was bullied. Wei Wufeng smiled and patted her on the back. Also, I want you to remember that I don't need a divine beast like you. If you can't satisfy me, I can terminate the servant contract at any time. Xiongjuju was already like a bullied young wife.
After hearing this, she immediately turned into a little girl who was afraid of losing her most beloved toy.
You can't do this. I will satisfy you. I will do whatever you say. You can't, you must not cancel the contract, I beg you.
Hua Xianyan and Shui Yiling looked at her humbly begging, but they did not sympathize with her at all.
She brought this upon herself. Sympathy for what? Of course, even if it wasn't her own fault, they would firmly stand on Wei Wufeng's side and would not sympathize with her. Wei Wufeng smiled and touched her face. Actually, I still like your previous rebellious, strong and arrogant look. Quite unique. If you become a servile slave, I won't like you anymore. Xiong Juju nodded vigorously. Good. I'll listen to you. You can do whatever you want with me. Obviously. Wei Wufeng has completely controlled Xiong Juju. It also made Xiong Juju realize completely that now and in the future, she would have to beg Wei Wufeng. After putting the mermaid back into the beast taming space, Wei Wufeng and his 3 companions left the big tree hole again and continued to track Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, and others. By the way, the recording function of the BB machine is also turned on. Since we are here to pioneer, we still have to achieve results. Look, it's coming out. Shoo. Keep your voice down, I have eyes. What's going on? Is that big bear girl here too? You didn't really sign a servant contract, did you? Look at her, she's just about to have the words willing written all over her face. That guy Wei Wufeng is so resourceful? How despicable. Her main beast master just died, and she followed the man who killed her main beast master. Hubby, even if the mountains are gone and the sky and earth unite, you will always be my only main beast master. Somewhere dark. Xia Changqing frowned and said, Diaochan, what do you think? Xin Diaochan shook her head and said, I can't see clearly. Let's ask after the pioneering is over. We must not let Wei Wufeng make a big mistake. Wei Wufeng and his 4 companions followed the clues all the way and found the entrance to the cave. He summoned the 9-tailed immortal firefox, burned all the thorns at the entrance of the cave, and walked in with a swagger. Once inside the cave, go straight into the cave, no need to say anything more. Once he entered the cave, it would be difficult for those who were protecting or assassinating him in the dark. If I follow them into the cave, I will definitely be exposed. What should I do? Wei Wufeng and his 3 companions moved forward. More than an hour later, there were sounds of fighting ahead. Ji Shukuan's voice came. Ha ha. She's almost dying. Hold on tight. Fengzi, let me make it clear first. I want this girl. Don't fight with me, or we'll have no future together. Li Mufeng's voice followed closely. Okay. Good fuck. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Do you think I care? Stop talking nonsense. I want this woman to be my own. Ji Shukuan, damn it. Take her down first. Then we can compete. Li Mufeng said, okay. Wei Wufeng smiled. Brothers turn against each other because of a woman? It's so melodramatic, old-fashioned, cliched and classic. I want to see what kind of woman could turn them against each other. Chapter 60 Wei Wufeng, so beautiful. I must have her all to myself. A sprint. Wei Wufeng and his 3 companions rushed out of the cave. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is a fairly large cavity area inside the mountain. There is a huge hole on the top of the head. There was also heavy snow drifting in from the huge hole. But the bottom of this cavity area is a lush and green scene. Like an oasis in the desert. The vegetation is lush. Exotic flowers and plants covered the ground. There's even a small lake. Although it can't be called a paradise on earth. But it's also very fantastical. Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan and others were riding on their respective beasts and fighting fiercely with a woman. Ji Shukuan's is a bird-shaped beast. Li Mufeng's is a wolf-shaped beast. Although the specific levels of the bird and the wolf are unknown, they are obviously extraordinary. But what really caught Wei Wufeng's attention was that woman. She is beautiful, no, not very beautiful, but very beautiful. Wei Wufeng racked his brains. I found that I couldn't find any words to describe her beauty. Things like eyes like bright stars, eyebrows like distant mountains, lips like cherries, etc., are all weak. What about beauty so stunning that fishes sink and geese fall, beauty so stunning that the moon hides and flowers blush, beauty so stunning that the whole country is overwhelmed? What kind of nonsense are these adjectives? Using it to describe that woman is not describing her beauty, it is simply vilifying her. As beautiful as a fairy? Come on. Although Wei Wufeng had never seen any celestial being. But he was mysteriously certain that no fairy was as beautiful as her. Wei Wufeng has experienced several beauties in his life. There are 2 most perfect ones, one is Hua Xianyan beside him, and the other is Yin Shuishan. But, although it's not a good thing to say, But let us speak with conscience. They are really not as beautiful as that woman. Appearance, figure, temperament. They were all defeated by her. If we say that Huanin are standing at the top of the beauty pyramid, then that woman is standing at the top of the pyramid of beauty. No wonder.
No wonder Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan both wanted to monopolize her and became enemies. Even he had a thought in his mind, I must have her all to myself. Shui Yuling's eyes widened as she said enviously, she's so beautiful. Hua Xianyan pursed her lips, her expression gloomy. She has always been very confident about her appearance. Especially after meeting Wei Wufeng, she became even more proud of her looks and figure. Because she knows very well that her husband really likes her looks and figure.
But today, in the field that I am most proud of, I was defeated by other women? In an instant, Hua Xianyan's inner alarm sounded. There is also a strong sense of crisis coming over me. Well, she is tacitly acknowledging that the woman who was more beautiful than herself will become her husband. Is this telepathy? Or, are you really good at judging people? Just in time. Ji Shukuan controlled his beast to perform a skill. The bird-shaped beast had a round spherical crown on its head, and at this moment it flew out like a cannonball. Bang! The spherical crown is extremely fast.
In the blink of an eye, he bumped into the ultimate beauty, knocking her feet off the ground. The spherical crown was extremely elastic and catapulted into a tree, rebounded, and hit the beauty again.
Then bounce again, hit again, bounce again, hit again.
Even as the number of bounces increases, the spherical crown flies faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it is difficult for the naked eye to capture its trajectory.
The ultimate beauty was knocked to the ground and stuck in mid-air, unable to fight back. Li Mufeng was furious, fuck you. Stop now. What if you die? Okay. He actually controlled the wolf-shaped beast to pounce on Ji Shukuan. It's really like stabbing a brother twice for a woman. Ji Shukuan was also furious, I'm afraid of you.
In the blink of an eye, Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan were fighting each other. Xiong Juju looked at this scene, smiled coldly, and his face was full of sarcasm.
She was not mocking Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan, but their co-beast master. Each man was fighting to the death for a woman. And what about them? No expression at all. What a sad, pitiful, infuriating and hateful thing. Then she heard Hua Xianyan beside her say, hubby, let's go save her quickly. Hua Xianyan recalled the palace fighting skills taught by her mother and put them into practice.
When Xiong Juju heard this, he looked at Hua Xianyan in surprise.
I thought to myself, is this woman stupid? Doesn't she know? Etc. Did she do it on purpose? Deliberately showing off your magnanimity? Show that you think what Wei Wufeng thinks and what Wei Wufeng is thinking? Snort! How cheap! Only slaves and maids in the feudal era would be so lowly, right?
Wei Wufeng looked at Xiong Juju and said, come, let's summon the mermaid and try it in actual combat.
Xiong Juju didn't think twice and said obediently, okay.
She comforted and encouraged herself in her heart.
I'm not a slut. I am bearing this humiliation. I am sleeping on straw and tasting gall. There must be a way to keep the divine beast and cancel the servant contract, there must be. The magic circle opens. Fusion. Call. Colorful water splashes.
Colorful magical light fills the air. The divine beast mermaid leaped out of the summoning circle with a graceful posture. Although it is half human and a super beautiful woman, it is still a beast in essence. Wei Wufeng and Xiong Juju jumped onto the shoulders of the mermaid respectively. This mermaid's shoulders are so comfortable to sit on. The footrest is also super soft. This was Wei Wufeng's first feeling when he sat on the mermaid's shoulders. Hua Xianyan and Shui Yiling sat on its arms. Given the size of the mermaid, having 4 people hanging on her body does not seem cumbersome or crowded at all. By the way, the upper body of the mermaid is not naked, but she is not wearing too much either. The extra large focal area is barely half covered by 2 very beautiful shells. The 2 shells have no straps, it's like they're glued directly on. You can say that. If the legendary Fu Rue control saw it, I'm afraid. It's hard to imagine what will happen. Wei Wufeng did not hide anything and directly used his ultimate skill, Water Realm LV1. In an instant, everything around turned into water. The land, rocks, air, flowers, plants, trees, etc., all turned into water. Wei Wufeng and the others were like the deep seabed.
The amazing thing is, I can breathe smoothly.
However, considering that the mermaid is a mythical beast, there is nothing to be surprised about. Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan, who were fighting fiercely, suddenly felt a huge pressure.
Even. Gurgle gurgle. Bubbles gurgle every time you breathe.
They still wear gas masks, which also have the function of breathing underwater.
What's going on? How did I end up in the water?
At the same time, they found it particularly difficult to move.
What the hell is going on? Next second.
A ball of colorful light appeared before my eyes. Passing through the multicolored illusionary light, Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, and the others saw Wei Wufeng.
Is it him? It's him. How could it be him? Damn it, why is he here? Depend on. This bastard has no moral principles. It was a sneak attack and they wanted to reap the benefits. Li Mufeng and Ji Shukuan exchanged a glance, and instantly understood each other's inner thoughts. Damn you. Let's team up and kill him first. Chapter 61 Saint, no time to explain. Connect with me quickly. Skill 4, Water Absorption LV1 Cast. In an instant, two terrifying whirlpools formed below Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, and others. The huge suction force sucked them in, both humans and animals, and started spinning wildly. Well, it's like being stuffed into a washing machine. No resistance? Of course they wanted to resist. But they couldn't resist at all. In the previous battle with the Ultimate Beauty, they and the Beastmaster were also injured. More importantly, the beast taming skill is still on cooldown. But even if they weren't hurt, even if the beast taming skill is not on cooldown, they still couldn't resist. The ultimate move of the mythical beast. Joke. After Wei Wufeng used his skills, he was too lazy to care about them. No last hit? Ha, the four of them and the two beasts were buried alive in the rock layer 100 feet underground. Let us get out alive first. Wei Wufeng came to the Ultimate Beauty. There is no water around the Ultimate Beauty. In the water realm, where there is water and where there is no water is all controlled by Wei Wufeng. In addition, at this point he stopped using his skills. Divine Beast skills consumes a lot of beast control power. Save as much beast power as possible. The Ultimate Beauty looked at Wei Wufeng with caution and shock. Are you, the new Divine Beast Tamer? Your beast is not. She wanted to say, isn't your beast a nine-tailed fox? Why is it a mermaid? She could feel the divine aura emanating from the merman beast. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. But before she could say a few words, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her silver hair swayed with her cough, emitting tiny specks of silver light. What a nice view. If I hadn't, I would have appreciated several of the most beautiful women in the world. I'm afraid I will be completely obsessed with her. Wei Wufeng sighed inwardly and used Skill 2, Water Drops LV1. The mermaid shed a tear, which turned into a bright pearl. Wei Wufeng said, eat this bead. It can heal your wounds. ISNT they're the Supreme 9 Whips Divine Pill? No. I want tea, give it to you. Do you think I'm the kind of nice guy who loses his mind when he sees a beautiful woman? The Ultimate Beauty is also at her wit's end at this time. Looking at the pearl in her hand, she could feel the breath of life emanating from it. Without caring about anything else, he said thank you and swallowed it in one gulp. Gurgle. Wei Wufeng saw her swallowing and his throat moved. In an instant, the pale face of the Ultimate Beauty regained a hint of color. Before, she exuded a morbid beauty. Now her face has more color, and she is actually 3 times more beautiful. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, if I don't take this woman for myself, it would be a waste of this encounter. He was about to ask what the Ultimate Beauty's name was. Sudden. Her face changed drastically and she said, run. They're coming. Wei Wufeng was stunned. Who is coming? Why run? Ha ha ha. A loud laugh was heard, echoing in the hollow of the mountain. The laughter rumbled like thunder, making Wei Wufeng and others dizzy and dazed. Several people had the same thought, so strong. The sound alone can make one dizzy. How high and strong should its vitality be? Your Highness, the Holy Lady. Why don't you run away? Aren't you a very good runner? Why don't you keep running? Keep running. This is very pure Shenlong country Mandarin. Wei Wufeng and the other 3 were stunned. Saint. Your Highness? Not everyone can have this title. Could it be that she is an important figure in some huge force? If you have a saint before your power reaches a certain level, not only will outsiders laugh at you, but even your own people will laugh at you. Therefore, Wei Wufeng judged that the ultimate beauty was most likely from a powerful force. Yo! A very strange and fiery voice sounded. Look who this is. Isn't this the latest and most popular beast tamer? He's much more handsome in real life than he looks on TV. Handsome boy, do you want to do something fun with your sister? Sister will definitely be very gentle. This is the language of Qixia Kingdom. Wei Wufeng didn't understand at all. But he really didn't like the tone of the woman's voice. She's a bit of a weirdo, and you can tell she's never short of men. Wei Wufeng was not interested in this kind of woman at all. The ultimate beauty side. Then he walked in front of Wei Wufeng and others, facing the 4 people who jumped down from the big hole above their heads. Run away. Run as fast as you can. Then return to the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. Wei Wufeng frowned and thought to himself, it seems that I have encountered some kind of extraordinary incident. Interesting. Ha! The other man used the beautiful holy eagle flying language. Mermaid? Isn't his sacred beast the 9-tailed fox? Why is it a mermaid? Then another woman said in the language of the 3 elephants, why bother with all this? Kill them all. As I said this, my mouth tasted of curry. Although Wei Wufeng and others could not understand her curry-flavored 3 elephants language. But one can sense a strong murderous aura. The man who spoke the Mandarin of Shenlong country spoke. Alas, what a pity. Brother Wei, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. I met someone else, but I met her. Anyone who comes into contact with her must die. Wei Wufeng cursed inwardly, fuck you. Anyone who comes into contact with her will die? What kind of logic is this? Robber logic. The logic of power. The logic of the strong. To put it simply, I'm going to kill you, it has nothing to do with you. Wei Wufeng sighed in a pretentious manner. I'm going to die anyway, can you let me die with a clear conscience? Who is she? And who are you? I'm about to die. This is just a small request. Isn't it too much? The man who spoke of ordinary people from the Shenlong Kingdom smiled faintly. He asked, when you step on an ant to death, do you let it know it's dead? Shu Wei Yiling suddenly said, Brother Feng. She was reminding Wei Wufeng to summon the dragon horse. This way, if there is any danger, you can escape immediately. The divine beast dragon horse is not only fast, but can also travel through subspace. It is definitely a magical skill to save your life and escape. Does Wei Wufeng want to run away? Nonsense. Of course not. Running away without even fighting is not his style. Anyway, we have a magic weapon to save our lives, so what are we afraid of? Just do it. Wei Wufeng was about to give Huo Xianyan a look and summon the 9-tailed immortal firefox. In terms of attack power, 9-tailed fox is undoubtedly the strongest and most powerful. At the same time, it has strong survivability. But at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Wei Wufeng's mind. Wei Wufeng, you are no match for them. You can't run away. They are very strong. The only option is to fight. Establishing a temporary contract with me might give you some hope and a chance of success. No time to explain. Connect with me now. Ha! This voice actually sounded directly in my mind? What kind of magical ability is this? Besides, temporary contract? This is a one-time contract. Release after summoning a beast to battle. After a moment of thought and consideration, Wei Wufeng said, okay. He didn't blindly believe in the silver-haired ultimate beauty. In his opinion, since this Her Highness the Saint is an enemy of those 4 guys, she must be quite capable. It might be a good idea to establish a one-time temporary contract with her. Wei Wufeng was also mentally prepared. It is assumed that the beast summoned by cooperating with Her Highness the Saint must be extraordinary. But when the Beastmaster actually summoned Her Highness the Saint, he was still shocked. Good job. A woman's body, a green snake's tail. It turned out to be Chapter 62, The First Sacred Beast. So terrifying. Dimensionality lowering attack. The moment Wei Wufeng and the Saintess opened the summoning circle, Not good.
The man who spoke the Mandarin of Shunlong Kingdom shouted in panic. Quickly stop her from connecting with that guy. When he shouted no, he rushed out. The other three also rushed out.
Each one of them is as fast as lightning and invisible. But
they were still a step slow.
Rays of 5-colored light burst out and radiated in all directions.
When summoning a mermaid, it will also emit colorful lights. But it was a softer, colorful, and dreamy light like the sunset. But this time the 5-colored light was released like an explosion.
The 5 colors of light are red, green, yellow, white, and black. Each color has a clear and abrupt decomposition and is completely incompatible with each other. Moreover, these 5 rays of 5-colored light are extremely sharp, like the edge of a sword. The 4 people who had been close to Wei Wufeng and the Saint Lady suddenly screamed and flew backwards. They were all spurting blood? It was as if a speeding truck had hit them. No. This description is still too mild. Change 1, it was like huge meteorites hitting them. The 4 men had no power to resist at all and fell to the ground. Just summoned it out. It actually has such terrifying power? And at the source of this 5-colored light explosion, it was a beast with a woman's body and a green snake's tail. See it. Wei Wufeng and others were completely shocked. In just a moment, I thought of the first beast recorded in the Book of Sacred Beasts of Mountains and Seas. It's the classic of Sacred Beasts of Mountains and Seas, not the classic of Divine Beasts of Mountains and Seas. The shadow of the Queen Hua, with a female body and a female tail, is the shadow of the Queen Hua, the mother of the earth and the ancestor of civilization. Right. It's just such a simple sentence. But what is the saying? The fewer words, the bigger the matter. This also applies to describing beast taming. Who is Nuwa? He is the ancient sage who created the beast-taming civilization in the legend. He is one of the creators of the Waxi Qiankuan array. The other creator of Washi Qiankuan Great Array is Shi Huang. I really need to elaborate on this. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish telling all the stories about Queen Hua. And this shadow of Queen Hua is just the phantom of Queen Hua, the sacred beast. And this sacred beast appeared in front of Wei Wufeng and others at this moment. There is no need to say much about whether it is beautiful or not. Even a description of it is a blasphemy and disrespect. It emanates holiness, sacredness, solemnity, majesty, universal love, etc. It has completely transcended all worldly evaluations. Hua Xianyan, Shui Yuling, and Xiong Juju were shocked and confused. They never dreamed of it. I actually had the chance to see the first sacred beast with my own eyes. Even Wei Wufeng, who was reborn, was shocked, hugely shocked. After the beginning of the twilight of mankind era in his previous life, he had heard that the holy beast Hua Huang's shadow had appeared in the world. But I've only heard of it. I never expected this. In this life, at this time and in this place, I can actually see the legendary, the first sacred beast queen was shadow with my own eyes. John, Minami, hurry up. The man who spoke the Mandarin of Shunlong Kingdom shouted in fear but determination. He no longer had the arrogant and domineering attitude he had before, and the attitude of crushing Wei Wufeng like an ant that he always said. Waya, quickly summon the beast. Well, it turns out that he and the woman from the 3-Elephant Kingdom are a couple. The saint shouted, don't even think about leaving. The first sacred beast shadow of Queen Hua has moved. It closed its eyes and raised its white jade-like hand slightly. Boom 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 boom. The earth shook violently. Ha! It turned out that the Saint Lady was controlling the Empress Hua shadow? Isn't the control of the beast tamer in the hands of the main beast tamer, Wei Wufeng? Yes, that's generally the case. But general circumstances obviously does not apply to the first sacred beast, Hua Huang's shadow. This is special. This is called class. The 4 people summoned their respective beasts immediately. One is a giant white elephant with 3 heads. One is a monster with a red nose, wings, and wearing monk robes. The 2 mythical beasts are not only extremely large in size, but they almost fill the hollow area of the mountain. And it looks quite good, and looks particularly powerful and scary. Only in front of the Emperor Hua shadow, which is only 2 or 3 meters high. Not only did the 2 beasts have no momentum at all, but they were trembling, constantly retreating, and making woo sounds. They are scared. No. It's not fear, it's terror, immense fear. Even if their 2 masters and the co-beast masters tried their best to control and appease them, it was useless.
The moment Emperor Wa Shadow raised her hand, the two big guys were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Waste. The four Beastmasters were so angry that they cursed loudly and were extremely frightened in their hearts.
Next second, the gravel, rocks, vegetation, and everything on the ground rushed towards the two beasts like a tide. The two beasts would rather lie down and endure the attacks than resist. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Seeing that the beasts were unreliable, the four Beastmasters could only use their bodies to support them. Two people rushed towards Wei Wufeng and the Saint Girl. The two men rushed towards the big hole above their heads, trying to escape. But see! Sharp beams of five-colored light shot out from the palm of Wu Wanying's hand. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the four of them, creating holes one after another. At the same time, pillars of earth emerged from the ground. The five-colored beams of light tied them all to the earthen pillars, tightly binding them. They had absolutely no power to resist. Wei Wufeng, the man who spoke the Mandarin of Shunlong Kingdom, started shouting again. Do you know who we are? Do you know what you are doing? Stop immediately. Otherwise you will definitely regret it. We are the Beast Tamer Association Wu. His mouth was sealed with mud. Follow closely. The four people merged into the earth pillar and disappeared completely. The two beasts were also dragged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Not a trace was left. It was as if those four people and the two oversized beasts had never appeared. After all this is over. The shadow of Empress Wat turned into five-colored light spots and scattered. The saint simply spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground and remained completely motionless. His face had just regained some color, but now it was completely white. Wei Wufeng reached out his hand. Very weak. Not far from death. At this moment, he didn't have time to worry about whether he was willing to give it up or not. He immediately took out a Supreme Nine Whips divine pill, pried open her mouth, and fed it in. His fingers touched her lips. It's so cold. Soft and tender. The most wonderful feeling ever. Wei Wufeng's heart couldn't help but be moved. After feeding the Supreme Nine Whips divine pill, the saint's face became visibly rosy. But he is still unconscious. Wei Wufeng asked the system what was going on. Isn't it said that after taking the Supreme Nine Whips divine pill you can be full of health and full of status? The answer of system is the Supreme Nine Whips divine pill can only heal physical injuries, but cannot heal damage to the soul. Obviously, the body of the saint was healed, but her soul was not. What should I do then? No way. For the time being, we can only rely on the self-healing power of the saint. Wei Wufeng put her into the Taoyuan cave. No matter what, the goal of monopolizing her has been achieved for the time being. Right at this moment. Crash. A dusty head emerged from the rocky ground. Wei Wufeng took a look and laughed. Yo! Look who this is. Isn't this Mr. Li? Chapter 63, Xin Daochan, classmate Wei is so fierce. Does he really need my protection? Li Mufeng's face changed drastically. He quickly crawled out of the ground and ran away. Run, run, run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Today's revenge will be 100-fold and 1,000-fold in the future. This is what Li Mufeng is thinking at the moment. I have to say, the idea is quite beautiful. Call. A stone broke through the wind from behind like a cannonball. It hit Li Mufeng right on the back. His body was strong enough to break even the stones. Of course, the man fell to the ground. Wei Wufeng strode forward and was ready to kill him. Result. Have mercy. Li Mufeng knelt on the ground with his butt raised high, begging for mercy. Brother Feng, I know I was wrong. I deserve to die. Brother Feng, please be magnanimous and give me another chance. I will serve you like a slave, and I will forgive you my sins. Shu Wei Yuling and Xiong Juju immediately looked down at him with disdain. What a jerk! Wei Wufeng made two tsk sounds. Not bad, not bad. He is a man of great ability. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as you don't die today, there will always be a chance for revenge in the future. Bang! 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 Li Mufeng kowtowed like pounding garlic produced garlic juice, but when he kowtowed, blood spurted out. The head hit the rocky ground, making a pleasant sound. The sound is not bad. Nice brain. He cowed out, tears streaming down his face, and shouted for mercy. Just in time. Another person emerged from the ground 100 meters away.
Although he was also covered in dust and dirt, he could be recognized as Ji Shukuan at a glance. With him was his co-beast master. This cooperative beast master of his is not tall in stature or good looking, very short.
Apparently, they teamed up purely to summon more powerful beasts. Otherwise, based on Ji Shukuan's aesthetic taste.
I will never make a contract with that fat-faced girl from the street.
That's why Ji Shukuan envied and hated Wei Wufeng in his heart. Huo Xianyan is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but can also summon divine beasts. Such a perfect girl fell into Wei Wufeng's hands. Why? Another person who automatically ignores the past.
In the past, when Huo Xianyan was still a well-known loser. Even if Huo Xianyan was given to him, he would despise her to death. He would beat whoever gave her to him. Of course, if Huo Xianyan was willing and shamelessly begging him to be a tool for venting his anger,
he would accept it reluctantly. Let us get back to the topic.
After Ji Shukuan came out, he saw Li Mufeng kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy.
Without thinking, he made the same choice as Li Mufeng: run away. He even left behind his companion beast master. Sudden. Li Mufeng's loud shout came from behind. Kunzi must avenge me.
Ji Shukuan turned his head and saw Li Mufeng holding Wei Wufeng's legs tightly, buying him time to escape.
Good brother.
Ji Shukuan's eyes were filled with tears.
Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you.
At the critical moment of life and death, Ji Shukuan's potential seemed to be completely squeezed out, and he ran very fast. Wei Wufeng didn't expect Li Mufeng to do this.
It's like making a movie. What a deep brotherly love. He was stunned for a moment. He reacted the next moment, exchanged a glance with Huo Xianyan, and opened the summoning circle. The nine-tailed immortal fire fox jumped out from the blazing blood-red flames. The fairy fox fire, which is both agile and violent, is harmless to one's own side. However, it is deadly to the enemy.
Li Mufeng was burned by the foxfire and let out a shrill scream of pain.
Wei Wufeng, you will die a miserable death. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Help! It hurts.
Wei Wufeng had no time to deal with him. The fairy fox's fire will burn him to death for sure.
He and the three girls immediately jumped onto the nine-tailed immortal fire fox to chase Ji Shukuan. Want to run? No way.
Ji Shukuan's auxiliary beastmaster rushed towards the nine-tailed immortal fire fox like a moth to a flame.
Don't even think about it. That expression, he looks ready to die.
Then she was knocked away by the nine-tailed immortal fire fox, ignited, and died. After Ji Shukuan ran into the cave, he started running wildly.
Damn it! Why is there no fork in this cave? How nice it would be to have a fork in the road.
Ji Shukuan was distracted and twisted his foot, falling over and rolling down. The tunnel of this cave is slanted and not straight, it is winding and twisting. Although it is not very steep, it is more than enough for one person to roll. Ji Shukuan rolled down all the way, and his speed was actually getting faster. He rolled all the way, not knowing how far he had rolled, and finally stopped in a flat area. Inside this flat cave, a group of people were engaged in a brawl.
That's right. It was those people who either protected or assassinated Wei Wufeng.
This group of people all had a mission to accomplish, and finally they entered the cave one after another.
After entering the cave, they could no longer hide and inevitably came into contact with each other.
Then everyone used their intelligence and wisdom to distinguish between friend and foe. What's the result? Some of them distinguished it, while others did not. Then, when an opportunity arises, it was the Emperor Wa Shadow that took action before, causing the mountain to shake violently.
The person who assassinated Wei Wufeng acted brazenly.
This was truly a huge fight that cannot be described in words. The only two people who are 100% certain are Qin Daochan and Xia Changqing, who are protecting Wei Wufeng and have endured the most firepower.
Others who were also protecting Wei Wufeng did not help. Obviously. There are more people who want to kill Wei Wufeng than those who want to protect him. This made Xia Changqing very dissatisfied. He even suggested to Qin Daochan that they retreat first.
But Qin Daochan was unwilling.
Xia Changqing was even more dissatisfied with this. Is Wei Wufeng's life more important than ours? Then, after enduring a heavy blow,
it is almost like walking around the gates of hell.
Xia Changqing's inner dissatisfaction completely erupted. Why? Why should I risk my life for others? Diaochan, I am willing to fight for you. It's just a thought. In reality, he is unwilling to do so when it really comes to risking his life. But I don't want to risk my life for Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng and I have nothing to do with each other. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business, Dio. Then, the moment Ji Shuquan screamed awe and rolled into the melee battlefield, everyone's attention was distracted. Xia Changqing decisively controlled the beast, the 2-star royal beast, the crystal-crowned dragon cat, turned it into a furry cat car and drove away. Qin Diaochan was horrified. Changqing, what are you doing? Go back. Of course, Xia Changqing would not say directly, I quit. Instead, he said, the cave is too narrow. Let's lead them outside. Qin Diaochan angrily said, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Go back. Xia Changqing had a gloomy face and didn't listen. Qin Diaochan stared at Xia Changqing and said, Changqing, you disappoint me so much. After saying that, she jumped off the cat car. After landing, it rolled several times on the ground. Xia Changqing was shocked. Diaochan, you. Looking at Qin Diaochan running back, he was extremely annoyed. He cursed loudly, fuck you. The cat car transformed by the 2-star royal beast crystal crowned dragon cat using its skills is extremely fast. How fast? In just a few words, he ran nearly 10 kilometers. Qin Diaochan is not slow. But it took quite a while to finish the 10 kilometers and return to the melee battlefield. As a result, she returned to the battlefield. Then I saw the 9-tailed immortal firefox burning with bright red and lively red light burst out with a flame shock wave. Several beasts that attacked it were directly knocked away and burned fiercely. People screaming. The howling of the beast resounded throughout the cave. Qin Diaochan's eyes widened in shock. Student Wei is so awesome. He really needs my protection. Yeah. Chapter 64, there are evil people who are harming me. They must be eradicated completely. Wei Wufeng and the 3 girls Hua, Shui, and Xiong rode on the 9-tailed immortal firefox to chase and kill. Not throwing Shui and Xiong into the Taoyuan cave is naturally a way to keep something in reserve. In case of emergency, can summon dragon horse and mermaid immediately. If you want to escape, you can escape. There is treatment if you need it. Although the 9-tailed immortal firefox is not mainly known for its speed, it does have 4 legs after all. When running with all 4 legs spread out, it is as fast as lightning. Over there, Xia Changqing and Qin Diaochan had just escaped. Wei Wufeng arrived with 3 women and a fox. The person who wanted to assassinate Wei Wufeng took action immediately without saying a word when he saw the target appear. Wei Wufeng had previously drunk the tea that restored his beast-controlling power on the back of 9-tailed fox. These teas were all improved and made by him. The raw materials were given to him by Yin Shueshen from the Hua family. Whether it is the main ingredients or the condiments, including water, they are all top-quality products. After taking a sip of tea, the beast taming power will soon be full. At the same time, he also drank the rejuvenation drink that can continuously restore the beast taming power, so he can fully display the divine beast skills. There is no need to worry about not having enough beast taming power. You must be kidding. He actually learned the green feather tea classic. If you can't even make tea that can quickly restore your beast controlling power. If T. St. Green Feather knew about this in the afterlife, he would kick the coffin lid off and talk to him. So, Wei Wufeng's first move was Skill 3, Hell's Flame LV2. The 9-tails trembled wildly, shooting out countless sparks and raining fire in the cave. This skill will reduce his beast control power by 40%. But the torrential fire dealt a heavy blow to the enemies attacking Wei Wufeng. Screams. Roar. National curse. All kinds of sounds filled the cave. But they are not easy to deal with. Treatment of treatment. Dodge the dodge. You have to bear it if you can. It seems a bit unrealistic for Wei Wufeng to crush, beat, and kill them instantly. Fortunately, the people protecting Wei Wufeng were also not idle except for Xia Changqing, who escaped, and Qin Diaochan, who was taken away. They all took action, sharing some of the firepower and pressure for Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng didn't know that those people were there to protect him. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and he also consciously avoided accidentally hurting friendly forces.
The flames of the nine-tailed immortal firefox are ineffective against friendly forces. Whether he is an enemy or a friend, of course it is up to Wei Wufeng to decide. After a fierce battle, Wei Wufeng seized the opportunity and immediately used skill 4, Blaze of the Abyss LV2. Flames erupted from the body of the nine-tailed fox, impacting the surroundings. The terrifying flames seemed to be able to burn all life. All the enemies who were besieging Wei Wufeng were knocked away. Someone was injured. Someone died. Even the Beastmaster is not immune. One after another, the spiritual beasts and king beasts were burned by the fire of the abyss and rolled on the ground, howling. This is the scene that Qin Diaochan witnessed when she rushed back. The power of the divine beast is so terrifying. I want to start a new research topic. I specialize in studying mythical beasts. Qin Diaochan, you are so stupid. Why didn't you think of that before? In the past, I had no qualifications to study mythical beasts. Which mythical beast and its beastmaster at home or abroad would let me study? But now there is a divine beast by your side. You only realized it now? Stupid, stupid, stupid. It's so stupid. The only question is whether Wei Wufeng is willing to let him study his beast. If I had discussed it carefully with classmate Wei, he wouldn't reject me, right? The battle is over. But Wei Wufeng did not relax his vigilance. There are 3 waves of troops left. Just now they were the enemy of my enemy, so we can consider them as friendly forces. But now the enemy has been defeated. But they are still standing. It's hard to say whether they are friends or enemies now. When the 3 groups of people saw Wei Wufeng controlling the nine-tailed immortal firefox and looking at them warily, their faces changed. Almost at the same time, they recalled their respective beasts to the beast taming space. The purpose of doing this is naturally to show Wei Wufeng that he has no hostility. The leader of the group on the left was the first to identify himself. Master Wei, 3rd Miss, we are all from the Hua family. I am here to protect you and the young lady on the orders of the mistress. The mistress is naturally In Shueshan. Hua Xianyan asked, how do you prove it? The leader immediately took out a token and displayed it with both hands. Hua Xianyan said, hubby, it is indeed the Hua family's exorcism order. The group on the right bowed. Master Wei, we are here to protect you on the orders of the patriarch. My master is sincere in his intention to make friends with Master Wei. I hope you will understand this literary line. You can tell from the sound that he comes from an old-fashioned family. Their motive for protecting Wei Wufeng is actually not surprising. Some ancient families viewed Wei Wufeng as a threat and wanted to get rid of him. There must be some ancient families who want to befriend him for some reason. The group of people in the middle all stood straight. The back is straighter than the benchmark. His body seemed to be filled with murderous energy. We are following orders. We are not hostile to you. No comment on the rest. Wow. Are you so crazy? Shui Yiling frowned and said, if you say that, how can we be sure that you are friends and not enemies? Xiong Juju looked those people up and down. His eyes flashed. He took out his cell phone, typed a few words, and placed it in front of Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng looked down. The message on the phone was, they are most likely military personnel. Someone from the military? Is this true or false? Even the military sent people to protect me? Wow. This kind of treatment is unmatched, right? Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows and then smiled at them. Okay. In that case, I won't ask. Thank you for your help. I'll remember this favor, of course, yours as well. Wei Wufeng said the last sentence to the group of people from the old antique family. As for the people from the Hua family, since we can be considered half family, we won't be so distant. Qin Diaochan only then stepped forward. Student Wei, you are amazing. My sister even asked me to protect you. Now it seems completely unnecessary. The power of the divine beast is truly extraordinary. Wei Wufeng quickly expressed his gratitude. No matter what, since they have this intention, we should appreciate it. Next, Wei Wufeng came to a man whose body was burnt but not dead yet. His expression was icy, his eyes like knives. He said, tell me. Who asked you to deal with me? The man stared at Wei Wufeng with wide eyes without saying a word. Wei Wufeng communicated with the system in his mind. System, give me something that will make people tell the truth. It's fine at other times, but this time you must help me unconditionally. Damn it, it's not my style to leave a grudge unrevenged.
Whoever wants to kill me, no matter who you are, I will take your lives one by one. Free System was silent for a moment and then responded. Okay. But this is just this once, and it won't happen again. So, Wei Wufeng got a QA spray. He looked at the others. Please step aside for a moment. The following operation is somewhat unspeakable. The three groups of people walked away politely. Even Qin Diaochan left on her own accord. Wei Wufeng then sprayed the EQA spray on the face of the person who had been stubborn just now. Ask again, tell me, which family are you from? The man said dully, Pingyang, Zhao family. Next. Zhulu, Zheng family. Next one. Dong, Gosong family. Next one after another. I am a ninja from the Tonka Ryu, under the command of the Amori weaving family. Wei Wufeng asked around and got the answer he wanted. Kill them all, by the way. Those people are actually death warriors. However, they were all burned by the fairy fox fire and didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. They also had a hard time answering the questions asked by Wei Wufeng. Hua Xianyan asked, Husband, what should we do? She didn't expect that so many forces wanted to kill them. Wei Wufeng licked his lips and grinned grimly. What to do? Some evil people are trying to harm me. We must uproot them all and eradicate them completely. Chapter 65, The Saintess of the Beast Tamer Association defects. You, what are you going to do? Ji Shukuan looked at Wei Wufeng who was walking towards him. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Is he still there? Didn't he run? He wanted to run too. But his leg was broken, how could he run? Not only was his leg broken, but his arm was broken too. He couldn't even crawl. Since his hand was broken, he naturally couldn't take out the T-pill from the portable tactical bag to heal the wound. He could only crawl forward like a caterpillar. But even if he used all his strength, how far could he move? Wei Wufeng caught up with him at a walking pace. By the way, Ji Shukuan asked Qin Diaochan for help. As a teacher, Qin Diaochan felt somewhat reluctant. But she knew very well that she must not interfere with the students' pioneering activities. Even if classmates were fighting each other, she would never interfere. So when faced with Ji Shukuan's call for help, she could only sigh and lament, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Ji Shukuan was angry and desperate. He turned against Qin Diaochan and scolded her for having no professional ethics and calling her unworthy of being a teacher. Until Wei Wufeng came slowly. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. If I'm afraid of death and begging for mercy, I'll take your last name. Even if I die, I will die with dignity. The above is Ji Shukuan's inner roar. But what came out of his mouth was, Wei Wufeng, classmate Wei, brother Feng. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Please don't kill me. I'll be your dog. I'll do whatever you want. By the way, I know the famous star Gadaina. Nonsense. He doesn't even know her. Shall I introduce her to you? And there's money. And all kinds of treasures. I'll give them all to you. Whatever you want. Wei Wufeng walked up to him and said with a smile, Can you do me a small favor? Ji Shukuan nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. Okay, okay. You say. Wei Wufeng said, Please tell Li Mufeng, hide well after your reincarnation, and don't let me find you. Ji Shukuan said without thinking, Okay. But he suddenly realized. Isn't Li Mufeng dead? How can I send a message when the person is dead? Puff. A sharp knife stabbed into Ji Shukuan's heart and then twisted it around. Ah! Ji Shukuan screamed, shouted it hurts, and then died. Wei Wufeng said he felt great. It is somewhat understandable that Li Mufeng and I are fighting to the death. After all, his younger brother Li Muyun was almost roasted by him. It is only natural for an older brother to avenge his younger brother. Ji Shukuan, are you fucking crazy? Did I provoke you? In Wei Wufeng's heart, Ji Shukuan deserves to die more than the brothers Li Mufeng and Li Muyun. After stabbing Ji Shukuan to death, the matter came to an end. The 3 waves of people who protected Wei Wufeng were also sent away by Wei Wufeng. He doesn't need any protection.
The so-called secret protection also means being watched at all times.
He doesn't want it.
Among them, the group from a certain old antique family gave Wei Wufeng a number.
It is said that the head of his family will visit Wei Wufeng after the pioneering work. As for Qin Daochan,
Wei Wufeng gave her special treatment and wanted to personally send her back to the border outpost.
Qin Daochan declined politely, but did not reject it. In fact, she also wanted to get closer to Wei Wufeng so that she could study the mythical beast.
When Wei Wufeng asked about Xie Changqing,
Qin Daochan looked a little unnatural.
But he still helped Xie Changqing to cover up his shame, saying that he had something urgent to do and left.
The group chatted as they headed towards the border outpost. Say it. There is an oasis in the cavity of the mountain.
Suddenly the earth trembled.
Then, a giant earthworm-like monster broke out of the ground.
This monster is fat and big, with transparent skin, and its disgusting internal organs can be seen inside.
Most of the internal organs are also transparent. You can see that there is a person in its stomach. Who?
It was Li Mufeng's cooperative beastmaster. At this time, she had been corroded by stomach acid and was barely recognizable. From the expression on her festering face, it was not difficult to tell that she had been eaten alive. It has a circle of translucent tentacles on its head, like octopus legs. If you open this circle, you can see densely packed teeth stacked in circles. Each tooth was like the hook of an eagle's claw, all pointing inward. Behind the layers and stacks of teeth is the esophagus, which is as dark as the abyss.
So deep. So dark.
Just looking at it makes one's scalp tingle.
What is it? Emperor-level monster, abyss earthworm. Hulyolu.
I thought I could have a good meal, but I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful beast. I was really scared to death.
Hulyolu. What a waste. Shameful waste.
All that plump flesh and blood has actually melted into the soil.
Hulyolu. Not happy. Okay. This emperor-level demonic beast abyss earthworm actually spoke human language. It seems that his IQ is not low. No wonder. Monster. The monster is in front and the beast is behind.
A cunning monster in front of him designed a plan to lure Li Muyun into a shit pit and drown him in shit. Later, the abyss earthworms sensed the powerful existence and hid in the ground, not daring to come out, and could only complain afterwards.
Visible.
If you treat monsters as just beasts, you will definitely suffer losses, and you may even pay with your life.
Wei Wufeng sent Qin Daochan back to the outpost.
Just continue to return to the Arctic snowfield and continue to explore the new land.
That night,
Wei Wufeng set up a tent in a sheltered place. Then he took Hua Xianyan and the other two girls into the Taoyuan Township Cave. It can be said that for Wei Wufeng and others who possess the Taoyuan Cave and God-level beast control,
this pioneering action is no different from a tourist vacation.
When others are shivering with cold, Wei Wufeng was eating hot pot and singing with a beautiful woman in Taoyuan Township Cave, while others were dealing with the monsters cautiously.
Wei Wufeng pushed forward all the way and still thought the monster was too weak. But he wasn't bored at all. The scenery of the Arctic snowfield is beautiful. The three girls together are even more beautiful. How can it be boring when you have beautiful scenery and beautiful women? Not to mention, I also met an indescribably beautiful super invincible ultimate beauty. Besides her big honey, she also has a big secret. One man and 3 women were making dinner. That super invincible ultimate beauty appeared. Wei Wufeng said with a smile, "Are you awake? Are you hungry? Let's have 2 bowls together." "You're welcome."
Shu Wei Yiling quickly set the table with dishes and chopsticks.
The saint walked over and sat down.
She looked at Wei Wufeng and said, "Thank you for saving me."
"I owe you a favor." Hua Xianyan glanced at the saintess.
She had said something similar, and then she pledged her life to him.
Wei Wufeng responded while eating.
"If you really owe me, I can be dissatisfied with a simple thank you.
You can't just say thank you, you have to do it. But you don't owe me anything. If you hadn't summoned the sacred beast before, I might not be alive to eat here. So we're even." Wei Wufeng has his own principles and bottom line.
If it was really him who saved the saint.
In his style. Just say, "What are you thanking me for? You're too polite, just give yourself to me." But this time, in his little account book, they saved each other.
The saint picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. As soon as the food entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. Apparently the food was to her liking. After eating for a while, the saint looked at Wei Wufeng and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I've gotten you into big trouble this time." Wei Wufeng asked, "What's the trouble?" The saint lady put down her bowl and chopsticks and stared at Wei Wufeng. "I am the saint of the Beastmaster Association's inner court. For some reason, I defected. Right now, the Beast Tamer Association is hunting me all over the world. If they knew it was you who helped me, they wouldn't let you go." Wei Wufeng frowned. Hua, Shui, and Xiang's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 66 Wei Wufeng, Holy Maiden, come and make a soul contract with me. Beastmaster Association. The most powerful force in the world. The Beastmaster who controls the whole world. The only one in the world that can compete with it is the Union of Nations. Being regarded as an enemy by such a being. Just thinking about it makes people feel deeply powerless and desperate. This saint. He actually defected from the inner court of the Beast Tamer Association? Etc. The Beast Tamer Association also has an inner court? Xiong Juju asked, "What else is there in the Beastmaster Association, the inner court?" "I've never heard of it." The saint answered questions for her and others. The inner court is not open to the public, so the world is unaware of its existence. You can think of the association as a country. The inner court is the government of this country. Xiong Juju asked, "So, the association manages the beast tamers, and the inner court manages the association?" The saint said, "You can understand it that way." Hua Xianyan asked, "Why did you defect?" The saint hesitated and said nothing. Obviously not wanting to say it. Wei Wufeng spoke, "Can't say?" The saint shook her head and said, "It won't do you any good to know." Shui Yiling pouted her cute little mouth. "Do you think there's a difference?" "You just said it, the association won't let us off easily. The reason for your defection must be very crucial and important. If we knew, maybe we could brainstorm and find a glimmer of hope. Don't forget, we are not powerless to resist, we have divine beasts." Divine beast? Yes. Divine beast. Xiong Juju and Hua Xianyan's eyes lit up. "I'm so confused." When he heard about being enemies with the Beast Tamer Association, he actually forgot that he had a divine beast on his side. We not only have mythical beasts. There are 3-4 more mythical beasts. Xiong Juju didn't he know that there was another Mu Jianying who could also summon divine beasts? Why would you be afraid of a bird? What about the Beast Tamer Association? If it really threatens us, we will do it anyway. The problem is. Xiong Juju looked at Wei Wufeng. Does he dare to confront the Beast Tamer Association head-on? Hua Xianyan had no doubt about this at all. She had absolute confidence in her husband. After hearing Shui Yiling's words, the saint was stunned on her beautiful and dreamy face. Then she looked at Wei Wufeng. She was also a little skeptical. Does Wei Wufeng, who owns a mythical beast, have the courage to become an enemy of the Beast Tamer Association? Wei Wufeng asked, "Why are you looking at me? You don't think I'm afraid of the Beastmaster Association, do you?" The saint asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Wei Wufeng asked back, "Why should I be afraid?" "Okay, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now." The saint was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "You guys know about the Yi Waxi Qiankuan formation, right?" Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" "Really? How is it possible that a Beastmaster doesn't even know about the Waxi Qiankuan formation? Not knowing is the funniest thing. Wuxi Qiankuan Great Formation is a great formation created by the ancient sages Wu Wang and Shi Huang. It is the root of the beast-taming civilization and the guarantee for its continuation to this day. It has been in operation since its creation and has never failed. People become beastmasters by learning the Waxi Z formation, awakening their beast-taming talents and summoning beasts. Wei Wufeng and others all know these popular sciences. But he did not interrupt the saint. The above. You know it all. But what you don't know is that the Wu Waxi Qiankuan Great Array can adjust the beast summoning rate. The so-called beast summoning rate refers to the probability of summoning a beast of a certain level. For example, she looked at Wei Wufeng. The probability of summoning a divine beast is 1 in a billion. That means only 1 in 100 million people can summon a divine beast. But what if the probability of summoning a divine beast is adjusted to 1% through Wuxi Qiankuan War?
Wei Wufeng's heart skipped a beat. I suddenly thought of the various situations in my previous life. Could this be the reason for the so-called era of shining stars in humanity? Shu Wei Yiling exclaimed, only 1 out of 100 people can summon a divine beast? This is too. She was so shocked. But when I think about how Feng summoned the beast every time, the shock in her heart immediately dissipated. Xie. Why should I make such a fuss? The saint continues to reveal information. Right now, someone among the 10 sages wants to increase the summoning rate of high-level beasts. Perhaps you would think that summoning more high-level beasts wouldn't be a good thing? That's totally wrong. There's a certain degree of compatibility between the Beastmaster and the beast he summons. The higher the degree of compatibility, the smoother and safer the Beastmaster's control over the beast will be. If the summoning rate of high-level beasts is increased, the execution standard of compatibility will be lowered. If the beast is summoned without sufficient compatibility, it will devour its master. Then the human world will fall into chaos. Shong Juju said, we have never heard of these. Because everything before this was within a reasonable range and achieved a perfect balance. Whether it's the beast summoning rate or the compatibility, there's no need for beastmasters to know. It is impossible for a beast to devour its master. But now, this balance is in danger of being broken. Hua Xianyan asked, can we just change the beast tamer summoning rate whenever we want? That's too arbitrary. The saint shook her head. Of course not. The Wuxi Qiankuan War, created by Emperor Hua and Emperor Shi, is absolutely perfect. It's just that they also took into account the development and changes of the times. So, 10 array supervisors, the 10 sages were set up. They will adjust Wuxi Qiankuan War according to the development and changes of the times. But every adjustment must be approved unanimously by the 10 sages. And we have to hold 5 discussion meetings 5 times with 10 votes before we can make any adjustments. Wei Wufeng asked, so, the 10 sages have now unanimously approved the adjustment of the beast tamer summoning rate 5 times? The saint narrowed her eyes, and anger appeared on her dreamy face. That's the problem. I participated in and witnessed their meeting throughout. It was clearly not passed unanimously every time, but the final adjustment plan was passed. I would like to use the authority of the saintess to submit a request to reject the Yi Waxi Qiankuan War. Before I could even take action, I was being hunted down, and my main beastmaster was also. A strong hatred and anger appeared on her face. Wei Wufeng sighed, not good. Either one or some of the 10 sages managed to take advantage of the Wuxi Qiankuan War. Or, there's something wrong with the Wuxi Qiankuan War itself. But no matter which one it is, the impact on the entire beast taming system is immeasurable. Could it be? Is this the real reason why the stars of humanity shone in the previous life and the twilight of humanity came later? The saint showed a determined look on her face. I must find out the truth. And stop them from arbitrarily adjusting the beast summoning rate of Wuxi Qiankuan War. This time we're adjusting the beast summoning rate, what about next time? As a saint, I will never allow anyone to do anything wrong. Wei Wufeng said, it's difficult. The saint said, I know it's difficult. But this is my duty as a saint. Wei Wufeng said, I have a suggestion that may make things a little easier for you. The saint looked at him puzzledly and asked, what? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, you and I, soul contract. The saint's expression changed, what did you say? Chapter 67 Andine, I'm back alive. Where's the surprise you mentioned? I'm sorry, I can't make a soul contract with you. This was the saint's initial answer to Wei Wufeng. Very decisive. Very determined. Without any hesitation or thinking. It seems that this is something that there is absolutely no need to hesitate or think about. But when she saw Wei Wufeng's 3-headed beast, she thought of the 10 sages who were adjusting the beast's summoning rate. When she heard Wei Wufeng say, Saint, you don't want the entire beast civilization and the human world to fall into chaos, do you? She hesitated. She struggled. In her opinion, Wei Wufeng, a main beast master, summoned 3 divine beasts. It must be the result of adjusting the beast's summoning rate, and it was a result of a big problem. Otherwise, how could a master beast master possibly summon 3 divine beasts? Unheard of. See what you have never seen before. There has never been anyone like this before, and I'm afraid there will never be anyone like this again. One Wei Wufeng can summon 3 beasts in a row. If this continues, won't the entire human world be in chaos? No. I want to stop it. It must be stopped. As a saint, I must stop the situation from getting worse. Let me. Unable to make a decision, the saint gave in. Think about it. This time, she didn't dare to go too far. Wei Wufeng also knew that he couldn't push too hard. Ahem. Eat your meal one bite at a time. Lu Yao took one step at a time. If you take too big a step, you might easily pull your balls. If you want to win the heart of a super invincible and ultimate beauty like the saint in one go, well, you can win her in one go. If you think about it, you will know that it is unlikely. You need to consider it, right? Then you can think about it slowly. Just don't wait until you come back to ask me for a contract. Don't blame me for making some excessive demands. Although the saint has passed away and her physical injuries have healed, the mental damage remains. She needs to retreat and heal her spiritual damage. Wei Wufeng let her stay in the Taoyuan cave. He and Hua Xianyan and others left the Taoyuan township cave and continued to open up the new land. Li Mufeng, Ji Shukuan, and their co-beast masters will all die. The next person to be killed is Su Fan. At the same time, we must seriously explore new areas and expand the recording content of the BB machine. Since he has participated in this pioneering action, Wei Wufeng certainly wants to achieve the best results. This is something I have never experienced in my previous life. After being reborn, he wanted to experience everything he had not experienced in his previous life. Next, Wei Wufeng and his 3 companions were pioneering and killing monsters in the Arctic snowfield. How to say it? For words easy. The monsters they encountered along the way. What is the golden-horned demonic python? What is ice bear? What is this colloidal tentacle monster? None of them are a match for Wei Wufeng's divine beast. I dare not say that it is killing all the way in seconds, but at least it is crushing all the way. This made Wei Wufeng sing with emotion, invincible, how lonely. The feeling of bullying the weak is so cool. What is a little frustrating is that there is no clue about Su Fan and no trace of him. How can we kill someone if we can't find him? The Arctic snowfield is so huge. Without any clues, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if there are clues, they can easily be covered by strong winds and snow, making them equally difficult to find. Never mind. Let it be. If I can find him, I'll kill him. If I can't find him, I can kill him later. Why should I be in such a hurry? Just when Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan and the other 2 were actively exploring the new land. 4 more people came to the mountain cavity where Wei Wufeng and the saint girl had met before. The scent of the holy beast lingers in the air. She must have been here. Search. Don't miss any clues. Wait a minute, I sense the presence of a demonic beast. It might know something. These 4 people also speak languages from different countries, but they can communicate smoothly. Soon, the Emperor-level monster Abyss Earthworm was pulled out. The 2 beasts summoned by the 4 people suppressed this Emperor-level monster to death. It was like 2 strong men holding down a 3-year-old child. The 4 people asked the Abyss Earthworm what it saw. But I didn't expect that although this Abyss Earthworm was trembling with fear, it was actually very stubborn. He trembled and shouted, "I am the king of demons, and I will never surrender to humans even if I die." Then it really died. Among the 2 beasts summoned by the 4 people, one can gain memories by devouring the brains of corpses. It devoured the brain of the Abyss Worm and actually obtained some clues. I saw a man and 4 women. I can't see the specific appearance clearly, I can only make out a general figure. One of the women must be the saint. If I saw any of them, I would definitely recognize them. Is this also a clue? It's better than nothing. Didn't they sense the breath of the divine beast? No. The aura of the holy beast completely overshadowed the aura of the divine beast. Otherwise, if they followed the aura of the divine beast, they would definitely gain something. Then, the 4 men left. They came in from the hole above the mountain cavity and left from there. These 4 people didn't know that if they thoroughly searched the caves in the entire mountain, they would definitely gain something. However, they stood too high and looked too far, so they couldn't see what was under their feet. They couldn't imagine, at least not now, that the dignified saint would be involved with a student. They don't even know that a group of students are pioneering and gaining experience in the Arctic snowfield. After the 4 left, this mountain space returned to silence. Only the corpse of an emperor-level demon beast remained, rotting there silently. Time. Day after day passes.
Wei Wufeng rode on the nine-tailed fairy Firefox and took the three women with him, galloping across the Arctic snowfield, pioneering and expanding the BB machine record.
Kill monsters and obtain their vitality. Unconsciously. The deadline for pioneering has arrived.
Wei Wufeng and others returned to the outpost and returned their respective pagers. It was not until this time that he saw Su Fan again. Looking at his rosy face, it seems that he is very confident about the results of this pioneering work. The two still didn't talk, just looked at each other from a distance. But both of them understood the meaning of that look. It didn't decide life or death this time, we'll try again next time.
Lian Mengmeng also saw Wei Wufeng. Although these 10 days were very hard and even dangerous. But she held her head high with pride. She would never let Wei Wufeng feel that she was living a bad life. But in fact, she already regretted making a contract with Su Fan in her heart. Su Fan only has oriental elegance in his heart. She is just a tool chicken. The most common use is to use it as a turkey to start a fire.
She really wanted to say I am a flaming chicken instead of a turkey, but she didn't have the courage.
Wei Wufeng. Come and get back together with me. Come quickly. Then I'll tease you a little bit and I'll get back together with you.
Girls with dreams are happy, at least they can still dream.
The results and rankings of this pioneering effort will not be announced until some time later. All we can do is wait patiently. Next. The surviving students of Jiuhu University began their journey home.
During this pioneering period, 1/3 of the people stayed in the Arctic snowfield forever.
5 days later. An airplane landed at Dapeng Airport.
Wei Wufeng and his three companions left the airport through the VIP channel. As soon as he left the airport, Wei Wufeng saw two stunning, beautiful and moving figures. It was Yin Shueshan and
Tuya.
When Tuya saw Wei Wufeng, she remembered something and her cheeks turned red. Then she saw Xiong Juju and immediately cursed in her heart, this playboy has taken another bite.
Hua Xianyan called out mom happily and flew over. The mother and daughter hugged each other.
Wei Wufeng walked forward, but before he could say anything, Tuya blushed and rolled her eyes at him.
He is a big bad guy who bullies others. I don't want to pay attention to you.
Then he took his daughter and got into his car.
Wei Wufeng touched his nose slightly embarrassedly.
Then he glared at Yin Shueshan beside him. It was all the fault of this woman who looked elegant on the outside but was crazy on the inside. He smiled deeply and said, "Aunt Yin, I'm back alive."
Where's the surprise you mentioned? Chapter 68. Yin Shueshan. Well, I contacted Wei Wufeng. Yin Shueshan looked at Wei Wufeng and smiled elegantly. Since it's a surprise, of course it has to be unexpected. You already know everything, so what's the surprise? Be patient. You know, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. That's it.
She opened the car door and was about to lift her long, beautiful legs to get in.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, I'll drive, you do it. Yin Shueshan said, not bad, quite a gentleman. He walked around and sat in the passenger seat.
Wei Wufeng, who had already gotten into the car, watched her get in.
First, stretch out a long leg.
Then she bent over, extended her round and attractive curves, and sat down.
Then shake your upper body in again. Then, again, put the other long leg into the car.
Finally, she stretched out her white jade-like hand and closed the car door.
In less than 2 seconds. Such a simple action of entering the car actually triggered Wei Wufeng's primitive reaction? What a fairy with an elegant appearance and a silver heart.
Wei Wufeng muttered in his heart.
Yin Shueshan fastened his seatbelt and casually asked, how is this pioneering mission? Wei Wufeng started the car. Good. See the snowy scenery of the Arctic. Go skiing. Taste the meat of some monsters. It's delicious. Time flies so fast, it's already expired before I knew it. Yin Shueshan asked, that's it? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, yes, that's it. What else can we do? Fighting and killing, what's the point of talking about that? This woman asks even though she already knows the answer. Haven't the people from your Hua family already reported the situation to you? Still asking? If we have no topic to talk about, we can just not talk about it. Take off your pants, ahem. Then,
in order to avenge her for keeping him in suspense, the petty-minded Wei revealed a little secret.
That's right.
I encountered a super exciting thing. I also met a super exciting person.
Of course he deserves to be called a saint. Yin Shueshan was indeed interested and asked, "What?" Wei Wufeng said, "Just keep it secret." Yin Shueshan was speechless. Then she smiled gracefully and silently and stopped talking. The air in the car suddenly fell into silence. Wei Wufeng drove silently, but his heart was getting hotter and hotter. The faint fragrance coming from the side is like adding firewood to the stove. The more firewood you add, the brighter the fire in the stove will burn. Wei Wufeng just felt dry mouth and tongue. Depend on. Did she deliberately use some kind of perfume that would make people's hearts burn with desire? A while later, Wei Wufeng's right hand left the steering wheel. Like a snake, it moved towards the passenger seat. Finally, it was pressed against a soft and warm place. Yin Shueshan finally spoke, "What are you doing?" "Drive carefully." Wei Wufeng stared straight ahead at the road and said seriously, "I'm driving well." Yin Shueshan's fair and tender cheeks turned red. The redness spread all the way to the fleshy earlobes. I don't know if it's because she is angry or what. Suddenly, her originally relaxed posture suddenly stiffened and tensed. If you look closely, you can see a slight tremor. You can't really see it without looking closely. The corners of Yin Shueshan's mouth twitched and his nostrils moved. Her expression at this moment is very subtle. He is a professional master of micro-expression analysis. I'm afraid I can't tell whether she is in pain or happiness at this moment. She frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid of overturning?" Wei Wufeng held the steering wheel with his left hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm very skilled. I'm very steady." Yin Shueshan gritted his teeth and pursed his lips, saying, "Take it back, or don't blame me for being rude." Wei Wufeng laughed and said, "How are you going to be rude? Are you going to bite me?" Yin Shueshan frowned even deeper and said, "You are playing with fire." Wei Wufeng said, "Then can you help me put out the fire?" Yin Shueshan suddenly grabbed Wei Wufeng's hand tightly. She lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. Her body was frozen like a sculpture. But this is a sculpture placed on a bumpy car. Although the sculpture is rigid and motionless, it trembles when the car is jolted violently. Then the whole person looked like he had just come out of a sauna. The skin was red and steaming. Wei Wufeng was a little surprised by her behavior. "I'm going to." "Not really?" When his right hand returned to Wei Wufeng, it was as if he had just caught fish and shrimp in the river. Wei Wufeng asked inexplicably, "Is Hua Haotian not okay?" Yin Shueshan still lowered his head. Wei Wufeng coughed twice and said, "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Next second, a fragrant breeze blows. It was like a fragrant storm that hit Wei Wufeng. "I just said you were playing with fire." When Wei Wufeng heard these gnashing words, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Depend on. What blinded my eyes? His vision was obstructed and he subconsciously stepped on the brakes. He slammed on the brakes and the car behind him also slammed on the brakes. The two cars almost rear-ended each other. The driver of the car behind was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. That was a close call. That's a famous supercar. If I really get rear-ended, my life will be ruined. While still feeling apprehensive, he also cursed inwardly, driving a sports car is so great. Braking suddenly shows how good you are at braking. He seemed to have completely forgotten what the traffic rules say, always keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front of you. Just finished scolding. The driver of the car behind exclaimed, "Huh? Is it an illusion? Why did I feel like the supercar in front of me jumped a little? It's like having a spring under the chassis of a car." He soon confirmed that he was not mistaken, the car was indeed bouncing. What's going on? Suddenly, the driver thought of a possibility. Ha ha! You can show off your supercar everywhere. In his opinion, rich people drive supercars to show off and to show off to poor people. Is the car broken down? Even the speed of the car has been reduced. No, I have to stay away from it. What if it accidentally bumps into me and I get blamed for it? The driver quickly turned on the right turn signal, changed lanes to the right, and then stepped on the accelerator to accelerate. Looking at the supercar getting farther and farther behind, the driver felt proud. Humph, so what if you're a supercar? I still easily surpassed you. The driver got a brief moment of happiness and satisfaction. I just feel like today is a really beautiful day. There was another person who was also paying attention to the car of Wei Wufeng and Yin Shueshan. Tu ya.
While driving, she listened to her daughter talk about what she encountered during this pioneering mission. But his eyes kept looking at the rearview mirror from time to time, to be precise, at the car in the rearview mirror. Until she sneered when she saw it spring up as if on a spring.
Bitch, I knew you couldn't stand the emptiness. Hua Xianyan asked curiously, Mom, what are you laughing at? Tuya smiled and said, nothing. Mom just thought of something happy. Where were you talking about just now?
Hua Xianyan said, oh, speaking of us tracking Li Mufeng and the others into a cave.
It's about time. Hua family. Today, the Hua family is still in mourning inside and out. Mrs. Hui is gone. Left 5 days ago.
The Hua family's funeral will take 7 days, and there are only 2 days left.
Hua Haotian took a break from his busy schedule, took out his phone, and called in Shueshan. Beside, Su Meiyan, who is as charming as a vixen, is wearing mourning clothes. As the saying goes, if you want to be pretty, be filial. There is still some truth to it, cough. Soon, the call was connected. Hua Haotian asked, did you pick them up? Yin Shueshan's voice came from the receiver, well, I've connected with Wei Wufeng. Chapter 69. Huh? Why is his white hat the same color as the prairie?
I haven't told them yet about coming to the Hua family to pay my respects.
I just received it not long ago. I'll tell you later. Well, I'm driving. Hua Haotian asked, what's wrong? Fine. A car suddenly cut in front of me and almost hit me. Okay, I need to focus on driving, so I'm hanging up now.
Don't worry, I will bring them to the Hua family.
Beep. The phone was hung up. Hua Haotian put away his phone.
The grief of losing his mother made him very depressed.
Su Meiyan asked, how is it? Will they come? Hua Haotian narrowed his eyes. If you don't come, this feud will be completely settled. At other times, he could tolerate it. But this time, he won't tolerate it. Wei Wufeng is also good. Hua Xianyan is also good.
If he didn't even come to his mother's funeral, he would not be considered a member of the Hua family at all. Since he is not a member of the Hua family, then there is no need to be polite.
Paying tribute to Madame Hua is Hua Haotian's bottom line.
If Hua Haotian knew that it was Tuya and Yin Shueshan who did it, I wonder if he would explode on the spot.
Su Meiyan felt the chill emanating from Hua Haotian and couldn't help but shiver.
Inside a supercar traveling at high speed.
Shanghai and Dongguan. If you don't go, the feud with the Hua family will be complete. Yin Shueshan is as elegant as ever.
But at this moment, her elegance was mixed with 5 parts of laziness and 5 parts of fatigue.
So I suggest you go ahead. Light some incense and pay your respects. You don't have to worry about what he will do to you. Hua Haotian attaches great importance to filial piety and also values his reputation.
With his style, even if a mortal enemy came to pay his respects, he would still greet them with a smile.
Besides, you are not his mortal enemy. If he speaks badly of you at the funeral, his reputation will be completely ruined.
The wind blowing in from the car window. Wei Wufeng just felt refreshed. The wind also blew away the damp and hot air that was originally filled in the car.
Ha, if he doesn't know anything, then I'm definitely not his mortal enemy. But once he knows the secret between us, I will definitely be the person he wants to kill the most.
Yin Shueshan's eyes, which seemed to contain the starry sky, were half closed as he looked at Wei Wufeng indifferently.
What? Are you scared? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, how about another try?
Yin Shueshan rolled his eyes at him elegantly. Then he smiled meaningfully and said, it's good that you're not afraid.
Not being afraid makes it more fun. At this time, Wei Wufeng's phone rang.
It was Hua Xianyan who called. She asked Wei Wufeng whether he would go to the Hua family to pay tribute to her deceased grandmother.
Hua Xianyan has no feelings for that grandmother.
She can go or not, and it all depends on her husband.
Wei Wufeng said, go ahead.
The dead are the greatest. They are your relatives after all. You should pay your respects.
Ahead. Tuya is inside the car.
Hua Xianyan hung up the phone and said, Mom, my husband said he's going. When Tuya heard this, her face suddenly became strange.
Are you really going? That crazy woman wouldn't want to implement her crazy, bold, and exciting plan in the Hua family, right? Turn out to be.
Yin Shueshan had already told Tuya about her bolder ideas. Even with Tuya's unique values and ability to accept, she was frightened by Yin Shueishan's boldness and madness.
At that time, she thought, oh my god. Did I awaken some hidden personality of hers? Is she really not afraid of death? Otherwise, why would he be jumping around like crazy on the edge of hell and on the line between life and death? Seeing Tuya's strange expression, Hua Xianyan said, Mom, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly. Could it be that he thought of something? Some things. If Tuya didn't mention it, she wouldn't mention it either. Just pretend it never happened.
But she was also very scared.
I'm afraid my mom will bring it up, afraid to face it. Tuya was stunned and came back to her senses. Oh, do I look ugly? No. Go, huh? Then go. It's time to pay your respects. For forcing Yin Shueishan to poison Madame Hua.
Tuya didn't feel any guilt at all, nor was she afraid at all. Never underestimate the determination of a mother who harbors resentment, craves revenge, and wants to protect her daughter.
And fierce.
As long as the old man is alive, Hua Haotian, the mama's boy, will try every means to force his daughter to marry into the Su family. So, old things must die, there is no room for negotiation. Since they had decided to go to the Hua family to pay tribute to the late Mrs. Hua, the car naturally changed its route and headed straight to the Hua family. Wei Wufeng also reported to Qin Diaochan and explained the reason why he would not be in school for the time being. On the phone, Qin Diaochan was a little worried about Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan. She was worried that the Hua family would take the opportunity to detain Hua Xianyan or even put Wei Wufeng under house arrest. Considering the special nature of the mythical beast, it is not surprising that the Hua family does anything. Wei Wufeng joked, Teacher Qin, if I'm not back to school by 12 o'clock tomorrow, you have to come and save me. He was joking. But Qin Diaochan couldn't smile and said, okay. I will definitely come to save you. Jiuhu University is at least a famous regional university. It may not be among the best in the country, but it is on the list. Oh, by the way, the version has been updated, and the Jiuhu University with its mythical beasts will soon be among the best. In addition, Jiuhu University is run by the government. There is definitely the energy to fight against the Hua family. The Hua family is no longer arrogant. Do you dare to confront Jiuhu University, which is backed by the public? Wei Wufeng could hear the concern and nervousness in Teacher Qin's heart, and he was still very happy. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Then, he called Xia Rina again and told her that he had returned safely. After receiving a call from her stinky little brother and knowing that he had returned safely, Xia Rina was very happy and clamored to try his cooking. Wei Wufeng could only say that he had something to do and would go see her tomorrow. Xia Rina also told Wei Wufeng. Lao Wang obtained investment from Richuan Jiban. She has divorced Lao Wang. It's just that the money from Hikawa Naoki has not yet arrived in full. What he meant was that he would only transfer the remaining money after he met Master Green again. Wei Wufeng said, okay, I'll see him again in 2 days. Hang up the phone. Wei Wufeng noticed Yin Shueishan next to him looking at him and couldn't help but ask, am I handsome? Yin Shueishan said, don't worry about me. Just continue. Wei Wufeng asked, continue what? Yin Shueishan said, keep calling your close female friends. Let me count how many you have. Wei Wufeng twisted his lips and said, don't tell me you're jealous. Jealous? Yin Shueishan smiled elegantly and said, that's a funny joke. Any more? Wei Wufeng said, yes. Of course. Don't you know I'm the little prince of jokes? Then. Next, he blurted out some jokes he had memorized from his previous life. At first, Yin Shueishan was able to hold back his laughter. But as Wei Wufeng's jokes became funnier and funnier, she couldn't hold it in any longer and started to laugh. The laughter was heavy because she was still trying to suppress it. When she arrived at the Hua family, her stomach ached because she had been suppressing her smile. The group went straight into the Hua family and arrived at the morning hall. Then, Wei Wufeng saw Hua Haotian. Ha! He was clearly wearing a white morning hat. Why does it feel like the same color as the prairie? It must be an illusion. Chapter 70 Yin Shueishan, I'll be waiting for you in the morning hall at 3 o'clock tonight. Dad. Hua Xianyan called out to Hua Haotian. Looking at his fellow traveler, Wei Wufeng also called out, Uncle Hua. To be honest, at this moment, he felt inexplicably excited. On the way here, I was still having an intense conversation with him about some urgent and important issues. Now stand in front of him and call him uncle as if nothing happened.
The feeling, TSK. But can I be blamed for this?
I just made a mistake that all men in the world would make.
Besides, putting the facts aside, aren't you at all wrong?
It is obviously because you did not treat the people around you well, which led to their disloyalty and betrayal.
If you had done a little better, there would be no chance for me to interfere. No matter how hard my hoe and shovel are.
I can't even dig up the corners of the wall that has a solid foundation.
A moment.
Wei Wufeng found a bunch of reasons in his mind, and then he felt at ease and enjoyed it.
Fortunately, Hua Haotian didn't have the ability to read minds. Otherwise,
I don't know if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, and then he would go to his deceased mother to continue to show his filial piety.
Okay, I'm glad you're back.
Hua Haotian smiled, and his mood finally became a little happier.
Go, burn some incense for your grandma. You?
Wei Wufeng curled his lips in his heart. But at this time he obviously wouldn't dwell on the details. The two of them walked into a plain white and solemn morning hall. Shu Wei Yuling and Xiong Juju were naturally waiting outside the morning hall. The morning hall was obviously carefully designed and arranged. There are no walls around, only pillars supporting it, and strips of white cloth are hung on them.
The coffin stopped in the middle.
The portrait of the deceased was placed in front of the coffin. Judging from the portrait, she was a kind old lady.
There is a band on the left, playing funeral music with traditional instruments.
Immediate family members knelt on both sides and cried. Such an atmosphere can have a certain impact on people. At this time, Wei Wufeng also met Hua Yingxiang again.
Depend on.
This Hua Yingxiang is Yin Shueshen's son.
If that is the case, then I'm his. Hey!
Hua Yingxiang looked sad. But there was still murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Wei Wufeng.
Of course, he didn't know the little secrets between Wei Wufeng and Yin Shueshen.
The murderous intent in his eyes came from the previous negotiation. Wei Wufeng fooled him and got a beauty and 100 million yuan from the Hua family for free. This caused him to be scolded by Hua Haotian. He was a grown man, but he was almost scolded to tears.
Just imagine, how could Hua Yingxiang not hate Wei Wufeng?
But at this moment, all this hatred can only be hidden in my heart.
He winked. Then the servants presented hemp mourning clothes to Wei and Hua.
Wei Wufeng was also straightforward and put it on directly. Hua Yingxiang then personally handed incense to Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan.
The MC said in a loud voice, the Hua family's granddaughter Xianyan, accompanied by her grandson-in-law Wufeng, surnamed Wei, Bao. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes secretly and said, "You're taking advantage of me, aren't you? When did I become the grandson-in-law of your Hua family? You, Hua Haotian, are so dishonest. What are you talking about filial piety?
You're trying to use your mother's death to make a fuss and tie me up on your Hua family's boat, right?
Forget it. Why should I bother with a dead person? You treat me as your son-in-law, right?
I still treat you as a brother.
How about we discuss our own issues? 2 bows. 3 bows. Kneel. 1 kowtow. 2 kowtows. 3 kowtows. Rise. Burning incense. The ceremony is over. Finally, someone specially led Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan out of the morning hall. The Hua family's butler stepped forward.
Miss, son-in-law, the master knows that you have just returned and has arranged the room.
Please follow me. Wei Wufeng said, No, I have something else to do. We've already entered the Hua family, so why rush to leave? Yin Shueshen and Tuya walked over.
The person who spoke was Yin Shueshen. At this time, they were all in mourning.
They are 2 elegant beauties. They are so charming.
They were both so pitiful. Even Tuya, after wearing mourning clothes, felt like she had been reborn.
Although it's not very good.
But when he saw the 2 people in mourning, Wei Wufeng's eyes lit up and he felt an inexplicable urge in his heart.
If you want to be pretty, be filial. The ancients were so wise. Yin Shueshen looked at Wei Wufeng and said, Let's spend the night here. She blinked.
Just this one glance made Wei Wufeng feel like he was electrocuted.
Tuya looked at Wei Wufeng, then at Yin Shueshen.
She pursed her lips, which were still rosy without lipstick, and said, Wufeng, is your matter important?
If it is important. She wanted to drive Wei Wufeng away. Yin Shueshen's plan is too bold. No, not bold, crazy, so crazy. It was so crazy that even she was a little scared. In fact, Tuya is a little bit of a bully. Outside the Hua family, she is very brave. He even dared to drug in Shueishan, the big sister, and then filmed a private action movie for her. But now that she is back at the Hua family, she feels a little timid again. Instead, it was In Shueishan. After letting go completely, you will have a fearless attitude and have no taboos. Of course, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid. But she won't stop doing something just because she is afraid. On the contrary, it was precisely because of fear that she had to do it even more. She really enjoys this feeling of being afraid but having to do it. To be honest, the private action movie in Tuya's hand no longer had much of an impact on her. This is also somewhat related to the fact that she also holds Tuya's private action movie in her hand, but not much. In Shueishan glared at Tuya. That look seemed to be saying, "Don't ruin my good thing." Then he looked at Wei Wufeng with a smile. What could be so important? Don't leave. Let's have a family dinner together tonight, and I'll introduce you to the Hua family. Wei Wufeng blinked and smiled. Since Andine said so, I won't leave tonight. Snort. I want to see what you are up to. Tuya sighed inwardly. I couldn't help but glance at the morning hall. Old man, I tried my best, don't blame me. After Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, Shui Yiling, Xiong Juju and others went to the guest room to rest. Night. At the Hua family dinner, In Shueishan, the mistress, became Hua Haotian's mouthpiece. Introduce people from the Hua family to Wei Wufeng and control the atmosphere at the family dinner. Wei Wufeng didn't feel anything about other people. But there was only one person whose eyes lit up and left a deep impression on him. It was the second wife of the Hua family, Su Meiyan. She wore a plain morning dress, which was light and graceful, showing her curves and full of three-dimensional sense. It makes her look more slender, graceful, and translucent. The already beautiful and charming lady, with her plain face and morning clothes, looks even more graceful and elegant. Her cheeks are as white as snow, and her facial features are as delicate as if they were carved by a master. She has long and thin eyebrows, bright eyes, and a straight nose. The long black hair like a waterfall is simply styled and falls naturally to the waist. What makes people's heart beat faster is the charming and enchanting aura that emanates from her. There is no need to try hard. Just the way you sit, the way you say and do, the way you blink and turn your eyes, all exude seductive charm. Wei Wufeng secretly sighed. Brother Hua Haotian, you are so lucky. After dinner, In Shueishan sent a text message to Wei Wufeng. I'll be waiting for you at the funeral hall at 3 o'clock tonight. Wei Wufeng was shocked. Damn it. Are you playing so extravagantly? I am a serious person. No. Definitely not going. Chapter 71, Hua Haotian is dreaming. Fortune teller, congratulations to the Hua family for their new addition. A moment before 3 o'clock in the morning. The moon is dark and the wind is strong. The main room of the house. Hua Haotian tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy. If this were any other time, he would definitely seek out the beauties in the harem to communicate and interact with them. But now he is still in mourning. Sexual intercourse must be abstaining from during the mourning period. Otherwise, it would be extremely unfilial to your mother. The reason why an ancient family is ancient is not because it has been passed down for a long time. The most fundamental reason is that it has always followed the ancient system. As the saying goes, the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. According to the Hua family's ancestral law, when parents pass away, the eldest son must observe mourning for 5 years. That means, at the moment when Mrs. Hua passed away, Hua Haotian's beauties in the harem would be widowed for 5 years. 5 years. 5 whole years. Thinking about not being able to eat meat for 5 years. It was impossible for Hua Haotian to say that he had no thoughts at all. But this tiny thought of extremely unfilial was overwhelmed by his deep filial piety. Isn't it just 5 years? 5 years is 5 years. I defend. He thought of the people who were keeping watch tonight. She is the one keeping watch tonight. You shouldn't be afraid, right? Alas. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made my zodiac sign clash with my mother's, so I can't be with her? The fortune teller calculated for Hua Haotian and found that his zodiac sign and his mother's zodiac sign were in conflict. If he goes to keep vigil for his mother, it will greatly damage his good karma and bring disaster to his ancestors and future generations.
So even though Hua Haotian really wanted to go to his mother's coffin and keep vigil to show his filial piety, he had to endure it.
Time passes. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wei Wufeng came to the morning hall. He really had no other ideas. I just want to see what Yin Shuexian is up to really. When he approached the morning hall, he found that there was no one guarding it. The entire area was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. After walking dozens of steps, you can see a dim lantern. You know, the Hua family mansion covers a very large area, it is like a small city. With white cloth, white banners, and white paper lanterns hanging everywhere, the atmosphere was extremely eerie. Of course, Wei Wufeng is not afraid. But some people are afraid. When Wei Wufeng arrived at the morning hall, he heard a sobbing sound, as if the person was crying out of fear. Come closer and take a look. I saw a man in mourning kneeling in front of the coffin, with his head lowered, trembling, and twisting. Will she cry out of fear? Are you still so scared? Wow, so you have a vulnerable side too? I thought you asked me to come here to learn some scenes from the daily life action movies. So you want me to give you courage? A funny idea suddenly popped up in Wei Wufeng's mind. He tiptoed and approached from behind like a thief. Ha! This scent, did she change her perfume? Wei Wufeng's heart surged when he smelled a strange, moving, and intoxicating fragrance. Then, Wei Wufeng stretched out his hands from behind. A hand covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming in fear. The other hand held her waist to prevent her from moving in fear. As a result, the moment he started to make his move, Wei Wufeng was frightened. Oh shit! Not Yin Shuexian. The touch of this skin. The outline of this face. The thickness of the waist. Wei Wufeng thought he was very familiar with Yin Shuexian's body. So he was sure that the person in his arms was definitely not her. Who else could it be but her? With a curious impulse of I want to see who it is, Wei Wufeng turned the person in his arms around. Of course, the person in my arms resisted instinctively. But her resistance was quite weak. He turned around and said in surprise, "Why is it you?" It turned out to be the woman he met at the dinner table before, who made his heart beat fast and his blood boil. Su Meiyan. At this moment, Su Meiyan's whole body was burning hot, her cheeks were red, and her eyes were blurry. The breath that came out as she cried and complained was so hot that it could melt people. She looked so familiar. Last time, Tuya was. Clang 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 clang. A smug voice sounded as if a prank had been accomplished. Wei Wufeng was so startled that he turned his head and saw Yin Shuexian and Tuya walking out from behind the fluttering white cloth. Both of them were holding filming equipment. Yin Shuexian asked, "How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Wei Wufeng was full of questions. What are you guys doing? Yin Shuexian pointed at Su Meiyan and said, "Of course it's her." Wei Wufeng looked at Tuya. Tuya's guilty gaze dodged, and she said, "You, don't look at me. It's none of my fault. She forced me to do it." Yin Shuexian asked, "Little thief, are you satisfied with my surprise?" Wei Wufeng didn't have any worries in his mind and immediately realized the key problem. Aren't you afraid that Hua Haotian will tear you apart? Yin Shuexian licked his red lips, looking crazy and excited. Of course I'm scared. But the more scared I am, the more exciting it is. The more scared I am, the more I want to play. This little bitch relies on his favor and doesn't take me, her elder sister, seriously at all. She orders me around like a servant from time to time. I've wanted to give her a good beating for a long time. Today I'm going to give her a hard time and let her know who's the boss. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's get to the point. Why, you're not going to act like a gentleman now, are you? Su Meiyan was drugged, and even though she was conscious, she could not control her body. He has actually entangled Wei Wufeng. At this time, her strength was surprisingly great. Shit, I can't even win in a contest of strength? It's not like I'm going to be touched today, right? Impossible. Yin Shuexian actually used me as her tool for revenge? Wei Wufeng looked at Tuya and said, "Help me. Help me pry her apart." Tuya exclaimed in astonishment, glanced at Su Meiyan's expression, and subconsciously said, "She's like this, shouldn't we open it?" Wei Wufeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and said, "I was talking about my hands." What are you thinking about? Tuya's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head to help.
After Wei Wufeng regained his freedom, he came to Yin Shueshan.
Yin Shueshan asked, "Why are you looking at me?"
Wei Wufeng lifted her chin and said, "You can ask me to help you get revenge, but I have one condition: you go first."
Yin Shueshan laughed crazily and evilly. "Ah, okay. Brush." A strong wind blew.
A piece of white cloth fell to the ground. Then a strong wind blew, and the white banner twisted wildly, covering everything in the hall.
The main room of the house. Ah! Hua Haotian let out a scream. He finally fell asleep but woke up again with a start. He just had a dream.
I dreamed that I was galloping on a horse across a vast green grassland, when suddenly a giant python appeared and swallowed me whole. Hua Haotian quickly called the housekeeper and asked him to invite the fortune teller who was still in the mansion.
The Taoist fortune teller listened to Hua Haotian recounting his dream and bowed with a smile.
1,000 ships pass by the sunken boat, and 1,000 trees bloom in front of the dead tree. Master Hua, a Taoist priest, can also be called that. Congratulations.
Hua Haotian's face turned cold. My mother just died, and you're congratulating me?
The fortune teller seemed unaware that he had said something wrong and was stroking his beard. Master Hua, this dream of yours is a very auspicious one, a dream of the utmost auspiciousness.
The prairie is a vibrant scene. Galloping on the prairie, it symbolizes the Hua family's prosperous future and immediate success. Hua Haotian's expression relaxed slightly, and then he asked, "The giant python swallowed me, why?"
The fortune teller had an unfathomable expression, as if he had already seen through everything.
The python is the son of the dragon.
Dreaming of a giant python indicates that Master Hua will have another child, and he will become a dragon in the future.
Hua Haotian said, "But this giant python actually bit me back." The master chuckled and shook his head. Master Hua, whose son doesn't grow up to be a traitor to his parents? This is the principle that has been passed down from generation to generation.
Only with the nurturing of our predecessors can future generations thrive and enjoy the blessings of their predecessors, passing them on from generation to generation. If the giant python doesn't devour Master Hua, it will instead indicate discord between father and son, or even alienation between them.
That would be extremely bad.
The old lady is mourning a happy death, and Mr. Hua should be happy. The Hua family has a new member, and Mr. Hua should be even happier. Perhaps, this newcomer is the blessing that the old lady has left for you.
Hearing this, Hua Haotian burst into laughter. Ha ha. Good. Okay. Thank you, master, for interpreting my dream. Butler, I will offer you a small gift of incense.
After seeing off the fortune teller, Hua Haotian fell into a sweet sleep.
Just before falling asleep, he was still anticipating, who will give birth to a son for me? Chapter 72, Yin Shueshan's even crazier ideas. Principal Qin's unorthodox expectations. For K2 and 1, please support. Sleep until dawn.
As soon as Hua Haotian woke up, he didn't need any servants to serve him.
He quickly washed up and went straight to the morning hall. He really dotes on Su Meiyan.
If it wasn't her turn to keep watch, Hua Haotian really wouldn't want to let her stay up all night alone.
Su Meiyan was originally timid. Another night of guarding a coffin alone. Ouch. Just thinking about it made Hua Haotian feel heartbroken. He hurried to the morning hall. Su Meiyan's sobbing could be heard from a distance.
Let us not even mention the distress and pity Hua Haotian felt. If he wasn't in front of his mother's coffin and portrait, he really wanted to rush over and hug Su Meiyan in his arms.
Yen, thank you for your hard work.
He strode forward, comforting her with a distressed look. Mother will surely appreciate your filial piety and bestow blessings upon you.
Hua Haotian squatted in front of Su Meiyan and looked at her. Her face looked haggard, but at the same time, she had a kind of beauty that made one's heart beat fast and unable to control oneself. If this were any other time, he would have been unable to hold back. Although it ended quickly. But at least I enjoyed it. But he finally held back. Observe the mourning period. You must abstain from women for 5 years. When I think about this. Then look at Su Meiyan in front of him. Hua Haotian couldn't help but sigh inwardly, 5 years. How am I going to get through this? A thought even popped up in my mind, no. I want to see less of Yen in the next 5 years. She's too tempting. He was afraid that he would lose control and break the rules of mourning. Not to mention, he himself didn't want to break the rules. So many people from the Hua family are watching. If I break the rules, some people who don't obey me will make a big fuss.
Su Meiyan raised her head, her eyes red, and looked at Hua Haotian pitifully, her pale lips slightly parted.
Brother Tian, cough cough. Hua Haotian's heart tightened. What's wrong with your voice? Why are you so mute? Are you hoarse from crying so hard? My eyes are red too. Yen, thank you for your hard work.
Crying for the dead is a way for female family members to express their filial piety to their deceased elders. Of course, men can also cry at the funeral, but female family members are required to cry.
The louder you cry, the longer you cry.
It means that the more filial you are, the more respect you will have for your deceased elders.
Su Meiyan said, woo. Woo woo.
She seemed to have something to say, but couldn't, so she started crying again.
Sobbing. Shaking shoulders. Hua Haotian's face was full of heartache. Heartbreaking. So heartbreaking.
Just as he was comforting her, big sister Yin Shueshan came.
Hua Haotian immediately turned his heartache for Su Meiyan into anger towards Yin Shueshan. How do you manage to be a sister? Why did you come only now? You don't even know how to care about your sister.
Yin Shueshan was stunned by the scolding, and anger surged in his heart.
Why are you mad at me so early in the morning? But the anger dissipated in the next second. Sneered secretly. Don't I care about her enough?
I was worried that she would feel lonely and cold during the night watch, so I specially found a masculine and tough handsome man to accompany her. When she begged for mercy, I even helped her share the pressure. Hua Haotian, how else do you want me to care about her?
That's what I thought in my heart. However, he apologized to Hua Haotian and Su Meiyan very elegantly, sincerely and earnestly.
She is just like that. No matter what she does in her heart, she always appears to be flawless, elegant and noble on the surface.
So Hua Haotian couldn't continue to vent his anger on her.
All I could say was, take your sister back to her room to rest.
When Su Meiyan heard this, she immediately resisted and said, Brother Tian, can you go with me? How could Hua Haotian dare?
Facing the charming and morbidly beautiful Su Meiyan, he was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself. I have to receive some important guests later, so it's the same if I ask your elder sister to accompany you instead of me.
Su Meiyan still wanted to rescue him, but
Yin Shueshan had already taken her hand and said, let's go, dear sister.
Sister will take you back to your room to rest. Su Meiyan met her gaze and immediately dared not resist.
She was pulled away by Yin Shueshan, looking back every few steps, her face full of pity. There was a hint of imperceptible resentment in his eyes. It looked like a little, big white rabbit being dragged into a slaughterhouse.
Yin Shueshan pulled Su Meiyan into his yard.
Each of them has her own small courtyard. The size of each person's courtyard varies depending on their ranking and degree of favor. Of course, Yin Shueshan's courtyard is the largest.
Of course, Su Meiyan didn't want to enter Yin Shueshan's courtyard.
But he was still pulled in forcibly.
After entering the house, Su Meiyan finally couldn't help herself and said, You vicious woman. Aren't you afraid that if Brother Tian finds out, he'll tear you into pieces?
Yin Shueshan sat down gracefully, poured himself a glass of water and took a sip.
Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. But when I think about having my sister by my side on the road to the underworld and not being alone, I'm not afraid at all. Su Meiyan stared at her with resentment and anger, gritting her teeth. You'll die. I won't. You drugged me. You're the one who killed me. I didn't betray Brother Tian.
Yin Shueshan smiled elegantly and waved.
Come on, I took pictures of everything that happened last night. Let's enjoy them together.
She took out her notebook, inserted the memory card, and started playing. The charming voice came out from the laptop's speakers.
Su Meiyan's cheeks flushed red as she angrily said, You are shameless. She rushed over to turn it off. If this sound is heard by others, I will be doomed.
Yin Shueshan stretched out his hand, grabbed and pulled Su Meiyan into his arms, hugging her tightly.
Good sister, don't move. The excitement is yet to come. She fast-forwarded to a certain point. Then,
a conversation came out. It was about discussing the length of time.
Su Meiyan said the words 3 minutes in person. Now, Su Meiyan was completely desperate and panicked. Is this something you can say? Hua Haotian exploded on the spot after hearing this. But she still argued, You drugged me. I was unconscious. That was not my intention.
Yin Shuishan hugged Su Mei Yan and smiled elegantly.
Good sister, do you think he can accept what you said? Even if you were insane, what you said is true, right? Since ancient times, the truth has always been the most hurtful. Su Mei Yan cried. He covered his face and cried, feeling sad and sorrowful. Yin Shuishan pulled down her hands that were covering her face and hooked her chin. This way, he looks just like a hooligan who harasses decent women, the female version. My dear sister, why are you crying? A blessing in disguise. You have to know that he can't touch you for the next 5 years. 5 years, can you really endure the emptiness and loneliness? It's okay now. As long as you want, sister can help you arrange it at any time. You don't have to worry about being discovered. People surnamed Hua never interfere with matters in the inner house. The inner house is my sister's territory. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Under Yin Shuishan's coercion and inducement, Su Mei Yan temporarily surrendered. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Sister, why are you doing this? Yin Shuishan smiled elegantly, with a hint of evil charm. How boring is life in this wealthy family? Don't you think life would be more interesting with a little excitement? Next is the fourth one. Su Mei Yan's eyes widened as she said, Old four, you won't let her go? She's a police officer. Yin Shuishan hooked her chin and smiled more elegantly and charmingly. Don't you think it's more exciting and interesting? Not just the fourth but all of them. Anyway, people with the surname Hua have to observe mourning for 5 years. After 5 years without sex, he must be feeling restless. I'm helping him stabilize his harem. All? Su Mei Yan widened her eyes. For a moment I didn't know what to say. There was only one thought in my mind, she's crazy. Then the face of that man appeared in my mind. If it's all, can he do it? Thinking of his strength and toughness, I muttered to myself. That should be, okay, right? Hello? Can you do it? No, I need to call for car repairs. I'm on patrol and in a hurry. The person who spoke was a female police officer. She was wearing a black women's uniform, which set off her slender and hot figure. The back is curved and the front is protruding, which is very seductive. Her stunning face was cold and proud, with her arms folded across her chest, her exaggerated pectoral muscles almost bursting through her shirt. Her black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair face. The eyebrows are thin and dense. Pearly eyes. A little bit of red lips. She also has a delicate and straight nose and a waist as slender as a willow. Wheat-colored stockings wrapped around her beautiful long legs, round, slender, flawless, and looking particularly slender and perfect. Any man who sees it will be heart-pounding and go crazy for it. What? Doesn't that police uniform have any deterrent effect at all? Joke. The uniforms are clearly giving the criminals buffs like excitement, violent, blood boiling, attack power, attack speed and so on. By the way, it also comes with a loss of sanity debuff. Wei Wufeng closed the hood of the dead police car and said with a smile, I'll know if I can do it after I give it a try. I'll try starting the engine. He took the girls away from the Hua family early in the morning. Including Tuya. They didn't even have breakfast. No one from the Hua family tried to stop them. Wei Wufeng certainly didn't want to escape as quickly as possible because he had done something wrong. He is not a serious person, let alone a moral gentleman. Some things. If he was afraid, he wouldn't do it. Now that you have done it, you won't be afraid. Guilty? Get away? It's impossible. He simply didn't want to stay in the Hua family. As a result, halfway through the journey, Tuya actually met an acquaintance. Who? Ao Shui Shuang. Hua Haotian's fourth concubine, Tuya's nominal sister. You can tell from her uniform that she is an official. Tuya and Ao Shui Shuang's relationship cannot be said to be good, but it is not bad either. Since we have met, it is still necessary to say hello. After saying hello, I found out that Ao Shui Shuang's car broke down. Wei Wufeng volunteered to help repair the car. After all, he lived for 100 years in his previous life. I dare not say that I am proficient in every field, but I have a basic understanding of them. He is particularly good at repairing computers, unclogging sewers, changing light bulbs, repairing air conditioners, and repairing cars. Ao Shui Shuang got into the car, started the engine, and successfully started the car. She stuck her head out, and a smile finally appeared on her cold and arrogant face. She said, Young man, you are quite good. Wei Wufeng smiled. I said I can do it, right? It's just that a pipe is blocked. It will be fine if you clear it. But your car is too old, with a lot of minor problems. There's no need to repair it. I suggest you buy a new one. Bang! Ao Shueishuang closed the car door. It's a public vehicle, so I don't have the final say on whether to replace it or not. Okay, I still have to patrol, so I won't say anymore. I'll treat you to a meal next time, third sister. Bye. After saying that, she started the car and drove away. Wei Wufeng muttered, no wonder it broke down if you built an old car like this. After getting in the car, he asked, why didn't she go to wear mourning? Tuya said, well, actually, she and Hua Haotian had a falling out a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Wei Wufeng's 8-trigram soul immediately ignited and asked, what's going on? Tuya said, to put it simply, she handled a case 3 years ago that involved the Hua family. It turned out that 3 years ago, a member of the Hua family's side branch killed someone. As a result, Ao Shueishuang caught him. Hua Haotian told her not to worry about it, but how could she listen? He had a big quarrel with Hua Haotian, and then arrested the Hua's collateral branch disciple. In the end, that collateral descendant was sentenced to death by firing squad. Wei Wufeng was surprised and asked, you said she was a criminal police officer? Why is she wearing a traffic police uniform? Tuya answered his questions and resolved his doubts. 3 months ago, she accidentally injured a child while investigating a case. Hua Haotian secretly operated, and she was kicked to the traffic police team. After saying that, she added, I heard from the fourth brother that the kid is in cahoots with the evil forces. But that kid was very cunning and didn't leave any evidence. Plus, he's a minor, so. Tuya shrugged, and there was no need to say anything else. Are you a minor? Don't say there is no evidence. It's useless even if you have evidence. The 3 words minor are someone's indestructible buff, with no taboos and even gods and ghosts scratching their heads. No conversation along the way. Wei Wufeng and his group returned to Zhouhu University and building A09 of Kuizuyuan. Ah! It's still more comfortable at home. Tuya said with an ambiguous tone, I suggest you move to a bigger house. If you add another one, there won't be enough room. She glanced at Xiong Juju who came with her. His eyes swept over her breasts, and he enviously thought to himself, they're so big. What did they eat to grow so big? Wei Wufeng laughed and said, okay, I'll talk to the principal and get a bigger one. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will call me. It's Principal Qin Zhaojun. It was obvious that the security guard had communicated with Qin Zhaojun. Wei Wufeng hung up the phone and said, the principal is looking for me. I'll go ask her for a bigger house right now. You guys can just make do with yourselves for breakfast. This meeting was not in the office, but at Principal Qin's home. When Wei Wufeng arrived, it was Qin Daochan who opened the door for him. Qin Daochan, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, has a unique charm. If you only wear an apron, wouldn't it be better? Wei Wufeng said with a smile, Teacher Qin, are you making breakfast? I haven't eaten either. Do you mind if I have a free meal? Qin Daochan welcomed him warmly and said, how could that be? I'm just afraid it won't suit your taste. Please don't be disgusted. Wei Wufeng said with a smile, Teacher Qin, I'm a very honest person. If it really doesn't taste good, I won't be polite. Principal Qin was reading a newspaper at the dining table. When he saw Wei Wufeng come in, he put down the newspaper and talked to him. The topic, of course, revolves around the joint pioneering operation that just ended. Chatting and chatting. Breakfast is ready. Wei Wufeng took a bite of the noodles made by Teacher Qin, savored them carefully, and then praised them highly, saying, Teacher Qin, your cooking skills are amazing. This was based on what Wei Wufeng said before, if it really doesn't taste good, I won't be polite. Qin Daochan was particularly pleased with his praise at this moment. Eating and chatting. There were 3 of us at the table, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy, like a family. Before we knew it, Principal Qin brought up the serious business. I have reached an agreement with Jinghua University on an exchange student program. Are you interested in going to the top university in the country to experience it? Exchange student? This didn't seem to happen in my previous life. Wasn't it made specially for me? Wei Wufeng said, Principal, aren't you afraid that they'll offer huge benefits and poach me? Principal Qin smiled slightly, so charming. I'm not really worried. On the contrary, I'm hoping you can lure over some of the beauties from Jinghai University. Wei Wufeng was stunned. Principal, I can't accept your inappropriate words. Chapter 73, Teacher Qin, I helped you catch your cheating husband. How are you going to thank me? Sister, what are you talking about? Qin Daochan looked at Qin Zhaojun with annoyance. You're still the principal. Speaking of this, Qin Daochan's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. Her expression changed slightly and she said, You guys eat. I'll go answer a call. Wei Wufeng glanced casually and saw that the caller ID was Changqing. Evergreen? That must be Xia Changqing. Her expression was obviously not right just now. Could something have happened to them? Wei Wufeng didn't know that a big conflict had broken out between Xia Changqing and Qin Daochan. The root of the conflict can be said to be Wei Wufeng. During the pioneering period, Xia Changqing's behavior of abandoning Wei Wufeng and running away made Qin Daochan very angry. If it weren't for the more than 10 years of relationship between the two, she wanted to cut off all ties with Xia Changqing. But she's a woman. After all, we are emotional animals. There are rational ones, but they are very few. After a few days, Qin Daochan softened her heart and decided to give Xia Changqing another chance. Xia Changqing has been actively remedying the situation for these people and has maintained a very positive attitude. Qin Daochan's inner grudge gradually dissipated. No one is perfect. Who can be without mistakes? There is nothing better than admitting one's mistakes and correcting them. Wei Wufeng didn't know about this and could only guess based on Qin Daochan's subtle expressions. He estimated that even if something happened between Qin Daochan and Xia Changqing, it would not be a big deal. If it was really a big deal, she would definitely not even answer Xia Changqing's call. Since the principal has such confidence in me, I will definitely work hard and never let you down. Wei Wufeng said with a high-spirited look on his face. Qin Zhaojun smiled and said, Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, You really are Aunt Tu's best friend, just as dishonest. My pure heart is about to be polluted by you two indecent women. How are you going to compensate me? After a while, Qin Daochan came back after answering the phone. Qin Zhaojun asked casually, Why did he look for you? Qin Daochan sat down and said, Nothing, just treat me to dinner tonight. Qin Zhaojun shook his head helplessly and said, You should take care of your own affairs. Then he said to Wei Wufeng, Student Wei, those who participated in the pioneering work have 3 days off. Have fun and relax. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, Okay. Do I need to relax yet? I've been pretty relaxed, okay. With only 3 more days off, he was of course happy to continue relaxing and enjoying his vacation. Before leaving, Wei Wufeng took the opportunity to ask for a bigger house. Principal, you just told me to bring back some beautiful girls from Jinghua. Where are they going to live after they come back? The house I live in now is very crowded. You can't just bring someone to my place and make them sleep on the sofa, right? Qin Zhaojun was also very straightforward. That's easy. You can live in the house next door to mine. That's where the previous principal lived. They lived with their whole family. There's plenty of space and rooms. After we moved here, we just happened to be neighbors. I'll have my secretary clean it up and send the key to you later. Will Wei Wufeng be polite to her? Okay. Being neighbors with the principal and teacher Qin is like being close to the water and getting the moon first. If you don't understand something in the future, you can always come and ask for advice. After Wei Wufeng left, Qin Zhaojun couldn't help but ask, You're such an irresponsible man, are you really going to continue like this? Qin Daochan said, How can we just end a relationship of more than 10 years? Sister, I know what's going on. Qin Zhaojun opened his mouth to persuade him again, but finally shook his head and sighed. This is your own feeling, you can handle it yourself. But now that this has happened, I think you should lower your expectations of him. The length of time doesn't mean anything. There are many people in the world who are better than him. Not to mention those far away, Wei Wufeng is pretty good. He's so handsome, even if he's doing nothing, he's still pleasing to the eye. Qin Daochan rolled her eyes and said, Sister, you're getting more and more ridiculous. He's a student. Qin Zhaojun glared. What's wrong with the students? We're all adults. What does it matter if we're students or not? Your brother-in-law also said that my teacher, cough. Qin Daochan opened her mouth to speak.
Xin Zhaojun seemed to have predicted it and continued to output.
Age is not a problem.
It's no problem for us Beastmasters to live over 100 years.
You and he are only a dozen years apart.
People are still together despite being dozens or even hundreds of years apart in age.
What's a decade apart? Xin Daochan was speechless.
She opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted again.
Are you trying to say he's too fickle? There are a lot of beautiful women around, don't you want to go out and join in the fun? What's this? He's so handsome and outstanding. If he's loyal in love, he's certainly worthy of admiration and praise. But even if she's a little fickle, it's not unacceptable.
You're not going to sell yourself to him.
Just be together first, and if it doesn't work out, we can break up. Stomp.
Xin Daochan stomped her feet in anger and her face turned red.
Sister. You're getting more excited the more you talk, aren't you? You are the principal.
The role model among teachers, you are the role model among role models.
Is it really appropriate to say these things? Are you really hoping that I and Changqing will break up? Since you like Wei Wufeng so much, why don't you just be a couple with him?
After saying that, she said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, and picked up her bag and left. Xin Zhaojun sighed, I'm obviously the elder sister, but I have to worry about my mother.
It's not easy for me. Sudden. Xin Daochan's words just now came to her mind, why don't you just live with him as a couple? Xin Zhaojun shook his head speechlessly.
And he said what I said was outrageous.
What you said is even more outrageous.
It's outrageous that the mother opened the door for the outrageous thing, it's outrageous to the extreme. After Wei Wufeng left Principal Qin's house, he received a call from Xue Jinqing on the way.
What are you doing? What else can I do?
Of course, she invited Wei Wufeng to her house for dinner and let him taste her cooking.
Wow.
I called yesterday to let everyone know I was safe, but I forgot about her. But even if he hadn't forgotten, he had no intention of calling Xue Jinqing to report his safety.
Have a meal?
Wei Wufeng was about to agree when something suddenly occurred to him.
Didn't Xie Changqing invite Xin Daochan to dinner at Longhuan Waterside tonight? Ahem. Yes, Wei Wufeng had unethically eavesdropped on the conversation between Xin Daochan and Xie Changqing. Aunt Xue, I'm so sorry to trouble you to cook for me every day. How about I treat you to a meal out this time? Okay. That's a happy decision then. I'll pick you up tonight. Bye.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
When Wei Wufeng saw the word evergreen just now, he decided not to wait any longer and he wanted to take the initiative. Separate them as soon as possible, and then let Teacher Qin do it to you. What are you doing? At that time, it was a study on the theory of beast taming. What else could it be? Tonight, we must go up even if we have the chance, and we must create opportunities even if we don't. Sunlight Happiness Community. Xue Jinqing's family. Lian Mengli asked hurriedly. Mom, what did he say? Hey, why are you frowning? Just tell me what you have to say. She is very anxious. She was really anxious. Because just yesterday, she was dumped by Su Fan. Yes, she was dumped, the contract was terminated. Lian Mengli now has no main Beastmaster anymore. Last night, Su Fan unilaterally terminated her contract.
No matter how hard Lian Mengli begged, even kneeling down and crying, Su Fan did not change his mind. This time, Lian Mengli finally experienced the feeling of being dumped.
So humiliating. Very annoying. I have a strong desire for revenge in my heart. You dumped me today, and tomorrow I want you to look up to me. It's actually normal for Lian Mengli to be dumped. It would be abnormal if you weren't dumped. The purpose of Su Fan's contract with Lian Mengli was to stimulate and disgust Wei Wufeng.
As a result, this goal was not achieved at all. Instead of stimulating or disgusting Wei Wufeng, Su Fan felt that he was stimulating and disgusted.
Plus, yesterday, Su Fan learned that he would go to Jinghua University for exchange and study.
The decision was made immediately to terminate the contract with Lian Mengli.
If I don't terminate the contract, will I keep her around and continue to disgust myself? If I don't terminate the contract, do I still have to spend money and resources to train her? If I don't terminate the contract, do I have to take her to Jinghua University for exchange? Lian Mengli is not qualified at all.
If He Yunfeng saw that I had contracted such a rubbish Beastmaster, he would definitely laugh at me.
Termination of contract. The contract must be terminated. Very smooth. Hurry up. After being dumped, Lian Mengli didn't feel sad for too long.
Because in her opinion, she still has a very good backup.
Who? Of course it's Wei Wufeng. As long as I can get back together with Wei Wufeng, I can then take revenge and vent my anger. Su Fan, I want you to know that terminating your contract with me is the worst decision you've ever made. I will make you regret it.
In the end, the pressure fell on Xue Jinsheng, the mother. Xue Jinsheng said he'd like me to have dinner at a place called Longhuan Waterside tonight.
Lian Mengli's eyes lit up. He wants to treat you to a meal? That's a good thing. Mom, you must seize this opportunity. Let him get back together with me as soon as possible.
You don't know, the school will soon select a group of outstanding students to go to Jinghua University for exchange studies.
Mom, that's Jinghua University, the top university in the country. This opportunity is so important to me that it will affect my whole life. I can't miss it. Xue Jinsheng was in deep pain. Mengli, Mom has already. I have given everything I could and couldn't give. How else can we seize the opportunity?
In the past, Xue Jinsheng really cared about his daughter and gave everything for her.
But now, she was really getting impatient. But what can you do if you are impatient? You can't just ignore your daughter. I can only go ahead with it. Time passes.
Before I knew it, the agreed time had arrived. Xue Jinsheng usually wears ugly makeup when she goes out, but today she put on beautiful makeup. Even Mengli couldn't help but sigh when she saw it, saying, "Mom, you look so beautiful today." When Xue Jinsheng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Looking at herself in the mirror again, she was so beautiful that even she was dazed.
How so? Why do I draw so beautifully?
I just had a meal with Wei Wufeng and talked about his reconciliation with his daughter.
Put on such beautiful makeup, it seems like I'm going on a date with a man.
When Xue Jinsheng thought of this, his heart began to beat wildly. She would use makeup remover everywhere to wash off all the makeup on her face. In fact, she only wore light makeup, and it was a rather simple and elegant kind. But her foundation is so good that she can create a stunningly beautiful look with just a simple light makeup. But just when Xue Jinsheng was about to wash off her makeup, Wei Wufeng called.
"Hey, Afeng, okay, I'll be there soon, It was Wei Wufeng calling to urge her.
Now, Xue Jinsheng didn't even bother to wash off the makeup on her face and hurried out.
Lian Mengli also cheered her on. "Mom! Come on! We must get him this time. Believe in yourself. You can do it. I'm waiting for your good news." Xue Jinsheng really didn't know what to say. I have never seen a daughter like this. Of course, I've never seen a mother like her. When Wei Wufeng saw Xue Jinsheng, even though I have seen many beauties in this life and have some aesthetic fatigue and resistance to beauties, my eyes still light up. I was really amazed. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Aunt Xue, didn't you dress up specially?" Xue Jinsheng said, "No, just doing it casually, if you don't like it." Wei Wufeng laughed and said, "Who said I don't like it? I like it very much. I like it very much."
The car started and headed straight for the destination. On the way, the two gradually started chatting. From time to time, when talking about interesting and funny things, Xue Jinsheng would laugh inadvertently and unconsciously. At first, she tried every means to bring the topic to Lian Mengli. But Wei Wufeng didn't respond at all, firmly grasping the initiative of the topic and not giving Xue Jinsheng any chance. Xue Jinsheng realized that he didn't want to talk about her daughter, so she could only follow his topic.
At some point, a thought even popped up in her mind: why does it feel like a couple having a tryst?
Then her face immediately turned red. I felt a strong sense of rejection and shame, but also a sense of inexplicable joy and relief. Finally, she sighed sadly, "Mengli, oh Mengli, you really screwed me over.
Longhuan Waterside Pavilion is antique and full of ancient charm.
There are private rooms and corridor tables here. The so-called corridor table is a seat placed in the corridor. The corridor is a circle. The ring surrounds a small lake.
There are blooming lotus flowers and colorful ornamental fish on the small lake. There are also various beautiful scenery.
What is even more amazing is that water continues to flow down from the eaves of the corridor, as if it is raining. While eating, you can watch the water falling from the eaves and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the pond.
This tune is really good."
Wei Wufeng asked for a corridor table where he could see the main entrance. As long as Qin Daochan and Xie Changqing come, he will be able to see them immediately.
Unexpectedly, someone arrived as soon as he sat down.
Xia Changqing looked very attentive and seemed to deserve a beating. The two walked towards the private room.
Wei Wufeng ignored them and enjoyed a pleasant dinner with Aunt Shui. After dinner, I waited for a while and saw Qin Diochan and Xia Changqing appear again. Wei Wufeng quickly scanned the code to pay the bill and followed with Aunt Shui. Qin Diochan actually took a taxi and left. As soon as she left, Xia Changqing's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy, and then he got into his car. Wei Wufeng's eyes rolled around, and he thought of a possibility.
He decisively drove and followed Xia Changqing.
Aunt Shui asked him what he was going to do.
Wei Wufeng directly replied with 2 words, "Don't ask."
Aunt Shui didn't dare to say anything more.
Wei Wufeng followed him all the way to a 5-star hotel. As soon as I entered the hotel, I saw Xia Changqing hugging a fashionable and beautiful urban beauty, looking very affectionate.
Wei Wufeng was extremely excited. Holy crap! Shocking news! Quickly take out your phone and take a picture. Then, in the name of Xia Changqing's friend, he booked a room at the front desk, right next to Xia Changqing's room. Wei Wufeng originally wanted to jump onto the balcony next door to collect explosive news. I didn't expect the sound insulation of this 5-star hotel to be so poor. The sounds from next door are very clear. Shui Jincheng blushed all of a sudden. Wei Wufeng couldn't take care of her now. The most important thing now is to collect materials. Brother Ching, when are you going to break up with that woman? What's the rush? Damn it! We'll separate after I have my fun with her. Fuck ah!
Wei Wufeng murmured, "Teacher Qin, I worked so hard to help you catch your cheating husband.
How are you going to thank me?" Chapter 74 Shui Jincheng, I made a contract with Offing for my daughter.
Listening to all kinds of hot and embarrassing conversations coming from next door.
What is this called? Eavesdropping? Shui Jincheng's heart was pounding and his cheeks were red as if they were about to bleed.
I feel inexplicably hot and dry all over.
I didn't expect he had such a special hobby. She never expected it. Wei Wufeng actually has such a special hobby. Sudden.
She felt a hot mass pressing against her.
It's so hot. It is exactly like the burning punishment described in ancient books. How about we compete with the guys next door to see whose clock is longer? Shui Jincheng just felt his head buzzing. Jiuhu University.
In front of the current principal's home. Qin Diaochan inserted the key into the keyhole, turned it, and opened the door.
Qin Jiajuan's voice came from the living room, saying, "Are you back? I thought you wouldn't be coming back tonight." Qin Diaochan changed her shoes and said, "Where will I sleep if I don't come back?" Qin Jiajun said, "Who knows? Maybe it's in some man's arms."
Qin Diaochan came to the living room.
Qin Jiajun is watching the news. The content of the news was actually an interview with Yi Yunfeng. Qin Diaochan asked, "He was on TV? What did he say?" Of course, she was no stranger to Yi Yunfeng.
Originally, he was a genius that his sister had high hopes for. All the school's resources are tilted towards him, hoping that he can lead Jiuhu University to the ranks of nationally renowned universities. What's the result? Yi Yunfeng actually transferred to another school. Now the school's investment in him was instantly wasted.
Betray. This is blatant betrayal. Anyone who is betrayed will feel very unhappy.
Qin Jiaojun smiled and said, "He summoned the immortal beast."
Of course, Jingoa must take this opportunity to promote it. Although fairy beasts are not as good as divine beasts, they are also very, very extraordinary and remarkable. After all, there are only 22 divine beasts in the entire country. There is only one person in 10 million who can summon a fairy beast. Qin Diaochan asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Yi Yunfeng summoned the fairy beast, so my sister must feel a little uncomfortable, right? Qin Jiaojun smiled. "I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Do you think I'm so narrow-minded?"
Yi Yunfeng's ability to summon the immortal beast further proves my sharp vision. After saying that, she changed the subject.
Speaking of breasts, I'm a size bigger than you." Qin Diaochan rolled her eyes and said, yes, you are older than me, okay?" Qin Jiajun asked, "Have you and Xia Changqing broken up?" Qin Diaochan rolled her eyes again. "Sister, I find that you really want me to break up. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed."
I decided to give him another chance and let him enter the resurrection match.
Xin Zhaojun asked, then why are you coming back?
Xin Diaochan said, I'm giving him a chance to redeem himself for his crime, not a chance to sleep with. After saying that, she said, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower, and went upstairs.
Xin Zhaojun shook his head helplessly. Just in time. The TV host, Wang Bingbing, asked a rather pointed question.
Student Yi, as far as I know, you were originally from Jiuhu University, but later transferred to Jinghua. As you know, after you left, Wei Wufeng from Jiuhu University summoned the Divine Beast.
What do you have to say about that? Yi Yunfeng managed his expression very well.
But Qin Zhaojuan's eyesight was so sharp that he could clearly see his embarrassment and anger.
Oh.
She curled her lips and smiled.
Young people are too naive after all. Then I heard Yi Yunfeng on TV talking and smiling. Everyone has no script. We don't get to choose the script ourselves. The only thing we can and should do is to try our best to perform our own script well.
Qin Zhaojun muttered, high-sounding and pretentious, and turned off the TV.
The room where Xia Changqing is. He turned on the TV. Coincidentally, the first program I opened was an interview with Yi Yunfeng. Snort. Isn't it just summoning a fairy beast? What's so great about that? That guy surnamed Wei even summoned a divine beast. This tone. It was as if the immortal beast that only one person among millions of people could summon was not worth mentioning to him. It's like.
Many people on the internet think that earning $1 million a year is nothing special. But in reality, it is impossible to earn 100,000 yuan a year in reality.
Sudden. Xia Changqing heard some noise. My originally good mood collapsed in an instant. It's not over yet? Is this true or false? Are you watching an action movie?
Those action movies, some are as short as half an hour and some are as long as 2 hours, are simply made of iron.
At this time,
the lover who had just finished taking a shower walked out of the bathroom and muttered, it's taking so long and it's not over yet. When Xia Changqing heard this, he felt like a dog whose tail was stepped on.
Which man can stand such words? Not satisfying, huh? Then let's fight for another 300 rounds. I'm going to fuck you hard tonight. After saying that, Xia Changqing pounced forward like a wolf or a tiger. 2 hours later,
Xia Changqing sat on the edge of the bed in annoyance and dejection, smoking a cigarette.
His face was gloomy. Eyes blazing with fire. Lost? I actually lost? I lost the time competition? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The guy next door must be showing a special action movie. Absolutely.
In fact, he had already made a judgment in his heart, otherwise he would not be so angry and depressed.
A man's victory or defeat. Xia Changqing couldn't bear it anymore.
He extinguished his cigarette fiercely and said, I have something else to do.
I'll leave first. He left the room without waiting for his lover to reply. Xia Changqing's lover is full of questions. What's wrong with him? Of course she couldn't imagine it.
Someone lost the time contest, and his pride as a man suffered a huge blow, and he was in an extremely bad mood.
When Xia Changqing passed by the door of the next room, he got angry and knocked on the door, saying, keep your voice down. It's so noisy. Then he walked away with an angry look on his face. An idea popped into his mind. No. I need to find a tea master to replenish my body and recuperate.
Here, this is the nourishing medicinal tea I made.
Drink it to replenish your blood, qi, and yin. Wei Wufeng handed a cup of tea to Aunt Shui. The tea is a light red color, very beautiful and has a nice aroma.
Shuijin said weakly, I have no strength left.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, then I'll feed you.
After saying that, he drank the tea in one gulp, without swallowing it, and then
gurgle. Gurgle.
His throat slid open and Shui Jinxing drank the nourishing medicinal tea.
Something magical happened.
Shui Jinxing clearly felt a warm current churning from his stomach and then flowing throughout his body.
So comfortable. All the fatigue and weakness were swept away in an instant. Instead, they are full of energy and vitality. Shui Jinxing couldn't help but exclaim, it's amazing. I got better all of a sudden. Wei Wufeng said, is it done? Okay, let's continue. Shui Jinxing's face changed when he heard this. He felt a faint burning pain and said, I. Wei Wufeng laughed and said, ha. I'm just teasing you. I want to take a shower. Come and rub my back. Bathroom. Shui Jincheng rubbed Wei Wufeng's back with soap and then scrubbed it with a towel. Wei Wufeng sighed, "It's so nice to have someone rub my back. I can never get my back rubbed when I wash myself." Shui Jincheng asked, "Didn't Mingli rub you before?" Wei Wufeng sneered and said, "You wish." Shui Jincheng was silent for a while, and continued to persuade while rubbing his back. "Offing, can we just let the past go? After going through all this, Mingli has grown a lot, and she knows she was wrong. After we get back together, she will definitely do better than before." Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind and a brilliant idea popped up in my mind. "Aunt Shui, how about we make a contract? How about you become my auxiliary beast master?" "Ha ha. Wei Wufeng, oh Wei Wufeng, you are such a clever little boy. If Lian Mengli knew this, would she be so angry that she would explode?" Shui Jincheng was shocked and stopped rubbing his back. "What did you say? Our contract? This is ridiculous. I want you and Mengli to get back together. Hey! How did you come up with the idea of making a contract with me? Besides, I'm not a cooperative beastmaster at all, how can I sign a contract?" Wei Wufeng turned around and faced her. "It doesn't matter if you're not a cooperative beastmaster. You've learned the cooperative summoning array, right? I can lead you. Of course, it has to be a soul contract. Anyone who has been to school has learned about summoning arrays. The difference is, even if most people learn the summoning array, they cannot form a contract with the master and cooperate with the beastmaster. These people can only be ordinary people throughout their lives, unable to make decisions or cooperate with beastmasters." But for Wei Wufeng, none of these seemed to be a problem. Wasn't Hua Xianyan also sentenced to death by the Beast Tamer Association, saying that she could not become a cooperative beast tamer? What is the result? Didn't he make a contract with me and summon the nine-tailed immortal fire fox? Is Wei Wufeng so sure that he can do it? Of course not. But what is the harm in giving it a try and having some fun? If you fail, you fail. What if it succeeds? It would be a wonderful thing to add another divine beast. So, this is also an experiment. Shui Jincheng was shocked, but then he came to his senses. I can't do this. I can't. How can we make a contract?" Wei Wufeng smiled. "Really? Never mind. I won't force you. There's no talk of getting back together with Lian Mengli. If there's nothing else, we won't meet again. I'm very busy. No more seeing each other?" Shui Jincheng's heart suddenly shrank, and it felt like it was stabbed. Then a feeling of bitterness emerged from my heart like a spring. Am I going to be abandoned again? Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Drops of tears escaped from her eyes and fell to the ground. Wei Wufeng was speechless. "Why are you still crying? It's as if I bullied you. Auntie, you are not an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Is it appropriate to shed tears easily?" Shui Jincheng pursed his lips and asked, "Is it, if I make a contract with you, you will get back together with Mingli? Why are you still talking about getting back together? You are obsessed with the word reconciliation, right?" Wei Wufeng said, "That's not true. But if you don't sign a contract with me, there's no chance of us getting back together." Shui Jincheng pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, frowned, and struggled. Final. Shui Jincheng said, "Okay." That expression was as if he was going to the execution ground. She needed a reason to convince herself to agree to the contract with Wei Wufeng. If there was no reason, she really didn't have the face to agree. With a reason, the psychological burden of agreeing will not be so great. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this so that Mingli and Offeng can get back together. Shui Jincheng kept muttering to himself. After both of them washed up, they drove back to Jiuhu University. Of course, Wei Wufeng wouldn't be stupid enough to just make a contract and summon it outside. Jiuhu University is still safe and reassuring. When we returned to Building A09 of Quizuyuan, it was already 11:30 in the evening. As soon as he entered the door, Wei Wufeng smelled the strong smell of barbecue. Then I heard Tuya's words. "It's so late and he hasn't come back yet." I sent him a WeChat message to ask him and he said he would be back. "Yan Yan, do you think he will bring back another beautiful woman this time when he goes out?" I have a feeling he's definitely going to put.
Tuya was talking excitedly when she saw Wei Wufeng walk into the living room, followed by a beautiful woman.
Then she squirted again and again. Chewy barbecue bits sprayed everywhere. This time, Shui Yuling was the unlucky one. She was sitting opposite Tuya, concentrating on eating a string of grilled squid tentacles, when she was suddenly sprayed in the face. Ahem, I'm sorry, ahem. I'm sorry, cough, cough, cough. It's too spicy, I choked, cough, cough. Tuya was also extremely depressed. Do you have to be like this? It's always like this. It's so annoying that I always complain in front of him. But I was right, wasn't I? This playboy has brought back another beautiful woman. Now, there is definitely not enough room. Who will sleep on the sofa? I definitely don't sleep on the sofa. Oh, brother phone, don't look at it, it's so ugly. I need to go to the bathroom. Shui Yuling covered her face and ran away. She knew Shui Jinsheng. Not only do they know each other, in a sense, they are very familiar with each other and know each other well. Hua Xianyan quickly poured a glass of water for her mother and ran to Wei Wufeng. Husband, are you back? Who is this, sister? Shui Jinsheng is truly one of those people who is naturally beautiful and cannot help herself to her beauty. She didn't say her exact age, but anyone who saw her would think she was no more than 35. There is absolutely nothing wrong with calling someone sister. Wei Wufeng gave a brief introduction. Then he said, you guys continue eating. She and I will go upstairs to take care of the business first. Serious business? Hua Xianyan said, well. Then, call me if you need anything? She thought the important thing was, I'm afraid my sister alone can't handle it. Wei Wufeng smiled silently and touched her head, saying, what are you thinking about? Really, get down to business. Hua Xianyan's face turned red all of a sudden. After Wei Wufeng and Shui Jinsheng went upstairs, Hua Xianyan threw herself into Tuya's arms in shame, crying out, oh, this is so embarrassing. Tuya could only comfort her. I thought to myself, shameful? Are you more embarrassed than me? I'm the one who's truly embarrassed. Master bedroom on the 3rd floor. After some preparation, Wei Wufeng asked, are you ready? Shui Jinsheng was obviously very nervous and said, I'm ready, but will it really work? Wei Wufeng said, relax. Don't be so tense. If I say yes, it's okay. Then, the sacred light of establishing a soul contract filled every corner of the room. Chapter 75, Divine Beast said one more. Fight the demonic beasts to test their strength. After the soul contract ends, Shui Jinsheng had an indescribable feeling. How to say it? It's like there's something extra in my mind. But she couldn't say what it was exactly. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and she didn't hate it. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, it's done. Shui Jinsheng was still a little confused. This? Even if the contract is successful? She knows it. I can't even fulfill the most basic contract. Not to mention summoning beasts. When she heard Wei Wufeng say the soul contract is done, she still felt a sense of unreality. Wei Wufeng couldn't wait to see what kind of beast he could summon this time. You are now my co-beastmaster. Come on, let's try and see what kind of beast we can summon after we connect. Friendly reminder, you'd better be mentally prepared. I was already surprised at the hotel. I don't want to be surprised again this time. Shui Jinsheng said nervously and expectantly, okay. Beast Tamer. Call. In an instant, colorful black light burst out from the summoning circle. Meow, meow, meow. The soul-piercing cat's cry touched the hearts of Wei Wufeng and Shui Jinsheng. Then, a big black and white cat jumped out from the black and colorful magic circle. This big cat. The body is colorful black, but the head is colorful white. It looks very cute at first glance. But if you look closely, you can see its ferocity hidden beneath its cute appearance. Shui Jinsheng was stunned and said, this is the beast I summoned? I can actually summon a beast? All right. Her first focus. It was actually placed above I summoned the beast. It's not what kind of beast did I summon. Wei Wufeng was different. He immediately checked the information of the new beast. Controlling beast, Tengu. Health, 30,000. Beast Taming Level, 9-star Divine Beast.
Beast Taming Divine Power, 9 lives LV1, having 9 lives, resurrecting instantly after death. Beast Taming Talent, Flesh and Blood LV1, devouring flesh and blood enhances and restores beast taming power and vitality.
Beast Taming Skills.
Skill 1, tracking across thousands of miles LV1, tracking across thousands of miles without missing anything.
Skill 2, Thundershock LV1, leap up and smash the ground, causing earthquakes and thunder, sending enemies flying and dizzy. Skill 3, Phantom Body LV1, creates 8 clones, each of which can withstand 1 fatal injury. Skill 4, Falling Stars LV1, summons a field of falling meteors.
Ultimate skill, Sun and Moon Devourer LV1, devour the light, darkness descends, and skills are banned.
Another super support. And it is also an all-round Blood Cow auxiliary. Only. Why is it called Tian-Go when it looks like a big, cute cat? P.S. The classic of Mountains and Seas does say that Tian-Go looks like a cat. I'm using this version. Never mind.
Small details, no need to worry about them at all.
It's just a name, no matter what your name is. Many girls are called Run or Shangnan.
Shui Jinsheng also saw the information about the Beastmaster.
She was completely stunned as if struck by lightning. God, Divine Beast. I actually summoned a Divine Beast. This must be a dream, right? Yes. Yes. It must be a dream, a dream.
She stammered and muttered to herself, unable to accept the facts that were happening before her.
Crack. Ah. Shui Jinsheng was hit hard and cried out in pain. He looked at Wei Wufeng in astonishment and asked, "Why, did you hit me?" Wei Wufeng asked with a smile, "Does it hurt?"
Shui Jinsheng's eyes welled up as he said, "You're using so much force, of course it hurts."
Wei Wufeng laughed and said, "Do you still feel like you're dreaming now?"
Shui Jinsheng, who was already dazed, became even more stunned after hearing these words.
It hurts. It's not a dream.
She turned her head and looked at the big cat with white head and black body licking its paws, and gradually accepted the reality.
I really summoned a Divine Beast. Even she knew what it meant to summon a Divine Beast. After the initial excitement, Shui Jinsheng was at a loss. Yes, confused, very confused. She had no idea how to face her future life. Everything that happened now was far beyond her expectations and imagination. She had long given up the idea of becoming a cooperative beastmaster and summoning beasts, and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 or 20 years. She has gotten used to it over the years. But now, not only has he become a cooperative beastmaster, he has also summoned divine beasts. The rest of my life. How should I get through this? I'm not mentally prepared at all. Sudden. She only felt a tightening around her waist, and realized that she had been locked by someone's arm. Looking at the strong man in front of me, meeting those domineering eyes, I only heard him say, "From now on, you will be mine, understand?" Shui Jinxing's mind was still a little blank, and he said At this moment, she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something important. But for a moment, she couldn't remember. Just as she was about to think carefully, her mouth and tongue were sealed. In an instant, it was like a small boat in a stormy sea, swaying and tossing with the surging waves. It seemed as if it would be completely overturned by a collision at any time. "Madam, please be so kind as to let me in for one night. I will have a great gift for you." Sunlight Happiness Community. Lian Mengli was sitting on the sofa, hugging a huge bear pillow, and watching a costume action movie. The name of this ancient costume action film is Peach Blossom Monster vs. Plum Blossom Hero. The sound from the TV echoed in the room. But Lian Mengli was obviously not in the mood to watch. She looked at the time from time to time and frowned. "It's almost 12 o'clock. It's so late, why haven't you come back yet?" He doesn't even answer the phone. It's so frustrating. Didn't we agree that we could completely deal with Wei Wufeng tonight and make him get back together with us? Sudden. Boom 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 boom. A loud bang erupted. Immediately afterwards, waves of strong vibrations came. Lian Mengli only felt that the whole house was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. What's going on? What's going on? Lian Mengli was horrified. Without thinking too much, I subconsciously went to the balcony. It would be fine if you didn't see it, but once you did, you'd be stunned. Good. What a huge eagle, a monster. Under the bright moon. In neon. A huge eagle-like monster stood there,
flapping its wings and stirring up huge gusts of wind. The surrounding buildings seemed to be made of paper and were easily blown down.
Monster! Monster? How could there be a monster here? It shouldn't be like this. Howl!
A long roar broke through the sky and echoed in all directions. In an instant, all the glass products were shattered.
Lian Mengli also covered her ears tightly.
She just felt like huge needles were stabbing her ears.
It was as if it was going to pierce her head.
The news that Dapeng City was attacked by a giant eagle monster immediately spread online and offline.
At once, government forces responded and took action at the fastest speed to meet the attack head-on.
Rescue of rescue.
Not panicky but not chaotic, barely orderly.
After all, humans have been fighting monsters for tens of millions of years. Although the defenses of the human world are very strict and tight, it is almost impossible for monsters to invade.
But monster invasions have happened before.
At this moment, Dapeng City was suddenly attacked by a giant eagle-like monster, and it was not without any countermeasures.
Very quickly, various beasts were summoned.
They fought against a huge eagle-like monster that suddenly invaded.
For a moment, it was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Jiuhu University. Wei Wufeng is in high spirits.
Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door.
Huo Xianyan pushed the door open and walked in.
Seeing the scene inside the house, she was not surprised. After all, she was well informed and used to it.
She got straight to the point and said, "Hubby, there are monsters attacking Dapeng City. A fight is going on in the city."
As she spoke, she turned on the TV in the bedroom and tuned it to the local news channel.
Monster attack? This is new.
Wei Wufeng was slightly surprised and said, "Do it yourself," and his eyes fell on the TV screen. I saw a group of beasts besieging a huge eagle-like monster.
Lightning and thunder. Water and fire mixed together. The battle was fierce. Wei Wufeng didn't recognize the eagle-like monster. There are so many kinds of monsters.
Even if they are monsters of the same kind, it is not easy to recognize them all. Therefore, Wei Wufeng did not recognize the eagle-like monster. Not only did he not recognize it, but according to the reports on TV, even the so-called experts didn't recognize it.
That eagle-like monster is actually very powerful.
Facing the fierce siege of a group of beasts controlled by beast masters, it actually gained the upper hand.
The main attack method of eagle-type monsters is useful.
Sharp claws scratch and beak peck. The wings fan out a huge wind.
A sharp and ear-piercing whistle.
And it threw out feathers like a rainstorm, and those feathers were just like sharp swords. The means of defense is the carved hair on the body. It is invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to water and fire, and can resist wind and lightning.
Just in time.
The head of a bear-like beast was torn in half by an eagle-like monster, and blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground.
So barbaric. So bloody. It doesn't look good. Wei Wufeng muttered to himself and licked his lips.
The more powerful the monster, the greater the combat power gained after killing it. It can be understood that the stronger the enemies you kill while playing the game, the more and richer the upgrades you will get.
So, he was a little greedy. How about, just use it to test the strength of the Tengu I just summoned? Just do it if you want to. Hesitate, Jill. Crack. Wei Wufeng said, "Let's go and kill that big eagle." Although some things are not good when done halfway. But what does it matter?
Just thinking about killing a big eagle is a very satisfying thing.
Shui Jincheng widened his eyes and asked, "We?" Huo Xianyan said, "Hubby, I'll go too. When you call me." Wei Wufeng said, "You don't have to go. Wait for me at home." Huo Xianyan was anxious and said, "Hubby, how can we do this? That monster is so powerful, what if there is danger?" Wei Wufeng said, "I'm not afraid. I just want it to be strong. If it wasn't strong, I wouldn't be interested."
He is not bragging. In this life of rebirth, he has never experienced a full-scale, exhilarating battle. When he was pioneering in the past, he crushed, beat and killed all the monsters in seconds. This was the only time he encountered a strong enemy, but thanks to the holy beast summoned by the Sate Lady, he still killed it instantly. I just summoned the divine beast Tengu today. I'm so happy. Suddenly, an extremely powerful eagle-like monster jumped out, and it was a perfect time to fight. Huo Xianyan was unwilling and once again suggested taking her with him.
Wei Wufeng put his arm around her waist, smiled, and said, "Okay, wait for me to come back." He hurried out with Xue Jinsheng, who had just packed up. Tuya was also in the living room, watching the report on TV. After seeing Hua Xianyan, he asked, "What time is it? What is he still doing outside?" Hua Xianyan said, "Nothing, something just happened suddenly." Naturally, she would not easily reveal her husband's whereabouts, even to her own mother. After answering, he changed the subject and asked, "Mom, if you take action, can you kill the monster?" Tuya said, "Needless to say? Just take it easy." Hua Xianyan asked, "There are so many powerful people in the city. Now that the monsters are attacking, why don't they take action to destroy them?" Tuya curled her lips. "Don't think things are too simple. It's too complicated to explain in a few words. But it can also be summed up in two words: selfish. Besides, in situations like the one before us, the government never wants private animal tamers to intervene. After all, whether it is success or failure, life or death, it is the government's reputation that is damaged. I won't go into details about this, that's just the way it is." Hua Xianyan seemed to understand but remained silent. Inside Wei Wu's windmill, Xue Jinsheng asked nervously and hesitantly, "Do we really have to fight that monster? But I don't know how to do that." Wei Wufeng said, "You don't need to know. The power to control the beast is not in your hands anyway." Xue Jinsheng said blankly, "Oh." Wei Wufeng drove away from Zhouhu University and headed straight for the eagle monster. The closer we got, the more cars there were on the road, a scene of people fleeing in a hurry and panic. When I got closer, I found that the road ahead was blocked. Those who blocked the road were naturally government officials. Wei Wufeng put the car away in a secret place, and together with Xue Jinsheng, summoned the Tengu. Tengu is not big, but not small either, and is as big as an adult buffalo. Then, Wei Wufeng took out a black cloak and wrapped Xue Jinsheng. At the same time, he also put on the thousand-faced movie emperor mask. He came here to challenge powerful monsters and enjoy the battle, not to show off, "Look, I have another monster." You still need time to grow and develop, there is no need to be too ostentatious or high profile. Under the night sky, a big cat carried two black figures on its back, climbing over the eaves and walls, heading straight for the eagle-like monster not far away. At this time, that eagle-like monster is killing everyone and is unstoppable. Those who were arranged by the government to hunt the eagle-shaped monster were either dead or injured. The rest are also struggling. If this continues, the government will have no choice but to ask for help from experts from the public, but this is a last resort. Sudden. 9 shadows ran at high speed, jumping between buildings, some slow and some fast. Gradually, a situation formed where the monsters rushed towards the eagle-like beasts from different directions. When they were about 100 meters away from the eagle monster, 9 shadows pounced one after another. Those 9 shadows were, of course, Wei Wufeng, Xue Jinsheng and their summoned beast Tengu. The reason why there are 9 groups is because Tengu used the beast taming skill Phantom Body. The eagle-like monster discovered the Tengu at the first moment and immediately launched an attack. The steel-black wings that covered the sky and the sun flapped suddenly, blowing out a large number of sharp wind blades. The wind blade was so large and sharp that it sliced the reinforced concrete house in two. Bang bang bang. One by one, the Tengu phantom bodies were hit and disappeared into thin air. There was only one real one and 2 fake ones. The 3 heavenly dogs dodged the wind blades and pounced on the eagle-like monsters. Sharp teeth and claws, even Tengu has them. The sharp claws firmly grasped the body of the eagle monster and hung on it. In terms of size, the Tengu that had just been summoned looked really petite. Compared with the eagle-like monster, it is like a 3-year-old child and an adult. The eagle monster swung its wings with all its might, but it failed to shake off the 3 heavenly dogs. Instead, the 3 heavenly dogs showed their sharp teeth and bit the eagle-like monster almost at the same time. Beast Taming Talent, Flesh and Blood Eating LV1 Activate. Suck. I suck. I sniff. I sniff. Chapter 76 Wei Wufeng, Auntie, what are you thinking about? Howl. The eagle monster clearly felt that its vitality was rapidly draining away. Let out a scream of pain and anger. You can clearly see. The huge body of the eagle monster was obviously sucked down a lot. This sound has a very terrifying penetrating power. Glassware further away shattered and scattered one after another. Many people who were fleeing were hurt by the noise, bleeding from all 7 orifices and screaming in agony.
The eagle monster was shaking all over, and in an instant, all the feathers on its body stood up. The fine carved hairs are like steel needles. The thick carved hairs are like swords. 2 of the 3 heavenly dogs that were lying on it and sucking wildly disappeared at once. In the end, only the original body Tengu was left. Covered in blood, Tengu leaped forward. Its body was riddled with needle holes and sword stab wounds.
Immediately,
the eagle-like monster flapped its wings and flew up to a height of 1,000 meters. The pair of wings that covered the sky and the sun suddenly spread out.
Blue threads of light burst out from its huge body.
Then, a pair of wings began to flap wildly, and the speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye.
But see!
Feathers shot out like sharp arrows, pointing directly at the Tengu standing on the rooftop of Idong building.
Each feather is covered with a green translucent crystal-like substance.
That is the essence of wind condensed into a physical object. You can tell at a glance that it is extremely sharp, seemingly indestructible, and can cut through iron like mud.
Even a feather looks scary. What about the millions and millions of feathers?
It was like a huge machine gun firing crazily. All the feathers combined together looked like a rainstorm of blue-black sharp blades, ready to chop the Tengu into minced meat. Faced with such a terrifying and deadly attack, Wei Wufeng had to control Tengu to dodge. Tengu jumped hard and landed on the wall of a nearby building. The building where Tengu had just stood was chopped to pieces by the rain of feathers and sharp blades in the blink of an eye. As soon as the Tengu's 4 legs landed on the wall, it immediately jumped to the next place. Then the mountain where we had previously settled was also broken into pieces. In this way, Tengu jumped left and right, dodging and moving with incredible flexibility.
Feather and sharp blade rain follows you like a shadow. Wherever the Tengu landed, it was chopped to pieces. The speed of Tengu is very fast as lightning and thunder.
Although he dodged most of the sharp blades, there were still some that he couldn't avoid. There were cuts on its body, big and small, deep and shallow. If this had been done by an ordinary beast tamer, he would have been dead long ago. But the main feature of Tengu is that it has a lot of blood, and its blood recovery is also very fast, not very fast, but super fast.
Don't forget, Wei Wufeng has the innate billion-fold critical strike technique. His talent is critical strike.
Once the talented 100 million times critical hit technique takes effect, the beast tamer's talent effect will also be a 100 million times critical hit.
What is the divine beast talent of Tengu? Eat blood and flesh LV1.
You can enhance and restore your vitality and power to control beasts by devouring flesh and blood. Just now, the 3 Tengu activated the blood and flesh LV1 talent at the same time. One of them triggered the innate 100 million times critical hit technique. As a result, he sucked hard and sucked the huge eagle monster down a long way. It greatly enhanced the vitality of Tengu and Wei Wufeng's ability to control beasts. It is not so easy for the eagle monster to kill the Tengu easily. Precisely because he had devoured a large amount of vitality and beast control power, Wei Wufeng did not have to worry about insufficient beast control power at this moment. At present, the specific value of beast taming power is 39,450. This is just the result of taking 2 or 3 puffs. If it took 2 more breaths, Tengu felt that it could suck the eagle-like monster dry. Once you have enough power to control the beast, you can use your divine beast skills to your heart's content. Skill 4, Skystar Falling LV1. Use it. Suddenly, a large number of meteors appeared in the night sky, and the scorching red light illuminated half of the sky red. It was like a meteor shower.
Heh, at this time, no one should make a wish on a shooting star, right?
In that meteor shower, some meteorites were very large, as big as a truck, and some were very small as an egg. No matter how big or small, every meteor leaves a long flaming tail. This meteor shower headed straight for the eagle-like monster 1,000 meters in the sky.
The meteor falls very fast.
From its appearance to its fall, it took only the blink of an eye before it smashed down on the eagle-like monster. The eagle-like monster screamed twice and flapped its wings to dodge. It dodged the large meteorites, but many medium and small ones fell on it and smashed it to pieces. The eagle monster felt pain and continued to let out angry and painful howls. Under continuous impact, it finally failed to escape a super large meteorite and was hit directly.
Howl.
This time, the pain finally outweighed the anger, and he fell directly to the ground.
Boom.
The huge body of the eagle monster and countless large and small meteor showers fell heavily into the city.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Meteorites of all sizes fell into the city, causing bursts of loud noises.
The ground shook. The building is broken. Flames shot up into the sky.
God knows how much damage this wave has caused.
Property loss. As well as losses in life. Ordinary people are really too vulnerable in such a war. Don't talk about people.
Even those reinforced concrete buildings can collapse or fall down at any time. This is also one of the reasons why some of the top powerhouses in this city are unwilling to take action. The property damage and casualties caused by the war in the city are incalculable.
About 20 years ago,
in Jinlin City, a surprise attack by monsters also occurred. A non-official beastmaster stepped forward to fight the monster and eventually killed it, but it caused huge casualties.
What's the result?
That beastmaster lost everything he had.
It's unreasonable, right? That's not reasonable. It's unreasonable. What else can I do?
Anyway, at that time, both the local government and the families of the local victims demanded compensation from the beast tamer. After this incident, whenever similar incidents occurred, the powerful people in the community would no longer intervene.
It's not just this one reason. This is just one of the reasons.
Rather than doing something thankless, confusing things afterwards, or even paying compensation, it is better not to do anything at all.
As long as I don't do it, I'm not wrong. The powerful people in the community thought, why should I care how many people are killed by monsters? As long as I don't take action, I don't need to pay compensation. So,
it's not that there aren't some folk beastmasters with a sense of justice.
But no one wants to risk their life and then lose money.
Wei Wufeng had no such concerns.
He had only one motive for taking action: to use the eagle-like monster as a touchstone to prove how powerful the divine beast Tengu was. Others? He didn't even think about it, he just did it. The eagle-like monster was hit hard by the huge meteorite and spit out blood after falling to the ground. A black shadow flashed by, it was the Tengu.
Tengu rushed over at the fastest speed, jumping left and right to avoid the meteorite. The meteorite's impact was indiscriminate.
Then it crawled under the wings of the eagle monster and bit it again.
The Flesh and Blood LV1 talent is activated again.
Good luck.
The innate 100 million times critical hit technique was activated again. You know, in previous beast taming battles, the innate 100 million times critical hit technique was not activated, although it was not necessary. This time, the effective talented billion times critical hit was triggered twice in a row.
Wei Wufeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, God is really helping me.
The eagle-like monster realized that the vitality in its body was rapidly dissipating, and it rolled on the ground in shock and anger, trying to turn over.
It was at this time. One after another, extremely thick thorny vines emerged from the ground and tied the eagle-like monster tightly to the ground. At the same time,
a large net made of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the air, then fell from the sky, covering the eagle monster.
Follow closely. Various restraint and control skills fell on the eagle-like monster. The eagle monster struggled hard.
But layer upon layer of control skills fell on it, and Tengu was sucking it hard.
It can't break free at all. What's going on? These are the experts from the government and military who have arrived. After all, Dapeng City is not a megacity. There are powerful officials stationed here, but they are not too strong. In a city of this level, the civilian beast tamers are actually stronger than the official beast tamers. However, the civilian beast tamers were unwilling to take action, so the government had no choice but to ask the military for help and ask the military to send strong men to the rescue. At this point in the battle, the military experts finally arrived. Wei Wufeng is very greedy. He felt like he hadn't smoked enough, he could smoke more. But he also knew that it was time for him to leave.
Wei Wufeng is not afraid of trouble, but he will not seek trouble himself.
So, he decisively used the ultimate skill of Tengu Eclipse of the Sun and Moon LV1. As soon as the ultimate skill was used, the world instantly became dim. In just 3 seconds, the sky and the earth finally became pitch black. Darker than the night. It's pitch dark? No. Even if you put your 5 fingers in front of your eyes, you can't see them. Fuck. I'm blind. My skills are ineffective. Mine too. What the hell is this skill? Damn it. My perception is also blocked. I can't see anything. Even the flashlight can't reach more than a meter. Don't panic. Be careful and alert.
For a moment, none of the strong men who came from the military dared to move.
It took a long time. The darkness gradually faded. In just 3 seconds, the thick darkness completely dissipated. Everything around you can be seen.
I saw an eagle-like monster struggling to get up from the ruins. The military experts could clearly see that it had lost a lot of weight.
You can even vaguely see the outline of the skeleton. It's no exaggeration to say that he has lost a lot of weight.
The 6 powerful men who came to support the army looked at each other in confusion.
What is going on? Ha ha ha.
Wei Wufeng's laughter was heard in the wilderness of the eastern suburbs.
Cool. What's so cool?
He just looked at his attributes.
Beastmaster, Wei Wufeng. Vitality, 49,343. Beast taming power, 53492. Beastmaster level, top grade. How can I not be unhappy? He is directly a top grade Beastmaster.
This is of course due to the fact that Tengu had a great suck just now.
What a pity. If you can continue to suck, you will definitely be able to gain more vitality and beast control power.
The flesh and blood devoured by Tengu will of course be absorbed by Tengu first.
Wei Wufeng and Xue Jinsheng will definitely get much less in profits, that's natural.
However, Wei Wufeng also knew that one cannot become fat in one bite.
Take it easy. Aye. Xue Jinsheng's voice was obviously trembling.
She seemed to be restraining and suppressing something.
What? Restrain your inner excitement. Suppress your inner excitement.
She had never imagined that one day she would be able to summon divine beasts and fight against demonic beasts. What she just experienced was more exciting than everything she had experienced before combined.
This feeling really. I'm so excited. In
the end, she couldn't control herself or suppress it.
It's really exciting. So exciting.
She enjoyed the experience. Compared to my previous dull, monotonous and boring life, the experience just now was so refreshing. She looked at Wei Wufeng and said, I think. After a moment of surprise, Wei Wufeng twisted his mouth and smiled.
Auntie, what are you thinking about? Xue Jinsheng's body felt like it was tied to a large sand sifter. He stammered and trembled, unable to speak. Wei Wufeng pressed on, what exactly do you want? Tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know? Xue Jinsheng gritted his teeth. After a while, he managed to say, I want to know more about your strengths.
According to the latest measurements, this giant eagle-like monster has a length of 788.23 meters.
A pleasant female voice came from the TV. Lian Mengli is not interested in other channels and programs. I am only interested in the people and monsters, which introduces monsters. Being full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge about unfamiliar monsters is a quality that every Beastmaster must possess. It's so long. After hearing the introduction on TV, Lian Mengli was amazed and moved. My flame roast chicken is also a bird-like beast. If the wingspan of flame chicken is also close to 800 meters, I wonder how big it would be. As long as I can get back together with Wei Wufeng. Think of reconciliation.
She immediately thought of something, took out her cell phone and called her mother.
Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a while and then the call was connected.
Lian Mengli asked, Mom, how's the reunion with Wei Wufeng going? Even though a monster attack had occurred, the first thing she did when she called was not to inquire about Xue Jinsheng's safety.
Well, filial, very filial. Xue Jinsheng's voice came, well, he has relented. I will soon be able to convince him to get back together with you. Don't worry. Lian Mengli was unhappy. What?
I don't want him to give in, I want her to agree immediately.
Time waits for no one. How can we not be anxious? Mom, you have to push him a little. You can't always let him lead you. You have to take the initiative. Be proactive when it's time to be proactive. Listen to me, that's right, I know his background and character better than you. By the way, Mom, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet so late? A monster just attacked us. Are you okay? Wow. Finally, I asked about Xue Jinsheng's safety. After a while, Xue Jinsheng on the other end of the phone answered. I'm stuck on the road now. A demon beast attacked just now and caused great damage. Don't wait for me, I may not come back tonight. Lian Mengli asked, you're not with Wei Wufeng? Xue Jinsheng said, together, okay, no more, I have something else to do here, I'll hang up first. Beep. The phone was hung up. Lian Mengli looked at the hung-up phone, frowned, and muttered, "What's going on?" Chapter 77, Shui Jinqing and her daughter fall out. Qin Daochan's sisterly love is deep. The next day, Shui Jinqing dragged his tired and sore body and did not return home until almost noon.
As soon as she entered the house, she smelled a strong, unpleasant smell of hot pot.
"Mom, what happened to you?" Lian Mengli was eating Mao Kai.
When she saw Shui Jinqing coming back, she immediately complained.
"Why are you back now?" Shui Jinqing said, "Why are you eating these? I've told you many times that these takeouts are unhealthy." Lian Mengli rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you come back earlier and cook? Do I need to eat this?"
In fact, she just suddenly wanted to eat Mao Kai, and specifically ordered it to be extra spicy. At this time, her lips were already red from the spiciness and her forehead was covered with sweat. She still had one foot on the sofa. Her hair was tied up randomly and looked messy. The whole person looks very sloppy and exudes laziness. Looking at Lian Mengli at this moment, Shui Jinqing suddenly felt a sense of disgust towards her. "Ha! Ha!" Lian Mengli ate a large piece of tripe, slurping it up. While eating, he asked, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" She assumed that Shui Jinqing had already dealt with Wei Wufeng, and then Wei Wufeng would come back with her and reconcile with her. She clearly wanted to get back together with Wei Wufeng, but she was still so sloppy and didn't pay any attention to her appearance, which shows how confident she was. Shui Jinqing put down the bag and asked knowingly, "Who?" Lian Mengli swallowed the tripe in her mouth and said, "Who else could it be?" "Wei Wufeng." Shui Jinqing said, "Oh, he." Suddenly, Lian Mengli's eyes lit up. She dropped her chopsticks and picked up the bag that Shui Jinqing had put down. "Wow! Chenair's latest limited edition bag. Is it real? Where did you buy it, Mom? The knockoff version is so well made." She obviously assumed in her mind that the bag in her hand was a knockoff. Shui Jinqing said, "I bought it from a roadside stall." "Of course not. Wei Wufeng took her to the largest shopping mall in Dapeng City to buy it this morning. This bag is the treasure of the store that just arrived." In order to get it, Wei Wufeng even competed with another rich young man in bidding for it, and spent several times more money to buy it. In addition to this bag, Wei Wufeng also bought her a lot of things. At night, she was subjected to a violent physical attack. During the day, she was once again subjected to a barrage of magical attacks involving money. She would have to work her entire life to afford the money for a bag. With the money she spends on one cosmetic, she can eat delicious food for several years. With the money she spent on a necklace, she could buy a bigger house. To say that she was completely captivated by the shock would be an exaggeration. But the dizziness is real. Someone took her to experience a completely different, brand new world in all aspects and without any blind spots. She really. It's hard not to get lost in the onslaught of this. So, human nature cannot stand the test. Those who can withstand the test are all outstanding people. But obviously Shui Jinqing is not. She was just an ordinary person, a very beautiful ordinary person. When Lian Mengli heard that the bag was bought from a roadside stall, she immediately threw it away with a look of disgust. No matter how good a copycat is, it is still a copycat. She would rather use a cheaper genuine bag than a counterfeit one, which is too cheap. By the way, where is Wei Wufeng? Why didn't he come with you to get back together with me? Mom, don't tell you were out all night and didn't get him. So what did you do? Upon hearing this, Shui Jinqing felt inexplicably irritated. It was obviously you who insisted on terminating the contract with Wei Wufeng. Now you want to get back together, but you don't go to him yourself. Instead, you ask me, your mother, to beg him to get back together with you. Don't you realize there's a problem at all? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. For a moment, Shui Jinqing's heart was in a mess and beating wildly. Contradiction. What a contradiction. On the one hand, he felt that if it weren't for Lian Mengli, nothing would have happened between him and Wei Wufeng. On the other hand, if it weren't for Lian Mengli, I wouldn't have changed today. Good. Still not good? Unhappy? Still happy? Ah, so annoying. Seeing her mother standing there without saying anything, Lian Mengli shouted impatiently, "Mom! I'm asking you a question." Shui Jinqing was completely enraged by her yelling. "What are you yelling about? If you want to get back together with him, go find him yourself. Lian Mengli, you're not a 3-year-old kid anymore.
You're already 20. Look at what you look like. You are responsible for your own life. I don't care. After saying that, she turned and left. Just as she went out, she turned back, grabbed the bag that Lian Mengli had thrown away, and went out. Lian Mengli was stunned by her mother's sudden outburst. I was stunned for a while and then became angry. She has always had a bad temper. Now that Shui Jin was yelling at him, how could he bear it? Crash! Crash! She overturned the table. The takeaway box on the table flew up, and the soup inside spilled out and splashed all over the floor. The room was in a mess in an instant, as if it had been robbed. Lian Mengli yelled excitedly, yelling into WeChat and making noises. What are you yelling at me for? You take it out on me when you're upset outside. I'm your punching bag. Is there any mother like you? If you don't take care of me, who will? Why did you give birth to me if you don't care about me? I won't go back to Wei to get back together. It's clearly him who wronged me. Why should I go back to him? She lost her memory? No. After a long period of psychological construction and self-hypnosis, she has completely and firmly determined a fact. That is, Wei Wufeng was the first one to wrong me, so I terminated the contract with him. I am not wrong. The one who was wrong was Wei Wufeng. He should take the initiative to ask me to get back together. You want me to take the initiative to get back together with him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shui Jinsheng, let me tell you. She was so angry that she called her own mother's name. I don't care what method you use, you must make him beg me to get back together. Otherwise I'll die in front of you. Since you gave birth to me, you must be responsible for me till the end. After yelling, she glanced at the mess in the room. Especially when the butter from the maokai spilled all over the floor, it was just disgusting. She changed her clothes, picked up her bag and left. Where are you going? If you are in a bad mood, go shopping. Although she was dumped by Su Fan was still very gentlemanly and did not take back the money he had given her before. It can be said that compared to many girls of the same age, Lian Mengli is considered a small rich woman. She's going shopping. She wants to eat something delicious to cool down. What? Clean the house? This thought never even entered Lian Mengli's mind. Shui Jin left the house angrily and walked straight out of the community. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back, walked to a brand new posture, opened the door and got in. Of course, this car was also bought by Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng is rich now that the free giveaway system gave him hundreds of billions for free before, but he didn't spend much. I spent as much as I could today and only spent 10 small goals. Talent? That's right. He not only bought bags, cosmetics and necklaces for Shui Jinsheng. He also bought her a car and a luxurious villa. Just ask, which ordinary woman can withstand such an impact? I can't stand it at all. Shui Jinsheng had not originally planned to live in that luxurious villa. But Lian Mengli really disappointed her and made her very angry. At the same time, she was also completely fed up with Lian Mengli always asking her to talk to Wei Wufeng about getting back together. She was so angry that she changed her mind and didn't want to live with her daughter anymore. Or maybe she felt guilty and had no face-to-face Lian Mengli? Who knows? Anyway, this is the result. After hearing his daughters yelling in the WeChat message, Shui Jinsheng couldn't help but feel discouraged. She started the car in a depressed mood, thinking about heading to her new home. Lian Mengli walked out of the apartment building. I just happened to see the posture sports car driving away. Envious. Envy. Secret hatred. There's still someone driving a luxury supercar in this old, run-down house? I don't know which bitch is the mistress of someone else. Humph, if I had known earlier, I would have asked Su Fan to buy me a car before I terminated the contract with him. Although she can barely afford a good car now if she wants to. But spending your own money and spending a man's money, the feeling is not the same. Wei Wufeng is definitely not short of money now. After I get back together with him, I'll ask him to buy it for me. Not only do I need to buy a car, I also need to buy a house. I'm really fed up with this old, dilapidated house. Obviously. She still firmly believed that Wei Wufeng would get back together with her. Where does this confidence come from? Who knows? Besides herself, I guess only God knows. Jiuhu University. Principal Qin S. home. Wei Wufeng has bad intentions and comes to eat for free again. Of course, Qin Zhaojun welcomed him to have a free meal. She was very satisfied with this good seedling that she had discovered early on, and had a very good impression of him. On the dining table, Qin Diaochan asked about the monster that attacked last night. I'm only telling you this, so please keep it a secret. Qin Zhaojun sighed. Also, Diaochan, you can use this as a good opportunity to conduct new research. Qin Zhaojun is considered a top figure in Dapeng City. He has a higher circle and naturally knows more. Actually, the monster last night wasn't a monster, it was a divine beast summoned by someone. Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Qin Diaochan was horrified and said, "What? A divine beast? This? How is this possible?" Qin Zhaojun put down his bowl and chopsticks. Although it sounds incredible, according to the investigation of the government and the Beast Tamer Association, this is the fact. After research by experts, they concluded that it should be the 6-star divine beast Fierce Gu Eagle. A pair of beastmasters summoned it, but for some reason, it broke free from their control. Not only did it break free from control, it also ate the beastmaster. Qin Diaochan was shocked and said, "How could this happen? How could a beast escape the beastmaster's control and even attack the beastmaster?" Qin Zhaojun shook his head. "Have no idea. This is the first time this has happened. It may have happened before, but there are no records of it. After the beast eats the beastmaster, it instantly becomes stronger. I don't know why. That's why I told you to start a research project." As Wei Wufeng listened, his mind flashed back to what the saint had said before. Beast Tamer summoning rate. The compatibility between the Beast Tamer and the Beast Tamer. If the compatibility is too low, the beast will break free from the control of the Beastmaster and even attack the Beastmaster. It seems that the inner court of the Beastmaster Association is already adjusting the Beastmaster summoning rate. Next, more and more high-level beasts will be summoned. Even the divine beasts will not be missing. The era of shining stars of humanity is about to begin. And the end. The twilight of mankind is right behind it. After Qin Diaochan digested Qin Zhaojun's words, she asked, "Sister, where is that feline beast? Do you know what it is?" Qin Zhaojun frowned upon hearing this and said, "It's also a divine beast, the divine beast Tengu." What? Qin Diaochan was dumbfounded. Another divine beast? This. Have the divine beasts become cabbages now? Why do so many mythical beasts suddenly appear? Sudden. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng looked at Qin Diaochan with a burning gaze and said, "Teacher Qin, I feel shy when you look at me like that." Qin Diaochan heard this, her blazing gaze faded, she rolled her eyes and said, "Are you still shy?" Wei Wufeng said, "It's normal for me to feel shy when being stared at by a beautiful woman." Qin Diaochan said, "I don't believe you. You're such a playboy. Don't you have enough beauties?" Knock knock knock. Qin Zhaojun knocked on the table and said, "Then I'll leave? I'll leave the space for you guys to flirt with as much as you want." Qin Diaochan blushed. "Sister, what indecent things are you saying?" After saying that, he abruptly changed the subject. "Where were we talking about?" "That's right, the divine beast. Do you know who the Beastmaster of Tengu is?" Wei Wufeng thought to himself, "It's far away in the horizon, yet it's right before our eyes." Qin Zhaojun smiled and glanced at Qin Diaochan, saying, "I don't know. I'm investigating." Wei Wufeng sighed, "I don't think we can find out. The person must be hiding. Otherwise, we would definitely lose everything." This joke is not funny at all, but it feels very funny. The three continued to chat and eat. After dinner, Wei Wufeng volunteered to wash the dishes. Qin Diaochan didn't want him to, but Wei Wufeng insisted on doing it. Qin Zhaojun, who never washes dishes, said, "What's there to argue about when it comes to washing dishes? Stop arguing, just wash them together. Men and women working together makes the work less tiring." Wei Wufeng muttered to himself, "Who said work isn't tiring? It's obvious that the more I work, the more tired I get." Then, he and Qin Diaochan cleaned the table and went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Qin Diaochan said, "Let's divide the work. I'll wash and you'll dry." Gone is a sound. To wipe dry means to wipe clean and dry up the water. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be responsible for wiping it." Crash. A stream of white water rushed out of the faucet. Qin Diaochan began to wash the dishes skillfully. Washing in washing. Qin Diaochan said, I want to tell you something. She was going to talk to Wei Wufeng about her research on mythical beasts. Almost at the same time, Wei Wufeng also said, there is something important I want to tell you. The two said similar words almost at the same time. Both of them were stunned. Then Qin Diaochan said, you speak first. Wei Wufeng also said at the same time, you speak first. Synced again. Qin Diaochan said again, then I will speak first. Wei Wufeng said at the same time, then I will speak first. Synchronized again. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Diaochan burst out laughing, her face beautiful and charming. Obviously amused by the repeated unison, he said, you go first. Wei Wufeng was not polite and said, Teacher Qin, I was also having dinner at Longwan Waterside last night and saw you and Xie Changcheng. Qin Diaochan said, oh? Really? What a coincidence. Why didn't I see you? You came and went in such a hurry, of course you didn't see me. I noticed you looked unhappy yesterday and thought Xie Changcheng had bullied you. I couldn't stand that, so I followed him. As a result, Mr. Qin, guess what I saw? Qin Diaochan asked, what did you see? Wei Wufeng said, this. Teacher Qin, you have to be mentally prepared. The information I'm about to reveal is huge. Seeing how serious he was, Qin Diaochan stopped washing the dishes, looked at him, and said, go ahead. I'm mentally prepared. Wei Wufeng took out his phone, opened the photo album, handed it over, and said, it's a bit hard to explain. You should take a look at it yourself. Qin Diaochan shook off the water with her left hand and took the phone to look at it. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. His face changed color as soon as he saw it. Clang! The bowl in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces instantly. Just like her heart. One hand snatched Wei Wufeng's cell phone from Qin Diaochan's hand. It's Qin Zhaojun. She looked and listened, her eyes blazing with anger as she angrily shouted, I'm going to stab him to death. How dare he play with and deceive her sister's feelings like this? As an elder sister, she would never agree. Xie Changqing, damn it. Chapter 78 Qin Diaochan, let us go. Let us get a room. Sister. Qin Diaochan stopped Qin Zhaojun who was about to leave. Looking at her murderous look, it seemed as if she really wanted to stab Xie Changqing to death. Qin Zhaojun turned his head and glared and shouted angrily. That scumbag is in such a state, and you're still on his side? Are you out of your mind? Although I didn't agree with you being together before, I never objected to it. But now, I'm firmly against it. Qin Diaochan said, Sister, I'm not that mean. I'm going to find him myself. Qin Zhaojun said, Okay, I'll go with you. That way you won't be fooled by his sweet talk again. She also had a little worry. What if Xie Changqing loses his bestiality and uses violence against Qin Diaochan? She has to go along to support her sister. Qin Diaochan shook her head and said, Sister, I can handle it myself. The voice was not loud, but very firm. Qin Zhaojun knew his sister's temper. When she got stubborn, even 10,000 cows couldn't pull her back. Suddenly, she saw Wei Wufeng and immediately poked him with her white jade finger. Okay, I can choose not to go. But he must go with you. Anyway, between me and him, you have to be next. Qin Diaochan looked at Wei Wufeng and said, Then let classmate Wei accompany me. She didn't think too much at this time. I just instinctively didn't want to continue to lose face in front of my own sister. As for Wei Wufeng, he had already seen and heard those shameful scenes and words with his own eyes, so it didn't matter. In addition, if Qin Zhaojun went with them, given her temper, she would definitely seize the initiative in the negotiations. She wants to handle this matter herself. Qin Zhaojun then looked at Wei Wufeng and said, Okay. Classmate Wei, then I'll give my sister's name to you. Wei Wufeng raised his head and patted his chest, promising, Principal, you know me, I'll do the job, you can trust me. Qin Zhaojun said, Please report the latest situation to me at any time. She was afraid that her sister would dump Wei Wufeng after she left. Wei Wufeng agreed. Immediately, Wei Wufeng drove the car and took Qin Diaochan away. Inside the car, Qin Diaochan called Xie Changqing and asked him to meet her at a park. After hanging up the phone, the car fell into silence. Wei Wufeng said, Hey. Teacher Qin, am I meddling in other people's business? Qin Diaochan was originally staring at the scenery outside the window. Hearing this, she turned to look at Wei Wufeng, her eyes wet, as if she was about to cry. She forced a smile. No. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been deceived.
Wei Wufeng said, it's really not a pleasant feeling to be deceived. There was another silence.
Qin Diaochan said, are all you men so fickle? You all like to possess beautiful women. Ha? A fatal question? Bullshit. Wei Wufeng didn't care at all whether Qin Diaochan asked a life-threatening question or not, he just said whatever he wanted to say. I can't represent all men. But as for myself,
I used to be very focused and devoted, but you know the result.
Then I came to terms with it. It's fine if you don't have any ability, but if you do, why would you just guard a tree or a flower?
Being friends with different beauties and being surrounded by all kinds of beauties is such a beautiful thing.
That way, my life will not be in vain.
Qin Diaochan opened her mouth and said, you are, quite honest.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, yes. Honesty is my greatest strength. I always say what I mean and do it immediately. Qin Diaochan stopped talking. It was quiet for a while. Qin Diaochan said, it's too quiet. Let's play a song. Wei Wufeng said okay and started singing. The first song turned out to be Happy Breakup. The lyrics are sad, but the tune is cheerful. Wei Wufeng said embarrassedly, I just played it randomly. I'll change it right now. It's a lie. He had already chosen the song.
Qin Diaochan said, no need to change.
Let's just sing this one. It's quite appropriate for the occasion. After a pause, perhaps wanting to find someone to talk to, she said, do you want to hear about me and him? Of course Wei Wufeng would not say no.
So, Qin Diaochan told what happened between her and Xie Changqing. From the time we met and got to know each other during our school days, to the time we signed a contract and fell in love, all the way to the present day.
Of course, the 3 rules between her and Xie Changqing were also mentioned. At last, Qin Diaochan said, you are a man. According to your men's thinking, am I going too far? Wei Wufeng blinked. To be honest, he was shocked. We've been together for nearly 12 years, let alone doing that thing, we haven't even held hands or kissed? Is this true or false?
Although he felt that Qin Diaochan had no need to lie to him.
But he still didn't quite believe it unless he let me explore it myself, hee. How come? You didn't do anything excessive.
At the moment, Wei Wufeng, who has established an honest personality, of course stands firmly on Qin Diaochan's side.
Don't say that teacher Qin did nothing wrong.
Even if she was wrong 1,000 times, Wei Wufeng would still say that she was right 1,000 times.
We're not 3-year-old children. We're all adults. We must bear the consequences of our choices.
No one put a gun to his head and forced him to agree. But since he agreed to the 3 rules you mentioned, of course he must abide by them. Even if he regrets it midway, he can just bring it up and peacefully terminate the contract.
No one is forcing him. But what about him?
He clearly agreed, but he secretly found another woman and broke the agreement.
This is a typical betrayal and a lack of contract spirit.
He also pretends to be a gentleman and very devoted, which makes him seem even more hypocritical.
Teacher Qin, I think you are not wrong. It is Xie Changqing who is wrong. Qin Diaochan's frown relaxed a little, but she was still frowning, and asked, do you really think so? Wei Wufeng said honestly and seriously, of course. Now, the expression on Qin Diaochan's face relaxed again. When people are confused and panicked, what they need most is the firm support and recognition of others.
No matter how rational Qin Diaochan is, she is not a person who is detached from the world. The support and recognition from Wei Wufeng dispelled most of the dark clouds in her heart.
Harmony Park. Swan Lake. Qin Diaochan leaned against the railing, silently watching the swans playing in the lake.
Wei Wufeng did not stay with her, but sat on a bench not far away. From time to time, he would lower his head and send a WeChat message.
This is a live broadcast for Qin Zhaojun. Qin Zhaojun is currently holding a meeting at the government office and it's still about the monster attack last night.
However, compared to the meeting hosted by the government, she was more concerned about her sister's emotional problems.
Wait and wait. Wait and wait. Half an hour later. Wei Wufeng quickly sent 3 words to Qin Zhaojun, people are coming. Xie Changqing is here. There was still a smile on his face. He probably thought that Qin Diaochan took the initiative to ask him out because there was something good going on. Wei Wufeng watched from afar. I muttered in my heart, Sarue, since you can't handle it anyway, I'll just poach you. No surprise.
Soon Xie Changqing's excited voice was heard.
Why?
I've been waiting for you for 12 years, 12 years.
Do you know how I survived these 12 years?
And now you're telling me you want to break up with me and terminate the contract.
I won't agree. I absolutely won't agree to that.
Wei Wufeng curled his lips. Qin Diaochan was still giving Xie Changqing some face and mercy, and didn't reveal his infidelity and betrayal.
Xie Changqing was very angry and very strong.
He even reached out to grab Qin Diaochan, but was avoided by Qin Diaochan.
Qin Diaochan was very restrained and didn't want to get entangled with Xie Changqing. But how could Xie Changqing let her go?
He even wanted to hug Qin Diaochan. Wei Wufeng felt that it was time for him to appear on the stage.
He shouted from a distance, "Hey, hey! Stop touching me!"
When Xie Changqing saw Wei Wufeng, he was immediately furious and said, "It's you." Then he waited for Qin Diaochan and said, "Is it because of him?"
Is it?
Wei Wufeng would not give him face.
What are you so excited about?
It was obviously you who cheated first and was the one who wronged teacher Qin first.
Don't act like you're innocent.
He also had another purpose to provoke Xie Changqing.
It would be best if he could goad him into taking action. For teacher Qin, Wei Wufeng didn't mind being beaten by Xie Changqing. Xie Changqing said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wei Wufeng said, "Last night at 9 o'clock, Shi Lai Lao arrived at the hotel." Xie Changqing's face changed in anger. The next second he shouted angrily, "You are slandering me.
I will tear your mouth apart."
Wei Wufeng took a step back. I just told you a time and a hotel name. Why are you so excited? Feeling guilty, huh? You're confessing yourself.
Xie Changqing grabbed Wei Wufeng by the collar, yelled "fuck you," and punched Wei Wufeng.
Qin Diaochan shouted angrily, "Stop!" Bang! Wei Wufeng was punched in the face. Hiss! It hurts quite a bit.
Qin Diaochan was so excited that she pulled Xie Changqing's hand away and protected Wei Wufeng behind her.
Xie Changqing, what are you doing?
She stared at Xie Changqing coldly.
You're terrible. Consider me, Qin Diaochan, blind. From now on, I don't want to see you again. At this moment, the last bit of affection she had for Xie Changqing disappeared. A cowardly escape during the pioneering period.
He found another woman behind my back and said a lot of unbearable words.
Now he even attacks Wei Wufeng. All these incidents completely exposed Xie Changqing's cowardice, hypocrisy, barbarity, and other problems. All the goodwill and affection were lost in an instant. Any normal woman probably wouldn't have any good feelings towards Xie Changqing. Well, it refers specifically to normal women, but not necessarily to abnormal women. Qin Diaochan stopped looking at Xie Changqing and turned to look at Wei Wufeng, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm tough enough." Vomit. A mouthful of saliva came out, stained with blood.
The inner wall of the mouth is weak, and after being punched, it rubs against the hard teeth and causes bleeding.
Qin Diaochan said, "You're bleeding, and you still say you're fine? Let's go to the hospital." Wei Wufeng said, "No, no. I'm a beastmaster, how can I be so fragile? It will be fine in a moment." Qin Diaochan said, "Let's go." Xie Changqing, who was standing aside, shouted, "Don't leave.
Explain your situation clearly."
At the same time, he stopped in front of the two of them.
Qin Diaochan looked at him coldly, without a trace of warmth in her bright eyes, and said, "Get out of the way." Xie Changqing was stunned by Qin Diaochan's extremely cold gaze.
What kind of look is that? Cold. Dislike. Rejection. It's as if I'm not looking at a single person.
Xie Changqing even felt that he had become a piece of shit that was hated by everyone in Qin Diaochan's eyes.
What kind of shit is it that even dogs dislike? At the same time, Qin Diaochan also unilaterally terminated the contract. Xie Changqing stared blankly at Qin Diaochan and Wei Wufeng as they walked away. Hold! Xie Changqing roared in anger. The swans in the lake and the couple on the shore were frightened and they all ran away. He is not stupid.
He had already guessed that Qin Diaochan had found out about his secret affair with another woman.
But he didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. Wrong? What did I do wrong? I did nothing wrong.
We've been together for 12 years, and I haven't even touched your hand, let alone slept with you.
You don't let me touch you, and you don't let me find other women? What kind of bullshit is this? 12 years, 12 years. I wasted my best years of youth on you, and this is how you treat me? Bitch. Bitch. Qin Diaochan, just wait for me. Xia Shangqing, will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Okay. He was unfaithful, cheated on his wife and was dumped, but he ended up hating Qin Diaochan. The excited Xia Shangqing was thinking frantically, thinking about how to take revenge. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and made a phone call. He said, "Bitch, I'm going to ruin your reputation." The call was quickly connected, and he said, "Old classmate, I'm exposing Qin Diaochan's academic fraud." In fact, he already had an idea in his mind. That is, even if Qin Diaochan knew that she was cheating, she should forgive herself, accept the woman she found, continue to love her, and serve her together with other women. Isn't it natural for an outstanding man to have more than one confidant? Is it wrong for a man as outstanding as me to have more women? That's right. Makes sense. If you, Qin Diaochan, don't accept it, it's your fault. Breaking up with me and terminating the contract is the worst decision you have ever made. Qin Diaochan, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it in the future. Unable to swallow this anger, Xia Changqing directly turned the above thoughts into a WeChat message and sent it to Qin Diaochan. The other side. Qin Diaochan read the WeChat message sent by Xia Changqing. Maybe I was too excited, there are a lot of typos. After watching it, she was not angry, but found it very funny. Is this the real Xia Changqing? I have such a bad eye for men. After being together for 12 years, I still haven't discovered his true face. Qin Diaochan looked at Wei Wufeng, raised her cell phone, and took a photo of his profile. Wei Wufeng asked her what she was doing, and she smiled and said, "I want to borrow your handsome photo. I originally wanted to use Meimei Xiuxiu to Photoshop it, but I found that there was no need to use Photoshop at all." Wei Wufeng's bare-faced photos are perfect. Photos sent. Then add a sentence, "If you are considered an excellent man, then what is Wei Wufeng? A male god?" After sending it, Qin Diaochan directly blocked and deleted it. Phew. She was amused by her own childish behavior. But before the smile faded, tears began to well up in his eyes. Tick tick. Obviously, she was deeply in love and deeply hurt. Wei Wufeng blinked, took out a few tissues and handed them over. Qin Diaochan took it, blew her nose loudly, and then wiped her tears. Wei Wufeng asked, "Teacher Qin, where are we going next? Back to school, or?" Qin Diaochan asked, "You've been heartbroken before. What did you do to get over the heartbreak?" Wei Wufeng half-jokingly said, "Find a prettier girl to get a room with." What, are you trying to imitate me? Qin Diaochan turned her head to look at Wei Wufeng, her tearful eyes flashing with light, and no one knew what was going on in her mind. 3 seconds later, she said, "Let's go. Let's get a room too." Wei Wufeng's smile froze, his eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Ah." Xia Changqing developed a desire for revenge against Qin Diaochan. Doesn't Qin Diaochan have one? Not only does she have it, it's also very strong. Look at what she did in her previous life, she almost destroyed the entire beast-taming civilization. So there's no need to be surprised at what she does. Chapter 79, Soul Contract with Qin Diaochan. A new divine beast a day. Genius and madman. There is often only a fine line between them. It's often just a matter of thought. Is Qin Diaochan a genius? There is no doubt about it. Others don't know. Wei Wufeng knew it clearly. In her previous life, she almost destroyed the entire beast-taming civilization by herself. To some extent. In her previous life, she almost reached the same heights as Wu Huang and Shi Huang. After all, the second emperor Hua and Shi are the creators of the beast-taming civilization, and she is the destroyer of the beast-taming civilization. The thinking and behavior patterns of geniuses and lunatics are incomprehensible to ordinary people. At this time, Wei Wufeng could not understand Qin Diaochan's thoughts and actions. But it is incomprehensible. Even surprised. But he accepted it completely. Isn't it just getting a room? Open. Not only do you have to book a room, I also want to book the most luxurious and top-notch room. Yun Mengxiang, the only 6-star hotel in the city. Presidential suite. Even though Qin Diaochan was in a low mood at the moment, she was still shocked by the layout of the room. So luxurious. So magnificent. It's like a castle in a dream.
Looking down from the panoramic floor to ceiling windows, you can take in the entire city, as if you are flying in the clouds.
What should I do next?
Xin Diaochan turned her head and looked at Wei Wufeng.
This is my first time checking into a hotel with someone else. Wei Wufeng blinked.
As an experienced driver, he didn't know how to answer at this moment.
Hello? Teacher Qin, you are at least over 30 years old, right? Why do I feel like an innocent girl who knows nothing about the world? Xin Diaochan didn't wait for Wei Wufeng to answer. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she walked to the wine cabinet. There are 2 wine cabinets. One is a wine cabinet for ordinary people.
One is a wine cabinet for Beastmasters. There is also a warning sign on the wine cabinet facing the Beastmaster. The content is, non-Beastmasters are prohibited from drinking. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk and this store will not be responsible. If an ordinary person drinks the wine meant for a Beastmaster, he will die. Xin Diaochan looked at Wei Wufeng and said, all the women on TV who have been heartbroken drink alcohol. Let's have a good drink. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, okay. Can you still eat more? I'll order some snacks. Xin Diaochan said, okay. Soon, the snacks were delivered to the room.
Wei Wufeng and Xin Diaochan ate the snacks and drank the wine. Especially that plate of peanuts, it goes really well with wine.
The wine they both drank was meant for Beastmasters, and it was enough to make them drunk.
As she drank, Xin Diaochan's already beautiful face turned red, making her even more attractive. He looks drunk.
She didn't say anything like you men are all bad guys. Instead, he said, this love and marriage research project has failed. You can see that she is very sad.
But this statement.
It really fits her character as a genius scientific research master.
With such a good opportunity, how could the upright gentleman Wei Wufeng not take advantage of it? If he doesn't do something, it simply doesn't fit his personality. He turned on the decadent BGM and pulled the drunk Xin Diaochan to dance.
Xin Diaochan looked at Wei Wufeng's handsome and charming face, shaking her head and laughing, intoxicated.
Mr. Wei, how about we start a new research topic? I've already thought of the name and theme.
The impact of temperament on the duration and depth of contracts between main and cooperating Beastmasters in the context of the new era.
How about it? Is this topic worth further research?
Wei Wufeng has accepted Xin Diaochan's style. He smiled and said, okay. But this topic requires repeated and long-term research, which will be very hard.
Xin Diaochan sneered and said, I'm not afraid. I'm very hardworking and persevering. Wei Wufeng asked, when should we start the research? Now, or another day? Xin Diaochan's eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and she asked doubtfully, another day? Why another day? Right now. She stepped on Wei Wufeng's foot and her body tilted. Wei Wufeng followed suit, and the 2 of them rolled to the ground.
I smelled the mellow aroma of my daughter mixed with the scent of alcohol.
Wei Wufeng was so hot that he was about to explode. I urgently need to go to a cold place to cool down. As soon as he started to move, Xin Diaochan said, don't move. Wei Wufeng stared in amazement. No way, big sister? It's already like this, and you suddenly shout cut? As a result, Xin Diaochan was heard laughing drunkenly. I'll do it. I know this.
My sister has Snake Kingdom movies on her computer.
I have a photographic memory and I've learned them all. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, damn, this is even more exciting. The principal actually has this hobby?
But when I think about the fact that Principal Qin and Tuya are best friends,
he suddenly didn't find it strange at all. As for Tuyana's humorous hobby,
the 2 of them definitely had a lot in common, including some weird hobbies. Since Xin Diaochan said so, Wei Wufeng did not move. But what I never expected was that she would come up with such a ruthless move right from the start.
Slurp. Evening. Government office canteen. Xin Zhaojun sucked the beef ramen into his mouth with a fierce breath. Miraculously, not a single drop of soup spilled out.
While chewing, she picked up her phone to check her WeChat message and found that Wei Wufeng had not replied yet.
What are you doing? Why haven't you replied yet? She got impatient and called directly. The call was connected soon. Xin Zhaojun asked, what's the situation? Is my sister okay? Wei Wufeng's answer came. Principal Qin, please don't worry about it. Let me do it.
With teacher Qin and I here to keep an eye on her, you can rest assured. I guarantee that the jade will be returned intact to Qin, not a single hair will be lost.
Watching the whole time?
Qin Zhaojun felt a little relieved and said, then you have to keep a close eye on it.
Hang up the phone. She felt a little relieved. Wei Wufeng is still very reliable.
She trusts her own judgment. At this time, a man sat in front of Qin Zhaojun.
Qin Zhaojun couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Zhang Yonan, are you here just to hang out?
The man was none other than Qin Zhaojun's old classmate, Zhang Yonan, who was in charge of admissions at Tsinghua University.
Zhang Yonan smiled friendly. I happened to be on a business trip and passed by Dapeng City. I saw the news about the monster attack and came to take a look.
I didn't expect to meet you here.
It seems we are destined to be together.
Qin Zhaojun said, you really are just here for show.
Where are you going on this business trip? Who are you looking to recruit this time? Zhang Yonan said, I can't tell you this.
So, have you chosen the exchange students?
Qin Zhaojun smiled.
Don't worry, Wei Wufeng must be on the list.
A reminder for you: hide all the beauties from your Tsinghua University. If he seduces you here, don't come to me to protest.
Zhang Yonan was stunned when he heard this, and then he burst into laughter.
Zhaojun, the school bell of Tsinghua is not the same as the former school bell of Zhouhu.
In Tsinghua, being pretty isn't enough to become the school belle.
Also, the various benefits offered by Tsinghua are incomparable to those offered by Zhouhu. Wei Wufeng is indeed handsome, but he can't steal the campus beauty of Tsinghua with just his looks.
On the contrary, the campus belle of Tsinghua is both talented and beautiful.
Perhaps Wei Wufeng will be so happy there that he won't want to come back. Qin Zhaojun said, really? I don't believe it. Zhang Yonan smiled confidently and said, then we'll wait and see. In order to recruit Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan, Tsinghua University put in a lot of effort. This exchange student activity is mainly aimed at these two people. In addition, the real reason why Zhang Yonan was so confident was that this time it was the government boss who spoke. Government officials also hope that Wei Wufeng can transfer to Tsinghua University.
Tsinghua University is in the capital, at the feet of the emperor. Unlike Zhouhu University, it is a bit far away from the emperor. The bosses would feel more at ease if Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan were in the capital, at the feet of the emperor. Zhang Yonan chatted with Qin Zhaojun for a while and then said goodbye and left. As soon as he left, Qin Zhaojun frowned.
In fact, she was not very willing to let Wei Wufeng go to Tsinghua University for exchange and study.
But the boss has spoken, and she has no choice but to do it. Although she had confidence in Wei Wufeng, she was still a little worried. The capital city of Beijing.
At the feet of the emperor.
The best and most romantic place in the country. Qin Zhaojun knew very well how great the temptation there was. After all, Wei Wufeng is a young man in his early 20s.
Can he really resist the temptations of the capital? Thinking about it,
suddenly, an idea struck her.
If it really doesn't work, I'll really match Diao-chan and Wei Wufeng. My sister is single now anyway. With this relationship, how can he leave me? As for Wei Wufeng already having a woman, this is not a problem at all. Wei Wufeng is so outstanding. For such an outstanding person like him, is there anything wrong with having more female confidants? What? Double standards?
It is not acceptable for Xia Changqing to cheat on his wife.
Wouldn't it be enough for Wei Wufeng to have a few more female confidants? No, the same. Xia Changqing established a loyal and affectionate personality from the very beginning. As a result, his image has collapsed and he has instantly become a hypocritical scumbag. Where is Wei Wufeng? He never said he was loyal. Need I say more? Day by day, more and more beauties were brought home, and as a result, there was not enough room, so we had to move to a bigger house. Is this loyalty? It's clearly the kind of fraternity that is central air conditioning. Plus, Xia Changqing is neither as handsome nor as outstanding as Wei Wufeng, yet he still wants to be surrounded by beautiful women? You're dreaming. Ultimately, the food is the original sin.
The more Qin Zhaojun thought about it, the more feasible it seemed.
The best way to get out of a relationship is to get into a new one. That's it. I'll try to match Wei Wufeng and Diao-chan up later. At worst, I'll drug them. Aki. Qin Diao-chan sneezed loudly. Wei Wufeng asked, are you okay? Do you have a cold?
As he said this, he handed over the tissue very gentlemanly.
Xin Diaochan took the paper and wiped her nose. I don't have a cold. Based on past experience, it must be my sister plotting against me. Wei Wufeng asked, what? Xin Diaochan said, it's very effective. I figured this out bit by bit.
Wei Wufeng laughed and said, then you two really are like sisters, so in tune with each other.
I didn't know you were bleeding and injured. Can your sister sense it?
Xin Diaochan, who was lying on her stomach, raised her head, looked at Wei Wufeng, and said, I want to discuss something with you.
Wei Wufeng is so heroic. No need to discuss. I am always ready to get deeply involved in your research topic. I'm absolutely dedicated, always available, and always willing to do my best. Xin Diaochan smiled and said, okay. That's what you said.
Then I will regularly record the growth status of your divine beast.
Wei Wufei was stunned and asked in confusion, what? A divine beast? Yes, I want to study your divine beast.
So far, there hasn't been a single authoritative paper specifically studying mythical beasts.
I want to be the first.
As she spoke, Xin Diaochan's eyes flashed with strong enthusiasm.
Wei Wufeng blinked. Shit, is this the research you're talking about? Aren't you going to study the impact of that on the duration and depth of the contracts between the main and auxiliary beast masters? Xin Diaochan was stunned. Is there? Oh, now I remember, I said that when I was drunk. But it's not a big problem, we can do it together.
Wei Wufeng laughed and said, great, so you've been plotting something bad against me for a long time.
He is the one who was crying stop thief. Xin Diaochan said, how can this be considered as a conspiracy? This is clearly a serious and legitimate academic research.
After she finished speaking, she stared straight at Wei Wufeng and said hesitantly, please help me.
Wei Wufeng laughed and said, if you make me angry again, I won't listen to your begging for mercy later.
Xin Diaochan's expression darkened, and she was about to say, if you don't want to, forget it.
Then Wei Wufeng said, it's not impossible. But I have a condition. Xin Diaochan said, tell me what the conditions are.
Wei Wufeng leaned close to her ear and said something. After hearing this, Xin Diaochan's eyes were filled with ripples, her cheeks were flushed, and she bit her red lips with her jade teeth.
She nodded reluctantly.
Wei Wufeng added, there's one more condition, you have to make a contract with me, and it has to be a soul contract.
Xin Diaochan thought about it and said, okay. It's like this. The relationship between the two sides is so close.
Just call it soul contract.
It's all about academic research. Xin Diaochan is not without desires.
She is determined to write the first research paper on mythical beasts. Obviously, because of Wei Wufeng's intervention, the terrifying boss who almost destroyed the beast-taming civilization in the previous life will never appear again. The harm caused to her by Xie Changqing's deception, cheating, infidelity, etc. is far from enough to make her completely evil.
And because of Wei Wufeng's close company, she quickly got out of the negative state of emotional setback. Quickly found a new life goal. Then, the holy light of soul contract instantly filled the entire room and even projected out through the window. After the soul contract is completed,
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, although I agreed to let you study the mythical beast, I didn't agree to let you study the nine-tailed fox.
Xin Diaochan was stunned, then became unhappy and said, what do you mean?
You're telling me this after the contract has already been signed.
Are you kidding me? Wei Wufeng smiled. I've already teased you just now, why would I tease you now? I'll keep you in suspense for now, and then I'll give you a big surprise. Come, let's summon the beast together.
Xin Diaochan said nothing, pouted her lips, and looked at Wei Wufeng.
Wei Wufeng said, come on. You'll know in a moment. I promise to give you an incredible surprise. Ha ha. I just summoned a divine beast yesterday. Today I can summon another divine beast. So beautiful. Come. Hurry. Let us see what kind of mythical beast can be summoned today. This is the rhythm of one mythical beast today. Chapter 80, The Divine Beast White Tiger. It's actually a 10-star beast. Ow ho! A tiger roar suddenly broke out. Earth shaking. It was like a huge thunder exploding in the clear sky. Boom! Rolling and surging. When ordinary people hear this, they just feel chest tightness, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, and are very uncomfortable. They can't tell the difference clearly. I thought it was a thunderclap. Everyone was shocked.
When the Beastmasters heard this, they felt an oppressive force that made their souls tremble.
But they knew that it must be the roar of an animal. What a strong pressure! What kind of animal is roaring? Is there another monster attacking? Zhang Yonan just returned to the Yunmingxiang Hotel. Suddenly I heard a beast roar and was startled. This aura is Divine Beast? No. Impossible. I must have sensed it wrongly. How could another divine beast suddenly appear? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The fierce Gu Eagle last night was a 6-star divine beast. It devoured its master after being summoned. The cat-like beast that killed the Ligudio can basically be determined to be a divine beast, and its star rating is even higher. Including Wei Wufeng's 9 tails. 3 divine beasts have appeared in this Duping city. Another one today? How is that possible? What a feng shui treasure land this Duping city is. One after another, divine beasts appear here. If he knew that Wei Wufeng could summon several divine beasts by himself. I don't know if my worldview will collapse directly. Zhang Yonan thought to himself, should I investigate? After thinking about it, he shook his head. Never mind. After all, it's not your territory, so don't mess around. He has something important to do now. He's going to Shenzhen University to recruit people. His job is to recruit people all over the country. Not everything needs to be thoroughly investigated. The top floor of Yunmingxiang. Presidential suite. Hiss. Wei Wufeng took a breath of cold air. Why did you bite me? And you bite so hard. It's bleeding. He was bitten by Qin Daochan. Just now. Freebie System just gave him a cherry tomato for free. This cherry tomato is not a small tomato, but a fruit that can turn you into a beautiful saint after eating it. Of course, one of the effects of eating cherry tomatoes is becoming more beautiful. The real effect is to transform the woman who takes it into a jade holy body. What is the effect of the glass holy body? First, speed up the training speed of male and female beastmasters. Second, replenish the magic for male beastmasters, that is, restore their energy and beast controlling power. These are the 2 most important effects. There are also some other effects, which need not be elaborated. Wei Wufeng was thinking, if I give this cherry tomato to Shui Yiling, I can immediately become a perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion machine? Well. What are you thinking about? Don't think wrongly. Don't tremble. Then, he was bitten by Qin Daochan. Qin Daochan said, does it hurt so much? It seems I'm not dreaming. Looking at the mighty white tiger standing in front of him. At that moment, the mighty white tiger opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and licked with its hooked tongue, which was very scary. She hugged Wei Wufeng tightly. I summoned the beast. I summoned the mythical beast, the white tiger. White tiger. White tiger. It's white tiger. Wei Wufeng glanced down at the plump white tiger and muttered to himself, summoning the white tiger is really appropriate. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming. Qin Daochan was so excited and thrilled that she completely lost her composure. No one can help but feel excited and thrilled after summoning a divine beast. No one would not be excited and thrilled after summoning the divine beast white tiger. Yes. This time, Wei Wufeng and Qin Daochan summoned the divine beast white tiger, one of the 5 sacred beasts. What? Are you mistaken? It's said to be one of the 5 sacred beasts. Why is it called a divine beast? That's right. Holy beast was a respectful title in ancient times, and it is also the height that the white tiger finally reaches. But now, it is summoned again, and it is the divine beast. Beast Tamer, white tiger. Health, 40,000. Beast taming level, 10-star divine beast. Ha! Wei Wufeng was surprised. Qin Daochan was also shocked. 10-star beast? Is the highest level usually 9 stars? How did a 10-star appear? Wei Wufeng said, after all, they are the legendary 5 sacred beasts, so they are definitely different from ordinary beasts. Qin Daochan's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly, that's right. This is a great discovery. Then, the 2 continued to check the specific information of the 10-star divine beast white tiger. Beast taming divine power, tiger power LV1,
continuously release the terrifying tiger pressure to continuously weaken the enemy's combat power. Beast Taming Talent, Tiger Fury LV1, the lower the vitality, the stronger the skill power, up to 100%.
Beast Taming Skills.
Skill 1, Tiger Claw LV1, Tiger Claw condenses the power of Golden Thunder, ignoring defense and capable of shattering protective barriers.
Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV1, unleashes a Tiger Roar, stunning the enemy. Blocks Mental Skills. Skill 3, Tiger Pounce LV1, speed instantly triples, regardless of size, and the enemy will be knocked down.
Skill 4, Tiger Meal LV1, ignore all obstacles and increase combat power after devouring the enemy's flesh and blood.
Ultimate Skill, Tiger Evil LV1, burns 50% of your health, doubling your combat power. Invincible for the first 3 seconds. Damn it! Not ignore. It's definitely.
It is worthy of being called the 10-star Divine Beast White Tiger. It really is the 10-star Divine Beast White Tiger.
Fierce. So awesome. It's not just fierce. In addition,
the main feature of 10-star Divine Beast White Tiger is attack.
Onslaught. Crazy attack. Furious attack. Show the majesty and terror of the King of Beasts.
Simply speaking of combat effectiveness, Wei Wufeng has so many mythical beasts, but none of them can compare with the White Tiger.
I don't care. Qin Daochan suddenly screamed. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go. I'll follow you like a shadow.
I want to conduct a comprehensive record and research on White Tiger.
No objection. Opposition is useless. Also, you must fight when there's a battle. Wei Wufeng said, okay. But I also have conditions. Qin Daochan said, I agree. Wei Wufeng asked, you agreed without me even telling you? Qin Daochan said, I'll agree to any conditions as long as it allows me to study the mythical beast properly. She was so excited and thrilled.
I was originally thinking of studying that 9-tailed immortal firefox. As a result, I have now summoned the divine beast and can study it to my heart's content.
No matter what the conditions, she agreed. Wei Wufeng said, I will definitely continue to soul contract with other people in the future. You can't object. It was also good that I had a soul connection with Xue Jinxing before. It's okay to make a soul contract with Qin Daochan now. His other soul contracted beast masters could sense it and agreed. The contract between Xue Yuling and Xiong Juju is a slavery contract and they have no right to object.
But Hua Xianyan and Mu Jianying both have soul contracts.
If they object, there is no way to break the soul contract between Wei Wufeng and other women.
All beast tamers who cooperate with the soul contract are equal.
If Wei Wufeng wants to establish a soul contract with others, everyone must agree. In other words, each of his soul contractors has a veto power.
When Qin Daochan heard this, she said without thinking, okay.
But after saying that,
her expression changed and she looked at Wei Wufeng with a flickering gaze. She didn't listen carefully at all and agreed casually. But after saying the word okay, he realized what Wei Wufeng meant.
Establishing soul contracts with more women means he will have more. As a woman, Qin Daochan's first reaction was obviously unacceptable.
She broke up with Xie Changqing, terminated the contract, and blocked him because he found another woman.
But Qin Daochan is ultimately the character of an ideal academic researcher.
After a moment of weighing and thinking, her eyes no longer flickered.
Good.
She looked at Wei Wufeng with a firm expression and gaze.
I promise you. I have absolutely no objection to you making a soul contract with another woman.
If Xie Changqing knew this, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood or even explode on the spot.
Oh. I have been guarding you for 12 years. We haven't even held hands. Just because I found another woman, you broke up with me and terminated the contract. What's the result now? Not only are you connected to a bunch of beast tamers, and agree that he can continue to soul contract with other women? What the hell do you take me for? Crack. Wei Wufeng patted her, which was considered a high five to signify their oath.
Qin Daochan reluctantly put the 10-star Divine Beast White Tiger back into the beast taming space.
Sudden. She realized something and looked straight at Wei Wufeng with her beautiful eyes. Including White Tiger and 9-tailed fox, you have summoned 2 divine beasts. And based on what you said before, it seems like you already knew you would summon the divine beast. Isn't that right? Besides, sure enough, What you and Xiong Juju summoned was also a mythical beast, a mermaid, right? Qin Diaochan has already seen the mermaid. At that time, she only had a little doubt and didn't think much about it. After all,
a main beastmaster and 2 auxiliary beastmasters summon 2 divine beasts has never happened before. Anyway, with her knowledge and experience, she has never seen a case like this.
But now,
after summoning the 10-star divine beast White Tiger, the facts were right before her eyes, and Qin Diaochan had no choice but to believe and make associations.
Wei Wufeng smiled deeply and said, "Yes." Qin Diaochan's face was full of seriousness. She asked, "What on earth is going on?" Wei Wufeng said bluntly, "Keep it secret."
Qin Diaochan said, "I have already made a soul contract with you."
"You can't even tell me?"
Wei Wufeng said, "Yes, you can't." Qin Diaochan's thirst for knowledge was so strong that she actually started to act coquettishly. "Tell me.
Please. I'm really curious. One person summoned 2 mythical beasts, maybe more. How terrifying this is."
Wei Wufeng was provoked by her, and his passion was rekindled. He turned over and said, "Okay, I'll tell you because I am the child of destiny."
This is not the answer Qin Diaochan wants to know. She pushed Wei Wufeng and said, "You." Humph. Outside the window,
the huge red sun completely sank into the distant mountains. The setting sun is like fire, burning brightly.
Night has fallen unstoppably. Building A09, Huazuyuan. After dinner, Hua Xianyan, Tuya, and others went back to their rooms. The meal was prepared by Shu Wei Yuling. Of course, it can't compare with what Wei Wufeng made, but it's also quite delicious. Tuya returned to her room, quickly washed up, and then sat down in front of the computer to work. She is still editing action videos. At the beginning, her purpose was simple, which was to edit the videos she had shot so that they could be watched smoothly. But as things developed, some new, bolder and more ambitious ideas burst into her mind. Some things have already been done. There is no point in worrying about this or being upset about that. Just go all out. Do it to the best of your ability. Now, she is really editing and producing videos with a mentality of pursuing art and perfection. She has even been learning screenwriting. Why study screenwriting? She wants to make up for the biggest shortcoming of the action video in her the plot. According to her understanding, everyone will choose to fast forward when watching exciting movies. A 1 or 2 hour movie can often be finished in just 1 or 2 minutes. Why? After deep thinking, she felt that the biggest reason was that the film had no plot or the plot was very bad. If the film could be added with a plot full of climaxes, twists, and turns, the effect would definitely be different. Of course. She absolutely would never post the videos she made online. She just watched and appreciated it herself. But precisely because you are watching and appreciating it yourself, you cannot be careless and must take it seriously. Tuya wrote and drew on a notebook while editing the video. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hua Xianyan came and seemed to be in a bad mood. Tuya could tell at a glance that she was worried and asked, "What's wrong?" Hua Xianyan pursed her red lips. "My husband has made a soul contract with another person. One yesterday, and another today. He just texted me and said he wouldn't be back tonight." Tuya's expression froze, and she cursed, "This playboy, carrot." She could only put down the work at hand, hold Hua Xianyan's hand and comfort her. After hearing the comfort, Hua Xianyan shook her head. "I'm not actually jealous or unhappy. I've already prepared myself mentally. It's just, I feel like the pressure is getting higher and higher." Tuya said, "What's the pressure? I've already taught you all the palace fighting techniques, haven't I? Just follow them." Hua Xianyan raised her head, her eyes twinkling, and said, "Mom, I just want to do what you taught me." Tuya felt a little uneasy when she looked at her, and asked, "Then why are you so depressed?" Hua Xianyan leaned close to Tuya's ear and whispered something. "What?" After hearing this, Tuya was shocked and blurted out, "You let me have a bond with him. Are you kidding me?" Understood. She understood instantly. "It turns out that forming cliques has brought trouble upon myself. You have to develop me into an ally. This. What's the matter? Is this considered shooting oneself in the foot? Or was he hit by a bullet he fired himself? Anyway, it's all ready." Hua Xianyan blushed and held her hand, looking pitiful. "Help me, please? Is it okay? With you fighting alongside me and backing me up, I'm not afraid of anything. Tuya was in a state of confusion. Chapter 81 Feng Feifei, Patriarch of the Feng family, Mr. Wei invites you to marry into the Feng family. Fight side by side? Still supporting? The image comes to mind. Tuya blushed. What does this have to do with anything? She was about to refuse. That's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's amazing that this girl could come up with this idea. In order to win favor in the palace, people are really imaginative and even use any means necessary. No. She finally said no. Seeing Huo Xianyan's pitiful and pleading expression, she looked like she was about to cry. I immediately felt sorry for her. No rush, I'll think about it. The only tactic left is to drag. I couldn't help but feel resentful towards someone. Big bastard. Look at what you have done to my Xianyan. Believe it or not, next time we eat together, I'll slap you in the face again. Tuya said, it's getting late. Don't think too much. Go back and rest. Huo Xianyan pursed her red lips and said, my husband won't be back tonight. I want to sleep with you. Tuya said, then you go and rest first. I still need to be busy for a while. Huo Xianyan said, I'm not sleepy at all. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me. Well. Tuya looked strange. I create art here. Xianyan was watching from the side and always felt something was weird. But she immediately thought Xianyan knew what she was doing. Besides, what I am doing is an elegant artistic creation. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just let her do it. Huo Xianyan sat nearby and watched. At first it was nothing. But gradually, her face turned red and her breathing became rapid. It's like having a cold and a fever. Tuya noticed her strangeness, looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Huo Xianyan's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, nothing. He said it was nothing, but he moved closer to Tuya, right next to her. Feeling the warmth of Xianyan's body, Tuya's heart moved. He looked at her deeply again, and his expression changed slightly as if he had thought of something. It can't be. Huo Xianyan grabbed Tuya's hand, very hard, and trembled slightly, saying, I feel a little uncomfortable. It must be a cold and fever. She leaned weakly against Tuya and moved her head closer. The scorching hot air hit Tuya's face, her eyes widened and her pupils shrank. Meow. The wildcat outside the window meowed again. An idea popped into Tuya's mind. These damn wildcats won't go away no matter how hard we try. I'll poison you all to death tomorrow. But the next second, her mind went blank. My mouth was sealed and even my brain was frozen. The next day, Wei Wufang and Qin Daochan returned to school together. He first sent Qin Daochan back to the principal's house, and then went straight to his own home. When we arrived at the principal's house, he happened to see the principal's secretary Zhang Ruyu and the housekeeping workers cleaning the former principal's house. Once the former principal's house is cleaned and tidied up, he can move in with his whole family. When Qin Daochan entered the house, she saw Qin Zhaojun talking on the phone. She was about to go upstairs to her room when she heard her sister calling her. After Qin Zhaojun finished the call, she asked, what's wrong, sister? Qin Zhaojun had an expression of disgust and disdain on his face. Someone spread rumors that your academic paper was fabricated. I checked and found out it was indeed Xia Changqing's doing. This man is truly terrible. Qin Daochan's expression changed and she said, what did you say? Is this true? Qin Zhaojun asked her to open Jubo and read it herself. Qin Daochan opened the Jubo. I was shocked to find that the headline was, Genius Beauty Scholar Qin Daochan's paper is suspected of fraud. There is also a word explosion in the upper right corner of the title. When I clicked on it, I saw that the details were very convincing and seemed to be true. A professional can tell at a glance that it is a rumor. But there are very few professionals in the world. Moreover, genius beauty scholar and academic fraud are two hot words that catch people's attention. You can imagine how popular it is. The academic world today is so fake, messy, and dirty. Ugh. This is what a closed monopoly world is like. Fraud is the norm, and it would be strange if it didn't. Ha ha. Maybe she earned all her honorary titles by selling wholesale. It's because there are so many people who are cheating that the research on beast control theory is progressing so slowly. I used to like her quite a bit. But I didn't expect her to be all show and no substance. I've turned from a fan to a hater. Please punish me severely, sir. At first Qin Daochan was very angry.
After all, her academic papers are the result of her hard work and dedication.
Now I'm being falsely accused of fraud and a bunch of people are scolding me. How can I not be angry?
But she is not an ordinary person after all.
He quickly calmed down. After all,
her fundamental purpose in conducting research on beast taming theory was not for money, fame, or the like.
I simply like it. And enjoy the process of exploring the unknown.
It is nice to gain money and fame, but these are just icing on the cake.
Therefore, there is absolutely no need to get angry because of rumors, false accusations, and abuse. Only. Qin Daochan asked, did Xie Changqing really do it?
Qin Zhaojun said, with my connections, it's easy to investigate this matter.
Qin Daochan nodded.
If her favorability towards Xie Changqing was 0 before, it is now minus 100. Qin Zhaojun said, don't worry. I'll help you vent your anger.
Qin Daochan's eyes flashed, and she said, okay. I'll trouble you then, sister. Qin Zhaojun said, what trouble is it?
I'm your sister, so of course I have to stand up for you.
Then he asked, you didn't come back last night. Where did you and Wei Wufeng go? Qin Daochan said, I went to get a room.
Qin Zhaojun said, oh, get a room.
What?
What did you say? Today is the last day of the 3-day holiday. Wei Wufeng took Hua, Shui, and Xiong with him to go shopping, play and watch movies.
Tuya was also invited. But she acted like an elder. You young people are having fun, why did you ask me to come along? Don't go and don't force yourself. Wei Wufei and the other 3 are having fun. A handsome guy who looks like Panin.
Now that the hype about the beast tamer has basically passed, Wei Wufeng no longer wears a mask when going out. 3 beautiful women who look like fairies descending to earth.
Hua Xianyan is flawless, elegant, and beautiful. Shui Yuling is cute and lively, with a childlike face and huge breasts. Shon Juju has huge headlights and is proud and unruly. Any one of them is a stunning beauty.
The attraction and temptation created when they are put together is simply at the level of a nuclear explosion. Such a combination of handsome men and beautiful women will attract envious and jealous eyes wherever they go. It has also led to countless conflicts and quarrels between couples and lovers.
The man couldn't help but stare at Hua, Shui, and Xiong, and his girlfriend or wife was unhappy. The woman couldn't help but stare at Wei Wufeng, her boyfriend or husband was unhappy. This is still normal. I actually encountered an abnormal one.
At Yuenta Amusement Park, a man took the initiative to find Wei Wufeng and said that his girlfriend wanted to do something with Wei Wufeng.
That look is so eager.
That tone was very excited. His wife was not far away, looking at him shyly and passionately, as if she was waiting for him eagerly. In terms of appearance and figure, she certainly cannot compare with Hua Xianyan and the other 2 girls.
But she is considered a beauty among ordinary people.
Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, and the other 2 girls were shocked.
What to do? Decisive rejection. Afterwards, Xiong Juju said, that man is most likely a cuckold. Shui Yiling asked, what is a cuckold slave? Xiong Juju gave her some scientific advice. Those who like to watch their partner being penetrated by other people are perverts. Shui Yiling exclaimed, it's so disgusting. After lunch, the 4 of them watched a movie. As a result, Half-Lake Green was so ugly and boring. Simply.
Wei Wufeng took the opportunity to unlock the new scene cinema play.
The 4 of us bought family box tickets. Plus it was pitch dark.
Not afraid of being seen or heard by others.
Overall, the movie watching experience was pretty good.
The only drawback is that Half-Lake Green is too short, not enough for him to walk around it.
If someone asks Wei Wufeng about his evaluation of Half-Lake Green, Wei Wufeng will say this movie is very good for sleeping. I had a happy day. Returned to school in the evening. The principal's secretary Zhang Ruyu called Wei Wufeng and said that the former principal's house had been packed up and they could move in at any time. Wei Wufeng decided to move now. After refusing Zhang Ruyu's help, Wei Wufeng moved to a bigger home in 2 hours. Now that's better. Not only is there enough room in the new house, there is even some to spare. After dinner, Qin Zhaojun came knocking on the door.
Wei Wufeng felt that Qin Zhaojun looked at him strangely.
Could it be? Did she already know about him and Qin Daochan?
While chatting and laughing, Principal Qin said with a smile, come on, Wei, try to fill all the rooms. That is Qin Zhaojun. Wei Wufeng is grateful for her kindness.
Otherwise, he would definitely be muttering in his heart, how about I leave you an empty room? Then, Tuya used an excuse to leave with Qin Zhaojun.
She also said, you don't have to hold the door open for me, I'm sleeping with my best friend tonight. They were best friends to begin with, and now they were neighbors, so it was normal for them to want to spend a night together.
Late at night,
Tuya and Qin Zhaojun, two good friends, slept in the same bed and talked about their private matters.
Chatting and chatting.
Qin Zhaojun suddenly changed the subject, you and Wei Wufeng are not.
Tuya was startled and quickly denied it 3 times, no. No. Don't talk nonsense.
Qin Zhaojun looked at Tuya with a look that said, you little brat, you're exposed now. Looking at her burning eyes, Tuya's heart was pounding. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, there's really nothing.
Qin Zhaojun smiled even more deeply. But I didn't say anything.
Tuya finally reacted and her face instantly turned red like a crab just out of the steamer, steaming red. Qin Zhaojun saw her reaction and shouted in his heart, holy shit.
This is too exciting. Tuya said, you're not really being influenced by the plot of the novel, are you?
I told you not to read such nonsense.
Someone is feeling miserable. But I can't tell the truth.
Her heart was in a mess and she was angry.
What kind of nonsense novel? Who stole my novel and hid under the covers?
Before she could finish, Qin Zhaojun covered her mouth with his hand. It seemed that if Tuya's mouth was not covered, she would reveal some extremely sensitive secrets.
Tuya is not someone to be trifled with.
He stretched out his claws and scratched Qin Zhaojun's armpits fiercely. Qin Zhaojun screamed in surprise, and her delicate body trembled with a ga sound.
She also fought back strongly. The two best friends started to play around, fighting and making noise.
The quilt buried them all. The quilt was surging like the sea surface blown by a hurricane.
God knows what they are doing in bed. The next day, there is no sunlight and it is cloudy and rainy.
Wei Wufeng goes to school with Hua, Shui, and Xiong. On the way, you can hear students passing by discussing the Qin Diochan academic paper fraud incident. Wei Wufeng scoffed at this.
Would a theoretical research genius like Qin Diochan commit academic fraud? Not funny at all.
In addition, some people were laughing at me, Li Muyun, who was drowned in shit. Apparently, word of this has spread. Li Muyun's death also became a laughingstock.
Gifted class.
When Wei Wufeng and the other 3 entered, everyone's eyes were on them.
There weren't many students in the genius class to begin with.
After the pioneering experience was over, several people died and the number of people became even smaller.
In addition to Wei Wufeng and the other 4, there are Su Fan and Dongfang Yayan. There are only 2 pairs left. Okay. After a pioneering effort, the number of students in the genius class was cut in half. Wei Wufeng didn't see Lian Mengli, but he didn't care. Su Fan saw Wei Wufeng and others and came over on his own initiative. Xian Hanshao and Wei Wufeng nodded.
Then he looked at Hua Xianyan and said, the old lady's passing at such an advanced age is a happy occasion.
Please accept my condolences. There is a saying that goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you.
Qin Diochan said thank you to Su Fan calmly, then took her husband's hand and sat down.
This attitude. Su Fan felt offended.
He smiled, looking nonchalant, and returned to his seat. I didn't expect Xiong Juju to also have a contract with him. A shadow fell on Su Fan's heart.
He didn't have any thoughts about Xiong Juju.
It can't be said that I don't have any thoughts at all, after all, she is really too big. But he knew very well how powerful Xiong Juju was.
With her as his companion beastmaster, Wei Wufeng is even more powerful. More importantly, Xiong Juju is Xiong Taitai's biological sister. Su Fan is very satisfied with Xiong Taitai's teaching level and quality. He even wanted her to be his personal trainer.
Wei Wufeng became Xiong Juju's main beastmaster. If you encounter a difficult problem, it would be much more convenient to ask Xiong Taitai for help.
This is definitely not what Su Fan wants to see. Hateful. The class bell rang. Xiong Taitai entered the classroom as the bell rang.
He still looks unkempt. But even though he didn't care about his appearance, those 2 heavy fruits were still eye-catching. People who knew that she and Xiong Juju were sisters couldn't help but sigh, the Xiong family has really good genes.
Xiong Taitai glanced around the classroom. It's almost halfway done, it's okay. She glanced at Xiong Juju and said, "You're not dead?" Xiong Juju rolled her eyes and said, "Sister, you are hoping that I will die, right?" Xiong Tai glanced at Wei Wufeng and said, "It seems like you have been subdued by him." Xiong Juju's face turned red, and she didn't know whether it was out of embarrassment or annoyance. Enough of the gossip. The dead are not worth worrying about. Xiong Tai instantly entered the teaching state. Let the class begin. Today we are talking about the role of the cooperative Beastmaster in battle. As everyone knows, the cooperative Beastmaster does not have the right to control the beast. So, without the right to control a beast, is the Beastmaster redundant in battle? Studying is boring. But gaining knowledge is fun. After a day of classes, Wei Wufeng received a call on the way back to his new home. "Ha? This number." Wei Wufeng answered the phone. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Wei Wufeng? I hope I didn't disturb you by calling you." Very nice sound. It's like the voice of a professional voice actor that has been tuned, with a sweet and ethereal charm. To use the stereotype with such a nice voice, she must be a great beauty. Wei Wufeng said, "Yes, it's me. Just tell me what you want to say." During the previous land reclamation process, didn't an ancient family send people to protect Wei Wufeng? The number that is calling now is the one left by the person who protected Wei Wufeng. A sweet and ethereal voice said, "I am Feng Feifei, the head of the Feng family. I would like to ask you to marry into the Feng family." Wei Wufeng said without hesitation, "I refuse." What era is this? And still be a son-in-law? Chapter 82 Shocking. In broad daylight, the school beauty actually did such a thing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, I didn't make myself clear." Feng Feifei on the other end of the phone not only had a nice voice, but was also very well-mannered and polite. She is truly a lady from a noble family who has received rigorous training. "You marry into the Feng family and marry me, the head of the family. After marrying me, you will become the head of the Feng family. All the resources of the Feng family will belong to you. Can you add me on WeChat? I can send you my photos. Or you can search online for Jinghua Campus Beauty Feng Feifei. I'm confident that with my looks and family background, you and I are a perfect match." Wei Wufeng raised his brows. "Ha? Beijing School Beauty? Feng Feifei? Come to think of it, this name sounds familiar. Just now, when I heard the other party say that he wanted me to go to the Feng family to be a son-in-law, I refused directly. I didn't think about anything else. Now when I think back to the name Feng Feifei, it becomes more and more familiar. Who is it? Think about it. Think about it." Wei Wufeng's eyes lit up. "That's right. I remember now. It's that Feng Feifei. Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Feng Feifei. Another Beijing campus beauty. Also known as Feng Feifei. There is no need to consider anyone with the same name, she is the only one. In her previous life, Feng Feifei was ranked 5th on the Holy Beast list. Besides, after the twilight of mankind arrives, she also became the commander-in-chief of the 5th Army of the Human United Army. Command millions of troops. Shepherding billions of people. He is definitely a big shot. The name Feng Feifei was rarely mentioned after she became the commander of the 5th Army. She is usually called Commander Feng. If it was a Commander Feng, Wei Wufeng would react immediately. But when he said Feng Feifei, he had to think about it. Now, Feng Feifei actually called me and said she wanted to marry me? For a moment, Wei Wufeng was in a trance, and a long-lost sense of unreality surged into his heart. But it was only for a moment. After all, he is no longer an unknown little person. So, promise? Or refuse? Nonsense. Decisive rejection. Humph, I am a little bit lustful. But I'm not a casual person, I like any beautiful woman. I refuse. Marrying into your wife's family is out of the question. Wei Wufeng refused righteously, then changed the subject. If you are willing to marry me, I would consider it. Feng Feifei on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then she continued to respond in a sweet and ethereal voice. "Mr. Wei, are you available recently? If possible, I hope to communicate with you face to face. I am very sincere about the marriage between you and me." Face-to-face communication? It looks good. Wei Wufeng asked, "You are in Jinghua now, right?" Feng Feifei said, yes. If it's convenient for you, we can meet tonight.
Wei Wufeng said, you don't need to go there directly.
I will go to Jinghua in a few days.
Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle.
He now knows almost nothing about Feng Feifei of this era.
I don't want to confront her face to face for the time being.
Feng Feifei asked, are you going to transfer to Jinghua?
There was obvious anticipation in her tone.
Wei Wufeng was happy. How is that possible? I went to Jinghua as an exchange student. If you really want to communicate with me face to face, just wait for me to come to Jinghua. Finished. He hung up the phone.
Then he looked at Hua Xianyan with a smile.
See, I'm very attractive, right?
I didn't even have to go to Jinghua to seduce the campus beauty and she asked me to marry her. Hua Xianyan's eyes were bright and she looked at Wei Wufeng with the eyes of a lover.
Hubby, I've never doubted your charm.
But in my heart I was thinking, oh, another one has to be added.
Xu Wei Yiling said, Brother Feng, me too.
You are the most handsome and charming in my heart.
Xiong Juju crossed her arms across her chest.
He lifted up the heavy burden on his chest and muttered, how corny.
After. Wei Wufeng used his connections to gather information about Feng Feifei while also searching online himself. His connections mainly include Yin Shueshan and Qin Zhaojun.
When Yin Shueshan heard that Wei Wufeng wanted him to help him investigate a girl, he snorted and hung up the phone.
What are you humming? Are you jealous? It's Qin Zhaojun.
When he heard that Wei Wufeng wanted to investigate Feng Feifei, he immediately expressed his willingness to help find out, and was very proactive. Finally, he said, you must seduce her to me.
Go for it.
He couldn't help but mutter, no wonder she and Tuya are best friends, they're both so dishonest. My pure heart has been polluted by you. As for the information obtained from online investigation,
it's very messy and chaotic.
For example, the scandal between the Jinghua campus prince by Qing Yun and Feng Feifei. For example, the young master of Beijing threatened to break the legs of anyone who dared to chase Feng Feifei.
Another example is the mysterious tycoon offering 30 million to support Feng Feifei.
It's pretty much this kind of thing with no nutritional value. There is no information that Feng Feifei is the head of the Feng family.
The only one that is of value. Feng Feifei still hasn't contracted a main beast master. Is she as good for nothing as Hua Xianyan? No. Just the opposite.
The Beast Tamer Association assessed her potential as the highest level SSS level. This potential level means that the person who contracts with her has a high probability of being able to summon a high-level beast.
Even a mythical beast.
Therefore, her situation and Hua Xianyan's situation were completely two extremes.
Hua Xianyan didn't have a contracted main beast master because she was too useless. Feng Feifei didn't have a contract with a main beast master because she was too good.
Feng Feifei's main beast master has always been a hot topic of discussion.
How many people aspire to be her main beast master? Who is qualified to be her main beast master? Who will be her main beast master in the end? Wait and wait.
What is funny is that Jinghua University actually established a Phoenix Guardian Alliance. The core purpose of this alliance is to prevent anyone from becoming Feng Feifei's beastmaster.
Interesting. Wei Wufeng couldn't help but mutter,
looking at the beautiful, poetic and dreamy Feng Feifei on the screen. Recalling her previous life, she was dressed in a commander's uniform, with medals all over her chest, and looked heroic.
He was honestly moved. Night. Yin Shueshan is here. And brought the information that Wei Wufeng wanted.
The two had an in-depth and detailed discussion in Wei Wufeng's new home and new master bedroom.
Feng Feifei is now the head of the family in name only.
Almost all of the power in the Feng family is in the hands of the Elders Council. Recently, the Elders Association has found a key beastmaster for Feng Feifei. I checked and found out that guy is just a lazy and extravagant dude.
The potential assessment level is the lowest. If Feng Feifei really makes a contract with him, her life will be ruined.
After saying this, he smiled coldly, looking very gloating.
No wonder the Feng family fell into decline, they deserved it.
Everyone is only concerned about their own benefits and does not consider the interests of the family at all. He's obviously a genius, but he's raising a waste. It won't be long before the Feng family is kicked out of the top families. She frowned, spoke through gritted teeth, and her face was full of pain.
It seems like he is being tortured. But he asked, why did you suddenly ask me to investigate Feng Feifei? What's going on? Are you greedy for her body? Wei Wufeng certainly wouldn't tell the truth, so he asked with a smile, isn't it possible? Yin Shueishan snorted and said, you are so despicable. Crack. Wei Wufeng slapped her and said, I'm a lowly person, what about you?
Yin Shueishan's cheeks suddenly turned red, as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head.
She closed her eyes and said, I am even more despicable. The door was pushed open. Huo Xianyan walked in with Tuya, who looked very reluctant. The door was closed again. There is a gap of several centimeters under the door.
The light and shadow inside the house are projected out from the gaps, giving people endless reverie.
The next day. Another fulfilling day of learning. After school. Wei Wufeng said something to Huo Xianyan and the others, then drove away from the school. I have been back for several days. I was too busy before. I must go and see Xia Rina today. Wei Wufeng could feel the resentment of Sister Nana like a woman in the boudoir even through the screen. It took Wei Wufeng 3 hours to complete a journey that would normally take an hour. Just drive. Because the city was attacked by the fierce Gu Diao and experienced a great battle, huge damage was caused. Traffic in a large area of the city was blocked. Wei Wufeng had to go around in a big circle. Along the way, you can occasionally see large trucks transporting building debris out of the city. At the edge of the ruins, many people were lighting incense, burning paper money, and releasing white chrysanthemums. Wei Wufeng just passed by and took a look, his heart calm. Ding dong! Ding dong! Wei Wufeng rang the doorbell of Xia Rina's house. Soon, the door opened. A ball of fragrant red shadow bumped into Wei Wufeng. Stinky little brother, you haven't come to see me for so long since you came back. You have no conscience. The resentful and hot words penetrated Wei Wufeng's ears at close range and instantly ignited the fire in his heart. Holding the beautiful woman hanging on his body, Wei Wufeng rushed into the door and closed it with his heel. A door seems to separate two worlds. Boom! This damn weather changes at any time. It was sunny just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the sky. Very quickly. The sounds of crash, hulu, and crackling of the wind and rain began to sound. The heavy rain soaked the earth. The rain lasted for more than an hour. Rays of golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and splashed onto the earth. There is a huge rainbow hanging in the sky, it is very beautiful. Xia Rina, with her head hanging upside down on the edge of the table, was mesmerized by the sight of the sun and rainbow outside. So beautiful. She sighed heartily. It seems that even the face that has been caught in the rain is filled with happy and joyful expressions. Wei Wufeng also exclaimed, yes, it's so beautiful. Xia Rina's eyes were looking up, but his were looking down. I guess the beauty they are talking about is not the same thing. Or is it the same thing? Xia Rina sat up, looked at Wei Wufeng with resentment, and said, just make him die. Wei Wufeng said, Sister Nana, you can't blame me for this. It was obviously you who did it. Xia Rina glared at him angrily and said, don't say that. As soon as I finished speaking, my stomach started growling. She pouted and said coquettishly, stinky brother, I'm hungry. What should I do? Wei Wufeng said, leave it to me. I'll fill it up quickly. Just do it. He tidied up briefly, put on an apron, and went into the kitchen to work. A simple but delicious dinner comes together quickly. Xia Rina, however, was like a little girl. She said, I don't have the strength and don't want to move, then opened her mouth and let out an ah. This is for Wei Wufeng to feed. Okay, satisfied. After filling up the empty stomach, the two of them walked hand in hand along the nearby river. As the slightly fishy river breeze blew, Xia Rina said, this feels really good. How nice it would be if I could take a walk after dinner every day like I do now. But Xia Rina also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. This big bad stinky brother has many female friends. Like this time, it took me so long to finally have time to spend with myself after coming back. She didn't want to join in the fun, she wanted to have Wei Wufeng all to herself. At least at this moment, in this situation, the big bad stinky brother belongs to her alone. The two talked for a while. Xia Rina said, by the way, Richuan Jiban asked me to introduce you again, Master Lu? Wei Wufeng smiled and said, I don't want to see him for the time being. I'm going to the capital in a few days. You can ask him to wait for me there. Xia Rina said, okay. Then, she changed the subject and said, last time you asked me what I was going to do,
I've made up my mind I'm going to buy milk tea.
Wei Wufeng asked, milk tea? How could you think of making that?
But, in my vague memory, milk tea was indeed a hot industry in the next 10 years or so.
There was even a richest man in the country.
He turned the tea ceremony that was high and out of reach for ordinary people into a popular and accessible drink.
Let the noble and luxurious tea ceremony serve ordinary people. Now there is also milk tea.
But it has nothing to do with tea ceremony.
Because I like it. For the rest of my life, I want to do something I enjoy. Xia Rina's face was full of memories and anticipation. I've always dreamed of having my own milk tea shop.
I can make whatever flavor I want myself. Then I drink milk tea while reading, listening to music, or watching TV series.
This kind of life is beautiful just thinking about it. Wei Wufeng was speechless. Okay, as long as you are happy.
Then he said, I can give you some tea recipes, and you can try to incorporate them into milk tea.
Xia Rina's eyes sparkled as she said, really? That's great. You even puff.
She was just about to say, you can even make good tea from your urine.
I remembered the reaction of Naoki Himkawa when he drank the bird tea and couldn't help laughing.
Wei Wufeng guessed why she was laughing and smiled too.
Soon, the two continued walking and chatting, enjoying their time alone after dinner. The next few days,
Wei Wufeng studied and practiced diligently, and worked hard. Then, every day Qin Diaochan would draft him into the army and summon the 10-star divine beast White Tiger to conduct research.
Fortunately, he won't be bored. Qin Diaochan concentrated on studying White Tiger. He also concentrated on studying White Tiger.
As for Xue Jinsheng, he was probably tortured badly by Wei Wufeng, or for some other reason. Anyway, she didn't urge Wei Wufeng and Lian Mengli to get back together, so Wei Wufeng was naturally happy to have some free time.
This day,
the results of the joint pioneering operation have not yet been released.
The exchange and learning of Jinghua Zhouhu has begun.
A chartered plane soared into the sky and headed straight for the capital.
Wei Wufeng sighed, it's my first time going to the capital, I'm really a little excited and a little nervous.
Really? This was the first time he had been to the capital in his past and present lives. Yes, he had never been to the capital in his past lives. No spare money, no time, no need, why go to Beijing for no reason? But now he is going to Beijing as an exchange student and entering Jinghua University, which is really worth looking forward to. This time, the team leader is still Qin Diaochan. Originally, she was not needed, but she insisted on going, so Principal Qin had no choice but to arrange for her to lead the team.
That evening, bathed in the setting sun, the plane landed at Beijing Phoenix Airport.
As soon as I walked out of the VIP channel, I saw a group of boys and girls wearing Jinghua University uniforms holding up a banner in front of me. Welcome students from Zhouhu University to study and exchange at Jinghua University.
Wow! Pick you up at the airport? It's very grand. It was at this time.
A woman in a bright red uniform embroidered with gold thread came forward, holding a flower in her hand and handed it to Wei Wufeng.
Mr. Wei, welcome to Beijing. I'm Feng Feifei. This is normal. Her next question was, excuse me, can you marry me?
The whole place was dead silent.
Broad daylight. Bright and clear world.
Feng Feifei, the Beijing campus belle, actually, did something like this.
Please, 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 propose?
Then, gazes of envy, jealousy, hatred, and murderous intent fell on Wei Wufeng.
Chapter 83 was Xianyan, the 3-year period has arrived, are you ready? Is Feng Feifei beautiful?
Beautiful. Very beautiful. The bright and lively eyes, when looking around, the light blooms. The crystal clear and moist red lips reflect an alluring luster. A slim yet plump figure, coupled with fair and tender skin. Every gesture, every frown and smile shows the youthful, lively, energetic and full of vitality of a girl.
Let me put it this way.
Among all the women Wei Wufeng had ever met, only one was more beautiful than her.
Who? Saint. After all.
The beauty of the saint is the kind that cannot be described in any words or phrases. Wei Wufeng dares to bet that the saint is the most beautiful woman in the world.
The ceiling of beauties is definitely her.
If there was someone prettier than her, Wei Wufeng would
be sure to get it. That's what I said. Is Feng Feifei more beautiful than Hua Xianyan, Yin Shueshan, and Su Meiyan? There's really no way to compare this. It's really hard to tell which is better. Overall,
the four of them are beauties of the same level. If you have to compare, there's really no comparison. At most, the comparison can be made locally. Hua Xianyan's advantage lies in her overall perfection, with almost no flaws to be found. Eyes, nose, lips, neck, bare, legs. Every detail seems to have been carefully crafted to ensure there are no flaws. Yin Shueshan's words. All I can say is, her name was not wrong, it's very appropriate and very realistic. With an elegant temperament, it is an absolute killer weapon that can attract men. Where is Su Mei Yan? I won't say much else. Just talking about her eyes and lips, Wei Wufeng thought that was the most beautiful. The eyes are very bright and black. Every look and every second reveals an extreme charm. Lips words. Well, no matter whether it is up or down, it is beautiful. Feng Fei Fei. Anyway, what you can see with your naked eyes is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. As for what can't be seen with the naked eye, after all, she was wearing a very conservative school uniform, so there's not much to say. Only after in-depth observation and research can you have the right to speak. It's natural and right. A stunning beauty like Feng Fei Fei must be the goddess in the hearts of all normal men. In the entire Tsinghua University, I'm afraid you can't find a boy who doesn't like her. Except for male students who are male. Even many girls like her and have a crush on her. But now, this goddess, who is regarded as high and holy by everyone, actually proposed to Wei Wufeng in public. Propose. Not a confession. It's not a show of love. It's just a proposal. Heartbroken. It was like a bolt from the blue. My three views are completely shattered. Yes, Wei Wufeng is very handsome. He is the kind of Feng Fei Fei among men, male god. Yes, Wei Wufeng is awesome. He is a true beast tamer with a bright future. But so what? That doesn't mean you should propose right away. The boys and girls who reacted immediately looked at Wei Wufeng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Those who couldn't believe their eyes and ears asked the people around them, "Am I dreaming?" The person next to him was stunned and didn't answer at all. Don't mention Tsinghua University. Even those from Jiuhu University were confused, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. For example, Su Fan. He fell in love with Feng Fei Fei at first sight. In an instant, he even picked a name for his and Feng Fei Fei's child. The boy Su Yijian. Girl Su Zhongqing. It means love at first sight. Of course, it is also true love for Oriental elegance. But who says true love can only be for one person? He swore that he would love Dongfang Yayun and Feng Fei Fei equally. Result. I never expected this. Feng Fei Fei actually proposed to Wei Wufeng right away. He was petrified instantly. Why? Why? Why is this happening? Just because he's more handsome than me, pa. I'm obviously more handsome than him. Just because he is a beast tamer of divine beasts? But his identity as a divine beast tamer is inseparable from Hua Xianyan. At this moment, Su Fan's murderous intent towards Wei Wufeng became even stronger. Wei Wufeng. It seems like ever since he summoned the divine beast, all the attention that originally belonged to me was taken away by him. Oh my god. Since I, Su Fan, was born, why did Wei Wufeng come into being? Not just students. Even the teachers on both sides were confused. But they quickly came up with an idea. Good. Use Wei Wufeng Feng Fei Fei to seduce him to transfer to another school. The teacher at Tsinghua University was secretly excited. Wei Wufeng is now mine, Tsinghua. Obviously they are extremely confident in Feng Fei Fei's charm. At this moment, he wanted to open champagne to celebrate. The teacher at Jiuhu University was very excited. If Feng Fei Fei transfers, we will definitely be able to gain another high-level Beastmaster. After all, he is a quasi-cooperative Beastmaster with SSS level potential. They are also very confident in Feng Fei Fei. Where is the person involved, Wei Wufeng? He was stunned, confused, and dazed for a second, then he smiled. The flowers are beautiful. I accept them. As for getting married, there's no rush. After all, it's a big deal that can't be taken lightly. I'm a slow-moving person. Let's get to know each other slowly. When love is deep, marriage will come naturally. When Xiong Juju heard this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Just you? Still slow to warm up? You're slow to warm up, and yet you come right up and... Humph.
Feng Feifei's bright dark eyes flashed with deep disappointment and sorrow.
Just based on this change in his eyes, a soft-hearted person would definitely agree immediately. But Wei Wufeng has a heart of stone and is very hard.
Feng Feifei forced a sad smile.
I'm sorry, I was rude and reckless.
You're right. Marriage is such a big deal that we can't be careless about. There really should be a gradual process.
When everyone heard this, many boys and girls thought to themselves, I still have a chance.
But the next second, their little spark of hope was extinguished. The person who extinguished the flames was Feng Feifei. But I'm confident. I am definitely the most suitable person for you to marry, Mr. Wei. In every way, in every sense.
Hearing this, all the boys and girls wailed in their hearts no.
Some people even wondered, could that Feng Feifei be fake?
They knew best what Feng Feifei was like in her daily life.
The current Feng Feifei is completely different from the Feng Feifei they know. Hua Xianyan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Provocative. This is absolutely a naked provocation.
When the other party said the most suitable person for classmate Wei to marry, he didn't even look at himself.
Are you being ignored? Exasperating. But soon, Hua Xianyan smiled. What are you laughing at? Laugh at the other person for not knowing their own abilities. A more confident smile. She is not afraid of palace fighting.
In addition to confidence in one's own conditions, she knew that she was not fighting alone and that she had the most solid and reliable ally.
Dapeng City. Jiuhu University. Wei Wufeng's new home. Achoo. Achoo. Tuya sneezed twice in succession. He sniffed and muttered to himself, who's scolding me?
Then he continued to stare at Yin Shueishan who was sitting opposite him.
Big sister, how is it? The plot I wrote is great, right? Yep.
Despite so many things happening, Tuya still calls Yin Shueishan big sister.
Except for the change of man. Nothing else has changed. Yin Shueishan closed the script written by Tuya. Shake your head gracefully. Too conservative. The pattern is too small. You can be bolder and more motivated.
For this kind of film, the more intense the plot, the better, and the stronger the physical and psychological impact, the better.
Capital City. Airport VIP exit.
Hua Xianyan thought to herself, 2 against 1, the advantage is mine.
Confidence. The more I think about it, the more confident I become. Ah, so confident. Then.
Hua Xianyan showed a confident smile on her face.
It was dazzling in an instant and attracted the attention of many people present.
Originally, Feng Feifei deliberately ignored Hua Xianyan, which was a secret provocation to her.
But I didn't expect it.
Hua Xianyan actually displayed a dazzling radiance that she could not ignore at all.
This is a tough enemy. She had never looked down on Hua Xianyan. Now it's taken more seriously. For the sake of the family. No. Feng Feifei, you can't think like that. For the sake of the family is just a byproduct. You truly love Wei Wufeng. Look at him, how handsome. He's your Mr. Right. Your fairy tale prince. Apparently. She doesn't believe it herself. She is constantly hypnotizing and suggesting herself. Common saying, you keep lying until you start to believe it yourself. Her fundamental purpose is to prevent the Feng family from continuing to decline. A god-level beastmaster who can summon mythical beasts. A cooperative beastmaster with potential assessed as SSS level. If that's not a perfect match. So what is a perfect match made in heaven? Someone with great experience had given her some guidance. The nuclear level trick to deal with men is just 2 words: true love. There is a saying, since ancient times, there have been thousands of tricks, but only true love can move the heart. Never approach Wei Wufeng with any purpose. Men are sometimes more sensitive than women. If Wei Wufeng finds out that you are contacting him with a strong purpose, it will arouse his disgust. In the end, you will lose everything. True love. Only true love. Only then can you completely conquer a man. When you move Wei Wufeng with your true love and get his love, everything will fall into place. A man will do anything for the woman he loves. Feng Feifei believed in the advice of the master without a doubt. An emotional blogger with 40 million followers on the entire internet, what else could he be but a master? How could he have 40 million fans without real talent and skills? A brief interlude. No. Not an interlude. This is the theme song.
After a short theme song, teachers and students from the two schools got on the bus and headed straight to Tsinghua University. This is the first time Wei Wufeng has come to the capital in his past and present life. I felt full of freshness along the way. 10-mile long street. Heroes Forest Monument. National Museum. The Forbidden City. Imperial City Gate Square. Wangfu Avenue. The Great Wall of China can be seen from afar, like a giant dragon crawling on the distant mountains. Yiminjuan. Although they were just passing by in a hurry. But it still allowed Wei Wufeng to witness the majestic and magnificent atmosphere of the national capital and the imperial capital. You must go for a good stroll when you have time. Wei Wufeng secretly made a decision. An hour later, everyone arrived at the gate of Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, there was a group of licensed journalists and unlicensed self-media gathered outside. As soon as Wei Wufeng appeared, the camera flashes started flashing. It's so bright that it makes people dizzy. Mr. Wei, are you planning to transfer to Tsinghua University? What do you want to say about this exchange and study between the two schools? Some people say that you are a pearl covered in dust at Zhouhu University. What do you think about this? I'm a reporter for the entertainment magazine 8 Fengs. I just received news that Feng Feifei, Tsinghua's #1 campus beauty, proposed to you. Is this true? Wei Wufeng, as a beastmaster of divine beasts, I think you should go to the National Defense University and devote yourself to the great cause of defending your country after graduation. Do you think I'm right? According to reliable information, the production team of this year's Spring Festival Gala will invite you to perform. Is this true? Various reporters. Various problems. Just like a salvo of artillery fire, the shells were fired towards Wei Wufeng. Not to mention that he only has one mouth. Even if he had 100 mouths, they wouldn't be able to handle it. What to do? Tsinghua University is really something. Aren't there any security guards to maintain order? Are you trying to roast me over the fire? How about sprinkling some cumin on me? Facing a large group of interviewers, Wei Wufeng's expression suddenly changed. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look! There's a UFO." Everyone present almost instinctively looked towards the sky where Wei Wufeng was pointing. UFO? No. I saw a white cloud slowly floating by. When they turned around, they found that Wei Wufeng had disappeared. The air suddenly fell into a dead silence. The interviewer could not enter Tsinghua University. Wei Wufeng met up with the others behind the gate of Tsinghua University. After reuniting, Qin Diaochan took the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction with the reception teacher of Tsinghua University. The receptionist said bluntly, "I don't know who leaked the news. We apologize for the poor hospitality." Since everyone has apologized, Qin Diaochan can't say anything more. After, the reception teacher settled Wei Wufeng and more than 40 other exchange students into a temporary dormitory. Then each group of beastmasters is equipped with a group of companion students. During the exchange period, the accompanying student will be fully responsible for the exchange student's future life and study. There is only one exception among the companions in Wei Wufeng's group, and that is Feng Feifei. Night had fallen by then. Feng Feifei first took Wei Wufeng and the 3 girls, Hua, Shui, and Xion, to the cafeteria for dinner. I have to say that Tsinghua University is worthy of being the top school in the country. The food in the cafeteria is really good. It is cheap, nutritious, and nourishing. In particular, there is free stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tea after the meal to help digestion and absorption. Wei Wufeng is a connoisseur. This stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tea is definitely the work of a master. If sold separately, 1 cup would sell for at least 10,000. But it's free here. Of course, there is a limit of 1 cup per meal. But it's free. The strength of a beastmaster, as well as the speed at which his strength grows, is closely related to what he eats and drinks. The difference in eating and drinking for 1 or 2 meals, or even for 1 or 2 months, is not noticeable. But after 4 or 5 years, a huge gap will definitely be created. This alone is enough to make countless beastmasters sharpen their heads to get into Tsinghua University. Not to mention the abundant capital in other aspects. Teaching staff, cultivation environment, network resources, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that entering Tsinghua University is equivalent to becoming the top scholar in ancient times. After dinner,
Feng Feifei acted as a tour guide and took Wei Wufeng and others to visit Tsinghua University at night. The fragrance of flowers by the Daming Lake. The willows of the Willow Garden. The rain curtain of the octagonal pavilion. The lotus leaves in the summer garden wave. It's really beautiful. A feast for the eyes.
In terms of scenery, Zhouhu University is more than 10 blocks behind Tsinghua University. Even Xu Wei Yuling exclaimed, "The scenery of your school is so beautiful." You know, she is very resistant to Tsinghua University in her heart. After all, he was kicked out by Yi Yunfeng, and then he ran to Tsinghua University and almost dropped out. Hate the whole house and the whole dog. Naturally, she had no good feelings towards Tsinghua University. Even she said, "Your school is so beautiful." This shows how much of an impact the scenery of Tsinghua University had on her.
Walking and walking. Sudden. Seeing someone. Hua Xianyan's expression changed. His face instantly darkened. Ahead. A young man who was slightly less handsome than Wei Wufeng. He was holding the arm of a beautiful woman who was slightly less stunningly beautiful than Hua Xianyan. Coming towards you. When the young man saw Hua Xianyan, he was stunned at first, then smiled. He took the initiative to walk up and looked at Hua Xianyan with a smile on his face. Hua Xianyan, the 3-year period has come to an end. Are you ready? After saying that, he changed the subject. I really want to see how powerful the 9-tailed fox is. I hope you won't let me down. After he finished speaking, he smiled confidently. Without even looking at Wei Wufeng, he took the hand of the beautiful woman beside him and walked away. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Wei Wufeng also ignored him. But Wei Wufeng already knew who he was. Zhao Yan. The ex-fiancé who broke off the engagement 3 years ago and made a 3-year agreement with Hua Xianyan. Wei Wufeng grabbed Hua Xianyan's hand, looked at her, and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you get rid of this anger." Hua Xianyan's gloomy face immediately brightened up and she said, "Well, thank you, husband." Looking at Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan showing their affection, Feng Feifei, who was into the role, felt jealous. But at the same time, it also made her more determined. As long as he falls in love with me, he will definitely help me solve the difficulties I face. Feng Feifei, come on, you can do it. Chapter 84, School Beauty. Feng, the enemy is numerous and we are few, I need help from the school beauty. Daming Lake. The fragrance of flowers fills the air. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match, walked hand in hand intimately. Brother Yan, their summoned beasts are divine beasts. Zhao Yan's co-beast master Nailan Lan smiled. 3 years of fighting, are you sure? Zhao Yan smiled confidently and proudly and scratched Nailan Lan's nose. What do you think? Of course I'm sure. So what if it's a divine beast? Even a divine beast needs time to develop. I don't believe a divine beast will be invincible the moment it's summoned. How long has it been since they summoned the QB? And our immortal beast has been diligently training for 3 years. Right. The beast summoned by Zhao Yan and Nailan Lan together was a fairy beast. And it is an immortal beast that has practiced hard for 3 years and fed countless resources. This is the biggest source of Zhao Yan's confidence in the 3-year agreement. It was also the capital for him to maintain his proud attitude in front of Hua Xianyan. Nailan Lan smiled and asked, "Then, do you really not regret breaking off the engagement at all?" Zhao Yan was amused by her and reached out to pinch her nose. I never regret anything in the past. Besides, if I hadn't called off the engagement 3 years ago, I wouldn't be able to be with you. To be honest, I'm actually glad that I broke off the engagement. Nailan Lan smiled brightly and kissed Zhao Yan on the face. A reward for you. This is my beloved brother Yan. Brother Yan, when the time comes, let's beat them up together, okay? We want to show everyone that divine beasts are nothing special. Zhao Yan smiled confidently and proudly, saying, "Okay." Damn it, damn it, damn it. He yelled in his mind. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 3 years, Hua Xianyan is even more beautiful than before. He even summoned a divine beast. The good-for-nothing has truly turned things around. What the hell? What the hell? Didn't they say she was a waste? Why can she still summon divine beasts? Could it be that the Beast Tamer Association made a mistake? Divine beast, divine beast, divine beast, I want a divine beast too. If we hadn't called off the engagement, would she and I have been able to summon the divine beast? Regret? Of course Zhao Yan regretted it. Anyone who passes by the divine beast will regret it. Indeed. Zhao Yan's current immortal beasts are enough to dominate the world and defeat 99.99% of beastmasters. But who would complain about having a high level of beast taming? Of course, the higher the better. A beastmaster who doesn't want to own a divine beast is definitely not a qualified beastmaster. I don't know if there's still a chance. Back then, he only said, if Hua Xianyan wins, I will kneel down and apologize to her, but he didn't mention what would happen if I won. Is there something we can do here? Since it's a bet, the stakes must be equal. I'll add a clause, if I win, you'll be my woman. That makes sense, right? As for Nailan Lan, if she is willing, we can serve together. If she is not willing, I will be sorry for her. With the divine beast. Who cares about fairy beasts? Almost at the same time. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Nailan Lan was also shouting in his heart.
Wei Wufeng is so handsome. He looks even more handsome in person than in the photo. She's like she walked out of a romance manga for women.
I wonder if there's a chance to snatch him from Hua Xianyan.
If I can snatch it, the sense of accomplishment will be instantly maximized. When the time comes, I'll kick Zhao Yan away. It's been 3 years, I'm tired of playing with him. Seemingly.
This Nailan Lan looks very pure and beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, she is a completely different person. Nailan Lan is actually an ultimate face control and the president of the Appearance Association.
My greatest interest and goal in life is to conquer one handsome guy after another. The reason I've been with Zhao Yan for 3 years isn't because of love, but simply because I haven't met anyone more handsome than him. Now I meet Wei Wufeng. Aha. Handsome. So cool. 24K pure handsome. What should I do? How can we get him? How about using this 3-year agreement as an excuse?
One condition added: as long as you defeat him, he will be mine.
As for whether Zhao Yan would agree or not, Nailan Lan didn't consider this at all. Promise is better. You have to agree even if you don't agree. Otherwise, my sister would refuse to join the war. I've been with him for 3 years, that's enough. What else do you want? Do you want to dominate me forever? Cough cough. In a sense. These two really are a match made in heaven.
If Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan knew what they were thinking, who knows what they would think?
No words all night. The next day. The morning light is bright. The morning glow is like gold. Feng Feifei came to knock on Wei Wufeng's door early in the morning. This forced Wei, who wanted to do morning exercises, to give up. Result. Feng Feifei came to pull Wei Wufeng and others to do morning exercises, the kind of serious morning exercises.
The day of students at Jinghua University starts with morning exercises.
Not to mention, even Wei Wufeng and other students from Zhouhu University found it quite novel.
It's not that they haven't done morning exercises.
In elementary school, middle school and high school, we have to do morning exercises every day.
I stopped doing it after I went to college.
I ended up coming to Jinghua University for exchange and study, but I didn't expect to have to do morning exercises. So fresh. On the way to the playground, Feng Feifei told Wei Wufeng and others that Jinghua morning exercises has miraculous effects in strengthening the body. Not to be spread outside.
Although they are exchange students, they are also considered half Beijing students and can study.
But it cannot be spread outside. Xu Yiling couldn't help but say, they said it can't be spread outside, but there will always be someone who will spread it, right? Feng Feifei answered her question.
It's certainly impossible to prevent outside rumors, but there must be rules. Also, the rule of not spreading the news is actually for the sake of others. This strengthening exercise must be done in conjunction with the spirit-gathering T formation, otherwise it will do more harm than good. After hearing this, Wei Wufeng exclaimed, Jinghua University is truly extravagant. They even set up a T formation. T array, as the name suggests, is an array made of T. There is a special chapter about T array in Green Feather T Classic. The T array is very magical, but also very expensive. The top-level T formation is called Life Bo Yongquan. The effect can be summed up in 8 words. Standing in it, you will be immortal. It is similar to the resurrection fountain in some games, such as Glory of the Beasts, which is the place of resurrection after death. Playground. Overcrowded. All the students of Jinghua University gathered here. The youthful and energetic atmosphere that hits you in the face is just like the sun rising in the early morning. Wei Wufeng discovered that the so-called playground was actually a huge flat-bottom tea set.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Rich. The air of extravagance hits you in the face.
A place that can accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people standing is actually just a flat-bottom tea set? In other words, underneath the flat-bottom tea set is a huge tea stove?
Wei Wufeng, who had studied the Green Feather Tea Classic, exclaimed, "What a real eye-opener." As the voice and BGM of the 8th set of Jinghua fitness exercises, "Ready, Ego," sounded,
all the students in the audience started moving.
Although Wei Wufeng and others from Jiuhu University saw and learned something for the first time, they had strong learning abilities.
Just follow along.
At most, they are half a beat slower than the students of Jinghua University, but their movements are absolutely standard. Soon, white mist began to rise from this flat-bottom tea set playground. A faint stream of colorful light was flowing in the white mist.
This mist smells so good. A fragrance that is refreshing, invigorating, and can sweep away fatigue. Some people at Jiuhu University who didn't sleep well instantly lost their tiredness and looked radiant as soon as they smelled the mist. Moreover, as everyone moves, the mist with faint colorful light will penetrate into everyone's body.
The exchange students from Jiuhu University experienced it for the first time and felt extremely comfortable.
To be honest, this moment, many exchange students at Jiuhu University are thinking, how great would it be if I could also get into Jinghua University? Morning exercises last for 1 hour.
After it was over, Wei Wufeng and the others were sweating profusely. Feng Feifei was also sweating profusely, and the intoxicating fragrance was spreading all around.
The people around couldn't help but take a few more puffs greedily. How does it feel?
She took the initiative to move closer to Wei Wufeng so that he could smell her sweat more clearly.
Is it comfortable? Feng Feifei has a very special physique.
Other people's sweat smells bad. But she does smell good. Like orchid or musk, it is hard to describe the specific fragrance, but it is very tempting and intoxicating. Once upon a time, someone was selling the original stockings of Feng Feifei, the #1 campus beauty in Beijing, on the second-hand trading website Seafood Market. The price is as high as 1 million.
Some people actually buy it. However, the girl who stole Feng Feifei's stockings also went to jail for this incident.
I'm still using the sewing machine. After working hard to get into Jinghua University, he ended up in jail for stealing Feng Feifei's original stockings and selling them.
What else can I say?
I can only say that Feng Feifei's charm is really too great.
At this time,
Feng Feifei hopes to use her unique sweat scent to intoxicate Wei Wufeng and make him fall in love with her.
Wei Wufeng actually took a deep breath. No way.
It really smells so good.
Well, I feel a little bit overwhelmed.
I was sweating and feeling hot after doing morning exercises, and now I feel even hotter. Wei Wufeng said, "Well, it is indeed very comfortable."
Huo Xianyan took Wei Wufeng's arm and pressed close to him. Honey, it feels so good to be sweating. Let's go back and take a shower, shall we?
It's more comfortable to work up a sweat and then take a shower. Xu Wei Yiling also landed on the beach and stuck close to it from the other side.
Yes, brother Feng. Let's go back to the dormitory.
Now, Wei Wufeng was caught between 4 mountains. Then, without waiting for Wei Wufeng to speak, he pushed him away. In an instant, Huo and Xu Wei looked at Feng Feifei almost at the same time.
Even if it was just a fleeting glance. But Feng Feifei clearly felt that it was definitely a provocative look. Provoke me? What's the meaning?
Hateful. You two shameless guys actually dared to ruin my good thing.
Being angry is one thing. Feng Feifei felt a lot of pressure.
She was very confident in herself.
But now it's 1 against 2, no, 1 against 3, and there's a bigger Xiong Juju next to them. What to do?
If they keep making trouble, I won't even have the chance to get close to Wei Wufeng.
What to do? What to do? As she was thinking, Feng Feifei suddenly had an idea. I got it. Since I am outnumbered, then I'll get some foreign help. You don't need more, just 2, which forms a 3-to-3 pattern. No way. Huo Xianyan alone brought a lot of pressure to Feng Feifei. Add Xu Wei Yiling and Xiong Juju to the mix, and the pressure is really huge. But the question is, who to look for? Got it. Feng Feifei also has close friends at Jinghua University. Birds of a feather flock together. Feng Feifei's best friend is also the school beauty. For example, the second most beautiful girl in school, Yuan. And the fourth school beauty Chinggong Rinai, as the name suggests, this is an international student from Czech country. Yuan's cuteness can rival Shui Yuling's baby face. Chinggong's benevolent heart can rival Xiong Juju's heart. Now that I'm in trouble, of course I have to ask, of course I have to ask my bestie for help. Sorry. For the Feng family, I have to do this. Besides, it might not be a bad thing, he's so handsome anyway. Feng Feifei was thinking. Suddenly there was a noise. She came to her senses and looked over, only to see a group of people surrounding Wei Wufeng. Boy, you're so arrogant. As soon as you arrive at Tsinghua University, you want to steal our campus beauty away. You think we're all dead. Is it so great to have a divine beast? Does having a divine beast mean you can do whatever you want? If you have the guts, let's practice. Listen to my advice, the waters of Tsinghua are deep, you can't handle it. Stay away from the school beauties, it will be good for you. Feng Feifei heard these words from the noisy sound, her face changed and she rushed over quickly. What are you doing? Disperse. Don't mess around here. Feng Feifei stood up to protect Wei Wufeng, but it had the opposite effect. Instead of calming them down and leaving, they became even more excited. School beauty Feng, don't be fooled by his appearance. The more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to be a jerk. Yeah, look at him, he's surrounded by girls, he's the worst of the worst. He's not even worthy of you. There's only someone like me, ouch. Who kicked me? Who? The noise grew louder. Isn't Wei Wufeng angry? He. A bunch of passers-by, extras, NPCs. Is it worth it for him to get angry with them? His anger was mainly directed at women. A group of people were chattering and making a lot of noise, which he found very annoying. Watch for the situation to get out of control. Sudden. What are you doing? A voice, neither loud nor soft, was heard. The amazing thing is that this sound, neither too loud nor too soft, can instantly quiet down the noisy scene. Then, a young man walked into the crowd. The young man looks a little handsome and delicate. A shining badge with the emblem of Tsinghua University was hung on his chest. A boy said, President Bai, this exchange student is really. The young man called President Bai glanced at him. The boy shut up immediately. Chairman Bai waved his hand like a commander giving orders and said, morning exercises are over. Everyone, disperse. Some people dispersed immediately. Some people dispersed hesitantly. Soon, the group of people surrounding Wei Wufeng dispersed reluctantly. President Bai came in front of Wei Wufeng with a smile on his handsome face. I'm the president of the student union, Bai Qingyun. Mr. Wei, welcome to Tsinghua. I want to apologize to you for what happened just now. Wei Wufeng asked with a smile, could it be that you arranged them? Bai Qingyun. 85, number 7 on the Holy Beast list, Suzaku Suyali, don't be unjust. Of course it was arranged by Bai Qingyun. The purpose was to provoke Wei Wufeng. It would be best if Wei Wufeng could take action directly. This gives the student union ample reason to intervene. There is even a chance that Wei Wufeng's exchange student qualification will be directly revoked. Feng Feifei is his chosen goddess. Note that it is determined. The Imperial Palace. Not the scheduled one. For this reason, Bai Qingyun even terminated the contract with his original co-beast master. It was because the original co-beast master could not tolerate him having his eyes on the pot while having his cake and eating it too. Bai Qingyun can only choose one between her and Feng Feifei. In the end, Bai Qingyun chose Feng Feifei. As a result, Feng Feifei actually took the initiative to propose to Wei Wufeng. In his heart, he had already tacitly accepted that Feng Feifei was his. In Bai Qingyun's view, this was a complete betrayal. This is intolerable. The result is now. Wei Wufeng was not at all angered by those who were causing trouble. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, he had no choice but to step in to stop it. At this moment, facing Wei Wufeng's accusations, Bai Qingyun subconsciously denied them. Just as he was about to deny it, he changed his tone. Yes, that's me. Bai Qingyun admitted it. He is a man who dares to act and take responsibility. Those who dare to do something but not take responsibility are cowards. A coward is not worthy of possessing Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei is my true love. I won't let anyone take it away. Feng Feifei, who was standing by, looked helpless. But at this moment she must stand firmly on Wei Wufeng's side. President Bai, I'm sorry. I told you long ago that there's no chance of anything happening between us. Student Wei is my true love. Please don't waste your time on me anymore.
Bai Qingyun's heart ached, but he kept smiling on his face.
Fei Fei, it's your right to decide who you like. Similarly, it is my right to like you. Then he looked at Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng, I, Bai Qingyun, officially challenge you. The loser can never get close to Feng Feifei again. Do you dare to answer? Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows. A little further away. In fact, there were quite a few people watching and joining in the fun. After all, 3 influential figures gathered together, which was really eye-catching. Bai Qingyun, president of the Student Union of Jinghua University. The only well-deserved school idol. Genius among geniuses. The brightest rising star. He also possesses an SSS-level talent for beast taming. The specific content of this talent is top secret. Feng Feifei. No more words to say. Wei Wufeng. Needless to say. Who doesn't know that he is a beast tamer of divine beasts? Everyone is very curious. What will happen when these 3 people get together? After all, who in the entire Jinghua doesn't know that Bai Qingyun is obsessed with Feng Feifei, and it has to be her? For this reason, he even terminated his contract with his former co-beast tamer and has been single ever since. You know, what he originally owned was a 3-star fairy beast. In other words, he has SSS level talent, otherwise he would have been expelled from the school long ago. Same thing. Feng Feifei was able to stay in school because of her SSS level potential. Special talents deserve special care. At this time, when everyone heard that Bai Qingyun actually challenged Wei Wufeng, they immediately started talking. I knew there would be something interesting to watch when the 3 of them get together. Feng Feifei is just so charming. Alas, I can only watch. President Bai doesn't even have a beast master, how can we challenge him? I'm laughing. Is President Bai short of a beast master? Isn't it? Once he says that, at least half of the girls in the school will accept his contract. So what? It's a divine beast. Challenge? Wei Wufeng sighed in his heart, this is youth. He smiled and said, it seems quite interesting. Okay, I'll take it. You decide the time and place. Bai Qingyun said, 5 days later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the 10,000 Beasts Arena. Wanshutai is the beast fighting arena of Jinghua University. Wei Wufeng said, okay. Bai Qingyun looked at Feng Feifei and said, Feifei, I will prove to you that I am your destined one. After saying that, he turned and left, very casually. This kind of coolness made many girls around him look at him with sparkling eyes and crazy faces. Feng Feifei looked at Wei Wufeng with an apologetic look on her face and said, Student Wei, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Wei Wufeng waved his hand and said, this is not a trouble. On the contrary, it is a pleasure for me. The delicious food delivered to your door tastes bland. The food you grab tastes better. People are all a little bit mean, more or less. Feng Feifei is indeed on Wei Wufeng's must-receive list. However, her initiative to get close to him made Wei Wufeng feel a little disappointed. And Wei Wufeng knew very well that Feng Feifei proposed to him with a strong purpose. He didn't want to let Feng Feifei get her wish easily. Therefore, when faced with Feng Feifei's proposal, he did not respond immediately and decided to leave her alone for the time being. Now, Bai Qingyun challenged himself for Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei went from being a beauty who comes to you on her own initiative to a beauty who needs to be snatched away. This made Wei Wufeng feel more interesting and more motivated. If Feng Feifei knew this, I wonder if she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. The news that Bai Qingyun challenges Wei Wufeng to compete for Feng Feifei quickly spread throughout the school. Some people even made short videos and posted them on major short video platforms. It immediately attracted attention and heated discussions from all sides. Lin Yuanhai, the president of Jinghua University, was the first to learn about this situation. Ha, look, this is youth. Lin Yuanhai is already 120 years old. But he still looks like he is in his 40s or 50s, even his hair is black. He looks very tough, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, even a little fierce. At first glance, it looks like a ferocious wolf in human form. The principal of the top university in the country is certainly not a pushover.
In addition to being the president of the top university in the country, he is also recognized as the strongest person in the country. Hidden facts don't count. The director of teaching, Mr. Chin Shisher, who came to report, asked for instructions.
Principal, do you want to stop this?
After all, no matter who wins or loses, on the surface,
Chin Shisher is beautiful. It's cold too.
A standard business suit, a burgundy blazer, a white shirt, a blue skirt, and black stockings. The curvy and exquisite figure is shown to the fullest. There was no expression on her pure and beautiful fair face, and she looked very cold.
Even the lip color is painted ice blue.
Her long black hair like a waterfall, combined with her unique cool temperament, is truly breathtakingly beautiful.
This is a beauty like an iceberg. In addition, she is Chin Daochan's second sister.
The 4 Chin sisters and 1 Chin Yuan all have roots in the field of education.
Lin Yuanhai waved his hand decisively and said, "Let them fight. Beast masters should fight. Fighting the sky. Fighting the land. Fight others. Fight yourself." Master Chin Shi nodded and said, "Okay."
Lin Yuanhai changed the subject.
"I have to go to the General Assembly for a meeting tomorrow. This meeting will last for more than half a month.
I can't communicate with the outside world during the meeting. I'm not here, so please keep an eye on things at school." The General Assembly is the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association. Master Chin Shi asked in surprise, "How long did it take this time?"
Lin Yuanhai frowned.
The fiery goo eagle devouring its master is of great concern to the headquarters.
"We will definitely discuss this matter this time."
Master Chin Shi said, "Okay, I understand." Lin Yuanhai remembered something and spoke again.
"You can talk to your sister sometime. She's a genius in the theoretical field. Perhaps she'll have some new and unique ideas." Master Chin Shi frowned and said, "Okay."
Although she and Chin Daochan are sisters.
But apart from this blood relationship,
their relationship is actually very ordinary.
Even Master Chin Shi kind of dislikes Chin Daochan. 6 years ago,
Chin Daochan changed a few numbers in her graduation thesis, and it received extremely high praise.
Teacher Chin Shi blamed Chin Daochan for modifying her paper without permission. Chin Daochan insisted that Master Chin Shi's data was wrong.
If she hadn't changed it herself, she would definitely not have graduated. After a big fight, the relationship between the sisters became increasingly distant.
Teacher Chin Shi left the principal's office.
When they were far away, she muttered, "I'm not going to look for her."
Achoo! In the temporary dormitory, Chin Daochan sneezed.
He wiped it with a piece of paper and continued to calculate. On the side, there was a piece of paper with the words "Growth Report of the 10-star Divine Beast White Tiger" written on it. "Look at how motivated she is."
I really turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on research. The other side.
Exchange students such as Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan have officially begun to experience the Jinghua courses.
How to say it?
It's still just one word rich.
The courses of Jinghua combine theoretical courses and practical courses. Explain the theory while practicing.
The meaning of actual combat is to fight with real guns and real swords.
If you are not careful, someone will die. It is easier said than done. This requires a huge amount of money and resources. Nothing else to say.
If you get injured in actual combat, the cost of treatment alone is a huge expense.
Adding up the entire school, it's an astronomical figure. In Wei Wufeng's opinion,
the reputation and strength of Jinghua University are built up with money.
He was not belittling or looking down on Jinghua University.
On the contrary, he thinks Jinghua University is awesome.
During class,
at the teacher's request, Wei Wufeng and Hua Xianyan summoned the 9-tailed fairy firefox. Then, the teacher asked other students to summon beasts to fight against the 9-tailed fox. A beastman fought against the 9-tailed fox alone and was easily defeated. The 2 beasts attacked the 9-tailed fox together, but were still defeated. The 3 beasts besieged the 9-tailed fox, but were still defeated. In the end, all 12 beasts in the class ganged up on the 9-tailed fox, but still lost.
Now, the originally arrogant Jinghua student lost his temper.
In the end, the teacher personally took action and was able to fight the 9-tailed fox back and forth.
The divine beast is indeed a divine beast.
After the battle, the teacher expressed his feelings.
But you still have many shortcomings in beast battles.
If I encounter an ordinary beast master, I can crush him with the advantage of the divine beast.
But if you meet a truly skilled beastmaster, you will definitely suffer. The teacher is very responsible. He pointed out Wei Wufeng's shortcomings in actual combat one by one.
Wei Wufeng lived a long life in his previous life, but when it comes to knowledge of taming beasts, he may not be able to surpass his teacher. He also humbly accepted instruction. Combined with some of the knowledge imparted by Xiong Juju, I suddenly felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Afterwards, he had another actual sparring match with his teacher. This time, the teacher found it very difficult to cope and decisively ended the actual combat. Very good, this young man is teachable. This was the teacher's final evaluation of Wei Wufeng. End of the day's classes. Feng Feifei took Wei Wufeng and the other three to dinner. After dinner, on the way back to the dormitory, Student Wei, there are various entertainment and leisure places around the school. Feng Feifei was introducing them. There is a lot of pressure in class on weekdays. Many students go there to relax and have fun and relieve stress. If you want to go, I can take you there. Practice every day. Injured every day. The pressure on students is indeed very high. If they are not allowed to relax, something bad will definitely happen over time. As long as students don't do anything evil or break the law, other schools won't care. Wei Wufeng said, okay. Since we're here, it's good to see it for ourselves. He doesn't want to be stuck in Tsinghua University. By the weekend, he plans to take an in-depth tour of Beijing. 9 o'clock in the evening. Wei Wufeng took Hua Shui and Feng Feifei out together. Xiong Juju didn't go because she was not interested in nightlife. Outside the east gate of Tsinghua University, the place is brightly lit and colorful. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere and the aroma of various barbecues. Not long after entering here, Wei Wufeng had a bunch of barbecue skewers in his hand. Very spicy. It is a unique experience to eat and walk at the same time. When passing by a bar called Sword Snake, Wei Wufeng had an idea and walked in. The light pollution inside the bar is serious, and the noise pollution is even worse. Feng Feifei frowned, but still endured it. She actually doesn't like this kind of place very much. But he didn't want to spoil Wei Wufeng's fun, so he had to follow along. The four of them asked for a booth and ordered some food and drinks. Wei Wufeng drank a few cups. He then pulled Hua Xianyan and Shui Yiling to the dance floor and jumped around happily. Just when Feng Feifei was waiting for Wei Wufeng to invite her. Bang! A loud slap came from the booth next to me. The sound was so loud that it couldn't even cover the exciting BGM in the bar. Follow. A voice came from the room, so arrogant that even the explosive background music couldn't cover it up. I told you to drink, but you refused? Don't give me face. Do you know what will happen if you don't give me, Wang Yueming, face? I asked you to drink one glass and you refused. Now I want you to drink the whole bottle drink. Wang Yueming? When Feng Feifei heard these three words, she immediately felt a sense of disgust. This guy is the young master of Beijing that is circulating on the internet. He is not a student of Tsinghua University. Relying on his wealth, he specifically targeted beautiful girls from Tsinghua University. When you get tired of playing with it, just kick it away and move on to the next one. Many girls have been raped by him. Last year, a girl jumped off a building because she was abandoned and became pregnant with his child. Later, the person did not die, the child was beaten, and was admitted to graduate school. In Feng Feifei's eyes, Wang Yueming is a tiger in the mountains that makes no sound, and a monkey that raises the flag of the king. What the hell? Also known as the young master of Beijing. Pooh. It's not like she doesn't know the real young master of Beijing. He is very low-key and well-mannered. Wei Wufeng had just returned from dancing and was also attracted by the noise next door. Just one look and his eyes fixed. A butterfly-shaped birthmark on your red and swollen cheek? Wei Wufeng's eyesight is naturally excellent. He saw at a glance that the beaten waitress had a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her left cheek. It's you. 7th on the Holy Beast list, Suzaku Suyali. You can't be wrong. The butterfly-shaped birthmark is so recognizable that it is almost impossible to have a second one. Can you even encounter this? It would be unjust not to accept it. Chapter 86. I want you to be my cooperative beastmaster and woman. Wei Wufeng was not in a hurry to take action. Let's wait and see what happens. Why did Wang Yueming force Suyali to drink? No reason. It's just a whim, just for fun.
Does one need a reason to crush an ant to death? Unnecessary. Same thing.
He is the young master of Beijing.
Do you need a reason to trample and play with a lowly waiter? Unnecessary. Play if you want to, just have fun.
If Su Yali drank obediently, he would not be interested in playing anymore.
But Su Yali refused?
No one can refuse young Master Wang.
How dare a mere lowly waiter disrespect me? Damn it!
It's okay for Qinggong Renai to reject me during that little day.
How dare you, a waiter, refuse me? Angry. You have to drink it. You have to drink it even if you don't want to. Su Yali lowered her head, grabbed the tray and said, I don't drink.
Her voice was so soft that it was completely drowned out by the powerful background music. Wang Yueming shouted loudly.
What did you say? I can't hear you. Damn it. Go, turn off this annoying music. Wang Yueming gave orders to his younger brother. It's so noisy.
His younger brothers quickly followed the order. Soon, the exciting and passionate BGM stopped. The people who were happily jumping around on the dance floor immediately started making noise.
What's going on? Where's the music? I'm having a great time dancing. Wang Yueming stood up and shouted. Just be quiet.
From now on, I, Wang Yueming, will take charge of this place.
If you keep drinking, I'll treat you. If you don't want to play, get out. Whoever makes another noise, I'll break his legs. Arrogant enough, right? It's a small scene.
There have been princes who have been more arrogant than this. As soon as the name Wang Yueming was heard in the bar, the noise immediately stopped.
Someone left in disappointment. But some people stayed and shouted, Young Master Wang is so generous. Apparently, everyone is used to this kind of thing.
Even if someone is unhappy, they will not confront Wang Yueming head-on.
Call the police? Are you looking for death?
Wang Yueming hugged the beautiful ladies who accompanied him drinking on both sides.
He crossed his legs and looked at Su Yali. Drink. Don't even think about leaving until you finish this bottle. I'll give you 1 minute. Su Yali lowered her head. Tears fell.
Wang Yueming smiled when he saw her crying.
Cry? Crying counts as time. If you exceed the time limit, I'll make you drink it. At this time, the bar manager came over and bent down to apologize. Sorry, Master Wang, she's new here. Wang Yueming said, What's your business? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. The female manager quickly said to Su Yali, Drink it quickly.
When Wang Yueming saw it, he gave his younger brother a look. The younger brother walked up and slapped the female manager in the face.
How dare you turn a deaf ear to Master Wang's words?
You're being told off by someone and you still dare to say anything. The female manager was knocked to the ground, got up, and ran away in embarrassment. She has decided that she must fire Su Yali.
Just drink when I tell you to. Why are you arguing with a lunatic? In the eyes of the female manager, Wang Yueming is a psychopath. Wang Yueming looked at his Rolex watch with all-star diamonds and said, 10 seconds left. 10. 9. 8. He counted down directly. Wang Yueming's younger brothers also have good eyesight.
One grabbed a bottle of wine, and the other two stood behind Su Yali.
When Wang Xiao's countdown is over, they will force him to drink. 1.
Wang Yueming stood up and gave Su Yali a thumbs up.
Okay. Great. So tough.
He stood up and grabbed a bottle of the strongest liquor. He wanted to drink it himself. But at this moment,
a man rolled into the booth and slapped me in the face. Bang! Ah!
Wang Yueming screamed and fell on the sofa. His younger brother's eyes widened, then glared at the attacker.
Who else could it be but Wei Wufeng?
He was too lazy to negotiate verbally. Anyway, as we watch it unfold, we will inevitably have to take action in the end. In that case, let us just skip the middle steps and jump directly to the end. Just get in there and do it.
Court death.
The younger brothers roared and rushed forward to attack. These younger brothers are actually all rich young men. But no matter how rich they are, they can never be as rich as Wang Yueming.
So they all fawned over Wang Yueming and became his followers.
Wei Wufeng picked up the wine bottle and smashed it.
All 4 wine bottles were broken. All 4 followers fell down.
The female companions were so frightened that they dared not say a word.
Wang Yueming stood up cursing and feeling dizzy. If you dare to hit me, I will kill you all. Bang! Another slap. This time Wang Yueming did not fall down. When he was halfway down, Wei Wufeng grabbed his clothes and pulled him up. So slapping someone in the face feels so good? Wei Wufeng said with a smile. Then let me have enough fun. Pa 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 pa. The slap fell on Wang Yueming's face like a heavy rain of fresh flowers. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yueming's face swelled up. Tears, nosebleed, and saliva were flowing. Disgusting Wei Wufeng didn't even want to fight anymore. Wang Yueming's eyes were swollen into slits and he was grunting. You're dead. I'm going to kill your whole family. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, not bad, quite tough. Click. He twisted and broke Wang Yueming's little finger on his right hand. Wang Yueming screamed in pain. Wei Wufeng said, young Master Wang, I'd like to offer you a drink. Would you like some? Wang Yueming yelled, oh my god. Click. The ring finger of the right hand was twisted off. Wang Yueming screamed in pain and his whole body twitched. Inside the bar, those who hadn't left shuddered when they saw this, as if their ring fingers had been twisted off. But they are more secretly happy and even gloating. Even the female manager was feeling a bit excited at the moment. This is retribution. Everyone was watching the show, and no one called the police. Call the police? Are you stupid? Wei Wufeng said, don't drink? Not drinking means you're not giving me face. Really not drinking? Wang Yueming said, I will cut you into pieces. Wow, so tough. Generally, these people are spineless and bully the weak and fear the strong. It's not easy for Wang Yueming to be so tough. Click. The middle finger of my right hand was twisted off. Wei Wufeng asked, would you like to drink? Wang Yueming said, no. Click. Right index finger. Wei Wufeng asked, would you like to drink? Wang Yueming said stubbornly, no. Kill me if you dare. Wei Wufeng gave him a thumbs up and said, hard. Hard enough. I surrender. Then he twisted all 10 of Wang Yueming's fingers. Wang Yueming fainted from the pain. Then Wei Wufeng poured wine on him to wake him up. You still have 10 toes, 2 arms, and 3 legs. That means I'll ask you 15 more times. First time, do you want to drink? Wang Yueming howled at the top of his lungs. Don't drink, don't drink, don't drink. I'd rather die than drink. As long as I'm not dead, I'm going to kill you. The spectators who were originally watching the show with gloating joy. Seeing Wang Yueming being so tough, everyone couldn't help but admire him secretly. Young Master Wang is tough enough. They have also seen many powerful young masters who bully the weak and fear the strong. But this is the first time I've seen someone who bullies the weak and is not afraid of the strong. Feng Feifei came to Wei Wufeng. He whispered, Student Wei, just give him a little punishment. She was really afraid that Wei Wufeng would kill someone in a fit of rage. Everything else is fine and can be operated. But if someone really died, it would be difficult to deal with. Especially since Wang Yueming's father is the richest man in Beijing. In terms of financial resources, Wang Yueming is truly a big boss in Beijing. But in this country, having money means nothing. Wei Wufeng smiled. Don't worry, I'm just playing with him, I won't really kill him. Killing is so boring when a person dies, he's just a pile of meat. What's so fun about that? I'll kill you when I've had enough fun. Finished. He picked up a bottle of liquor, pried open Wang Yueming's mouth and drank it in one gulp. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. Wang Yueming is also a beastmaster. These are just ordinary drinks, they won't kill him. At most, my stomach will feel bloated and uncomfortable. In the end, all the wine on the table was poured into Wang Yueming's stomach. My belly is bloated, as if I'm pregnant. Finally, Wei Wufeng sealed his mouth with tape and removed his arms. The alcohol in his stomach could only come out through his nostrils. Wei Wufeng said, I will treat you to a drink next time. If you don't give me face. Bang! Patted Wang Yueming's face. Then, he took the mobile phone from Wang Yueming's hand, picked out a number and dialed it. Hello? Wang, the richest man? I'm so sorry I beat up your son. Nothing much, just a few broken fingers and a dozen bottles of wine. Don't worry, you won't die. My name is Wei Wufeng. If you want to avenge my son, I'm always welcome.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and threw it away. Anyway, the other party will know sooner or later. We might as well do a good deed and just tell them our names to save them some time. I took a casual look and found a group of people looking at me like stupid geese.
What are you all standing there for? Keep on playing. Keep on dancing. I'll pay tonight. After a brief silence. Oh. Everyone shouted excitedly. Someone even raised his glass and shouted, "A toast to young Master Wei. The truly honest man has already left." Then, the exciting BGM sounded again. It really is keep playing the music, keep dancing. Wei Wufeng did not directly contact Su Yali. Don't be in a hurry. He has already set his sights on you and you can't run away. He is in high spirits right now and wants to have some fun. He pulled Feng Feifei, who was closest to him, into the dance floor and started dancing, shaking his head and shoulders. Su Yali looked at Wei Wufeng, who entered the dance floor with a flickering look in her eyes. Looking at Wang Yueming, who was lying on the ground with wine spraying out of his nose. She looked around like a thief, then quickly stepped on Wang Yueming's stomach. Then he lowered his head and hurried away. In the dance floor, Feng Feifei was a little hesitant at first. But being in such an exciting environment, I was also infected and gradually relaxed. I danced to the explosive, dynamic, and rhythmic BGM. Period. There were also a few bold girls who came up to Wei Wufeng and flirted with him. Feng Feifei boldly transformed herself into a grass protector and drove away these frantic bees and butterflies. At this moment, she wants to have Wei Wufeng all to herself. Dancing, especially with energetic songs and dances, is bound to involve physical contact. Entanglement. Collision. Friction. Feng Feifei only felt herself getting hotter and hotter, and felt dizzy. Looking at Wei Wufeng in the glare. So handsome. So charming. Her blood boiling, she impulsively bumped into him. Then she put her arms around Wei Wufeng's neck and kissed him. Wei Wufeng was slightly surprised. But it's so tender that it's served to your doorstep, you'd be wasting your time eating it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately whistled and cheered. Shu Wei Yiling witnessed the whole thing and muttered, "How shameless." She seemed to have forgotten that she was even lower than Feng Feifei. That's normal. People are forgetful. Hua Xianyan withdrew her gaze with a faint smile. She is the queen. She is the eldest wife. She must maintain the demeanor of a queen. She remembers everything her mother taught her. Half an hour later, a group of men in black suits hurried into the bar, found Wang Yueming and took him away. Come and go in a hurry. The Sword Snake Bar was even more lively at this time. Night. 11 o'clock. Su Yali left the bar through the back door. She left work early. She originally thought she would be fired this time. But unexpectedly, the manager did not fire her. She was also allowed to leave work early today. She naturally didn't know that it was Wei Wufeng who found the manager and put pressure on her. Otherwise, the manager would have fired her immediately. I didn't even thank him. But he probably doesn't need my thanks. Perhaps in his opinion, he just did something insignificant. Su Yali thought with inferiority. She came to the capital from a remote countryside. My younger brother is a student of Jinghua University. Her parents were worried about her younger brother being alone in Beijing, so they asked her to come and take care of him. Said he was taking care of his younger brother. But what is the reality? She is a nanny who pays for herself. I have to babysit my younger brother during the day. I also have to make money to support my younger brother at night. Recently her younger brother got a girlfriend, and the expenses increased, so she had to work 2 jobs. Originally, she also had the opportunity to become a cooperative beast master. But his parents said, "We can't afford 2 beast tamers at home, so your younger brother will be the beast tamer." In this regard, Su Yali is not tough at all. At this time, the phone rang. Su Yali took out her old cell phone and her heart skipped a beat. It's my younger brother Su Jia. Are you here to ask for money again? Hello? What? 5,000? But I haven't received my salary yet. I really have no money now. How long will you wait? Hello? Hello? It turned out to be my younger brother calling to ask for money, and he asked for 5,000.
But where does she get 5,000? Soon Suja sent her an online loan website and asked her to borrow money.
Hurry up and lend it to me.
Linlin said she'd break up with me if I didn't buy her a bag.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's urgent. Suyali looked miserable, but still clicked on the online loan website. Download the app. Register. Fill in the information. Apply. Sudden. It's all borrowed anyway.
A voice sounded behind Suyali. She was so frightened that she turned around and almost fell down.
Then he saw Wei Wufeng looking at him. Why don't I lend it to you? I won't charge you interest. Suyali was stunned. When did he come behind me? After realizing what was happening, he said, No, thank you for what happened just now. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, just saying thank you is not enough.
Suyali pursed her lips and looked at Wei Wufeng and asked, then how should I thank you?
Wei Wufeng reached out and lifted her chin. Suyali is not very pretty, at most she is pretty.
Especially at this moment, there are still redness and swelling on his face from being beaten.
It's pretty good looking among ordinary people. But if compared with Hua Xianyan and the others, it's totally not in the same dimension.
Wei Wufeng said, I like to skip the foreplay and get straight to the point. I want you to be my co-beast master and my woman.
Suyali widened her eyes and said, What? Just then, the phone rang again, and it was my brother calling again. Wei Wufeng snatched her phone and answered it.
Then I heard the person on the other end say impatiently, Sister, please transfer the money to me quickly.
Wei Wufeng said, If you want money, go get it yourself. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your dog legs. Chapter 87, The Fourth School Beauty Qinggong Renai. I will definitely take down Wei Wufeng. Yida Mall. This mall is open 24 hours a day. It's late at night, but the place is still bustling. Bright as day. Customers come in droves. Probably only the most prosperous and romantic imperial capital in the country. Only then can we support a large shopping mall that is open 24 hours a day. In front of Gusisi's store. If you need money, go borrow it yourself. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your dog legs. I heard the voice coming from the phone. Suyali's younger brother Suja asked in astonishment, Who are you? Beep, beep, beep. The response he received was the voice after the call was hung up. I was stunned for 2 seconds. A surge of anger rose up. Hold. Suja roared in his heart and dialed the number again. Result. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. Is the power off? Just at this moment, a beautiful girl with heavy makeup walked to the door. She didn't go out because she was holding an unpaid bag in her hand. She liked this bag very much and fell in love with it at first sight. She must get it. It's not expensive, just 4,998. It's really not expensive. Anyway, it's not her who pays. Suja, have you finished your call? Pay quickly. If you're late, you'll miss the movie. Suja was startled. He turned his head, his face full of panic. Wait a moment, right away. It's a family emergency. Wait a moment. After saying that, he pretended to make a phone call and walked away. Of course, Suja didn't want Ma Linlin to know that he had no money. You know. The persona he established in front of Ma Linlin was that of a rich second generation. Which rich second generation would not be willing to buy a bag that only costs 4,998? But I can't get the money from my sister. He didn't dare ask his family for more. Do I really have to continue taking out online loans on my own? I really don't want to be in debt anymore. What now? Suja was so anxious that he was sweating and anxious, and finally had no choice but to continue with online loans. He has borrowed all the more formal online loans. Now I can only borrow informal ones. After a series of operations, I borrowed 10,000 yuan, but only got 5,000 yuan in the end. As for interest, how could he care about the interest now? Bite. The bank sent a text message, receiving 5,000. Suja hurried into Gusisi's store and paid for the bag. Ma Linlin said happily, Thank you, Suja, you are so kind. Suja laughed and said, No big deal. At this moment, he was truly happy. As for the rest, he has automatically filtered it out. He completely ignored his sister's safety. First, a strange man snatched my sister's phone. When I called again, the phone was turned off. Any normal brother would care about his sister's safety. As a result, Suja has completely forgotten that he has a sister. One word: absolutely. The back door of the Sword Snake bar. Suyali stared blankly at the person in front of her and said, You just said. I said, I want you to be my co-beast master and my woman. Wei Wufeng repeated it in very standard Mandarin. Do you understand now? Suyali heard it clearly, and then instinctively rejected it. Sorry, I have something else to do, first, bye. She turned and was about to leave. Wei Wufeng stretched out his hand, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into his arms. Suyali was shocked. What are you doing? She struggled violently. I thought he was a good person. I didn't expect that he was even worse than the previous person. Do you know what happens if you reject me? Wei Wufeng leaned close to her ear. That Wang Yueming just now is the beloved son of the richest man in Beijing. I tortured him so much that he must hate me to the core. But he can't do anything to me. His anger will only be vented on you. Without my protection, do you think you can fight against the son of the richest man? Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your brother and your family. Those dandy young men are always ready to kill an entire family. I'm going to kill his entire family. A roar was heard in the mansion of Wang Yida, the richest man in Beijing. Wang Yueming only suffered external injuries. Have the healing beast tamer use a healing skill to heal instantly. But he couldn't swallow this. There were other members of the Wang family in the living room, all of whom were Wang Yueming's closest relatives. Father Wang Yida looked gloomy. Mother Yin Jinshi's face was full of anger. My younger sister Wang Xingxi seemed to be gloating. Yin Jinshi said, Whoever dares to touch my son, no matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. She is worthy of being the wife of the richest man. Mature, dignified, graceful, and elegant. As soon as he sat there, he exuded an air of luxury and respect. With willow-shaped eyebrows, star-like eyes, rosy lips, and a beautiful face, she exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Under the snowy and shiny neck, the plump breasts stand tall and hold up the pajamas. Especially at this moment, she was furious and breathing rapidly, revealing a turbulent scene. Wang Xingxi said, Mom, I'm a beast tamer. She inherited her mother's genes perfectly. Elegant and beautiful. She is extremely beautiful. She has a pretty pointed nose, an oval face and crescent-shaped eyebrows. Her flawless and delicate facial features are the perfect interpretation of the word classical beauty. Since he had just returned, he was still wearing formal attire. Even when sitting, her curvy and graceful figure is clearly revealed. The legs wrapped in black stockings are long and slender. The youthful vigor unique to young people and the maturity acquired when entering society. There was a different kind of charm coming from her. Yin Jinshi said, What's wrong with being a divine beast tamer? Can a divine beast tamer do whatever he wants? Wang Xingxi said, But it seems that our young master of the capital is doing whatever he wants. The cause and effect of the matter have long been investigated clearly. Yin Jinshi said angrily, Wang Xingxi. What do you mean? He is your biological brother. Wang Xingxi smiled elegantly. She glanced at the furious Wang Yueming with her star-like eyes and said, Fortunately, he is my brother. The angry Wang Yueming was so frightened when he was looked at by Wang Xingxi that his neck shrank. He is not afraid of anything except his sister. The memory of his sister chasing him with a kitchen knife when he was a child became a nightmare he could not overcome. The richest man, Wang Yida, said nothing, his face gloomy and calm, like the sky before a storm. At this time, his secretary came hurriedly, handed him some information, and left hurriedly. Wang Yida looked through the information. It was Wei Wufeng's information. As he looked at it, he frowned and threw the information on the table. None of you are allowed to mess around. He looked at Wang Yueming, his awe-inspiring presence evident without even getting angry. Especially you. Wang Yueming lowered his head and clenched his fists. Yin Jinshi was angry. Wang Yida. Your son was tortured so badly. Is there any father like you? Wang Yida's face didn't look good. Strictly speaking, Wei Wufeng is your brother. If you want to kill his whole family, I'm afraid you'll take your uncle with you too. Yin Jinshi, Wang Yueming, and Wang Xingxi were all stunned. Wang Yueming said, Dad, are you kidding? Why, did you bring up my uncle? Wang Yida said, Wei Wufeng's biological mother is your aunt, what do you think? Wang Yueming exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?"
Yin Jinsher quickly picked up the documents on the table and looked through them. After turning 2 pages, his eyes widened.
It clearly stated, Wei Wufeng's biological mother, Lu Ruyan, divorced and married Wang Renda. Wang Renda is Wang Yida's brother, his real brother.
There is a photo in the information, and it is not a duplicate name. Although his achievements are far inferior to Wang Yida, he is also the richest man in the area.
Yin Jinsher asked, "Why haven't I heard Big Brother mention it?" Wang Yida took out a cigar and lit it. "You know my brother's temper. Be low-key and make money quietly. He definitely wouldn't do something so high-profile. Also, Wei Wufeng and his sister-in-law probably have a very distant relationship, but no matter how distant it is, they are still his biological daughter."
Wang Yueming snatched the information from his mother's hand and read it.
Wang Xingxi looked gloating.
It's not wrong for the elder brother to teach his younger brother a lesson.
Then I sighed. I never thought that the divine beast tamer has such a relationship with our family.
Yin Jinsher gritted her teeth.
So what if they are related? Could it be that her son was tortured in vain?
As a mother, she felt a pang of heartache when she thought of her son's miserable condition.
Wang Yueming said in grief and indignation, "Dad, was this beating I received in vain?" Wang Xingxi quickly responded, "So what do you want to do? Fight back? Can you win?"
Wang Yida said, "Since we are barely considered a family, I will talk to your uncle tomorrow." After saying that, he put out the top-quality cigar he had only taken 2 puffs of.
"It's getting late, let's all go to bed early."
Yin Jinsher looked at him, her eyes flickering and flames flickering. She had already guessed that Wang Yida must want to take the opportunity to establish a relationship with Wei Wufeng, the beast tamer. She knew best what kind of person Wang Yida was. In his eyes, interests always come first.
Hateful. Wei Wufeng, you hit my son. No matter who you are, I will make you taste my power.
Wang Yueming returned to his room, closed the door and started to talk. After getting angry, he grabbed his cell phone and dialed a number.
"Go investigate someone for me."
A waitress at the Sword Snake Bar with a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her face.
"Investigate everything within 3 generations thoroughly. If you leak even a little bit, I'll kill you." He couldn't deal with Wei Wufeng for the time being. In fact, he knew that he might never be able to deal with him. "I got a good beating." Wang Yueming gritted his teeth. "I can't kill you. I won't kill you." Capital Hotel. In the top suite. Wei Wufeng's teasing voice sounded. "Why are you so nervous? Relax a little. Take a few deep breaths first. Come, follow my lead in, out, in, out." Yes, Su Yali was taken to a hotel by Wei Wufeng.
The room they booked is the best room in the best hotel in Beijing.
Facing the strong and domineering Wei Wufeng, Su Yali had no power to resist at all.
No matter how powerful she was in her past life, or how high her status and power were. In this life, she is just a small person.
Wei Wufeng's approach to her was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, and there was no suspense. After guidance, Su Yali indeed relaxed a lot. Soon,
the holy light of soul contract instantly filled the room.
After the contract is completed,
Wei Wufeng took out a bright red object and put it to her mouth. "Open your mouth.
Eat it in one bite." Su Yali said weakly, "It's too big."
Wei Wufeng smiled but said forcefully, "Be good and listen to me." Su Yali looked at the thing in front of her, swallowed her saliva, opened her mouth wide and ate it.
What big thing? Free system, the cherry tomatoes that were given away for free before. After eating cherry tomatoes, women can be reborn and become jade holy body. After becoming a glass holy body, the training speed of male and female beast masters can be accelerated. And it replenishes the magic for male beast masters. In addition, eating cherry tomatoes can make you more beautiful. Although Su Yali is not ugly. But which of the women Wei Wufeng has experienced was not a stunning beauty? Compared with them, Su Yali is really an ugly duckling. Wei Wufeng admitted that he was a vulgar man who liked beautiful women. He doesn't want anyone who isn't a stunning beauty. Of course, even if she is a stunning beauty, he would not want her if her private life is too dirty. But Su Yali was ranked 7th on the Holy Beast list in her previous life. Wei Wufeng is determined to win. It just so happened that he had a cherry tomato that could transform a person into a beautiful one. Su Yali took the huge cherry tomato into her mouth, bit it, and the juice burst out instantly. Sweet and sour, warm and delicious. After eating the cherry tomatoes, Su Yali quickly felt her body warming up. And it's getting hotter. I feel like my whole body is on fire. At the same time, filthy things came out of her pores. A foul smell filled the air. Wei Wufeng quickly opened the window and turned the air conditioner to the maximum for ventilation. Half an hour later. Crash! Su Yali emerged from the bathtub. The long black hair is like silk. The white and tender skin is as smooth as jade. Wei Wufeng could tell at a glance that she had been reborn. When he pushed aside her hair that was covering her face, her true face came into Wei Wufeng's sight. He was stunned at first sight. It's beautiful. Eyebrows, eyes, nose, lips. They have all just been slightly adjusted. But it's just a slight adjustment. Finally, a stunning face that could overwhelm a country and bring disaster was pieced together. At this time, Su Yali has become a beauty who can compete with Hua Xianyan, Feng Feifei, and other women. The butterfly-shaped birthmark on the cheek also changed. Now it looks more like a red bird. If you find a tattoo artist to process it, it can be transformed into a burning vermilion bird with its wings spread. If her beauty made Wei Wufeng stunned, her figure instantly made Wei Wufeng fall in love with her. Round, slim, slender, as perfect and hot as a jade carving work of art. Depend on. How the hell can you tolerate this? Crash! Wei Wufeng picked her up and strode towards the bedroom. Su Yali is like a big white rabbit caught in the mouth of a wolf, her only fate is to be eaten. At this moment, Wei Wufeng above even forgot to summon the beast. There is only one thing on my mind. Put this in. Bang! Explode! Ha! Blow open the door and the thing will be ours. Next to Wei Wufeng's room, several people gathered together, secretly discussing something. If they are talking about the Sheki kingdom, one can imagine its identity. The speaker held a pitch-black pipe in his hand, a powerful explosive. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is only 30 centimeters long and as thick as an egg. The power of the explosion is enough to destroy a cruiser. Immediately, the speaker looked at a beautiful woman, not only a beautiful woman, but a great beauty. His face was full of encouragement. Renei-chan, come on. You are the key to this operation. Lin Yuanhai is not here, this is a very rare opportunity. Once this is accomplished, you will be the great hero of Nihon Nikai. Shingong Renei said, ha. I will definitely work hard. She is the fourth campus beauty of Jinghua University, an international student, Shingong Renei. The speaker added, also, the patriarch has a new task for you. Shingong Renei said, yes. The speaker said, use your beauty to capture Wei Wufeng. Shingong Renei accepted the order without hesitation, yes. I will definitely capture Wei Wufeng. Chapter 88, Suzaku, got it, another 10-star divine beast. The others left. Shingong Renei came to the balcony. Her pure and beautiful face was filled with loneliness. She looked at the bright moon in the sky. The eyes reflected the bright moon, making them even brighter. She murmured, Xiao Chang, are you also looking at the bright moon on the other side of the sea? Shingong Renei has someone she likes. That is her childhood sweetheart, Ito Kamaru. But, for the sake of Inib and Daojia, she must obey orders and seduce Wei Wufeng with her body. There is nothing we can do about this. Xiao Chang, you can definitely understand me and forgive me, right? Don't worry, even if someone else gets my body. But my heart will always belong to you. As for how to approach Wei Wufeng, she has the perfect plan. Didn't Feng Feifei propose to Wei Wufeng? To be honest, Shingong Renei really admires this good friend's courage. He could just use Feng Feifei to get close to Wei Wufeng and make him fall in love with him. Shingong Renei is full of confidence in this. After all, she looked down. It's so big that you can't even see the toes. I'm not only beautiful. It also has huge advantages. No man doesn't like big. Shingong Renei proudly held her head high and chest out, a smile on her beautiful face that said, I can handle it easily. Sudden. She shifted her gaze and looked towards the guest room on the left. Behind the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the curtains were swaying violently. It was as if continuous waves of wind were beating and hitting the curtains. Although I can't see what's behind the curtains. But she saw two black hands pressing on the curtains, leaving their imprints on the glass.
It can be imagined that someone is leaning on the floor-to-ceiling glass window with both hands at this moment.
What's going on? Next second, Shingong Rinai immediately realized what was going on. Someone is.
Although she has no practical experience, she has received theoretical training long ago. As the daughter of a retainer of Nihonmakai, how to serve a man is a compulsory course. Just a little disturbance. She understood what was going on in an instant. The soundproofing of the suite was so good that not a single sound could be heard. But just look at the scene of two hands holding up the window and curtains shaking. She knew what was happening behind the curtains.
What a pity I can't see. As soon as this thought came to mind, Shingong Rinai immediately shook his head. No. Shingong Rinai, how could you think so? You don't want to see it. She has actually seen related action movies and even watched them live. After all, you have to learn theory. But peeping seems more interesting, more exciting and thrilling. Shingong Rinai wants to leave. But the soles of my feet seemed to be rooted and I couldn't move.
And his eyes began to look left and right.
Then, his feet moved, but he did not leave the balcony and return to the room. Instead, I'm looking for an angle from which I can peek. TSK.
Only the dark shadows are seen.
I can't see anything. TSK. If there are other people present.
Seeing Shingong Ran's loving look at this moment,
you will definitely think of a word, dirty voyeurism. Who would have thought that the fourth most beautiful girl in Tsinghua University actually has a voyeurism problem? Shingong Rinai stomped his feet in anger when he couldn't find a suitable angle to peek. I'm about to jump onto the balcony opposite so I can peek closer.
Fortunately, she remembered that every room in the Capital Hotel was equipped with a protective magic circle.
This kind of top-level suite is often used to receive foreign dignitaries, and the protective magic circle is the strongest. It would be troublesome if the alarm was triggered. Hateful. I don't believe it. Shingong Rinai seemed to be getting more competitive.
Just look for places to peek everywhere on the side of the suite right next to the door.
Should we say that hard work pays off?
She was moving, and the one next door was moving too.
After searching for a while, I finally saw it through the toilet window. Although only a narrow sliver of scenery could be seen through the slits in the window. But this seems to have a more voyeuristic feel and is more exciting. Peeping and peeping. Suddenly, everything went dark. Sky.
Shingong Rinai widened his eyes and covered his mouth.
To think there would be such a. No, Brother Feng's size is so big.
Shui Yuling was holding a pair of Martin boots in her hand and wanted to buy them for Wei Wufeng.
This shoe is too small. It won't fit. Shopping mall.
A specialty store that can't be crushed. Huo and Shui went shopping under the guidance of Feng Feifei.
Hua Xianyan also said, also, the soles of the shoes are too hard. They're not comfortable to wear. The salesperson smiled and said, Miss.
Hua Xianyan corrected him, call me madam.
I have a husband.
In front of Feng Feifei, she must always show her identity.
The salesperson quickly changed his tone. Okay, sorry. Ma'am, these shoes are like this.
They will become soft after wearing them a few times. The soles are made of iron-footed elephant plantar leather, which is very wear resistant and can support high-intensity exercise.
Welcome and loved by many beastmasters.
If you think the size is too small, I also have extra large sizes.
Hua Xianyan asked her to bring it over and have a look.
The salesperson quickly brought out the extra large shoes. Hua Xianyan took a look, shook her head, and said, no, it's still half a size smaller.
The salesperson thought to herself, extra large isn't enough? Is it really that big? Feng Feifei said, it can be custom made. I know a shoemaker with excellent craftsmanship nearby. Hua Xianyan said, it's too late today. Maybe next time.
If I'm ordering it, it'd be best if my husband is present. The three women left the store.
Hua Xianyan said, let's go back to school. Feng Feifei asked, aren't you waiting for Wei? Hua Xianyan smiled and said, my husband has something important to do. He won't be back tonight. Important things to do?
Feng Feifei was very curious, but she also knew that she shouldn't ask too many questions. So he accompanied Hua and Shui back to school. After sending Hua and Shui back to school, Feng Feifei walked towards the dormitory alone. Under the streetlight, her face didn't look very good. She could clearly feel the false politeness and fake friendliness of Hua and Shui. Especially Hua Xianyan, who always calls him husband. When others called her Miss, she would specifically emphasize I have a husband and then ask people to call her Ms.
It's definitely a provocation to myself. Feng Feifei is under a lot of pressure. She was in a bad mood and wanted to find someone to talk to. He took out his cell phone and called Qinggong Renai.
The second most beautiful girl in school, Yuan, and the fourth most beautiful girl, Qinggong Renai, are both her best friends. But in Feng Feifei's heart, Qinggong's kindness is still a little bit stronger.
The phone rang once and was connected. Qinggong Renai's slightly panicked voice came, Moshi? Who is this? Feng Feifei said, Renai-chan, it's me. What's wrong with you? Qinggong Renai said, no. Nothing, is there anything wrong? Capital Hotel. Qinggong Renai's room. Who understands? I am peeping nervously. As a result, the phone suddenly rang and I almost got scared to death. I didn't even check the caller ID and answered the call in a panic. Feng Feifei? Why are you calling me so late? What? Are you in a bad mood and want to chat with me? But I'm not at school. I'm at the Capital Hotel. What are you coming over for? Well, I'm in between the wind. It's already early morning. Feng Feifei even came here specially? How bad her mood was. But it's just right. I also need to use my relationship with her to get close to Wei Wufeng. I'm sorry, Feifei, but I want Wei Wufeng. I took another peek next door and found that the people next door had moved away. She let out a sigh of regret. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly felt a chill somewhere. She blushed and ran the bath water. When she finished her shower, the phone rang. It was the front desk customer service, asking her if there was a visitor named Feng Feifei. Qinggong Renai said, yes, let her come up. Soon, Feng Feifei arrived. He was also carrying a bag of barbecue and 2 bottles of fruit wine. Whether it is barbecue or fruit wine, Qinggong Renai likes them all. Then, the 2 best friends were eating skewers, drinking, and chatting. If they all had the ability to read minds, they would find that each other had ulterior motives. Feng Feifei was thinking, how can I get her involved and use her to compete with Hua Xianyan and the others? Qinggong Renai was thinking, how can I use her to successfully approach Wei Wufeng? Before they knew it, they had been chatting for over an hour. The fruit wine has a low alcohol content, but it is also aimed at beastmasters and can also make people drunk. Both women were a little drunk. Her cheeks are so red, she is simply charming. Any man, a healthy man with normal sexual orientation, would probably be fascinated by this place. Qinggong Renai said, Feifei, you haven't told me why you are in a bad mood. Feng Feifei's eyes flashed, and she sighed and said, you also know that I proposed to Wei Wufeng. Qinggong Renai said, of course I know. It's all spread. I really admire your courage. Feng Feifei sighed heavily again. Qinggong Renai asked, what's wrong? The Beastmaster refused? That's impossible. Is there any man in this world who can refuse Feng Feifei's proposal? Look at her, how beautiful and perfect she is. Even a woman like me is moved. Feng Feifei drank a sip of wine in silence. He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. You also know how beautiful Hua Xianyan is beside him. She's no less beautiful than me. What's more, he has more than just Hua Xianyan by his side. Xue Yuling and Xiong Juju are both beautiful women. If it was just Hua Xianyan, I would still have confidence. But facing 3 beauties, I can't handle it alone. Qinggong Renai's bright and moist eyes flickered as she said, it's truly despairing. What should I do? Then, she said tentatively, maybe. Feifei-chan, you also need strong support and help. Feng Feifei said, you're right. But it's easier said than done. Where can I find a strong helper? How can I ask Qinggong Renai to be my teammate? It's definitely not okay to mention it directly. If she gets angry, their friendship will be in tatters. But how can I be tactful about this? So distressing. She didn't know that Qinggong Renai secretly exclaimed, good opportunity. There's really nothing I can do. She had an expression that said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Who makes us good sisters? Feifei-chan, let me help you. In short, first snatch Wei Wufeng from Hua Xianyan. Then snatch him away from Feng Feifei. Ha, what a perfect plan. Feng Feifei was stunned and said, Renai-chan, what did you say? Xingong Renei said, I say let me be your comrade in arms and help you snatch Wei Wufeng. Feng Feifei heard it clearly, and with a look of surprise on her face, she said, really? She was still struggling with how to ask Xingong Renai for help. I didn't expect Xingong Renai to offer to help. Ha! God help me. Xingong Renai widened her eyes and said, we are good friends and sisters, right? Feng Feifei hugged Xingong Renai. Four big and round ones squeezed together. Thank you, Renai-chan. You are my best sister for life. Xingong Renai said, of course we are good sisters for life. So far. The united front to seize Wei Wufeng was officially established. Feng Feifei calmed down for a moment, then looked worried again. Only 2 against 3, the disadvantage is on me. We need at least one more teammate to be evenly matched. Xingong Renai smiled and said, how about Yuan? She's the second most beautiful girl on campus, she can definitely do it. Feng Feifei was shocked. You actually thought the same thing as me. Feng Feifei said, I'm afraid she doesn't want to. Xingong Renai smiled deeply and whispered. I'll tell you in secret, I know a big secret of hers. If she doesn't want to, I'll scare her with this big secret. Unless she wants her big secret to be exposed, she will definitely agree. Feng Feifei asked curiously, what secret? Xingong Renai leaned over to Feng Feifei and whispered softly. After hearing this, Feng Feifei was stunned and asked, is this true? Xingong Renai said, of course it's true. Really fake? Next door. Su Yali, exhausted from the torment, was dumbfounded. The round eyes stared at the bird in the bedroom that was burning with flames. Suzaku. It really is the vermilion bird described in the classic of mountain and sea divine beasts. I actually summoned the divine beast Suzaku? Am I dreaming? But the burning pain and exhausted body were telling her she was not dreaming. After knowing that he had summoned the beast, Su Yali's reaction was exactly the same as Hua Xianyan and Shu Wei Yuling's. Crack. Wei Wufeng hit her as usual and asked, does it hurt? Su Yali frowned and said, it hurts. Wei Wufeng said, if you feel the pain, then it's real. He pinched Su Yali's sweaty chin and stared at her. Never forget who gave you all this. To forget is to betray. If you betray, you will lose. Understand? Facing the overbearing and powerful Wei Wufeng, Su Yali said obediently and weakly, yeah. Stunning beauty. Mythical beast. And the pain and happiness that I have never experienced before. Once you get it, you don't want to lose it again. Suck. Wei Wufeng rewarded her with one and then checked the attributes of the divine beast Suzaku. Beast Tamer, Suzaku. Health, 40,000. Beast Taming level, 10-star divine beast. Really? Another 10-star divine beast. Beast Taming Divine Power, Divine Fire LV1, increases your own skills by 30% and turns the enemy's fire skills into your own use. Beast Taming Talent, Eternal Fire LV1, the flame cannot be extinguished. Upon death, Rebirth restores 30% of health. Beast Taming Skills. Skill 1, Purifying Fire LV1, purifies all filth and impurities. Removes all negative effects on the enemy. Skill 2, Life-Giving Fire LV1, fans out a flame full of life. Instantly restores 30% of the allied HP. Skill 3, Feather Fire LV1, spread wings and launch feather blades. Each feather is covered with flames. Skill 4, Wildfire LV1, transforms into a giant firebird, setting blazing flames wherever it flies. Ultimate skill, Nirvana Fire LV1, releases the Nirvana Flame. If the opponent can withstand it, they will be resurrected. That's wonderful. Wei Wufeng exclaimed, picked up Su Yali and walked towards the bathroom. The next day, Wei Wufeng and Su Yali walked out of the room and headed to the restaurant. When I walked to the door of the restaurant, I ran into Feng Feifei and Xingong Renai. Feng Feifei asked in surprise, Student Wei? Why are you here? Xingong Renai looked at Wei Wufeng with sparkling eyes, secretly exclaiming, so handsome. Even more handsome than Xiaocheng. Chapter 89 Feng Feifei, 3 school beauties are not enough. Let us get 5. So handsome. Xingong Renai's bright and watery eyes sparkled. It's like seeing a huge gem. More handsome than Xiaocheng. She had seen photos and videos of Wei Wufeng a long time ago. But some people are not photogenic, and photos and videos will be distorted.
It's not that Wei Wufeng doesn't look good in photos. Just pictures or videos can't do justice to his handsomeness.
Now I see it in person, with my own eyes. Qing Dongren's heart was really shocked by Wei Wufeng's handsomeness.
Even though she still truly loves her childhood sweetheart.
We have to admit a fact. Wei Wufeng is really much more handsome than Ito Xiaocheng. If I could be with him. Not bad. But my heart will always belong to Xiaocheng. Absolutely.
For a moment, Xingong Renai's heart was very active.
Feng Feifei next to her was also very active in her heart. Xinggong's benevolent gaze fell on Wei Wufeng.
Feng Feifei, however, set her eyes on Su Yali at first sight.
So beautiful. Not even a bit worse than me. Wait. She looks familiar. Where have I seen her before?
Such a stunningly beautiful woman, you will never forget her once you see her.
But Feng Feifei found that she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Of course, she couldn't imagine it. The stunning beauty in front of me is the waitress who was beaten in the bar last night.
Su Yali ate cherry tomatoes, and her appearance changed slightly.
Even the butterfly birthmark turned into a firebird pattern. Feng Feifei found it really difficult to connect the two together. But this is not what Feng Feifei cares about. What she really cares about is, there is another beautiful woman beside Wei Wufeng. The pressure has increased again. I originally thought that if Qinggong Renai and Yuan were brought in, they would be evenly matched.
When he woke up, Wei Wufeng had added another one.
Even if Yuan is brought in, the ratio is still 3-4, and I am still at a disadvantage. What are you doing? Feng Feifei looked at Wei Wufeng and pouted her rosy and tender lips.
A feeling of resentment and powerlessness suddenly welled up in my heart.
Since we met. Of course Wei Wufeng couldn't ignore Feng Feifei and Qinggong Renai. As a lustful person, cough. As a gentleman, it is proper etiquette to invite a lady to breakfast, isn't it? Feng Feifei and Qinggong Renai would certainly not refuse.
The four of them entered the restaurant together and sat down at a window seat.
As soon as we sat down, a waiter came up and brought us the menu. And politely introduced the restaurant's features and main dishes. This was Su Yali's first time in such a high-end restaurant.
She seemed a little embarrassed and looked at Wei Wufeng from time to time.
Wei Wufeng has become her backbone. Especially after taking a look at the menu. She was so frightened that she dared not say a word. An Austrian green lobster is priced at 19,888. Oh my god.
One lobster is worth 5 or 6 months' salary from her 2 jobs.
It's so scary. So cruel. Wouldn't you go to heaven if you eat this? I feel even more inferior in my heart. Obviously. Her mentality and identity have not yet completed the transformation.
It is not clear what will happen after owning the 10-star divine beast Suzaku.
She has ascended to heaven in one step and completely completed the class leap. Wei Wufeng asked Su Yali what she wanted to eat. She said weakly, I'm fine with anything. I'll listen to you. Let alone ordering food, she didn't even dare to look at the menu.
Wei Wufeng ordered a few of his favorite dishes, and then handed the menu to Feng Feifei and the others.
To be honest,
this is also Wei Wufeng's first time visiting such a top-notch and luxurious restaurant. In his previous life, he had never even been to the capital. Not to mention staying in the top suite of the capital hotel and dining in the hotel restaurant.
Fortunately, he has money, lots and lots of money.
This time I came here purely to enjoy something that I was not able to enjoy in my previous life.
After ordering breakfast, the four of them chatted while waiting. Wei Wufeng introduced Su Yali to Feng Feifei.
But it did not say that she was the waitress who was beaten last night. It is best not to mention things that hurt your self-esteem.
Feng Feifei also introduced Qinggong Renai to Wei Wufeng. Qinggong Renai introduced herself to Wei Wufeng very formally.
Just saying please take care of me is very much like a simple life. I was originally worried about how to approach Wei Wufeng, but I didn't expect it to be so easy.
Sure enough, even God is helping me. Qinggong Renai was secretly happy. After a pleasant breakfast, Wei Wufeng and the other 3 went to school together. Feng Feifei drove the car herself. Wei Wufeng volunteered to be the driver. Oh, and he didn't check out. It is not easy to book a top suite at the capital hotel.
After all, wealthy people, powerful people, and politicians from home and abroad come to stay here from time to time.
Wei Wufeng was lucky this time and got the order, so he doesn't plan to return it.
At least during his stay in Beijing, he had no plans to check out, even if the room was empty.
Waste of money? Not short of money. Only when you have no money can you save money.
If you have money, of course you should spend it as much as you can. When I got back to school, there were still more than 40 minutes before class started.
Park the car. Wei Wufeng took Su Yali back to the dormitory first. Feng Feifei sent Xingong Renai to the classroom.
Two school beauties walked on the campus, attracting attention and turning heads 100% of the time. Some boys were even more daring, with wild imaginations. If I could play duo with them,
it's worth dying for. Well, such a beautiful thing can only be thought about in the mind. How could there be someone in the world who could be paired up with the two school beauties? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, if they knew what the two school beauties were talking about at the moment, I wonder if they would vomit blood. Double row? No. The two school beauties are discussing the fourth row. Now even if we add another yuan, it won't be enough. Xingong Renai sighed. Fei-Fei-chan, what should we do? Do you have any other options? Feng Feifei asked, you mean, add one more? Xingong Renai's face was full of distress. There's nothing we can do about it.
We need at least a 4-on-4 situation to have a chance of winning.
So at least one more.
Of course, if we add a few more, our chances of winning will be better.
Inside? Feng Feifei held her forehead inside. I must be crazy.
He was actually thinking of bringing in more people to compete for Wei Wufeng.
But there is nothing we can do about it. The Feng family's remaining game can only be broken by Wei Wufeng, the beast tamer who controls the divine beasts. He is the head of the Feng family. For the Feng family, no matter how crazy the thing is, it must be done. Feng Feifei asked, do you have a choice? I'm most familiar with you and Yuan.
Xingong Renai already had a candidate in mind.
How are you and Ran? I'm friends with them too. Okay. Specializing in pitting people around you.
Feng Feifei and Xingong Renai are indeed best friends. It really is the case that birds of a feather flock together.
Yun Ran?
Two almost identical beautiful faces immediately appeared in Feng Feifei's mind.
A passionate one. One is cold as ice.
These two are the two campus beauties ranked 5th in Tsinghua University.
Right. The 5th school beauty is two people.
The two are twin girls and occupy the same ranking together.
Will this cause trouble? Feng Feifei looked worried and hesitant.
After all, Yun Yu just summoned the immortal beast. The hottest headline about Tsinghua University recently is summoning the fairy beast. The beast master who summoned the fairy beast was Yun Yu.
Where is the main beast master? Right. It's Yi Yunfeng.
That is Yi Yunfeng who abandoned Shui Yiling and moved from Zhouhu to Tsinghua.
What does it matter? Xingong Renai smiled.
Or rather, it's precisely because she summoned the immortal beast that she's worth bringing in as a helper.
Yun Yu alone is very important. Not to mention Yun Ran. As long as we pull these two in, it'll be 5 against 4. The advantage is mine. Hearing this, Feng Feifei's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? If you only attract people with your looks.
Wei Wufeng has no shortage of people around him.
But if you bring a fairy beast along, it will be a completely different story. Yes, Wei Wufeng already has a divine beast. But he would definitely like to have one more fairy beast. He. I wonder what Feng Feifei would think if she knew that Wei Wufeng had many divine beasts. Renai-chan, you're right. Feng Feifei nodded vigorously. 3 campus beauties are too few, we need 5, that's it. Speaking of which, Feng Feifei is so positive. Aren't you afraid that even after the plan is accomplished, you still won't be able to seize the throne of the queen? The answer is don't be afraid. Feng Feifei has confidence in herself.
In her eyes, there is only one real opponent, and that is Hu Xianyan. Everyone else, even Xingong Renai, was just her foil and a bargaining chip in the fight for Wei Wufeng.
Choose Yun Yu and Yun Ran. Yu, what's wrong with you? On campus.
Boulevard. A man and a woman were on their way to the classroom. In this couple, the man is quite handsome and the woman is extremely beautiful.
The man was Yi Yunfeng.
The woman was Yi Yunfeng's co-beast master, Yun Yuyu. Yun Yuyu was wearing a red school uniform, which highlights the girl's elegant and graceful figure with exaggerated curves.
The results are huge. The waist is as thin as a snake. Your legs are long and straight. If you lose 1 inch, you will be thinner, and if you gain 1 inch, you will be fatter.
The tight stockings and white sports shoes make her look more energetic and charming. Her facial features are also exquisite and beautiful, as if they were carefully carved. Even though she was in a bad mood at the moment and her face looked gloomy, it still did not affect her beauty.
Even there is a frosty beauty.
Yun Yuyu glanced at Yi Yunfeng and said, "Nothing." Yi Yunfeng said, "But you don't look very good." Yun Yuyu said coldly, "If I say nothing, then nothing happens. Does she, a girl, have to take the initiative to say let's go to sleep together?"
It's so embarrassing just thinking about it, okay?
Yun Yuyu's personality is completely opposite to her sister Yun Ranran's in every aspect.
She is passionate and has an extroverted personality.
The desire for something is particularly strong, even addictive.
But she is not public transportation.
She still has some self-respect and shame.
So after enlightenment, she would reward herself with some toys. So far, there is zero experience in real-person interaction.
She finally signed a contract with Yi Yunfeng, and she was very satisfied in every aspect.
I thought I could eat meat.
As a result, Yi Yunfeng didn't know what was going on and just refused to touch her. She took the initiative to hint at it several times, but Yi Yunfeng did not respond.
Is there something wrong? Or is it that my charm is not enough to make him fall in love and take action? Impossible.
After all, I am the campus belle of Jinghua University, although I am ranked 5th.
Our heart. Our beautiful legs. Our round. Can't it make him feel moved and take action? Yun Yuyu never thought of this.
It's not that Yi Yunfeng doesn't want to be moved or take action, it's just that he simply can't do it.
The clouds are as cold as ice.
Yi Yunfeng almost thought she was Yun Ranran.
Only Yun Ranran would look so cold.
Yi Yunfeng said, "But you."
Sudden. Yo.
A voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yunfeng subconsciously felt that the voice was very familiar. Turning around, I saw Su Fan and Dongfang Yayun walking towards me from the other side of the intersection. When he saw his former opponent, Yi Yunfeng frowned. Su Fan's face was full of smiles.
I was just talking about you with Yayun, and I didn't expect to meet you again. We really are destined to be together. Mr. Yi, long time no see.
I heard you summon the immortal beast.
Congratulations.
He had a smile on his face, but he was actually cursing in his heart.
Damn it. Why can someone named Yi summon a fairy beast? Accurate. Very unhappy.
Yi Yunfeng looked at his former rival in the Nine Lakes and said, "Thank you."
Then he said, "I have to go to class. Goodbye."
He had nothing to say to Su Fan. They were rivals before.
Now, in Yi Yunfeng's heart, Su Fan is no longer qualified to be his opponent.
Seeing Yi Yunfeng so cold, a hint of annoyance flashed in Su Fan's eyes.
Damn it. Now that you have a fairy beast, you look down on me, right? Su Fan smiled meaningfully and asked, "Do you want to know how Shui Yiling is doing?"
When Yi Yunfeng heard this, his eyelids twitched.
A cute and lovely face appeared in my mind. Yun Yuyu, who was already unhappy, frowned even more after hearing this. Water young spirit? She grasped the point instantly. Who is Shui Yiling? Yun Yuyu really didn't know who Shui Yiling was.
She didn't ask, and Yi Yunfeng didn't take the initiative to mention the previous co-beast master.
Therefore, Yun Yuyu really didn't know who Shui Yiling was.
Yi Yunfeng could only say, "My previous co-beast master." He didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he changed the subject and said, "Class is almost time, let's go."
Don't want to know? Then I'll say it. Su Fan declared loudly.
She signed a slave contract with Wei Wufeng.
TSK, you don't want to be a good person, but choose to be a slave to others. I don't know why. What a shame, what a shame, what a pity. Yi Yunfeng's body stiffened. Then keep moving forward.
His face was as gloomy as a dark cloud.
Be a slave to Wei Wufeng? Shui Yiling has fallen to this point? Disappointment.
Yi Yunfeng was so disappointed. At the same time as I felt disappointed, I also felt a surge of anger in my heart.
What does Wei Wufeng mean? although Xu Wei Yuling terminated the contract with me. But after all, he was my Yi Yunfeng's former co-beast tamer. If it was a normal contract, there would be nothing wrong.
It is normal for the main Beastmaster and the auxiliary Beastmaster to break up and reunite.
But why sign a slave contract? After signing the slave contract, Xu Wei Yuling became Wei Wufeng's slave. My former co-beastmaster, Yi Yunfeng, has become someone else's slave? Who is this humiliating and insulting? It's clearly humiliating and insulting me. Hateful. Hateful.
Yi Yunfeng believed that he had never offended Wei Wufeng.
They don't even have any intersection with each other.
But at this moment, he felt resentful towards Wei Wufeng in his heart.
Yun Yu asked again, who is Xu Wei Yuling? My former allied beastmaster.
Yi Yunfeng answered like this, and then added another sentence.
A shameless, self-degrading woman.
He didn't think he did anything wrong in terminating his contract with Xu Wei Yuling.
People go to high places, and water flows to low places. He is a main beastmaster with SSS level talent. Isn't it natural to move to a better and higher stage? It's only natural. Where is Xu Wei Yuling?
Just having a king-level beast tamer is not worthy of me at all. I deserve a better beast tamer.
She should be aware of this.
You should consciously and proactively propose to terminate the contract yourself.
However, Xu Wei Yuling's shameless and self-degrading behavior made him secretly annoyed.
As Xu Wei Yuling's former main beastmaster, he was really disgusted.
It seemed as if Xu Wei Yuling had become Wei Wufeng's slave, and Yi Yunfeng had also been humiliated. The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
Yi Yunfeng secretly made a decision. I must teach Wei Wufeng a lesson if I get the chance.
Chapter 90 Qinggong Ren AI, Yuan, you don't want to, right? At the same time,
I'll find a chance to teach Yi Yunfeng a lesson.
Temporary dormitory.
Wei Wufeng said this to Xu Wei Yuling. After arriving at Jinghua, Xu Wei Yuling became a little depressed.
Wei Wufeng figured out the reason as soon as he thought about it.
It must be because of Yi Yunfeng who abandoned Xu Wei Yuling.
At first,
it was on this condition that she signed a slave contract with Wei Wufeng. Xu Wei Yuling smiled gratefully when she heard this. Thank you, Brother Feng.
Wei Wufeng touched her head. He smiled meaningfully and said, don't just say thank you with your mouth. Xu Wei Yuling and Brother Feng have been together for a long time.
I still don't know what Brother Feng meant. Her round and lovely face blushed. She pursed her small, plump red lips.
She said shyly and happily, well, I will listen to Brother Feng.
Wei Wufeng looked at the time and said, let's go, class is about to start.
Su Yali hesitated and said, can I really go?
Taking classes at Jinghua University.
This was something she never dared to dream of. Actually, with her overall score, she could definitely be admitted to Jinghua. Even
as long as she is admitted to Jinghua, she won't have to worry about tuition fees at all.
How rich is Jinghua? I'm not short of money at all. As long as they have potential, I can even pay for teaching students. But
the parents doted on their son so much that they forcefully deprived Su Yali of the right to go to school.
Why? No reason. It's just unreasonable. Just don't let Su Yali continue to go to school. If I had to give a reason,
Suja is just jealous that his sister is better than him. I persuaded my parents not to allow my sister to go to college. Su Yali was used to obeying her parents and did not dare to resist or disobey.
That's the result. Su Yali was forced to become her younger brother Suja's free babysitter and money-making tool. At this moment, I heard that Wei Wufeng was going to take me to class.
I am still attending classes at the top university in the country, Jinghua University.
Su Yali really felt like she was dreaming.
Wei Wufeng said, you are my co-beastmaster.
Of course you have to go to class with me. Immediately.
The four girls followed a boy to the classroom for class.
Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention along the way. Ha! Why is there another one? TSK.
You're indeed a divine beast tamer, so popular.
Who is that woman?
She's so beautiful, but I don't have any impression of her at all.
Depend on. Combinations of multiple girls and one boy, or multiple boys and one girl, are not uncommon in schools.
The Beastmaster's gender pairing rules inevitably lead to some aspects being more open.
Only a combination of handsome men and beautiful women like Wei Wufeng, was Xianyan and others is very rare. It's hard not to make others envy, jealous, and hate you. The boys especially wanted the number one campus beauty of Jinghua to propose to Wei Wufeng in public. Ah, I really want to kill Wei Wufeng. If I can't kill him, I'll want to die. They are both men, why is there such a big difference between them? What's going on with the school? Why bring Wei Wufeng to Jinghua? Isn't this just causing trouble for us? By Qin Yun, you must give Wei that guy a good beating on our behalf. Wei Wufeng still enjoyed the envious and jealous looks along the way. This greatly satisfied his vanity. At the classroom door, they met Feng Feifei. During the exchange and study period, Feng Feifei would accompany Wei Wufeng and others, living and studying together. Another day of classes has begun. Wei Wufeng suddenly brought a strange beauty to class together. The teacher asked. When the teacher learned that it was Wei Wufeng's new co-beast master, he didn't say anything. Today is still a practical class. The difference is that today's actual combat target is a monster. The extravagance of Jinghua University was once again demonstrated. It surprisingly has a huge island. There are a bunch of monsters raised on the upper half of the island. Wei Wufeng and other exchange students and their class boarded the flying beast Lingyun Koan. It only took half an hour to reach the isolated island overseas. Today's lesson and homework is just one hunt down at least one monster. For others it is difficult and dangerous. But it was easy for Wei Wufeng. As soon as the nine-tailed immortal firefox appeared, it immediately roasted a two-headed snake monster. Just sprinkle some chili and cumin and you can eat it directly. Just as Wei Wufeng and the others were eating roasted demon snake meat ahem. During class. On the Jinghua campus. In a coffee shop with an elegant environment. The two sisters, Qin Daochan and Qin Shishir, were sitting opposite each other drinking coffee. What do you think about the appearance of the master devouring beast, the fiery goo eagle, in Dapeng City? We chatted about family matters in a random and awkward manner. Teacher Qin, she asked this question reluctantly. Although I don't want to admit it. But this sister is indeed very talented in the study of beast taming theory. Although Qin Daochan's academic fraud was exposed online. But Master Qin, she didn't believe it at all. Qin Daochan asked back, you ask me? Master Qin, she asked again, what else? Qin Daochan said tsk tisk twice. I'm really surprised that you would come to me to discuss beast taming. Teacher Qin, she's beautiful face suddenly darkened, and anger flashed in her bright eyes. Qin Daochan took a sip of coffee. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Or, perhaps you might be thinking, you, Qin Daochan, are nothing special. Because I don't have any thoughts or opinions on this matter. That's not where my time and energy is right now. I'm doing a more valuable and meaningful research. Once I'm done, I'll be world famous. It's not hard to see. The relationship between these two sisters is extremely bad. No wonder Qin Daochan and her elder sister Qin Zhaojun never mentioned Master Qin Shi in their daily lives. In fact, the relationship between Qin Shishir and Qin Zhaojun is also ordinary. On the one hand, Teacher Qin, she felt that Qin Zhaojun was too controlling and like an annoying old nanny. On the other hand, Teacher Qin, she was also very dissatisfied with Qin Zhaojun going to Zhouhu to be the principal. Zhouhu University is a broken school. Going there to be a principal is simply self-degradation and self-destruction of one's future. It is also a kind of self-exile and escape from indulging in sadness after the death of a loved one. This is a sign of weakness. Teacher Qin, she looked at Qin Daochan, whose eyes sparkled, and asked, what research? Qin Daochan put down the coffee cup and said, keep it a secret. Master Qin, she was silent. A topic that seems to have died down. There was silence for several seconds. Master Qin, she then continued to speak. In that case, why don't you stay in Jinghua? The research conditions here are much better than those at Nine Lakes. Qin Daochan looked surprised. Ha? Dig me? I thought you were planning to poach Wei Wufeng and ask me to convince him. Speaking of this. Her beautiful cheeks turned red, making her even more beautiful. Why are you blushing? Because she talked about persuasion. The correct pronunciation of the word convince is shua, with one tone. But people often use the wrong pronunciation shui, the fourth tone. Thus, the word persuasion has taken on other meanings. Thinking that I was indeed sleeping. Cough cough. After all, she is a woman, blushing is normal. Teacher Qin, she's expression became even uglier.
Yes. She did have another purpose. That is to persuade Wei Wufeng to change jobs and transfer schools through Qin Daochan. But anyone would be very embarrassed if their little thoughts were exposed. Simply. Master Qin, she stopped pretending and came clean. You're right. I really want to use you to convince Wei Wufeng to transfer to another school. He is a divine beast tamer. Staying in the Nine Lakes will only delay him. It would be a waste of precious talent. Only Jinghua, the top-ranked university in the country, can train him well. You're a teacher too. As a teacher, shouldn't you prioritize your student's future? Forcing him to stay in Johor is irresponsible and selfish. Irresponsible? Selfish? Hearing these words, Qin Daochan became furious. But then she smiled. Teacher Qin, she asked, what are you laughing at? Qin Daochan laughed and said, you know nothing about Wei Wufeng's peculiarities. Master Qin, she really didn't like Qin Daochan's smile at this moment. Combined with what she said, Master Qin, she felt that the other party was mocking his ignorance. Qin Daochan drank the coffee in one gulp and said, I have something important to do. I'll leave first. She stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly I thought of something and laughed even harder. By the way, let me remind you. Keep an eye on your Jinghua school beauty. Feng Feifei even took the initiative to propose to Wei Wufeng. Don't let Wei Wufeng kidnap all of the top 10 beauties of Beijing. That would be, hee. There are 11 of the top 10 campus beauties in Beijing. After all, the fifth school beauty are the twins Yun Yu and Yun Ran. Looking at Qin Daochan's back, Master Qin, she's face looked very ugly. Bang! She slammed the table lightly. But then she chuckled, laughing at herself for worrying too much. She admitted that Wei Wufeng was indeed a rare and stunningly handsome man in the world. Just like beautiful women are liked by men, handsome men are also favored and admired by women. But what did Qin Daochan mean by the top 10 campus beauties were all abducted at once? This is really nonsense. As for Feng Feifei proposing to Wei Wufeng, this was tacitly approved and even encouraged by the Jinghua school administration. Wei Wufeng is a beast tamer of divine beasts. Feng Feifei is a potential cooperative beast master at the SSS level. A combination of the two. Maybe I can summon another divine beast. If that happens, it will definitely shock the whole world. By then, Jinghua University will no longer be the top university in China, but will surely become the top university in the world. Thinking about it, Teacher Qin, she couldn't help but think of what Qin Daochan had just said, be careful that the top 10 campus beauties are all kidnapped in one fell swoop. TSK. Why are you thinking about this? She shook her head. Are you kidding? That's ridiculous. Renee, you are not kidding, right? The same coffee shop. Elegant seats. A cry of surprise rang out. Yuan, the second most beautiful girl in Beijing, stared at Qinggong Renai with her big eyes. Yuan is worthy of being the second school beauty. The name wasn't wrong either. Highlight a chubby, cute and innocent lowly, it's legal, after all, she is 20 years old and an adult. Big, round, black eyes. Small, round and white face. The whole person looks petite and delicate. It's so cute. It looks just like a porcelain jade doll. She looks just like a lowly from the Little Days comics. Anyone who sees it will have the urge to hold it in their arms, in their hands, or in their mouths. Everyone says cuteness is worthless in front of feeling. This is true, but not entirely true. When being cute reaches a certain point, even being sexy is worthless. The fact that Yuan became the second most beautiful girl in Beijing and outshone all the other girls is the best proof of this. As for being second, not first. Of course it's because Feng Feifei is too evil. Qinggong Renai looked at Yuan in front of her and couldn't help but hug her and rub her face against hers. She yelled, Yuan-Chan, Kawaii-chan. Yuan immediately began to struggle. Don't do that. Let me go. Where are your hands? After making a fuss for a while, the two school beauties finally calmed down. Yuan looked at Qinggong Renai angrily. What did you just say? Let me help you and Sister Feifei snatch Wei Wufeng. What do you mean? Qinggong Renai said, of course it means literally. Yuan realized that Qinggong Renai was not joking and decisively refused. I refuse.
Crazy, crazy, you and Sister Feifei are both crazy. Go crazy, don't drag me into this. She stood up and was about to leave.
Xingong Renai did not stop her this time.
Instead, he said 4 words with a smile, Black Cat Lioli. Yuan, who was about to go out, felt like she was struck by lightning.
Then he turned around suddenly, his face flushed, and said, You, what are you talking about?
Xingong Renai smiled deeply. Yuan, you don't want your dark history to be exposed, right?
Yuan's face turned even redder, and she said, I don't know what you are talking about.
Xingong Renai asked, Really?
She took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and displayed it.
Who would have thought that the cosplay world's famous cat-headed Lolita Queen would be the campus beauty of Jinghua University? I've saved all the photos and videos of you at the Tokyo Anime Expo.
Oh, this is really valuable information.
If we release them, I wonder how many otakus will come to make a pilgrimage to see the queen. Ah! That must have been a grand spectacle, right? Yuan quickly returned to her seat and sat down. Okay. I promise.
After saying that, she quickly added a but. I'll just help make up the numbers and act, I won't really be there, that's my bottom line. After this is done, you must hand over all the information you have to me.
Xingong Renai proudly hugged Yuan and rubbed her face against hers. Arigato Yuan-chan. You are my most amazing, touching his wife's friend head.
As for what Yuan said about just making up the numbers, she pretended not to hear it.
Humph. If it really comes to that.
You have no say in how things develop.
Yuan was in tears. When I think of the dark history of the past. Ah. So shameful. So sad. I was really crazy to do cosplay back then. I really wish I could travel through time and go back to strangle my middle school self to death.
He pushed Xingong Renai away with disgust.
Yuan asked with a puzzled look on her face, What's wrong with you and Feifei? They actually thought of working together to snatch Wei Wufeng? Are you crazy? Xingong Renai looked like she was sighing. Alas! There's nothing we can do about it. Who made Wei Wufeng so handsome?
You know, I really can't resist handsome guys.
Of course, she would not say that her real purpose was to lure Wei Wufeng to the Snake Kingdom. Yuan lamented. Get it done as soon as possible. Adong will be back in 7 days. He must never know this.
Adong is Yuan's main beast tamer, and Ludong is also a prominent figure in Jinghua.
Because of something at home, I took half a month off. Xingong Renai said, Don't worry, it will be quick. We will take Wei Wufeng on an outing this weekend, and then. Chapter 91, How proactive is a woman when pursuing a man? So proactive. Yuan sauce get it. Next up are Yu and Ran. How to take them down? Xingong Renai thought. But I have absolutely no idea. How can I fix it, damn it, it gives me a headache.
Although Yun Yu and Yun Ran are also friends of his wife.
But what friends would? It's not like Yuan Jiang, who holds her dark history in her hands.
You can threaten her with her dark history and make her obey you.
I really can't think of any other way. Xingong Renai simply muttered, How about we just be frank with Yu-chan?
With Yun Yu's personality, even if she gets angry, there is still room for improvement.
Forget Yun Ran.
She is cold as ice, and once she gets angry, she will probably lose all her friends. Xingong Renai still cherishes this friendship very much.
Hesitant. She discussed it with Feng Feifei and Yuan in the Three Flowers of Beijing group. Yuan directly sent an oh my god expression. Are you crazy? You want to add more people? Feng Feifei sent an expression of covering face and crying. Reply, there's nothing we can do.
The boss is too strong, we can only pile up the numbers.
At this time, Feng Feifei is taking classes with Wei Wufeng and others on an overseas island. She glanced at Hua, Shui, Xiong and Su, all of whom were extremely beautiful, and sighed. In the group, Yuan immediately replied with an expression that said I'm speechless. Reply, never mind you guys. Let me make it clear, I'm just acting, not really doing it. To be honest, Yuan really wants to break up with these two crazy women. Look at what they are going to do. Is this something a normal person can do? But when I think about my dark history being held in the hands of these two people, Oh, just be patient. It's still okay to act. Anyway, it's not for real.
Then, the three school beauties started to discuss. After much discussion, nothing was accomplished.
First of all, they didn't have any leverage over Yun Yu. Secondly, they didn't know what Yun Yu needed most and had no bargaining chips.
Thirdly, she only has a good relationship with Shingang Rinai and Yun Yu, while the other two have an average relationship with her. In the end, the three of them unanimously decided to confront Yun Yu and tell her directly.
See if there are any conditions that can be negotiated. It would be best if we could negotiate terms.
Money, cultivation resources, or anything else, can satisfy her.
If there's really nothing to talk about, find someone else. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged beauties. Jinghua. The number one school belle, the second school belle, and the fourth school belle all came together as a group. As for the remaining one or two, it doesn't matter if they're just a little bit off, right? There is no time to lose. That night, the three school beauties invited Yun Yu to dinner together. Feng Feifei came back after class. Of course she has to attend such an important dinner. At the dinner party, Feng Feifei dominated the conversation. The core of the topic is Wei Wufeng.
As an exchange student's tutor, Feng Feifei had close contact with Wei Wufeng and had a lot to say.
Wei Wufeng is so handsome. As expected of a divine beast tamer, he can kill ordinary monsters instantly. He has an amazing body too. It makes me blush. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm really envious of Hua Xianyan and the others. By the way, his cooking skills are amazing. What's with that expression, Ran Yu? I'm talking about his cooking skills.
Wei Wufeng is truly a super perfect contract partner. Feng Feifei said this, of course, to pave the way for Yun Yu to join the gang.
First, establish the perfect image of Wei Wufeng in Yun Yu's mind. When we get to the point later, Yun Yu might not be so resistant, right? Shingang Rinai provided the supporting role at the right time. Fei Fei Chan, stop talking. What's the point of saying this?
No matter how outstanding Wei Wufeng is, he belongs to someone else.
What does it have to do with us? Yuan also said, yes, yes. Yun Yu also sighed. She thought of her main beast master, Yi Yunfeng. Feng Feifei said so much about Wei Wufeng is this and that. As she listened, she compared herself to Yi Yunfeng. It turned out that Yi Yunfeng was turned into ashes in seconds. Well, maybe it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he was turned into ashes in seconds. After all, Yi Yunfeng has an SSS level talent for taming beasts. But
Yun Yu really has a lot of resentment towards Yi Yunfeng.
It's like a person who loves meat very much was forced to eat vegetarian food for many years. Finally one day I thought I could eat meat to my heart's content, but when it was served, it turned out to be vegetarian. The inner collapse and resentment can be imagined. Who understands? Wei Wufeng actually has 4 beast masters working together. Then his control ability should be very strong, right? Yun Yu couldn't help but think in her heart and couldn't help licking her lips. Then I ate a big piece of braised pork. Yun Yu never thought of herself as a fickle woman. I didn't mess around. The demand is just a little bit strong. Having needs is also a reward for yourself. Is there anything wrong? Eating meat.
Yun Yu heard Feng Feifei say.
It doesn't matter now, but I must snatch Wei Wufeng away. Grab it?
Yun Yu looked up at Feng Feifei, with doubt flashing in her watery eyes. Of course she knew that Feng Feifei proposed to Wei Wufeng.
This matter is so big, how could she not know about it? What puzzled her was Feng Feifei didn't succeed? She took the initiative to propose to Wei Wufeng, but Wei Wufeng didn't agree? Given her physical and mental conditions, this shouldn't be the case. Yun Yu couldn't help but ask, you proposed to me, but Wei Wufeng didn't agree? Feng Feifei sighed sadly. The women around Wei Wufeng are so outstanding. Not to mention Hua Xianyan, Shui Yiling, and Xiong Juju are both top-notch.
He just contracted a new companion beastmaster, Su Yali, who is also a beauty who is no less beautiful than me.
If I rely on myself, I may not be able to impress him. Said.
She took out her cell phone and opened the photo album.
Send today's photo with Wei Wufeng and his group to others to see. Yuan, Shingang Rinai, and Yun Yu looked at the group photo separately. Yun Yu's heart moved, and she asked, who is Shui Yiling? Feng Feifei pointed out Shu Wei Yiling in the photo.
Yun Yuyu looked at Shu Wei Yiling in the photo, and she was indeed very cute and lively.
He thought to himself, could this Shu Wei Yiling be Yi Yunfeng's ex? Also from Jiuhu. Also called Shu Wei Yiling. It shouldn't be a duplicate name, right? Yi Yunfeng doesn't touch himself. Could it be that he still has feelings for Shu Wei Yiling? Or does Yi Yunfeng like cute girls like Shu Wei Yiling and Yuan? If it were someone else, they would definitely be thinking about it in their mind.
But Yun Yuyu's personality and style determined that she would not just think about it in her heart.
Mr. Feng, can you contact this Shu Wei Yiling? I have something I want to talk to her about. Feng Feifei was puzzled, huh? Of course I can get in touch. She exchanged contact information with Wei Wufeng and others. But she was very curious why Yun Yuyu suddenly wanted to contact Shu Wei Yiling. Although she was curious, she still chose to satisfy Yun Yuyu. Yun Yuyu got Shu Wei Yiling's number and went to the balcony to make a call. She is a person of action, she never procrastinates and always does things immediately. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Hang up? I'll hit you again. Beep. Beep. This time it connected. Hello, who, Yun Yuyu's heart moved. How does this sound? Weird? She asked, excuse me, is this Shu Wei Yiling? The other side said, it's me, who are you? Shu Wei Yiling on the other side didn't know what was going on and spoke incoherently. Yun Yuyu could still hear the suppressed, rapid breathing. What is she doing? Boom! Like a flash of thunder. Yun Yuyu couldn't help but think of some scenes in the learning materials. No way, right? Think of this. Yun Yuyu subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone. However, for some unknown reason, she did not hang up the phone. Hiss. She took a deep breath. I'm Yun Yuyu. Yi Yunfeng's current co-beastmaster. Are you Yi Yunfeng's ex? At the same time, her mind was full of thoughts. Who is Shu Wei Yiling with? Wei Wufeng? How does she feel now? On the other side, Shu Wei Yiling was silent for a long time before responding. Right. What, do you want to talk to me about? Head, you're not trying to show off to me, Yun Yuyu said, no, you misunderstood, I just have something to ask you. She must find out why Yi Yunfeng doesn't touch her. Did Yi Yunfeng have sex with you? It's just, you know. As soon as the words fell. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A silver bell-like laughter was heard. The laughter was clearly filled with schadenfreude and ridicule. How is that possible? He's totally useless. He's just a useless piece of shit. He didn't touch you, did he? If you don't want to be a widow, I advise you to terminate your contract with him as soon as possible. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm busy here. I'm coming. Beep. The phone was disconnected. Yun Yuyu's face looked extremely ugly. How could she not hear the pride in Shu Wei Yiling's words? And the ultimate pleasure. But how could she care about this at the moment? My mind was full of Shu Wei Yiling's words just now. Yi Yunfeng is not good enough? Useless trash? Be a widow? Yun Yuyu didn't think Shu Wei Yiling was lying to her. There was no need for her to lie to herself. So, I will never be able to eat meat with Yi Yunfeng? Think of this. I think I can only reward myself in the future. A voice screamed in Yun Yuyu's heart, no. No. Absolutely not. She really wanted to call Yi Yunfeng immediately and ask him if he really couldn't do it. But she held back. She wants to question Yi Yunfeng face to face. He returned to the private room with a gloomy face. Excuse me, everyone. I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. How could she have the mood to eat and chat now? This concerns her own happiness and well-being, so she must find out the truth as soon as possible. She wanted to leave, but Feng Feifei and the other two wouldn't let her. We haven't talked about the serious business yet. Xingong Renei pulled her back and said, Yuyu-chan, we actually want to ask you for a favor. She wants to get to the point. Feng Feifei was really too slow. She said so much but never got to the point. She has to come. That's right. The principal gave us a secret mission. Xingong Renai directly raised the banner of the principal. This was also discussed before. Let us keep Wei Wufeng in Jinghua at all costs. After much thought, we can only think of one solution: the honey trap. But you also saw that Wei Wufeng was surrounded by beautiful women. Regular honey traps may not be effective, so we decided to form a team and use the group honey trap. We, the Jinghua school bells, will come together to keep Wei Wufeng in Jinghua. For Jinghua, Yu-Yu-chan, are you willing to work with us? Yun Yu-Yu was originally upset and irritable. After hearing Qinggong Renai's words, he was stunned. More heads full of? She was stunned and said, "What does it mean?" Qinggong Renai thought to himself, "Isn't what I said direct enough?" There was no other way, so I could only lean over to Yun Yu-Yu's ear and whisper softly. "What?" Yun Yu-Yu was horrified. Bright eyes bulging. The mouth is so wide that a big egg can be stuffed in. She looked at Qinggong Renai, then at Feng Feifei and Yuan. Thinking of what Qinggong Renai had just said, which was so blunt that it couldn't be more blunt. Her face flushed. I don't know whether it's out of shame or anger. You guys are crazy. After saying that, she picked up her bag and left. Feng Feifei, Qinggong Renai, and Yuan were left looking at each other in bewilderment. It was quiet for a while. Feng Feifei said, "I told you not to be too direct. You'll probably scare people away." Qinggong Renai said, "But you were too tactful just now. You were beating around the bush." Yuan said, "I think the negotiation has fallen through. You should find another one." Feng Feifei sighed and said, "Then let's find Dongfang Fengyun, who is rank 6. Qinggong Renai asked, "Why don't you look for Concubine Louis?" Concubine Louis. The third school beauty. He is also a popular star. Especially the ancient costumes, they are like fairies descending to earth. Feng Feifei rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it. You know I have a grudge against her. The hatred between her and Concubine Louis is not complicated. In fact, they were friends originally." From then on, Feng Feifei went to visit Louis Fei on the set. As a result, Feng Feifei stole the limelight from the protagonist Louis Fei. Feng Feifei thought it was fun, so she played a minor role in Concubine Louis's play. As a result, the supporting role she played stole the show. After the show was broadcast, its popularity once overshadowed that of Concubine Louis. Now that's better. Not only did their friendship capsize, but they also became enemies. Yuan said, "If you have a grudge, you should go find her. This is a great opportunity for revenge." She would think so, so naturally she still thinks that group beauty trap is a bad thing. Qinggong Renai's eyes lit up. Yes. Fei, choose Concubine Louis. She's a big star. Wei Wufeng will definitely like her. Feng Feifei shook her head and said, "There's no way she'll agree to that." Qinggong Renai rolled his eyes. Feifei-chan, are you stupid? Why did she have to agree? Cheating, forcing, using tricks. As long as we can achieve our goal. You've done so much, even to the point of doing something bad. It will definitely impress Wei Wufeng. Believe me. Upon hearing this, Yuan rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was the victim. Feng Feifei's eyes flickered. Then he nodded slowly and asked, "Then what should we do?" Qinggong Renai racked his brains and thought about it. A good idea soon came to mind. Got it. You can invite Concubine Louis to our outing in the name of proactively apologizing and resolving the conflict. If you take the initiative to apologize, I believe Concubine Louis will definitely fall into your trap. By the way, have you chosen a place for the picnic? Feng Feifei said, "I have a summer resort on Wanshui Mountain. It has beautiful scenery and is very secluded." Qinggong Renai said, "Okay. That's a happy decision. Call now." Feng Feifei nodded, took out her phone, and called Concubine Louis. Result? Concubine Louis agreed. Late at night. Yuan couldn't sleep, so she lay on the bed playing with her cell phone. Sudden. I saw a question on Bihu: how proactive can a girl be? Without thinking, she replied, "Be proactive enough to find more beautiful women for the men you like." This question is still very popular. As soon as she finished her answer, many people left comments and liked her message. Make it up. Keep making it up. How could there be such a despicable and crazy girl in the world? It's so magical. Even novels don't dare to write like this. What if it's true? I took it seriously. Damn. I'm so pissed. I can testify that what the answerer said is true.
Because I am the male protagonist in question, ha ha.
I don't believe it, unless the answerer cancels his anonymity.
If they say it's fake, they're either too young or too poor.
They have little experience and are making a fuss out of nothing. It's about time. Daming Lake.
Yun Yu looked at Yi Yunfeng in front of her.
Answer me honestly. Are you not good at that? To be honest. Boom. Yi Yunfeng was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Chapter 92 is called Operation Ambush from 10 sides. Saturation style man grabbing. What? No.
Yi Yunfeng subconsciously pretended to be stupid.
What are you talking about? Why did she suddenly ask this? Did she guess it?
A sense of panic surged in Yi Yunfeng's heart.
Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. At the same time,
a surge of anger erupted in my heart. This anger comes from the pain of having the scar revealed.
Yun Yu stared at Yi Yunfeng and asked back. Those sharp eyes seemed to see through him. What do you think? Don't tell me that you, a grown-up, can't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about manly functions.
The words are said so bluntly.
This completely blocked Yi Yunfeng's way of continuing to pretend to be stupid.
He could only pretend to be calm and composed.
Haha, how come? Why are you asking me this? I'm so embarrassed, hee hee. If you can't play dumb, you can only divert your attention. Regarding cultivation, I have some more. Yun Yu interrupted forcefully. I don't want to talk about cultivation now. Don't change the subject. If you're not okay, why haven't you touched me for so long? Yi Yunfeng just felt his scalp tingling. I've been really busy lately.
There's the sports meet, the pioneering activities, and then there are classes and training.
I just don't have the time or energy.
At the same time, the anger value in my heart is also rising.
Why? Why do you have to keep harping on this matter? Is it true that in your heart, only those trivial matters between men and women are on your mind? Yun Yu's inner anger value is also rising steadily. You always say you don't have the time or the energy. Excuses come and go, always busy and tired. Then tell me, when will you have the time and energy? Yi Yunfeng frowned and asked, Yu, what happened to you today?
Yun Yu stomped her feet in anger.
You're still asking me? Can you answer my question directly? You haven't answered my question directly yet. Answer me, can you do it or not? Yi Yunfeng's cheeks flushed, and he said, of course I can. Yun Yu said, okay. Let's go to the hotel and get a room now. I want it now. Yi Yunfeng asked, now? He was stunned, frightened, and even angrier. Yun Yu said, yes, now.
Yi Yunfeng said, but.
Yun Yu said, no buts. Stop making excuses. Right now. Right tonight.
She even took the initiative to hold Yi Yunfeng's hand. But Yi Yunfeng actually dodged and prevented Yun Yu from pulling his hand. Yun Yu froze and stared at Yi Yunfeng.
Yi Yunfeng's face turned as red as a monkey's butt.
Thin beads of cold sweat also seeped out of his forehead.
He changed the subject again. Yu, what happened to you today? Did something happen? You're not usually like this.
Yun Yu withdrew her hand.
She laughed in anger and said, Yi Yunfeng, you lie to me, you just can't do it. Yun Yu, what happened to you today?
Yi Yunfeng's anger value was instantly maxed out.
There was anger in his tone. Why do you have to keep holding on to this? Are you so embarrassed? As a girl, can't you be more reserved and ladylike? Yun Yu laughed.
At the beginning, she actually had no intention of terminating the contract with Yi Yunfeng. First of all, she and Yi Yunfeng have been together for these days and they have some feelings for each other. Secondly, in her opinion, male incompetence can be cured, just treat the disease. But now, she really wants to terminate the contract.
Yi Yunfeng's performance disappointed her, extremely disappointed. He has been avoiding the topic.
Always diverting the subject and attention. After saying so much nonsense, not a single word was a direct answer to her.
How can she accept this? Yun Yu raised 2 fingers. I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, come with me to the hotel and get a room. Prove to me that you can do it. Second, terminate the contract. Yi Yunfeng's eyes widened and he said, "Just because of this, you want to terminate the contract with me?" Yun Yu was so angry that she laughed out loud. Ha! This kind of thing? You think it's unimportant? Love between men and women is based on food, sex, and nature. I, Yun Yu, am a healthy woman. I have needs. Is there a problem? I'm a chaste man. I haven't messed around with other men. I only want to have sex with my contractor. Is that wrong? If you can't even satisfy my most basic physiological needs, do you expect me to be a widow for the rest of my life? Stop talking nonsense and choose. I'm giving you a choice. So far, she is still trying to reason with Yi Yunfeng and giving him a chance. She just doesn't believe it. Now that things have come to this, a normal man would refuse to enjoy his own body. Unless it's abnormal. If Yi Yunfeng is really not capable. With such a bad attitude, there is nothing to be nostalgic about. Termination of contract. The contract must be terminated. I absolutely don't want to be a widow. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, suppressing anger on his face. Don't forget, we have a soul contract. You can't unilaterally terminate the contract without my consent. The two of them were brought together by the school. Yi Yunfeng has SSS level talent. Yun Yu has SS level potential rating. The two parties can be considered to be a good match. In addition, a soul contract only requires the willingness of both parties to agree, and no physical contact is required. But then again, if the soul contract requires physical intimacy and deep contact, given Yi Yunfeng's physical condition, it was impossible for him to carry out the soul contract. After all, I can't support it. Yun Yu said, I will submit a termination arbitration to the Beastmaster Association. Although the soul contract requires the consent of both parties to be terminated. But if it passes the arbitration of the Beast Tamer Association, it can be forcibly terminated. The relationship between the main Beastmaster and the auxiliary Beastmaster is like a marriage, which can be separated or reunited. The only exception is slave contract. Once a contract is established, it cannot be terminated. Therefore, the conditions for establishing a slave contract in modern times are so harsh. They will even arrange for a psychologist to counsel them. Yi Yunfeng suppressed his anger. If you terminate the contract with me, you will lose the fairy beast. Yun Yu's eyes gradually turned cold. It doesn't matter if the immortal beast is lost or not. I don't care. I won't sacrifice my lifelong happiness for these things. Yi Yunfeng was furious. He could hardly control himself. Yun Yu was completely disappointed. Until now, you still don't want to get a room with me, and you just keep talking nonsense. I originally thought that even if you couldn't do it, I could still accompany you to see a doctor and get treatment. But what you just did makes me very disappointed, extremely disappointed. Terminate the contract. Bang! Yi Yunfeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't bear it any longer. The anger completely exploded. A slap landed on Yun Yu's face. Yun Yu obviously didn't expect Yi Yunfeng to slap her, and she was stunned by the slap. After the fight, Yi Yunfeng regretted it. He opened his mouth to apologize. But he saw Yun Yu's cold eyes that were dancing with anger. He was stunned and couldn't even say an apology. Yun Yu touched the corner of her mouth. There is blood. Vomit. She spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Okay. Yi Yunfeng, you're not incompetent, you're too good. I surrender. She gave Yi Yunfeng a thumbs up. It's my bad luck to have a soul contract with someone like you. Yun Yu was furious and took out her cell phone and dialed Qingdong Renai's number. Soon, the call was connected. Renai, what you said before, I promised. Yes, really. That's it, hanging up. She hung up the phone. Then he looked at Yi Yunfeng with a look of contempt, disgust, and disdain. Since you can't do it, I'll find someone who can. Yi Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he angrily asked, What do you mean? What are you going to do? Yun Yu said, It's none of your business what I want to do. She was about to turn and leave. Yi Yunfeng reached out to pull her, but Yun Yu pulled her hand away. Don't touch me. You don't deserve it. What's that look in your eyes? What? Are you planning to stab me? Come on. If you have the guts, do it. Waste. Yun Yu turned and left.
Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists and his whole body was shaking.
The look in his eyes really made him want to kill Yun Yu with a knife.
But he forced himself to hold it back.
Yi Yunfeng never dreamed of this.
Yun Yu originally had no intention of participating in the party organized by Feng Feifei, Qinggong Renai, and others. But what he did, especially that loud slap, directly made Yun Yu change her mind.
Party, right? I participated.
If Yi Yunfeng knew, I wonder if he would vomit blood right there.
The other side. Qinggong Renai quickly told Feng Feifei and Yuan that Yun Yu agreed to join the gang.
Soon, the Three Flowers of Beijing chat group became lively.
Yuan asked, "What's going on? Didn't you leave the table in anger before? Why did you suddenly agree?" Qinggong Renai said, "No matter what the situation is, it's a good thing that she agreed." Then Yuan asked again, "Since Yun Yu agreed, should we still call her concubine Louis?"
Feng Feifei immediately said, "Call.
We've already made an appointment.
Besides, the bigger the team, the greater the chance of victory."
Yuan sent a rolling eyes expression in the group.
Then he said, "Why don't you just gather the top 10 campus beauties?"
Yuan's joke was of course too ridiculous. Qinggong Renai immediately sent a thumbs up expression. That's a good idea. If you're going to do it big.
Let's go all out and cook all the top 10 campus beauties together.
Yuan quickly said, Hey, I'm just kidding."
Feng Feifei also sent a long string of, fully expressing her speechlessness. Qinggong Renai immediately sent a be serious expression.
"Hey, I'm serious. Feifei, do you just want to be on equal terms with Hua Xianyan and the others? No. Expand the scope. We must completely crush them.
We also need to take a long-term view.
What if Wei Wufeng has contracted a new cooperative beastmaster in the past few days?
I call this saturation-style man-stealing." Qinggong Renai became more and more excited as he spoke.
No more text messages, just voice messages.
Also, I think it's necessary to give this operation a formal name.
I've already thought of it.
Let's call it Operation Ambush from 10 sides.
We buried someone with the top 10 campus beauties NEI? Qinggong Renai wants to take credit. Just make the greatest contribution in Operation House of Flying Daggers. You will get more favor and love from Wei Wufeng. By then, everything else be easy? Yuan. Feng Feifei.
Wei Wufeng didn't know that Feng Feifei, Qinggong Renai, and others were doing a big thing for him. On the contrary, when he was hanging out with Hua Xianyan and others,
Free System popped up again.
This time, I gave Wei Wufeng a bottle of passionate perfume. The effect is, the charm increases dramatically, making the opposite sex instantly obsessed with the user and unable to extricate themselves.
System produced natural quality.
Wei Wufeng had no doubt about the effect of passionate perfume.
Only. Wei Wufeng said, "I'm so handsome, why do I need this?"
Although he felt that he had no use for this thing at all. But it's given to you by the system, for free, so why not take it?
Then he said to the system, "Can you give me something more practical next time?" System said, "Okay master, no problem." The next day, after morning exercises and breakfast, continue with class. On the way to the classroom,
Wei Wufeng heard some gossip.
It's quite interesting. Have you heard?
Yi Yunfeng and Yun Yu had a falling out, and it even got to the point of terminating their contract.
No way? Is this true? Someone saw them arguing by Lake Daming last night. It was a fierce argument. It is said that Yi Yunfeng cheated.
I heard that Yun Yu was not disciplined and cheated on Yi Yunfeng.
The school won't let them cancel the contract. They finally summoned the fairy beast, and if they cancel the contract, it's gone. Shu Yiling was very happy to hear this. She is happy when Yi Yunfeng is not doing well. Brother Feng, do you think it's because Yun Yu despised the Yi family that they fell out? No wonder she thought so. Last night she was happily having fun with Wei Wufeng. Yun Yu suddenly called and exposed Yi Yunfeng's past.
As a result, rumors of a falling out began to circulate today.
Even if it's not the direct cause. I guess that was the trigger. He. It's so funny. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Well, it's very likely." It was a great entertainment to listen to early in the morning. Wei Wufeng and Shu Yiling were both very happy. Next. Class. Today's course is temporary contract training.
That is, students draw lots to establish temporary contracts and summon beasts for actual combat training.
Hua made it clear that he would not participate in the draw.
She would not sign a contract with anyone other than Wei Wufeng, even if it was a temporary contract.
Shui Yuling, Xiong Juju and Su Yali also expressed their unwillingness to draw lots or sign contracts. The teacher had no choice but to let them do as they pleased. Wei Wufeng participated in the draw.
The person he drew stood before him.
He was startled and asked, "Why is it you?" The person in front of him turned out to be Su Fan's auxiliary beastmaster, Dongfang Yayun. Ha! Wrong. Not Oriental elegance. Just looks alike.
If you look closely, there are quite a few differences between her and Dongfang Yayun.
Certainly. Like Dongfang Yayun, she possesses extraordinary beauty and temperament.
The conservative but tight-fitting Jinghua school uniform highlights her slender and hot figure.
The front is convex and the back is curved. Full of emotion.
A round face that is cold, proud, delicate, and flawless. Under the long and curled eyelashes, there are a pair of big, black, and watery eyes flashing.
Coupled with her rosy little mouth slightly opened as she breathes out, she is so beautiful.
She crossed her arms over her chest, lifting up her plump and huge breasts as if they were popping out. Even wearing school uniform pants, it couldn't hide the roundness and slenderness of her beautiful legs. Her skin is white and tender with a hint of red, just like a freshly ripe peach. She has a classical face similar to Oriental elegance. But it also has a fiery charm that the Oriental elegance does not have.
Wei Wufeng admitted that he was greedy. Dongfang Fengyun asked, "Do you know me?" Wei Wufeng asked, "What's your relationship with Dongfang Yayun? You two look quite similar." Dongfang Fengyun curled her lips when she heard that. "I'm her cousin, Oriental charm. Enough of small talk, let's make a contract. Let me see what kind of beast you and I can summon." Divine Beast Tamer Wei Wufeng, I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 93 shocks the world again. The 10-star Divine Beast Azure Dragon appears. Call. Following the teacher's order. The playground suddenly becomes colorful and dazzling during class. Just when the students who had made the temporary contract were looking forward to summoning some beasts. On. A roar and a groaning sounded. The sound shook the world. Earth-shattering. Everyone on the playground, including the teachers, was shocked. What is that sound? Where did it come from? Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, it wasn't just the people on the playground who were frightened. Most of the people in Jinghua University heard the chest-shaking roar. The same question popped up in their minds: what kind of beast is making this sound? Some people even thought in fear, will there be monsters attacking the capital? No wonder some people think so. After all, the monster attack on Dapeng City happened not long ago, causing huge losses and heavy casualties. On the playground, all the teachers and students were dumbfounded. They stared in amazement at the Beastmaster floating in the air. Mythical beast, Azure Dragon. The teachers and students present were all highly educated members of the beast-taming world. With just one glance, he recognized the beast. It is one of the 5 sacred beasts recorded in the classic of mountain and sea divine beasts, the Qinglong. Colorful blue dragon scales. The dragon's body twists like a stream of water. Sharp dragon claws. Flowing dragon whiskers. Those huge dragon eyes that seem to have infinite divine light and power. The sense of oppression visible to the naked eye is like waves, crashing and surging one after another. This. A student murmured foolishly, "Am I dreaming?" There was even a timid girl who actually sat down on the ground. Snap. A student raised his phone blankly and took a picture. But more students had no reaction at all and just stood there in amazement. The only ones who could remain calm were Hua Xianyan and the other 3. They, including Su Yali who just joined, are all well aware of Wei Wufeng's magic. Wei Wufeng and another girl summoned the divine beast. They are all used to it. Shui Yuling even muttered in her heart, "Isn't it just summoning a god? What a fuss. Where is Feng Fei?" Looking at the majestic and powerful beast, she swore secretly, "I must grab Wei Wufeng. Both he and Dongfang Fengyun can summon divine beasts. I'm a potential SSS level cooperative beastmaster.
If I make a contract with him, I will definitely be able to summon a divine beast.
She originally thought. Shinggong Renee's ambush from all sides plan is a bit too bold and crazy. But now she feels that it is absolutely possible.
As long as we can make a contract with Wei Wufeng, ambush from 10 sides will be ambush from 10 sides.
The teacher was so excited that his face flushed and his whole body was shaking. Mythical beast Azure Dragon. And it is a divine beast that will definitely become a sacred beast.
But soon, his flushed face turned pale.
Because he realized a very serious problem: temporary contract. Damn it! This is a temporary contract. It's temporary.
Once the contract is terminated, this divine beast Azure Dragon will be gone. In an instant, the teacher felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, as if he was about to lose his soul.
Why? Why is it a temporary contract? Next second, he shuddered and thought of another important point. It doesn't matter if it's a temporary contract. After the contract is cancelled, can't we just let the student who summoned the divine beast Azure Dragon sign the contract again? By then, I should be able to summon the divine beast Azure Dragon again, right? Who is it? Who summoned the divine beast Azure Dragon? The teacher's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and he instantly locked onto the two people. Exchange student, Wei Wufeng. The 6th campus beauty of our school, with oriental charm. It's actually them? Wei Wufeng. Isn't he the beast tamer who possesses the divine beast nine-tailed immortal fire fox? How did he summon another divine beast? Why did he summon another divine beast? Some students asked the same question as the teacher.
The other students present also discovered that it was Wei Wufeng and Dongfang Fengyun who summoned the divine beast Azure Dragon.
Oriental charm is fine. Although everyone was shocked, they found it acceptable. But Wei Wufeng, hadn't he already summoned a divine beast? Why was another divine beast summoned? How could one person summon two divine beasts? Why? Is that really reasonable? For a while. Envious. Envy. Hatred.
Various emotions surged in everyone's hearts.
What about the parties involved?
Wei Wufeng looked up at the divine beast, Azure Dragon above his head and exclaimed, "Tsk tisk.
This is really a surprise. Speaking of which, we have already collected 3 of the 5 sacred beasts. Qin Diaochan, White Tiger. Suyali, Suzaku. Oriental Charm, Azure Dragon. Although this was summoned temporarily, let's count it in. In addition, now it's a temporary summons. Later, I must pull her onto the bed, ahem. Pull her onto the boat. As long as we make a soul contract, we can own it forever. What about Oriental Charm? Stunned. Incredible.
He stood there motionless as if his soul had left his body. That cold and arrogant attitude had long since collapsed and disappeared into thin air.
The huge hands that were folded across his chest also dropped down. Well, the hands dropped, but the thing on the chest did not. Isn't it because there is a hood-like clothing covering it that there is no droop? In fact, Oriental Charm never wears that thing. It's uncomfortable and I don't like it. All I can say is that some people's natural beauty is enough to defy gravity. This Oriental Charm was stunned. Is it really me who summoned it? She seemed to be asking someone else. But it's more like asking myself. Wei Wufeng said, "We summoned it." At this time, figures appeared at the edge of the playground.
It's obvious at first glance that these people are not ordinary people. They are all strong men from Jinghuo University. They sensed the breath of the divine beast and rushed over following the breath. The director of studies, Qin Shishir, was among them. Wei Wufeng has no time to care about other people. He directly checked the beast taming attributes.
Beast Tamer, Azure Dragon. Vitality. Beast Taming Level, 10-star Divine Beast. Beast Taming Divine Power, Dragon's Might over the World LV1. Beast Taming Talent, Size Upgrade LV1. Beast Taming Skills. Skill 1, Dragon Roar in the 9th Heaven LV1. Skill 2, Call the Wind and Rain LV1. Skill 3, Dragon Blood LV1. Skill 4, Dragon Possession LV1. Ultimate Skill, Regrets of the Dragon LV1. Hello? Why can't I see complete and detailed attribute and skill information? Is it because of the temporary contract? Disappointment. But it's normal when you think about it. It's a temporary contract after all. It certainly can't be like a normal contract. Sudden.
Wei Wufeng felt a burning gaze looking at him.
It's Oriental charm.
Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." Dongfang Fengyun licked her lips and said, "Make a contract with me."
Divine beast, divine beast. It is also the blue dragon, one of the 5 sacred beasts. I want. I'll order it.
As long as you terminate the contract with the other collaborators, I will contract with you and summon the dragon once again.
At this time.
Just now, a very handsome boy walked over. He is Dongfang Fengyun's main beastmaster, Ouyang. How could he just sit still when his allied beastmaster and others summoned the divine beast Azure Dragon? As a result, as soon as he heard Dongfang Fengyun's words, his face changed drastically.
Fengyun, you. Dongfang Fengyun glared at him fiercely and said, "Shut up." Ouyang was speechless and stood there in a daze. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes and said, "Impossible." Dongfang Fengyun immediately frowned. Why? This is the divine beast Azure Dragon. It will be easy to grow into a holy beast in the future. Isn't the sacred beast Azure Dragon more powerful than the divine beast Nine-Tailed Fox? What's more, in terms of appearance, I'm no worse than Hua Xianyan. Besides, my body is clean. Ouyang on the side was about to go berserk.
His handsome face turned red, as if he had been slapped hard several times.
But in fact,
what Dongfang Fengyun said was actually a slap in his face in public.
Which normal man can endure such humiliation? Ouyang left angrily.
Wei Wufeng said, "If you want to sign a contract with me, fine. But if you want me to terminate the contract with others, forget it."
Dongfang Fengyun was furious and said, "You still want me to share you with other women? No way." Wei Wufeng shrugged and said, "Let's not talk about it."
With a thought, the temporary contract was terminated.
Clean and quick, without any drag.
The divine beast Azure Dragon disappeared completely without a trace, as if it had never appeared.
Dongfang Fengyun looked surprised. At the same time, a wave of regret, remorse, and anger caused by loss instantly swept through my mind. My divine beast. My Azure Dragon beast. Just like that.
Even if there is a formal contract with Wei Wufeng, it is not 100% certain that he can be summoned again.
After all, the Qinglong is a divine beast, not an ordinary beast. Dongfang Fengyun said angrily, "Why did you terminate the contract so quickly?"
Wei Wufeng said, "It's temporary anyway, so it doesn't matter whether we terminate the contract early or late."
Dongfang Fengyun was even more furious and said, "I can give you another chance." Wei Wufeng waved his hand and turned away.
He didn't even give Dongfang Fengyun a chance to speak.
Dongfang Fengyun looked at Wei Wufeng and the teacher in astonishment and said, "I'm taking a leave of absence for this class." Then watch him swagger away.
He was accompanied by women such as Hua Xianyan.
Feng Feifei also followed along.
Dongfang Fengyun stomped her feet twice in madness. Because there were no restraints, the impact generated by the stomping of the feet created a magnificent wave.
She didn't ask for leave from her teacher. She wasn't in the mood and just turned around and left. The teacher shouted, "Continue the class." However, next, throughout the entire temporary contract practical class, students from both classes were absent-minded. Don't say that students are absent-minded. The teachers are all absent-minded. No way. With such a big thing happening, the divine beast Azure Dragon is a flash in the pan. Who would have the mood to attend class? This matter cannot be kept secret. Thanks to the information highway in the internet age. Get out of class hasn't ended yet. The news that divine beast tamer Wei Wufeng summoned the second divine beast went viral on the internet. It has once again sparked heated discussion and attracted the attention of the entire network. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one person summon two divine beasts? You think this is a novel? It doesn't follow logic, it's whatever you want to write? This is reality. After all, I received 12 years of compulsory education. Anyone who believes this kind of stupid news is an idiot. Rumors. They must be rumors.
Making rumors is shameful, spreading rumors is hateful. At Beastmaster Association, at National Federation, at Cyberspace Administration of China, at Tsinghua University, at Beijing Police, at Rumor Refuter. Come out and work. Don't disbelieve me. This is true.
I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. There is a commotion on the internet. It's more lively in reality. I1T mentioned the discussions within Tsinghua University. There is urgent attention, investigation, secret talks, etc. at home and around the world, needless to say. The display of mythical beast Azure Dragon will definitely bring a huge sensation to the world. Take the person involved, Dongfang Fengyun, for example. She soon received a call from home, anxiously asking whether it was true or not. Yes, it's true. I said, I am willing to make a contract with him. But he is unwilling to terminate the contract with other collaborators. What? You want me to share it with other women? I won't. I had a fight with my parents. Dongfang Fengyun hung up the phone angrily and turned it off. Then, Dongfang Fengyun's class teacher found her and found out the details. After the head teacher learned the whole story, he also persuaded her. Mr. Dongfang, it's actually quite normal for multiple collaborators to share a main beast master. That's a divine beast. How many people dream of it but can't get it? What's more, the Azure Dragon is not just any ordinary divine beast, it's a sacred beast seed. It will definitely become a sacred beast in the future. Dongfang Fengyun said stubbornly, but I don't want to share it with others. The homeroom teacher asked, are you willing to accept this? After owning a divine beast, can you still accept a low-level beast? After some guidance and persuasion, Oriental Charm still gritted its teeth and refused to give in. Next, the people who came forward to persuade Dongfang Fengyun were more important than each other. Grade director, hospital leaders, school leaders, even the office of the governor of Beijing. Even the leaders at the central government department level. A divine beast. Xing Long. It's enough to bring the government down. You know, the number and strength of divine beasts is directly related to the national strength. Each one is persuading the Oriental Charm. Let her make a contract with Wei Wufeng. Let her accept sharing Wei Wufeng with others. Certainly. Persuaders from all walks of life also offer generous benefits. These benefits are so generous that even Oriental Charm would be tempted. The original coldness and arrogance of Oriental Charm were blasted away without leaving any trace. Crushed at the same time. And her inner resistance to sharing Wei Wufeng with other women. In the end, she gave up resistance. She was willing to make a contract with Wei Wufeng and share it with others. But what? She underestimated Wei Wufeng. She thought that as long as she agreed, Wei Wufeng would be happy to sign a contract with her. It turned out that she was wrong, very wrong. You want to? But I don't want to. Wei Wufeng said so. Don't act like I'll happily accept if you're willing to sign a contract with me. I'm not a casual person. The choice between the main beast master and the auxiliary beast master is a two-way choice. Do you understand? Want to make a contract with me? Sure. Then show enough sincerity to let me punch a hole in it. Beep. The phone hung up. Dongfang Fengyun was dumbfounded. The other side. Wei Wufeng, Hua Xianyan, Feng Feifei and others were having a barbecue. Hang up the phone. Wei Wufeng picked up a brush and brushed the barbecue ingredients, singing, grilled chicken wings, my favorite. Feng Feifei's eyes flashed at the side. Dongfang Fengyun wanted to sign a contract with Wei Wufeng, but Wei Wufeng refused. So is there anything I can do? That night, Feng Feifei, Yuan, and Xingong Renai found the Oriental Charm flourishing by the Daming Lake. They are not familiar with each other. We had a brief chat. Xingong Renai got straight to the point, detailing the ambush from all sides plan. Dongfang Fengyun was stunned after hearing this. You are all crazy? Feng Feifei thought of the difficult situation and desperate situation she was facing, and gritted her teeth and said, if I don't go crazy, I won't survive. Doesn't she know this is crazy? But she had no choice. Wei Wufeng is her only lifeline. Then, Feng Feifei asked a soul-searching question. Ask yourself, are you willing to miss out on the Azure Dragon? The opportunity is right before your eyes. If you don't fight for it and make an effort, are you really willing to give up? Dongfang Fengyun couldn't help but clench her fists after hearing Feng Feifei's words. Nonsense. Of course she was unwilling. After a mental struggle, she gritted her teeth and said, okay. I'll join. Xingong Renai looked excited. Good. Next, we just need to take care of the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and we can ambush from all sides. Chapter 94, Wei Wufeng felt a chill on his back. Master Lu is online again. The Azure Dragon appears, attracting worldwide attention. Although it was only a flash in the pan, it still caused a world-class sensation. The attention and discussion continue to soar. The most core concern and discussion point is why. Why can Wei Wufeng summon 2 divine beasts? Why can Wei Wufeng summon 2 divine beasts? This is unreasonable. This is unscientific. The unknown and curiosity have caused people to feel anxious. The world urgently needs a reasonable and acceptable explanation. Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable all over, inside and out. It's like someone won $1 billion lottery, which attracted the envy, jealousy, and hatred of countless people. But it's just envy, jealousy, and hatred. But what if the same person wins the $1 billion jackpot again? The people are not just envious, jealous, and hateful. They will suspect that there is something fishy going on, some shady operation going on behind the scenes. They will feel that they have been fooled and played a trick. They will get angry, crazy, and even go berserk. The fact that the same person summoned 2 divine beasts is more serious than the same person won the $1 billion lottery twice. Hundreds of millions of ordinary people cannot become beast masters. Hundreds of millions of beast masters can only summon low-level beasts. But what about now? There is actually someone who can summon 2 divine beasts. We will never give up without a reasonable explanation. Under the pressure of surging and boiling public opinion, the Beastmaster Association and the League of Nations had to hold an emergency meeting. Then quickly hold a press conference. As everyone knows, the beasts summoned by a Beastmaster are closely related to the Beastmaster. Washi Qiankuan Great Array is operating normally, and no one can interfere. Theoretically, if certain conditions are met, it's possible for the same person to summon 2 divine beasts. Even if the conditions are met, it is not impossible to summon more divine beasts. Press release. They only say nice things. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of high-sounding words, or even nonsense that means nothing was said. After all that talk, to sum it up, if you can't summon a high-level beast, you need to look deeper into your own reasons. The person speaking is Wu Zhongxiang. He was a minor official in a government office. Now I am in a state of waiting for time and retirement. The ambitions I once had were severely beaten by reality because I stood on the wrong side, and they have been shattered ever since. He is very satisfied with his current life. Even if there is a little bit of resentment in my heart. But I feel satisfied just reading the newspaper, drinking tea, and square dancing every day, away from the intrigues in officialdom. His biggest hope now is that his daughter will get married so that he can have a grandson. He is not too worried about this. My daughter is a top student at Tsinghua University and owns a 2-star royal beast. Her future is very promising. Think of this. Wu Zhongxiang stopped paying attention to the TV news and turned to look at his beloved daughter. Hui, how are you and Xiao Zhang getting along? Wu Zhongxiang's daughter, Wu Wenwei, the 8th of the top 10 beauties of Tsinghua University, was gnawing on braised pork ribs. She rolled her eyes when she heard her dad's question mark. Dad, Zhang Hao and I are just a contracted partnership, not a relationship between man and woman. He's not my type. Wu Zhongxiang said, isn't the contract combination still a relationship between man and woman? Wu Wenwei exclaimed, Dad, what era is this? How can you still have such old-fashioned ideas? The master and the assistant beastmaster are silently regarded as boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife. But it is not absolute. Some are really just simple, serious partnerships. Just like colleagues at work. Especially in modern times. More and more beastmasters have changed their traditional concepts and separated contractual relationships from relationships between men and women. Wu Zhongxiang's wife Li Huilan spoke. Hui, I think Xiao Zhang is a nice person. He's handsome, seems honest and reliable, and very motivated. You've been under contract for 2 years now. You can definitely try to be together and get married after graduation. Wu Wenwei's delicate white cheeks were filled with helplessness. Dad, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I'll take care of my own affairs, so you don't have to worry about me. Come on, eat, Mom, your braised pork ribs are getting more and more delicious, definitely chef level. Li Huilan was very happy to hear her daughter's praise. But he still said, you kid, expressing his helplessness and anger. Sudden. Wu Zhongxiang's cell phone rang. He answered the call without hesitation. Hello? This is Wu Zhongxiang.
A gentle yet strong voice came from the other end of the phone.
Comrade Wu Zhongxiang? Hello, I'm from the Municipal Organization Department.
I'm speaking to you on behalf of the organization.
Is it convenient for you now?
Wu Zhongxiang's expression changed, and he quickly put down his chopsticks and said, "It's convenient."
Then he entered the room. Wu Wenwei smiled and said, "Mom, the organization department called. It looks like Dad is going to be promoted." Li Huilan shook her head and said, "Such a good thing wouldn't happen to our family." Wu Wenwei said, "That's not certain." "What if?" Li Huilan said, "Who cares? Let's eat." Half an hour later,
Wu Zhongxiang walked out of the room with a strange look on his face. At this time, Li Huilan and Wu Wenwei had almost finished eating.
"I haven't packed up yet, I'm just waiting for Wu Zhongxiang." Wu Wenwei smiled and said, "Dad, is the organization going to give you more responsibilities?"
Wu Zhongxiang looked at his daughter with complicated eyes, opened his mouth, but stopped talking.
Seeing her husband's expression, Li Huilan asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?"
She is well aware of the dangers of officialdom.
"There are invisible murder knives everywhere."
Wu Zhongxiang said, "The organization gave me a mission."
Hui, it's related to you." Wu Wenwei was surprised. "Ah? It's related to me?" Wu Zhongxiang nodded. "Be prepared. Don't get excited later."
"If you don't want to, I will have no choice but to disobey even if it's the organization's order."
Li Huilan asked, "Is it so serious? What happened? Tell me quickly."
Wu Zhongxiang took a deep breath and slowly spoke. After hearing this, Li Huilan and Wu Wenwei, mother and daughter, were stunned.
Wu Wenwei was shocked and stammered, "You want me to get close to Wei Wufeng? Isn't this a honey trap?" Li Huilan said, "Zhongxiang, this is too." Wu Zhongxiang exclaimed, "It's a divine beast, a national weapon."
Then he showed a complicated smile.
"I never thought that a mere director of the Archives Bureau like me could get involved in national affairs. Hui, this is all thanks to you. The organization also said that it's not mandatory. If you don't want to." Wu Wenwei said, "I didn't say I didn't want to."
Wu Zhongxiang and Li Huilan were stunned and looked at each other.
Wu Wenwei said, "Of course I am willing to contribute to the country." After that, she changed the subject and said, "Dad, if I am willing, can you get a promotion?" Wu Zhongxiang said, "There's a vacancy for a deputy director in the municipal government office." Wu Wenwei asked, "The deputy one?"
Wu Zhongxiang rolled his eyes and said, "From a humble government office to an important core department, this is a leap to heaven."
Wu Wenwei said, "Okay.
Contribute to the public and seek benefits for the private sector, both public and private interests are not compromised."
Li Huilan looked worried and said, Hui, if you don't want to, don't force yourself."
Wu Wenwei blinked her big eyes and smiled as beautiful as a flower.
"Mom, don't force it. I'd love to. I did this. I've got this deal. But it costs more. The life of a divine beast tamer is worth at least a few billion, right? Only 50 million, is that okay?" Tsinghua University. A single dormitory. A girl in pink pajamas replies to messages on her computer. Fingers as white as jade tapped on the blue switch mechanical keyboard. It makes a crisp click 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 sound. Fortunately, this is a single dormitory. Otherwise, the click 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 sound would definitely drive other roommates crazy.
Her one-piece pajamas were of a unique design, with a zipper down the front.
It's more like a pink devil doll set than pajamas.
At this moment, the zipper was not zipped up, and one could imagine that her front must be covered in white. Not only white, but also big. He was holding a lollipop in his mouth and was sucking on it.
Who is this girl? Zhang Chuat. Ranked 7th among the top 10 campus beauties of Tsinghua University. My side job is being a student. The main job is killer. He is not just an ordinary killer, he is an ace killer, nicknamed the haircutter.
The person she was replying to at this time was her killer agent, Brother Zhang.
Zhang replied, 50 million is indeed too little. But isn't more than 10 or 20 billion too much?
Zhang Qiucha replied with a click, I told you he's a divine beast tamer.
Brother Zhang, big sister, that's not how it's calculated.
The head of the great commander of the beautiful Holy Eagle is only worth 500 million.
TSK. Zhang Yucha looked unhappy and said, I don't care 1.8 billion. I won't do it for a penny less. Brother Zhang, okay. I'll talk to my employer. Wait for my news. 1.8 billion? What are you talking about? Yin Jinshi was furious. Why don't you guys just rob a bank?
No, don't even rob the bank, just rob the printing factory.
Don't even mention 1.8 billion, let's say 18 billion. Who is Yin Jinshi?
The wife of Wang Yida, the richest man in Beijing. The biological mother of Beijing young master Wang Yueming. These days she has been thinking about how to vent her anger on her son.
What happened to the god-level beast tamer? So what if there is a little bit of family relationship? If anyone bullies her precious son, no one will let him go. But after thinking about it, she couldn't think of any good solution.
Just today, she learned that Wei Wufeng had summoned another divine beast, the divine beast Azure Dragon. Now, she was not only angry, but also had a strong sense of crisis.
Wei Wufeng is Lu Ruyan's biological son. Lu Ruyan is the wife of the eldest brother Wang Renda, and her sister-in-law. If Wang Renda intends to seize her family's billions of assets, with Wei Wufeng as a double-talented beast tamer to help her, what can she use to fight back?
When Yin Jinshi thought about his billions of assets being taken away, he suddenly became murderous.
Her plump and mature body was shaking with excitement, obviously negative excitement. Cannot. No. Wei Wufeng must die.
So she found killer agent Zhang Gu and wanted to hire someone to kill someone.
But brother Zhang actually offered 1.8 billion? Yin Jinshi almost exploded with anger. Zhang's unique hoarse voice came, well, the price has been quoted. If you don't accept it, forget it. Beep.
The phone was hung up. Yin Jinshi calmed down a little after listening to the beep sound coming from the phone.
After calming down, she then calculated, it's worth it to spend 1.8 billion to get rid of Wei Wufeng, vent my son's anger, and keep billions of family assets.
Then he dialed the virtual number of brother Zhang.
Okay, 1.8 billion, I'll pay. 50% deposit will be transferred immediately. Use Wei Wufeng's head to collect the balance.
Then she gave orders to her professionals to transfer the money. Professionals will naturally complete this transfer of 900 million yuan through professional methods. After the transfer, brother Zhang quickly replied, please wait for good news.
Wait for my good news. Zhang Qiucha replied to brother Zhang with a click sound. Yes. She cheered.
With this deal, after deducting the commission from brother Zhang, she can earn 10 billion.
At the same time, she was also very much looking forward to assassinating Wei Wufeng.
Zhang Qiucha particularly likes to assassinate celebrities and dignitaries. This gave Zhang Qiucha a very great sense of accomplishment. She wanted to use her knife to tell those so-called celebrities and dignitaries.
Death is like the wind, always with you. Everyone is equal in the face of death. So, the next problem to be faced is how to kill Wei Wufeng. Stealth assassination? Poisoning? Accidental car accident? No. These are so uncreative.
Wei Wufeng is a god-level beastmaster who once summoned 2 divine beasts. He deserved a death worthy of his status and fame.
How to kill him? Think about it. At this time,
Zhang Qiucha looked at the pair of pet mantises in the pet box. The female mantis is eating the male mantis, shaking her head and eating with relish. She sighed, we were so loving before, but now he eats me up.
Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. It seems like he has come up with some good idea. The seductive lips curved into a captivating arc. I have to say, her beauty is full of fatal charm.
Zhang Qiucha looked at Wei Wufeng's handsome face on the computer screen, with a dangerous cold light flashing in his eyes.
Let you greet death at the most delightful moment. Your expression will be very interesting, right?
She stroked Wei Wufeng's face on the screen and smiled more charmingly.
To die beneath the peony flowers, even as a ghost, one can still be romantic. Before you die, you can enjoy my clean and perfect body, shouldn't you thank me?
Zhang Qiucha decided to learn from the female mantis, do it with him first, and then do it with him.
It's fun just thinking about it. Xiaoyu, as long as you agree to one condition of mine. Feng Feifei looked at Xiaoyu in front of her, ranked 9th among the top 10 beauties of Beijing University.
I can help you solve the problem of the Happy Sunshine Orphanage being demolished.
To be honest,
the top 10 campus beauties of Beijing are all top-notch in appearance, with beautiful figures of all shapes and sizes. Even if there are differences in these external conditions, the differences are really not that big.
It's really almost negligible.
In other words, Feng Feifei, the number one campus beauty, is far ahead of others in terms of appearance and figure. The ranking of the school beauties is determined by the number of votes they received in the original voting. It's really hard to say how much prettier those ranked higher are than those ranked lower.
When a woman is beautiful to a certain extent, what matters is not her appearance but her inner beauty. Temperament is an outward expression of inner qualities. Xia Yu can be ranked 9th.
Her appearance and figure are naturally the best among the best.
But
what touched people most about her was her temperament that was both fragile and strong.
It's hard to imagine.
These two completely opposite temperaments, weakness and strength, are perfectly combined in one person. Whenever Feng Feifei looked at Xia Yu, she would feel an urge to take good care of her.
Xia Yu pursed her lips and said, "What conditions?"
Feng Feifei said, "I have a 10-sided ambush plan here, and I hope you can participate."
Then
she briefly talked about the content of ambush opportunities from all sides.
After hearing this, Xia Yu blushed. It's embarrassing. This Feng Feifei, what does she take me for? But she just stared at Feng Feifei stubbornly without saying anything. Feng Feifei smiled calmly. Do you know? The demolition of the Happy Sunshine Orphanage was caused by Wang Yueming.
His goal is to use the Happy Sunshine Orphanage to threaten you into submission.
Unless you completely abandon the Happy Sunshine Orphanage, there are only two options before you. Will you listen to me, or be bullied by Wang Yueming? Once Wang Yueming gets tired of playing with you, he'll just kick you away and move on to another toy. But I'm different. I will give you a bright future. I help you, you help me, girls helping girls, understand? Xia Yu. Good. I promise.
Yun Ziao gritted her teeth, her charming almond-shaped eyes filled with determination. But, just giving me money is not enough, I also want a house in Beijing, and it must be within the second ring road. The 10th of the top 10 campus beauties in Beijing can be said to be the most practical and realistic campus belle. I haven't found a partner yet, I'm just waiting for the right price. But she is definitely not the kind of person who can be succumbed to as long as money and material things are given. Wang Yueming had approached her before and also promised her generous material things, but she refused. She knew very well what kind of person Wang Yueming was. After all, she is the 10th most beautiful girl in Beijing. If you follow Wang Yueming, your own value and status will plummet immediately. She thinks she is not that despicable and will never do a business that loses money. But right now, Qingdong Renai placed the 10 sides ambush plan in front of her. She thought about it and found out. This transaction is definitely a sure win. The best thing would be to have a day of friendship with Wei Wufeng, the god-level beastmaster. At the very least, one can receive an extremely generous material reward. Only a fool would refuse. Qingdong Renai extended his hand and said with a smile, "Okay. Welcome aboard." Yun Ziao stretched out her hand and held Qingdong Renai's hand. After pulling Yun Ziao into the ambush group, the two separated. Qingdong Renai murmured to herself, "With this, the top 10 campus beauties are basically secured." As for Wu Wenwei, I originally thought it would take some effort, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Qingdong Renai could only sigh, Wei Wufeng is so charming. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Moshi Moshi? Yu-Yu-chan, is Ran-Ran-chan done? Now she's the only one missing. With her, we can ambush Wei Wufeng from all sides. Achoo! Wei Wufeng suddenly sneezed. Hua Xianyan on the other end of the phone quickly asked him if he had a cold. Wei Wufeng said, "I don't feel like I have a cold, but I suddenly felt a chill on my back for no apparent reason." Hua Xianyan said, "My sixth sense is quite sharp. Honey, is someone plotting against you?" Wei Wufeng laughed, "Haha. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When a man comes, he has one fist. When a woman comes, she has another fist. Okay, I'm here. I'll hang up first. If I come back late, you don't have to wait for me. Hang up the phone." Wei Wufeng swaggered towards the Capital Hotel. At this time, he is the image of a senior master with a Taoist and immortal demeanor. Master Green is online again. Little Day Hikawa Naoki is begging to meet him, so let's meet him.
Chapter 95, Hikawa's wife, Master Midori. I would like to discuss the tea ceremony with you. Since Wei Wufeng arrived in the capital, Richuan Jiban is diligently sending text messages every day these days. It's either a greeting or an invitation. The main character is shameless and shameless. I guess he is not so filial even to his own father and grandfather. Wei Wufengchun treated him like a monkey and made fun of him. I was in a good mood today, so I simply accepted his invitation. I haven't even reached the entrance of the capital hotel yet. Then I saw Hikawa Naoki and his wife Hikawa Kakumi standing at the door looking forward to it. Wei Wufeng immediately noticed the huge size of Hikawa Kikohachi. I laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. As expected, my eyes are most easily attracted to big things. Hey, what's her name? Oh, right, Kikohachi Hinakawa. Kikubo? Huge, cough cough. If we are playing with puns, this name is really appropriate. When the Hikawa Naoki-sama couple saw Master Green walking towards them with a swagger, they immediately rushed over to greet him. The round body looks like a ball rolling towards you. The fat little guy came up and bowed 90 degrees. It is worthy of coming from a country famous for its spirit of craftsmanship. The waist is soft and easy to bend, but bending and bowing is so smooth. Because the movements were too large and the force was too strong, all the flesh on his body was shaking. Hikawa Naoki is very respectful and humble. Master Lu, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit me. I am deeply honored. Looking forward to a day and night. Finally, Master Green is here. Not easy. It's really not easy. This time, we must convince Master Green to go to the Chisha Kingdom no matter what. As long as Master Green is willing to take action, I can definitely defeat that guy who pierced Bomo. Revenge and annihilation are guaranteed. The Chisha Kingdom is not without senior tea masters. However, a true high-level tea master cannot be hired by just spending money. Money is sometimes very useful. But sometimes it's useless. His wife, Kikohachi Hikawa, also bent down and greeted the master with great respect. However, the degree of her bow was not as big as that of Hikawa Nakamura, only about 60 degrees. But even if it's just a 60-degree bow, the huge, bulging object leaned forward, creating a violent visual impact. Seriously. In terms of size alone, Hikawa Kikohashi may not be able to beat Shonjuju. But at this moment, Hinakawa Kikuha was wearing a kimono with a belt wrapped around her waist. The belt is very wide and reaches just below the huge breasts, making the waist look very thin. Compare. The slender concave waist makes the top and bottom appear particularly prominent. If you look with the naked eye, you will have the illusion that Hikawa Kikuha is bigger than Shonjuju. I have to say, for women with good figures, the little day clothing combination is really a magic tool to enhance their charm. What? Yoga tank top and yoga pants? It's better not to wear this. It's too tight and there's almost no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. It's actually meaningless. On this day, Kawa Kikuha still gave Wei Wufeng a feeling of being docile and obedient like a little bird. She is gentle and well-behaved, yet full of charm. Wei Wufeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The beauties I have experienced and met. Not only are the external conditions of each one of them outstanding, but each one also has its own unique characteristics, making it unforgettable. The beautiful photos on the screen have been beautified and retouched with PS. Or the paper beauties in games and animations. They are beautiful, but they are all fake. No matter how beautiful something fake is, it is still fake. Over time, even the impulse disappeared. But the beauties in reality are alive and full of flesh and blood. It is visible. Furthermore, it is tangible. One step further, and you can go even further. It always makes people imagine various ways of communication. Plop, plop, plop. Hinakawa Kikohashi's heart was pounding. Although Master Lu only glanced at himself. But she had the illusion that she was about to be seen through. Especially when I think of what my husband said to me before to learn from Master Lu and plunder his tea fortune. Her heart beat faster. All the blood seemed to rush to the top of my head, filling it up and making it swell. Seeking the scriptures. Plundering the tea transport. Of course, Hikawa Kikuha understood what these words meant. In ancient times, there was a saying in the Chi Snake Kingdom, by inoculating a child, the fake father can rob the child's real father of his luck.
For example, the Little Monkey King Toyoshiba Hideyoshi of the Warring States period. In this way, the luck of the Big Devil in weaving messages was plundered. Eventually become the king of the world who unifies the world. What happened to the Big Devil weaving message? Burned to death. Naoki Hikawa obviously doesn't care what will happen to Master Green in the end. He just wanted to plunder Master Green's tea fortune through his wife. So yeah. Don't be fooled by Richuan Jiban's respectful appearance, he has a bad heart. Wei Wufeng responded casually and let the Richuan couple lead the way. So, will Kikohachi Hinakawa refuse? This is not a question of yes or no. As long as it is her husband's words, she will obey unconditionally. Richuan Jiban hurriedly led Wei Wufeng to the hotel. Inside the hotel, the waiters and customers in the lobby were secretly surprised to see how respectful and humble the Richuan couple was to Wei Wufeng. A large proportion of the guests received by the Capital Hotel are foreigners. Among them, the powerful, wealthy and high-ranking officials accounted for the majority. From time to time there are even heads of state. The status of foreigners in the country. Oh, no need to elaborate on this. To avoid conflicts, contradictions, and even diplomatic disputes. At the Capital Hotel, both the waiters and customers are very respectful to foreigners. Even if conflicts or contradictions arise, we should endure them if we can and give in if we can. Over time. Here, the status of foreigners is not to say that it is transcendent, but it is extraordinary. We have seen many local people being respectful to foreigners. Although we cannot say that there are absolutely no foreigners who are respectful to their own countrymen, they are very rare. But this is the first time I have seen a foreigner like Hikawa Naoki-ban who is so respectful and almost humble. Some people even muttered in their hearts, Hikawa Nakami looks like a fat dog. Most people cast their doubtful gazes on Wei Wufeng, wondering, who is he? The sleeves are fluttering. Taoist and immortal style. At first glance, you can tell that you are a senior expert in a certain field. Wei Wufeng and the other two took the VIP elevator and arrived directly at Hifengjian. Hikawa Naokaban enthusiastically introduced the scenery and furnishings of a Japanese-style room to Wei Wufeng. Well, it is indeed interesting. The dry landscape style has been moved into the guest rooms, which is unique. There is already someone in the living room. Seeing him, Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, wow. We're wearing the same clothes. Well, we wore the same clothes, which is a little embarrassing. The man in the living room was also an old man, also wearing a loose robe, and also had a Taoist and immortal look. At first glance, he is also a senior expert. The difference is, he really acted like a senior master, and he was arrogant even when he was sitting. Wei Wufeng's behavior was much more casual and relaxed, and one could even say that he had no manners in walking or sitting. He flicked his sleeves, sat down with a swagger, and looked at the senior master. What's going on? He is looking at the senior master. The senior master was also looking at him, his eyes flickering with hostility. Han Jiango is of course hostile to Wei Wufeng. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Especially at this moment. The other person was dressed almost the same as himself, so he immediately regarded him as a competitor. What is the situation with Han Jiango? It's a long story. Long story short. He betrayed his master and ancestors, stole the ancient and modern tea affairs, which was a work written by the masters of his master's school with great effort, and planned to take it to the Chi Snake Kingdom. Through his own information channels, he learned some information about Hikawa Naoki. For example, losing the tea competition. So, he took the initiative to find Hikawa Naokaban and recommend himself. Hikawa Naoki is a wealthy and noble son of the Chisha Kingdom. As long as you can help him win the tea competition, you will definitely gain his appreciation and support. With his connections and his money, Han Jiango was confident that he could establish a sect in the Chisha Kingdom, recruit many disciples, and become a great saint in the future. What Wei Wufeng didn't know at the moment was, Fujiwara Rokai, who won the title of tea saint in his previous life, is the disciple that Han Jiangaran accepted when he went to live his life. The book Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times is an incredible work on tea ceremony. It is a summary of the hard work of the masters of a sect throughout the generations. In particular, Han Jiango's master Lu Sanfeng is extremely talented and is known as the modern green feather. Lu Sanfeng systematically summarized and concluded Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times, removing the dross and retaining the essence, and finally made it a peerless classic. Even compared with the Green Feather Tea Classic in Wei Wufeng's hands, tea affairs of ancient and modern times is not much different.
Even
Considering that the Green Feather Tea Classic is too old after all. There are many factors involved, including changes in tea ceremony concepts, tea sets, and even tea leaves and condiments. Green Feather Tea Classic is actually a little behind. But Tea Affairs of Past and Present is a modern work, everything in it keeps up with the times and is the latest. In this respect, Green Feather Tea Classic cannot compare with ancient and modern tea affairs.
Wei Wufeng doesn't tea know this now. Hikawa Naoki first introduced Han Jiango to Wei Wufeng.
Then he introduced Green Master to Han Jiango. It is obvious that Hikawa Naoki's attitude towards the two people is very different.
To put it bluntly, the attitude towards Green Master is respect, while the attitude towards Han Jiango is indifference.
Naoki Hikawa has personally tasted the tea ceremony skills of Green Master.
But he had not had time to test Han Jiango's level.
Although Han Jiango claimed to be the second disciple of tea ceremony master Lu Sanfeng, this did not make Richuan Jiban look at him differently. Of course, a big part of the reason is because of Green Master.
If there was no Green Master, Richuan Jiban's attitude towards Han Jiango would definitely be very different. After the introduction of Hikawa Nakamori, Han Jiango bowed to Wei Wufeng. Brother Lu, am I ignorant?
I have a wide circle of friends in the tea industry, but I've never heard of a tea master named Lu in the current tea ceremony world.
May I ask what school or sect Brother Lu is from, and who is his master?
What he said was a subtle way of telling Richuan Jiban there are many scammers, be careful of getting cheated.
Wei Wufeng glanced at him and said, I won't tell you. Then he looked at Hikawa Nakamori and said, Little fatty, this isn't something you've found to test my abilities, is it? Han Jiango and Richuan Jiban's expressions suddenly changed. The former was angry because of Wei Wufeng's arrogance. The latter was panicking, fearing that Wei Wufeng would misunderstand and get angry. Master Lu, please don't misunderstand. Hikawa Nakaban didn't care about anything else.
I'm not familiar with this Korean tea master, and this is the first time I've met him.
A friend introduced me here.
I can't afford to lose face, so I have to meet him.
I didn't mean to test you at all, absolutely not. How dare I disrespect you?
After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Han Jiango.
Mr. Han, I have distinguished guests to entertain today. Please come in.
Although he always called himself humble, he was humble to Wei Wufeng but arrogant to Han Jiango.
Han Jiango's face changed suddenly. He never expected it.
After finally meeting Hikawa Nakami, he was driven away before he had a chance to promote himself.
How can this be possible? I can poison Lu Sanfeng to death. This matter will soon be revealed. Without the protection of Xiao Rizi, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. The situation is critical. Han Jiango didn't care about anything else.
His defense was completely broken and he could no longer maintain the demeanor of a senior master. He decisively took out a thick hand-bound book. It was Tea Affairs of Past and Present. Mr. Hikawa, I serve you sincerely.
This is Tea Masters of Past and Present written by my master. It's a secret of our sect, a rare book of the time. I would like to present this book to you, Mr. Richuan, and I hope you will accept it. Hikawa Nakaban raised his eyebrows. He was moved. He is not interested in Han Jiango.
But he also has respect for Lu Sanfeng, the famous master of tea ceremony.
The tea ceremony book written by Lu Sanfeng?
If it can be brought back to the motherland, it will definitely help the motherland's tea ceremony skills to reach a higher level.
Ha ha.
Wei Wufeng laughed and took out a book casually. It was Green Feather Tea Classic.
Any book you pick up is a rare masterpiece of the time.
I even said that the book I have is the Green Feather Tea Classic.
You just called me a liar, and I was going to call you a liar.
Han Jiango said, how ridiculous. The Green Feather Tea Classic has long been lost. Wei Wufeng put away the Green Feather Tea Classic and said, then how do you prove that the work you have is Lu Sanfeng's?
Han Jiango's face flushed instantly. Hinakawa Nakayama thought about it and gave Hinakawa Kikohashi a look.
Hikawa Kikuwa walked forward, took the Tea Affairs of Past and Present from Han Jiango's hand, and handed it to Hikawa Naoki.
Hikawa Naoki looked through it. No. Can't read. This book is so profound. It's like a heavenly book. What to do? Got it.
He personally walked up to Wei Wufeng, presented the book with both hands, and said, Master Lu, please verify whether this book is authentic. Han Jiango's face changed and he was about to jump up, but he held himself back.
He smiled coldly and said, "I don't think you can understand it."
He read Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times, but with his level of understanding, he could only understand 2 or 3 points. Wei Wufeng casually picked up Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times and flipped through it casually.
After reading only a few pages, he was shocked. "Huh? This book, there's something, no. Very informative. Full of practical information. Even better than the Green Feather Tea Classic." He immediately thought to himself, "System, scan all the contents of this book." "Is that okay?" "No problem, it's a small thing. I'm happy to serve you." "Okay, Master, scanning is complete, everything has been recorded." Quack. Made a profit. Wei Wufeng threw it away casually. Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times fell squarely into the trash can. Han Jiango's face changed drastically and he angrily asked, "What are you doing?" He ran over hurriedly and picked up Tea Affairs of Past and Present. Wei Wufeng sneered. "Garbage belongs in the trash can. This can only be used to deceive unskilled tea masters. The information in it is completely wrong. If you really brew tea according to the information in it, you will die. Either Lu Sanfeng is just a name, or you are using a fake book to fool people." Han Jiango roared with red face, "You are talking nonsense." Wei Wufeng was too lazy to answer. Richuan Jiban naturally believes in Master Green.
He smiled slightly, maintaining his composure, and said again, "Tea Master Han, please help yourself." Han Jiango was so furious. But it had come to this, he could only leave angrily. Blind old thing Green Master.
"Damn you fat kid. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, just wait for me. I swear to avenge today's vengeance." After Han Jiango left, Hikawa Naoki humbly apologized to Wei Wufeng and thanked him for exposing the liar and preventing him from being cheated. Wei Wufeng waved his hand casually. And then, Richuan Jiban then gave Wei Wufeng a set of top-quality tea sets that could be bought with money. At dinner time, Hikawa Naokihara toasted repeatedly in a very humble manner. The one who poured wine for Wei Wufeng was Hikawa Kikuwa. Wei Wufeng thought to himself, "Letting my wife pour me some wine? What kind of operation is this? Is this a popular thing in daily life?" After dinner,
Hikawa Naokaban treated Green Master to tea and snacks again, and continued to be very attentive.
A little after 9 o'clock, Hinakawa Naokaban found an excuse and left temporarily. In fact, once he leaves, he will never come back. But Hikawa Kikohachi didn't leave. Wei Wufeng muttered to himself. "That fat guy's head got caught in the door? He left on his own, leaving his wife here. He's really not afraid of me." Just thinking about this, Kikohachi Hinakawa came out of the bathroom, steaming all over. Her face is red, like an attractive red apple.
Wearing a plain suit, he came in front of Wei Wufeng and knelt down. She stretched out her index and middle fingers and placed them on the ground. With his head lowered and waist bent, 2 pieces of snow caught Wei Wufeng's eyes.
A slightly trembling, soft and sweet voice sounded. "Master Lu, I would like to discuss the art of tea with you. Please give me your guidance." Chapter 96, The Ambush Plan has officially begun. Please reply if you receive it. Meow? Exchange tea ceremony? What tea? What Tao? What's going on with this fat guy named Hikawa? Could it be that there is some hidden conspiracy?
Wei Wufeng's eyes reflected 2 pieces of white moonlight, and his mind was turning. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck me and I figured it out.
"Grandpa, I am now the Green Master." "Who cares?"
Originally, I had no intention of teasing Kikohachi Hinakawa, I just wanted to admire her beauty.
But now that it's offered to me myself, how can I refuse it?
He reached out and lifted Hikawa Kikuwa's chin, the touch was warm and delicate.
"Okay, then let's discuss the tea ceremony. But before that, I want to test your strength and find out your bottom line. Let me ask you, what is the essence of tea ceremony?" Hikawa Kikuwa's chin was hooked, forcing her to look up. She asked, "Tea?" "Wrong." Wei Wufeng smiled deeply. "It's water. With water, there is tea. Water is the source of life and the root of the tea ceremony." "What did you say?" "Jinghua University. Daming Lake."
Yun Yuyu stared at her sister, Yun Ranran, with wide eyes.
"Say it again."
Yoon Ranran and Yoon Yuyu are twins, almost identical. It's really hard to tell who is who just by looking at their appearance.
But if you look at the temperament, you can definitely tell it at a glance. Yoon Ranran is too cold. The term ice beauty refers to her.
Yoon Ranran did not react to Yoon Yuyu's screams, and remained cold and expressionless.
I like Yi Yunfeng.
Since you and let him break up, then I will confess my feelings to him and make a contract with him.
Yes.
Under the arbitration of the Beast Tamer Association, Yoon Yuyu has terminated her contract with Yi Yunfeng. No matter how Yi Yunfeng tried to persuade her to stay, it was useless.
But Yoon Yuyu never expected this. At this moment, I actually heard my sister say I like Yi Yunfeng with my own ears. Yoon Yuyu was really shocked. She was confused and asked, "Are you kidding me?"
Yoon Ranran said, "I'm not that boring." Yoon Yuyu stared at Yoon Ranran, looking puzzled as she asked, "Why do you like him?"
Yoon Ranran asked coldly, "Do you need a reason to like someone?"
Yoon Yuyu opened her mouth to say something, but said nothing.
Maybe you don't need a reason to like someone. But Yoon Ranran said, "I've said everything I wanted to say. I'll leave now." Wait a moment. Yoon Yuyu grabbed Yoon Ranran. You don't understand Yi Yunfeng's situation at all. He's not a good partner. You can like anyone, I have no objection, but not him. Yi Yunfeng is a useless man. Any woman who follows him will become a widow.
As an elder sister, she absolutely did not want to see her younger sister become a widow.
Just thinking about those days drives me crazy.
Yoon Ranran's eyes, expression, and tone became even colder.
You and he have broken up.
It's my freedom to like whoever I want, and you have no right to interfere. She was about to leave, but Yoon Yuyu grabbed her again.
Do you know why I want to terminate my contract with him? Yoon Ranran said, I don't know. I'm not interested in knowing.
Yoon Yuyu stamped her foot in anger, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, that aspect of him.
Yoon Ranran listened to it.
He shook off Yoon Yuyu's hand, and his cold face showed a bit of contempt and disappointment.
I didn't expect you to be so vulgar. Do men and women have to do such dirty things? Yoon Yuyu, I'm very disappointed in you.
After saying that, she turned and left. Yoon Yuyu stared blankly at her sister's receding back.
What are you doing? You actually think that doing that is dirty? If you didn't do that, you wouldn't even be born into this world. Are you trying to act pure and elegant in front of me? It's really incomprehensible. Forget it, it's up to you. I'm your sister, not your mother. It's none of my business. Yoon Yuyu was angry. A resentment towards Yoon Ranran arose in my heart. You are so noble. You, Yoon Ranran, are amazing. I am vulgar and dirty. I'm so angry.
But after she returned to the dormitory, she calmed down and changed her mind.
No.
I'm her sister. I can't just watch her fall into the fire. If she really gets together with Yi Yunfeng, her happiness for the rest of her life will be ruined. In fact, she is not as selfless and responsible as she says. Yoon Yuyu also has selfish motives. I just broke up with Yi Yunfeng and terminated the contract. Yoon Ranran immediately got together with Yi Yunfeng.
What will others think of her? Will there be rumors about her doing this or that, such as cheating or betraying her? She wants to save face.
She absolutely did not want such a terrible thing to happen.
So, what should I do to make Yoon Ranran completely give up on Yi Yunfeng? Think about it. Think about it. I was thinking about it while taking a shower. I was thinking about it while lying in bed. I have something on my mind and I can't fall asleep no matter how hard I try. Sudden. I don't know what she was thinking about, but her expression became strange and gloomy. Perhaps. No. She must have hated me to death afterwards. But. Tisk, oh, so annoying.
She took out her cell phone and scrolled through it distractedly. As a result, when I saw the WeChat moments, I immediately sat up. The first post in the circle of friends was actually posted by Yoon Ranran. There is no copy, only a red heart pattern. There is a picture below, which shows 2 cups of milk tea placed together.
One of the hands holding the milk teacup belonged to Yoon Ranran. And the other one is Yi Yunfeng. Yoon Ranran confessed so quickly? She and Yi Yunfeng are together so soon? A burst of anger completely erupted in her heart. Okay.
My dear sister, you are so great. I'm afraid you've been hoping that Yi Yunfeng and I would break up. I just broke up with you, and right after that you were confessing your love and showing off your affection with Yi Yunfeng.
Do you really think I have no temper? That's the case. Don't blame me for being rude. Yun Yu decisively entered the ambush group. Cough. You can tell what this chat group is about just by looking at its name. There is a number after the group name. 9. This means that there are now 9 people in the ambush from all sides group, 9 Beijing school beauties. If. Assume if. If the chat content of this group is exposed, it will definitely set off the entire Tsinghua University. It will definitely shatter the 3 views of a large number of people. It will definitely bring a huge amount of hatred to Wei Wufeng. Why? Need I elaborate? They were all discussing how to perfect the honey trap and completely conquer someone. A lot of the content is even quite explicit, vulgar, and even, I can't say it. No matter what the motive was, for example, Zhang Xiucha was going to assassinate Wei Wufeng. No matter what the purpose is, for example, Yuan wanted to bury her own dark history. Everyone was really having a detailed and thorough discussion about the honey trap. The difference is, some people spoke very actively, such as Qinggong Rinai. Some people are almost diving, like Xia Yu. Yun Yu is not very active, but he doesn't dive either. At this moment, she clicked and typed a sentence and sent it. It read, "I'm going to trick my sister into coming with me. Get ready." Qinggong Rinai replied immediately, a thumbs up emoji with 3 words on it, "You are awesome." Then he replied, "Great. Now the top 10 campus beauties are all here. Yu-chan, thank you for your hard work. The only ones missing are the 3rd most beautiful schoolgirl Lui Fei and the 5th most beautiful schoolgirl Yun Ranran. Of course, we can't drag them into the group now." Yun Yu said, "Can he really do it? With so many things, will he?" Qinggong Renai said, "Don't worry, I have already made all the necessary preparations, there will be absolutely no problem." Feng Feifei spoke, "All right. I now announce, the ambush plan has officially begun. Please reply if you receive this. 2nd Yuan, got it. The 4th Qinggong Rinai, teasing understanding. 5th Cloud Yu, got it. 6th Oriental Charm, good. The 7th Picture of Tea, I received it, looking forward to it. 8th Wu Wenaway, got it. 9th Summer Moon, yeah. 10th Yun Ziao, okay expression. The next day. 3 poles in the sun. Naoki Hikawa entered Wafengjian with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It's a mess in sight. It was just like being robbed by bandits. Just by looking at this scene, you can imagine how fierce the battle was last night. The corners of Hikawa Nakaban's mouth twitched. Then I comforted myself in my heart, it doesn't matter. It's a small matter. I don't care at all. This is my honor. He searched the house but couldn't find Kikohachi Hinakawa. Finally, I found it in the closet. When the closet door opened, Kikuha Hinakawa was sleeping soundly under a thin blanket. Hikawa Naokaban woke her up directly. When Hikawa Kikuha opened his eyes, they were bloodshot. He yawned continuously and didn't even have the strength to get up. But she still forced herself to get up and walk out of the closet. Hikawa Naoki asked, "Why do you look like this? And you're still sleeping in the closet?" Hikawa Kikohashi yawned and said, "I didn't sleep all night." Hikawa Nakamori's face changed in disbelief. "What? All night? Todoroki-do? Why did it take so long? The master must have drunk some secret tea. He is indeed a master of tea ceremony. I don't know what kind of tea has such miraculous effects. If I could enjoy it, I would definitely be able to show my prowess." Hinakawa Kikohashi yawned again and said, "I'm so sleepy, Dana husband, I want to sleep." Hinakawa Nakamori stared with bloodshot eyes at Hinakawa Kikohachi, whose eyes were also bloodshot. "Have you learned the tea ceremony experience that the master has imparted?" Hikawa Kikohashi's expression froze, and he stammered, I. Of course, she knew exactly what her husband meant by tea ceremony experience. Hikawa Nakamura said, "Why are you hesitating? Speak." Kikohachi Hinakawa was startled and her shoulders shook. Then he looked away and stammered, "I drank it." I begged him to drink it, but he insisted. After saying that, she immediately added,
but the master has already agreed to go to the Chi Snake Kingdom.
Hikawa Nakaban's expression changed. Finally, he sighed and said, "Go and rest." Hinakawa Kikuha responded, went to the bedroom, lay down on the tatami, closed her eyes and fell asleep. How sleepy this is. But it's normal when you think about it. Even if you do nothing and stay up all night, you will still feel very sleepy. Not to mention that she had been discussing the tea ceremony with Master Lu all night. Naoki Hikawa came to the tea room. As a result, the tea room was also in a mess. The chairs were lying all over the floor, and the tea set was broken into pieces. There was also a large dry stain on the table, probably tea stains. He picked up a chair and muttered to himself. Master Lu's agreement to go to the Chi Snake Kingdom is a great success. There will be more opportunities in the future. Just a few more times. I must seize his tea luck. He has decided. He will not touch Kikohachi Hinakawa again until he successfully obtains the Seed of Luck. When Master Lu goes to the Chisha Kingdom, he will increase his efforts to entertain him. No matter what, Master Lu's tea luck is determined. If one Hinakawa Kikohashi isn't enough, he still has it. Ah! Wei Wufeng sneezed. Hua Xianyan handed him the paper immediately. She asked with a smile, "Husband, is someone scolding you behind your back again?" Wei Wufeng wiped it with paper and said, "Hey, maybe there's something good waiting for me?" Although he didn't sleep last night and discussed tea ceremony with Kikoha Hinakawa the whole night, he was still full of energy. This is of course the effect of refreshing tea. Refreshing tea that sweeps away fatigue and makes you feel refreshed. Last night, he practiced the tea recipes and tea brewing techniques recorded in Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times. Based on the available materials, he brewed more than 10 kinds of tea, and then asked Hikawa Kikuha to drink them and then taste and comment on them. The tea recipes include nourishing and blood replenishing tea, spring green water tea, Zhuyuan tea, etc. The tea making techniques include phoenix nodding 3 times, fish playing with butterflies, 2 dragons entering the sea, etc. I have to say, the ancients had their own wisdom. People nowadays have their own intelligence. After actual operation, Wei Wufeng felt more and more. Tea Affairs of Ancient and Modern Times is definitely a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages and is no less than Green Feather Tea Classic. It is precisely because of these magical teas that the buff is built up. Hikawa Kikohachi managed to hold on the whole night. Otherwise, it would have been a failure long ago. After class, Feng Feifei went to the cafeteria to have lunch with Wei Wufeng and others as usual. En route, Feng Feifei gradually led the topic, and finally the real intention was revealed. "Student Wei, are you free this weekend? If you have time, why don't I be your tour guide and show you around the capital? Now the scenery is so beautiful, it's a great time for an outing." Wei Wufeng did not have the ability to predict the future, so he had no idea that Feng Feifei had already prepared an ambush for him. He didn't think much about it and said, "Great. I was planning to travel around the capital anyway, and having you as a tour guide is perfect." Feng Feifei smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll make a guide first. I guarantee it will be a feast for your eyes and a delight for your body and soul." Wei Wufeng said, "If you say so, then I'm really looking forward to it." It was at this time an angry voice came. "Fraud! You despicable, shameless liar! You still have the nerve to call yourself a rich second generation? Ha, what kind of rich second generation is this? Which rich second generation would use online loans? I've received so many collection calls. Suja, you're so disgusting. I never want to see you again. Get out of here." Another panicked and humble voice came. "Lin, listen to my explanation. I'm not lying to you. I'm rich. I really am. I'm a second-generation rich man. It's just that my family has temporarily cut off my pocket money. The amount I owe on online loans is small, and I can easily pay it back. You believe me? I really didn't lie to you." A man and a woman were arguing loudly, attracting passers-by to join in the fun. The quarrel lasted for a while. Bang! Roll! The girl slapped the boy hard and turned away. The boy's face turned red, and he cried and shouted as he ran after her, Lin, please don't leave, I can't live without you." The girl didn't even turn her head and shouted, "If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police," and left quickly. The boy was probably frightened and just stood there watching the girl walk further and further away. This pair of boy and girl, the boy is Su Yali's younger brother, Su Jia, who pretends to be a rich second generation, and his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend Ma Linlin. Sudden. What did Su Jia see? He saw his sister Su Yali. Although Su Yali became more beautiful, he still recognized Su Yali at a glance. A moment. The sad and painful expression turned into angry madness. His face was trembling and distorted, and he strode with great excitement to the side of Wei Wufeng and in front of Su Yali. It's all Su Yali's fault. If only she had given herself money earlier and paid off the overdue debt. The debt collection calls will not be made to Ma Linlin. She won't find out that I'm pretending to be a rich second generation, and she won't fall out with me. Damn it, Su Yali. Without saying a word, Su Jia used all his strength to slap Su Yali in the face. Chapter 97. Wei Wufeng lashes out with a hammer. Su Yali is completely devoted to him. Bang! There was a loud slap. Su Jia was confused. His left cheek swelled up at a visible rate. Blood even splattered from the corner of his mouth. He was hit so hard that he staggered to the side and almost fell down. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at the person who hit him, Wei Wufeng. Su Jia was completely confused. After being slapped in the face, he didn't even make a sound. You actually hit me. I'm going to be destroyed. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped on the right cheek again. This slap made him fall directly to the ground. Su Yali was also shocked. After she realized what was happening, she immediately grabbed Wei Wufeng's hand and said subconsciously, "No. Su Jia is her brother after all." She didn't actually think that much at this moment. It's simply a subconscious behavior of sister protecting brother. Wei Wufeng looked at her coldly. That cold look made Su Yali's heart tremble. Wei Wufeng said, "Oh. You still want to protect him? Use your brain before you act. If Su Yali is a brainless brother-supporting demon. I'm sorry." Even if she could summon the 10-star divine beast Suzaku, Wei Wufeng would not want her anymore. He can accept all kinds of flaws in his woman, just as they are different personalities. Human beings. Who doesn't have some problem of one kind or another? It can be said to be a problem. It can also be said to be personality. Wei Wufeng likes his women to have different personalities. If their personalities are the same, there is no difference between having one and having more. But the only thing he couldn't accept was that his woman was brainless. A brainless woman will only cause him trouble, so it's better not to have her. Apart from adding to the trouble. If Su Yali is a brainless brother-supporting demon, then she has a huge weakness. Who knows when this weakness will be exploited by someone with ulterior motives? He doesn't want to leave such a time bomb. At the moment, Su Jia was offended by others. But he took out his anger on his sister Su Yali. How can this be tolerated? What's even more outrageous is, he actually slapped Su Yali in the face in broad daylight, in front of everyone? Is this a slap in Su Yali's face? This is clearly a slap in his face. This is intolerable. Su Yali was shocked by Wei Wufeng's cold eyes and domineering words, and was speechless for a moment. Su Jia stood up shakily. Bang! Before he could stand firm, Wei Wufeng slapped him in the face again, knocking him to the ground again. 2 bloody teeth leaked out of his mouth. Bang! Wei Wufeng went up and kicked again. Vomit! He really had no intention of showing mercy. This kick made Su Jia vomit blood. Su Yali opened her mouth to say something, but was pulled back by Hua Xianyan. Hua Xianyan stared at her straight. If you still want to stay with your husband, don't do anything. If you do, you will lose everything you have now. Is it worth losing everything you have for a brother like that? Hua Xianyan has already investigated Su Yali's situation thoroughly. As the first wife of the Wei family, she would never allow a woman of unknown origin to appear next to Wei Wufeng. Su Yali's whole body stiffened. This moment, a bunch of thoughts popped up in her mind. Thinking about the days I had lived. Thinking about how my younger brother Su Jia treated me. I thought about how my parents favored boys over girls. Thinking of everything I have now. Thinking about being able to summon the 10-star divine beast Suzaku. If I stand up to protect my brother now, will I lose everything I have now? Bang! Wei Wufeng stepped on Su Jia's chest again. Su Jia vomited blood again. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago.
But Suju is at least a beastmaster who was admitted to Jinghua University.
Vitality is definitely a pass.
Although he was in a terrible state after being hit so many times, his life was not in danger.
Even able to speak normally. Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting me? Did I provoke you?
His eyes were swollen into slits. But the gaze cast from that gap was full of anger and resentment. Wei Wufeng squatted down and grabbed the clothes on his chest.
You don't even know who I am? You are so ignorant.
I'm too lazy to introduce myself.
If you want to know who I am, just ask me yourself. Let me tell you, Su Yali is my woman now.
No one in this world can touch her except me.
Anyone who touches her will die, even if you are her biological brother. Even if you are her biological parent. Understand?
After hearing this, Suju opened his eyes wide. The gap between them became a little bigger.
Su Yali's man? When did she find a man?
How dare she find a man without my and my parents' permission?
Suju looked at Su Yali and said angrily, "You shameless bitch." Bang! 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 Wei Wufeng slapped Su Zhao in the face again and again. Each slap was harder than the last.
After a few slaps, half of Suju's face was smashed and bloody.
At this time, the school security rushed over.
A security team leader shouted angrily, "Stop!
How dare you!"
Wei Wufeng turned his head to look at him and said, "Don't meddle in other people's business." The security team leader was about to explode with rage upon hearing this.
But when he recognized Wei Wufeng, his raging anger was immediately extinguished by a basin of ice water. Oh shit! Divine Beast Tamer. He is not something I can control.
This person possesses the immortal golden body.
As long as he didn't do anything that would anger God and people. For example, open treason. For example, the horrific massacre. And so on. No school rules, regulations, laws or regulations can affect him. Now it's just beating a student in public. To others, this is a big deal. All kinds of punishments and demerits will be arranged. In serious cases, you may even be fired. But for Wei Wufeng, does this matter? Don't say he is not a student of Jinghua University.
Even if he is, there will be no substantial punishment. In a word, Wei Wufeng, the beast tamer of divine beasts, has a golden body and privileges.
There's nothing we can do about this, so let's report it to the higher-ups.
The team leader quickly took out his cell phone and called his leader. Wei Wufeng grabbed Suju's hair and dragged him in front of Su Yali.
Apologize to my woman. If you don't apologize, I'll crush every bone in your body.
I want to see if you are as hard as Wang Yueming. I even beat the son of the richest man in Beijing to death. Who the hell do you think you are?
Still being so arrogant in front of me. You don't deserve it. But if you're really as tough as Wang Yueming, I'll admire you. Suju clenched his teeth. You want me to apologize to Su Yali? Impossible. Vomit.
He spat out a mouthful of blood.
Wei Wufeng raised his foot and stepped hard on his ankle. Snap. Ah!
The people around trembled when they heard the crisp sound of bones breaking.
I just felt a dull pain in my ankle. Suju screamed and yelled, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Pain. It hurts so much. I can't stand it anymore."
Suju is just a boy spoiled by his parents. How could he be a tough guy? He was tough before, just betting that Wei Wufeng would not dare to crush his bones. In the end, he lost the bet. The severe pain from his broken ankle made him question his life and he apologized immediately.
Wei Wufeng said, "Waste." He stepped on the calf of Suju's other leg again. Snap.
This time Suju didn't scream. He rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. Wei Wufeng took out a wet tissue and wiped the blood off his hands.
Let's go eat.
So, the group swaggered on and continued to the cafeteria.
Soon after they left, the captain of the security team and members of the student union all rushed over.
Looking at Su Zhe, who had both legs broken and fainted on the ground, everyone had different expressions.
Afterwards, Su Zhe was sent to the school hospital. After Wei Wufeng and his group finished their meal, they returned to the dormitory.
He looked at Su Yali, who had been silent.
I didn't intend to interfere in your family affairs. But now it seems I have to.
I dared to slap you in the face in broad daylight.
What else can I do? Make a choice. Either you completely sever ties with your family and follow me from now on. Either you terminate your contract with me, return to your so-called family, and continue to work like a slave. It seemed like she was given a choice, but in fact Wei Wufeng didn't give her any choice at all. If Su Yali chooses to return to her family, he would find a reason to take Su Yali to the wilderness and then kill her. In this life, Wei Wufeng would rather let the world down than let the world let him down. Su Yali gritted her teeth, pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and struggled. After a struggle between heaven and man, I follow you. Su Yali made her own choice. But I have a condition. After all, my parents gave birth to me and raised me, so I want to give them some money. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, no problem. How much? Su Yali said, 268,373 and 7 cents. This number is the money her parents spent on her that she could calculate. Su Yali had long wanted to leave her terrible family. But as she said, her parents gave birth to her after all. She thought that when she saved enough money, she would return it to her parents so that she wouldn't owe them anything. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. He thought Su Yali would say millions or tens of millions. That's all the result? Wei Wufeng said, let me round it up for you. I'll transfer 300,000 to you. Su Yali shook her head and said stubbornly, no need. Just 268,373 and 7 cents. It's how much it is. Of course Wei Wufeng was not stupid enough to say, just listen to me, it's 300,000. Just kidding, even though he has tens of billions in his account now, he spends money lavishly. But every penny he spent was for his own happiness. He felt that not even a penny would be wasted. Since Su Yali insisted on 26,837,307 cents, then it would be 26,837,307 cents. Not a penny more, not a penny less. He transferred 268,373 and 7 cents to Su Yali. Su Yali said thank you. Just as I was about to transfer the money to my father, my mother called. As soon as the call was connected, Su Yali's mother on the other end of the phone started cursing. The curse was so ugly. It strikes directly at the soul and personality. Su Yali burst into tears after being scolded. There's a small detail. Hua, Shui, and Xiong exchanged glances and then left. The three of them have quite high emotional intelligence. I know that I am not suitable to be here at this moment. Su Yali was scolded by her mother first. After Mom scolded Dad. After scolding Dad, Mom and Dad started scolding each other. Perhaps it is the blood suppression of parents on their children. Or maybe Su Yali is not good at arguing. Anyway, she just got scolded and cried without saying a word. At last, Su Yali's father said, don't go anywhere. Your mother and I will come to find you now. Su Yali's mother said, you are a heartless and heartless dog. I can't cure you. Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. Take Su Yali's cell phone. I'm Yali's man. Ha, you guys are coming over, right? Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. This saves me from having to come over to look for you guys. It'll be easier for me to kill you too if you come over here. I was the one who beat your son. No need to thank me. Now I announce one thing, from now on, Su Yali has nothing to do with you. As long as you appear in front of me or Su Yali, I will break your necks. After saying that, he hung up the phone and crushed it. Don't give me any money, not a cent. You must listen to what I say. Su Yali, with tears on her face, was stunned. Then he threw himself on Wei Wufeng and cried loudly. Why? Why are they doing this to me? Woo woo woo. Wei Wufeng didn't say anything, just held her in his arms and let her cry in his arms. I just got scolded by both my parents, which was like a bloody attack. I must have a lot of negative emotions accumulated in my heart. Now let her cry and vent as much as she wants. Wait until she finishes crying and venting. Wei Wufeng wiped her tears. Then he asked, do you know what is the most terrifying thing in the world for children? After a pause, he immediately gave the answer, it's because I met inhuman parents. Based on his own thoughts and insights, he persuaded and enlightened Su Yali. To some extent, he and Su Yali are in the same boat. They are the kind of people who have parents but are as good as not having them. Therefore, his personal experience is quite useful in providing guidance. After Wei Wufeng's guidance and comfort, Su Yali temporarily came to her senses. What happened today is a trivial matter to Wei Wufeng. But for Su Yali, it was a huge matter. After this incident, Su Yali was completely devoted to Wei Wufeng. Before, she actually had utilitarian motives for following Wei Wufeng. But now, she completely regards Wei Wufeng as her support, even her pillar. She fell in love with Wei Wufeng. No matter what happens in the future, she will never betray Wei Wufeng. She won't even have the thought of betrayal. If it weren't for what happened today. In the future, once it is revealed that Su Yali can summon the 10-star divine beast Suzaku, someone will definitely use her family to threaten Su Yali. At that time, if there was no true love, she might not be so determined to follow Wei Wufeng. If it really comes to that, no matter what Wei Wufeng does, he will be the one who loses. That night, Wei Wufeng came to Suja's dormitory. After treatment, Suja's legs have healed. When he saw Wei Wufeng swaggering in, his face suddenly changed. Wei Wufeng said to his roommate, "Brother, can I borrow your dormitory for a while?" Suja said in shock and anger, What are you going to do?" His roommates looked at each other and left tactfully. It's not worth it to make the Beastmaster unhappy just for a nasty guy. Suja pretended to be a rich second generation, but was extremely stingy to his roommates and had a bad temper, so he was not liked at all. Bang! Wei Wufeng slapped him in the face. The beating was so hard. The 2 teeth that were just fitted during the day were knocked out again. Then he grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Because of the pulling of the hair, Suja's whole face seemed to be lifted and tightened. He was so scared that he was shaking all over and shouting help in a trembling voice. Don't your parents favor boys over girls? Okay. Give your 2 inhuman parents a video call and tell them to stop influencing my woman. Otherwise I'll destroy you once a day. Let's do a live broadcast now, and let them see you being beaten by me with their own eyes. Suja said, You can't. You can't do this. You are breaking the law. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, Hey. This smile. So cool. Extremely domineering. Breaking the law? Are you ignorant or brainless? I am a divine beast tamer. As long as I don't really kill you, I'll be fine. Even if I want to kill you, I will take you to the wilderness and lawless land. You bullied my woman, and you should be grateful if I don't kill you. Stop talking nonsense and start the video. Suja. Chapter 98 Wang Xingxi, Wei Wufeng, I am your dear cousin. After a burst of ghostly howling, Wei Wufeng wiped the blood off his hands with a wet wipe and walked away with big strides. Not bad, not bad. This kind of violent beating, where every punch hits the flesh and every punch spurts blood, is super cool. He felt great. Suja was in a terrible state. The whole person was beaten so badly that there was hardly any intact skin left. Especially the head, it was swollen like a pig's head. Lawless. Is there still law? Is there still law? Don't be afraid, son. We'll be right there. We're on our way to the airport now. We will definitely sue him and put him in jail. Su's father and mother felt heartbroken when they saw their son being beaten beyond recognition. Suja roared in despair, anger, and resentment. Don't come over here. Are you trying to kill me? Are you deaf or blind? Didn't you hear what he said? If you dare to come over here, I'll die. Oh who? This is all your fault. It's all your fault. I hate you. Angry Suja grabbed the phone and smashed it with all his strength. With a loud bang, the phone shattered into pieces. He didn't dare to resent Wei Wufeng and Su Yali, so he resented his parents. Then he reacted and looked at the broken phone on the ground. My heart hurts so much. Heartbroken. He used 3 months' living expenses, plus an online loan of 5,000 yuan to buy that top-of-the-line phone. Thinking about being heartbroken. Thinking about being beaten twice in one day. Thinking about the fact that I still have a lot of online loan debts. AA. Suja's desperate, painful, and angry roars echoed throughout the dormitory building. The incident of Suja being beaten up by Wei Wufeng is not a big deal at all. It only attracted a little bit of attention and discussion at Tsinghua University, and then nothing happened. The security team did not respond. The student union did not take any action. The school even pretended it never happened. Suja, who had originally fantasized that the school would stand up and uphold justice, was now completely desperate. The school didn't even talk to him. Whenever Suja walked on campus, he felt that others were looking at him, pointing at him, and digesting him. Actually, not. He doesn't even think about who he is. Everyone is busy, who would bother to care about him? For a moment, Suja seemed to feel the malice from the whole world. I hate it so much. I want revenge. I hate you. I hate this world. It is in this situation. Wang Yueming appeared in front of him. Thus, these two people who were both beaten by Wei Wufeng successfully joined forces. This young master from the capital suffered a lot at the hands of Wei Wufeng. Although he is tough, the pain he endures is real. He had never experienced such hardship and pain since he was a child. He wants revenge. He must take revenge. So what if he's a beast tamer? So what if he's my aunt's biological son? Even if the King of Heaven offends me, I will still deal with him. Deal with him. Deal with him. Kill him. Here's a check for 1 million. Wang Yueming pushed a check for 1 million in front of Su Zhe. As long as you do me a small favor, the money will be yours. Su Zhe looked at the $1 million check in front of him, his eyes shining, and he swallowed. He raised his eyes, looked at Wang Yueming, and said, "What do you mean by help?" Wang Yueming said, "Act a scene with me. Pretend to be kidnapped by me, and then ask your sister to rescue you." Of course, he investigated Su Yali. With his financial resources and connections, it would be easy for him to investigate anyone. It was because of this bitch that he was beaten by Wei Wufeng. Wang Yueming has made up his mind that he must make Su Yali drink. After some investigation, I found that Su Yali is so beautiful. Also followed Wei Wufeng? Anger, jealousy, and hatred made him more and more crazy. This time, he not only wanted to get Su Yali drunk, he also wanted to make her. So he made his decision. Let us deal with Su Yali first. Let us do Wei Wufeng again. Continuing the investigation, we found Su Zhe, and then we had today's meeting. Su Zhe asked in surprise, "Are you going to deal with her?" Wang Yueming said, "That's right." Su Zhe gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing, and said, "She is my sister, my biological sister." Wang Yueming is ready to add money. So what if she is my biological sister? As long as the money is enough, many people will even sell their own fathers. Before he could add more money, Su Zhe said, "You have to pay more. I want 2 million. Wang Yueming was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, stretched out his hand, and slowly took back the check for 1 million. You wish. Don't even think about the 1 million. Get lost. Wang Yueming is rich, very rich, but he is not a fool with a lot of money. Su Zhe became anxious when he heard this. He quickly reached out and pressed down the $1 million check, saying, "Okay. I promise you." Wang Yueming's two bodyguards stepped forward and held Su Zhe's arms. Su Zhe can actually resist. He is a beast master and a top student at Jinghua University. It is not impossible that he cannot defeat two bodyguards. But for the sake of money, he did not resist. Tear. Wang Yueming tore up the check for 1 million. I changed my mind. 800,000, no, 60, no, 200,000. How about 200,000? If that doesn't work then. Su Zhe shouted, All right. 200,000 is 200,000. He needs money. I really need money. In fact, after being admitted to Jinghua, he hardly had to spend any money on cultivation. The school provides cheap and high-quality resources. If the benefits of Jinghua were converted into money, it would easily be worth several million or even tens of millions. With normal consumption, he can live a comfortable life. What to do? He insisted on pretending to be a rich second generation. He spends money lavishly. If he has no money, he asks his sister for it. If his sister has no money, he takes out online loans. Finally, it became what it is now. Wang Yueming gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. You sold your own sister for just 200,000 yuan. After saying that, I thought of something. He smiled. But if someone offered me 200,000, I would also sell my own sister. Ha ha ha. Wang Yueming burst into laughter. It was as if he was telling a very funny joke. I have to say. As far as the identity of younger brother is concerned, these two guys are the weirdest among the weird. 200,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Wang Yueming. He transferred it to Su Zhe on the spot. I need to make some preparations here. I'll come see you in 2 days. Do your best. If you dare to cheat me out of my money, hee hee. After Wang Yueming left, Suja immediately called Ma Linlin. Hang up. Hit again. Hang up again. Call again. When the call finally connected, Ma Linlin yelled, "Are you annoying?" Suja shouted excitedly. "Linlin, I'm rich. I'm really rich now. The family's funds have been turned around. Didn't you like a suit last time? The one that cost 58,888. I'll take you to buy it now. Believe me. I really am a rich second generation."
Ma Linlin on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment and snorted.
"Then I'll give you another chance." We agreed on a meeting place and hung up the phone. "Yes."
Suja jumped 10 feet high.
"Hurry and take a taxi to the meeting place." "What? Why don't you repay online loans now that you have money?" "No return. Why should I pay back the money I borrowed with my own ability?"
"If you have the guts, go to Jinghua University and collect the debts."
On the way to the meeting place, after calming down, Suja became uncalm again. "Ah. If I had known, I wouldn't have paid more. That's 1 million.
With 1 million, I can buy a car.
1 million, aha.
Hello, Mr. Wei, after the discount and rounding off the price, this necklace is priced at exactly 1 million.
Yida Mall. Luxury jewelry store.
Wei Wufeng picked out a necklace called Emerald Star for Suyali.
Glass jadeite. The pigeon egg pink diamond of 8 hearts and 8 arrows.
Equipped with master-level craftsmanship, the price directly exceeds 1 million.
There is no such thing as discounts on this kind of luxury jewelry.
But Wei Wufeng had to roll up his sleeves and bargain with the distance. The manager probably took into consideration that Wei Wufeng was a beast tamer of divine beasts, and since he couldn't win the argument, he gave the customer a discount and then rounded off the price.
Wei Wufeng took out his bank card. Suyali held Wei Wufeng and said in a trembling voice, "It's too expensive. Oh my god. $1 million necklace. Wearing it around my neck just feels like a huge pressure." Wei Wufeng smiled and said, "We're just getting started."
He could feel the change in Suyali's attitude towards him.
This is very useful to him.
He is never stingy with his women. Shui Jincheng, the car and house were all settled in this morning.
Xia Rina wants to start a milk tea business and was given both the recipe and the money. The money spent is in billions. A necklace worth just 1 million, how can that be enough?
Now Suyali has cut off ties with her relatives.
I should strike while the iron is hot. No. Strike while the iron is weak. Ahem. That's what I mean anyway. After swiping the card, the payment is completed. Wei Wufeng personally put the emerald star necklace on Suyali.
Suyali, who is already beautiful and charming, is even more dazzling after wearing the emerald star. The other male and female customers in the store stared in amazement.
The female manager was so envious that she even forgot to say something nice. Looking at herself in the big mirror, Suyali's heart was overwhelmed with emotion and she couldn't help but hug Wei Wufeng.
The passion surged, and she wished it could turn into a heat wave and completely drown her man. She is not a woman who likes luxury and has no vanity.
But as a woman, how can I resist the charm of Bling Bling's jewelry? Then, Wei Wufeng continued to take Suyali shopping. Watch. Bags. Clothing. All arranged. After buying a bunch of big and small bags,
the two of them went to a terrace coffee shop in the mall to rest.
Late in the evening, there are still many people drinking coffee.
Wei Wufeng asked for a seat at the edge of the terrace, where he could sip coffee while enjoying the night view, which was very beautiful.
Sudden. A fashionable, stylish and stunning beauty sat opposite Wei Wufeng. Then she curved her dark blue lips in an evil and charming way and looked straight at Wei Wufeng. Suyali faced the uninvited woman in front of her.
Especially when she looked straight at Wei Wufeng, her brows slightly furrowed. Wei Wufeng looked at her with interest, his eyes meeting hers directly.
What a beauty! Still such a bold and stunning beauty. It's a shame not to watch it.
Wang Xingxi smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself.
My last name is Wang Xingxi. Wang Yueming is my younger brother." Wang Yueming's sister? Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh. What can I do for you? Are you trying to avenge him?" Wang Xingxi's smile gradually deepened. No. On the contrary, I came to thank you. You did something I always wanted to do but couldn't. To be honest, if he wasn't my brother, I would have killed him long ago. Now it was Wei Wufeng's turn to have appear on his head.
Then he smiled and said, "It seems that your relationship as siblings is very bad."
Wang Xingxi took Wei Wufeng's coffee and took a sip.
The relationship was indeed bad.
But that wasn't the main reason.
The main reason is that my parents clearly told me that all the family property belongs to your brother, so don't even think about it.
Oh. I'm so unwilling. She sighed. I've been working so hard to run the company and boost its stock price.
It's no exaggeration to say that we have devoted all our energy and dedication to this cause. But they told me that all the property belongs to your brother, so don't even think about it. When Su Yali heard this, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. This Wang Xingxi in front of me seems to be in the same situation as me.
Also has a younger brother. There are also two parents who favor boys over girls. Wei Wufeng said, "That's easy. Just grab it." Wang Xingxi's eyes sparkled as he said, "That's right, grab it. It's a pity that my strength alone is limited." Wei Wufeng asked, "You're not trying to get me to join your gang, are you?" "Ha!" He laughed and said, "Forget it. I'm not interested in other people's family affairs."
Wang Xingxi said, "You are not interested in other people's family affairs, but what if it is your own family?"
Wei Wufeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're not also looking for me to marry into your family, are you?"
Cluck, cluck, cluck. When Wang Xingxi heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed. She laughed so hard that her body was shaking and she covered her stomach with her hands.
I even laughed to tears.
It's really pleasing to see such a beautiful woman smiling like this.
Wei Wufeng rolled his eyes. Looking at Wang Xingxi's smile, I knew that I was wrong. But he didn't feel embarrassed at all.
Wang Xingxi laughed so hard that he fell on the table, and it took him a while to straighten up.
If you weren't my brother, marrying into the wife's family is really a good idea. What a shame. Even though we're not biological children, we're legally siblings. Wei Wufeng, Su Yali, ah?
Wang Xingxi gradually restrained his uncontrollable laughter.
You really don't know.
Your mother, Lu Ruyan, is now my uncle's wife.
So strictly speaking, Wei Wufeng, I am your cousin.
When Wei Wufeng heard this, his expression changed.
He didn't expect to hear his mother's name here. She is actually Wang Xingxi's aunt? Wei Wufeng really didn't know this.
Because no matter in his past life or this life, he doesn't care what his two biological parents do.
The only thing I know is, my father found a rich woman. My mother found a rich man. I know nothing about the rest and I don't want to know.
When he had just summoned the nine-tailed fox, his parents had contacted him.
But he didn't reply at all and didn't want to have any contact with them.
Wang Xingxi said, "So, this is also a family matter."
Wei Wufeng waved his hand. Not interested. Also, don't mention the name Lu Ruyan in front of me.
It's true that she gave birth to me, but I no longer consider her my mother.
Even if she died, I didn't plan to wear mourning clothes for her, understand? If you have nothing else to do, please come in. Don't disturb me and my woman while we're shopping.
Wang Xingxi was stunned. She knew that Wei Wufeng and Lu Ruyan had a bad relationship, but she didn't expect it to be so bad.
Don't you even wear mourning clothes when you die? Same as me. This cousin of mine is becoming more and more popular with me. Okay. I won't mention it.
She raised her hands in surrender.
But I am sincere in seeking your cooperation.
I'll tell you a secret: my mother hired a killer to kill you. All I found out was a 5-star gold medal killer named the Haircutter. All the orders he took received 5-star reviews, without a single failure. I'll tell you another secret: Wang Yueming contacted Su Zhe today, and he's definitely going to cause trouble.
When Su Yali heard this, her face changed and she thought to herself, Su Zhe is in contact with Wang Yueming? What is he going to do? Wang Xingxi stared deeply at Wei Wufeng. How about it? Am I sincere enough? I'll give you 2 days to think about it. If you want to cooperate. Wei Wufeng smiled and said, okay, I'll cooperate with you.
As for those who plotted against him behind his back, he would definitely kill them if he got the chance.
Wang Yueming? Snort. The mother of Wang Yueming and Wang Xingxi, the wife of the richest man in Beijing? He. Chapter 99, Goddesses Gather, Clowns Jump Around. Divine Beasts vs. Divine Beasts. The next day. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Tsinghua University Coliseum. Before I knew it, the 5-day period had arrived. Today is the day when Wei Wufeng and Bai Qingyun will fight with their beasts to compete for Feng Feifei. Although it was a school day, there were many students sitting in the Coliseum. Not only are there students, but there are also teachers. There are not only teachers, but also school leaders. The classes at Tsinghua University are very flexible. Actual combat is a class, and watching a battle is also a class. Therefore, many teachers would bring their students to the Coliseum to watch the fights. This is a battle between the Divine Beast Tamer and the Divine Beast Nine-Tailed Immortal Firefox, and it is extremely worth watching. Finally, I can see the Nine-Tailed Immortal Firefox live. The last time Ninetails participated in the battle, the video was too short. It defeated the opponent with just one skill. I wonder what kind of beast Bai Qingyun can summon this time. President Bai has done a great job of keeping secrets. I haven't heard of anyone he's contracted these days. Logically speaking, the victory of the Divine Beast is undeniable. But Bai Qingyun actually dared to challenge Wei Wufeng. Maybe he has something to rely on. Why haven't they arrived yet? Why do we have to wait until 10 o'clock? I'm getting impatient. A corner of the audience seats. Zhao Yan and Nalan Lan sat with their fingers intertwined. Of course they couldn't not come to watch the game. After all, the deadline of the 3-year battle will soon be up, and Zhao Yan and Wei Wufeng will also have a battle. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Of course they want to see the battle between Wei Wufeng and Bai Qingyun with their own eyes. Nalan Lan said, "Brother Yin, who do you think will win?" Zhao Yan said, "It's hard to say. Originally, the Divine Beast had a better chance of winning. But since Bai Qingyun dared to fight the Divine Beast, he must have some tricks up his sleeve." Nalan Lan laughed and said, "If Wei Wufeng loses, that would be really fun, just think about it." Zhao Yan, of course, also hoped that Wei Wufeng would fail. He said, "Yes. If he loses, the halo around him will vanish into thin air. So what if it's a mythical beast? The most important thing is to be able to fight and win." Another corner of the audience. The director of studies, teacher Qin Shisher, was dressed in a professional suit, with her arms folded across her chest, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black folded together. This famous ice beauty from Tsinghua just sat there, continuously emitting cold air. There was no one sitting around her. Apparently everyone kept their distance from her. Teacher Qin Shi frowned slightly, as if he was in a bad mood and was dissatisfied with something or someone. The person she was dissatisfied with was Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng had previously beaten Suja violently in public, breaking his legs, and then beat him again that night. Too outrageous. That's too much. They totally disregard school rules and laws. However, several vice principals had no intention of punishing him and pretended that the beating incident had never happened. This is something Qin Shisher cannot accept. In her opinion, virtue is far more important than strength. What is the difference between a person who has power but no virtue and a brutal beast? The more powerful this kind of person is, the more dangerous he is. The more powerful a person is, the less he should be tolerated and the more he should be subject to the constraints of laws and regulations. If he violates the laws and regulations, he should be severely punished. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles and harm both others and yourself. As for what Suja did wrong, Qin Shisher doesn't care. No matter how big a mistake Suja made, Wei Wufeng should not lynch him. Master Qin Shi has already found Qin Daochan and asked her to restrain and reprimand Wei Wufeng. But Qin Daochan didn't bother to care at all. He is my man. I laughed when he didn't care about me, so why should I care about him? Who cares? Because of this, Master Qin Shi and Qin Daochan had a big fight and parted on bad terms. Therefore, Qin Shisher decided to have a personal talk with Wei Wufeng in the capacity of Dean of Studies. If he had a positive attitude and corrected his mistakes, she would naturally be happy for Wei Wufeng to transfer to Tsinghua. But if they have a bad attitude, refuse to change their ways, and continue to disregard the law and do as they please, then there is nothing to say. Even if Wei Wufeng is a beast tamer of divine beasts, Tsinghua will not keep him. Just at this moment, there was a commotion and a commotion. Teacher Qin Shi thought that today's protagonist had arrived, but when he turned his head to look, his eyes couldn't help but blur. What did you see? It even made your eyes dizzy? Beauty. Jinghua is recognized as the most beautiful group of people.
The number 1 school beauty Feng Feifei.
The second school beauty is Yuan Yuan Yuan. The fourth school beauty Qinggong Rinai. The fifth school beauty is Yun Yuyu. The sixth campus beauty has Oriental charm.
The 7th school beauty is Zhang Xiucha.
The 8th school beauty is Wu Wenwei. The 9th campus beauty is Xia Yu. The 10th school beauty is Yun Ziyao. Except for the 3rd school beauty Lu Yifei and Yun Ranran, who is tied for 5th place with Yun Yuyu, the other school beauties actually appeared in a group.
Flower.
It's too expensive.
Regardless of gender, when they saw them appearing in groups, they were dazzled and didn't know who to look at.
In terms of appearance, each one is better than the other. In terms of figure, each one is better than the other. In terms of temperament, each one is more amazing than the other. Any one of them is a goddess that everyone pays attention to.
When 9 of them appear together, the visual and soul impact they produce is simply at the nuclear bomb level. For a moment, even the sun in the sky seemed to dim a little.
Oh my god. Am I seeing this right? The top 10 campus beauties are here. So beautiful. So beautiful. She's like a fairy from heaven. Fuck. They must be here to see Wei Wufeng. I'm so jealous. I'm going twisted. It's spectacular. No, this is a fucking wonder. Hey. What are you looking at? I'm right next to you and you dare look at other girls. Believe it or not, I'll poke your eyes out. Brother, please help me, knock me out. I can't suppress my inner restlessness anymore. I don't want to commit a crime. Beautiful women have privileges. Not to mention goddess-level beauties like Feng Feifei and Yuan Yuan Yuan. As soon as they arrived, they were invited by the student union to the VIP stands with a better view. Feng Feifei and other school beauties did not refuse, which made the student union members very excited. Why refuse? From a place with a better view, they can see Wei Wufeng. On the other hand, Wei Wufeng can also see them. It's just to let Wei Wufeng see what the 9 school beauties look like as a group, and give him a little shock of the Jinghua school beauties. See if you are moved. If the boys present knew what Feng Feifei and the other school beauties were thinking, I wonder if they would vomit blood on the spot. Yun Yuyu was chatting and laughing with the honey trap partners on both sides, looking bright and charming. Suddenly, she felt something and looked in one direction. She immediately saw 2 people who made her frown. Yi Yunfeng. Yun Ranran. At this moment, Yi Yunfeng was also looking at her. The 2 people's eyes met from a distance. Yo! Yi Yunfeng, what are you looking at? You're showing off just because you're with Yun Ranran, right? Even if you are with Yun Ranran, you can't change it. Yun Yuyu curled her lips in disdain and mouthed 2 words, waste. Then he continued to chat and laugh with the school beauties on both sides. Far away. Yi Yunfeng read Yun Yuyu's lip language waste. In an instant, his cheeks turned red and anger surged, as if it was about to erupt from the top of his head. Aside, Yun Ranran's gentle voice came, Yunfeng, don't worry about her. I'm with you. Listening to the gentle voice beside his ears, Yi Yunfeng's anger subsided a little, at least he didn't go crazy. But what he was thinking was, what's the point of you being with me? I just summoned a king-level beast. You're a waste. Dislike. So disgusting. It's too shameful to watch, let alone talk about it. Yes, Yi Yunfeng and Yun Ranran made a contract, a soul contract. But in the end, he only summoned a 1-star king-level beast. At that moment, his heart turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar or an abyss. A 1-star king beast, oh shit. When I, Yi Yunfeng, was at Zhouhu University, all I summoned were 2-star king beasts. As a result, I came to Jinghua and you gave me a 1-star king beast. Is a 1-star king beast worthy of my SSS level beast taming talent? Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for revenge on Yun Yuyu, he really didn't want to make a contract with Yun Ranran. The 1-star king beast is so useless, why should I stay? Just wait. Once I cure my impotence, I will take care of you, Yun Ranran. Have fun for 3 days and 3 nights, then kick it off. To be honest, he felt a little guilty when he kicked Shu Wei Yiling away for the first time. But now, after being kicked away by Yun Yuyu, he didn't feel any guilt at all when he kicked Yun Ranran away again. Instead, there is a sense of revenge. At the same time, he was also secretly looking for the next Beastmaster to work with him.
He wants to find someone who is worthy of him in every aspect. After casually dealing with Yin Ranran, his gaze fell on the pile of school beauties again.
Yi Yunfeng's first choice is of course Feng Feifei. In his opinion, Feng Feifei is also the person who deserves him most. I have SSS level talent. Feng Feifei has SSS level potential. They are simply a match made in heaven.
But Feng Feifei has openly proposed to Wei Wufeng, so it would be very difficult to get her to make a contract with him. But he is not afraid of difficulties. A real man will face challenges head on and move forward despite the difficulties.
The harder it is, the more challenging it is.
The harder it is, the greater the sense of accomplishment after success.
The second one Yi Yunfeng took a fancy to. Its oriental charm.
She summoned the Divine Beast Azure Dragon. If I make a contract with her, I can also summon the Divine Beast Azure Dragon.
Ouch ouch.
It's so beautiful. Just thinking about the fact that I can also become a beast tamer of divine beasts makes me smile from ear to ear.
That's why Oriental Charm is Yi Yunfeng's second choice.
Because even if he made a contract with Dongfang Fengyun, he might not be able to summon the divine beast Qinglong. Normally, a beast tamer would follow the cooperating beast tamer. But for high-level beast tamers, this is not necessarily the case.
In addition, different combinations of beast masters will summon different beasts.
Because it is not 100% certain that the Divine Beast Azure Dragon can be summoned by making a contract with Dongfang Fengyun.
Therefore, for Yi Yunfeng, Oriental Charm can only be the second choice. Next, the third choice is Yuan. Like Shui Yiling, she is cute, which just suits Yi Yunfeng's aesthetic taste. It would be nice if I could make a contract with her. Then,
Yi Yunfeng examined the school beauties one by one. Finally, he discovered to his distress that every campus beauty wanted a contract with him. I'm so dazzled by the choices. Who should I choose? Amidst his distress and worries, a bold idea popped into his head: contract them all.
Bang 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 bang.
Yi Yunfeng's heart began to beat wildly. He knew that his idea was too bold and too crazy.
But so tempting. Just thinking about it. Even if you can't do anything, just watching is a supreme happiness and enjoyment. What's more, my illness can definitely be cured. By then. In an instant, Yi Yunfeng found that he actually had feelings. Am I okay again? Ha 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 ha, I feel it.
His face flushed and he suddenly jumped up excitedly.
But it drooped again the next second. Woo, I don't feel anything again.
Yi Yunfeng sat down dejectedly, annoyed and resentful. Damn it.
Yun Ranran next to him asked Yi Yunfeng curiously and concernedly, and Yi Yunfeng replied impatiently, I'm fine. Yun Ranran was silent. She could actually feel the change in Yi Yunfeng's attitude towards her. Is it because I only summoned a one-star king beast? No. Yunfeng is not that kind of person. He must still be angry with Yun Yu, so he is in a bad mood. It must be like this. It was at this time. A loud voice came, look. Wei Wufeng is coming. They are all sharp-eyed and sharp-eared top students from Jinghua University.
Upon hearing this, he immediately looked for Wei Wufeng.
Sure enough, Wei Wufeng and his 4 auxiliary beast masters came.
Seeing Hua Xianyan,
Shui Yiling, Xiong Juju and Su Yali, all the boys present were envious and jealous.
Of those 4 goddess-level cooperative beast masters, you would be thankful to have even one of them.
It would be enough to brag about for a lifetime. But he has 4. Why?
Yi Yunfeng locked onto Shui Yiling with one glance, hatred surging in his eyes, his gaze like knives, and his teeth gnashing.
He looked as if he wanted to cut Shui Yiling into pieces. He figured it out.
It must be Shui Yiling who told Yun Yu the secret of her impotence. Otherwise, why would Yun Yu suddenly ask herself, are you not capable of this?
It's her. It must be her.
She was just taking revenge on me for terminating the contract with her.
Shui Yiling, you bitch. I, Yi Yunfeng, will definitely avenge this grudge. Almost at the same time. Bai Qing Yun is here too. It's surprising.
The person who came in with him was actually a tall and strong man with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Foreign girl? Human aesthetics are universal.
Although she was a foreign girl, everyone only took one look at her and gave her only one evaluation as stunning beauty. The golden wavy hair sparkled in the sunlight. The fair skin seemed to be soaked in milk, and when the sun shone on it, it seemed to be glowing with white light. Her deep, large emerald green eyes were like gemstones.
The nose is high and the lips are red like fire.
That face with delicate facial features like carefully crafted carvings would be eye-catching in any country in the world. Not to mention that to those present, she exuded a unique exotic charm.
That's right.
She is very tall, estimated to be over 1.9 meters tall.
With such a tall height, the legs are naturally very long.
She was also generous enough to wear a pair of denim shorts. Those long, slender, straight and white legs are displayed like this, which makes people feel itchy.
What's even more rare is that he is so tall and so huge.
With a figure like this, it's not that goji berries are incurable, but I'm afraid even the best tonic in the world can't make up for it.
Goddess? No. She is a goblin, a devil, and a man's nightmare.
As soon as this beautiful tall foreign girl arrived, she stole some of the attention and glory from the top 10 campus beauties.
Feng Feifei and other school beauties couldn't help but frown slightly.
As expected of President Bai, he actually found a big foreign horse.
Who is she? She's so outstanding, she must be someone unknown. Let's check her out. President Bai is really something.
He already has such a beautiful big mare, but he still wants to compete with Wei Wufeng for Feng Feifei.
I found out. Her name is Anastasia Romanoff.
She's from St. Fort University in the Red Bear Country.
Holy shit.
She can also summon a divine beast, the 9-star divine beast, the War Titan Bear.
Divine beast versus divine beast. Damn. Now we're going to see something new. What kind of connections does President Bai have? Incredible. The whole audience was shocked. Outsiders are just watching the fun. But the insiders frowned. For example, some school leaders.
For example, some students with a broader vision.
They have pretty much the same thoughts.
This is no longer a competition between two students.
This is a confrontation between the future potential of the two countries.
Chapter 100, you use the bear from the Red Bear Country, and I will use the dragon from the Divine Dragon Country.
Ha! A corner of the audience seats. Su Fan let out a laugh. Dongfang Yayan asked, Athen, what are you laughing at? Su Fan's smile grew wider.
I'm afraid Wei will fall flat on his face this time. I just found out that foreign girl summoned the beast a year ago.
But how long has it been since Wei summoned the divine beast?
They are both 9-star beasts.
Whoever summons them first will have a greater chance of winning.
Hey, this is a good opportunity to let him know what it means that there are always people who are better than you and there are always mountains beyond your mountains. After being humiliated this time, let's see how he can show off in the future. As for the level of the Beast Master.
Cough.
When the beast taming reaches the god level, the beast tamer's own level has little impact. Beast Master, beast is the fundamental factor that determines strength. No matter how strong the control ability is, if the beast is not good enough, it is still trash. Of course, if the ability of control is also very powerful, it would be even better and the strength would be even greater.
Dongfang Yayun frowned slightly when she heard this.
She felt that it was not good for Su Fan to think this way. After all, the current situation is no longer about jealousy among students. The nature of the beast fight changed when Anastasia Romanoff from the Red Bear Country appeared.
Even if the relationship with Wei Wufeng is not good, we should be united when facing foreigners, right? But Dongfang Yayun didn't say anything. Love always makes people blind and compromising.
But in her heart, she still hoped that Wei Wufeng could win.
Dongfang Yayun did not show the slightest dissatisfaction in her heart. But a boy sitting next to Su Fan said dissatisfiedly, I say, this classmate, is it too much? Su Fan was stunned, turned his head and asked, what?
The boy said, we're fighting foreigners, and you're hoping our compatriots lose.
That's too much. Su Fan was immediately dissatisfied when he heard it. He smiled slightly and said, it's none of your business.
The boy smiled back. Then he took action the next second, grabbed Su Fan's neck, and punched him in the face with his huge fist.
Bang! Ah! Dongfang Yayun was shocked and shouted, what are you doing? Stop it!
She wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan was beaten black and blue, with bruises all over his head.
Bang! Another punch and Su Fan fainted completely.
Obviously, the boy was very strong, so strong that Su Fan had no power to resist at all.
The people around looked at it and pretended not to see it. In fact, the martial ethics of Jinghua are quite abundant. After all, this is a school where practical training takes place every day. In other places, students will exercise restraint due to the constraints of school rules and regulations. But in a place like the Colosseum, which is dedicated to fighting and killing, one can't help but take action. Being beaten in the Colosseum is basically a waste of time. The boy threw Su Fan aside and looked at Dongfang Yayun. This is what happens when you talk too much. Woman, there's no good ending for following such a bitch. Anyone who doesn't even care about the honor and disgrace of the country is a piece of shit. Break up quickly. Dongfang Yayun was extremely angry, but she dared not speak out, let alone take action. She could only carry Su Fan on her back and head straight to the medical room. Only the people around him noticed this little episode. Almost everyone else's attention was focused on the protagonist of this beast fight. Only my cousin Dongfang Fengyun, known as Dongfang Yayun, noticed it. Although she was far away and didn't know what happened, she felt very happy when she saw Dongfang Yayun being humiliated. The relationship between these two cousins is obviously very bad. I don't know what kind of conflicts have occurred between them. Sudden. A bold and strange idea emerged in Dongfang Fenyun's mind. Yun Yuyu even dragged Yun Ranran along. Then can I also bring Dongfang Yayun along? Under normal circumstances, Oriental Charm would definitely not have such an idea. But now we are in an abnormal situation. Look at the ambush from all sides plan they set up. It is so exaggerated that it is a million miles away from the word normal. Yes. It's totally possible. Su Fan and Wei Wufeng seem to have a bad relationship. By doing this, I can be considered as helping Wei Wufeng vent his anger, right? If he's happy, the contract might be finalized. Although the relationship between the two cousins Dongfang Fengyun and Dongfang Yayun is very bad. But they still had a family dinner. At the dinner table, Su Fan clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and contempt for Wei Wufeng. Considering that Su Fan and Wei Wufeng were classmates, Dongfang Fengyun guessed that their relationship must be very bad. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Oriental Charm had potential, and the more I felt that this plan is very good. She immediately took out her phone and added everyone in the 10 Sites ambush group, expressing her ideas. After seeing the message, the school beauties spoke out one after another. But they all mean the same thing: this is possible. All I can say is, a bunch of women with their own ulterior motives gathered together, and there was no telling what crazy things they could do. Just when the school beauties gathered together and were chatting enthusiastically in the group, all the teachers and students in the audience looked at them. To be precise, it is looking towards the Oriental Charm. Dongfang Fengyun was reminded by the others and looked up, only to be surprised to find, why are everyone looking at me? She looked around blankly, with a puzzled look of. Then another boy took the opportunity to talk to her. Dongfang Campus Beauty, Wei Wufeng wants to ask if you are willing to sign a temporary contract with him again? Even if I can just say a few words to the school beauty, I will feel happy. As for her contract with Wei Wufeng, don't think about such painful things. Dongfang Fengyun exclaimed in surprise, Then he locked his gaze on Wei Wufeng in the Colosseum and asked, do you want to make a contract with me? Wei Wufeng said, it's a temporary contract. Since our opponent has brought out the bear from the Red Bear Nation, it's only fitting that I bring out the dragon from the Divine Dragon Nation. Dongfang Fengyun immediately jumped up and said happily, okay? A temporary contract is a temporary contract. Soon, the temporary contract will become a formal contract. Wei Wufeng, you will soon understand that I am the most suitable beastmaster to assist you. Her jump created a huge wave. The eyes of the boys who looked at her were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn it! Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why is Wei Wufeng so lucky? Dongfang Fengyun left the audience seats with the wind under her feet, entered the Colosseum, and came to Wei Wufeng. Wei Wufeng just said to Hua Xianyan, go ahead. Be prepared and applaud your man at any time. Hua Xianyan nodded and said, come on, husband. Then, she looked at Dongfang Fengyun, smiled gently and generously, and said, the rest is up to you. Dongfang Fengyun was stunned. There was no rejection or cold words as expected? She subconsciously replied, okay. After saying this, I felt a little strange in my heart. Anger immediately flared up, it's infuriating. Why does she act like I'm listening to her? Hua Xianyan and Dongfang Fengyun passed each other. Then,
Wei Wufeng, Dongfang Fengyun, Bai Qingyun and Anastasia Romanov came to the center of the Colosseum.
The referee came forward and announced the rules. No rules, just fight to your heart's content. Fight to the death if you don't surrender. Stop attacking immediately if one side surrenders. Any questions? We're already here, what could be the problem? The referee said, all right. Everyone, take your positions and summon your beasts. Bai Qingyun spoke up and said, if you lose, you are not allowed to have any contact with Feifei again. Wei Wufeng smiled, and his smile seemed to have a deep meaning. On the other hand, if I win, can I interact with her freely? Bai Qingyun narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel that the intersection he said was not the same as the intersection. That Wei Wufeng said. The intersection I mentioned is a very serious one. But the intersection that Wei Wufeng said sounded inappropriate no matter how you listen to it. How could I possibly give Feng Feifei to someone like this? He doesn't deserve it at all. Bai Qingyun didn't say any more nonsense and turned around and walked towards the summoning position. There are rules for beast fighting, unlike the real fighting outside. If this happened outside, they would just start fighting right away. Why would they go to a fixed location to summon the beast?
Anastasia Romanov relied on her height and looked down slightly at Wei Wufeng. In unstandard Mandarin, she said, handsome boy, let's have a good fight.
I hope you can satisfy me. Wei Wufeng raised his eyebrows. As expected of a fighting nation, they are so bold. He smiled deeply and said, okay. I will definitely give you a big fight and make sure you have a blast.
Dongfang Fengyun squinted and thought to herself, this foreign girl is so shameless. She obviously ignored the even more shameless thing she was about to do. Each of them arrived at their respective summoning locations. Almost at the same time, both parties began to make contracts. All of them were temporary contracts.
The summoning circle opens.
The two magic circles merged.
Next second, there was a strong wind and flying sand and rocks. The azure dragon roars. The white bear roars. Two mythical beasts appeared. Mythical beast Azure Dragon needs no further introduction. The appearance of the divine beast War Titan Bear is extremely terrifying. The huge body, more than 30 meters tall, made everyone present look like tiny ants. When he opened his mouth, he saw a mouth full of sharp teeth and the saliva that spurted out was like a rainstorm. The two huge eyes emitted a strange and terrifying red light, which was captivating. He was wearing a set of rough-looking armor. A pair of bear claws are even covered with rusty metal boxing claws. Whether it's armor or boxing gloves and claws, they all look of poor quality to the naked eye. But if you look closely and perceive it, even ordinary people can feel the ferocious, heavy and majestic aura emanating from it. That's the Beast Taming Soul Suit. It's a complete set of beast soul armor. What does it mean to be armed to the teeth? That's called being armed to the teeth. The teeth of the War Titan Bear are all covered with metal braces, which are seamless and seem to be natural. Does this appearance make the Qinglong look inferior? No. The appearance of Qinglong cannot be easily compared. Even considering that this is the land of the divine dragon, the people have a special feeling for dragon. In the eyes of everyone present, the appearance of Qinglong is still more powerful and domineering than War Titan Bear. With the appearance of two divine beasts, two terrifying pressures erupted and expanded in the air. Perhaps it was a visual illusion, but many people saw that the space in the middle of the Colosseum was distorted and fluctuating. It's like two huge waves colliding. At the same time, everyone in the audience also vaguely felt two impact forces. These two impact forces not only impact the body, but also the soul. It made everyone present feel terrified, short of breath and very uncomfortable. Is this the power of the divine beast? Is this the double power of the divine beast? I can't stand it at all. Fortunately, at this time, a translucent cover appeared out of thin air, covering the entire arena. All of a sudden, the power of the two divine beasts was also contained. Almost everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. This way you can watch this battle between mythical beasts easily and without any pressure. No further explanation needed. Start fighting now. Roar, howl, howl, howl. War Titan Bear uses the skilled Bloody War Roar LV3. A cloud of blood and fire erupted from its huge body, twisting wildly like a flame in the wind. Then, the huge figure rushed towards the Qinglong with incredible speed and flexibility. It seems that the effect of this bloody war cry is similar to strengthening and violent. The huge bear claws landed on the ground, but there was not much sound? This means that the War Titan bear has reached the peak of its control over power. In other words, even if it was a temporary contract, Bai Qingyun's control over the War Titan bear was quite good. Even if there was prior contact, it's still amazing. Bai Qingyun is worthy of being the #1 school idol in Jinghua. He is not a fool, he has a lot of talent. Almost at the same time, Qinglong also releases the skilled Dragon Roar in the Nine Skies LV1. To be honest, because it was a temporary contract, Wei Wufeng didn't know much about the effects of each skill. Now I can only try them one by one. Since the other party has roared, I will also roar. In an instant, the dragon roared, shaking the sky and soaring into the sky. As soon as the Dragon Roar in the Nine Skies LV1 was played, the forward momentum of the War Titan bear was obviously interrupted, and even its body was shaken. At the same time, he became even more manic, slashing randomly with a pair of bear claws covered with boxing gloves. Bai Qingyun was shocked. He discovered that his control over the War Titan bear had weakened? What the hell is this skill? Can it actually weaken the Beastmaster's control over the beasts? Bai Qingyun immediately increased his control and released a determined and crazy thought: charge. Kill. The War Titan bear roared wildly and ran again, rushing in front of the blue dragon and slashing down with its claws angrily. Wei Wufeng looked at the rust spots on the claws of his boxing gloves and immediately thought of the tetanus blade. He felt that if he was caught by the fist claw, something bad would definitely happen. Dodge. The talent of Qinglong, size and invisibility LV1 is used, and the dragon's body instantly becomes smaller and rises into the air. Even Wei Wufeng and Dongfang Fengyun, who were riding on the dragon's horns, became smaller. It's amazing. The Qinglong became smaller and faster. It not only avoided the claw attack, but also instantly went behind the War Titan bear. Size increase and invisibility LV1 takes effect again, and the body of Qinglong instantly expands. The so-called talent is not like skill, which has a cooling time. You can use it whenever you want. The effect of size, upgrade and hide LV1 is that it can be enlarged or reduced, upgraded or hidden. At this time, the size of Qinglong is much larger than that of War Titan bear. The dragon's might is even greater. Call. After the green dragon grew bigger, it swept out with its tail like a dragon. Bang! The War Titan bear was hit right on the back. With a loud bang, the giant bear rolled to the ground, and its huge body rolled several times. Good. In the audience, someone shouted excitedly. Of course, everyone hopes that Qinglong will win. After all, people like Su Fan who hope Wei Wufeng lose are a minority. The War Titan bear rolled over one last time and stood up, his eyes even redder. On the bear's shoulder, Anastasia Romanov licked her lips, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She said to Bai Qingyun, "Use skill 3. Bai Qingyun immediately used skill 3, War Massacre LV3. The War Titan bear immediately swung and chopped his fists and claws frantically and quickly in the air. Blood-red sharp blades shot out, densely packed and continuously. Will it turn? They formed a large blood-red blade net and rushed towards the Qinglong net. If it had fallen on the Qinglong, it would probably have chopped it into pieces. It's not hard to tell from their confrontation that this battle will be exciting and worth watching.